Chapter 1. In the Douluo Continent, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan signs in, reward, the Excalibur martial soul. In the Douluo Continent, within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, in the backyard of the library, a delicate-looking young boy, holding a broom, diligently swept the ground. This boy possessed a unique aura that set him apart from ordinary children. Having traversed 6 years in this realm, why is my golden finger yet to arrive? The boy, named Xiao, was a descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. He was the cousin of Yu Xiaogang and the son of Yu Yuanzhen's sister. Yet, he bore another identity, that of transmigrator. Now 6 years old, he had lost his father to a grievous injury inflicted during a soul battle years prior. Although his mother was still alive, her health was frail, and her talents were lacking, placing her in a lowly position within the family. For 6 years, Xiao had awaited the arrival of a golden finger, yearning to alter his fate and strive towards divinity. However, as 6 years passed, the coveted golden finger had yet to manifest. With the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan set to awaken their martial souls in 3 days, he pondered what martial soul he might awaken. Should it be of low caliber, devoid of soul power, he would find himself in an even lower status than his parents within the clan Ding. Your sign and reward system has been activated. Would you like to install it? Suddenly, a soft and melodious voice akin to that of a young girl echoed in Xiao's ears. It dawned upon him that the moment he had awaited for 6 long years had finally arrived. Could this be the golden finger I have longed for? The wait was not in vain. The time had simply not yet come. Why, Xiao was elated, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Dear system, although you have arrived 6 years late, it is never too late. He thought to himself, with his golden finger, he could challenge the heavens, the earth, and even the very air. Ding. 3 seconds have elapsed without a response from the host. The sign and reward system has determined that the host defaults to installation. Installation commencing. Xiao replied nonchalantly, please proceed with the installation. Continue, do not mind me, just go ahead, Ding. Estimated installation time, 12 seconds. Countdown begins. 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Indeed, dear system, just like that. Continue with the installation once complete. I shall return home for a meal. Xiao felt a thrill of excitement. Ding. Congratulations, host. The installation of the sign and reward system is complete. Ding. Congratulations, host, for signing in at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Reward, Excalibur martial soul. The sign and reward system continued to announce. Wonderful, Xiao exclaimed, his spirit soaring as he danced jubilantly, performing an impromptu celebration against the bookshelf that he mused, the Excalibur martial soul, how splendid. Xiao possessed a certain understanding of the Excalibur in this world, knowing it to be an ancient artifact described in the annals of divine lore, truly formidable. At last, I have achieved greatness. Xiao was invigorated, marveling that mere moments after the system's installation, he had already been granted a reward. At that moment, a peculiar radiance descended from the heavens, permeating his being. Subsequently, his body convulsed uncontrollably, as if the exquisite essence of the exquisite sword martial soul overwhelmed him. Under the surge of energy, his physical control was rather inadequate. At the tender age of 5, he was assigned tasks by the overseer within the sect, sweeping the floors and running errands in the library, earning a modest wage of 30 copper. Soul coins per month, equating to a mere 1 coin per day. Wai Xiao found himself quite capable of fulfilling this role, as it merely entailed tidying up the library and dusting the shelves throughout the day. Before the arrival of his fortuitous opportunity, living a tranquil existence as a humble being suited him well. During other moments, he would either immerse himself in books within the library, acquiring knowledge, or find a quiet corner to doze off, leading a rather leisurely life. In a secluded corner of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect, before a small wooden house, a woman was busily preparing a meal at the earthen stove. This woman was none other than Xiao's mother, Yufenglong. As Xiao approached the entrance, the enticing aroma of the dishes wafted towards him. Lifting his spirits immensely, he stepped forward and inquired, Mother, what delicious fare are you preparing? Upon seeing her son return, Yufenglong smiled indulgently. Xiao, in 3 days, the sect will conduct the martial soul awakening, so I specially bought a pound of meat from the market to nourish you. She continued, I hope you awaken a splendid martial soul, preferably one with soul power, to bring pride to your parents. Mother, pork is quite expensive, you shouldn't have gone to such lengths, he replied. It's of no concern, my son, as long as you can awaken a formidable martial soul with soul power, I would gladly spend even more on pork, she reassured him, leaving Xiao speechless. 3 days later, at the awakening hall of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect, where children aged 6 from the family gathered for the annual martial soul awakening ceremony. Yu Fanglong had prepared breakfast early. After their meal, she took Yi Xiao to the entrance of the awakening hall to await the soul master who would awaken her son's martial soul. The Blue Electric Tyrant sect operates independently, not under the jurisdiction of the Martial Soul Hall. Hence the awakening is conducted by soul masters designated within the sect rather than dispatched from the hall. Yi Xiao and his mother arrived early, while the other children had yet to arrive. After a while, the children began to trickle in, and the arrival of the last child immediately caught Yi Xiao's attention. He recognized this child as Yu Xiaogang, the eldest son of the current sect leader, Yu Yuanjin. He would later become the guide for Tang San, the master he revered. Unfortunately, Yu Xiaogang encountered a mishap during his awakening, as his blue electric tyrant dragon martial soul mutated into the form of a pig resembling Luo Sanpao, leading to rejection from his father and the family. Ultimately, driven by despair, he left home to pursue his studies at the Martial Soul Hall Academy, where he became a student. There, he befriended Bibi Dong, and their relationship blossomed into romance. Yet, fate proved unkind, as the two were ultimately torn apart by Xunji, leading them down separate paths, never to cross again. Years later, Yu Xiaogang became a master at Nodding Academy, while Bibi Dong ascended to the position of Pope of the Spirit Hall. Yi Xiao had traversed the Douluo Continent for 6 years, possessing an intimate understanding of Yu Xiaogang. He was well versed in the narrative of the Douluo Continent, aware of the current and future circumstances of this individual. Yi Xiao was confident that upon awakening his martial spirit, he would undoubtedly emerge as a prodigious talent. Conversely, Yu Xiaogang, upon his awakening, was destined to relinquish the privileges associated with being the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. He would face disdain from his family, becoming a true wastrel, adrift without purpose. Isn't that the son of the soft rice king? Suddenly, a boy scoffed at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao furrowed his brow, recognizing the boy as Yu Xinghe, a direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. As soon as Yu Xinghe spoke, the remaining children turned their gazes towards him. Yu Yanfeng immediately added fuel to the fire. Yi Xiao, as the son of a worthless father, what martial spirit could you possibly awaken? Perhaps you lack even the soul power. Yu Qinbi sneered, haha, the son of the soft rice king is destined to be nothing, but that what success could he possibly achieve? Yu Miao Miao also expressed her disdain. Indeed, a mere small fry aspires to leap the dragon gate. What a delusion. They often mocked Yi Xiao in this manner, leading the members of the clan to look down upon his family. Regardless of age or gender, Yi Xiao chose not to retaliate against their taunts, not out of cowardice, but because he awaited the arrival of his golden finger. Now that the golden finger had arrived, defeating them was no longer a challenge. Yu Xiaogang cast a glance towards Yi Xiao, although he did not mock him like the other children. His eyes reflected a similar disdain. Yi Xiao looked at them, unperturbed, and smiled. Hee, you are but a few ants, yet you find a leisure to mock others. Why not seek a tree to end your misery? What did you say? Yu Xinghe fumed, taken aback by the audacity of the soft rice king's son daring to retort. Yu Yinfeng, Yu Miao Miao, and others directed hostile gazes at him. Yu Zhongjing cracked his knuckles. Yi Xiao, you seek death. Yi Xiao regarded them from his elevated stance. Seek death? I believe it is you who are courting demise. Let's see who meets their end. Yu Zhongjing was the first to charge at Yi Xiao, throwing a punch aimed at his left cheek. The onlookers were eager for the spectacle. Bang! In the next moment, Yu Zhongjing found himself on the ground, clutching his face in shock, unable to believe he had been struck by Yi Xiao. Let's all attack together. Seeing Yu Zhongsheng's defeat, Yu Yanfeng and the others rushed in to surround him. Bang! 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 Yi Xiao remained steadfast in his position, while Yu Miao Miao and the others lay sprawled on the ground, nursing their faces, astonished that he had single-handedly bested them all. Previously I had held back, as my golden finger had not yet manifested. Now that it has arrived, if you dare provoke me, who else would I strike? Yi Xiao merely voiced his thoughts internally, naturally refraining from disclosing his identity as a traveler or the existence of his special abilities to others. Since the moment he entered this world, Yi Xiao had diligently honed his physical strength and martial skills in secrecy, all in preparation for this very day. Tai Chi, embodying the principle of softness overcoming hardness, balances strength with gentleness and vice versa. Iron Sand Palm, a technique of sheer force, exemplifies the concept of hard defeating hard, exhibiting unparalleled hardness and invincibility. Roaring Emperor's Skill, a call to action against injustice, emphasizes the importance of taking decisive action when necessary, boldly traversing the land. Survival Instinct Sprint, a technique advocating retreat when faced with overwhelming odds, underscores the paramount importance of survival. These three secret techniques were brought from another realm, rendering them exceptionally potent. At that moment, a white-haired elder, appearing to be in his 70s, approached them. The elder, emaciated yet with piercing eyes, was clearly not an ordinary individual. Yi Xiao recognized him as Yu Bai, the sole master responsible for awakening the children of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect each year. That Why Yu Bai's expression was grave, his gaze intense, causing the children to hold their breath and stand at attention. Without uttering much, Yu Bai used his soul power to open the doors of the awakening hall and solemnly instructed the children, "Come in, children." Upon hearing this, the children followed suit. Yi Xiao smiled, focusing on the figure of the elder ahead. Yu Xiaojing, he thought to himself, "Ah, Xiaojing, your halo is about to fade starting today." Chapter 2. Signing in at the awakening hall, rewarding the Fuxi Qin, and commencing the awakening of martial souls. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the sign-in at the awakening hall. Reward: Fuxi Qin martial soul. Note: daily sign-ins yield additional rewards. The sign-in reward system chimed. Yi Xiao was overjoyed the second martial soul was now in his possession, granting him the rare boon of dual martial souls. One significant advantage of possessing dual martial souls is the innate capability of having full soul power at birth. Thus, it is highly likely that upon awakening his martial soul, he would possess innate full soul power. The higher the soul power a soul master has during the awakening of their martial soul, the greater their potential, leading to accelerated cultivation and advancement compared to others. Furthermore, they would garner greater recognition from others, facilitating substantial cultivation opportunities. Wherever he went, he would be a sought-after presence. As of now, on the Douluo Continent, the highest innate soul power recorded is 20, with 10 being the next tier of 30 has yet to be witnessed. System sister, you're truly remarkable. Come, let me express my gratitude. Yi Xiao opened his mouth, placing his palm to his lips and mimicking a kiss. However, with others present, he merely expressed this sentiment internally. Ding! Host, you have truly outdone yourself. The sign-in reward system retorted, visibly annoyed. Dear system sister, you're like a dog biting El Dom Bin, unable to recognize a kind heart. The sign-in reward system remained speechless. The Fuxi Qin, Yi Xiao knew, was a lute crafted by Fuxi, adorned in a soft pink hue. The music it produces possesses the ability to purify the soul and command all things. Moreover, it is one of the 10 ancient divine artifacts, truly remarkable. The heart whispered, "Am I truly ascending to the heavens?" Yi Xiao was pleasantly surprised, realizing just how formidable this sign-in reward system was. Suddenly, a flash of pale pink light illuminated the surroundings, and an object embedded itself within his consciousness. His spirit was stirred profoundly. Yi Xiao understood that the system's reward, the Fuxi Qin martial soul, had successfully been acquired. All right, children, from a line, Yu Bu instructed the dozen or so children gathered for their awakening. The children, hesitant yet obedient, promptly arranged themselves in a queue. Yi Xiao, on the other hand, withdrew his focus, choosing to stand aside and observe the movements of the elder. Seeing the children had lined up, Yu Bu's entire being resonated with soul power, and 5 dazzling soul rings emerged beneath him. Wow! The children gasped in awe upon witnessing the elder's 5 radiant soul rings. These rings symbolized their aspirations. In future, they too yearned to possess such soul rings and evolve into formidable soul masters, becoming individuals of significance. Yi Xiao observed that there were 2 yellow soul rings, 2 purple soul rings, and 1 black soul ring. Having read the original storyline of Douluo Continent, he understood that yellow soul rings represented a century's worth of soul beasts, while purple signified those of a millennium. The black ring denoted a soul beast aged 10,000 years. There was also a white ring, representing a decade's worth of soul beasts. Typically, if a soul master absorbed a 10-year soul ring as their first, they would be looked down upon, even ridiculed and scorned. Yu Bu, after revealing his 5 soul rings, did not release any more. At that moment, Yi Xiao realized the elder's soul power level was quite high, confirming him to be a soul king of over 50 levels. Just then, a fearsome, electrified blue dragon silhouette emerged behind the elder. The children's eyes sparkled upon seeing the dragon, as they, being disciples of the Blue Electric Tyrant clan, have been steeped in tales of their family's martial soul since childhood. They instinctively recognized this dragon as the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus martial soul. This was the pride of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, the very martial soul the children dreamed of awakening. Yi Xiao could discern the fervent light radiating from each child's eyes as they gazed at the dragon martial soul behind the elder. Noticing the desire reflected in the children's eyes, Yubu spoke with a hint of pride. Children, you need not envy me, for soon you too shall awaken your martial souls. If your awakening is successful and you possess soul power, particularly if you awaken the blue electric Tyrannosaurus martial soul or possess innate full soul power at level 10, you shall embark on the path of a soul master. The children listened eagerly, their interest piqued by every word. Now, please have the child at the front step forward to accept their martial soul awakening. A young boy, fists clenched and visibly nervous, glanced around before hesitantly approaching. He stood 3 paces from the elder, gazing intently at the soul master before him. Xiao took a glance at this child, recognizing him as A Yin, the very boy he had just bested in a scuffle. The other children stepped forward, their curiosity piqued by how the elder would facilitate the awakening. As the first child approached, the elder retrieved 6 black stones from the soul guiding device at his waist and tossed them towards him. The 6 stones dispersed, encircling Yu Yunfeng within their confines. He was understandably frightened, his apprehension mirrored by the tense expressions of the other children. Yet Xiao wore a smile, already aware of the unfolding narrative. The stones were merely auxiliary tools for the awakening of martial spirits, posing no threat to them whatsoever. Without hesitation, Yubu infused the 6 stones with his soul power. The originally dark stones shimmered with luminescence, coalescing into a pale golden light shield that enveloped the child, with golden radiance seeping into his being. Suddenly, the child felt a warm and comforting sensation enveloping him, his initial tension and fear dissipating, replaced by a gaze filled with curiosity. Child, extend your right hand and open it. A commanding voice echoed in the child's ear. It was indeed Yubi's. Without daring to hesitate, Yu Yufeng hurriedly opened his right hand, only to witness a stream of luminous particles flowing forth from it. Yi Xiao fixed his gaze upon a blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit. The children around him displayed expressions of envy. Yubu merely cast a glance, not particularly concerned. After all, this was the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect. It was not unexpected for the progeny of the family to awaken such a spirit. What truly mattered was the innate soul power, as it would determine whether the child was worthy of the sect's focused cultivation. Yubu then retrieved a crystal ball. Calling out, "Child, come forth to test your soul power." Yu Yufeng hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to place his hand upon the crystal ball. His heart racing with trepidation. He feared that if his soul power proved to be too low, he would be looked down upon, ridiculed, and consequently diminished in the eyes of the sect. He particularly did not wish to be outdone by Yi Xiao, who had always regarded him with disdain. If his soul power level were to fall short this time, the situation would be reversed. It would no longer be he who looked down upon Yi Xiao, but rather Yi Xiao who looked down upon him. His standing within the family and the sect would plummet. After a moment, the crystal ball gradually began to glow. The children watched in wide-eyed astonishment at the light emanating from the orb. As disciples of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect, they had been exposed to knowledge of soul masters from a young age and understood that the illumination of the crystal ball signified the presence of soul power. Alas! Yubu glanced at the crystal ball and sighed heavily. First-level soul power, utterly inadequate. You may step down. Yu Yunfeng felt a sinking sensation in his heart and immediately lowered his head, departing. Next, soon, the previous children completed their awakenings. Their soul powers were average, with the highest among them not exceeding level 5. Yubu surveyed the remaining candidates, noting that only 2 children were left, Yu Xiao and Yu Xiaogang. The elder cast a glance at Yu Xiaogang, his expression somewhat intricate, for he naturally recognized him as the eldest son of the current sect leader, Yu Yuanjin. Xiaogang, come forth. Yu Xiaogang turned to glance at Yu Xiao before hastily approaching the stone circle. Yu Xiao gazed at his diminutive silhouette, pondering, Yu Xiaogang, your unfortunate destiny is about to commence. With the preceding children as his inspiration, Yu Xiaogang, without the elder's guidance, extended his right hand to awaken. Chapter 3. Twin martial spirits. Yu Xiaogang stood within the stone circle, a warm current swiftly coursing through his entire being, bringing a sense of comfort. Yet, he found little solace in this sensation, consumed instead by anxiety and trepidation. As the eldest son of the sect leader, he bore a considerable burden. Should his martial spirit and soul power fall short of expectations, his current status and position would transform into his greatest encumbrance. Indeed, those of lesser distinction wield little influence, attracting scant attention, which is quite understandable. However, as the firstborn of the sect leader and the future successor, failure would inevitably render him a subject of ridicule in the eyes of many. He would become a target of derision, subjected to scorn from his entire clan. ultimately leading to a crushing blow from which he could only flee in despair. Yu Xiao gazed at Yu Xiaojiang's retreating figure, reflecting that this matter was evidently destined for him, and that anxiety would be of no avail. Very well, Xiaojiang. Raise your right hand and allow me a glimpse of your awakened martial soul. Yu Bu also exhibited a notable increase in politeness towards him. Yu Xiaojiang nodded, inwardly hoping that he would awaken the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul. Otherwise, as he contemplated this, he opened his right palm, and a gentle radiance began to emanate from its center. Was the grand performance about to unfold? At this moment, Yu Xiao fixated intently on the palm of Yu Xiaojiang, contemplating that, without a doubt, his martial spirit could only be the three-headed cannon. Suddenly, an uncanny sound erupted, astonishing the crowd into silence. To everyone's astonishment, in Yu Xiaojiang's palm appeared a martial spirit utterly unrelated to the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus. Yu Bu, observing from above, appeared as distressed as if he had bitten into a bitter melon upon witnessing this martial spirit. What on earth is this martial spirit? A child in the crowd finally voiced his fear, while another girl opened her mouth in disbelief, questioning whether it resembled a pig. Indeed, it bore a resemblance to a pig, albeit with some differences. Regardless of its identity, it was certainly not a dragon. It was unexpected that the esteemed son of the sect leader would awaken a martial spirit entirely unrelated to the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus. If my conjecture holds true, this is a malignant variant of a martial spirit, and its potency remains uncertain. However, could it possibly surpass the might of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus? Alas, it seems Yu Xiaojiang is destined to become a disgrace to the entire sect. The children, upon witnessing Yu Xiaojiang's three-headed cannon martial spirit, could not contain themselves, chattering mockingly and erupting into laughter. In that moment, Yu Xiaojiang's complexion turned pale, his palms clammy, as the taunts of the crowd pierced deeply into his heart. Yi Xiao shook his head, thinking to himself, "Ah, Xiaogang, it seems you are inevitably destined to be forsaken by the blue electric tyrant sect." Sighing, Yu Bu also lamented, reflecting, Xiaogang's life appears to be at an end. Nonetheless, it was time to assess his soul power. With a pallid countenance and devoid of any enthusiasm, Yu Xiaogang knew he must undergo the evaluation. Perhaps, if fortune favored him, he might possess innate full soul power, which could compensate for the deficiencies of his martial spirit. With this thought, a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. Slowly, he raised his hand and placed it upon the crystal orb. Yu Xiao raised his gaze, and the crystal ball gradually illuminated. The other dozen children also turned their attention towards him, eager to discern the level of Yu Xiaojiang's soul power, wondering if he might possess innate full soul power, which would offer him salvation, or perhaps not a shred of soul power at all. It could range from 1 to 2 levels, but that was uncertain. The crystal ball flickered faintly a few times before it ceased to shine. A pang of dread struck Yu Xiaojiang. It was evident that his soul power would not exceed level 3. It seemed that he could not escape this calamity. Sighing, Yu Bu shook his head in despair. A level 3 soul power is still acceptable, but alas, your martial soul. He paused for a moment. Never mind. It is said that what is meant to be will be. If misfortune is destined, you must take care of yourself, Xiaojiang. With tears unshed and his face flushed, Yu Xiaojiang turned away. Ultimately, all the children directed their gazes towards Yu Xiao. Well, it seems that the son of the soft rice king is the last one left. Let us not even consider him. His martial soul likely pales in comparison to Xiaojiang's peculiar one. I suspect he may even be more inept than his father, they mused. You reap what you sow. Perhaps he is even more useless than his progenitor. The likes of Yu Yufeng and Yu Miao Miao exchanged derisive remarks aimed at Yu Xiao. These insignificant creatures continued their futile antics. Had it not been for their eagerness to awaken their martial souls, they would have surely silenced the prattling tongues. Remember this. I shall deal with you all when time permits. Yi Xiao, it is your turn, urged Yu Bu. He too believed that Yi Xiao lacked any remarkable talent, likely inferior even to Yu Xiaojiang's peculiar martial soul. After all, Yi Xiao's parents had long been the subject of ridicule within the sect, leading to a widespread belief that their son would amount to little. Yu Xiao approached the stone circle with an air of calm composure, finally prepared to experience the phenomenon of martial soul awakening firsthand. He felt the energy emanating from the stone, enveloping his body in a warm and comforting embrace. Yu Xiao swiftly emulated the actions of others, raising his right hand and opening it to awaken his martial soul. His left hand remained partially clenched. As a wielder of twin martial souls, he was naturally cautious and refrained from revealing his full potential. The principle of showcasing one while concealing another was fundamental. Despite possessing a remarkable advantage, the world beyond remained perilous. Moreover, within the blue electric tyrant sect, human intentions were inscrutable and fraught with intrigue. Without a solid assurance of his own safety, it was prudent to maintain a low profile. He decided to bide his time, accumulating experience and strength before confronting the heavens, the earth, or even the very air. After all, 6 years had already passed, and a day or two mattered little. Presently, he had advanced 50 years ahead of the true timeline of the Douluo Continent's narrative. This span of 50 years provided ample opportunity for him to grow formidable. At that moment, Yu Xiao beheld a pale pink Guqin materializing from his right hand. Amused, he mused that this must be the legendary Fuxi Qin. However, this Fuxi Qin was not the ancient artifact crafted by Fuxi, but rather a martial soul. Of course, as long as the attributes were aligned, it sufficed. Its power was certainly not overwhelming. Otherwise, such an ancient relic could easily dominate the 3 realms of the Douluo Continent. As Yu Xiao released the Fuxi Qin with his right hand, his left hand sensed the presence of another object emanating a distinct energy. Without the need to look, he understood that it was indeed a sword, the soul of the Zhu Xian sword. He mused to himself. As expected, he had awakened a dual martial soul. The ancient Zither martial soul was of the supportive type. Yu Yi, unfamiliar with the specifics of this Zither martial soul, could only refer to it as such due to its resemblance to the ancient Zither. In truth, it was a dual-type martial soul encompassing both control and support. But he simply lacked the understanding. This was akin to Yu Xiaogang's recently awakened martial soul, which, being an aberrant type, bore a peculiar appearance and had yet to be given a name, as it was the first of its kind. Yu Yi, not comprehending the Fuxi Qin martial soul, naturally refrained from passing any judgment. All right, let us proceed to test your soul power, he urged, clearly displaying impatience with Yu Xiaogang's apparent lack of prowess. Yu Xiao spoke little, pressing his hand against the crystal ball, though uncertainty lingered in his heart. He believed that possessing 2 ancient artifacts as martial souls should yield a soul power no less than Tang San's innate full soul power of level 10. Additionally, being a dual martial soul bearer, Bibi Dong awakened with innate full soul power. Qian Renxue, as the rightful heir of the sacred 6-winged angel martial soul, directly attained level 20 upon awakening. The children standing behind Yu Xiao regarded him with disdain, convinced he possessed little to no soul power. However, only Yu Xiao could sense a warm energy surging through his limbs, converging towards his right hand and subsequently flowing into the crystal ball. Upon contact with this energy, the crystal ball began to glow, first faintly, then increasingly bright, until it emanated an almost blinding radiance that illuminated the entire awakening hall. How could this be? Yu Bu was taken aback, astonished by the child's extraordinary soul power. The brilliance of the crystal ball was so intense that it rendered him and all the children present unable to open their eyes. Chapter 4. Innate Full Soul Power Level 20. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded as the testing crystal ball shattered into countless pieces. The children were startled, instinctively retreating. Yu Bu stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at Yu Xiao as if he were a creature of legend. Yu Xiao was equally perplexed, never anticipating the formidable strength of his soul power. The crystal ball could not withstand its might. After a moment of silence, Yu Bu retrieved another crystal ball from the soul guide device. Yu Xiao, let us try again. Very well, Yu Xiao replied, placing his hand upon the crystal ball once more. Gradually, the crystal ball illuminated again, though this time, the intensity was not as terrifying as before. The previous crystal ball merely tested the capacity of a level 10 soul power, while this one was designed to assess the capacity within the realm of level 20. Nevertheless, Yu Xiao's soul power was sufficient to fully illuminate this crystal ball as well. The onlooking children, including Yu Xiaojing, were left astounded, speechless, and no longer dared to doubt his abilities. Those who previously harbored disdain for Yu Xiao, including Yu Miao Miao, were consumed by envy and jealousy upon witnessing his extraordinary power. Level 20, innate full soul power at level 20. A sudden exclamation from the awakening hall left all the children present in a state of shock. They turned to see that the speaker was none other than the awakening master, Yu Bu. How could he possibly possess innate full soul power at level 20? Surely, there must be a mistake. Surely not. Yu Yuanzhang and the others could hardly believe their ears. How could the son of the Soft Rice King be so powerful? They were convinced there had to be an error. Master Yu, a soul king of over 50 levels, would not make such a mistake. Yet, how could Yu Xiao, whom they had always looked down upon, possess innate full soul power at level 20, surpassing their own capabilities? After regaining his composure, Yu Bu addressed the children. Yu Xiao, you remain, the rest may leave. Disappointment etched on their faces, the other children departed reluctantly. In the conference hall of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, Yu Yuanzhang, Noticing the cheerful demeanor of Yu Bu, hurriedly inquired, Uncle Yi, how did Xiaogang's awakening go? What is his soul power level? At this question, Yu Bu's smile faded into a solemn expression. Yuanzhang, I must speak frankly. Xiaogang's awakening encountered a mishap. He did not awaken the blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit, but rather a spirit resembling a pig. His soul power is acceptable at level 3. What? Yu Yuanzhang's face turned ashen. This cannot be. It is impossible. Sighing, Yu Bu replied, Yuanzhang, it is as it stands. You must come to terms with it. It appears that Xiaogang has genuinely failed to awaken the blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit. Having served as an awakening master for decades, Yu Bu would not jest about such matters. Thus, it seemed Xiaogang was utterly ruined. What could have gone awry? How could such a thing happen to his own son? However, Yu Bu continued, there is some good news, though I am unsure if you wish to hear it. Initially reluctant to share this information at such a time, he felt compelled by duty to do so. Good news? Yuanzhan stared blankly at the elder, feeling utterly bewildered. With Xiaogang in such a predicament, what good could possibly come of it? Uncle Yi, please enlighten me. After a brief hesitation, Yu Bu finally spoke. The truth is, Yuanzhan, although Xiaogang has not awakened the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, our sect has given rise to a prodigy, a child with innate full soul power, and remarkably, he possesses an innate level of 20. Level 20? Yuanzhan could scarcely believe his ears. Could this truly be the case? Uncle Yi, who is this child? Yu Bu replied with a smile, he is none other than the son of Yufeng Long, Yi Xiao. It is he. Yi Xiao waited at the entrance of the council chamber for approximately 20 minutes before Yu Bu emerged from within. Subsequently, he escorted him back inside. Yi Xiao speculated that it was likely due to his innate full soul power of level 20 that the sect leader chose to meet him in person. Yu Yuanzhan sat in the grand chair above, casting a fleeting glance at the entering Yi Xiao, yet failing to offer him a warm expression. Uncle, please assess him once more. Yi Xiao observed the expressions and demeanor around him, sensing an atmosphere that felt decidedly amiss. Yet, he could not quite pinpoint the source of this disquiet. It simply felt wrong. After a fleeting moment of resignation crossed Yu Bu's face, he presented the crystal ball that he had long prepared to Yi Xiao, saying, Child, the crystal ball malfunctioned earlier. Please, give it another try. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao sensed that the atmosphere was becoming increasingly unsettling. Nevertheless, she placed her hand upon the crystal orb. After a while, the orb remained utterly motionless. Yi Xiao could distinctly feel the soul power coursing through his hand and into the crystal ball. However, the orb seemed incapable of absorbing the energy, emitting not even a flicker of light. What could be the matter? Was the crystal ball faulty? Indeed, it must be defective. But why then? Would they use a broken crystal ball to assess their soul power? Clearly, someone wished to suppress his brilliance. That individual could very well be Yu Yuanzhan. Child, you possess no soul power whatsoever, Yu Bu remarked with evident disappointment, retracting the crystal ball. Yet, he could not bring himself to meet Yu Xiao's gaze. Yu Xiao listened attentively, fully aware that there was something amiss, yet chose to feign ignorance, remaining silent. Power resided in the hands of others, and in the absence of personal strength or assistance, impulsiveness could not remedy any situation. She thought to herself that it was imperative to clarify the matter at hand, assessing whether it was detrimental or beneficial to her. At that moment, Yu Yuanzhan lifted his head, not even casting a glance at Yi Xiao, but instead directed his gaze towards Yu Bu Yi. Let him go. Child, you lack soul power and may exit. Yu Bu Yi responded with a look of helplessness. Yi Xiao said little and walked directly towards the door. With a mere flick of his foot, he could discern the situation at hand. Upon stepping outside, he let out a long sigh of relief. The atmosphere inside had been overwhelmingly oppressive. The talk of his lack of soul power and the faulty crystal ball was a ruse, as if he were oblivious to the underlying truth. Where he was not welcomed, there would surely be a place that would embrace him. Now that he possessed a dual martial soul and was endowed with innate full soul power, he could thrive anywhere. There was no need to linger in such a place. After Yi Xiao exited, Yu Yuanzhan turned to Yu Bai and said, Uncle Yi, this matter is known only to you and me, heaven and earth. It must remain unspoken. Yu Bai's expression was complex, yet he acquiesced. Indeed, I understand. That is good. Yu Yuanzhan replied, shaking his head as he turned to leave. The reason he acted in this manner was to prevent others from discovering that his son was inferior to Yi Xiao, an outsider. The son of a man living off others' fortunes was even less admirable. Thus, he and Yu Bai devised this plan, utilizing a defective crystal ball to test Yu Xiao's soul power, ensuring that he would be dismissed without causing Yu Xiaogang undue humiliation, all for the sake of preserving his own dignity. Son, You have returned so soon? As Yu Xiao arrived at the doorstep, his mother emerged to greet him. Well, my son, what kind of martial soul have you awakened, and what is your soul power? Yu Fanglong inquired eagerly. How should I put it? Yi Xiao feigned a joyful demeanor, exclaiming, Mother, my martial soul is a sword. Upon hearing the word sword, Yu Fanglong's face illuminated with a broad smile. A sword is splendid. It belongs to the powerful attack category of martial souls, truly formidable. And what of your soul power? What level have you attained? It seemed that this matter could not be disclosed to his mother here. Otherwise, given her temperament, she would undoubtedly seek an explanation from Yu Yuanchen. At that point, departing would no longer be an option. It would be prudent to clarify everything with her after they exited. Fortunately, he believed his level to be around 5 or 6. Yu Fanglong rejoiced once more, saying, My son, you are simply remarkable. Chapter 5, Registering in Soul Master City, Reward, Diamond Quality Soul Ring. Mother, there is something I wish to discuss with you. My son, we are bound by the ties of motherhood. Do not hesitate to share your thoughts. Yu Xiao grasped his mother's hand and seated himself on a nearby stone bench. Mother, the situation is as follows. I am not well regarded at the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. Rather than squander my time here, I would prefer to seek an academy outside for my studies. I believe this to be a more promising path. He had resolved that, under no circumstances, would he remain at the Blue Electric Tyrant sect any longer. After enduring for 6 years, it was indeed time to depart. Yu Fanglong pondered this for a moment, concluding that it was a reasonable decision. Her son was growing up, and inevitably, he would leave home one day. Yes, Xiao, you are right. It would be beneficial to broaden your horizons. By the way, my son, have you decided where you intend to go? Yu Xiao contemplated for a moment and soon formed an idea. Mother, you must be familiar with the Spirit Hall Academy, right? Spirit Hall Academy. Yu Fanglong pondered briefly before nodding in affirmation. Yes, I am aware. The Spirit Hall Academy is located in Spirit City, which lies at the confluence of the Heavendou Empire and the Star Luo Empire. Spirit City is neither governed by the Heavendou Empire nor the Star Luo Empire. It belongs to the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall Academy is indeed an institution established by the Spirit Hall. Am I correct? Yu Xiao immediately gave his mother a thumbs up, exclaiming, Mom, you are truly remarkable. It is indeed as you say. As far as I am aware, the Spirit Hall Academy stands as the most comprehensive institution for soul master knowledge on the entire Douluo Continent. It encompasses a vast array of subjects, and I believe that studying in this academy will undoubtedly facilitate my growth at an accelerated pace. It will allow me to traverse further along the path of a soul master, enabling me to witness a broader spectrum of experiences. Perhaps one day, I too shall ascend to the rank of a titled Douluo. Upon hearing this, Yu Fanglong's face lit up with joy as she affectionately ruffled her son's hair, declaring, Son, I wholeheartedly support you. My aspirations are modest. Becoming a titled Douluo is sufficient. A titled Douluo, and yet she claims her expectations are not high? Yu Xiao, with a tone of resignation, remarked, Mother, let it be decided thus. Suddenly, Yu Fanglong recalled something. My son. The Wuhuan Hall Academy is an institution established by the Wuhuan Hall itself. I fear their admission criteria may be exceedingly stringent. Will you not be turned away at the threshold? How could that be possible? With my innate soul power at the remarkable level of 20, I shall undoubtedly create a stir within the Wuhuan Hall. Furthermore, possessing twin martial souls, I surpass even the likes of Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue. The Wuhuan Hall would be eager to have someone like me. Yi smiled inwardly and reassured her mother, saying, Mother, you need not worry about this at all. She then leaned closer to her mother's ear and whispered, Mother, I shall confide in you a secret. I have not awakened merely one martial soul, but rather a twin martial soul. What? A twin martial soul? Yu Fanglong exclaimed in delight. My son, is this truly the case? Indeed, it is. Yu Xiao swiftly spread his arms. In his left hand, he summoned a lute, while in his right, he wielded a sword. Yu Fanglong, in disbelief, realized that his son possessed dual martial souls. Overcome with emotion, he wept tears of joy and embraced his son tightly, exclaiming, My dear son, you are truly a remarkable child. With these dual martial souls, the Martial Soul Palace Academy will undoubtedly accept you as a student. You smiled and nodded. Indeed, Mother. Let us keep the matter of our twin martial souls a secret for now. When I return with strength, I shall astonish those who look down upon us. Yes, my child, I shall remain silent and await the day you return with your talents honed, replied Yu Fanglong, joyfully wiping away her tears. If she were to discover that Ye's soul power was not the innate level 5, but rather an astonishing innate level 20, she would surely be left in awe. At that moment, Yi retrieved a small vial from his soul guide device and presented it to his mother. "Mother, please take this." "What is it?" Yu Fanglong inquired, examining the vial and noticing its contents. "Your health has always been fragile, so I purchased this medicine for you during my recent outing. I have heard that it is remarkably effective. There are 30 pills within. You need only take one each day. Moreover, the vendor claimed that this elixir not only alleviates ailments but also possesses the extraordinary ability to enhance one's cultivation. Since your soul power has been stagnant at level 19, perhaps this could elevate your rank to the 30s. Though Yu Fanglong harbored some skepticism, she accepted the pills, her heart and face brimming with joy. "Son, you truly care for me." In truth, the vial did not originate from a market purchase. It was a reward bestowed upon Yi for his daily sign-ins. A special elixir designed to facilitate rapid breakthroughs in cultivation, the boundary-breaking pill. This wondrous pill is particularly effective for soul masters who struggle with stagnation or encounter insurmountable bottlenecks in their cultivation journey. Yu Xiao presented this vial of elixir to his mother, harboring the hope that it would elevate her to a higher realm, empowering her further. Should she transcend from the 19th to the 20th level, she would be able to absorb a second spirit ring, thus becoming a grand spirit master. In the future, she might traverse even greater distances. For now, this was all Yu Xiao could do for his biological mother. Undoubtedly, upon his next return, he would bring her even more. The following day, Yu Xiaodian rose before dawn, bidding farewell to his mother as he embarked on his journey. Departing from the Blue Electric Tyrant sect, he made his way to the Soul City to pursue his studies at the Soul Academy. Upon arriving in the city, Yu Xiao spent some of his savings to hire a carriage. In the streets of Soul City, the sun blazed fiercely, and the number of pedestrians was sparse. A few stalls remained open, attempting to attract customers. In such sweltering weather, foot traffic was limited, and the shops on either side were only partially open, blocking the sunlight from pouring in. However, the scene transformed dramatically by night. Suddenly, a carriage halted at the street corner. The doors swung open from the rear, and a boy of about 6 years alighted. The young lad produced some coins and handed them to the middle-aged driver. He was none other than Yu Xiao, on his quest for knowledge from the Blue Electric Tyrant sect to the Soul City. The driver accepted the payment with a satisfied nod and disembarked to procure supplies and provisions for the journey from a nearby shop. Yu Xiao paid no heed to the coachman, for the Wuhuan city had already been reached. Everything else seemed inconsequential. The next step involved locating the Wuhuan Hall Academy and gaining admission through the examination. Feeling the pangs of hunger, he proceeded forward and, upon spotting a quaint noodle shop, stepped inside to savor a bowl of noodles. After enjoying a satisfying meal and quenching her thirst at the noodle shop, Yu Xiao yearned for a moment of respite. Shortly thereafter, she sought out a reasonably priced hotel, securing a room where she could finally rest without the worry of spending the night on the streets. Yu Xiao took a bath, cleansing himself thoroughly, and then climbed into bed to rest. Although there were still 4 hours until dusk, it could not deter his daytime slumber. As soon as he lay down, Yu Xiao swiftly drifted into a deep slumber. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in at Soul Master City. Reward: Diamond Soul Ring. Note: please absorb it within the hour, otherwise, the system will consider it a voluntary forfeiture and reclaim it automatically. The check-in reward system announced. At this moment, Yu Xiao had awakened, and upon hearing the system's notification, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Before him floated a gleaming white ring. He thought to himself, this must be the Diamond Soul Ring rewarded by the system. Yu Xiao possessed some knowledge about the Diamond Ring, a treasure mentioned in Journey to the West. It was a magical artifact belonging to the Supreme Patriarch Laozi, characterized by its stark whiteness. Also known as the Diamond Circle or the Diamond Cuff, it could transform, was impervious to fire and water, and had the power to vanquish all things. Moreover, it could absorb various magical treasures and weapons, proving to be of boundless utility. Forged from adamantine, it possessed a certain sentience. Yu Xiao contemplated the immense power of possessing such a soul ring as his spirit tool. Thus, he resolved to seize the moment and commence the absorption without delay. With daily sign-ins, Yu Xiao had accumulated a plethora of treasures over the past few days. These items varied in size and quality, yet all proved beneficial, leaving him in a state of blissful distraction. He utilized what he could, while the surplus could either be sold or gifted to others. The crux lay in ensuring that these offerings were bestowed upon individuals of significance. Chapter 6. The Billion-Year Soul Ring, completion of the first Soul Ring absorption. The diamonds with Soul Ring appeared as a stark white circle. Upon absorption, the nature of Yu Xiao's first Soul Ring was unmistakable, merely a white Soul Ring. Yu Xiao contemplated that, in the Douluo Continent. A white soul ring merely signifies a 10-year soul beast. However, the Diamond Zhuang possesses the aura of a divine artifact, the power of which far surpasses that of a mere 10-year soul ring. Thus, it may very well be more potent than even 100,000 or million-year soul rings. Yet, the exact equivalence in terms of years remains a mystery to him. He could only inquire of the system regarding the duration represented by such a formidable soul ring. System. I have a question I wish to clarify, he said. Beep, please proceed. The voice of the sign-in reward system responded. You Xiao did not hesitate. What does this diamond soul ring represent in terms of years? The response came, the diamond soul ring, adorned with the aura of a divine artifact, boasts an extraordinarily high age. One might even say it transcends the clouds, despite its seemingly stark white appearance. It is worlds apart from a genuine 10-year white soul ring. In essence, one resides in the heavens while the other is firmly grounded on the earth. Dear system, can we please get to the point? Yu Xiao could no longer endure the system's incessant prattle. Very well. The age of the diamond soul ring is equivalent to 1 billion times that of the soul rings in this realm. In other words, it is a billion-year soul ring. A billion? A billion? A billion years? Yu Xiao is truly astonished, utterly taken aback. A soul ring of a billion years, deceptively masquerading as one merely 10 years old. This was undeniably a case of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Joyful exclamations followed. Dear system, you are simply too endearing. I adore you immensely. The system promptly responded, I have always maintained my integrity and do not tolerate such frivolity from my host. Please conduct yourself with propriety. Yu Xiao found herself at a loss for words, utterly exasperated by the system's audacity. It was as if they were given a modicum of air, and they soared to the heavens. Nevertheless, she decided to refrain from conflict. A gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. Instead, she resolved to contemplate how to assimilate this formidable entity. The diamond soul ring, a billion-year soul ring. Goodness gracious. Would her petite frame be capable of withstanding the overwhelming surge of energy, amounting to a staggering billion points? It was perilous, far too perilous. No, this was unacceptable. Her golden opportunity had only just arrived. Should she fail to absorb it and perish in the process, would she not be more aggrieved than a cricket? Yu Xiao contemplated this and realized the necessity of consulting the system. Dear system, if I were to absorb my first soul ring, which is a billion years old, would that be excessive? Is it not somewhat hasty to aspire to participate in a marathon when one has just learned to crawl? Ding. The sign-in reward system retorted. How could you, a traveler from another realm, forget the adage often uttered by the people of your world? One must not falter at the starting line. Ding. Consider the protagonist of Douluo, who, devoid of any extraordinary abilities, begins with a soul ring of 1 million years. With my system at your disposal, you certainly cannot afford to lag behind. Otherwise, where would that leave my reputation? Ding. Thus, whether you wish to absorb this soul ring or not, you shall do so. This decision is final. Time is of the essence. You have but an hour to act, or you shall forfeit this opportunity. Ding. I have conveyed my message. The choice is yours. Let it be known in advance that should you wish to absorb such a soul ring in the future, it will no longer be available. Yi smiled weakly, unable to contain her sarcasm. The system's little sister was indeed quite diligent, hoping with every step that her host could ascend to greatness. Yet, she employed the male protagonist of Douluo as a shield. Why did she not mention that the esteemed Tiandou Ice Silkworm had voluntarily sealed the soul power of his soul ring? Otherwise, the main character of Douluo would have met his demise right from the start. That being said, it was difficult to part with such a 10 billion-year soul ring. Thus, she decided to absorb it. Since the system had bestowed it upon her, it surely had its own intentions and would not undertake any actions without certainty. At present, she and the system were akin to ants tethered to the same rope. It was unlikely to place her in peril. Yu Xiao steadied his mind, descended from the bed, and seated himself upon the floor, gazing intently at the resplendent golden soul ring hovering before him. Its stark whiteness revealed nothing extraordinary at first glance. Yet, one must not judge solely by outward appearances. Therein lies its true potency. Yu Xiao took a deep breath. If it is a blessing, it is not a curse. If it is a curse, there is no escaping it. So let the fierce flames come even more fiercely. Finally resolute, he closed his eyes to cultivate his spirit and began to meditate. Suddenly, the diamond cutter soul ring stirred, drifting toward the crown of his head. Hum. Yu Xiao immediately sensed a pressure descending from the heavens, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. The force continued to surge, crashing against him in relentless waves. Upon Yu Xiao's right hand, the Excalibur's martial soul unleashed its essence, causing the soul ring to stir. It finally departed from above his head and gracefully settled upon the sword's blade. In a mere moment, the soul ring successfully enveloped the Excalibur's martial soul, and an overwhelming force surged through his right hand into his being. This energy permeated every limb and sinew, every organ and channel, reaching throughout his entire body, even extending to the strands of his hair and the tiniest flakes of skin, encompassing him in a complete and unyielding embrace. The soul ring of 1,000,000,000 years, indeed, proved to be dreadfully formidable. Yu Xiao's current sensations encompass not only the physical jolts and pain but also a profound impact on the soul, accompanied by a feeling of disconnection. Yet, the closer one gets to this moment, the more one must resist the urge to surrender. Yu Xiao pondered that this was a soul ring that had existed for 1,000,000,000 years, and he was unwilling to relinquish it. He motivated himself, urging himself onward with fervor. As long as he persevered until the end, success would ultimately be his. After some time had passed, Yu Xiao felt a tumultuous upheaval within. As his blood surged chaotically, his heartbeat quickening, and his entire being suffused with a vivid crimson hue. Suddenly, a tremendous force erupted from within him, cascading outward and engulfing the entire hotel building. Where this power flowed, chaos ensued. The tranquility was shattered. In a nearby room, a couple engrossed in their intimate moments found their blankets whisked away, eliciting screams of shock. Another pair, caught in a clandestine rendezvous by the window, was unceremoniously propelled outside, followed by a series of terrified cries. Several gentlemen, peacefully slumbering, found themselves stripped of their undergarments, which were swept out into the hallway. Women passing by the hotel entrance experienced their skirts lifted, revealing their unexpected allure. Indeed, the entire establishment bore witness to the upheaval. Yet the source of this calamity remained elusive. Frustratingly, even the hotel manager, initially engaged in unsavory activities in his office, was unceremoniously expelled from his refuge and fell into the gutter, swept away by the rushing waters. The air was filled with cries of despair and curses. Amidst this turmoil, the strings of Yu Xiao's Fuxi Qin martial spirit resonated autonomously, a radiant surge of energy coursing through his entire being. Yu Xiao soon sensed that the immense impact from the diamond-carving soul ring was gradually being subdued by the melodious strains of the. Before long, the force of the diamond-carving soul ring had nearly dissipated. At last, Yu Xiao let out a sigh of relief. The soul ring's tumultuous energy had completely vanished. Yu Xiao understood that it was the Fuxi Qin martial soul that had aided him significantly. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Even if he had not been overwhelmed by the diamonds with soul ring, the impact would not have subsided so swiftly. At last, it has finally come to an end. Yu Xiao felt an exhilarating rush upon successfully absorbing a soul ring that had existed for 1,000,000,000 years. Overcome with excitement, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, oblivious to his surroundings. Chapter 7. Wuhuan Hall Academy, Entrance Examination. A day later, at the entrance of Wuhuan Hall Academy, this grand edifice stood majestically, with its main gate towering over 30 zhang. Each side boasted a massive door, each more than 10 zhang in height. The surrounding walls soared to a height of over 20 zhang, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to gain entry. Even the guards stationed at the entrance numbered over 10. Yu Xiao circled the academy repeatedly, reflecting on the fact that the Wuhuan Temple Academy truly stands as the foremost Soul Master Academy on the Douluo Continent. The grandeur of its exterior is merely a prelude to the magnificence that lies within. At this moment, it was approximately 2 o'clock in the afternoon, under the blazing sun of a scorching summer day. Yet, a considerable crowd had gathered at the academy's entrance, comprising individuals of various ages and genders. Though primarily centered around children, this gathering coincided with the academy's enrollment period, attracting not only local children from Wuhuan City but also many from diverse regions across the Douluo Continent. The Wuhuan Temple holds a unique status. It operates independently of both the Tiandou Empire and the Xinghua Empire, yet it commands a position above the two great empires, possessing the largest congregation of soul masters on the continent. Each city on the Douluo Continent is equipped with a branch of the Wuhuan Temple and an administrative department. Additionally, in every village, there exists an awakening hall managed by the Wuhuan Temple, dedicated to providing free awakenings for children aged 6, regardless of gender, once a year. Awakening masters are dispatched from the branches in major cities to conduct these awakenings in various villages. Once a child awakens a potent martial soul and possesses soul power, they are promptly taken by the administrators and sent to the Wuhuan Temple Academy in Wuhuan City for further training. This is a significant reason why the academy boasts an overwhelming number of elite students. Consequently, the Wuhuan Temple naturally commands over 80% of the Soul Master community on the Douluo Continent, establishing itself as the continent's preeminent power. Even the rulers of the two great empires must tread carefully under the Wuhuan Temple's formidable influence. Indeed, the endeavors of the Wuhuan Temple are beyond the reach of interference from the two empires. For instance, the subsidies distributed by the Wuhuan Temple to lower-tier soul masters across the Douluo Continent are financed by both empires, with the Wuhuan Temple acting as the distributing agent. Without the Wuhuan Temple, the empires would be reluctant to allocate these funds, as they would gain no advantage from them. The contributions of the Wuhuan Temple to the Douluo Continent extend beyond financial aid. It also includes the free awakening of martial souls for commoners. This initiative has afforded many impoverished children the opportunity to awaken their martial souls and rise above their circumstances. Notably, even Tang San, the protagonist of the original Douluo Continent narrative, had his martial soul awakened by the Wuhuan Temple's administrator, Su Yuntao, in the Holy Spirit Village. Thus, in this regard, the Wuhuan Temple has indeed performed a commendable service. Parents accompanying their children for enrollment are not permitted to enter the academy, leaving them to linger outside the gates. Yu Xiao followed over 100 children, all around the age of 6, as they formed a line under the watchful eyes of several guards, making their way inside. They then arrived at the playground and arranged themselves neatly. The next step involved a re-evaluation, a rather straightforward process wherein the Academy's instructors would assess the children's martial spirits and determine their levels. Those who met the criteria would be retained, while those who did not would be promptly dismissed. Children of exceptional talent would be placed into elite classes for specialized training. The members of such classes were distinguished individuals, like Bibi Dong, who possessed a natural spirit power of level 10 and dual martial spirits. Following in their footsteps were Guyuna, Xiao, Yin, and others, all recognized as promising candidates by the Martial Soul Academy. They were destined to become elders of the Martial Soul Hall and future leaders. Next. The registration teachers tested each child one by one, moving systematically through the lineup. With only 3 children remaining, it was soon Yi Xiao's turn. Yi Xiao estimated that approximately 80 to 90 children had come to register, perhaps even over 100. The martial spirits were incredibly diverse, encompassing a wide array of forms. For instance, there were weapons such as swords, spears, and staffs, as well as animals like chickens, ducks, fish, geese, and birds. Additionally, there were food-related martial spirits, including corn, wheat, and cabbage. Yu Xiao smiled as well, contemplating the vibrant diversity of martial spirits in Douluo Continent. "Cousin, is that you?" Suddenly, a voice from behind startled Yu Xiao. He thought to himself, how could anyone here recognize me? Yet, the voice was unmistakably familiar. An image of a person materialized in his mind. Yu Xiaogang? Yes, it was indeed him. He never anticipated that he would be here too. Yi Xiao turned back for a glance, and indeed, it was a familiar face. The 6-year-old boy with a crew cut could only be Yu Xiaogang. Yi smiled, finding it rather unsurprising. The original text of Douluo Continent had already alluded to the fact that Yu Xiaogang had studied at the Wuhuan Temple Academy. It was precisely in this environment that he became acquainted with Bibi Dong. As time passed, their bond deepened, and they eventually became lovers. Consequently, years later, Bibi Dong still harbored lingering feelings for him. However, Yu Xiaogang remained oblivious to her sentiments and failed to comprehend her, ultimately letting her down. Yu Xiao felt that now that she had arrived, she would not allow Yu Xiaogang to take advantage of any opportunities. She could no longer permit Bibi Dong to fall in love with Yu Xiaogang, but rather with herself. Yi Xiao possesses unwavering confidence in his ability to win over Bibi Dong. Rest assured, host, Bibi Dong is yours, but you must also strive to secure her affections. The system's voice interjected, I believe it would be more appropriate to address you as master, wouldn't it? The term host feels rather unsettling. Fine. The sign-in reward system is left speechless. Yi Xiao insisted once more, let us stick with master. Very well, master it is. The sign-in reward system replied with a hint of reluctance. Yi smiled with a hint of sarcasm. Which one is better, you ask? Naturally, with my abilities, I surpass the likes of East Africa. As for Yu Xiaogang, he can only step aside. To speak candidly, this system acknowledges that Bibi Dong was quite charming and lively in her youth. Yet it was only after being affected by Qian Xunji that she transformed into her current self. Yi smiled and nodded, indeed, from this day forth, I shall become her guardian. Beep, the system interjected, Master, it is my belief that you must become even more handsome. Yi, feeling somewhat exasperated, retorted, Dear system, do you imply that I am not sufficiently handsome at present? To be candid, the system's remark left him quite displeased. Beep, Handsome is one thing, but not the most handsome. This system believes that its master should aspire to be not only handsome but the most handsome, extraordinarily handsome. The unrivaled epitome of charm in the Douluo Continent, and possessing a beauty that transcends the very boundaries of the universe. Yu Xiao is at a loss for words. According to the system's young lady, did that not mean he would become strikingly handsome in every conceivable way? I say, dear system, being handsome is one thing, but one cannot be excessively divine. Ding. Why, my master? Is it not wonderful to be the most handsome? Yu Xiao expressed a complex sentiment. While being handsome is undoubtedly a boon, excessive handsomeness can also bring about its own troubles. I wonder if the system's young lady has ever heard the saying, fame is a burden, just as a pig fears becoming too plump. Once my brother's charm reaches celestial heights, complications will inevitably arise. The system, however, remains perplexed. What could possibly be wrong with being handsome? Even if looks cannot be converted into sustenance, at the very least, one need not worry about food and drink, as admirers would readily come forth to offer their affections. Is this not precisely what men desire? It appears that this system's young lady possesses quite a keen understanding of herself. Yu Xiao found himself at a loss for words when attempting to elucidate his predicament to the system. Indeed, being handsome has its perks, sparing him the worries of economic dependency. However, the accompanying pressure is immense. Just picture it, dear system, a striking figure such as myself strolling down the street, effortlessly captivating throngs of women. Among this multitude, there exists not only stunning beauties, but also grandmothers, matronly figures, aunts, sisters, younger girls, and even the less aesthetically pleasing. Envision the scenario being surrounded by such a diverse crowd. I would surely be overwhelmed, destined to recline in tranquility for the remainder of my days. Chapter 8. A shocking revelation. Beep. However, my master, this system firmly believes that you should aspire to be the most handsome individual in the Douluo Continent. Alas, this system's sister simply cannot fathom the essence of my sentiments, regardless of how intricately I articulate them. Yu Xiao sighed and said, System, I must commend you. Allow me to become even more handsome. Handsome, exceedingly handsome. Truly, I am the epitome of charm. No one compares to my allure. Today I am handsome. Tomorrow I shall remain so. In the mirror, I see the most dashing reflection, radiating charm day in and day out. I am the unrivaled champion of handsomeness. Such striking looks, such undeniable appeal. Oh, fair maiden across from me, do take notice. Everyone agrees that I am the most attractive. I must interject, my master. This is quite enough. Just moments ago, you expressed a desire to refrain from being overly handsome, yet now you seek to be invincibly charming. Do you wish to be handsome or not? You proclaim your desire for charm, yet when offered it, you dismiss it, only to claim the title of the most handsome once more. What is it that you truly desire? Is it the title of the most handsome in the world? The sign-in reward system is utterly speechless at your contradictions. It's evident that Yu Xiao is rather insincere. Handsome. I yearn for the title of the most handsome in the world. Yu Xiao blinked, saying, in truth, dear system sister, my brother has his own burdens to bear. Just consider it. Human nature is such that the unattractive are undeniably unappealing, while the handsome possess an allure that knows no bounds. This reality is inherently inequitable. Those who are neither exceptionally attractive nor exceedingly unattractive are what society often refers to as ordinary individuals. They lack distinctive traits, caught in the middle, embodying the epitome of mediocrity. In light of this, it would be preferable to embody one of the extremes, to be the most hideous in the universe, so frightfully unattractive that one could scare others at a glance. In such a case, there are justifications for survival. Some may be inclined to offer charity, providing opportunities to act as a supporting character in television or to become an internet sensation. Such individuals possess their own unique traits and the allure to captivate an audience. Even as a villain, one can achieve fame. Conversely, to be the most handsome in the universe opens doors to becoming an internet celebrity, living off the affections of others. Modeling or shining as a star, wherever one stands, they become a veritable printing press of wealth. Ding. Indeed, my master, it is as you say. The sign-in reward system finally concurred. Yu Xiao nodded, appreciating the rare moment of understanding from the system sister. What a blessing. Ding. Master. How about this system grants you the title of the most hideous in the universe? After all, you would have no worries regarding sustenance. Yu Xiao was taken aback, caught in a blend of laughter and tears. She thought to herself that if the system were to engage in any reckless antics, her life would be irrevocably altered. It was imperative to persuade the system's assistant to cease her actions. After all, if she were to falter even slightly, It was entirely possible that Yu Xiao could be rendered unappealing. If there were a chance to rectify such a situation, it would be fortunate. However, should it prove impossible, it would result in a catastrophic blow to her self-image. Ahem, dear system assistant, I merely intended to illustrate a point. Please do not take it to heart. There are indeed advantages to being somewhat handsome. Thus, might I still be granted the title of the most extraordinarily handsome being in the universe? Beep. Are you certain? Yu Xiao. Of course, this goes without saying. Who wouldn't he wish to be a touch more handsome? Ding. Well then. This evening you shall be granted a chance to randomly transform into a more charming version of yourself. Do remember to gaze into the mirror before venturing out tomorrow morning. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yu Xiao was overjoyed. At last, he could become the unparalleled handsomest in the universe. How could he not be elated? Cousin, what are you pondering? Yu Xiaogang. Noticing Yu Xiao lost in thought, could not help but inquire. Yu Xiao cast him a sidelong glance, at a loss for words. How curious it was that he had never referred to him as cousin before, always adopting an air of superiority. Yet now, in his misfortune, he sweetly called out cousin with such fervor. Yu Xiao remained silent, allowing him to continue calling out, basking in the awkwardness of the moment. Yu Xiaogang, perceiving the lack of response, wore a face full of embarrassment. He was no fool and understood precisely why Yu Xiao chose to ignore him. Therefore, he refrained from making a fool of himself and stood obediently behind him. Given that Yu Xiaogang possessed a beast martial spirit and held a third-level soul power, coupled with his lineage from the Blue Lightning Overlord clan, the Martial Soul Palace Academy made an exception to accept him. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have been eliminated. Next, called out the middle-aged teacher seated at the registration desk. As Yu Xiao finally saw his turn arrive, he stepped forward and approached the table. The registration teacher scrutinized Yu Xiao from head to toe, noticing his ordinary attire. There was no hint of disdain in her demeanor. However, neither was there a smile, as she mechanically inquired, "What is your name?" Yu Xiao dryly stated, "Yu Xiao." The registration teacher noted the name in the ledger and then said, "You may now unleash your martial soul and place your hand upon the soul power testing crystal orb on the table to measure your soul power." Yu Xiao said little, extending both hands to release his two martial souls. The registration teacher, witnessing this, was rendered speechless in astonishment. Dual martial souls. After all, it is a rare phenomenon to encounter dual martial souls. Within the entire Spirit Hall Academy, only Bibi Dong has awakened dual martial souls to date. How could he not be astounded? Yu Xiaogang, standing behind Yu Xiao, was equally taken aback. When Yu Xiao awakened at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, he had only revealed his Fuxi Qin martial soul, unaware that Yu Xiao had also awakened a sword martial soul. Glancing at himself, he was not only devoid of an awakened Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul, but had instead manifested a mutated beast martial soul. As Yu Xiaogang contemplated this, he recalled the disdainful, disparaging gazes and taunts from his family, leaving him utterly humiliated. He had not anticipated Yu Xiao's exceptional aptitude. Indeed, he possessed dual martial souls. But why had he not revealed this duality while at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect? Wow, dual martial souls? Indeed, he is remarkable. Absolutely impressive. The other children, upon witnessing Yu Xiao unleash his dual martial souls, were left in sheer astonishment. Yu Xiao initially intended to lead a low-profile life, however. His formidable prowess rendered such aspirations futile. In an inadvertent display of his capabilities, he unleashed two martial souls simultaneously. The registering instructor, momentarily taken aback, eventually remarked, "The sword embodies a powerful offensive martial soul, while the lute serves as an auxiliary martial soul. In truth, it is a combination of support and control." Yu Xiao merely expressed his thoughts internally. There was no need for him to articulate them so explicitly. After the instructor finally managed to compose herself, she promptly donned a smile and turned her gaze towards him. "Yu Xiao, how about you test your soul power once more?" "Oh." Yu Xiao observed the sudden and drastic change in the demeanor of the registration teacher, eliciting a sense of amusement within. She thought to herself, how delightful it is to possess strength. Just moments ago, the teacher had appeared almost robotic in their approach, yet in the blink of an eye, they had taken the initiative to ingratiate themselves with her. Yu Xiao extended his hand and pressed it against the crystal ball. The gaze of all the registered teachers and the children present converged upon his hand, eager to discern the innate soul power of this child with dual spirit souls. As Yu Xiao's hand made contact with the crystal orb, the onlookers fixated their eyes, unwilling to avert their gaze and risk missing this extraordinary moment. Suddenly, a resounding explosion reverberated through the air, startling the teachers into a state of shock. The children, gripped by fear, recoiled and shrieked in alarm. Behind Yu Xiao, Yu Xiaogang was startled once more and quickly sidestepped to avoid the shock. Although Yu Xiaogang was somewhat more mature than his peers, he was still merely 6 years old. It was entirely natural for him to be frightened by such an impact. Cousin, you've exploded again. Chapter 9. The first of the Academy Bang. Yi Xiao turned back and playfully tapped Yu Xiaogang, saying, "No spoilers." Yu Xiaogang obediently nodded, refraining from any further comments. The question of how the crystal orb could have exploded left everyone present in deep contemplation. The possibilities they could conceive were limited to two. Either the crystal orb was defective, or the soul power exceeded the orb's capacity, causing it to burst. However, the majority leaned towards the notion that the orb malfunctioned rather than being overwhelmed by Yu Xiao's soul power. It is worth noting that the testing crystal orb is designed to accommodate a soul power of level 10. Even a person with innate full level 10 soul power would not cause the orb to explode. It is inconceivable for anyone to possess soul power exceeding the innate full level 10. Such prodigies have never been documented. While Qian Rinxue may qualify as one, she had yet to be born. Unbeknownst to the crowd, Yu Xiao was, in fact, a child who had awakened with innate full level 20 soul power. Only Yu Xiaogang had witnessed this phenomenon, yet Yu Xiao had forbade him from speaking. Naturally, he dared not utter a word. The enrolling teacher, taken aback for a moment, regained composure and redirected his gaze toward the child before him. His thoughts diverged from the others. He had observed clearly that the orb exploded only after it had brightly illuminated. Thus, he suspected that Yu Xiao's innate full-level soul power might indeed surpass level 10. Of course, he could not be certain, but he contemplated conducting another test to confirm. Yu Xiao maintained an air of calm, treating the recent incident as merely an unforeseen event, choosing not to elaborate further. Actions speak louder than words. No matter how much one might say, it does not guarantee belief, for it is the outcome that ultimately commands respect and conviction. Yu Xiao, would you mind taking another test? The instructor presented a crystal ball designed to measure a capacity of 20 levels, placing it upon the table. There was palpable anticipation for the child before him, hoping that he could indeed surpass the innate full soul power of level 10, as this would unveil a rare treasure for the Spirit Hall Academy. Naturally, the Spirit Hall would not overlook the benefits that would ensue. Yu smiled and nodded, placing her hand upon the crystal sphere, pressing it upward. Suddenly, the entire crystal orb illuminated brilliantly. The registration teacher, witnessing this spectacle, nearly fainted from excitement. Level 20. You possess innate soul power at the peak of level 20. A prodigy, without a doubt the greatest talent ever to grace the Douluo Continent. My goodness. Could such a genius truly exist? Do you not comprehend? The testing crystal sphere for level 20 has lit up entirely. It cannot be mistaken in such a public setting. I previously mentioned that the level 10 capacity testing crystal would explode. It turns out that was precisely the case. Indeed, how could it be otherwise? She possesses innate soul power at level 20, and yet was tested with a level 10 capacity crystal sphere. How could it not shatter? I ponder, thus far. Even the Spirit Hall Academy has yet to produce a talent of this caliber. Surely, they will elevate her, nurturing her as if she were a deity. Undeniably. A genius like her is a coveted treasure. Wherever she goes, people will vie for her attention, and her future is boundless. Indeed, how is it that, despite being human, she exhibits such extraordinary excellence? Who could disagree? The onlookers, witnessing Ye's remarkable talent, buzzed with conversation, filled with envy and admiration. Yu Xiao glanced at the gazes directed towards him, particularly those adoring looks from the young ladies, and shrugged helplessly. He mused to himself that he initially desired to lead a modest life, yet his capabilities simply would not permit it. Sigh. Yu Xiaogang also let out a sigh, reflecting that had he known his cousin was so exceptional, he should have protected him during their time in the clan when others derided him, rather than merely observing from the sidelines. Now, he found himself in a pitiable state, akin to a stray dog, unable to even express his desire to cling to his cousin's success. Truly, fate is often unpredictable. Yu Xiaogang realized he had been vanquished by his own arrogance. Once, he was the illustrious eldest son of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect, the future heir to the sect. He believed himself to be remarkable, capable of looking down upon all others. Yet now, in a mere few days, he had devolved into a forsaken outcast, unable to return home. The most absurd part was that the esteemed Blue Electric Tyrant sect, heralded as one of the 3 great sects of Douluo Continent, could not even provide him with a place to belong. If the Martial Soul Palace Academy did not accept him, he would truly be reduced to wandering the streets. What did it matter that he was the son of the sect leader in this world where strength reigned supreme? Without power, he was nothing. The enrollment teacher stared at the fully charged crystal ball for a moment, lost in thought, before rising to take Yu Xiao's hand, saying, "Child, come with me." "Where to?" Yu Xiao inquired, already suspecting he would be taken to meet high-ranking officials of the Martial Soul Palace Academy, perhaps the Dean or even Qian Xunji or the Grand Offering. Tiandou, with his innate spirit power of level 20, a genius never before seen at the Martial Soul Palace Academy. It was only natural for him to be given special attention. Yu Xiao gave it little thought and simply followed the enrollment instructor. Inside the church building, in the conference hall, an elderly man with a white beard stood at the forefront, holding a thick tome in his hands. Below him stood a middle-aged man alongside a 6-year-old boy with delicate features. The young boy was none other than Yu Xiao himself. The man beside him was the enrollment instructor. The venerable elder above them was none other than the esteemed headmaster of the Martial Soul Hall Academy. Lu Lizhi cast a glance at the two before directing his attention to the enrollment instructor, inquiring, "Yuan, you have brought this child to meet me for a specific purpose, I presume? I recall that today is your scheduled duty for enrollment, so do not let this matter interfere with your responsibilities, lest you risk your bonus for the month." Yuan Jian, upon hearing Lu Lizhi's admonition, responded with a smile rather than anger. "The headmaster speaks truly. I acknowledge that it is inappropriate for me to be here during my work hours. However, headmaster, this matter is of such significance that I felt compelled to inform you in person." Yu Xiaoxing remarked, "Are you not here merely to take credit? Why speak so indirectly?" Lu Lizhi, upon hearing this, turned his gaze toward Yu Xiao and inquired, "Teacher Yuan, if I am not mistaken, this matter pertains to the child, does it not? Could it be that he has awakened an extraordinary martial soul, or perhaps possesses extraordinary soul power? As the dean of the First Academy, Lu Lizhi certainly possessed a discerning eye. However, given Yu Xiao's ordinary attire, he surmised that the child could not possibly hail from a prominent sect or a noble family. One wondered just how remarkable he could be. Yuan Jian, deliberately keeping them in suspense, chuckled, "Dean, may we discuss this further?" Lu Lizhi frowned at the request, displaying a hint of disdain, yet he nodded, thinking there might be unexpected insights to gain. "Very well, come closer," he replied. Yuan Jian paid no heed to Lu Lizhi's reluctant demeanor and swiftly approached, whispering softly in his ear. In a moment of silence, Yu Xiao remained speechless. Initially, Lu Lizhi paid little attention, but as Yuan Jian continued speaking, a brilliant expression illuminated his face. Finally, he nodded and refocused his gaze on Yu Xiao, observing him intently. His eyes sparkled with fervent enthusiasm. Once Yuan Jian finished his words, Lu Lizhi withdrew his gaze from Yu Xiao and addressed him. "Teacher Yuan, today you have accomplished a remarkable deed for our academy. I shall remember this, and your contributions will not go unnoticed." Yuan Jian rejoiced, for this was precisely what he had hoped for. "You may return now. After this enrollment period concludes, I will convene a meeting to commend you and present you with a reward." "Thank you, Dean. I shall be on my way." Yuan Jian turned and clapped Yu Xiao on the shoulder, flashing him a smile before departing with a buoyant heart. Chapter 10. The first encounter with Bibi Dong in the Spirit City, within the conference hall of the Spirit Hall's papal chamber. A tall young man adorned with a crown sat upon a grand chair. He looked down upon an elderly man and a young one in the hall, then addressed the elder, "Director Lu, who is this individual?" Lu Lizhi cast a glance at Yu Xiao, his eyes filled with fervor. "Your Holiness, this is Yu Xiao, the most distinguished among the children in this enrollment." "Oh." The eyes of Qian Xunji brightened with curiosity. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, he was well aware that if this child were not exceptionally gifted, Director Lu would not have personally brought him to meet him. At this moment, Yu Xiao was also scrutinizing Qian Xunji, who possessed the sacred six-winged angel martial soul. As the son of a high-ranking elder of the Spirit Hall, he inherited the six-winged angel martial soul and exhibited remarkable talent. In his 40s or 50s, he had already attained the formidable title of a nearly 90-level Douluo. Moreover, within the Spirit Hall, he wielded absolute power. After all, supported by the towering figure of Tiandou and blessed with exceptional aptitude, he ascended to the position of Pope at a tender age. Had it not been for the grievous injury inflicted by Tang Hao and the subsequent treachery of Bibi Dong, he would not have met his demise at the age of 50. Nonetheless, one must acknowledge that his fate was largely self-inflicted. There were two primary reasons for this. Firstly, despite being a descendant of the lineage bearing the six-winged angel martial soul, Qian Xunji was not the inheritor of the six-winged angel deity. Secondly, although he possessed the six-winged angel martial soul, he was unable to absorb the 6 soul bones granted by the angel god. Each soul bone with a lifespan of 99,999 years, was merely a year shy of reaching the coveted milestone of 100,000 years. Had he been able to absorb them all, he would have been able to assemble a complete set of angel god attire. Unfortunately, as the inheritor of the angel martial soul, Xunji was limited to absorbing only two of these bones, the left leg bone and the right leg bone. After his untimely demise, both were reclaimed by Tiandou. Thus, Xunji could be regarded as a tragic figure. It was precisely for this reason that Xunji, accompanied by the myriad soul masters of the Spirit Hall, scoured for soul bones. This quest led him to the Blue-Silver Emperor, A Yin, whom he relentlessly pursued. A Yin, being a transformed 10,000-year soul beast, naturally possessed a soul bone of the same age. After much effort in locating her, Xunji was unwilling to relent and continued his pursuit. Ultimately, he was no match for her, as A Yin sacrificed herself for Tang Hao, shattering Xunji's dreams. Yu Xiao gazed upon this extraordinary individual, contemplating his future destiny. Lu Lizi continued, "Your Holiness, his innate talents are beyond your imagination." Upon hearing this, Xunji's interest was piqued further. Could it be that he possesses a full innate soul power of level 10? Lu Lizi shook his head. It is not merely that. Xunji's eyes sparkled with increased intrigue. An innate full soul power coupled with dual martial souls? Lu Lizi shook his head once more. "Your Holiness, I shall speak candidly. He indeed possesses dual martial souls and innate full soul power, but it is not at the level you mentioned. Rather, it stands at the remarkable level of 20. 20? Indeed. 20. Xunji's demeanor shifted dramatically. How could such a prodigy exist? So, he surpasses even Dong. He then turned his gaze towards Yu Xiao. "What is your name?" "Yu Xiao," he replied. Xunji nodded. "Director Lu, please present him with the crystal ball and unleash the martial soul for my observation." Of course. Lu Lizi promptly retrieved the crystal ball for Yu Xiao, allowing Xunji to witness it firsthand. Without uttering a word, Yu Xiao pressed his hand against the crystal ball. After a moment, the entire orb illuminated brilliantly. Xunji stared in astonishment at the crystal ball, which boasted a soul power capacity of level 20. His expression one of sheer ecstasy. In the lower-grade dormitory area of the Spirit Hall Academy, with a loud bang, the dormitory door was thrust open by a sizable hand belonging to Lu Lizi, who then stepped inside. Yu Xiao followed closely behind and thought to himself that this must be the dormitory assigned to him by Lu Lizi. A glance revealed 6 beds, 5 of which were furnished with bedding, leaving only one bare. Lu Lizi's gaze ultimately settled on that unmade bed and said, "Yu Xiao, you shall sleep here." "Very well, Dean," Yu Xiao replied, approaching the bedside. Without further ado, Lu Lizi turned and departed. Yu Xiao retrieved the prepared bedding from the soul-guiding device and spread it across the bed. Then, he lay down upon it, finding a comfortable position. And before he knew it, he had drifted off to sleep. It was unclear how much time had passed. Yu Xiao was roused from her slumber by a cacophony of chattering voices. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld 5 small figures standing at the foot of her bed, 3 boys and 2 girls. Both little girls possessed the potential for beauty, yet one stood out distinctly. She was slender, with cascading locks of fiery red hair. Her delicate features were complemented by fair skin, and her captivating eyes, reminiscent of amber, were particularly enchanting. Could this little girl be Bibi Dong? Although Yu Xiao is unaware of what Bibi Dong looked like at the age of 6. And the original Douluo Continent novel offered no description of her childhood, the delicate features, hair, and those tiger amber eyes of the little girl before her bore a striking resemblance to the adult Bibi Dong. Thus, Yu Xiao was certain that the girl in front of her was none other than Bibi Dong. "Who are you? Why are you in our dormitory?" the red-haired girl questioned assertively. The other children immediately tensed up, preparing to confront Yu Xiao with menacing gestures, indicating that failure to comply with their inquiries would result in repercussions. Yu Xiao faced the 5 young children with a mere faint smile and remarked, "Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is who you are. Why do you disturb my rest?" Upon hearing Yu Xiao's words, the fiery-haired little girl immediately erupted with indignation, exclaiming, "My name is Bibi Dong. Are you afraid now?" Bibi Dong? It was indeed the Bibi Dong from her childhood. Although Yu Xiao had already surmised that the fiery-haired little girl was Bibi Dong, hearing her utter it with her own lips was an entirely different matter. "Bibi Dong. I am Yu Xiao, a newly enrolled student at the Wuhuan Hall Academy, recently assigned by Dean Luris to this dormitory." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong and her few dormitory companions visibly relaxed. As far as Yu Xiao was aware, Bibi Dong had lost her parents at a young age and had been taken in by the Wuhuan Hall, becoming a disciple of Xunji. Thus, Her status within the Wuhuan Hall Academy was quite significant. Yi Xiao mused that if he were not exceptionally gifted, it would be improbable for him to be assigned to the same dormitory as Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong was also aware that the academy was currently enrolling new students, making it quite normal for new recruits to arrive. However, it still came as a surprise. Typically, students with lesser abilities could not access this particular dormitory unless their martial souls and soul power were of a remarkably high caliber. Thus, he scrutinized him once more, finding him rather handsome. What is your soul power, and what is your martial soul? Bibi Dong, you surely cannot fathom that there are students even more outstanding than you. Yi Xiao, unfazed, rose to sit upright on the edge of the bed and smiled at Bibi Dong, exclaiming, a twin martial soul. His dormitory mates gazed at him in astonishment, unable to fathom that this dashing young boy had awakened a twin martial soul. Bibi Dong, too, found it hard to believe that the Martial Soul Hall Academy now had an additional student with a twin martial soul. She mused to herself that she was no longer the sole one of her kind. And what is your soul power? His dormitory mates inquired once more, eager to ascertain whether Yi Xiao's soul power was on par with Bibi Dong's, potentially reaching the innate pinnacle of level 10. Chapter 11. Uncommon Dormitory Mates. I shall not divulge that to you. Yu Xiao donned a smile, gently pulled the blanket over himself, and resumed his slumber. For the moment, he had no desire to showcase his abilities before the others. He would wait for a more opportune time. Humph, Bibi Dong remarked with a hint of annoyance. I suspect your soul power is too low, and you are too embarrassed to admit it. Indeed, let us disregard such individuals, Human interjected, grasping Bibi Dong's hand and leading her to her own bed. The other three roommates also settled down to rest on their respective beds. Yet, Bibi Dong's gaze remained fixed on Yi Xiao's bed. She was eager to uncover the level of this new roommate's soul power. Unable to fathom that Yi Xiao might possess innate full soul power, Yi Xiao woke from a deep slumber, finally replenishing the sleep he had lost over the past few days. Now, his stomach grumbled with hunger, urging him to seek sustenance. Glancing around the dormitory, he noticed that his three male roommates in the opposite beds were absent. Only his two beds remained occupied, with Bibi Dong and Human still enveloped in their dreams, clearly having overslept. As Yi Xiao observed that mealtime had arrived, he realized that if he did not summon the two companions soon, they would miss the opportunity to dine together. Considering their bond as roommates, he decided it was only courteous to extend an invitation. He smiled as she rose, her gaze flitting between the beds of her two roommates, contemplating whom to rouse first. Ultimately, she settled her eyes on Bibi Dong and approached her bedside, gently pulling back the covers and giving her a few nudges. Bibi Dong, in the depths of a sweet slumber, was jolted awake to find Yi before her. With a startled gasp, she let out a piercing scream. What was happening? Her cry startled Human, causing her to leap from her bed, nearly tumbling off the edge. Yi Xiao sighed, rising to inform the two ladies. It is time for our meal. I merely wish to remind you. With that, he exited the dormitory, leaving behind Bibi Dong and Human, who exchanged bewildered glances. Dong, you know, I find Yu Xiao rather commendable. He is considerate enough to wake us for dinner, Human remarked, having been captivated by his striking appearance when she first laid eyes on him. Thus, she felt inclined to defend him in front of Bibi Dong. However, Bibi Dong harbored a different perspective. She entertained her own thoughts, believing that Yu Xiao's actions were merely an attempt to curry favor with her. After a brief search, Yu Xiao finally located the cafeteria of the academy. After waiting in line for some time, he managed to procure his meal and casually selected a table to sit down and eat. Suddenly, two girls approached and took a seat across from him. Yu Xiao looked up and found that it was Bibi Dong and Human. He thought to himself, what a coincidence. He then lowered his head and continued eating. After taking a seat, Human stared at Yi Xiao with infatuation. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong studied him with a serious expression for a while. He was genuinely handsome. She hadn't noticed it in the dormitory earlier, but now that they were closer, he became increasingly appealing. Eventually, she realized that she had never encountered a boy as strikingly handsome as Yi Xiao. Although Bibi Dong was only 6 years old, her appreciation for beauty was not confined by age, and she naturally favored things that were aesthetically pleasing. It was akin to the way men are drawn to beautiful women, and beautiful women are attracted to handsome men. While good looks may not provide sustenance, they certainly have a lasting significance. The same applies to beauty. As long as one possesses attractiveness, there will always be men eager to shower affection. The notion that beauty can bring disaster is not without merit. Yu Xiao is not as handsome as he is now. However, after absorbing the first soul ring, the Diamond Zhuang soul ring, His body underwent a remarkable transformation under the sublimation of this billion-year soul ring, leading to a reorganization and mutation that rendered him even more alluring. After a while, Bibi Dong realized that she had developed feelings for him. Consequently, she would occasionally take a bite of her meal and glance at him. In contrast to her, Hu Man was even more infatuated, almost eating while gazing at him, barely managing to keep from drooling. Yu Xiao had long since observed the unusual behavior of the two women, yet chose to remain silent about it. Unsure of what to say, he finished his meal and departed. 2 days later, the first day of classes at the Wuhuan Hall Academy commenced. Yu Xiao stretched languidly and rose from his bed, only to realize something amiss. In the dormitory meant for 6, he found himself utterly alone. A sudden thought struck him. Today marked the first day of classes. His roommates had all departed for their lessons, while he had overslept. Glancing at the timepiece adorning his wrist, he noted it was precisely 8 o'clock. The class was scheduled for 7:30, indicating that he was indeed late. He smiled without much concern. After dressing, she went to the edge of the pool to wash her face. However, in this world, there were no toothbrushes, so she had to make do with rinsing her mouth with clean water. She thought to herself that it would be good to make a toothbrush when she had the time. Otherwise, neglecting dental hygiene would inevitably lead to bad breath. For now, it would have to suffice. After all, in the Douluo Continent, no one brushed their teeth, and thus, no one would find bad breath to be an anomaly. Yu Xiao suddenly realized that even a stunning beauty like Bibi Dong did not need to brush her teeth, which brought her a sense of comfort. On the academy's playground, teachers and students were gathered in abundance. On the podium stood several prominent figures from the institution: Dean Luris, 2 vice deans, and Pope Qian Xunji was also present on stage. As Yu Xiao approached the academic building, he beheld a gathering of students on the playground, participating in the opening ceremony. To err on the side of caution, he decided against joining them. After all, he was already half an hour late. Attending the ceremony would only serve to exacerbate his embarrassment. Should he be caught by a teacher, he would surely face repercussions. Thus, he opted to wait in his classroom instead. Steering clear of the crowd, he discreetly slipped into the building and made his way to his designated classroom, which belonged to the first grade, Class 1. Yu Xiao glanced through the window into the classroom and, upon noticing the absence of any occupants, pushed the door open and entered. She then chose a desk situated at the back corner and took a seat. This was a deliberate act to evade the attention of both the teacher and her peers, for she wished to avoid being seen as soon as the teacher stepped inside, lest she find herself in an untenable situation. Yu Xiao did not wish to be tardy today. However, on the very first day of classes, she overslept. It remains uncertain how long the morning assembly outside will continue, as waiting is a rather tedious affair. Yu Xiao felt that spending time alone in the classroom was rather dull, and thus contemplated engaging in some activity. Suddenly, he recalled the first soul ring he had absorbed. Pondering its formidable power, it is noteworthy that a billion-year soul ring is an unprecedented phenomenon in the Douluo Continent, even among the deities of the Douluo Continent's divine realm. Yu Xiao surmised that none possessed a soul ring of such extraordinary age. A billion-year soul ring signifies an astounding 1 billion points of explosive power. Such a soul ring possesses capabilities that are virtually limitless. Were it not for the fact that the Fuxi Qin martial soul has suppressed most of the power of the diamond cutter soul ring, sealing it away, Yu Xiao was uncertain whether he could withstand the impact brought by the billion-year soul ring. Initially intending to cultivate, he realized that being a naturally full soul power at the 20th level rendered him unable to progress further. He would have to absorb the second soul ring and reach the 21st level before commencing his cultivation. As his Fuxi Qin martial soul had yet to absorb a soul ring, he naturally possessed no soul skills to utilize. Thus, he could only summon the Zhu Xian sword martial soul to observe its capabilities. Yu Xiao originally intended to test the formidable power of the first soul skill of the Zhu Xian sword martial soul. However, upon realizing that he was in a classroom, he hesitated. Should the might of the Zhu Xian sword martial soul prove too overwhelming, it could potentially dismantle the entire classroom, which would be disastrous. Hence, he decided against utilizing the soul skill and opted instead to observe it closely. Chapter 12. Signing in at the Martial Soul Hall Academy. Reward. Ancient White Dragon Soul Ring. The inherent power of the Zhu Xian sword martial soul is indeed immense, a fact that distinguishes it from the martial souls found in the Douluo Continent. The ancient divine artifact martial soul is not only impressive in stature, but its true strength is its most defining feature. As Yu Xiao extended his hand, a sword measuring merely a few inches in length manifested in his right palm. The blade shimmered with ethereal blue light, exuding an aura of dominance. while ripples of spiritual energy ebbed and flowed around it. Yu Xiao even felt the overwhelming sword qi emanating from the blade, a force that was somewhat difficult to harness. There was a real possibility that he might injure himself. He contemplated that although he possessed the Zhanqian sword martial soul, it seemed to be a different matter entirely. If he could not maintain control, would he not be endangering both himself and others? At this moment, Yu Xiao truly understood the essence of ascending to the throne and yet being oblivious to the governance of ministers and officials. His lack of experience was undeniably a significant flaw. Although Yu Xiao is a time traveler, he possesses only a superficial understanding of the original plot of Douluo Continent. The adage holds true. It is one thing to observe others in action, and quite another to engage in the endeavor oneself. Yu Xiao had merely perused the works of Douluo Dalo without ever being a soul master, thus lacking an appreciation for its profound mysteries. Now, having traversed into this realm and recently awakened his martial soul, one could say that the journey of a soul master was just beginning. However, unlike a novice, Yu Xiao had already spent over 6 years in this world. He had also worked as a janitor in the library of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect, where, during his leisure hours, he immersed himself in books. The majority of his readings were focused on literature pertaining to soul masters, granting him a modicum of understanding. For instance, he explored texts on the various species of spirit beasts and an array of known martial souls. As the soul energy converged upon the Zhu Xian sword, its form gradually elongated, growing from 1 inch to 2, then 3 inches, and finally reaching a length of 12 feet, at which point it ceased to expand. This length was likely the sword's original stature. 12 feet could be considered neither excessively long nor particularly short. With its transformation, the weight of the Zhu Xian sword increased correspondingly. Although it was a martial soul, its heft bore a striking resemblance to that of a tangible object. Yu Xiao estimated that the weight of the Zhu Xian sword's martial soul at this moment must not be less than 100 pounds. Were it not for the utilization of soul power, his small hands at the tender age of 6 would indeed struggle to lift it. After toying with it for a while, he promptly stowed it away. Yu Xiao discovered that once the martial soul was unleashed, particularly when magnified, it resembled a speeding automobile, incessantly depleting the soul power within him. He was reluctant to squander his precious soul energy merely to wield the Zhu Xian sword. Once the soul power was exhausted, a significant amount of time was required for recovery before it could be replenished. As it stood, a minimum of 1 hour was necessary to restore his soul power to its full capacity. What set Yu Xiao's soul ring apart was that it was the ancient artifact. The diamond's was soul ring, equivalent to the soul ring of a soul beast that had existed for 1 billion years. Thus, its abundant soul energy was incomparable to those of mere 10, 100, or 1,000-year soul rings. Even the million-year golden ring of the heavenly dream ice silkworm paled in comparison by several magnitudes. However, with his current strength, he was still unable to wield the full potential of the diamond's was soul ring. Moreover, his mastery of the Zhu Xian sword martial soul remained elusive and not yet under his complete control. Yu Xiao contemplated that she needed to practice diligently whenever she had the opportunity. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on signing in at the Spirit Hall Academy. Reward: Ancient White Dragon Soul Ring has been credited and stored in the system space. Would you like to absorb it now? Yu Xiao contemplated for a moment, ultimately deciding to abandon the idea. After all, being in the classroom made it nearly impossible to concentrate and absorb knowledge. Once the morning assembly concluded on the playground, both students and teachers would flood in, creating an atmosphere that was anything but conducive to focus. As for that system lady, being present in the classroom hindered absorption. Yu Xiao pondered how long the ancient white dragon soul ring could be preserved in the System S space. This was a matter he felt compelled to clarify, particularly since in the Douluo Continent, soul rings would dissipate if not absorbed within an hour of their emergence. Ding! The system responded, Master, there is no need for concern. The ancient white dragon soul ring is fundamentally different from the soul rings of soul beasts in the Douluo Continent, thus the issue of disappearance upon release does not apply. Yu Xiao understood that the primordial white dragon was a divine beast birthed from the essence of heaven and earth in ancient times, a creature synonymous with dragons. The white dragon holds a position just beneath that of the black dragon god, known as the white dragon god. As a manifestation of the ancient dragon god, her soul ring is undoubtedly formidable. Yu Xiao contemplated that it should be akin to the diamond-cutting soul ring, commencing from over 1 billion years. The exact details, however, would require an inquiry with the system's esteemed lady. As the sound of footsteps and the clamor from the playground surged, it became evident that the Academy's morning assembly had concluded. Yu Xiao tilted her head slightly, concealing herself. As long as the teacher was not the first to enter the classroom, it would suffice. Soon, Several students opened the classroom door and stepped inside. Since the school year had just commenced, the students had yet to be officially assigned their seats. They could choose their own spots, sitting wherever they pleased. Before long, all 30 desks in the classroom were occupied. Each elongated desk, paired with 2 stools, could accommodate 2 students. This arrangement perfectly filled the space. As Class 1 of the first grade comprised a total of 60 students. This exceeded Yu Xiao's expectations, yet upon reflection, it was quite reasonable. As the premier academy of Douluo Continent, the Spirit Hall Academy naturally attracted more students than any other institution. Upon entering the academy, Yu Xiao familiarized herself with its structure, which is primarily divided into 3 educational tiers. The primary level accommodates students aged 6 to 12, culminating in a 6-year educational journey. The intermediate level caters to those aged 12 to 14, completing their studies in 2 years. The senior level does not impose a strict graduation timeline. Students may graduate as long as they meet the requisite criteria. Naturally, one may also choose to withdraw or apply for graduation, contingent upon the specific regulations of each institution. For instance, at the Shrek Academy, founded by Flanders, graduation is not permitted unless the criteria are satisfactorily met. Yu Xiao waited until all the students had entered the classroom before he raised his gaze to take a look, only to be surprised to find that all 30 desks were occupied. "Cousin, you are in this class too." A sudden voice from beyond the heavens pulled his attention back to the present. Turning his head, he saw Yu Xiaogang approaching and taking a seat beside him. Internally, he exclaimed in disbelief, "Why is he everywhere?" "Yu Xiaogang, are you also in class 1? Yu Xiaogang nodded with a hint of excitement. "Yes, cousin. From now on we shall be both classmates and deskmates." Yu Xiao rolled her eyes in exasperation, internally lamenting the persistence of this little fellow, truly remarkable. Amidst this awkward atmosphere, a man in his 30s entered the classroom. Instantly, the room fell silent. The students turned their attention to this imposing figure. Unfamiliar yet undoubtedly a teacher. "Cousin, could this man possibly be our instructor?" Upon seeing the newcomer, Yu Xiaogang whispered quietly in Yu Xiao's ear. Upon hearing the words, Yu Xiao turned his gaze, his eyes shining with recognition. The students in the class were unfamiliar with this man, but he was not. Chapter 13, Teacher Made Xiaoying. He was none other than the master of Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xunji. Yu Xiao recognized him. Yet he was taken aback to find that, as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, he had come to instruct the students of the first-year class. Upon seeing Qian Xunji, Yu Xiao surmised that Bibi Dong must also be present in this classroom. Otherwise, he would not have made his appearance. Casting his gaze around, he indeed spotted Bibi Dong sitting in the first seat of his row to the right. He thought to himself that Bibi Dong was quite eager to make a name for herself, occupying the foremost position, which indicated her determination. Sitting under the watchful eyes of the teacher undoubtedly carried a certain pressure. Qian Xunji ascended to the podium and scanned the seated students. His gaze first landed on Bibi Dong, then swept across the room until it settled on Yu Xiao, who was seated at the last desk in the innermost row. Showing no intention of moving away, this young man had not attended the morning assembly earlier. Were it not for his extraordinary talent, he would have been expelled from the classroom without hesitation. "Yu Xiao?" As Qian Xunji's voice reached Yu Xiao's ears, he realized that his absence from the morning meeting had been exposed. Yu Xiao rose to his feet, his gaze drawn to the figure of Qian Xunji on the podium. He mused to himself, "Ah, Qian Xunji, though you bear the title of Pope, you are merely a man destined for demise. In 20 years, you shall meet your end. However, this time, Bibi Dong is unlikely to surrender herself to you again." Yu Xiao's understanding of Qian Xunji was limited to a superficial knowledge gleaned from the original text of Douluo Continent. It could be said that he possessed many accolades, a descendant of the Qian family, the sole son of Tiandou, the bearer of the 6-winged angel martial soul, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and a polymath. Simultaneously, he was also a notorious dandy. He was the person whom Bibi Dong held in the highest regard, her guiding light. Had it not been for the events in the secret chamber of the Papal Hall, the master and disciple would not have turned against each other and inflicted harm. Qian Xunji regarded Yu Xiao's rise with no hint of anger. Having reached the age of 30, he had matured significantly, exhibiting a steadiness far removed from the impetuousness of youth. "Yu Xiao, why did you not join the assembly at the playground for the morning meeting?" It was indeed this matter. As a teacher, Qian Xunji's inquiry into the situation was quite understandable. Yu Xiao frankly stated, "The matter is quite simple. I overslept." Qian Sun, upon hearing this, refrained from questioning him further and instead gave him a light slap on the hand, saying, "Let this be the last time. Sit down." At this moment, Bibi Dong had turned her gaze towards Yu Xiao, her bright eyes blinking, seemingly lost in thought. Yu Xiao then took a seat, her heart remaining composed and unperturbed. Such occurrences, even if punitive, were of little consequence. Xunji withdrew her gaze, choosing not to utter another word, and instead turned to exit the classroom. Shortly thereafter, another woman entered, positioning herself at the podium. Upon encountering her, Yu Xiao found himself perplexed by the situation. He pondered that Xunji had merely come to check on his attendance in class, while the true instructor of the first class was, in fact, this woman. She was neither tall nor short, neither plump nor slender, possessing a delicate and charming demeanor that captivated the eye. From a distance, she exuded an unmistakable aura of a youthful girl. Yu Xiao assessed her from head to toe, estimating her to be around 27 or 28 years of age. Standing approximately 1.60 meters tall, she possessed an angelic smile, yet beneath that radiant visage, one could only wonder if another persona lay concealed. As the woman stepped onto the podium, she first greeted the entire class with a charming smile. To the onlookers, she appeared utterly benign. The initial impression she imparted was one of remarkable warmth and approachability. Given her enchanting smile, it could be surmised that over 99.99% of the students shared this sentiment. Yu Xiao also felt this. However, surface appearances often disguise deeper truths and can occasionally play tricks on our perception. Greetings, everyone. My name is Mei Xiaoing, and I am the homeroom teacher of Class 1. As I call out your names, please rise and respond. As her voice echoed, her expression instantaneously transformed, revealing a mere glimpse of an icy facade. Yu Xiaoxin remarked that this must be what they call turning one's face faster than flipping a book. Bibi Dong? Present. That tower? Present. Yu Xiaojiang? Present. Yu Xiao? Yu Xiao? Who is Yu Xiao? Mei Xiaoing called out several times but received no response, her expression growing increasingly frigid. Her gaze swept across every corner of the classroom, noting that all 30 desks were occupied. It was impossible for anyone to be absent. Yu Xiao, I shall call you one last time. Please respond if you hear me, or bear the consequences. Clearly, Mei Xiaoing had reached the limit of her patience. Cousin, the teacher is calling you. Yu Xiaojiang, noticing that Yu Xiao remained unresponsive, prompted him. Oh, Yu Xiao was lost in thought, so deeply engrossed that he failed to hear Mei Xiaoing call his name. It was only upon Yu Xiaogang's reminder that he lifted his gaze to the podium, inadvertently locking eyes with her. Yu Xiao was utterly unaware of the sensation coursing through him. In any case, Mei Xiaoing was now radiating a menacing aura, filled with an unmistakable intent to kill. Yu Xiao, do you hear me? Mei Xiaoing called out once more, her words laced with barely contained fury. Yu Xiao understood clearly. She was being summoned. Mei Xiaoying received the response and swiftly pinpointed her gaze, ultimately settling on Yu Xiao in the corner, her expression exceedingly unfriendly. Yu Xiaojiang, witnessing this, felt a twinge of unease. Cousin, Teacher Mei is rather fierce. You should be cautious. Yu Xiao had already sensed the murderous aura emanating from Mei Xiaoing, requiring no reminders from anyone. Subsequently, the gaze of the entire class turned towards Yu Xiao, with everyone anticipating that he would face Mei Xiaoying's wrath. However, the outcome was quite unexpected. Instead of displaying anger, Mei Xiaoying's face broke into a radiant smile as she addressed Yu Xiao, saying, Yu Xiao, please come to the front. The students were left bewildered. Just moments ago, Mei Xiaoing had appeared to possess a demeanor reminiscent of a merciless predator, yet now, she radiated warmth and sweetness. The swift transformation of Mei Xiaoying's expression caused the entire class to draw in a collective breath, evoking a sense of trepidation akin to accompanying a tiger, a feeling of unpredictability in her moods. Yu Xiao exclaimed in astonishment, "What a remarkable presence, Teacher Mei." Her face displayed a myriad of expressions, surely indicative of an autonomous spirit. When Mei Xiaoing spoke, Yu Xiao dared not disobey and thus approached the podium with an air of calmness. She was eager to discern the true intentions behind this enigmatic figure, and would then act accordingly. Yi smiled as he approached the desk of Bibi Dong. Mei Xiaoing did not acknowledge him. Instead, she cast her gaze towards the male student seated behind Bibi Dong and said, Lu Bibi, please move to the seat in the back. Lu Bibi was taken aback and reluctant, as he was surrounded by beautiful girls and saw no reason to change his seat. However, upon meeting Mei Xiaoying's unwavering gaze, he complied and quickly rose to join Yu Xiaogang at the back. Yu Xiao wore a perplexed expression, simultaneously contemplating her intentions. Indeed, experience proved to be invaluable. She mused that Mei Xiaoying's tactic was nothing short of brilliant. With a pointed gesture towards Yu Xiao, and the vacant seat beside her, she declared, from this day forth, you shall occupy this position. Her thoughts echoed. I challenge you to feign ignorance, placing you right beneath my watchful gaze. Let us see if you can maintain your facade. Chapter 14. Run, Junior. Fear not. Yi Xiao, fully aware of the lurking dangers, boldly ventured into the tiger's den, making his way to the desk arranged by Mei Xiaoying, where he plopped down with determination. He thought to himself that even sitting beneath Mei Xiaoying's watchful gaze, he had nothing to fear. In front of him sat Bibi Dong, and her deskmate was Human Yu Zhao's deskmate is also a girl. She possesses an oval face, large expressive eyes, and straight bangs. Adorned in a black lace-trimmed short skirt, with delicate arms and slender legs. Yi Xiao merely cast a glance at her, perfectly embodying the standards of a petite lowly. Just moments ago, upon hearing Mei Xiaoying call her name, it seemed she was referred to as Mei Xiaoping. She too shares the surname Mei. Yi Xiao was even left questioning the nature of her relationship with Mei Xiaoying. She mused that, perhaps, it was fortuitous. Proximity to the water tower often brings the moon closer, and Mei Xiaoying had indeed rendered a commendable service. Once Mei Xiaoying had ensured Yi Xiao was settled, she returned to her position and addressed the assembly with a serious demeanor. Now, I shall distribute the school uniforms, beginning with the first row. Each of you will come forward to collect your attire. The students, upon hearing this, displayed eager anticipation. Donning the school uniform would signify their true status as students of the Wuhuan Temple Academy, and naturally, joy radiated among them. Mei Xiaoying, without further ado, retrieved 60 uniforms from the soul guide device. Following her instructions, she commenced the distribution from the first row, with students stepping up one by one to receive their uniforms from the podium. After Bibi Dong and Human had collected theirs, it was finally Yu Zhao's turn. She rose, took her uniform, and then returned to her seat. Yu Xiao observed that the last person to take the stage was Yu Xiaojiang. The lad, clad in his school uniform, wore a rather cheerful expression that left Yu Xiao somewhat bemused. Perhaps it was the escape from the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan that rendered him unrecognizable to others, sparing him from mockery. The sense of oppression that usually enveloped Yu Xiaojiang was absent, and naturally, his spirits were lifted. Yu Xiao shook his head, perceiving his presence at the Spirit Hall Academy as nothing short of a calamity. Firstly, the academy had nurtured him, yet he had betrayed Bibi Dong's affection. Moreover, armed with the knowledge acquired from the Spirit Hall Academy, he ventured out to masquerade as a master. Not only did he bring misfortune upon Lu Erlong, leaving her in distress, but he also indirectly snatched away Flandra's chance at love, condemning him to a life of solitude. To label him as a scoundrel would not be an unjust accusation. Upon contemplating this, Yu Xiao could not help but feel an urge to unleash his pent-up energy and deliver a thorough beating. Yet, being still young, he refrained from taking action. There is ample time ahead. Vengeance is not forgotten, merely postponed. When the moment arrives, he shall have his due. Yu Xiao, since you are seated behind me. Bibi Dong turned her head to glance at Yu Xiao, noticing his gaze directed towards the teacher at the podium, and shot him a disapproving look. She thought to herself that she must give him a thorough reprimand when they returned to the dormitory that evening. Mei Xiaoying, having finished distributing the school uniforms, continued, students, the uniforms have been handed out. Starting from tomorrow morning, you are all required to wear them to class. Anyone who fails to comply will not be permitted to enter the classroom. Furthermore, no absences will be tolerated, understood? A weak chorus of understood echoed back from the students. Mei Xiaoying, irritated, urged, louder, please. Understood. The students responded more robustly this time. Mei Xiaoying finally nodded in satisfaction. Casting a glance towards the door, all class members, proceed to the playground. Before the morning break concludes, each of you must complete 100 laps. Fail to do so, and you shall forfeit your lunch. Yi Xiao was truly exasperated with her, and calling her a destroyer of Lolas was not without reason. Hurry up, Mei Xiaoying bellowed, as she observed everyone remaining motionless. Yi smiled weakly, choosing to be the first to exit the classroom. She had no desire to gaze upon Mei Xiaoying's face, which concealed malice behind a seemingly pleasant facade, for fear of being haunted by nightmares later that night. Yu Xiao could even envision the scene in which she dreamed of Mei Xiaoying. She was desperately running ahead, while Mei Xiaoying, with a smile concealing a dagger, pursued her relentlessly from behind. The critical aspect was that she wielded a formidable 40-meter-long blade. It was a frightening sight, one that only she could truly comprehend. As Yu Xiao contemplated this, a chill ran down his spine. The Spirit Hall Academy boasted several playgrounds, with the grand arena situated at its center, surrounded by approximately 10 smaller fields. The small playground before Yi Xiao and the others measures 300 meters around its perimeter. To complete 100 laps amounts to 30,000 meters, equivalent to 60 li. Remarkable. Yu Xiao, feeling utterly exhausted, couldn't help but reminisce about the exhilarating adventures of that world's running brothers. He thought to himself, fortunate to have trained from a young age, otherwise he would surely falter at this daunting challenge posed by Mei Chaoing. 60 li, a distance rivaling that of a marathon. It appears that life at the Spirit Hall Academy is far from easy. On the very first day of classes, one is required to run 100 laps. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Mei Chaoing would be pushing 300 or 400 laps. Yu Xiao dared not imagine further. Spending a decade or 8 years at the Spirit Hall Academy, with airplanes, rockets, fighter jets, and high-speed trains whizzing by, might not guarantee that he could outrun them. Lo and behold, before reaching even 1/3 of the distance, a significant portion of the 60 students had already fallen behind. The remaining few, barely a dozen, were also panting heavily, their faces flushed with exertion. Yu Xiaogang proved to be the most ineffectual, dragging the group down. Upon seeing this, Yu Xiao was filled with indignation. She approached and playfully delivered a gentle slap to Xiaogang, exclaiming, "Xiaogang, could you possibly run a little faster?" Her cousin, Yu Xiaogang, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, wishing fervently to find a hole in the ground to hide away. Yu Xiao pressed forward, dismissing any thoughts of him. Yu Xiaojiang's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling inept. When would he ever possess the prowess of Yu Xiao? Yes, I must strive. I must cultivate confidence within myself. Although my martial soul is not the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, it does not hinder my growth or strength. Indeed, I shall not abandon myself. Suddenly, Yu Xiaojiang felt a glimmer of hope to alter his destiny, and his spirits lifted. Yet, he remained unaware that once his soul power reached the 29th level, he would be stuck there, unable to progress. Despite being renowned as the foremost theoretical master of the Douluo Continent, having dedicated the majority of his life to the study of martial souls, he could not overcome this barrier. From that moment on, self-doubt crept into Yu Xiaojiang's heart. He questioned whether he truly was a descendant of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan, feeling utterly inadequate. Glancing up at Yu Xiao again, he noticed that in the blink of an eye, Yu Xiao had effortlessly completed 3 laps. He wondered what kind of tonic his cousin had consumed to run 3 laps in one breath. Both hailed from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan. Why was Yu Xiao so exceptional while he felt so inferior? I refuse to accept this. I too shall run, even if I cannot surpass Yu Xiao. I will continue to push myself forward. Yu Xiao soon observed that although Yu Xiaojiang was holding everyone back, he did not cease his efforts. It appeared that his willpower remained remarkably strong. From the original text of Douluo Dalu, it is evident that Yu Xiaojiang possesses a rather resilient character. Survival at any cost. He is unparalleled. Had it not been for Tang San providing him with a divine herb, he likely would have never surpassed the 29th level, even unto death. Yu Xiao ran incessantly, unable to cease his movement. Then, he noticed that on the playground, including himself, only 4 individuals remained in motion. The other participants were either seated, reclining, or sprawled out, utterly exhausted and devoid of any strength to continue running. Yu Xiao counted the number of laps she had run, which amounted to 69. This indicated that she still needed to complete 31 more laps to reach a total of 100. There was still much effort required to achieve her goal. Yu Xiao glanced back at the 3 individuals. Bibi Dong was sprinting ahead, while Mei Chaoping continued to persevere. Yu Xiaogang, however, was nearly crawling on the ground, moving slower than an ant or a snail. As for Hu Man, he had already collapsed onto the ground and ceased to run. Suddenly, Mei Chaoing emerged from the classroom and approached the edge of the playground. Upon seeing her, the students managed to muster the strength to struggle and complete another lap, only to collapse once more. Under the scorching sun, their exhaustion was compounded not merely by the running but by the sweltering heat. Several students were severely dehydrated and could no longer summon the will to rise and run. Fortunately, Mei Chaoing did not urge them to continue. Instead, she brought a chair and sat there, observing in silence, without uttering a word or expressing any frustration. Yu Xiao, witnessing her demeanor, found himself at a loss for words, pondering the enigmatic intentions she harbored. The complexities of a woman's heart are as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Even with his eager anticipation, he remained unable to discern or grasp the true sentiments concealed within Mei Chaoing's mind. Yu Xiao originally believed he had an understanding of women, especially those like Mei Chaoing. However, he soon realized that he was mistaken. Indeed, one could not help but feel a sense of irony in the duality of Mei Chaoing, capable of both charming smiles and concealed daggers. Chapter 15. The impossible task is Yu Xiao made of iron? It is rather intriguing. while everyone else has collapsed in exhaustion. He continues to run. Have you noticed? He runs without a hint of breathlessness, his face unflushed, his heart steady. Even if he were forged of iron, he should at least show some signs of fatigue. Utterly clueless, he merely speaks the plain truth. Well, I certainly can't go on any longer. Yes. I too am spent. Look, even Bibi Dong is struggling now, and Mei Xiaoping has already collapsed. As for that fellow at the back, he is running slower than an ant, probably hasn't even completed 30 laps. I think he is stronger than you. At least he is still persevering, unlike you. Running so slowly, he might as well not run at all. It's quite amusing. As everyone observed Yu Xiao still running, they began to chatter, believing him to be the most formidable in the class, especially the 10 or so girls in the class, gazing at Yu Xiao as he took the lead, filled with admiration and affection, not to mention his striking handsomeness. Suddenly, Yu Xiao stumbled and fell, lying motionless on the ground in a sprawled position, gazing up at the sky with his captivating eyes. Just moments ago, everyone was praising his speed, distance, and style. Yet in the blink of an eye, he had collapsed. What could possibly be the reason? I said this kid was running so fast and so far. He was merely toying with his own life. Yu Xiao, you thought you were swift, but in truth, the farther you ran, the harder you fell. Well, I have seen nothing and shall say nothing. Mei Xiaoying glanced at Yu Xiao's fallen form, a flicker of emotion crossing her eyes. She thought to herself, although Yu Xiao had fallen, he had completed 73 laps, surpassing any other student in the class. Even if he could not finish 100 laps, he had still succeeded in his own right. When Bibi Dong saw that Yu Xiao had collapsed, he ran over and offered a teasing smile. Inside, he felt a sense of satisfaction, finally having run past him. Although he had only completed 63 laps, at least he had not succumbed yet. Mei Xiaoping, gasping for breath, was lying down, then getting up to run, only to collapse again. At this point, he was flushed, with a racing heart and heavy breaths. Cousin, I can't go on any longer. Yu Xiao, having finally reached the spot where Yu Xiao lay, collapsed beside him as well. Yi smiled disdainfully at him and said, No, Xiaojiang. Just because you are incapable does not imply that I am as well. In the future, please refrain from conflating our abilities, if you would be so kind. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang's face flushed crimson, fully aware that with his worthless martial soul and only a trifling third-level soul power, he could not possibly compare to her. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong had completed another 3 laps and, after a bout of heavy breathing, collapsed onto the ground. Shortly thereafter, Mei Xiaoping also fell beside Yi. What amused Yi was that when she collapsed, it was not in a straightforward manner, but rather sideways, with half of her body landing on his abdomen, causing him to exhale a bitter sigh. Yi smiled weakly, contemplating, how could Mei Xiaoping be so unfortunate as to bring misfortune upon herself? She sighed inwardly. Could that sister Xiaoping please get up and allow me a moment to breathe? Mei Xiaoping blinked her eyes, feigning an inability to move, and replied, I truly wish I could rise, dear Xiao, but alas, I find myself utterly immobilized. Yu Xiao was left utterly speechless, nearly choking on his own blood. At that moment, Mei Xiaoying rose to her feet, scanning the playground. Noticing that no one else was running, her expression darkened. None of you can run anymore? She bellowed, her voice echoing like thunder, instilling fear in those present. The students exchanged glances, hesitant to speak, fully aware that Mei Xiaoying was in a foul mood and they dared not provoke her further. Each one of them adopted a resigned demeanor, unwilling to be the first to draw her ire. I can. Just as Mei Xiaoying shook her head, preparing to turn away, Yu Xiao stood up. Mei Xiaoying turned to look at him, astonished to see Yu Xiao not only standing but also carrying Mei Xiaoping on his back. What was going on here? The onlookers were equally bewildered, questioning his intentions. Bibi Dong wore an expression of disbelief, never expecting Yu Xiao to display such resilience, even outshining her own strength. Yu Xiaogang sighed, remaining reclined, resigned to his immobility. Yu Xiao, what are you doing? Mei Xiaoping inquired curiously, her cheeks flushed, resembling a ripe mango. Yu Xiao gently patted her on the backside and said, Fear not, Xiaoping, I can carry you to the finish. Ah, Mei Xiaoping exclaimed in surprise, Yu Xiao. Spare me your bravado. You can barely stand. How could you possibly carry me to the end? Please, do not make such absurd jokes. Slap. Yu Xiao, in a fit of anger, delivered a resounding slap to her backside, exclaiming, Xiaoping, do not be like a dog biting Lu Dongbin. Failing to recognize a good person's intentions. When I say I can run, I mean it. Why do you still doubt me? Do you wish for me to lay bare my fervent heart before you for you to believe? Mei Xiaoping quickly shook her head, looking pitifully distressed. I do not wish to have your heartfelt sincerity. It is far too gruesome. That is good to know. Yu Xiao, displaying a hint of resilience, stood up once more. Mei Chaoing beamed with a sweet smile. Yu Xiao, can you truly run again? Yu Xiao did not smile, but nodded affirmatively. Teacher Mei Chaoing. Not only can I run, but I can also lead 4 others to complete this 100 laps. I find that hard to believe. Naturally, Mei Chaoing could not accept such a claim. If one person struggled to run 100 laps, how could they possibly manage to lead 4 others? She remarked. Are you jesting with me, classmate Xiao? The others also shared her skepticism, doubting his ability to guide 4 people through 100 laps. Even for himself, whether he could finish those 100 laps remained a perplexing enigma. Yu Xiao paid no mind to whether Mei Chaoing and the others believed him. He was confident in his own abilities. Having trained his body since childhood, his running skills had reached a level of mastery. Moreover, after absorbing the Diamond Soul Ring, both his soul power and physical constitution had significantly improved. Thus, completing 100 laps with 4 others was a challenge he felt well prepared for. Otherwise, he would not engage in such a thankless endeavor. What if I can? Yu Xiao's gaze locked onto Mei Chaoying's, who sensed the unwavering determination emanating from him. Regardless of belief, since Yu Xiao had proclaimed it, there was no harm in giving it a try. Very well, if you can accomplish this, the position of class leader shall be yours. He nodded slightly, saying, whether I am the class monitor or not is of little consequence to me. What truly matters is that if I can complete the run, everyone will have a meal at noon. The crowd was taken aback. Setting aside the question of whether he could indeed finish, his selfless spirit commanded their respect. What a good person. The group raised their thumbs in admiration. Very well. As long as you can achieve this, regardless of whether everyone can complete 100 laps, we shall have a meal at noon. Cheers of joy erupted from the crowd. Filled with excitement, Yu Xiao said no more and simply gestured towards Human, beckoning him to come over. Human hesitated for a moment but eventually walked over, inquiring. Yu Xiao, what is it? Yu Xiao spoke little, bending down to lift Yu Xiaogang from the ground and instructed, Human, Yu Xiaogang. Each of you hold onto one of my shoulders and clasp your legs around my waist. Both nodded and complied. Mei Chaoping perched on Yu Xiao's back. Notice that with the addition of Human and Yu Xiaogang, 3 more individuals had joined him. Doubts crept into his mind, questioning whether Yu Xiao's just had gone too far. Not only did he think this, but Human and Yu Xiaogang shared the same sentiment. A few paces away, Bibi Dong felt no better, pondering how such peculiar individuals could exist, one person unable to run alone, yet carrying 4. Did he think himself a deity? Chapter 16. The First Place. Yu Xiao cast a glance at Bibi Dong before striding towards her, carrying the 3 individuals on his back. Upon reaching her side, he suddenly lifted Bibi into his arms and began to walk away. What are you doing? Bibi Dong exclaimed in surprise at the unexpected embrace. Struggling while her face flushed with embarrassment, she realized that this was the first time she had ever been held in such a manner by a boy. Yu Xiao said little and surged forward. Thus, he alone carried Bibi Dong in his arms, while Human was slung on his back. And Mei Chaoping and Yu Xiaogang hung from his shoulders and waist. The weight of 4 individuals rested solely upon him, yet he continued to run, leaving everyone in awe of his extraordinary capabilities. Mei Chaoing, witnessing this scene, was rendered speechless, unable to fathom how one person could complete 100 laps while bearing the burden of 4. The class of students was equally astonished, having not anticipated the existence of such a remarkable individual within the academy. Consequently, they surged forward as well, joining in the endeavor. Soon, it was no longer just Yu Xiao running. The entire class of students was in motion. Although most of them paused intermittently to catch their breath, it was still better than remaining idle. Yu Xiao, accompanied by 4 individuals, sprinted forth, demonstrating remarkable stamina. Fortunately, he could draw upon some soul energy from the Diamond Soul to replenish his physical strength. Additionally, his early training had endowed him with considerable leg power, enabling him to persevere. In his embrace, Bibi Dong's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, overwhelmed by embarrassment. What astonished her most was Yu Xiao's ability to carry all 4 of them while still maintaining his speed. At that moment, she began to regard Yu Xiao with newfound admiration. This sentiment was shared by Mei Chaoping and Human, as well as Yu Xiaogang, and indeed, by Mei Chaoing and all the students in the class. 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 99. Yu Xiao, having completed 99 laps, was now on the verge of finishing the final lap. Mei Chaoing observed this scene, unable to fathom the incredible perseverance exhibited by this student. With only 1 lap remaining, Yu Xiao did not hasten to complete it. Instead, he gently set Bibi Dong down from his embrace. Yu Xiaogang and Human also released their hold on him. Finally, after Mei Chaoping descended from his back, all 60 students from the class gathered around him. Yi Xiao cast a glance at the crowd before dashing forward. Bibi Dong, Human, and a few others swiftly followed in pursuit. Subsequently, everyone joined in, completing the final lap together. Yi Xiao completed the final lap around the playground, successfully fulfilling the daunting task of 100 laps. After Bibi Dong and the other students finished, they rested in place. Yi Xiao also sat on the stone bench nearby, gasping for breath. Despite the assistance of external enhancements, completing 100 laps had thoroughly exhausted his frail 6-year-old body. Suddenly, a handkerchief was presented before him, accompanied by a waft of delightful fragrance. Yu Xiao looked over with curiosity, only to find it was a gift from Mei Chaoing, which took him by surprise. "Thank you," Mei Chaoing replied with a sweet smile, sitting down beside him. "Yi Xiao, I must say, you are the most exceptional student I have ever had." This was a point he could not deny. Yu Xiao believed he was not boasting, but merely stating a fact. What 6-year-old could embrace 4 people and run 30 laps? Ultimately finishing 100 laps? "I didn't expect you to be so confident," Mei Chaoing remarked. "Of course, if I weren't confident, would I be able to complete 100 laps? Mei Chaoing patted him on the shoulder. "Yi Xiao, since you have met my expectations, I will keep my word. From today onward, you shall be the class leader." He smiled knowingly, having anticipated this turn of events. With such a display of audacity, who could rival this class leader? After a day of classes at the Spirit Hall Academy, you truly realized that this was far more exhausting than his previous role as a janitor in the Blue Electric Overlord's sex library. The day was filled with running and physical training, all of which demanded extraordinary stamina. In the afternoon, he attended several foundational classes for Spirit Masters, which consumed the entire session. Finally, when the bell rang, he made his way to the cafeteria for a meal before retreating to his dormitory to rest. This day had truly worn him out. Yu Xiao originally aspired to lead a languid existence, content to be an idle bystander. However, her innate abilities would not permit such complacency, compelling her to confront challenges head-on. "Hey, Yi Xiao, Yi Xiao." As Yi Xiao lay there for but a moment, he was soon beckoned by voices at his side. With a weary lift of his eyes, he beheld the 2 young maidens, Bibi Dong and Human. Unsure of what to say, he found it quite impossible to harbor any anger towards the innocent girls. Yi Xiao reluctantly sat up and reached out to stroke Bibi Dong's hair. Bibi Dong immediately recoiled, displaying an expression of utter unwillingness. Yi Xiao could only pick on the easy targets, so she playfully tousled Human's hair a few times. Fortunately, Human did not attempt to dodge, which was a concession to Yi Xiao. Bibi Dong hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Yi Xiao, I appreciate your help this morning." Human nodded in agreement. "I thank you as well. Without your assistance, we would not have managed to complete those 100 laps, and we would have missed lunch." Unexpectedly, these 2 were quite gracious, demonstrating gratitude and loyalty, qualities of good children. Yi Xiao waved her hand dismissively, stating that it was merely a trivial matter, adding that she had received her due reward by becoming the class monitor. Upon hearing the title of class monitor, Bibi Dong felt a surge of irritation, her teeth itching with annoyance. She had initially aspired to secure this position, convinced of her own exceptional capabilities, believing it was hers by right. However, she had not anticipated the emergence of Yi Xiao, whose abilities surpassed those of the entire class. It was a defeat she accepted with a sense of respect. Furthermore, now that Yi Xiao had assumed the role of class monitor, Bibi Dong found herself with no grounds to reclaim it. Thus, she was compelled to acknowledge this reality. Yet, her competitive spirit remained unyielding, an aspect of her character that no one could alter. Nevertheless, Yi Xiao possessed the power to change Bibi Dong's fate, a matter that was undoubtedly within her grasp. Since Yi Xiao has arrived in the world of Douluo Continent, she must not allow Qian Xunji to possess her again. Nor should she fall in love with the scoundrel Yu Xiaogang, thereby becoming a victim. "Cousin, where are you headed?" As Yu Xiao and Bibi Dong, accompanied by Human, reached the entrance of the academy, a voice called out from behind them. This Yu Xiaogang truly is an incessant presence, following them wherever they go. Yu Xiao did not need to glance back. The sound alone was enough to reveal that Yu Xiaogang was in pursuit. "Yu Xiao, is he your cousin?" Bibi Dong turned to glance at Yu Xiaogang and inquired, her disdain palpable. "I suppose so," Yu Xiao replied, unwilling to entangle himself with such a scoundrel. Moreover, during their time at the Blue Electric Tyrant sect, Yu Xiaogang had never regarded him as a cousin. Now that he found himself in dire straits, he sought to ingratiate himself with Yi Xiao, who had little desire to entertain him. Hu Man observed Yu Xiaogang and then turned to Yi Xiao, comparing the two. Yi Xiao, isn't he your cousin? How come he looks nothing like you? Yi Xiao, how can you not be unlikable? You possess less charm, with a rather dark complexion, and a smile is certainly not your forte. Yu Xiao shook her head. Wishing to refrain from further discussion about Yu Xiaogang, she took the hands of the two girls and left the academy, heading into the streets. Yu Xiaogang pursued them, closely trailing the trio without relent. Yu Xiao turned around and noticed Yu Xiaogang trailing closely behind her. She couldn't help but feel exasperated. Choosing to ignore him, she thought. If he wishes to follow, so be it. After all, no one pays him any mind. If he desires to seek his own folly, let him do so. Upon arriving in Soul Master City, Yi Xiao was not well acquainted with the surroundings. However, with the guidance of Bibi Dong and Hu Man, both locals, they spent an entire evening exploring the vicinity, indulging in various amusements. As the night deepened, the trio returned to the academy, with the bothersome presence of Yu Xiaogang trailing behind them. Chapter 17. The 99 Billion Year Soul Ring. Completion of the second soul ring absorption in the blink of an eye. A month had elapsed. Throughout this month, Yi Xiao attended classes, participated in daily activities, and enjoyed leisurely pursuits. Each evening, he ventured out with Bibi Dong and Hu Man, engaging in training and exploration, making the days pass swiftly. Finally, the academy granted a 3-day holiday, during which Yi Xiao resolved to absorb his second soul ring. This second soul ring was none other than the ancient white dragon soul ring, a reward bestowed by the system for signing in at the Spirit Hall Academy. The efficacy of this soul ring was notably high, likely comparable to that of the Diamond Zhuang soul ring in terms of soul power level. Therefore, Yi Xiao deemed it prudent to inquire further before proceeding with the absorption. System, I intend to absorb the ancient white dragon soul ring. However, how many years of soul power does it represent? Ding. The system replied, the ancient white dragon soul ring is the soul ring of the ancient white dragon deity. And in comparison to the soul power years of soul beasts in the Douluo Continent, it represents a staggering 99 billion years. 99 billion years. Yi Xiao was taken aback by such an extraordinarily powerful soul ring. Each one was akin to a colossal bomb. Could he truly withstand such overwhelming force? Yi Xiao could scarcely fathom that if the first diamond carving soul ring were akin to a billion-year soul ring, then this ancient white dragon soul ring was an unparalleled marvel beyond comprehension. Yi Xiao's greatest concern at present is whether he can successfully absorb a soul ring that is an astonishing 99 billion years old. This is the crux of the matter. What if it overwhelms him? That system's young lady. I initially intended to absorb this soul ring, considering my innate soul power stands at level 20. Allowing me to directly absorb a second soul ring. However, the issue remains, can I truly absorb a soul ring that is 99 billion years old? Beep. Master. There is no need for concern. Although you may not be able to withstand this soul ring, there are indeed alternative solutions. Yu Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as the system provided a glimmer of hope, naturally filling him with joy. With such a highly endowed soul ring, who wouldn't desire to absorb it? What method is this? He inquired. Rest assured, my master, this system can seal away the majority of its power, thereby minimizing your risk. Leaving only a negligible amount, came the reply. Well, it seems I have no other choice. Otherwise, if a soul ring of 99 billion years were to descend upon me, I would surely face dire consequences. Shall we proceed with the absorption now, master? The system asked. Not just yet. I need to find a safe location first, he responded. Understood, master, the system affirmed. Yu Xiao contemplated for a moment before stealthily slipping out of the dormitory, ensuring no one was paying attention. He made his way to the rear mountain of the academy. He then ventured deeper into the woods. Like most academies on the Douluo Continent, the Spirit Hall Academy was primarily built against the mountains. This design served a straightforward purpose. The students within the academy were all soul masters, possessing destructive capabilities that exceeded those of ordinary individuals. The commotion generated during training, combat, or competitions would inevitably disrupt the lives of nearby residents. Therefore, it was customary to construct the academy far from residential areas, nestled against the mountains. The forest behind the Spirit Hall Academy was quite expansive. Yu Xiao traversed 3 mountain peaks before arriving at a secluded corner of the woods. A quick glance around revealed that he was utterly alone. The remoteness ensured that no one would venture there. Yi Xiao felt reassured and found a patch of grass to sit upon, preparing to absorb the ancient white dragon soul ring. The soul ring of the white dragon was preserved exceptionally well within the confines of the system's space. Yu Xiao can effortlessly extract any item from within using mere thought. Furthermore, she can peruse the contents at any moment, discerning what treasures lie within. Additionally, she has the capability to withdraw items and store them in her soul guide device. Yu Xiao swiftly retrieved the white dragon soul ring and cast a glance at it. To his surprise, the white dragon soul ring was also a white ring. However, this particular white ring was not the ordinary 10-year white soul ring, but rather a celestial dragon soul ring that had existed for an astonishing 99 billion years. Yu Xiao contemplated for a moment. Ultimately, he resolved to absorb the soul rings into his primary martial soul, the exquisite sword of the annihilation. As for the Fuxi Qin martial soul, he decided to defer that decision for the time being, for the peril of simultaneously absorbing soul rings for 2 martial souls was exceedingly great. Yu Xiao sat in meditation, taking deep breaths to calm his mind before delving into a profound absorption. He mused that absorbing 2 soul rings, each over 100 million years old, was truly unprecedented in the Douluo Continent. To others, however, these 2 soul rings appeared merely as those of 10 years. As Yi Zhao's meditation deepened, the white dragon's soul ring began to stir, ascending above his head. The overwhelming pressure immediately caused his bones to crack and pop. Indeed, this was a soul ring of 99 billion years, its power surpassing that of the Diamond Zhuang soul ring by countless magnitudes. Yi Xiao could distinctly perceive the impact of the soul ring, causing his very soul to tremble incessantly, almost as if it were on the verge of detaching from his corporeal form. At that moment, a resonant hum filled the air as the white dragon soul ring descended from above, enveloping the Zhuxian sword, his martial spirit, held in his right hand, instantly radiating brilliance. Subsequently, a thunderous surge of energy coursed through his right arm and into his being. Yi Xiao felt an influx of energy, surging like a mighty river, crashing and roiling tumultuously. The internal organs and meridians stirred, a hidden current thrumming beneath the surface. Deep within the soul, unrest brewed. Yu Xiao felt as if his entire being were akin to a torrential river converging into the sea, trembling violently, on the verge of igniting and exploding. He contemplated how much longer he could endure if the system's young lady did not intervene to seal his power. "Oh, system lady, please take action," he implored. As the signing reward system remained unresponsive, just as he was about to succumb, an intangible force surged through every part of his being. Yu smiled warmly, feeling a gentle alleviation from the power of the white dragon soul ring. Gradually, the warmth intensified, diminishing the impact of the soul ring's force. Yu Xiao was overjoyed, contemplating that the system had finally intervened to seal the power of the ancient white dragon spirit ring. After 3 hours, Yu Xiao gradually opened his eyes, realizing that he had successfully absorbed the second spirit ring. In the days that followed, Yu Xiao's routine consisted of a daily check-in at the Spirit Hall Academy, attending classes, and engaging in the mundane aspects of life. Occasionally, he accompanied his teachers and classmates into the forest to hunt spirit beasts. Thus, he devoted himself to cultivation. And time passed day by day. Yu smiled to herself, maturing day by day. Her dormitory mate, Bibi Dong, and Human also grew taller and more beautiful with each passing day. Particularly, Bibi Dong, as she matured, showcased an increasingly noble aura, a stunning visage, and a flawless figure that captivated all. Yu Xiaogang had also experienced significant growth, both in stature and in the acquisition of specialized knowledge, often boasting of his theories to anyone he encountered. However, his cultivation progress was woefully slow, crawling at a pace that could only be likened to that of a tortoise. It could be said that Luo Sanpao was being hindered by him. Yi Xiao could hardly fathom why Bibi Dong, a character from the original work of Douluo Continent, would so unreservedly fall for Yu Xiaogang. However, one thing was certain: Yu Xiaogang had captivated this innocent girl with a theoretical framework he had devised from the knowledge he acquired at the Wuhuan Academy. Bibi Dong, who spent her days at the academy immersed in study and cultivation, rarely associated with others. Her lack of worldly experience led her to unwittingly fall into the romantic trap laid by Yu Xiaogang, resulting in her being hopelessly enraptured. Chapter 18, 13 years later. In the secret chamber with Bibi Dong, 13 years had passed. Beneath the shade of trees in the backyard of Wuhuan Academy sat a noble and beautiful young woman, delicately holding a thick tome, engrossed in its pages. In the sunlight, her enchanting visage sparked the imagination. This exquisite maiden was none other than the grown-up Bibi Dong. Time had transformed her. She was now 19, matured and graceful. Dong-er. Suddenly, a boy with a crew cut approached and sat beside her. Bibi Dong looked up and recognized Yu Xiaogang, prompting her to inquire, "Xiaogang, do you need something?" Yu Xiaogang opened his mouth as if to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. Bibi Dong remained focused on her book, harboring no fondness for the boy beside her. with someone else in her heart. She naturally had no affection for him. I like you. Finally, Yu Xiaogang mustered the courage to confess his feelings. From the moment he arrived at Wuhuan Academy and met Bibi Dong, he had been smitten. However, with Yu Xiao always around, he had been unable to draw closer to her. Now, as an adult, his yearning for love had intensified. In a desperate bid to prevent the woman he cherished from falling into Yu Xiao's hands, he resorted to this audacious strategy, planning to seize the moment when Bibi Dong was alone. When he finally declared his feelings, Bibi Dong paused in silence before responding, Yu Xiaogang, I like Yu Xiao. You know that. Yu Xiaogang lowered his head, his face alternating between hues of green and red, momentarily speechless. But Donger, I care for you more than Yu Xiao does. He's not like me. I am the one who wholeheartedly loves you, while he does not. On what grounds do you make such claims about Yu Xiao? Bibi Dong defended Yu Xiao fervently. In her heart, Yu Xiao was the best, and no one could encroach upon that affection. Yu Xiaogang, should I hear you speak ill of Yu Xiao again, do not expect to appear before me in the future. Yu Xiaogang's lips trembled, taken aback that the girl he had cherished for 13 years regarded his affections as mere unrequited love. Donger, in a few days, I will leave Wuhuan Academy to venture into the world. I have come to discuss this with you. Moreover, I hope you will accompany me. Let us explore the continent together, freely and joyfully. If you are willing, let us meet 3 days hence at the entrance of the Wuhuan Temple Academy. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, saying, Xiaogang, I believe this is unnecessary. Apart from Yu Xiao, I, Bibi Dong, shall never love another in this lifetime. Yu Xiaogang remained silent, rising from his chair and taking 3 steps forward without looking back. 3 days from now, I shall wait for you beneath the great tree at the academy's entrance. Regardless of whether you come or not, I will wait for you for an hour. Bibi Dong shook her head, reiterating, I maintain my stance. Do not wait for me, for I shall not come. Please do not waste your time on me. Yu Xiaogan's countenance darkened, and without uttering another word, he departed hastily. Bibi Dong watched his receding figure, smiled softly, and returned to her book. That evening, in the Pope's chamber, within a secret room, Xunji led Bibi Dong into his usual training sanctum, closing the door and locking it securely. Upon witnessing this, Bibi Dong instinctively recoiled, an ominous feeling creeping into her heart. Xunji gazed at the young girl before him. Having nurtured Bibi Dong since childhood, he had cultivated her into a graceful beauty. Master, did you summon me today for something of great importance? Bibi Dong inquired tentatively, unaware of Xunji's true intentions. And thus she bore no guard. With a beaming smile, Xunji lifted her chin gently, saying, Ah, Donger, you have blossomed into a stunning young woman. There are certain matters I must clarify with you. Indeed, Xunji's admiration for Bibi Dong extends beyond her stunning beauty. It encompasses her exceptional talents as well. He believes that the fusion of his own abilities with hers will surely yield progeny of unparalleled excellence. This ambition did not arise spontaneously. Rather, it was meticulously orchestrated. As the earthly representative of the sacred six-winged angel martial soul lineage, he has long aspired to ascend to the divine status of an angelic deity. Yet, his current prowess does not permit such aspirations. Although he attained the rank of title Douluo at a tender age, the path to divinity remains a distant and seemingly insurmountable journey. Moreover, he is not the chosen one, and he is unable to absorb all 6 soul bones of the angel god armor, being limited to just 2, the left and right leg bones. Thus, his potential for godhood is irrevocably curtailed. Even Tiandou, the messenger of the angel god, cannot provide him with the assistance he seeks. Realizing the futility of his divine aspirations, he resolves to place his hopes upon the next generation, to realize his grand design of god-making. He sets his sights on a suitable partner, one worthy of his stature to ensure the birth of superior offspring with the potential for divinity. Fortuitously, Bibi Dong appears before him, endowed with innate full soul power, dual martial souls, and an inherent nobility that is both beautiful and intelligent, making her the unparalleled choice for his ambitions. How could Xunji allow such an opportunity to slip away? As he observes Bibi Dong maturing, his heart stirs, and he recognizes that he can no longer delay. He understands that with each passing moment, she may become someone else as beloved. She is never lacking in admirers, such as Yu Xiaogang, and other students who might seize her away from him. This is an undeniable reality. A young woman as astute as Bibi Dong is surely aware of the peculiar gaze and desires emanating from Xunji. Her heart races, and in her nervousness, she retreats 2 steps, asking, Master, I do not comprehend your intentions? Xunji bursts into laughter. Donger, I am aware of your fondness for Yu Xiao. And Yu Xiaogang has harbored foolish notions of confessing his love to you, but a union with him is impossible. At the mention of Yu Xiao, Bibi Dong's voice rises significantly. Xunji, unfazed, replies, "It seems you care for him deeply?" Bibi Dong retreats further, colliding with the table. "Yes, I like Yu Xiao. Can you support our union, master?" Xunji gradually approaches her, a cold smile in his eyes. "Support your union? Who will support ours? Let me share a secret. You belong only to me and no one else. From this day forth, you shall be my woman, Xunji. And that is your destined fate." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong finally comprehended the meaning behind Xunji's words, and tears immediately welled up in her eyes. This was not what she desired. She had already resolved that if Xunji were to force her, she would choose death as her escape. Bibi Dong tapped her soul guide, and a dagger materialized in her hand. "Master, if you continue to coerce me, I shall perish here, repaying all that I owe you." Xunji, enraged by her words, retorted, "Very well. After nurturing you for over a decade, this is how you repay me?" With determination, he thought to himself. If gentleness would not prevail, then he would resort to knocking her unconscious. Once the deed was done, she would have no choice but to comply. Chapter 19. High Configuration. Low Rank. The hidden Grand Soul Master faces off against the titled Douluo at that moment. The heavy door of the secret chamber swung open with a resounding thud, and a remarkably handsome young man stepped inside. Xunji turned to look, his expression shifting between anger and disbelief as he recognized the newcomer. "Yu Xiao, how dare you trespass into the hall of the Pope?" Indeed, this exquisite youth was none other than the grown-up Yu Xiao. 13 years had passed, transforming him from a 6-year-old child into a stunning young man. His beauty was such that even the most beautiful women would find themselves envious, while his charm was enough to incite jealousy among the most handsome of men. Yu Xiao is extraordinarily handsome, captivating the heavens, the earth, and even the air. Remaining as charming as ever, Yu Xiao merely gazed at Xunji, remaining silent. "Xiaogu, you have finally arrived." Bibi Dong exclaimed upon seeing Yu Xiao, as if she had encountered a lifeline, taking refuge behind him. Then, recalling something, she tugged at Yu Xiao's arm and added, "My master is a titled Douluo. We stand no chance against him. We must flee." He smiled indifferently, remaining firmly rooted in place, motionless. Bibi Dong, growing anxious, tugged at him several times, exclaiming, "Xiaogu, why do you continue to stand there?" Yu Xiao remained silent, motionless. At that moment, Xunji approached swiftly, casting a cold, piercing gaze upon the two. "Yu Xiao, you have arrived at the perfect time. Today, I shall ensure your entrance is also your exit." Yet, Yu Xiao felt no fear, for he had never been intimidated by Xunji. The disdainful expression on Xunji's face clearly indicated he regarded Yu Xiao as insignificant, merely a soul master of barely 20 levels, with 2 soul rings that were a mere decade old. "Even Yu Xiaogang surpassed you. What audacity emboldened you to challenge my authority?" Upon hearing Xunji's words, Bibi Dong's countenance drained of color. In that instant, she forgot that Yu Xiao was merely at a level in the 20s, and she, at over 50, was no match for Xunji. How could she possibly contend against him? Realizing this, Bibi Dong stepped forward, shielding Yu Xiao. "Master, please spare brother Xiao. I am willing to do anything you ask." Xunji let out a booming laugh before locking his gaze onto Bibi Dong's eyes. "Donger, are you speaking earnestly? If so, I shall grant him clemency. Should you deceive your master, I will send him straight to hell." Bibi Dong trembled, truthfully reluctant. Yet she resolved to risk everything to save Yu Xiao. "Very well, very well." Xunji smiled slightly. In truth, he had never intended to kill Yu Xiao. His sole desire was to possess Bibi Dong's body. As for her heart, he cared not. His motives for uniting with Bibi Dong were straightforward: to sire the next generation and fulfill the divine plan. Bibi Dong was merely a tool in this endeavor. Of course, possessing her heart would be a perfect bonus. Xunji was aware that Bibi Dong's heart had already been given to another. Thus he held no hope of reclaiming it. "Very well, Donger. I shall not make things difficult for him. However, you must remain here tonight. Do you understand?" Tears streamed down Bibi Dong's face as she gazed at Yu Xiao, her expression one of profound sorrow. "Yu Xiao, it seems we are fated to be apart. Leave now. Depart from the academy, from Soul Land, and let us pretend we have never met. Forget me." Hearing this, Yu Xiao erupted in hearty laughter, astonished that such an amusing jest could exist in the world. How could he possibly be bested by Xunji? It would be more plausible for Xunji to be inferior to him. "Brother Xiao, can you still find joy in laughter?" Bibi Dong, seething with indignation, reflected on her sacrifice for him, having forsaken her chastity in the process. Yet, he still found amusement in the situation. Was he even human? Seeing Bibi Dong's anger, Yu Xiao refrained from teasing her and pulled her behind him. "Donger, how could I possibly leave you behind?" he declared. "Moreover, he is no match for me." "Yu Xiao, do not boast," Bibi Dong retorted, her desire for him to depart swiftly evident. She could scarcely believe his words, let alone the notion of someone at such a low level challenging a formidable opponent of over 90 levels. Furthermore, such a person had never before graced the Douluo Continent. Yu Xiao found Bibi Dong to be a hindrance, her presence stirring a sense of agitation within him. With a swift motion, he turned and pushed her out the door, then firmly closed the entrance to the secret chamber, leaving her outside. "Yu Xiao, open the door, please," Bibi Dong pleaded. Pounding on the heavy door, tears streaming down her face like rain-soaked blossoms. Yet the door was thick and heavy, beyond her ability to breach. Lacking a key, she was unable to enter. Bibi Dong felt a sinking dread. She believed that Yu Xiao's fate was sealed, certain that he stood no chance against Qian Xunji. There was no doubt that Qian Xunji would not spare him. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of a struggle echoed from within the secret chamber. Bibi Dong listened intently, each noise piercing her heart with anguish. She assumed these were the sounds of Qian Xunji attacking Yu Xiao. After all, Yu Xiao had only reached the 26th rank. How could he possibly contend with a title Douluo like Qian Xunji? It was akin to an egg attempting to clash with a stone. 13 years had passed, and Yu Xiao had barely reached the 26th rank, a stark reality. It was worth noting that even the seemingly inept Yu Xiaogang had achieved the 29th rank. On the surface, it appeared that Yu Xiao was indeed less formidable than Yu Xiaogang. However, this was merely an illusion, for in truth, a 26th ranked Yu Xiao possessed the capability to annihilate any title Douluo, even those at the pinnacle of Douluo. Even the supreme deities of the god realm within the Douluo Continent might not stand against him. This strength did not stem from Yu Xiao himself, but rather from the prowess of his two martial souls, both of which were ancient artifact-level souls. Furthermore, he possessed two soul rings, one, a billion-year artifact soul ring, and the other, a soul ring from the ancient divine beast, the White Dragon, aged an astonishing 99 billion years. Each of these was incomparable to the soul rings of any soul beast within Douluo Continent. As a title Douluo, Qian Xunji was formidable, yet Yu Xiao, armed with his two soul rings, could easily surpass him. This was why Yu Xiao faced Qian Xunji without a tremor. However, there was one caveat. His cultivation advancement was exceptionally slow, which accounted for his mere 6-rank increase over 13 years. This explained why he was still at the 26th rank. Yu Xiao had once inquired of the system regarding this matter, and the system's response indicated that the overwhelming strength of his martial souls and soul rings had impeded his rate of progression. With this, Yu Xiao finally felt reassured. As long as he could level up, a slower pace was of little concern. The crucial aspect was that with only two soul rings, he could contend against a limit Douluo, which was truly remarkable. With two soul rings exceeding 1,000,000 years in age, even if Tiandou were to seek him out, Yu Xiao would possess the confidence to engage him in battle. It was a trivial matter. Yu Xiaoxin pondered the feelings of a 26th rank soul master, effortlessly overpowering the 90-something rank title Douluo, Qian Xunji. Moments later, the door of the secret chamber creaked open, revealing a striking figure. Bibi Dong, seated on the ground in tears, gazed in disbelief at the person emerging, not Qian Xunji, but Yu Xiao. "Xiaogu." Bibi Dong sprang to her feet, hastily inspecting Yu Xiao from head to toe. She had anticipated finding him injured, yet he appeared unscathed, perfectly intact. She was left bewildered, unable to comprehend why this was so. "Did Qian Xunji refrain from attacking you?" Yu Xiao smiled and said, "Donger, it is not that he did not strike at me. Rather, it was I who struck at him." "What does that mean?" "You shall discover it for yourself upon entering." Bibi Dong, momentarily taken aback, struggled to comprehend the events that had transpired within the secret chamber. How could a 26th level soul master emerge unscathed from a confrontation with a 90-something level title Douluo? The possibilities that crossed Bibi Dong's mind were limited to two. Either Xunji had refrained from attacking Yu Xiao, merely delivering a warning, or he had spared Yu Xiao out of consideration for his disciple. Beyond that, she could conceive of no other explanation. After a brief hesitation, Bibi Dong extended her head and ventured into the secret chamber to ascertain the truth. Chapter 20. The unconscious Xunji, Bibi Dong rescued, the final victor at that moment. The secret chamber was eerily silent. Upon entering, Bibi Dong cast her gaze around, illuminated by the dim light, and discovered Xunji lying quietly in a corner. Bloodstains marred the ground, What on earth had transpired? Bibi Dong struggled to comprehend the scene before her. Xunji, a formidable title Douluo of over 90 levels, who had absorbed numerous soul bones, including the left and right leg bones of angelic armor, lay defeated on the ground. And it was Yu Xiao who had brought him down. Bibi Dong gazed at Xunji in disbelief, pondering how a mere 26th level could possibly triumph over such an opponent. Had he concealed his true strength? Or was it something else entirely, perhaps a misfortune that had befallen Xunji? Curious to see if Xunji was indeed alive, she cautiously approached, only to notice several teeth lying amidst a pool of blood. Clearly, they had not been lost by him, but rather knocked out in the scuffle. Yet, she still found it hard to believe that Yu Xiao could defeat Xunji with his 26th level prowess. After all, only the three of them had been present. And once the chamber door was closed, there should not have been a fourth participant. Bibi Dong reached out to check Xunji's breath and heartbeat, discovering that he was alive, merely rendered unconscious. Observing Xunji's swollen face, resembling that of a steamed bun, and the blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, it became evident that he had sustained serious injuries. Could it truly be that Yu Xiao was the one responsible? Little did she know that within the secret chamber, Yu Xiao had only employed 3 punches and 2 kicks to render Xunji unconscious. Despite being merely 26, Yu Xiao was no ordinary soul master. He was a godlike figure among them. Yu Xiao waited at the entrance of the hidden chamber for a while, until Bibi Dong emerged from within. Upon seeing her astonished expression, he realized that he had accomplished something she could never have anticipated. Bibi Dong approached Yu Xiao, clasped his hand tightly, and proceeded forward. Upon observing her silence, Yu Xiao refrained from disturbing her, surmising that Bibi Dong had yet to fully comprehend the unfolding scene within the secret chamber. Once the two had departed from the confines of the Pope's palace and stepped onto the narrow path, Bibi Dong finally halted her steps and inquired, "Xiao, did you truly defeat Xunji just now?" Yu Xiao glanced back and remarked, "Of course. Could there possibly be a fourth person besides you and me?" Hearing this from his own lips, Bibi Dong still found it hard to believe. "But you are merely at the 26th rank. It is inconceivable that you could ever defeat a titled Douluo." She was resolute that unless he clarified, she would remain skeptical. Nevertheless, she considered that her willingness to sacrifice for me was a testament to her loyalty. Thus, revealing a few details to her would not be a matter of great consequence. "Yu Xiao, allow me to share with you. Although I am currently at level 26, this is merely a superficial representation." Bibi Dong blinked her eyes, adopting an attitude of rapt attention. Yu Xiao continued, "As you can see, both my first and second soul rings are white, yet they are not merely 10-year soul rings. Rather, they are soul rings that have existed for over 1,000,000 years. Over 1,000,000 years? Bibi Dong's heart sank, incredulous at the notion. She believed he must be jesting and replied, "Xiao, could you be a bit more realistic? This isn't how one jokes. White soul rings are typically 10-year rings. It is the golden soul rings that are 1,000,000 years old." Yu Xiaoxin remarked, "If I were to reveal that both of my white soul rings commenced at the staggering age of 1,000,000,000 years, it would surely leave you utterly astounded. Thus, I assert that this is merely a superficial phenomenon. Do you comprehend the essence of superficial phenomena?" Bibi Dong shook her head. "A superficial phenomenon implies that, on the surface, my 2 soul rings appear white. However, in truth, they are merely disguised as white, not merely 10 years old, but rather exceeding millions of years in age. Do you grasp this?" Bibi Dong nodded, then shook her head, and nodded once more. "So, you possess 2 soul rings that are over 1,000,000 years old, enabling you to defeat Xunji?" Yu Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "Ah, you have finally come to your senses. It is precisely for this reason that, possessing 2 such formidable soul rings, I have only ascended 6 levels in the past 13 years in my quest to master the powers of these rings. Now, after 13 long years, I have successfully gained control over both soul rings. Hence, within the confines of the secret chamber, I dispatched Xunji with merely 3 punches and 2 kicks, rendering him unconscious. He did not even have the opportunity to retaliate before succumbing to defeat. Had it not been for his potential usefulness, I would have already dealt with him decisively." Bibi Dong listened, engulfed in a haze of disbelief, struggling to accept the truth, yet unable to find any evidence to suggest he was jesting. Unable to contain herself, she stepped forward, embraced him tightly, rested her head on his shoulder, and bit down with fervor, leaving 2 rows of teeth marks before finally releasing her grip. Yu Xiao remained speechless. Although he felt pain, he could accept being bitten by Bibi Dong, for the sensation was exquisite. "Xiao, you are truly wicked. Despite possessing immense power, you choose to disguise yourself as a meek lamb. How adept you are at deception. Moreover, you have concealed your true nature from me, deceiving me for 13 long years. Does your heart not ache at all? Bibi Dong brandished her claws at Xiao, exclaiming, how could I have offered my very body for you? You are truly despicable, a great villain. From now on, Donger shall no longer pay you any heed. With a mischievous grin, Xiao wrapped his arms around Bibi Dong from behind, leaning in to whisper softly in her ear, Donger, I wish not to keep anything from you, but at the time, I had not yet fully mastered the abilities of the two soul rings, and discussing it with you would have been futile. Besides, had I not defeated Xunji this time, would you have believed me? Indeed, had I revealed it earlier, I might not have been believed either. Bibi Dong could not deny the truth in Yu Xiao's words. Very well, I shall forgive you this once. However, I have one more question. How did you acquire these two soul rings, each over 1,000,000 years old? I have heard that even a titled Douluo at level 90 would hesitate to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring unless the spirit beast willingly sacrificed itself. Yet you possess two rings, both exceeding 1,000,000 years. Even with the spirit beast's sacrifice, you could hardly withstand the overwhelming force they bring. Moreover, you absorbed them when your innate soul power was merely at level 20. How did you manage that? And were you able to endure the impact of their soul power during absorption? Well, that is indeed a challenging question. Fortunately, he had already prepared his response. So it posed no problem. You shall feign mystery. Indeed, you are correct. For an ordinary person, this would be utterly unattainable. However, my circumstances are unique. After awakening my martial soul, I encountered an elder who infused these two soul rings into my being and sealed them within using arcane techniques. He instructed me to gradually cultivate, unlocking the full potential of the sealed soul rings. Thus, for the past 13 years, my efforts have been devoted to unraveling the seals and mastering these two soul rings, which explains why I am only at the 26th level now, rather than at the 50s like yourself. A deity, you ask? Indeed, only a god could bestow such soul rings. Bibi Dong suddenly realized that Xiao's 2,000,000-year soul rings were gifts from the divine, which elucidated his capacity to endure such power. She thought to herself, how fortunate Xiao is to receive divine favor. Why am I, Bibi Dong, not blessed with such extraordinary luck? If only I possessed 1,000,000-year soul ring granted by the gods, I would not have been so easily bullied, lacking even the ability to retaliate. Despite being a soul king at level 50-something, I find myself lesser than an ant before Xiao, who is merely at level 26. Chapter 21, Taking Bibi Dong Away. A return to familiar grounds, the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan Xiao, having offended Xunji means we have effectively antagonized the entire spirit hall. In this spirit city, we find ourselves without a place to dwell. Where shall we go from here? I shall follow your lead. Bibi Dong gazed into Yu Xiao's eyes. Her intentions unmistakably clear, she contemplated eloping with him to forge a new life together. Yu smiled gently. Since Bibi Dong was willing to follow him, why not embrace it? Was this not precisely what he desired? With no regrets, Bibi Dong would become his woman. Yu Xiao pondered for a moment. It had been precisely 13 years since he last returned to the Blue Electric Tyrant sect to see his biological mother. This time, it was an opportune moment to bring Bibi Dong along for a visit. Yu Xiao gently reached out to stroke Bibi Dong's head and said softly, Donger, let us return and gather our belongings. We shall depart soon. Bibi Dong replied without inquiring about their destination, clearly demonstrating her trust in him. Yu Xiao said nothing more, grasping her delicate hand as they began to gather their belongings. A day later, within the confines of the dimly lit chamber, Xunji awoke from his stupor, his gaze sweeping across the shadowy room, where two icy glints emanated from his eyes. Bibi Dong, Yu Xiao, I shall not let you escape my vengeance. 2 days later, beneath the grand tree by the entrance of the Wuhuan Hall Academy, Yu Xiaogang had been waiting for over an hour, yet Bibi Dong's figure remained elusive. 3 days prior, he had made an appointment with her to meet here for an hour, intending to embark on an adventure across the continent together. However, after waiting for such a prolonged period, her absence left him in turmoil. Did Donger truly harbor no feelings for him, preferring instead Yu Xiao's company? Yu Xiaogang seethed with rage. Not only had Bibi Dong failed to honor their meeting, but she hadn't even made an appearance to bid him farewell. Despite the profound love he had harbored for her over the past 13 years, she remained utterly indifferent, prioritizing Yu Xiao over him. Yu Xiaogang felt a sense of injustice. Yet he was powerless against Yu Xiao, having challenged him on several occasions only to be effortlessly cast aside with a mere flick of his hand. What bewildered Yu Xiaogang was the fact that, despite being at the 29th rank, he could not best Yu Xiao, who was merely at the 26th rank. Unbeknownst to him, The true nature of the disparity between them remained a mystery. Yi Xiao naturally would not divulge this information, nor was there any necessity to do so. After all, whenever Yu Xiaogang dared to challenge him, he would simply deliver a slap that would leave Yu Xiaogang prostrate for an extended period. As the encounters accumulated, Yu Xiaogang grew fearful of Yi Xiao and lost the courage to confront him again. After hesitating for a moment, Yu Xiaogang ultimately chose to depart. In the Pope's hall, within the conference chamber, a young maiden stood below, trembling uncontrollably. Above her, upon the grand chair of the staircase, sat a formidable middle-aged man, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Xunji. The girl standing below was Hu Man, a dear friend and classmate of Bibi Dong. 13 years had elapsed since Yu Xiao first encountered the 6-year-old Hu Man, who had now blossomed into a tall, slender, and strikingly beautiful young woman of 19. Although she did not possess the nobility or beauty of Bibi Dong, she radiated a distinct charm of her own. In recent days, Xunji had been secretly searching for Yi Xiao and Bibi Dong. However, despite sending numerous individuals to scour the entirety of Spirit City, neither could be found, which filled him with immense frustration and disappointment. He surmised that the two had likely fled. Unable to simply relinquish his pursuit, he contemplated Hu Man, Bibi Dong's inseparable companion, believing she might provide some insight into their whereabouts. Thus, he summoned her for questioning. Xunji regarded Hu Man for a moment before speaking. "Little man, you must understand why I have called you here." Hu Man shook her head. While she suspected the reason, she dared not voice it. This was her first encounter alone with Xunji, and her first visit to the Pope's hall, filling her heart with trepidation. Xunji bore no anger towards her, stating, "It matters not if you do not know. I can inform you that your close friend Bibi Dong has eloped with Yu Xiao. I wish to know their whereabouts." Hu Man clenched her fists, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Bibi Dong had always been Xunji's beloved since childhood. It was easy to imagine his current emotional turmoil. Yet, she genuinely did not know where Bibi Dong had gone. However, Xunji did not share her perspective. Suddenly, Xunji rose from his chair and descended the stairs, approaching Hu Man. He extended his long hand, lifting her chin to meet his gaze. Studying the enchanting figure before him, he inquired, "Are you truly unaware?" Hu Man's heart raced, and her body trembled violently as she stammered, "I truly do not know." Xunji remained silent, yet his expression twisted into something ominous. Though he did not erupt in anger, the atmosphere became increasingly suffocating. Hu Man felt an even greater fear take hold. "Your Holiness, may I leave?" she implored. "Go." Xunji pondered for a moment before responding coldly, "Yes, you may leave." Hu Man let out a sigh of relief, quickly turning around and making her way toward the door. However, just as she approached the entrance, she collapsed to the ground, her heavy eyelids slowly closing. Hu Man gazed at the doorway, yearning to regain consciousness and step outside. Yet, her eyelids refused to obey, and her body followed suit. As she surrendered to the darkness, she slipped into unconsciousness. Xunji hurried to Hu Man's side, gazing down at the young maiden sprawled on the ground. Her graceful figure captivated him, illuminating his thoughts. He mused, "Ah, Hu Man, it seems you have blossomed. My attention has long been fixed on Donger. Yet today I have finally recognized your beauty." Without hesitation, Xunji knelt down and lifted Hu Man from the ground, making his way toward the hidden chamber. Perhaps it was the affection for the house that inspired this sudden inclination. Yi Xiao, accompanied by Bibi Dong, arrived at the edge of a serene lake after a fortnight's journey. Dismounting from her steed, Bibi Dong gazed upon the emerald waters and the picturesque scenery along the banks, her face radiating a sweet smile. "Xiao Ge, this place is truly enchanting." He smiled lightly, gesturing towards the shore across the lake, and remarked, "On the opposite side lies the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, my family's residence." Bibi Dong had heard of Ye's affairs from Yu Xiaogang, so she found nothing peculiar about it. However, the thought of meeting his parents filled her with a slight apprehension. She wondered about Ye's mother's temperament, whether she would be amiable and accepting of her presence. Yu Xiao said little and led Bibi Dong along the winding path beside the lake. Before long, they arrived at the grand entrance of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Yu Xiao departed for the Spirit Hall Academy at the tender age of 6. 13 years have now elapsed. He has matured, yet the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect remains unchanged. The grand entrance and the interior of the sect exhibit no significant alterations. What is their purpose? As the two approached the entrance, they were swiftly confronted by several guards who barred their entry. Bibi Dong was on the verge of expressing her frustration when she remembered that this was Yu Xiao's home. So she restrained herself and chose to observe how he would handle the situation. Yu Xiao offered no further explanation and casually tossed the token to the leading guard. The head guard received it and glanced at it before turning his gaze back to Yu Xiao. The token is indeed authentic. But I do not recall ever having seen you before. I am Yu Xiao, and my mother is Yu Fanlong. I departed from the sect to pursue my studies at the age of 6. Now, at 19, my appearance has certainly transformed, which is why you do not recognize me. Although my visage has changed, yours has remained the same. I still remember your name. Yu Baobao, affectionately known as Uncle Dabo. Am I correct? So you were the son of Yu Fanlong, Xiao Xiao? You remember me? Of course. A broad smile spread across Yu Baobao's face. It is hard to believe that you were just a little dot back then, and now, in the blink of an eye, you've grown into a fine young man. Xiao Xiao, you may not know this, but ever since you left home, your mother would often stand at the door, peering out to see if you would return. Now that you have finally come back, she can rest easy, and mother and son can be reunited. You smiled and nodded, choosing not to elaborate further as she led Bibi Dong into the depths of the sect. Chapter 22. The formerly preeminent sect flower in the dimly lit chamber. Shadows danced around a few flickering lights. On the cold floor lay a youthful maiden, unconscious and unresponsive. A towering figure loomed over her, a sinister grin forming as he gazed at the girl with a glint of avarice in his eyes. He slowly leaned down, extending his right hand, his index finger brushing against her delicate forehead, gliding along her cheek, and lingering on her crimson lips. His fingers then trailed down to her chin and further, intent on unfastening her clothing. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind the imposing man, causing him to turn, his face draining of color as he collapsed in fright. In the city of Tiandou, within a residence by the street, a girl awakened with a shriek, springing from her wooden bed, only to realize it had been a mere nightmare. The girl was none other than Human. She recalled being struck unconscious by Qian Xunji and subsequently taken into the secret chamber. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself in an unfamiliar place, inside a carriage. She saw a man and a woman before her. They were Yi and Bibi Dong. It was then that Human learned from Bibi Dong that Yi had rescued her from the clutches of Qian Xunji. Had he arrived even a moment later, she might have faced a dire fate. In truth, on that day, Yi and Bibi Dong had prepared their belongings and taken a carriage toward the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect. However, after a short distance, Bibi Dong suddenly recalled a pressing concern. If they departed, Qian Xunji would undoubtedly seek out her dear friend Human for answers. Should Human fail to provide useful information or intentionally conceal their whereabouts, he might unleash his wrath on her, making her an unwitting accomplice to their misfortune. After discussing the matter with Yi, he contemplated how tragic it would be for such a splendid young woman to fall victim to Qian Xunji. Thus, they decided to return, seeking refuge in a residence hidden within Tiandou City. Yu Xiao, relying on his own abilities, found it unchallenging to infiltrate the spirit hall, where he discreetly monitored every movement of Qian Xunji. Indeed, he witnessed Human being escorted into the papal hall to meet Qian Xunji, and thus, he rescued her. He then brought her to Tiandou City, where he purchased a residence for her to stay temporarily, with plans to reunite and make further arrangements later. Human wiped the virtual sweat from her forehead, her thoughts drifting to her savior, and she couldn't help but yearn for him. Xiaogu, you are my lifesaver. I will dedicate my life to repaying your kindness, Wawa. Xiaogu, is this your home? Bibi Dong inquired, gazing at the quaint wooden cabin. He smiled and nodded, then walked inside, calling out, Mother, I have returned. Yet, there was no response from within the house. Yu Xiao searched around the front and back of the house, but did not catch a glimpse of his mother. It appeared that she was not home and had stepped out. Xiaogu, do you know where Annie is gone? Bibi Dong inquired, surveying the surroundings. Having already gleaned some information about the situation at Yu Xiao's home from Yu Xiaogang, she did not find it particularly surprising. Yu Xiao pondered for a moment before recalling that her biological mother had responsibilities within the clan and was certainly away for work. Dong Earth, I shall take you to a place. Where to? Yu Xiao said little, taking her hand and leading her outside. They soon arrived at the grand library in the back courtyard of the sect. Donger, this is where I toiled during my childhood, the library. Your workplace? Bibi Dong expressed her disbelief. Were you not merely 6 years old then? What kind of work could you possibly have done? Yu Xiao remarked. It is merely sweeping the floor. Since the age of 5, I have received a monthly stipend of 1 copper soul coin to assist with living expenses. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. Xiaogu, you are truly impressive, earning money at such a tender age. Yu Xiao forced a smile and said, It's not too bad. You are already aware that my father was killed shortly after my birth during a soul duel with another. My mother holds a very low status in the family. If she doesn't work, who will support me? I will support you. Let us compare notes. Yu Xiao initially thought that Bibi Dong was jesting, but upon witnessing her earnest demeanor, he found himself convinced. Indeed, Bibi Dong possessed such formidable abilities. After all, in the original narrative of Douluo Continent, she attained the rank of title Douluo in her 30s, and by her 50s, she had reached the pinnacle of a 99 level limit Douluo. Furthermore, she was the inheritor of the Rakshasa god position. It was no exaggeration to say that supporting Yu Xiao alone was trivial. She could effortlessly sustain an entire nation. Yu Xiao believed that being able to rely on others for support was indeed a skill, and there was nothing shameful about it. However, given his current capabilities, he found himself unable to indulge in such comforts, leaving him with no choice but to accept his circumstances. As Yu Xiao approached the entrance of the library, he caught sight of a familiar figure, wielding a broom and diligently sweeping the ground. A wave of emotion washed over him. Mother. The beautiful woman was none other than Yu Xiao's mother, Yu Fanglong. Although Yu Xiao is a traveler who has arrived in the Douluo Continent with the memories of his past life, he is nonetheless a person who has been nurtured from infancy. Therefore, the fact that Yu Fanglong is his mother, who has raised him with care, is something he will never forget. Mother? Bibi Dong gazed at the silhouette of the beautiful woman, astonished to discover that Yu Xiao's mother was this very person. The elegant woman, around 30 years of age, possessed a sensual and slender figure. Though no longer youthful, she was far from old. Yu Fanglong had once been one of the most celebrated beauties of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. However, due to her inadequate aptitude and her marriage to a lowly disciple within the sect, her status had been consistently suppressed. Upon hearing someone call her mother, Yu Fanglong turned her head and was momentarily dazzled. After living for over 30 years, this was the first time she had encountered such an extraordinarily handsome youth. He was so strikingly beautiful that she herself was unaware that the person before her was none other than her son. Who are you? Yu Fanglong could not help but inquire. Yu Xiao said little, opening his arms to embrace the beautiful woman. Mother, it is I, Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao, is that you? Xiao Xiao? Yu Fanglong found it hard to believe. When did his son grow up so much? He then counted the days and realized it had been 13 years. And indeed, he had grown quite a bit. Yu Xiao? Mother, are you currently sweeping the floor in the library? Yu Fanglong. Indeed, ever since you left. There has been no one to clean the library, so the manager assigned me to take your place. You nodded, realizing the situation. Hello, Auntie. Bibi Dong stepped forward and greeted Yu Fanglong. Only then did Yu Fanglong notice the stunning young lady beside Yi. May I ask who you are, young lady? Bibi Dong's cheeks flushed slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. Mother, this is Bibi Dong, my classmate, and also my girlfriend. Yi introduced. Girlfriend? Yu Fanglong was momentarily taken aback, entirely unprepared for the revelation that his son, after 13 years away, had returned with a girlfriend, and such a beautiful one at that. A thought crossed his mind. Why not seize the moment and arrange a wedding, allowing him to embrace a grandchild soon? His heart brimmed with joy. A girlfriend, splendid. Son, I shall go buy some pork right away and prepare my signature braised pork for you both. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's face lit up with delight, thinking to herself that Auntie Zhao's warm reception indicated her acceptance. Mother, pork is rather expensive. We could just have seafood, Yi suggested. Yu Fanglong replied with a beaming smile, Son, we shall buy both pork and seafood. If you won't eat, the young lady will. Yu Xiao smiled awkwardly. Well, Mom, then buy a bit more. And also get some spare ribs. It's been ages since I've savored your delightful corn rib soup. Just as you crave it. Yu Fanglong turned to purchase ingredients. At that moment, Bibi Dong, with a face flushed with shyness, gazed at Yu Fanglong's departing figure and remarked, Xiao Ge, I never expected your mother to be such a stunning beauty. Yu Xiao, Donger. You are unaware that my mother was once honored as the first flower of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, the dream lover of countless individuals. How could she not be beautiful? Indeed, what a charming little sister. Just as Yu Xiao and Bibi Dong stepped through the entrance of the library, a group of young boys and girls approached and stood before them. Yu Xiao cast a glance at a few individuals, finding them somewhat familiar. It was only when he noticed a young man at the forefront, bearing a distinctive red mole between his brows, that he recognized him as the once youthful Yu Xinghe. Now, he had blossomed into a striking young man. At that moment, several young men were fixated on Bibi Dong's exceptional beauty, completely disregarding Yu Xiao. Bibi Dong, feeling irked by their lewd gazes upon her figure, was just about to take action against them when Yu Xiao intervened with a hand, saying, Donger, let us depart. Yu Xiao, in a particularly good mood today, had no desire to engage in a confrontation with these individuals. Otherwise, given their disrespectful demeanor towards Dong and their past grievances, they would have likely already succumbed. Halt. As the two turned around, Yu Xinghe and his companion swiftly advanced, blocking their path. Eh? They gazed in astonishment at the youth before them, secretly marveling at the existence of such an extraordinarily handsome man in the world. Yu Qinbi, wiping her nose, glanced at it and realized, to her embarrassment, that her excitement over the handsome figure had caused her to bleed. Upon noticing that all eyes had shifted toward her, her face flushed crimson with shame. Unable to suppress her inner thoughts, she scolded herself. Am I truly infatuated? Have I never seen a man before? Yet. He was undeniably exceptionally handsome, handsome beyond measure, captivatingly beautiful, charming the very air around him. He was handsome from every angle, left, right, above, below, in front. And behind, how could anyone be so incredibly attractive? Yu Xiao responded, the girl across the way, come hither, behold my handsome visage, do you not wish to partake? To partake? Chapter 23. The Excalibur of the Immortals, the initial emergence of brilliance. Bang! Yi Xiao threw a flirtatious glance at Yu Qinbi, and she immediately swooned, collapsing into unconsciousness. The expressions of Yu Miao Miao and the others were filled with disbelief as they questioned whether the young man before them was a fairy, possessing such overwhelming allure that he could render Yu Qinbi senseless. Bibi Dong was equally speechless, remarking on Yi Xiao's mischievousness, even in such a moment. He still found the time to tease a beauty. Now, he had completely captivated her. Who exactly are you? Yu Xing had demanded angrily, feeling humiliated that this stranger had caused his own twin sister to faint. Such disgrace was intolerable. I am who I am, strikingly handsome and utterly enchanting, Yu Xiao replied. With a self-proclaimed title of handsome enough to steal lives without recompense. Of course, you may also refer to me as Xiaogu or simply as Laughing Brother if you prefer. Indeed. It is you. Upon hearing Yu Xiao's name, the group quickly realized that he was the same person they had bullied in the past. Their doubts dissipated, replaced by a sense of contempt. I thought it was someone formidable. Turns out it's just the son of the freeloader returning, truly deserving of a reckoning, Yu Miao Miao said first, her words dripping with derision. You brat, after 13 years of absence, I can no longer restrain myself. Now that you have returned, I shall put you to the test. Yu Zhongjing added, his tone brimming with malice. Yu Xinghe glared fiercely. Yi Xiao, for daring to entice my sister, I cannot allow you to escape unscathed. He cast a glance at Bibi Dong, licking his lips. Since this lady is brought by you, she looks quite appealing. Once I defeat you, she shall belong to Yu Xinghe. Seeking death, Bibi Dong fumed, her spirit energy surging as she prepared to unleash her martial soul. Donger, this is a matter between me and them. Do not interfere, Yi Xiao interjected, determined to prevent Bibi Dong from stepping in and allowing the others to gain an advantage. Very well, Yi Xiao, I have awaited 13 years for this moment. Today, I shall finally settle the score, Yu Xing had declared arrogantly. Rest assured, I will be particularly thorough in my approach, ensuring you submit completely. Should I inadvertently cripple or kill you, I, Yu Xinghe, guarantee that my siblings will ensure you receive a proper burial, rather than leaving your remains in the wilderness. Laughter erupted from Yu Miao Miao, Yu Zhongjing, Yu Feng, and the others, their mockery loud and brazen. Enough of your empty words, you are but a mouth without substance. Yu Xiao retorted, uninterested in further banter with such individuals. He regarded them with disdain, feeling that they were beneath his notice. A mere slap could send them flying, rendering their anger unnecessary. Then allow me to demonstrate the strength I have cultivated over these 13 years, Yu Xinghe announced, releasing his spirit energy as the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul emerged, accompanied by 1, 2, 3, and 4 soul rings rising beneath him. Yu Xiao cast a glance, observing that the opponent's spirit ring configuration was indeed yellow, purple, which indicated a spirit master of merely the 40s. Yu Miao Miao, Yu Feng, and the others held unwavering confidence in Yu Xinghe's prowess. At just 19, Yu Xinghe had already reached the 40s, distinguishing himself remarkably among his peers. A spirit master of level 43, are you frightened? Yu Xinghe exuded an air of arrogance, convinced of his impending victory over Yi Xiao. Indeed, merely a piece of trash, Bibi Dong remarked without mercy. She thought to herself, if I am superior to you, how dare you flaunt before Brother Xiao? You must not wish to live. The others were incensed by Bibi Dong's words but chose to ignore her for the moment, considering that once they subdued Yi Xiao, she would be of no consequence. At that point, they could dictate the terms of their amusement. Yi Xiao, after 13 years apart, how many spirit rings do you possess? Surely, You do not bring forth anything of value? Yu Xinghe continued to provoke. Yu Miao Miao interjected. He is but a waste. What spirit ring could he possibly have? Even a 10-year ring would be a generous estimation. Yu Zhongjing scoffed. A 10-year ring? How could he possibly contend with Xinghe? Is he not courting death? Yu Yufeng mocked. Yu Xiao, I advise you to forego the fight. Simply bow and apologize to us. Perhaps Xinghe's heart might soften and spare you. Just as they were speaking, 2 radiant white spirit rings ascended beneath Yi Xiao. The first spirit ring, in particular, was a stark white, evoking a sense of suffocation. Ha ha ha. Upon seeing that Yi Xiao possessed merely a white ring, Yu Xinghe and his companions erupted into laughter. Yi Xiao, you are indeed worthless. A 10-year spirit ring, and you dare to act brazenly in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? What gives you such confidence? This kind of waste I shan't even lift a finger against, lest I tarnish my own dignity. After all, he is the son of a man living off the spoils. What greatness could he possibly achieve? 2 white spirit rings, this is the epitome of uselessness, the finest trash. With another round of derisive laughter. They remained oblivious to the true terror embodied within those 2 spirit rings. Yu Xiao unleashed his martial soul, a sword approximately 12 feet in length floated behind him. Oh? The onlookers were filled with curiosity. According to their understanding, during the awakening ceremony in the sect, Yi Xiao had only awakened a Guqin martial soul. Now, it had transformed into a sword. Prepare to meet your end. Yu Xinghe's hands suddenly elongated and thickened, scales sprouted from his body. And he grew a pair of sharp dragon claws. With his enlarged hands, imbued with formidable strength, he lunged at Yi Xiao, striking down with great force. Yu Miao Miao and the others watched with bated breath, anticipating that beneath the claws of the dragon, Yi Xiao would either perish or be gravely injured. Whoosh! A series of anguished cries erupted. Yu Zhongjing and the others, hearing the screams, felt a surge of excitement, momentarily sympathizing with Yi Xiao, believing the cries were his. However, as they focused their gaze, they saw Yi Xiao standing unharmed while Yu Xinghe lay on the ground, trembling. They soon realized that it was not Yi Xiao who was injured, but Yu Xinghe. On the ground, blood was evident. Upon closer inspection, they gasped in horror. Yu Xinghe had a gaping wound in his chest. He lay motionless, having succumbed to his injuries. Yu Miao Miao and the others' expressions changed drastically, ready to flee, but suddenly, a series of whooshing sounds echoed. Ah! After a chorus of screams, they all collapsed to the ground. Yu Xiao did not take the lives of many. He merely severed their hands and feet. Aside from a few young women who were captivated by Yi Xiao's striking charm, Yu Miao Miao and the others were left grievously injured, their cries echoing in despair. This exemplifies the formidable nature of the extermination sword's martial soul. When unleashed, it brings either death or severe injury. Donger, let us depart. Yu Xiao sheathed his martial soul and soul rings, grasping Bibi Dong's hand as they made their way home. Yu Xiao, come out. Yi Xiao was seated at the stone table in the courtyard, enjoying his meal, when he suddenly heard a cacophony of shouts, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. A large group of individuals soon appeared at the entrance of his home. Yu Fenglong, filled with trepidation, looked on to discover that it was his brothers, Yu Yuanjin and Yu Luomian, accompanied by formidable members of their clan. Uncertain of the unfolding events and about to rise to inquire, he was halted by his mother. Do not concern yourself with this matter, Yi Xiao urged, gently pulling her back to her seat. Bai Dong, fully aware of the situation, turned to Yi Xiao and asked, Brother Xiao, do you feel confident in managing such a multitude? He smiled and nodded, saying, the grasp of such matters is elusive. Yet should anyone dare to set foot within the courtyard, I shall undoubtedly bring about their demise. My son, what precisely is going on? Yu Fenglong, of course, could not comprehend the intentions behind Yu Yuanjin's arrival with his entourage. Yu smiled gently, it's nothing, mother. They are merely a swarm of ants, unworthy of further discourse. Yi Xia, having dared to utter such audacious words and injure a disciple of my sect, today marks your demise, roared Yu Yuanjin. His tone was laden with accusations, embodying the essence of a righteous inquiry for justice. Chapter 24. The White Dragon possesses a colossal form, casting a shadow over heaven and earth, enveloping all in darkness. Yu Yuanjin, leave this place at once, otherwise, I shall annihilate your blue electric tyrant sect today. Do you believe me? Yu Xiao declared resolutely. Wielding the power of 2 ancient divine artifacts and 2 soul rings, each exceeding 1 billion years in age, the mere release of a fraction of his imposing aura could easily obliterate the members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. This was no jest. Once the Excalibur soul manifested, it would inevitably bring death or injury, a matter of grave seriousness. However, the crowd erupted in raucous laughter, dismissing his words as nothing more than boastful bravado, thunderous in sound yet feeble in substance. Brimming with youthful arrogance, having uttered such audacious claims, it appeared that today, Yu Yuanjin, would not allow you to escape unscathed. Such insolence could not go unpunished. Yi Xiao did not smile. Yu Yuanjin, your fate is sealed. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy emanated from Yu Yuanjin, and 9 soul rings ignited beneath him, illuminating the entire arena. Additionally, a dragon-shaped martial spirit with long wings was unleashed. Yi Xiao cast a glance at the 9 soul rings of Yu Yuanjin, which were arranged in the sequence of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black mark the title Douluo. Although the title Douluo is indeed formidable, their numbers are lamentably scarce in the present Douluo continent. With merely a handful of them, merely a score, at best, scattered throughout the land. However, to Yi Xiao, the might of a title Douluo was as insignificant as refuse. Scarcely worthy of consideration. Yu Xiaoxin declared, Yu Yuanjin, I am no longer the Yi Xiao of 13 years ago. A mere title Douluo dares to flaunt his prowess before me. It is akin to flaunting a great blade before Guangong. He is oblivious to his impending demise. Son, Yu Yuanjin is a title Douluo. You cannot possibly contend with him, advised Yu Fanglong, observing that Yu Yuanjin had already unleashed his martial soul. She hurriedly grasped his hand to prevent any rash actions, fearing for Yi Xiao's safety. Yu Xiao found himself at a loss for words. Thus he turned to Bibi Dong behind him and said, Donger, please pull my mother away. Bibi Dong hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to embrace Yu Fanglong from behind, dragging her out of the way. Auntie, at this juncture, there is no escaping. I believe Xiaogu will find a way to defeat him. Yu Fanglong struggled a few times, only to realize that Bibi Dong's strength was insurmountable, rendering her unable to break free. Young lady, you do not understand. Yu Yuanjin is a title Douluo. How could Xiao Xiao possibly stand a chance against him? Bibi Dong was momentarily speechless. Unable to clarify the situation at that moment, she chose silence and held Yu Fanglong tightly. She pondered that Qian Xunji was also a title Douluo, and Xiaogu had managed to defeat him. This Yu Yuanjin was merely a title Douluo as well. Vanquishing him should be well within reach. Suddenly, 2 soul rings emerged beneath Yi Xiao, glowing brilliantly with a radiant white light that illuminated the entire arena. The eyes of Yu Luomian and the others brightened, but upon realizing that he possessed only 2 white soul rings, they erupted into laughter. Yu Luomian mocked, Ha! Just 2 white rings, and you speak so boldly? Yi Xiao, have you offended the entire sect? Are you not afraid of dying quickly enough? Upon seeing that Yi Xiao had only 2 10-year soul rings, Yu Yuanjin's expression turned dismissive, and his desire to engage in battle waned. Yi Xiao, considering you are the son of Yu Fanglong, I shall refrain from personally teaching you a lesson. I advise you to surrender immediately. Allowing the enforcement hall to handle the matter, perhaps they will spare you a complete corpse. With a mere smile, Yi Xiao activated his 2nd soul ring, unleashing a formidable power that altered the very fabric of the heavens. Shortly thereafter, ominous clouds gathered, and flocks of birds took flight in disarray. The once radiant sky was suddenly shrouded in darkness, casting a pall over the surroundings. Those present were struck with trepidation, bewildered by the unfolding spectacle. Suddenly, thunder roared above Yi Xiao, and bolts of lightning descended upon him, causing the onlookers to retreat in fear. In that fleeting moment, a transformation began to take place within Yi Xiao. His muscles swelled, his clothing tore as white scales sprouted from his limbs, swiftly enveloping his entire being. Each scale emanated a dazzling light and an overwhelming power that left the spectators breathless. Yuanjin and Luomian, along with the entirety of the blue electric Tyrant dragon sect, were rendered pale and weak with terror. Abruptly, a pair of 7-segmented dragon horns sprouted from Yi Xiao's head, and his body surged upward, growing rapidly. It expanded into a colossal dragon head and an enormous body stretching nearly 1,000 feet long, accompanied by a powerful tail and 4 massive limbs, each adorned with 7 claws. The immense form rolled through the clouds, soaring and gliding with a terrifying grace that left those on the ground, including Yuan Zhun and Luo Mian, speechless. The overwhelming pressure emanating from Yi Xiao rendered them immobile. Yuan Zhun could hardly fathom the experiences Yi Xiao had undergone during his 13-year absence. Merely 2 white rings had summoned forth a dragon of such magnitude, a force far beyond his ability to confront. The might capable of dimming the very heavens could only belong to a deity. Even a limit Douluo would find it arduous to achieve. Moreover, Yi Xiao had just harnessed the power of thunder, an onslaught that would have proven unbearable even for a title Douluo. as Yi Xiao transformed into a magnificent white dragon. He soared through the clouds for a brief moment before descending. This is bad. Everyone run. The warning from Yu Yuanjin jolted the dreamers awake. The crowd immediately attempted to flee, yet their feet seemed immobilized, as if bound by an invisible force. Though their minds urged them to escape, their bodies remained unresponsive. Elder brother, we can't move. What should we do? Yu Luomian pleaded for help from Yu Yuanjin. Yu Yuanjin's face turned pale, as a titled Douluo. He too found himself powerless. He attempted to use his martial spirit and soul skills to break free from the oppressive force, but no matter how hard he tried, his soul power refused to manifest. Second brother, I am also unable to move. Yi Xiao's overwhelming strength was terrifying. Yu Luomian, gripped by fear, exclaimed, Elder brother, what now? With Yu Xiao's current power, even titled Douluos of our level and soul Douluos of higher ranks cannot budge. Not only us, but he could easily annihilate our entire blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Sighing, Yu Yuanjin's expression was ashen, filled with self-reproach. He lamented, it's all my fault. I turned away such a genius out of selfish pride. Now I bring others to threaten him, pushing him to the brink of destruction. How could he possibly spare me? Second brother, we can only blame Yu Xinghe and the others for provoking Yi Xiao. They have brought ruin upon themselves, and now our entire sect may pay the price. Yu Luomian's thoughts raced. Elder brother, what if we plead for mercy from Yi Xiao? With Yu Xinghe dead, if we handle Yu Miao Miao and the others, perhaps we can escape this calamity. Yu Yuanjin considered this for a moment before nodding. It is possible, but whether Yi Xiao will forgive us remains uncertain. Elder brother, regardless of the outcome, with death imminent, we must treat a dead horse as a living one. There might still be a glimmer of hope. Indeed, second brother, you speak wisely. Meanwhile, in the distant void of the Douluo Continent star domain, at the heart of a swirling mass of profound energy, stood a grand palace radiating a gentle golden light. Within the main hall, 5 peculiar individuals adorned in resplendent attire gathered, their expressions varying as they gazed at the strange phenomenon emanating from the direction of the Douluo planet. Once that terrifying force flickered and vanished without a trace, the peculiar beings finally exhaled in relief. Chapter 25. Under the pressure, all are but ants. After Yi Xiao descended to the ground, he retracted his dragon form due to the presence of his biological mother and Bibi Dong. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly crushed Yu Yuanjin and the others to smithereens. Additionally, he had begun to sense the gaze of scrutiny emanating from the heavens above. Yi Xiao suspected that it was undoubtedly the gaze of a deity from the divine realm of the Douluo Continent. Thus, it would be wise to exercise some restraint. Although he currently harbored no fear of the gods, it did not imply that he should seek confrontation with them at this juncture. After all, the pivotal events of the Douluo Continent's storyline had yet to commence, and he was not inclined to instigate a war between mortals and deities. Yi Xiao unleashed the sword of extermination, and an awe-inspiring force swept across the arena. Yi Xiao first created a barrier around his biological mother and Bibi Dong, effectively severing the power emanating from the sword. Were this terrifying force to be unleashed, it could very well harm the two of them. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that he has yet to fully master the Zhuxian sword martial soul. Once he gains complete control over its power, he will be able to manipulate it at will, thus alleviating any fear of its might. The formidable energy emanating from Yi Xiao spread to Yu Luomian and the others, causing their limbs and bones to creak ominously. Coupled with the sword aura of the Zhuxian sword martial soul, an overwhelming sense of murderous intent surged forth even before an attack was initiated. Those of weaker stature were particularly afflicted, suffering internal injuries and incessantly spitting blood. Yet, this dreadful power did not wane. It continued to press upon the several individuals, as if a colossal mountain had settled heavily atop their heads. Yi Xiao approached Yu Yuanjin slowly, and the oppressive force intensified. The soul masters behind him, of levels 20 to 30, were now unable to withstand the pressure and had collapsed to the ground, motionless. Some had half their bodies buried in the mud, mouths filled with dirt. They could almost envision that they could be buried without the need for a grave. Voices rose in anger against Yu Xinghe, Yu Miao Miao, and others for their misdeeds that had offended Yi Xiao. Now, their entire clan was suffering the consequences, unjustly punished. Others cursed Yu Yuanjin and Yu Luomian for disregarding the safety of their family, following the reckless whims of the younger generation led by Yu Yufeng, neglecting their duties as clan leaders and elders. Hearing this, Yu Luomian and Yu Yuanjin were filled with regret. Had they known Yi Xiao was this formidable, they would have expelled Yu Miao Miao and the others from the clan earlier to avoid provoking him. Unfortunately, the situation had escalated to this point, and no amount of regret would change that. with a metaphorical knife at their throats that could only hope for Yi Zhao's mercy. "Yi Xiao, I implore you, spare us." Yu Yuanjin suddenly pleaded. His body was now mostly entrenched in the earth, and as the pressure above him intensified, he sank deeper. He could not fathom the terror of his opponent. As a title Douluo of level 95, he found himself powerless against Yi Xiao's overwhelming pressure. All his soul power, skills, and domains were rendered useless, leaving him completely at the mercy of his adversary. Yu Luomian, being only in his 80s, faced an even graver situation. With half of his body already submerged and growing increasingly anxious, the elders, soul kings, and soul saints behind the two brothers had only their heads remaining above ground. If they sank any further, they could be buried alive with just a shovel of dirt. In response to Yu Yuanjin's plea, Yi Xiao chose to ignore him, reminding Yu Yuanjin of the times he had disregarded Yi Xiao. Now, facing the same disregard, he could only suffer in silence, burdened with unspoken grievances. "Spare us, Master Xiao." Several voices from the crowd suddenly cried out. "Master Xiao, we were in the wrong. Rest assured, if you grant us mercy, Yu Xinghe is already dead. As for Yu Miao Miao and Yu Zhongjing, we will deal with them appropriately." "Indeed, Master Xiao, we are innocent. If there's blame, it lies with Yu Yuanjin and Yu Luomian. They were the ones who summoned us here." Yes. They harbored ill intentions towards you, claiming they would teach you a lesson, even threatening to drive you and your mother out of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. "Master Xiao, we can all attest to this." "Indeed, we heard them say so." "Master Xiao, if you spare us, we will swiftly deal with those two." Upon hearing the words of their subordinates, the brothers Yu Yuanjin were consumed by rage, yet also fearful of Yi Zhao's potential wrath. What a splendid sight it was, watching the walls collapse while the crowd turned against them. How delightful. Yi smiled, reveling in the thought of witnessing Yu Yuanjin and others in their state of frantic despair, utterly helpless and resigned. "In the past, you treated me this way. Now, I shall allow you to experience the bitterness of humiliation and entrapment." Yi Xiao did not smile. Instead, she gazed at Yu Yuanjin and Yu Luomian with an unwavering intensity. "You two were just so exuberant, declaring your intent to cripple me and drive my son and me away. So come forth. I am ready and waiting. Hurry." Upon hearing Yi Zhao's words, both Yu Luomian and Yu Yuanjin were left in a state of despair, their cries stifled. At that moment, their very lives lay in the hands of Yi Xiao, leaving them no room for arrogance. Without uttering a word, they bowed their heads to the ground, prostrating themselves in a fervent display of submission. Yi Xiao retracted the barrier, allowing Yufang Long and Bibi Dong to emerge before him. Yufang Long could scarcely fathom the extraordinary strength his son had just demonstrated. In an instant, tears of exhilaration streamed down his face. Bibi Dong hurriedly offered her comfort, saying, "Auntie, with Xiao Gu here, there is no need for concern. Everything will be resolved." Yu Xiao was able to transform his body into that of a towering white dragon due to the fusion of his physical form with the spirit ring of the white dragon. Initially, he was unaware of such a skill. It was only a year ago, during his cultivation, that he stumbled upon this ability by chance and, upon experimentation, astonishingly succeeded. After Yi Xiao acquired the skill of merging with the soul ring, he could transform into the original form of the soul ring itself, thereby gaining access to the domain and other skills inherent to its original shape, which is quite remarkable. Not only could he merge with the white dragon soul ring, but he could also fuse with the diamond staff soul ring to create powerful offensive abilities. Thus, Yu Xiao could employ both martial soul attacks and physically evolve through the fusion with soul rings, achieving a remarkable dual advantage. Consequently, when faced with someone like Yu Yuanjin, a title Douluo, Yu Xiao could essentially choose to disregard him, capable of effortlessly sending him flying or even to his demise with a mere slap. It would not be an exaggeration to claim invincibility. In the realm of Douluo Continent, the deities were once merely human. The dominion over the divine realm was not held by mortals, but by the dragon god. Eventually, as the dragon god ascended, he began to draw the most powerful beings from the mortal realm into the divine realm to attain godhood, thus giving rise to the deities of the Douluo Continent within the realm of human gods. Subsequently, a schism arose between human gods and beast gods, leading to the slaying of the dragon god and the decline of the beast god. It was only then that the divine realm came completely under the control of human gods, while the beast race lost its eligibility for divine status. After the dragon god was slain by the Shura god with a single sword strike, he was cleaved in two, one half transforming into the Silver Dragon King and the other into the Golden Dragon King. Following their birth, the Silver Dragon King and the Golden Dragon King were defeated in battle against the human gods and sustained injuries. The Golden Dragon King was imprisoned by the human gods within the confines of the divine realm, while the gravely wounded Silver Dragon King fled to a forest on the Douluo planet. This led to the emergence of the Silver Dragon King, the master soul beast of Guyuna, within the Tiandou Great Forest. Yu Xiao cast a discerning glance at the crowd. For him, eliminating these individuals was as effortless as crushing an ant. However, he had no desire to proceed with such an action. It was unnecessary. It would be far more beneficial to preserve them for Bibi Dong to practice upon later, while the death penalty could be averted. The consequences of their actions could not be escaped. Yu Xiao cast his gaze towards Bibi Dong beside him, then gestured towards several elders, including Yu Yuanjin and Yu Luomen, saying, "Donger, I present you with an opportunity. These esteemed individuals are titled Douluo and Soul Douluo. You, a soul king of merely 50 levels, now have the chance to challenge those of over 90 and 80 levels. Fortuitously, before you ascend to title Douluo, you can hone your skills." "Very well, Brother Xiao. I shall not disappoint you," Bibi Dong replied, not one to be underestimated, nor a delicate flower. When confronted by adversaries, she showed no mercy. As she advanced, her fists and feet were poised for action. She first delivered a punch to Yu Lumian's nose, causing blood to spurt forth. Next, she landed a kick to Yu Yuanjin's abdomen, leaving him gasping in pain. The sounds of impact echoed, accompanied by anguished cries, though those behind Yu Yuanjin remained unscathed. Witnessing the dire plight of the elders, their screams compelled them to cower in silence. Each of the elders, capable of overpowering Bibi Dong, refrained from retaliating, knowing that Yu Xiao, a formidable ally, stood guard over her. They understood that should Yu Xiao's fury remain unquenched, it would exact a severe toll. Thus, they were compelled to endure the humiliation and chastisement from a junior of seemingly lesser strength. Yu Xiao observed this scene, nodding in approval, thoroughly satisfied with Bai Dong's earnest and responsible demeanor, bestowing upon her a double thumbs up. Chapter 26, 36 years later, in the village of Xian, Fashnuo Province, a sign-in yields the reward of an ancient black dragon soul ring. Half a year later, Qian Xunji and his personal maid unite, welcoming a daughter named Qian Rushui. 30 years later, Qian Xunji suffers grave injuries at the hands of Tang Hao, retreating to the spirit hall to recuperate, only to meet his demise within a secluded chamber. Yi Xiao returned to Wuhuan City with Bibi Dong, defeating Qian Daolu in a single strike, and assisting her in ascending to the position of Pope. However, it was not Bibi Dong who ended Qian Xunji's life, but rather a devoted maid who could no longer endure his torment. 6 years later, in the southwestern region of the Tiandou Empire, in the Fuxi Province, lies the village of Shanghan, south of Nodding City. At dawn, as the first light of day began to break, village chief Jack rose early, opening the door with the intention of preparing breakfast. To his astonishment, he discovered a young man, approximately 19 years of age, lying at his doorstep. Who could this be? Jack was bewildered as to how the youth had arrived at his home, and whether he was alive or deceased. Acting swiftly, he approached to check for signs of life, and upon sensing the pulse of the heart, he felt relieved. With genuine kindness, he lifted the young man and laid him upon his bed. As he beheld the youth's extraordinary beauty, he could not help but be moved. He had never encountered such an exceptionally handsome young man before. Old Jack, however, remained perplexed about how the youth had collapsed and deemed it necessary to seek the village doctor for assistance. Without hesitation, village chief Jack hurried out, making his way to the physician's residence in the village. Upon witnessing the departure of village chief Jack, Yu Xiao finally opened his eyes and stretched his body. The purpose of her visit to Holy Spirit Village was solely to seek out Tang San. Her appearance at the doorstep of Chief Jack's home was merely a ruse to infiltrate the village. The fainting episode had merely been a performance intended for the old village chief, Jack, although Yu Xiao is now in his 50s. The passage of time has seemingly left him untouched, preserving the visage of his 19-year-old self. He remains uncertain as to why he is not aged. Yet one thing is clear, it may be attributed to the influence of his dual martial souls, the essence of his 2 spirit rings, or possibly the workings of the system itself. Regardless of the source, it matters little. What is paramount is that his strikingly handsome appearance endures. Before long, village chief Jack summoned the village doctor, who, upon examination, declared that Yi Xiao was perfectly fine, merely hungry, and his condition would improve with nourishment. The elder sighed in relief and promptly set about preparing breakfast. Once old Jack had completed the meal and brought it into the room, Yi Xiao feigned awakening and consumed a modest portion of food. Yi Xiao was indeed quite hungry. On the journey to Sacred Soul Village, he had not yet eaten anything. It would have been peculiar if you were not famished. After Yi Xiao finished his breakfast and appeared somewhat revitalized, village chief Jack inquired, "Young man, what is your name? And whence do you hail?" Yi Xiao could not divulge the truth. "My name is Yu Xiao, and I hail from a distant land. At present, I am but a wandering child." Villager Jack nodded in acknowledgement. "It is evident. Otherwise, you would not have fainted from hunger at my doorstep." "How old are you?" "Not very old. I am precisely 6 years old this year." 6 years old? Villager Jack expressed disbelief. "You appear to be at least 18 or 19. How could you possibly be merely 6? Sigh. Yi Xiao sighed. An expression of helplessness etched across his face before producing a birth certificate. "Village chief, behold. This document attests to my date of birth." Village chief Jack took it and, upon examination, confirmed that the certificate indeed indicated he was but 6 years old. "Child, what predicament do you find yourself in? Is it a result of illness, or perhaps a mutation of your martial soul?" Yu Xiao shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. "I do not know. Ever since my birth, I have grown at an accelerated rate. By the age of 5, I resembled someone 17 or 18 years old. This year, I have just turned 6, and look, I already appear to be 19. Village Chief Jack gazed at her in disbelief. "Child, from my perspective, you are remarkably precocious." "Precocious? Ah, yes, it means that despite one's tender years, the body has matured to resemble that of an adult. It is often referred to as growing up too quickly," Yi Xiao replied, feigning a moment of realization. "Village Chief Jack, is there any remedy for my condition?" Jack shook his head. "Child, such a situation is exceedingly rare. You are likely one of a kind across the entire Douluo Continent. There is no remedy for your condition." "Oh, does that mean I am doomed?" Village Chief Jack sighed. "Although there is no cure, there is no need for despair. Perhaps the reality is not as dire as you imagine. As long as you do not continue to grow uncontrollably, all may be well." Yi Xiao feigned a look of deep concern, inquiring, "Grandfather, if I continue to grow, will I become the mightiest giant on the continent?" Village Chief Jack shook his head, replying, "I cannot say for certain. However, we are fated to meet. I too live alone. If you are willing and have nowhere else to go, you may stay at my home. Once your condition stabilizes and your growth halts, I shall arrange for a house to be built for you in Holy Spirit Village and perhaps even find you a wife to start a family." "Thank you, grandfather. I would be delighted." Yi Xiao had been awaiting this very sentiment from old Jack, and thus it was decided. Yi Xiao settled in the home of Village Chief Jack, becoming a member of the family and the people of Holy Soul Village. Village Chief Jack also informed Yi Xiao that in a few days, the master from the Spirit Hall would arrive, taking him to the Spirit Hall in the village to witness the awakening of his martial spirit. Perhaps he might even have the opportunity to attend the Soul Master Academy in the city. Yi Xiao, as a traveler through time, was well aware of these matters, rendering them unremarkable to him. Without a doubt, the awakened master in question was none other than Su Yutao, known as the second toolman of Douluo Continent, the foremost spy of the Spirit Hall, a traitor of the Spirit Hall, and the blind Douluo, among other titles. The village of Holy Soul earned its name from a legend that a soul sage emerged from its midst a century ago. For a modest town or village, the birth of a soul sage is indeed a remarkable occurrence, a rare talent for Holy Soul Village in 100 years. However, old Jack remained oblivious to the fact that the village now housed a father and son duo, one a title de law, and the other destined to become the sovereign deity of this region of Douluo Continent. Uniquely, there was also Yu Xiao, a being surpassing even the divine. Yu Xiao had lain in bed for an entire week, indulging in a cycle of eating and sleeping, allowing himself a well-deserved respite. Today, a sudden whim overtook him, prompting him to venture outside for a leisurely stroll. With time on his hands, he decided to explore the quaint village of Xian. Having not taken the opportunity to wander and observe his surroundings during his week-long stay, Yu Xiao gleaned some insights about the phenomena in the village from the original text of Douluo Continent, as he observed. Xian village is home to approximately 300 households, surrounded by fertile farmland teeming with an abundance of fruits, vegetables, and grains, all of which are sold in Nodding City. Consequently, the villagers enjoy a commendable income, leading them to live a prosperous and contented life. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on successfully signing in at Xian Village. Reward: Ancient Black Dragon Soul Ring. It has been stored in the system space. Please check. The sign-in reward system chimed in a sweet and delicate tone. Yu Xiaoxie was overjoyed. Having finally acquired a formidable soul ring, coincidentally, he had now reached the 30th level, allowing him to absorb this third soul ring. After more than 50 years, Yi Xiaoxia had attained the 30th level of cultivation, a fact that indeed provokes contemplation. He had inquired with the system numerous times, receiving the explanation that his martial soul and soul rings were of ancient, super-divine caliber, making his slow cultivation speed a normal occurrence. In reality, despite being only at level 30, Yi Xiaoxia was already invincible in the Douluo Continent, capable of overpowering any title Douluo, even gods. Soon, Yi Xiao ascended a modest hill, standing 100 meters tall at the edge of the village, and settled upon a large stone at its summit, gazing downwards. If his conjecture held true, the blacksmith's son from the village would ascend this very hill daily to hone his skills. This endeavor served multiple purposes: to strengthen his physique, to cultivate the purple extreme magic eyes, and to practice the profound techniques of the Xian Gong. All of these elements were meticulously chronicled in the Tang Sect's Xian treasure record. Beyond the mental disciplines and techniques, there also lay the art of concealed weaponry. For Tang San, as a transmigrator, this was akin to possessing a golden finger. Yi Xiao reclined upon the hillside, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Tang San. Chapter 27. Signing in on the hillock, deceiving Tang San. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on successfully signing in at Tang San's hillock. Reward: 20 light hats. They have been deposited into the system space. Please check. The sign-in reward system announced. A light hat? Yi Xiao felt a flicker of familiarity. What manner of hat could this be? He promptly accessed the system space to investigate, only to discover that it consisted of 20 luminous green caps. I must ask. Dear system, why bestow upon me 20 light hats? Ding. Master, you truly are incorrigible. How could you inquire when you are already aware? The system responded in a playful tone. What do I know? Yi Xiao retorted, bemused by the system's peculiar nature. It insisted on being cryptic rather than straightforward. Ding. Master, you have a new task. Please adorn Tang Hao with 1 light hat within 3 days to earn additional rewards from the system. The system issued a supplementary task beyond the sign-in. Oh. Yi Xiao finally comprehended the purpose of the radiant hat bestowed by the system. It was intended as a gift. She pondered how Tang Hao would react to donning such a luminous adornment. Moreover, would he even be willing to wear it? What if she presented it to him in person, and he refused to put it on? Should she surprise him by placing it upon his head unexpectedly? Yi Xiao contemplated numerous methods, yet found them all unsatisfactory. Ding! The system interjected. This radiant cap must be donned by Tang Hao himself, rather than you assisting him in wearing it. The system, having discerned his thoughts, promptly corrected him. To have him willingly wear it? That seems rather implausible. You could hardly fathom why Tang Hao would willingly don such a radiant mark. Dear system, your task demands seem rather unrealistic, she mused. Tang Hao was no fool. He knew full well what this luminescent symbol signified. Perhaps if I were to catch him unawares and place it upon him. Beep. Master. Why not have Tang San adorn him instead? Ah, that is indeed a clever notion. However, Tang San, being a 29-year-old time traveler, must surely grasp the implications of such a light, wouldn't he? Beep. This system shall not intervene in that regard. As a task, it undoubtedly presents certain challenges. Master, you must devise a solution. Perhaps then, success may be within reach. Devising a solution on my own? Yi Xiao pondered deeply. The luminous green light was glaringly conspicuous, leaving no room for deception. There seemed to be no feasible way to conceal it, unless, perhaps, they could disguise the hat itself. For such an obvious glow would be evident not only to Tang Hao, but also to Tang San, who was by no means blind. Moreover, Tang San had cultivated the purple extreme demon eye, which granted him far superior eyesight compared to Tang Hao. Therefore, to persuade Tang San to allow such a radiant light to be donned by Tang Hao would indeed require considerable ingenuity. Yi Xiao pondered for a while and ultimately conceived an excellent plan. Dear system, she declared, watch closely. I shall surely deliver a ray of light into Tang Hao's hands, compelling him to wear it willingly. Ding. Master, this system is indifferent to the means, as long as he wears it, came the reply. Just as Yi Xiao was contemplating how to bestow this light upon Tang Hao, a series of footsteps echoed from beneath the small hillock. Yi Xiao followed the direction of the sound and beheld a boy with sun-kissed skin emerging from beneath the small hillock. The boy was gazing up at him with an expression of displeasure. If his conjecture was correct, the child below must be Tang San, aged 6. Yi Xiao gazed at Tang San, who was presently ascending the small hill with an unruffled demeanor, not a hint of breathlessness or flushed cheeks. It was evident that he had diligently honed his physical stamina through consistent practice. Indeed, this was the truth. Ever since Tang San learned to walk, he had made it a daily ritual to conquer this hill, undeterred by the elements. It was precisely for this reason that he could ascend the hill with such ease and composure. Yi Xiao could discern that Tang San's expression soured upon noticing someone perched upon his little hillock. After a brief moment, Tang San ascended the mound and stood before Yi Xiao. Observing that his interlocutor was merely a child, Tang San felt no trepidation. Instead, he placed his hands on his hips and, in a childlike voice, inquired, "Who are you? Why are you on my hill? Such audacity in this little Tang San." Yi Xiao weakly retorted, "Hey, I must say, you little rascal, you may be small in stature, but your cunning is remarkable. This little hillock is clearly wild. So how can it possibly belong to you?" Tang San found himself at a loss for words. After a moment's contemplation, he acknowledged that the hillock indeed did not belong to him, but rather to the public of Holy Spirit Village. Thus, he refrained from using that against Yu Xiao. Nevertheless, in the depths of his heart, he had long since considered the hillock as his own. Tang San gazed at Yu Xiao for several seconds, his expression fierce. "However, you must understand the principle of first come, first served, right?" This fellow remained undeterred. "All right, little San, you wish to challenge me? You are still too inexperienced. I refuse to believe that today you can best me, even if you are the lord of the Douluo Continent. With me, Yi Xiao, present, you shall leave here with some skin torn off." Yi Xiao chuckled. "You must be Tang San from the Holy Soul Village, right? How does he know my name? I have never encountered him in Holy Soul Village." Tang San pondered for a moment. "Indeed, I am Tang San. But who might you be? I do not recall ever meeting you. There hasn't been anyone like you in the village, has there?" "Well, there hasn't been until today," he replied. Yi Xiao spoke. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yi Xiao, with Yi as in leaf and Xiao as in a smile that conceals a dagger." Tang San, with a rather unfriendly expression, retorted, "I don't care what you are called. I'm inquiring about your origins and your purpose here, as a young traveler from another world." His vigilance far surpassed that of an ordinary child. Though he possessed the physique of a 6-year-old, his mind was that of a 29-year-old, naturally making him both bold and meticulous, with a thick skin to boot. He remained ever cautious and defensive around strangers, never allowing himself to be careless. This individual was truly insipid. A mere child, within 3 minutes of meeting, was already probing into his background. Who would find that appealing? Yi Xiao did not smile. "Xiao Sanzi, let me tell you, I am a distant relative of the village chief, Old Jack, and I have not been here for long. I often hear the village chief mention you, saying that you are an exceptionally clever and considerate child, so I thought I would come and meet you. Is that so?" Upon hearing that Yu Xiao was a distant relative of the village chief, Tang San immediately felt a sense of ease. "Brother Xiao, may I ask how old you are this year?" Noting Yi Xiao's height, which appeared to be no less than 17 or 18 years, he curiously inquired. "Are you checking my household registration now?" "Yi Xiao, not much older than you. I should be 6 years old." 6 years old? Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking he must be joking. 6 years old, Xiao Gu. This is quite an exaggerated jest, isn't it? Indeed, being a time traveler, it is only natural to be meticulous. Yi Xiao's expression remained unperturbed. "Indeed, at first glance, I do not appear to be a mere 6-year-old child. Yet, what you do not realize is that I am, in fact, only 6 years old. Why is this so? The reason is quite simple. I am precocious." "Precocious?" Tang San replied, utterly bewildered. "Yu Xiao, premature maturity is quite easy to comprehend. It is akin to a 6-year-old possessing the physique of a teenager." "Ah!" Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. "Yu Xiao, I understand that you remain skeptical. If you truly doubt my words, feel free to inquire with Village Chief Jack. I assure you, I have not spoken falsely." Tang San, harboring a sense of uncertainty, considers that he might indeed seek the truth, for he himself cannot fathom how a 6-year-old child, no matter how precocious, could exhibit such an alarming level of maturity, to the extent of being able to discuss romantic relationships. Yu Xiao is unperturbed by the prospect of him verifying the matter with Old Jack. When questioned, Old Jack echoed the same sentiments. Furthermore, he acknowledged the familial connection with Yu Xiao, referring to him as a distant relative to the villagers. He intended to have Yi Xiao participate in the upcoming soul awakening ceremony for 6-year-old children in the Holy Soul Village, naturally withholding the truth from Tang San. In fact, Old Jack had already arranged Yu Xiao's household registration and documentation in the past few days. Henceforth, Yu Xiao would be considered a resident of Holy Soul Village. Chapter 28. Tang San's miscalculation. Tang San regarded the unfamiliar figure before him. Regardless of the veracity of the stranger's claims, or whether he was an adult or a precocious child, he felt no fear. After all, as a transmigrator, He possessed numerous abilities that could instill fear even in adults, so he did not regard Yi Xiao with any seriousness. Yi Xiao, I care not who you are, but the stone you are seated upon was mine first, and thus you cannot sit there. Tang San finally revealed his true intentions, delivering a firm ultimatum. This little brat truly underestimated himself. While others may be unaware of your status as a transmigrator, you may act brazenly without consequence. However, I am aware. And thus your arrogance is unwarranted. At the very least, you ought to maintain a lower profile in my presence. Yi Xiao remained unmoved, seated upon a stone, and eventually reclined, saying, So, Tang San, I am right here. What can you do about it? This is a public place, not your home. Do you understand? Are your parents aware of your tyrannical behavior? Tang San was instantly incensed. As a skilled time traveler, he felt no trepidation in the face of this imposing figure before him. Yi Xiao disregarded his anger entirely, leisurely resting his hands behind his head while gazing at the sky. Xiao Sanzi, do not be so arrogant. It is wise to maintain a low profile in life, lest you find yourself at a disadvantage. His words bore the weight of adult wisdom, and one might question whether he was truly just 6 years old. Tang San scrutinized Yi Xiao, seeking to uncover some clue from him, yet remained unable to discern anything. I, Tang San, do not wish to repeat myself. If you believe that your precociousness and stature grant you the right to claim my little hillock, I assure you, you will come to regret such thoughts. It seemed that Tang San had lost his composure, but perhaps that was for the best. He relished witnessing the flustered expression on his face. Yi smiled and said, I am aware of your character, Xiao Sanzi. You are unlike the other children in the village. Your diligence is commendable. Even village chief Jack has remarked upon your maturity, acknowledging you as an exceptionally considerate young boy. There are scarcely any 6-year-olds in the village who can ascend this 100-meter hill without losing their breath or their composure. Yet you have accomplished this feat. This clearly demonstrates that you are the most remarkable among your peers in the village. I am not mistaken, am I? Yi Xiao delivered a slap, followed by a sweet treat, choosing not to escalate the conflict for the moment. Moreover, it was essential to allow Tang San to bestow a light upon Tang Hao, as he still held some utility. Thus, a degree of mercy was warranted for now. In due course, all accounts would be settled, for the paramount concern was to ensure that he did not bring harm to Xiao Wu. Yi Xiao believed that Tang Hao and his son were nothing but troublemakers. The father had ensnared A Yin, while the son had ensnared Xiao Wu. Yet they still reaped the benefits from both A Yin and Xiao Wu. How infuriating! When Tang San received such praise from Yi Xiao, he instinctively withdrew his right hand, which had been reaching for a stone in his pocket. Yi Xiao, I never claimed that this little mound belongs solely to me. I merely stated that this particular stone has become my habitual resting place. You may choose any of the numerous stones surrounding it to sit upon, if you wish. Oh really? I shall not indulge you any longer. Little San, I understand your implication. Ultimately, you still believe that this stone belongs to you, do you not? Tang San found himself unable to refute her, for indeed, that was precisely how he felt. Yi Xiao shook his head and rose from the stone upon which he sat. Since you hold such a belief, and I share the same sentiment, it seems futile to continue this dispute. Instead, let us engage in a contest. The victor shall claim this stone as their own. What say you? He paused for a moment, contemplating, and thought to himself that this was indeed a feasible proposition. With his years of training and the first level of inner strength cultivated through the Xian technique, he was confident that he could triumph effortlessly, even against 3 or 4 of the village's farmers. Very well, but you must uphold your word. Yu Xiaoxin remarked that she was merely waiting for him to fall into the trap, never anticipating it would occur so swiftly. Although Tang San, a 29-year-old traveler, possesses a semblance of maturity, his social experience is only marginally superior to that of a child. After all, he was taken in by the Tang sect of that world and remained sheltered within its confines, devoid of any true trials in the outside world. How could he fathom the perils of the martial realm? Otherwise, he would not have been deceived by Master Xiaogang for 33 years, remaining blissfully unaware. Thus, ensnaring him is rather uncomplicated. So be it. Yu Xiao pointed to the small hill below and proposed. How about we race down the hill and back up again 3 times, and the one who finishes first shall be declared the winner. Yu Xiao, do you believe that your precociousness and tall stature grant you an advantage in speed over me? I fear I must disappoint you. Tang San chuckled. Very well, Yi Xiao. Should you emerge victorious, I shall concede this stone to you and refrain from any further contention. However, I must forewarn you, should you lose it, still cling to it. Do not blame me, Tang San, for my unforgiving demeanor. You smiled and nodded, assuring, rest assured, I am not you, nor would I ever engage in such disgraceful conduct. This individual spoke with an audacity that was truly remarkable. Were it not for the venerable village chief's regard, I would certainly demonstrate my prowess. Shall we commence? You may take your leave first. I shall follow. Tang San observed that Yi made no move to start and, unwilling to wait any longer, decided to proceed. After all, it had been agreed that the victor would be determined after 3 rounds, and if he were to lose, it would not be fair to blame him for not having forewarned Yi. With that, Tang San promptly dashed forth, his short legs propelling him forward like a small hill rolling down. While he managed to ascend the small hill with a decent pace, albeit not swiftly, he could at least claim to be running. However, descending the hill proved to be an entirely different challenge. He found himself unable to slow down, unable to halt his momentum. Though the hill was merely 100 meters in height, its steepness left him lacking in confidence, forcing him to slide down instead. Yu Xiao remained unmoved, merely casting a cold gaze upon Tang San as he descended. With his current prowess, there was no urgency for him to hurry down. He intended to allow Tang San to climb up and down a couple of times before making a move. Soon enough, Tang San reached the base of the hillock. Glancing back only to see Yu Xiao still seated on high, pondering his intentions, doubts crept into Tang San's mind, wondering if Yu Xiao was concocting some devious scheme. However, he felt little concern, confident that his abilities surpassed those of his counterpart, and thus, he relaxed. In the next moment, Tang San had already ascended and descended the hillock twice. Yet, Yu Xiao remained perched atop, seemingly devoid of any intention to engage in competition. Yu Xiao, I have already made 2 rounds. Why do you still not move? Tang San finally questioned, unable to contain his impatience. He feared that Yu Xiao might have ulterior motives and was somewhat anxious that after his 3 laps, Yu Xiao would deny the challenge. Well, the time is right. It is my turn to act. Yu Xiao then rose to his feet and approached the hillside, wrapping his arms around Tang San's slender frame from behind. Little San, fear not, my speed is unparalleled. Even if you were to try twice, you would still be no match for me. Tang San, with an expression of disbelief, replied, enough. Yu Xiao, anyone can boast. He struggled a few times, attempting to break free from Yu Xiao's embrace. However, despite his efforts, he could not escape and was left to endure until Yu Xiao chose to release him. Yu Xiao naturally would not release his grip. After a moment, he finally let go of Tang San and said, let us begin. He then dashed down the mountain. Tang San followed closely behind. But he simply could not match Yu Xiao's pace. Witnessing Yu Xiao sprint directly from one hillside to the valley below, and then come to a sudden halt left him utterly astounded. He thought to himself, did Yu Xiao truly descend from that small hill with such ease? And he could stop on a dime, am I mistaken? Or is he genuinely superior to me, and I have underestimated him? Chapter 29, Tang San's cleverness in the next moment. Tang San was left speechless. Yu Xiao not only arrived 2 rounds later than him, but also quickly surpassed him. This swiftness left him questioning his very existence. By the time Tang San reached the small hill after his 3rd round and had yet to ascend, Yu Xiao had already completed 3 laps around the hill, seemingly unfazed and without a hint of breathlessness. In this manner, he emerged victorious. When Tang San finally made his way up, Yu Xiao was already seated on his usual large stone, having rested for quite some time. Tang San could hardly believe, let alone admit, the sheer strength of Yu Xiao. His prowess was astonishing to the point of inciting feelings of inadequacy and even fear within him. Tang San had initially believed that among all the children of his age in Holy Soul Village, and even in the presence of adults, he was the strongest, himself included, naturally. He remained oblivious to the fact that Tang Hao, his father, was actually the Hao Yin Douluo. With the extraordinary skills bestowed upon him as a traveler from the Xian treasure record, he assumed that no ordinary child could rival him. However, Yi Zhao's emergence shattered his previous perceptions. Tang San now understood the truth of the saying that there are greater mountains beyond the hills, and that there are always individuals stronger than oneself. Even in this world of Douluo Continent, formidable beings existed. He felt akin to a frog in a well, beginning to fear the prospect of leaving Holy Soul Village and contemplating whether the outside world harbored even more unimaginable powers. Recently, Tang San recalled that village chief Jack had visited his home to discuss an important matter. He mentioned that in a month, a great spirit master from the Spirit Hall's Noting City branch would come to the village to assist 6-year-old children in awakening their martial spirits. He encouraged Tang San to attend the awakening ceremony at the village's Spirit Hall. Tang San expressed great interest, as old Jack had informed him that once a martial spirit was awakened and soul power obtained, he could pursue studies at a Soul Master Academy. Even if he were not chosen by the great spirit master from the Spirit Hall, he could still work as a student at the noting City Soul Master Academy. This matter remained etched in his mind. Yu Xiao was acutely aware that Tang San would undoubtedly arrive. After all, in the original narrative of Douluo Continent, it was within the confines of the Nodding City Soul Master Academy that Tang San first encountered Xiao Wu. It was also the second-rate tool, Siyu Tao, who deemed Tang San's blue-silver grass to be a quintessentially useless martial soul, dismissing him despite his innate full spirit power of level 10. Had Siyu Tao not created such an obstacle, Tang San would have been directed to the Spirit Hall Academy instead of Nodding Academy. Consequently, he would never have crossed paths with Xiao Wu, Zhu Xuching, Ning Rongrong, Dai Mubai, and the like, even if they were to meet later. It would be as adversaries in the arena rather than as lovers, brothers, or friends. After all, the divergent paths chosen in life lead to vastly different encounters, experiences, and opportunities. Yu Xiao, you truly are swift. Tang San, panting and breathless, approached Yu Xiao and expressed his innermost thoughts. Little San, I ask you, do you concede? Yu Xiao inquired. Although he bore no grudge against Tang San and had no need to undermine him, his enmity lay with Bibi Dong, which inevitably entwined him with Tang San's fate. His intent to eliminate Bibi Dong signified a profound vendetta. Yu Xiao is currently in a romantic relationship with Bibi Dong, and in the future she is destined to become his wife. Tang San harbors intentions of harming his beloved, and how could Yu Xiao possibly let that transpire? Furthermore, Tang San seeks to pursue Xiao Wu, exploit Guyuna, and betray the affections of Qian, all while seeking to eradicate her six-winged angel deity, leading to her family's ruin. For all the transgressions Tang San has committed, it would be an affront to justice for Yu Xiao to let him go unpunished. Thus, Yu Xiao's arrival marks him as an inescapable adversary for Tang San, although Tang San remains defiant, refusing to yield to anyone. For he is a traveler from another realm with a golden finger and the master of his dimension, destined to become the sovereign of the divine realm. He cannot retract his earlier statement. I concede, but Yu Xiao, do not rejoice too soon. In the aspect of scaling small hills, I fully acknowledge your superiority, however. In other realms, you are surely my inferior. Yu Xiao naturally understood that Tang San's words implied a mastery of profound internal martial arts such as Xian Tiangong, as well as advanced skills including Xian Yusho, grappling techniques, the purple extreme demon eye, and the ghostly shadow displacement, along with various high-level piercing hidden weapons. This explains why a mere 6-year-old child like Tang San possesses such extraordinary prowess. Yu Xiao is unfazed by his words. Oh, so you remain unconvinced? I am indeed unconvinced. If you possess the courage, let us meet tomorrow at a designated place to compete once more. Compete in what? Naturally, Yu Xiao would not falter in spirit, nor would he concede to Tang San. After a moment of contemplation, Tang San proposed, Very well, Yu Xiao, come to my home tomorrow, and we shall engage in a best 2 out of 3 contest. The first challenge will be an arm wrestling match. The second will be wrestling, where victory is achieved by pinning the opponent completely to the ground. The third will involve stone throwing, where failure to evade results in defeat. Oh, you little trickster. In arm wrestling you wield internal strength, in wrestling you possess grappling techniques, and in stone throwing you have the finesse of evasion. Each challenge presents you with a guaranteed win. Fortunately, I have immersed myself in the original works of Douluo Continent, novels, comics, animations, and dramas. Otherwise, I would have fallen into your trap without even realizing it. However, little Sanzi, you may not be aware that these challenges are mere child's play to me. He smiled faintly, choosing to see through the facade without exposing it. Tomorrow, she would allow him to dig his own pit, only to fill it with his own soil. A little teasing would suffice, letting him revel in his own arrogance for the time being. Hiki, little Sanzi, it is not that I, look down upon you. Although I am merely 6 years of age, I possess a maturity that surpasses yours. In this youthful body of mine, even if you excel in throwing stones, you are destined to lose in arm wrestling and wrestling. Therefore, I advise you to reconsider your pursuits. Perhaps swimming, dancing, singing, playing the piano, or gaming would be more suitable. As for wrestling and arm wrestling, it would be wise to forego those endeavors altogether. Yu Xiao, were I merely an ordinary boy, I would undoubtedly be no match for you. However, I am not, and thus, tomorrow, your defeat is assured. Tang San retorted dismissively, Yu Xiao, my sentiments are precisely the opposite of yours. Do not underestimate me, or you shall face a most dismal loss. With a contemptuous gesture, he turned his thumb downward, thinking to himself, so what if you are precocious and tall? Pretending to be formidable before me, I shall allow you a fleeting moment of satisfaction today, but tomorrow, I will ensure you experience a reckoning in full measure. Cease your pretense. Yi Xiao had already discerned the cunning smile at the corner of Tang San's lips. How could he escape the scrutiny of his gaze? Oh, Tang San, one may devise plans, but fate has its own designs. Do not presume that victory is assured. You remain blissfully unaware of the tears that may yet flow. I hope you do not intend to report to Tang Hao. Otherwise, I shall have to confront both you and Tang Hao, and that would indeed be a matter of honor. Yu Xiao chose not to engage in further conversation. Rising swiftly to dash toward the small hillock. In the blink of an eye, he vanished beneath its slope. Tang San, observing the figure disappear, could not help but exclaim. Yi Xiao's speed in ascending and descending this hillock is astonishing. It has reached an extraordinary level of mastery, almost terrifying. I had not anticipated that after spending over 3 or 4 years climbing this very hill, I would feel so inadequate in comparison. Chapter 30, 100 billion years. Absorption of the third soul ring at this moment. Upon another small hillock in the Holy Soul village, a remarkably handsome youth sat beneath a grand tree. His eyes gently closed. This beautiful youth was none other than Yu Xiao. Although he had already reached the age of 50, he retained a youthful appearance of 19. Yet, unlike his younger self, he had become even more strikingly handsome and had grown significantly taller, boasting a perfect set of 8 abdominal muscles. Even Yu Xiaojiang would scarcely recognize him as the same Yi Xiao who once studied alongside him at the Wuhuan Temple Academy. Yi Xiao ascended the small hill, intent on absorbing her third soul ring. Having reached the esteemed level of 30, she was now poised to embrace this new power. Recently, during her visit to the Holy Soul Village, the system had graciously bestowed upon her an ancient black dragon soul ring, perfect for her current objective. This would enable her to transcend the 30-level threshold and attain the rank of Soul Sovereign. However, prior to the absorption, she needed to consult with the system regarding the age of this ancient black dragon soul ring. If its age proved excessive, the system might need to seal certain powers to facilitate the absorption. After all, if it turned out to be a soul ring exceeding several billion years, the process would undoubtedly present formidable challenges. System, I have an inquiry, she began. As I stand at level 30, I am preparing to absorb the third soul ring. Could you enlighten me on the age of the ancient black dragon soul ring? Beep. Dear Master, the ancient black dragon soul ring belongs to an ancient divine dragon. In terms of the soul beast ages in the world of Douluo Continent, it is equivalent to a soul beast of 100 billion years, the system replied. 100 billion years? System, do not frighten me. Yu Xiao was genuinely apprehensive, for the white dragon soul ring was merely 99 billion years old. The leap to 100 billion years for the ancient black dragon soul ring raised significant concerns regarding her ability to absorb it. Beep. Master, my statement is unequivocally true. It is indeed 100 billion years. Do you wish to proceed with the absorption? Yu Xiao, naturally, one must absorb it. The crux lies in the 100 billion years of soul rings. I cannot withstand the pressure they impose. Ding, indeed, however, my master. With this system to assist you by sealing some of its powers, the danger can certainly be mitigated. Ding, of course, the impact during absorption is unavoidable. It is precisely this assurance from the system that emboldens me. Otherwise, I would hesitate to absorb it lightly. Yu Xiao exhaled in relief. With the system's guarantee, the absorption is fundamentally assured. Ding, I knew my master would not bring good tidings to the system. Haha, those capable must bear more burdens. Who else would I turn to if not you, my boundless system? Ding, humph, my master is truly mischievous, brazenly shameless. He smiled wryly and said, Dear system, you should count your blessings. While I may possess a touch of shamelessness, I am certainly preferable to those perverse individuals. Should you ever encounter such a wretch, you would have no refuge even to weep. Drip. Oh, this system has no desire to serve a deranged master. It is simply too terrifying. And the thought frightens me greatly. Thus, dear system, encountering me is indeed a blessing earned from your past life. As long as you fulfill your role as my system diligently, you shall surely reap the benefits. You continue to jest, you won't be frightened to death. Drip, master. That is enough. Do not presume that this system is unaware of your thoughts. If you continue to deceive me, the consequences will be quite severe. You smiled silently, astonished that the system could discern even her innermost thoughts, a clear oversight on her part. Ding, the voice of the system chimed, of course. My master, this system has become one with your very essence. Apart from the inability to control you, I am fully aware of your thoughts. Yu Xiao was taken aback. Thinking to himself, goodness, all my private thoughts and notions about women are laid bare to the system. Fortunately, the system is a female. I won't suffer any losses and may even gain some advantages. If the system were a handsome man, I would be at a considerable disadvantage. No more chatter. No more chatter. It's too much to bear. I should focus on absorbing the soul rings. Yu Xiao felt a touch of embarrassment as he swiftly retrieved the ancient black dragon soul ring from the system space, placing it before him. Before his eyes lay a soul ring as dark as ink, glimmering with radiant light. Within the dazzling brilliance emanated a powerful essence of soul energy, imbued with the formidable force capable of obliterating the very heavens and earth. Yu Xiao had yet to absorb the essence when a chill sweat broke out, leaving him startled. Was it truly necessary for it to be so terrifying? Contemplating the soul rings of the soul beasts from Douluo Continent, which had existed for 100,000 years, one could easily surmise the dread they instilled. Yet, considering his own 100 billion years of existence, the magnitude of terror was beyond imagination. Nonetheless, the necessity to absorb it remained undeniable. Yu Xiao promptly closed his eyes to cultivate his spirit, delving into meditation to commence the absorption process. In the next moment, a low hum resonated as the ancient black dragon's soul ring stirred, its soul power fluctuations intensifying, gradually drawing closer to him. Yu Xiao could sense the terrifying pressure gradually encroaching upon him, assaulting his very being. Fortunately, he had previously absorbed an ancient white dragon's soul ring, providing him with a measure of defense. Otherwise, this overwhelming force alone would have been sufficient to send him flying before even making contact. The ancient black dragon's soul ring slowly ascended above his head, contracting in size, thereby amplifying its impact. Yu Xiao trembled all over, his limbs and bones creaking under the immense pressure. Nevertheless, he summoned the strength to guide himself toward the weapon spirit of the sword of immortal slaying released from his right hand. This endeavor, however, was far from effortless. The ancient black dragon soul ring, a soul ring of 10 billion years, possessed an overwhelming power that was not easily tamed. Yu smiled wryly, having to expend the entirety of the power from his second 99 billion-year soul ring to barely draw it closer to his martial soul. After a few moments, the ancient black dragon soul ring finally encircled the Zhu Xian sword martial soul, marking the completion of its preliminary absorption. Yu Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the impact of the soul ring surged forth like a ferocious flood, rushing into his entire being from his right hand, permeating every limb, every sinew, every organ, and every meridian. The sensation was indescribable. It was an exquisite torment beyond the capacity of mere words. The force was significantly greater than that experienced during the absorption of the ancient white dragon soul ring. The distinction between a soul ring of 99 billion years and one of 100 billion years appeared to be merely a matter of 1 billion years. Yet, this billion years encompassed more than a simple numerical difference. It represented a vast leap in realms. Each ascension to a higher realm manifests a disparity of monumental proportions. Moreover, the ancient black dragon possessed inherent strengths far surpassing those of the ancient white dragon, indicating that their respective impacts were not to be compared on the same plane. After a while, under the overwhelming force of the soul ring, Yu Xiao felt as if his very soul was on the verge of detachment. Suddenly, a white dragon's silhouette began to glide within his dantian. As Yu Xiao gazed inward, he discerned that the ethereal white dragon shadow was, in fact, the manifestation of the dragon essence contained within the ancient white dragon soul ring. This revelation implied that within the ancient white dragon soul ring resided a sphere of dragon energy capable of transforming into the corporeal form of a white dragon shadow. With the emergence of this white dragon figure, the tumultuous force exerted by the ancient black dragon soul ring appeared to diminish somewhat. Chapter 31. A handsome turnabout. The white dragon figure was formed from a concentrated mass of dragon energy, birthed from the white dragon soul ring itself. Instantly, it traversed from Yu Xiao's dantian to envelop his entire being, permeating his internal organs, meridians, and limbs. It was this very sphere of white dragon energy that gradually subdued the fierce impact of the ancient black dragon soul ring, leading to a gradual easing in tranquility. Yu Xiao let out a long sigh of relief, realizing that the system's dear lady had already devised a precise method of suppression for him. What a fortunate turn of events! If only she had communicated this sooner, it would have alleviated his worries. Her playful mischief was rather endearing. Approximately an hour later, Yu Xiaokai slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the sunlit sky. He took a deep breath of fresh air and exhaled. Oh, his third soul ring had been successfully absorbed, and his strength had surged remarkably. Yu Xiao found it utterly astonishing that after absorbing the ancient black dragon soul ring, which had existed for a staggering 100 billion years, his level surged abruptly to that of a 36th rank soul master. Indeed, this meant he possessed a soul ring that was over 300 million years old, without exception. Yu Xiaogang remarked that even in the divine realm of the Douluo plane, there exists no one as formidable as herself. Yi smiled as he rose, his soul power radiating around him, revealing 3 soul rings of pristine white and deep black. The brilliance of these rings surpassed that of ordinary soul rings, for they were indeed 1,000,000 years old, incomparable to any others. As he retracted the 3 soul rings, he contemplated the upcoming duel with Tang San, reminding himself to present a gift to Tang Hao. This was a task assigned by the system, one that must be fulfilled. A luminous green hat would be an inappropriate gift for Tang Hao, clearly unsuitable. Yi Xiao pondered for a moment and concluded that it could be refined before being presented, certain that it would compel Tang Hao to willingly wear it, thus accomplishing the task at hand. The following day, knock, knock, knock. Brother Xiao, have you risen yet? Yu Xiao was enjoying a deep slumber when a sudden cacophony jolted him awake from his dreams. Uncertain of the source of the disturbance, he rose from his bed and glimpsed the picturesque scenery outside his window, now bathed in bright sunlight. It dawned on him that he had overslept. A quick glance at the timer on the wall revealed that it was already 9 in the morning. Indeed, it was rather late. As Yu Xiao opened the door, she was greeted by the sight of a 6-year-old girl with short blue hair standing outside. Instantly recognizing her, she realized that it was none other than Luo Xiaoli, the young girl who lived next door to village chief Jack's home. During her stay at old Jack's house, Yu Xiao grew quite familiar with Luo Xiaoli. Thus, whenever the little girl found herself with some free time, she would seek him out for play. However, today, as she approached Yi Xiao's door, she happened upon old Jack, who was heading out for work. Luo Xiaoli inquired about Yi Xiao, and old Jack informed her that he had yet to rise, suggesting she knock on his door. Yet, Luo Xiaoli bore another identity. She was the young girl connected to the blue silvergrass who awakened her martial soul alongside Tang San in the original tale of Douluo Delu. Blue silvergrass is the most ubiquitous and commonplace plant in Douluo Delu, known for its tenacity, thriving abundantly across the landscape with remarkable vitality. Wherever there is soil, one is likely to find it. Yet, within the realm of martial souls, blue silvergrass is regarded as a useless soul. This is why, in the original narrative, Siyuntao dismisses Tang San, who possesses innate full soul power. Luo Xiaoli, have you come so early for a reason? Yu Xiao asked, gently stroking the girl's silky hair, which felt delightful. Ah, Luo Xiaoli exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Brother Xiao, it's already 9:30. Is that early? My parents have been working in the fields for 2 hours already. Yi Xiao smiled awkwardly, uncertain how to respond. After all, he couldn't admit that he was merely a salty fish devoid of any sense of time. Indeed, he had been signed into the Douluo Continent for 56 years. Although he still maintained the handsome visage of a 19-year-old, the passage of time was undeniably real. Suddenly, Luo Xiaoli opened her mouth wide and tugged at his hand, exclaiming, Xiaogu, I discovered today that you are far more handsome than you were yesterday. Is that so? Yu Xiao thought to himself. Having not looked in the mirror the previous day, he was left wondering whether Luo Xiaoli was merely flattering him or if there was truth to her words. He hurried into his room to retrieve a mirror and stepped to the doorway to catch a glimpse of himself. Upon seeing his reflection, he was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe that the figure before him was indeed the same as yesterday's. It was not merely a slight enhancement. He was stunning beyond measure. Yu Xiaoxie was overjoyed, contemplating the singular possibility that after absorbing the ancient black dragon spirit ring yesterday, he had also transformed into a more handsome version of himself. There seemed to be no other explanation. Tang San opened the courtyard door and, upon seeing the youth outside, expressed his curiosity. Yi Xiaoxie, how have you become even more handsome than yesterday? Indeed, Luo Xiaoli had remarked similarly. Now, Tang San echoed the sentiment. It appeared that he had struck a remarkable fortune, having not only absorbed the ancient black dragon spirit ring but also emerged more handsome than before. Yu Xiao laughed heartily, wrapping his arm around Tang San's shoulder as they strolled into the courtyard. Little San, being handsome certainly helps in attracting a girlfriend and finding a wife. By the way, Little San, do you wish to find a girlfriend? Tang San, wide-eyed, gazed at him in disbelief. No way, Yu Xiao. I'm only 6 years old. I'm not even at the age for dating. Yi Xiao found it hard to believe that Tang San was indifferent to women and had no desire for a wife. It was inconceivable for a 29-year-old mind to be free of such thoughts. If he truly had no interest, he would not have taken advantage of Xiao at the Nodding Academy, sharing the same quilt with her. He even made her call him brother, despite her being considerably older than he. Initially, she called him brother, but this naturally evolved into a relationship as girlfriend, partner, beloved, and ultimately, wife. culminating in the blessing of having a pair of children together. Yu Xiao found himself at a loss for words. Xiao San, if you wish to think, then think freely. There is no need for embarrassment. Matters of love between men and women are a natural part of life, a phenomenon that is to be expected. If love were to vanish from the world, that would indeed be abnormal, a true aberration, rendering existence devoid of meaning, would it not? Tang San had no retort. He mused that although he currently inhabited the body of a child, his soul and intellect were those of an adult man, yearning for love and connection. In his past life, he had never had a girlfriend, nor had he experienced romance, let alone marriage and parenthood, as he had met an untimely end. Hence, in this life, Tang San was determined not to let opportunities slip by. He aspired not only to grow stronger and larger, but also to savor the essence of love. Xiaogu, I believe it would be best to discuss such matters when I have matured further. Yi Xiao gently patted his head and remarked, indeed, you are merely 6 years old. Even if you wish to contemplate such matters, it would be beyond your capacity. Tang San, feeling a wave of embarrassment, sought to divert the conversation. Xiaogu, we agreed yesterday to compete, the best of 3 matches. Do you still wish to proceed? Of course, otherwise. What purpose would my visit to your home serve? Yi Xiao replied. Very well, let us begin with an arm wrestling contest. Tang San said as he made his way towards the stone table in the courtyard. Yu Xiao walked over and took a seat across from Tang San. Observing the determined expression on Tang San's face, he couldn't help but find it amusing. He thought to himself, having already attained 3 soul rings, 2 ancient divine artifact soul skills, and soul rings exceeding 300 million years, competing in an arm wrestling match with me is truly laughable. Chapter 32, Best of 3. Tang San's defeat. Tang San extended his hand and placed it on the stone table, and Yi Xiao did the same, testing their strength. He quickly realized that his hand and Yi Xiao's were not on the same level at all. However, possessing the inner strength of the Xiantian skill, he felt no fear of Yi Xiao's formidable hand and believed he had a significant chance of victory. Yi Xiao discerned Tang San's subtle intentions, yet chose to remain silent about them. He grasped Tang San's delicate hand firmly, and in that instant, Tang San felt an unexpected strength emanating from Yi Xiao's palm, far surpassing his own expectations. The grip was not merely strong, but also robust and unwavering. How could he possess such immense strength? Tang San pondered for a moment before exhaling in relief, rationalizing that Yi Xiao's larger hand must account for such power. He immediately channeled his internal energy through the Xiantian skill into his palm, pressing down with all his might. He pushed down, pushed down, pushed down. However, Tang San was mistaken. No matter how great his efforts or how fully he employed the first level of Xiantian skill, he could not budge Yi Xiao's hand in the slightest. Impossible. This was inconceivable. Both he and Yi Xiao were merely 6 years of age. He had utilized the first level of Xiantian energy. Even if Yi Xiao were merely precocious, he should have been no match for him. Not to mention the several robust men from the village. Yet, Yi Xiao's hand remained steadfast, unyielding to his force. Perhaps he was not as simple as he appeared. To verify this, Tang San employed the purple extreme demon eye to scrutinize Yi Xiao's body, only to find no anomalous energy fluctuations. He withdrew his gaze, smirking inwardly. Oh, little Sanzi, if you wish to gauge my strength, your purple extreme demon eye is truly insufficient. Yi Xiao had long concealed all his power using his secret techniques, rendering Tang San utterly oblivious to his true strength. Even his purple extreme magic eye could not penetrate Yi Xiao's facade. Not to mention Tang San. Even the esteemed elder of the Spirit Hall, a rank 99 limit Douluo, would find it impossible to discern the hidden prowess of Yi Xiao. With a resounding thud, Yi Xiao forcefully slammed Tang San's hand onto the stone table, leaving no room for doubt. To ensure Tang San's submission, Yi Xiao repeatedly lifted and pressed down his hand, performing this action over 30 times before finally ceasing. Tang San, do you concede? Tang San was rendered speechless, acutely aware of the pain coursing through his hand. Being pinned to the stone table repeatedly by Yi Xiao was nothing short of excruciating. Brother Xiao, although you have triumphed in this round, do not forget our agreement stipulates 3 rounds, 2 victories. So do not become too arrogant. I still have my chances. Is that so? Yi Xiao, though trying to suppress a smile, found himself amused by Tang San's words. Of course, although I am unsure of the source of your confidence. Your words certainly convey a sense of bravado. Tang San clenched his teeth and stood, moving to the open space in the center. As we agreed upon yesterday, the second round will be a wrestling match. The first to fall with all limbs on the ground shall be the loser. Indeed, I understand. Yi Xiao, with a playful smile, approached him and placed his hand atop Tang San's head. He mused to himself, little San, despite your grappling techniques. You shall not be able to subdue me. Tang San gazed up at Yi Xiao, confidence radiating from his expression. He thought to himself, with my Tang sect's most formidable grappling technique, the controlling crane and capturing dragon, once perfected, I can seize objects barehanded, leveraging strength with minimal effort, rendering attacks virtually intangible. Against power-type soul masters, I am essentially invincible. I refuse to believe you can outmatch me in an arm wrestling contest, let alone against this Tang sect ultimate skill. Yi Xiao discerned the confidence gleaming in Tang San's eyes. However, he chose not to reveal it, intending to let him understand. In this Douluo Continent, he was not the only one with a hidden card. Upon noticing Yi Xiao's proximity, Tang San swiftly gestured with his hands, signaling to his opponent that the time to commence had arrived. Yi Xiao stood still, immovable, as if he were a mountain, impervious to the subtle techniques employed against him. Tang San, unwavering in his resolve, advanced without mercy, executing a sweeping kick, his hands darting forward, his waist twisting with precision, legs working in harmony. His mastery of the crane-catching dragon technique was breathtaking, transcending the tangible, rendering the visible as insubstantial. Yet, he was struck by an unsettling realization. No matter how fiercely he attacked or how ingeniously he adapted his approach, he could not even stir Yi Xiao, let alone topple him to the ground. How could this be? How could it be? Tang San felt a wave of frustration. His formidable skill in the crane-catching dragon, so potent and refined, seemed utterly futile against this immovable figure. What kind of training has Yi Xiao undergone to surpass even himself? It's my turn now, Sanzi. Yi Xiao, devoid of any smile, extended his hands. He effortlessly seized Tang San's shoulders, lifting him off the ground with ease. Tang San struggled, kicking and flailing in a desperate attempt to break free, yet his efforts proved futile. Employing the inner strength of the Xian skill and the formidable force of the Xian Jade hand, he attempted to escape, resorting to the elusive ghost shadow. However, all of it was in vain. He realized that Yi Xiao's hands were as unyielding as iron, rendering all his attempts to escape utterly ineffective. Yi Xiao released his grip, causing Tang San to fall to the ground. He immediately employed the ghostly shadow evade, creating a diversion. However, this tactic proved utterly ineffective against him. Tang San possessed the purple extreme magic eye, while Yi Xiao wielded the black dragon's eye. Under the gaze of the black dragon's eye, all illusions and velocities perceived would be dissected and decelerated, leaving no avenue for escape. Consequently, Yi Xiao could foresee the trajectory and intentions of his opponent's attacks, enabling him to evade and defend preemptively. The obsidian dragon's eye that Yi Xiao possesses is not an innate gift. Rather, it manifested after absorbing the ancient black dragon's soul ring. It was only last night that he made this discovery and decided to experiment with it, finding it rather entertaining. Not only does it grant him enhanced vision, allowing him to see farther than usual, but it also fortifies his mental acuity. To his astonishment, he found it invaluable in actual combat today, as it afforded him the ability to perceive his opponent's intentions. Indeed, it is a remarkable tool, truly extraordinary. Yi Xiao remarked that this ability, known as the Eye of the Black Dragon, emerged from the absorption of the ancient black dragon's soul ring, resulting in a remarkable evolution of his vision. When he activated the Eye of the Black Dragon, his irises transformed from black to a deep shade of gray. Within a radius of several dozen meters, every image, even that of a tiny ant traversing through the grass, could be captured by his gaze. Tang San's swift ghostly shadows were no exception. They too could not evade the scrutiny of his Eye of the Black Dragon. Yi Xiao's foot descended, sweeping across Tang San's path ahead, behind, and to the left and right. The pain inflicted upon Tang San was excruciating, and his screams echoed relentlessly. In an unexpected moment, his feet failed to respond, and he stumbled forward, crashing to the ground, trembling violently. Yi Xiao lunged directly onto his back, pinning him firmly to the ground. She seized Tang San's hands to prevent him from hastily launching any hidden weapons. Yi Xiao first restrained Tang San's arms, pinning them to the ground. Subsequently, he used his legs to immobilize Tang San's feet. After struggling for a brief moment, Tang San found himself completely subdued, with all four limbs pressed against the ground, conceding defeat. Yi Xiao persisted for over 20 minutes before finally rising. Tang San was finally liberated, lying on the ground, breathless and gasping for air. He thought to himself, having lost 2 out of 3 rounds. It was evident that Yi Xiao had already won the 3rd round regardless of the outcome. Thus, it would be wise to refrain from revealing his ultimate skills and grant him a temporary reprieve. Yi Xiao sat beside him, gently ruffling Tang San's hair and inquiring, "Little San, shall we hasten the final round?" Xiao Gu. Tang San gasped, nearly unable to respond. Since this is a best of 3, and you have already bested me twice, a further contest would only result in my defeat. Let us forego it. Forgo it. Indeed, I concede. Oh, Yi Xiao nodded, acknowledging Tang San's resignation. Since you have surrendered, let us leave it at that. By the way, I shall also present that item to Tang Hao. He then retrieved a radiant hat from his system space and remarked, Little San, this is a hat I brought from the city. As we meet for the first time and lacking other gifts, I offer this to your father as a token of our introduction. Remember, it is meant for your father. So do not wear it yourself. Chapter 33, Completing a Minor Task, Reward, 10 System Coins. Dad, you are back? As Yu Xiao was about to depart, he heard Tang San call out Dad. Turning back, he beheld a disheveled middle-aged man stumbling through the doorway. From a distance, a pungent odor of alcohol wafted through the air. The man appeared inebriated, his unkempt beard and sallow complexion suggesting he had not bathed in quite some time. Yu Xiao, drawing from the man's appearance and merging it with the imagery from the original Douluo Continent novel and its animated adaptation, instantly recognized this individual as none other than Tang Hao. Who is he? Tang Hao immediately directed his gaze towards the unfamiliar youth, his demeanor imbued with skepticism. It was evident that he remained on high alert. Yu Xiao was acutely aware of his apprehensions. He feared the possibility of an acquaintance discovering his presence. It is noteworthy that Tang San seldom engaged with the village children, nor did he socialize with the adults or the elders. His interactions were limited to the occasional conversations with Old Jack, the village chief. Yet today, he had brought home a youth unfamiliar to him, which inevitably aroused suspicion. Yu Xiao remained silent, fully aware of Tang Hao's disposition. It was best not to inquire, and even better not to respond. Moreover, he did not wish to dwell on him. The title of Douluo, earned through exploiting his wife, rendered him utterly ashamed to exist in this world. Yi Xiao reflected on how Tang Hao had left A Yin in the depths of that shadowy waterfall cave for the past 6 years, neglecting to water or fertilize her, and failing to visit. He felt a pang of regret for A Yin's plight. Once he found the time, he resolved to seek her out and bring her back to life. Oh, father, he is a distant relative of Grandpa Jack. Yi Xiao was introduced by Tang San. Tang Hao glanced at Yu Xiao, but, perceiving no trace of soul power emanating from him, disdainfully retreated to his room to rest. Yu Xiao looked at him with disdain, wondering what qualifications he had to assess her capabilities. Xiao Sanzi, I shall take my leave. With that, Yu Xiao turned and departed. Tang San glanced at the vibrant red hat in his hand, its bright hue suggesting that his father would surely appreciate it. Xiao San, fetch me a glass of water, commanded Tang Hao, seated at the dining table as Tang San entered the room. Of course, father. Tang San placed the hat on the table and hurried to pour the water. Noticing the red cap, Tang Hao, curious, picked it up for a closer look. Xiao San, did you buy this hat? No, father. It was given to you by Yu Xiao earlier. She mentioned that since it was her first visit to our home, she wanted to gift you this hat instead of bringing anything else. After saying this, Tang San returned with a glass of water, placing it before Tang Hao before taking a seat across from him. Observing his father's interest in the hat, he added with a smile, Father, Brother Xiao said this hat is from the city. If you like it, you should try it on. Though Tang Hao did not respond verbally, he placed the hat on his head. Seeing this, Tang San beamed with satisfaction and quickly fetched a mirror for his father to see. Looking into the mirror, Tang Hao found the red hat quite appealing and decided to keep it. After finishing his tea in one gulp, he turned to retreat to his room for some rest. Watching his father's door, Tang San thought to himself, it seems father really likes this hat. Once I have money, I will buy him an even better one from the city. He will surely love it more. Upon returning to his room, Tang Hao flopped onto his bed, ready to sleep, when he suddenly realized he had not removed the hat. He reached up to take it off but was surprised to find it wouldn't budge. Why can't I take this hat off? It should come off easily. Confounded, he sat up and tried again, yet the hat remained stubbornly in place. What to do? How can this hat be so difficult to remove? Growing anxious, Tang Hao rushed to the mirror. The hat was still the same red one, but now a bright green light was emanating from within it. Disturbed by this strange glow, he tried to tear the hat off with all his strength. Despite his efforts, it remained firmly in place. In a fit of desperation, he spotted a pair of scissors on the table and, with determination, snipped at the hat. Finally, he managed to cut a slit into it. At last, Tang Hao was filled with excitement, believing that he could simply remove the hat. However, in the next moment, he found himself questioning his very existence. The hat had indeed been cut, but only the outer layer of red fabric had been severed. The inner green hat remained intact and unyielding. Upon the hat, a radiant light flickered. It was he, yes, indeed. It was Yu Xiao who had bestowed this hat upon the mistress, allowing himself to wear it. At last, Tang Hao comprehended the situation. The mistress had fallen into a trap. This rascal had intentionally sewn a layer of red cloth over the hat, leading him to believe it was a red hat, when in reality it was a green one. Tang Hao paced back and forth in the room, frantically devising a solution. Despite his efforts, he could not remove the hat. It resisted all attempts to be torn off, burned, or soaked. Nothing could penetrate its hold. Ultimately, he found himself at an impasse, unable to venture outside adorned with this blinding light. Reluctantly, he sought needle and thread to resew the red fabric, concealing the light from prying eyes. Yu Xiao, I will not let this go unpunished. Ding. Congratulations, master, for completing a minor task, compelling Tang Hao to don a light voluntarily. Reward, system coins 10 roses. Signing in reward system. System miss. What exactly are system coins? Yu Xiao expressed his confusion. Ding. Master. System coins refer to additional small rewards obtained from various minor tasks assigned by this system. Beyond the sign-in tasks, hidden tasks yielding extra benefits. Yu Xiao found it quite satisfactory. Oh, what purpose does this system currency serve? To be honest, master, it holds significant utility. Once a sufficient quantity of system currency is accumulated, it can be exchanged for various items. For instance, if you encounter a situation that cannot be resolved temporarily, or if you wish to visit places beyond your reach, such as the divine realm above the Douluo Continent star domain, system currency can be utilized to request assistance with transportation. Furthermore, and perhaps most importantly, upon reaching a certain threshold of accumulated system currency, one can exchange it for the system to manifest in a human form. Yu Xiao was taken aback. I must implore you, dear system, to let this matter rest. I have little fondness for cold, unfeeling automatons. It would be far more delightful to redeem something worthwhile, such as a visit to the divine realm, perhaps to meet the goddess of life and arrange a rendezvous. Ding. My master, you are rather heartless. The system exclaimed in exasperation. Ahem, dear system, might I inquire how many system coins are required for you to take on a corporeal form? Ding. Well, my master, that information is currently classified. Suffice it to say, it requires an exorbitant amount. With your current combat prowess, you could scarcely redeem even a single strand of my hair. Yu Xiao shook his head and said, perhaps it is better to let it go. In the Douluo Continent, I am not lacking in beautiful women. Whether there is one more or one less makes no difference, unless I have an abundance of system currency that I cannot utilize. Only then would I ponder the worth of such an exchange. The system remained speechless. Yu Xiao refrained from tagging the system, pondering the potential wrath that might ensue. With Tang Hao now adorned with a radiant aura, it was inevitable that he would seek her out to demand answers. Thus, she needed to devise a strategy in advance. Chapter 34. Tang Hao in a frenzy. Tang Hao, what brings you here? Old Jack, having just finished his dinner, sat beneath the eaves, leisurely passing the twilight hour with a fan in hand. As he observed Tang Hao approaching with a distinctive red hat, curiosity prompted him to inquire. Typically, this individual only graced his doorstep when matters of significance arose. Tang Hao wore a stern expression, as though someone owed him a fortune. Yet his true motive for seeking Yu Xiao was the matter of a luminous aura. Old Jack, I've been informed by Xiao San that a distant relative named Yu Xiao is visiting your home. Is she here? If so, please summon her. I have words to share. Old Jack, detecting an unfriendly undertone from Tang Hao's demeanor, did not dwell on it further. In his eyes, after 6 years, Tang Hao was merely a foul-tempered, rough, and unkempt drunken blacksmith. Little did he know that the man who had toiled in Saint Soul Village for 6 years was, in fact, a titled Douluo Soul Master. Yu Xiao has gone to visit Luo Xiaoli next door. What do you need her for? Tang Hao, upon hearing this, turned on his heel and headed next door, disregarding Old Jack's query altogether. Such rudeness. Old Jack muttered in discontent. At this moment, Yu Xiao was seated beneath the eaves of Luo Xiaoli's home, sipping tea and savoring peanuts, indulging in a leisurely respite. On his left sat Luo Xiaoli's elder sister, Luo Xianju, while to his right was Luo Xiaoli herself. Luo Xianju was 12 years senior to Luo Xiaoli, at the age of 14, blossoming into a graceful young woman. In the Douluo Continent, it is customary for children from ordinary families to reach the age of courtship by 12 or 13. Today, Luo Xiaoli's parents were away visiting relatives, and they would not return for several days. Thus, the household was entrusted to the care of the two sisters. After finishing dinner, Yu Xiaogang and Old Jack hurried next door to engage in conversation with the two sisters. The sound of footsteps echoed in Yu Xiao's ears, and in the distance, Tang Hao was approaching. It was evident what brought him there. Yu Xiao cast a glance at the red hat perched atop his head, which must have been torn off and sewn back together. The two Luo sisters harbored no fondness for Tang Hao. They merely recognized him as the village blacksmith, who spent his days drinking, becoming intoxicated, and drinking some more. Aside from his craft, he rarely interacted with the villagers. Thus, upon encountering Tang Hao, they treated him as though he were invisible. Yu Xiao gazed at Tang Hao, curious to see what he would do next. As Tang Hao approached the door, he observed Yu Xiao laughing and chatting merrily with the Luo sisters, and his anger surged within him. Yu Xiao, come here. He called out. Humph. Who do you think you are? Just because you summon me, do you expect me to obey? Do you consider yourself a celestial being like the twin stars of Taibai? Brother Xiao, who are the twin stars of Taibai? Luo Xiaoli inquired, unfamiliar with the name. Luo Xianju looked at her, equally eager to know. Yu Xiao remarked. This Taibai Jingxing is the younger brother of the Supreme Lord. The two sisters nodded in acknowledgement, yet shook their heads, still perplexed about the identity of the Supreme Lord. Tang Hao scrutinized Yu Xiao from head to toe, and found no traces of soul power emanating from him, nor any motive to cause harm. However, the little third party claimed that the hat was a gift from Yu Xiao, and having known him since childhood, he would never lie. Thus, it must be true. Yet, why would he bestow this hat upon himself? What was the intention behind it? Tang Hao stepped forward, saying, Yu Xiao, you know well why I have come to find you. Come with me to the realm of reality. Do not compel me to take action against you. Yu Xiao believed it best not to involve the Luo sisters in this matter, lest it lead to unforeseen consequences for them. With that thought in mind, he rose and bid farewell to the sisters, then proceeded alongside Tang Hao towards the outskirts of the village. Once they were away from prying eyes, Tang Hao halted and turned to face the young man before him. Yu Xiao, you must realize why I summoned you, he stated. Yu Xiao replied, I am aware. Yet what can you do if I choose not to acknowledge it? Yu Xiao shook her head, exclaiming, what an absurd cosmic jest. I am not privy to your thoughts. Tang Hao's countenance darkened further, his entire being radiating an aura of lethal intent, reminiscent of his domain of slaughter. This formidable skill was acquired during his harrowing trials in the City of Carnage. How audacious for a mere domain of slaughter to flaunt power in his presence. Utterly devoid of shame. As long as you honestly disclose the matter concerning that hat, I shall spare you. Tang Hao was in urgent need of removing the hat atop his head, yet found himself powerless to act, thus he hesitated to strike. In the realm of strategy, retreat was the wisest course of action. Yi Zhao's figure flickered like a gust of wind as he swiftly fled, not out of fear of Tang Hao, nor because he could not contend with him, but simply because the narrative of the original Douluo Continent had yet to unfold, making it premature to engage in confrontation. He wished to escape. Tang Hao's figure flickered as well, vanishing from his original spot. This lad, indeed, harbored secrets. He believed that with his strength as a titled Douluo, catching up to Yu Xiao should pose no challenge. However, in the next moment, his conviction wavered. Tang Hao chased Yu Xiao across numerous mountain peaks. Yet Yu Xiao continued to run ahead, maintaining his composure without breaking a sweat. Though they were merely 3 zhang apart, this distance became an insurmountable chasm between them. This was due to Tang Hao's ignorance of Yu Xiao's mastery in running, honed to an extraordinary degree, far beyond his reach. Ultimately, when Tang Hao lost sight of Yu Xiao, he could only helplessly turn back home. Yet this served to confirm one thing. The light above his head was indeed orchestrated by Yu Xiao. What perplexed him was the motive behind such an act. For several consecutive days, Tang Hao scoured the village and its surroundings in search of Yu Xiao's presence. However, after a fruitless 10 days, he temporarily set the matter aside. Half a month later, at the entrance of Holy Spirit Village, before the fallen statue of the Soul Sage, a strikingly beautiful youth reclined atop the statue. His eyes gently closed. This exquisite youth was none other than Yu Xiao, the very individual whom Tang Hao had relentlessly pursued to no avail. Yu Xiao remains in the sacred Soul Village, awaiting the arrival of a certain individual. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoes as a figure clad in white attire with a black cloak approaches. Adorned with a soul emblem the size of a fist on his chest and a long sword insignia etched upon his left shoulder, this striking young man, appearing to be in his 20s with sharp brows and starry eyes, rides into the village. He halts his steed before the tilted statue of the Soul Sage, gazing at the imposing figure with a smirk of disdain. Sacred Soul Village and its Soul Sage statue, remnants of tales long forgotten, believed only by that old Jack. He muses, what brilliance can possibly emerge from such a humble place? Even if there were talents, after more than a century, only one Soul Sage has emerged, while the rest are mere farmers devoid of soul power. Chapter 35. Su Yuntao emerges in Sacred Soul Village. Luo Xiaoli consumes innate spiritual herbs. Ice Snow, Fury Lotus. Xiao Tao, you have finally appeared. Yi Xiao, reclining against the Soul Sage statue, instantly recognizes the young horseman as Su Yuntao, the Battle Soul Master dispatched from the Wuhuan Temple branch in Nodding City. His appearance is nearly identical to the character depicted in the original narrative in the anime. The distinction lies in Yi Xiao's first-hand experience, now engaging in face-to-face dialogue with Su Yuntao. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, Su Yuntao lifts his gaze to the statue, his brow furrowing momentarily before brightening with realization at the sight of such an exceptionally handsome youth. Are you from the village? He inquires. Isn't it obvious? Yi Xiao retorts. Although Su Yuntao is taken aback by Yi Xiao's impertinence, he regains his composure and introduces himself. I am Su Yuntao, a Battle Soul Master from the Wuhuan Temple branch in Nodding City. I ask that you refrain from being disrespectful. Yi Xiao wore a look of disdain. A mere insect at level 20 dared to flaunt arrogance before him. What audacity fueled such bravado? Ah, it turns out it is Master Su. Yi Xiao concealed her dagger, feigning admiration as she spoke. Master Su, I am indeed aware of your esteemed reputation. Village Chief Jack often speaks highly of you, mentioning that you are a soul master of over 20 levels, with a martial soul resembling that of a lone wolf. Truly impressive. It seems I did not realize how renowned you are in Saint Soul Village. It must be that old Jack has been quite prolific in showcasing your prowess, causing your name to resonate throughout the entire village. Su Yuntao beamed with pride and replied, Young one, it seems you possess some discernment, knowing of my illustrious name. Su Yuntao, however, I perceive you are already 18 or 19 years of age, having surpassed the age for awakening a martial soul. At that time, I had yet to enter the Nodding City Spirit Hall as a steward. I wonder what martial soul you awakened back then? Yi Xiao hurriedly shook his head. No, Master Su, I believe you have made a mistake. I am merely 6 years old this year, not 19, and I have yet to awaken my martial soul. Little Tao Tao, I would not deceive you for the sake of jest. You are 6. Su Yuntao exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. You are 6. And I am but 3. Yi Xiao chose not to elaborate, for in truth, he himself harbored doubts. Yet, in the pursuit of pretense, it was imperative to elevate the fictitious to the realm of reality. Ah, Little Tao Tao? Is that what you call him? Such a lack of propriety. He should be addressed as Master Su. Su Yuntao retorted with indignation. Little did he know that the individual seated before him was, in fact, 56 years of age, and possessed a wisdom that spanned 2 lifetimes, surpassing even that of his grandfather. The fact that he refrained from calling him a mere child was already a show of respect. Referring to him as Little Tao Tao was, in truth, a concession. Meanwhile, the 10,000-year soul beast, who had been shamelessly taken advantage of by Tang San, had been calling him brother at Nodding Academy for 6 years, truly an act of audacious impertinence. As Yu Xiao contemplated this, he felt an urge to strike him. Oh, Master Su. Yu Xiao amended his words, indeed, while others may harbor skepticism. You are only aware of one aspect and oblivious to another. Su Yuntao regarded him with rapt attention, as if eager to hear what he would unfold. Let me clarify. My physique may indeed resemble that of a 19-year-old, yet my true age is merely 6. I have simply matured rather swiftly, as people often describe as precocious. Su Yuntao, upon hearing these words, felt a shiver run through him. Precocious, indeed. I have encountered the precocious before, but never have I witnessed one so thoroughly, so rapidly, and so impatiently mature as you. It seems your youth has rendered you naive. It is no wonder I find this perplexing. Perhaps, Yi Xiao conceded. Su Yuntao, feeling resigned, then proposed, in that case. When I awaken my martial soul this afternoon at the Martial Soul Hall, you should also awaken your martial soul. Before uttering this, he had checked to see if Yi Xiao had already experienced a martial soul awakening. To his astonishment, he found no evidence of such a phenomenon in Yi Xiao, nor any fluctuations of soul power, which led him to believe in Yi Xiao's claim of precocity. However, what Su Yuntao did not realize was that Yi Xiao possessed a skill to conceal his true abilities, a fact far beyond the perception of a mere 20-something level soul master like himself. Yi Xiao, lacking such prowess, would not dare to weave such a grandiose falsehood before him. Initially, he had no intention of participating in the awakening of martial souls in Saint Soul Village. However, having arrived, he decided to indulge in the spectacle, observing Su Yuntao and Tang San as they awakened their martial souls, while he himself could revel in a bit of ostentation, which was rather stylish. Moreover, he still intended to visit Nodding Academy. He needed a purpose for his journey. Otherwise, How could he amuse Tang San and master you? Very well. Yi Xiao acquiesced, descending from the statue and making his way into the village. Su Yutao gazed at the departing figure of the youth, exclaiming in wonder, "What a pitiable child. At 6 years old, he bears the demeanor of an adult. His growth is truly alarming. It is a challenge for an ordinary person to accept. I can only imagine how terrified his parents and siblings must be of this child." "Brother Xiao, you have come," exclaimed Luo Xiaoli, who was sweeping the yard, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao responded affirmatively, then pushed the door open and approached her. Gazing at the little girl, he recalled that in the original narrative of Douluo Continent, her awakened martial soul was a blue silver grass. It was akin to Tang San's, yet devoid of soul power, thus precluding her from attending the Nodding City Soul Master Academy. Consequently, Luo Xiaoli was destined to forego the chance of becoming a soul master, relegated instead to a life as a humble farmer. Yu Xiao believed that during his 50 years of signing in, he had accumulated a plethora of extraordinary treasures, including some innate spiritual herbs and elixirs. As long as he could provide Luo Xiaoli with a few of these, manifesting some soul power would not pose a challenge. "Xiaoli, I just spotted Master Su at the village entrance." "Master Su," Luo Xiaoli exclaimed, her eyes widening. "Isn't she the one who visits our village every year to help 6-year-old children awaken their martial souls?" "Indeed." Luo Xiaoli blinked with anticipation. "Brother Xiao, Grandpa Jack has already informed me to go to the martial soul hall in the village at 1 o'clock this afternoon for my awakening, but I am somewhat anxious. After all, our village hasn't produced a soul master with soul power in over a century. My sister is similar, although she awakened her martial soul. She possesses no soul power and cannot become a soul master, nor can she attend the Soul Master Academy in the city. Well, considering you're also a blue silver grass, I shall assist you this time." Yu Xiao promptly retrieved a pristine white flower from the system space. Presenting it before her, this exquisite specimen is known as the Ice Snow Fury Lotus, a primordial spiritual herb that I fortuitously gathered from the mountains. Consuming it may facilitate the evolution of your constitution and bestow upon you soul power. While Luo Xiaoli beheld the blooming white flower, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Under the sunlight, it radiated an extraordinary vitality, truly unlike any ordinary blossom. Although she yearned to possess it, the rarity of such a precious primordial spiritual herb left her hesitant. "Brother Xiao, will you not partake in it yourself?" Yu Xiao gently patted her head and said, "Of course, I have harvested 2 in total. I have consumed 1 myself, and this one is a gift for you." He naturally refrained from disclosing that it was a reward from the daily sign-in system. Luo Xiaoli nodded her little head and accepted it from his hand, moving to the side to partake. In the afternoon, under old Jack's guidance, a group of 6-year-old boys and girls gathered at the entrance of the soul hall in the village, eagerly awaiting the soul master to awaken their spirits. At this moment, Yu Xiao was not among the group of children but stood beneath a tree behind them, with ears attuned to all directions and eyes scanning the surroundings. He sought to ascertain whether Tang Hao had arrived. Upon discovering that he had not, he stepped forward and approached Tang San from behind. "Little San, you have come to awaken your martial soul as well?" Tang San, upon hearing this, turned abruptly, and only then did he recognize Yu Xiao. "Ah, Brother Xiao, it has been half a month since we last met. Are you here to awaken your martial soul too?" Yu Xiao, with an endearing demeanor, exclaimed, "Indeed, I have come to join in the festivities, hoping to awaken a splendid martial soul and make a name for myself as a soul master." Tang San beamed with delight, realizing that Xiao Gu shared his aspirations. "Xiao Gu, let us strive together." To which came the retort, "Who is joining you?" He smiled at him, then turned and walked towards old Jack to greet him. Tang San did not dwell on it. As a time traveler, he had always been curious about the awakening of martial souls and the distinctions of becoming a soul master. Furthermore, he had departed from Holy Soul Village to pursue his studies at the Soul Master Academy in the city. After all, prior to his transmigration, he had been a martial artist in a low-level martial world, eager to make a name for himself, and he naturally would not forsake his aspirations. Chapter 36. The Useless Martial Soul. Blue Silver Grass. Suddenly, a figure flashed, and a man clad in white appeared at the entrance of the Martial Soul Hall in the center of Holy Soul Village. Upon seeing him, Yi Xiao immediately recognized that this individual was none other than Su Yuntao, whom he had encountered earlier that morning. "Greetings, esteemed master of war spirits, old Jack," Su Yuntao said, bowing slightly in acknowledgement, his expression one of haughty impatience as he remarked, "I have little time to spare. Let us commence." Yi Xiao observed Su Yuntao's demeanor, which mirrored that of his character in the original narrative, exuding an air of importance and busyness. Old Jack dared not utter a word, stepping aside in deference, fearful of offending Su Yuntao in any manner. "Brother Xiao, is this the esteemed battle spirit master who has awakened us?" Luo Xiaoli tugged at Yi Xiao's sleeve, whispering softly in his ear. "Indeed," Yi Xiao replied, gently patting the little girl's head, noticing her evident anxiety. "Do not be afraid, Xiaoli. With Brother Xiao by your side, you shall surely succeed." Yi Xiao believed that after Luo Xiaoli consumed the innate spirit herb, the Ice Snow Fury Lotus, she would likely manifest soul power. If that were the case, she could attend the Nodding Academy in Nodding City, just like Tang San. Village Chief Jack lacked the authority to enter the Spirit Hall and could only wait outside for the outcome. It had always been his heartfelt wish for the village to produce a soul master, preferably one of great renown. However, despite serving as village chief for the better part of his life, no child in the village had awakened their martial soul to cultivate. Without the awakening of the martial soul, and consequently lacking soul power, one could not cultivate and thus could never become a great soul master. As the door closed, Su Yutao uttered a few words, and beneath him, 2 soul rings buzzed into existence. Yi Xiao cast a glance and, as expected, there were indeed 2 soul rings. One white and one yellow, just as depicted in the original text. According to the levels of soul power, these 2 rings correspond to a rank of approximately 20. Su Yutao, possessing 2 rings, is a 26th level battle soul master. For every soul master, reaching the 30th level is a significant milestone. One that proves exceedingly challenging to surpass. Those unable to break through may remain stuck beneath the 29th level, forever barred from attaining the 30th. This was exemplified by Yu Xiaogang, who, even in his 50s, remained at the 29th level. Su Yutao, now in his 20s, has only achieved the 26th level, indicating his limited potential. If he cannot break through to the 30th by the age of 30, it will become increasingly difficult. The children gazed at the soul rings adorning Su Yutao, a mix of longing, envy, and trepidation swirling within them. Suddenly, a formidable pressure emanated from Su Yuntao's back, and a colossal wolf silhouette materialized. "Lone Wolf, manifest." With this fierce declaration, Su Yuntao's physique expanded dramatically, transforming into the visage of the lone wolf. With its wolf's head, claws, and paws, along with those eerily vibrant green eyes, the creature was truly fearsome. The first child to enter the stone circle was nearly frightened enough to flee. Fortunately, Su Yuntao quickly spoke to reassure them. Otherwise, the children might have bolted in terror. Yi Xiao stood, his waist aching, and retrieved a chair he had prepared earlier from the soul guide device, settling down to await the final outcome. To be candid, he was merely a spectator in this unfolding drama. Before long, the first child awakened a scythe. Can a scythe serve as a weapon? Perhaps, with some difficulty, mused Su Yutao, clearly disappointed. The young boy gazed at the small scythe in his hands, somewhat bewildered. "Master, what should I do next?" he inquired. Su Yutao replied calmly. "Reel in your martial soul using your thoughts. You may release it again in the future with the same ease." The boy promptly complied, successfully retracting his scythe martial soul and feeling a surge of joy and wonder. He then directly tossed a crystal ball to the boy, instructing, "Place your hand upon the crystal ball to test your soul power." Moments later, the crystal ball remained unresponsive, and Su Yuntao's expression turned to one of disappointment. "No soul power. Step aside for now." The young boy could only lower his head in dismay and move aside. Next, the second boy nervously approached. Yi Xiao observed the scene before him, already harboring a conclusion in his heart. Among this group of children, apart from Tang San, none possessed any soul power. One by one, the children took their turns, each descending empty-handed, with only agricultural tools such as sickles, hoes, and fire tongs to show for their efforts. Su Yutao seemed somewhat weary of this unsatisfactory outcome, yet he resolved to complete the awakening task for all 9 children. In the original narrative of Douluo Continent, there were 8, but with the addition of Yi Xiao, the traveler from another realm, the number had now become 9. Casting a glance towards Yi Xiao, who was already seated, Su Yuntao couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Indeed, the forest is vast, and all kinds of birds can be found. Next, a young girl stepped forward, mimicking the previous attempts, and soon awakened her martial soul. She was the only girl among them, named Luo Xiaoli. Su Yuntao immediately focused on her awakened martial soul, which manifested as a blade of grass. Shaking his head, he remarked, "A useless martial soul, devoid of offensive power, defensive capability, or any supportive attributes. The blue silver grass is indeed a standard example of a worthless martial soul." This Master Su's assertion that the blue silver grass was a feudal martial soul was rather contradictory. However, it must be acknowledged that without any soul power to augment it, the ordinary blue silver grass is indeed rendered ineffective. After all, in the Douluo Continent, very few who awaken the blue silver grass possess soul power, and it is exceedingly rare to encounter a soul master wielding it. Taking the little girl as an example. In the original text, after she awakened her blue silver grass spirit, she possessed no soul power whatsoever, rendering her incapable of becoming a soul master, which was akin to being discarded. However, Tang San was different. His blue silver grass was on an entirely different level compared to that of the girl. Her blue silver grass was pale and diminutive, the most ordinary type of blue silver grass spirit. In contrast, Tang San's mother was the blue silver emperor, the sovereign of all blue silver grass. Naturally, he bore the bloodline of the imperial blue silver grass, and thus his blue silver grass belonged to the royal category. Regardless of the circumstances, the blue silver grass he awakened possessed a certain degree of soul power. Furthermore, with his Qian hammer spirit, the inner strength from his Xian skill could be converted into soul power, making it quite effortless for Tang San to attain the innate maximum soul power of level 10. Noticing that Yu Xiao had not joined the queue, Tang San glanced back to see him sitting not far away, and he couldn't help but admire his courage. Seeing the battle soul master, he remained completely composed, neither anxious nor afraid. Even Tang San himself could not maintain such a calm demeanor as Yu Xiao displayed. He pondered how Yu Xiao could be so unconcerned, seemingly unafraid that the master would be displeased and deny him the awakening of his spirit, perhaps even expelling him. Little did Tang San know that Yu Xiao's girlfriend was none other than Bibi Dong, the current pope of the spirit hall. His strength forbade him from being low-key, which was a circumstance beyond his control. Innate maximum soul power of level 10. Just as Tang San's mind wandered, the voice of Su Yutao suddenly reached his ears. Sounding quite astonished, Tang San turned to look and was taken aback to see that the little girl, who had previously only awakened the blue silver grass and had been regarded by Su Yutao as possessing a useless spirit, was now placing her hand on the crystal ball, which emitted a dazzling brilliance. He was astonished, thinking to himself, could this be what is referred to as possessing soul power? Moreover, it was indeed the kind of innate maximum soul power that old Jack had mentioned. Yu Xiao gazed at the little girl who had awakened her innate full soul power, feeling a hint of surprise. However, he swiftly regained his composure, for this occurrence had been anticipated. In the original narrative of Douluo Continent, the girl with the blue silver grass spirit had awakened without a trace of soul power. Yet, with his involvement, the daily rewards he obtained from the system through his sign-ins, particularly the innate spiritual herb, Ice Snow Fury Red Lotus, were bestowed upon her. Under the unique influence of this extraordinary herb, the girl's constitution transformed, evolving her martial spirit and granting her soul power, thereby endowing her with innate full soul power. This also altered the outcome for the 8 children of Holy Soul Village, where only Tang San possessed soul power. Chapter 37. 2 With innate full soul power within the hall of the Spirit Hall, a moment of silence lingered before Su Yuntao sighed. Though she possesses innate full power, alas, it is a worthless martial spirit. Master, does that mean my blue silver grass martial spirit cannot lead me to become a soul master? Luo Xiaoli questioned, her voice laced with discontent. She lamented that, with such circumstances, her chance of acquiring soul power seemed grim, coupled with her fate of possessing the seemingly feudal blue silver grass, causing her to nearly miss the path of a soul master, despite her timidity. Luo Xiaoli felt compelled to seek clarity from Su Yutao, for even a glimmer of hope might still exist. Su Yutao offered a wry smile. Blue silver grass, you say? A quintessentially worthless martial spirit. What use is soul power if it is bound to such a fate? Yi Xiao felt that he was merely indulging in empty words. The last flicker of hope harbored in the little girl's heart was extinguished by Su Yuntao's final remark. Next, Su Yuntao called out. Tang San glanced back at Yi Xiao and, noticing his lack of intention to move, nervously stepped forward. As a time traveler, although he hailed from a prestigious lineage of martial souls, he had spent his childhood in seclusion with Tang Hao in the Holy Soul Village, possessing not even the most rudimentary knowledge of soul masters. Tang Hao had never intended to cultivate him into a soul master and had consequently refrained from teaching him anything related to the realm of soul masters. Even his true identity had remained undisclosed to Tang San until he reached his teenage years. Thus, he stood before them as an absolute novice, filled with apprehension. More than anything, he was curious about what kind of martial soul he might awaken, whether he possessed soul power, or if, like those children, he too might lack soul power, and be unable to become a soul master, thereby missing the opportunity to study at the Soul Master Academy in the city. Yu Xiao naturally perceived Tang San's thoughts at a glance, yet chose to remain silent, for revealing them would diminish the amusement. Observing Luo Xiaoli, who approached with a dejected demeanor and an expression of disappointment, was somewhat amusing. Yu Xiao gently ruffled her hair and reassured her, Luo Xiaoli, do not heed Master Su's misguided words. I firmly believe that your blue-silver grass is not a worthless martial spirit. Luo Xiaoli, feeling disheartened, replied, but Brother Xiao, the master insists it is so, which means I cannot become a soul master. Do not be afraid, while the spirit hall may be out of reach. I can guide you to another place, the Soul Master Academy in Notting City. By studying there, you will undoubtedly become an exceptional soul master. Really, Brother Xiao? The little girl exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with hope, though still somewhat skeptical. Trust me, he encouraged. In truth, it would be but a mere word from Yu Xiao that could secure Luo Xiaoli's admission to the Spirit Hall Academy. However, that place is not a sanctuary, and there is no need for her to rush. It would be far more advantageous to wait until she graduates from Notting Academy and turns 12, before recommending her to Bibi Dong. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Xiaoli nodded her little head and said, Brother Xiao, I believe in you. Yu Xiao understood that there was but a single quota for a work-study student in Shenghun village. In the original narrative, old Jack had bestowed this opportunity upon Tang San. Yu Xiao had no intention of contending with Tang San for it. After all, should Tang San be unable to attend Notting Academy, their camaraderie would suffer. As for Luo Xiaoli's quota, Yu Xiao was utterly unconcerned about securing it. With merely a word, the Spirit Hall could procure as many quotas as he desired. After all, his girlfriend was the Pope. What could possibly be beyond his reach? Furthermore, Yu Xiao's current standing within the Spirit Hall surpassed that of Bibi Dong by a considerable margin. It was he who, years ago, had decisively defeated Tiandou with a single strike, thus elevating Bibi Dong to the position of Pope. Therefore, Bibi Dong's most formidable ally was not the Spirit Hall, but Yu Xiao himself. Without him, she would have been at the mercy of Qian Xunji, unable to enjoy the carefree and flourishing life she led now. With Yu Xiao as her shield, Tiandou dared not act against her. In the original tale, Bibi Dong lacked such support and was perpetually constrained by Tiandao's influence. Her ambitions had to be pursued in secrecy, always wary of provoking Tiandou and incurring the wrath of the Elder Hall. Thus, while the Spirit Hall appeared to be under the control of Bibi Dong and Tiandou, the true master had already shifted. Yu Xiao was the Spirit Hall's ultimate sovereign. There it was again, the blue-silver grass, a quintessentially worthless martial spirit. At that moment, Yu now let out a deep sigh. Yu Xiao then turned to see that Tang San had awakened a blue-silver grass on his right hand. However, this particular blue-silver grass was notably more robust and radiant than that of the little girl. Next, Su Yuntao cast his gaze upon the last child yet to awaken, which was Yu Xiao. Tang San felt a surge of urgency. He had yet to test his soul power, and the master was already calling for the next. Master, I have not measured my soul power yet, he exclaimed. Su Yuntao, somewhat impatient, replied, You, like that little girl, possess blue-silver grass. Even if you have soul power, it is a useless martial spirit. What purpose does it serve? But master, I truly wish to know whether I have soul power. Please grant me this opportunity. Tang San pleaded earnestly. Yu Xiao was well aware that Tang San would not relent until he achieved his objective. Casting a downward glance at his left hand, she discerned a radiant small hammer firmly grasped within his clenched fist. This was the Haotian hammer, part of his awakened twin martial souls, a legacy from the Haotian sect, embodying a formidable assault-type martial spirit. Yi smiled lightly, and this was where Tang San's vigilance lay. He deliberately refrained from revealing his formidable martial soul, fearing that it might provoke a fatal calamity. Nevertheless, Su Yuntao finally acquiesced and handed him the crystal ball. Tang San, seizing the opportunity, immediately placed his small hand upon it. After a while, he felt a surge of internal energy pour forth, transmitting into the crystal ball. Soon, the orb began to glow increasingly brighter, ultimately radiating a brilliance akin to that of a sapphire, mesmerizing in its splendor. Another innate full soul power. Su Yuntao was once again taken aback by this spectacle, far exceeding his expectations. In the same village, two children had awakened with dual innate, full soul powers simultaneously. This was a first in his extensive career as a soul master. However, after the initial astonishment, his expression shifted to one of disappointment. Innate full soul power. What a splendid potential! Yet, To have two at once, only to be wasted on the standard blue-silver grass, a worthless martial soul. What a pity, what a lamentable fate. Today, Yi Xiao found himself listening to Su Yuntao repeatedly proclaim that the blue-silver grass, with its innate full soul power at level 10, is a useless martial soul. He could not help but feel the urge to voice his dissent. However, after careful consideration, he decided against it, realizing that there was no need to defend Tang San. Had it not been for Su Yuntao's erroneous judgment, Tang San would not have had the opportunity to attend Nodding Academy, nor would he have encountered Xiao Wu. Hearing Su Yuntao's disheartening remarks and recalling Luo Xiaoli's previous experiences, Tang San chose to step aside. Yet, he did not consider himself to be without merit, after all. He still grasped a hammer capable of forging a path from the soul village of Douluo Continent to the divine realm. Ultimately, only Yi Xiao remained unawakened. However, he was not merely a 6-year-old child, he was a fade of a 6-year-old. Possessing the maturity of an early bloomer and wielding soul rings that spanned over 300 million years, a super god level 36 soul master. Yi Xiao's mastery of disguise has reached an unparalleled level, allowing him not only to conceal his own cultivation but also to completely mask any trace of soul power. This is why Su Yutao is unable to discern that Yi Xiao has awakened as a soul master. Chapter 38. Successfully signing in at the Spirit Hall of Sacred Soul Village. Ding! Congratulations, esteemed master, on successfully signing in at the Spirit Hall of Sacred Soul Village. Reward: Ancient Undying Bird Soul Ring. Note: it has been stored in the system space. Please check, esteemed master. This is the announcement from the sign-in reward system. Yu Xiaoxie was overjoyed, having unexpectedly acquired another ancient soul ring, and of the Phoenix no less. He promptly accessed the system space to inspect it. The Phoenix soul ring, vibrant in a brilliant crimson hue, perfectly resembled that of a 100,000-year red soul ring, allowing for an exquisite disguise. It is reasonable to surmise that the Phoenix soul ring, akin to the two divine dragon soul rings, possesses around 10 billion years of age. Should he successfully absorb it, he would then possess 4 soul rings of 1 billion years each. Yu Xiao is currently at level 36, still 4 levels away from the coveted level 40. He contemplated taking the time to cultivate diligently, striving for an early breakthrough to level 40 in order to absorb more power. At that moment, the hall fell into a brief silence. He was the only one remaining. Su Yuntao cast a final glance towards Yi Xiao, observing him sitting leisurely on a chair, seemingly indifferent. With a resigned shake of his head, he remarked, "Yi Xiao, it is your turn." "Very well, Master Su," Yi Xiao responded without hesitation. Stepping into the stone circle, he then extended his right hand, releasing his martial soul. The ancient Zither martial soul manifested. Su Yutao gazed at the Fuxi Zither martial soul that Yi Xiao had summoned, somewhat astonished. This was the only martial soul in Holy Soul Village that was neither a farming tool nor a plant. Tang San, observing Yi Xiao's Fuxi Zither martial soul, was also intrigued, pondering the utility of such a martial soul. Stringed instruments of this nature were exceedingly rare. Regrettably, they lacked support, defense, or offensive capabilities, thus categorizing them as a type of ineffective martial soul. Su Yuntao expressed his views on the matter. Ineffective, indeed. Yi Xiao is utterly beyond description in his ignorance. To declare that his Fuxi Qin martial soul is a useless one reflects a profound misunderstanding. Now, let us further assess your soul power. Su Yuntao stated with an expression of official duty, having already lost the barest semblance of confidence in the sacred soul village. Yu Xiao placed her hand upon the crystal orb, marking the completion of today's ostentatious task. Suddenly, the orb radiated a brilliant light, illuminating the entire venue. Su Yuntao's eyes widened in astonishment. Innate full soul power, and yours possesses the same innate full soul power. He could hardly have imagined that this year's awakening in the Holy Soul Village would yield 3 children with innate full soul power among just 9 awakenings. This was an unprecedented occurrence in the entirety of Douluo Continent. Regrettably, all 3 possessed worthless martial souls. Su Yuntao stowed away the crystal orb, soul rings, and martial souls, departing towards the exit with a sense of disillusionment. Although the trio boasted innate full soul power, their martial souls were deemed useless, rendering it unnecessary to deliver them to the Martial Soul Hall Academy. Thus, he chose to leave without a backward glance. Yi Xiao had long anticipated this outcome, so it came as no surprise. The children followed closely behind, exiting together. Su Yutao closed the door to the Spirit Hall once more, only to be confronted by the approaching Old Jack, who inquired, "Master, how did the children's awakenings go?" "Old Jack, how should I put it?" 3 of the children possess innate full spirit power, but alas, they all have useless martial souls. 3 with innate full spirit power. A look of disbelief crossed old Jack's face. He had hardly registered Su Yuntao's mention of useless martial souls, fixating instead on the fact that there were 3 with innate full spirit power. By the time he regained his composure and sought to ask another question, Su Yuntao had already vanished from sight. Indeed, Master, you arrive swiftly and depart just as quickly. Old Jack turned his gaze to the children, who had already dispersed and made their way home. Only Yi Xiao, Luo Xiaoli, and Tang San remained. Old Jack approached Yi Xiao without hesitation, asking, "Little Xiao? Were those 3 children with innate full spirit power mentioned by Su Yuntao? You 3? Yi Xiao did not respond, but instead took hold of Luo Xiaoli's hand and said, "You should ask Tang San. He knows best." With that, he led Luo Xiaoli away. There was only one available spot for the work-study students in St. Sol Village, and Yi Xiao had no desire to claim it, deciding it was better suited for Tang San. As for Luo Xiaoli, he believed it would be entirely feasible to bring her into Notting Academy at the appropriate time. Yi Xiao escorted Luo Xiaoli back home, ensuring that he conveyed several important matters before departing from Shenghun Village. He pondered that there was still a considerable time before the commencement of classes at Notting Academy. It would not be appropriate to linger and engage in playful banter with Tang San. Such sentiments were simply not present. Yi Xiao intended to seek a place for leisure during this period and ultimately decided to visit the 7 Treasure Glaze sect for some amusement. However, he recognized that there were several formidable and dangerous individuals associated with the sect, and he felt it was imperative to exercise caution. Yi Xiao contemplated for a moment, recognizing that among the perilous figures of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, none could rival Ning Rongrong. Dubbed the Little Witch of Douluo Continent, her reputation was well-deserved. It was only through the guidance of Flandra that she gradually became more compliant. Following her, the second in line was Ning Fingji, whose destructive power was minimal. Yet his capacity for pollution was remarkably potent. The third contender was Qian, who always presented himself with an air of superiority, frequently uttering phrases like "taste my sword" or "all swords return to the sect," as if he were exceedingly formidable. Lastly, there was Gu Rong, a person of modest demeanor with little presence. Among the 4 titans of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, the influence of the latter 3 on the Douluo Continent was undeniably significant. The 7 Treasures Glazed sect, one of the 3 esteemed sects of the Douluo Continent, boasted the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, heralded as the foremost auxiliary martial spirit. Its sole shortcoming lay in the fact that the wielder of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower could only ascend to the 79th rank, never reaching the formidable 80th. This limitation represented one of the greatest regrets of the sect, as no matter how exceptional the talents of its disciples, they could never become titled Douluo. Advancement was contingent upon the evolution of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower into the 8 Treasures or 9 Treasures Glazed Tower, a prospect that seemed utterly unattainable. Although Ning Rongrong's 7 Treasures Glazed Tower eventually evolved to 9 tiers, this was only made possible through the consumption of a divine herb provided by Tang San. Days later, the sky outside was shrouded in a hazy gloom, with a gentle drizzle falling. Yet at the entrance of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, bustling crowds gathered, comprising over 112-year-old boys and girls. These youths had come to join the sect as soul masters. As long as one met the requirements for recruitment, they could become disciples of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. Given the sect's esteemed reputation in the Douluo Continent, particularly in the Tiandou Empire and Tiandou City, it naturally attracted numerous aspiring young soul masters. Suddenly, a grand carriage halted by the roadside at the entrance of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, and soon after, a youth disembarked. He was a strikingly handsome young man, breathtakingly attractive, almost too much to bear. This exquisite youth was none other than Yi Xiao, who had recently departed from Holy Spirit Village to journey to the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. His purpose in visiting was to spend time with Ning Rongrong, while also checking in for rewards from the system, an endeavor that promised both enjoyment and gain. Yi Xiao observed a throng of youthful faces at the entrance, recognizing that the 7 Treasures Glazed sect was hosting an event. Upon closer inspection, she realized they were recruiting outer disciples. This presented a perfect opportunity for her to slip in under the guise of signing in. In the rear courtyard of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, a diminutive girl of around 6 years, clad in a delicate pink dress, was joyfully performing somersaults and rolling about on the grass. Suddenly, a sound of approaching footsteps piqued her attention. She lifted her gaze to discover an exceptionally handsome young man, instantly captivating her interest. The little girl promptly rose and scrutinized the youth from head to toe, noting that he was a stranger. With a determined expression, she bit her rosy lip and, parting her short legs, hurried towards him. Chapter 39. Successfully signed in at the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. Reward: 7 feet of mixed heavenly silk. Ding. Congratulations, Master. On successfully signing in at the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. Reward: 7 feet of mixed heavenly silk. Note: it has been stored in the system space. Please proceed to collect it. Mixed heavenly silk. Is that not the long, ribbon-like red artifact possessed by Neza? What a splendid treasure. Yi Xiao was overjoyed. With this item in hand, binding his enemies would become significantly easier. He intended to first deal with the little girl before testing it out. Curious to see if the legendary mysterious sky silk was indeed as formidable as the tale suggested, the delicate young girl circled around Yi Xiao repeatedly. Still unable to recognize him, placing her hands on her hips, she assumed a posture of a miniature adult and inquired, "I do not know you. Why are you here?" Yi Xiao chuckled softly, for this little girl was none other than Ning Rongrong, the youngest daughter of Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. In the original narrative of Douluo Continent, she later became Oscar's girlfriend and ascended to divinity. I am called Yi Xiao, with Yi signifying leaf and Xiao implying a concealed blade within a smile. You may also refer to me as Brother Xiao or Xiao Ge. Yi Xiao reached out to gently restrain her head, preventing her from moving. Ning Rongrong, infuriated, gritted her teeth audibly, her hands flailing in a futile attempt to break free from his grasp. Yet, regardless of her struggles, she could not escape the confines of Yi Xiao's palm. Yi Xiao, do you know who I am? You shall surely regret treating me this way. Ning Rongrong threatened, her anger palpable. Heh, indeed, the essence of a sorceress shines through. So young yet so domineering. Does her father know of this? Yi Xiao, devoid of strength to retort, remained expressionless. Who are you, and why should I fear you? He queried. With a haughty demeanor, Ning Rongrong, her face adorned with a fierce glint in her eyes, revealed a pair of sharp little tiger teeth and declared, "Speak your name, and I shall terrify you." Terrify me? I doubt it, Yi Xiao mused, well aware of the profound heritage of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. In recent decades, under the leadership of Ning Fengji, the school had nurtured a cadre of exceptional soul masters. Among them were the formidable Gu Rong, the Bone Douluo of rank 95, and Xian, the Sword Douluo, a Super Douluo of rank 96. Although these 2 titled Douluos were not directly trained by Ning Fengji, they remained his most loyal guardians. In fact, they had been persuaded to join him in the past, with such powerful titled Douluos safeguarding Ning Fengji. Ordinary soul masters would think twice before daring to provoke the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. This formidable protection explained the school's enduring status as one of the 3 leading sects on the Douluo Continent. Furthermore, Ning Fengji maintained amicable relations with the Tiandou Empire and shared a close bond with Emperor Shui, serving as a mentor to the Crown Prince, Shuqing. His position was undoubtedly secure. Additionally, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was the wealthiest among the top 3 sections. The disciples of the school, possessing the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower Martial Soul, were endowed with a unique ability, an innate talent for treasure hunting, allowing them to sense the presence of precious artifacts. This skill enabled them to scour the land for treasures, acquiring them at low prices and selling them at a premium, a primary avenue for the school's prosperity. In the current landscape of the Douluo Continent, only the Spirit Hall wielded the power to challenge the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Even Prince Xuexing would swallow his pride in the presence of Ning Fengji. The Spirit Hall, recognized across the continent for its might, boasted 10 titled Douluo elders as protectors. Among them, the most formidable was the Grand Priest Tiandou, a rank 99 6-winged angel, an extreme Douluo, renowned for his unparalleled offensive capabilities. He was on par with the land's Tang San and the sea's Bo Sai Shi, collectively known as the 3 mightiest extreme Douluos of the Douluo Continent. Simultaneously, the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, concealed her own formidable prowess, having achieved a soul power level of 99. While not as powerful as the 3 extreme Douluos, she could easily surpass both Xian and Gu Rong. As for Yi Xiao, despite currently being only at rank 36, he had once defeated Tiandou with a single strike. In his presence, Gu Rong and Xian were far from a challenge, easily dispatched one after another, with 2 ancient divine martial souls and 3 soul rings exceeding 1 billion years. Even if Ning Fengji brought the entire 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School against him, defeat would be inevitable. Humph, you may not fear me, but you are yet unaware that I am Ning Rongrong, the daughter of Ning Fengji, the sect master of the 7 Treasure glazed tile school, and his most cherished little daughter. With an air of affluence, Ning Rongrong continued, "Moreover, my bone grandpa and sword grandpa adore me, being titled Douluos of over 90 ranks. Even mightier than my father. Are you afraid now? Wow, I am filled with trepidation." Yu Xiao finds himself at a loss for words regarding Ning Rongrong, who is indeed succumbing to her princess syndrome once more. She perceives herself as a mere supporting character, fearing Ning Fingxi. The formidable strength of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, as well as the prowess of bone and sword Douluo. Observing his disbelief, Ning Rongrong playfully blinked. "Yu Xiao, if you do not believe me, I shall summon Grandfather Qian immediately and see if you remain unafraid. What skill is there in bullying me? If you possess any true ability, go and challenge Grandfather Qian instead." This Ning Rongrong is quite the strategist, believing I would fall for her ploy. Yu Xiao continued to hold her head, chuckling. "What is so exceptional about your grandfather Qian? He is merely a rugged old man, and I am not inclined towards such an appeal. However, you, Ning Rongrong, with your delicate and tender skin, are rather amusing. Please, let me go." Seeing that Yu Xiao is unfazed even by the formidable Qian heir Douluo, Ning Rongrong quickly grew anxious. She flailed her arms and kicked her legs wildly. Yet she could not inflict any harm upon Yu Xiao's form. "Ning Rongrong, cease your struggles. As I mentioned earlier, it matters not if your father Ning Fingxi arrives, or if Gu Rong or Qin show up. I fear them not. You are simply unaware of the prowess of my two grandfathers. Were you to comprehend their might, you would undoubtedly be filled with trepidation." Yi smiled as she released her grip, feeling that playing with such a little sorceress held no intrigue. She could only wait until she matured to engage further. "Are you afraid?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed, breaking free from Ye's grasp, mistakenly believing that his release stemmed from fear, entirely unaware of the perilous nature he possessed. "Yu Xiao, fear not. It is you who should be wary of Ning Rongrong's ire. Yu Xiao, I am truly unafraid. I released you solely because I found you exceedingly feeble and uninteresting, rather than out of fear. How dare you look down upon me?" Ning Rongrong's pride was wounded, and her composure shattered in an instant. "Indeed, not only do I dismiss you, but I have never held the entire Seven Treasures glazed tile school, Xian, Gu Rong, or Ning Fingxi in high regard. Very well, if you possess the courage, do not flee." With that, Ning Rongrong bolted away with her short legs. Is she seeking reinforcements? Yi Xiao settled onto a chair in front of the nearby tree, patiently awaiting Ning Rongrong to summon someone. Initially, Yi Xiao had intended to rely on his genuine abilities to gain admission into the Seven Treasure glazed tile school through a fair assessment. However, upon approaching, he observed the lengthy queue at the entrance, realizing that even after waiting an entire morning, he might not secure a place in line. Yi Xiao, losing patience, decided to scale the eaves and stealthily infiltrate the clan through the backyard. To his surprise, he stumbled upon a little girl frolicking on the grass, engaging in playful antics. It was none other than a young Ning Rongrong, which explained the earlier commotion. Chapter 40. The reinforcements invited by Ning Rongrong suddenly. The sound of footsteps echoed in his ears. Yu Xiao turned at the sound, only to behold a group of teenagers, accompanied by a spirited little girl. Their brash strides exuded an air of arrogance. The little girl was none other than Ning Rongrong, who had just gone to seek assistance. "Brother, Sister Kai. It is he who bullies Rongrong." Upon approaching, Ning Rongrong pointed at Yu Xiao's head, reporting her grievances to the two older teenagers beside her. Yu Xiao cast a glance at the two individuals, who were among the eldest of the group of youths. The young man appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age, while the young woman seemed to be approximately 13. It was likely that someone referred to as the third brother or sister by Ning Rongrong was either a sibling or a cousin. In truth, Yi Xiao's speculation was correct. The elder young man was indeed Ning Rongrong's third brother, Ning Rongji, and the elder young woman was her cousin, Ning Kaikai. The 5 or 6 youths trailing behind them were also members of their family. Ning Rongji looked down from his lofty position upon the bench at the unfamiliar figure seated there, his expression souring as he remarked, "I do not believe we have met." Ning Kaikai remained silent, yet her gaze towards Yi Xiao was equally laden with curiosity, for she had no recollection of such a youth within their sect. Moreover, the Seven Treasure glazed tile school was devoid of any young man possessing such striking features. To her astonishment, she had not anticipated the boy before her to be so extraordinarily handsome. Typically, she maintained a distant demeanor towards the boys in the sect, embodying the aloofness of a goddess. Despite the multitude of suitors vying for her affection, Ning Kaikai had never accepted anyone's advances. However, Upon witnessing Yi Zhao's exceptional beauty, her defenses melted away and her barriers crumbled. The same could be said for Ning Rongji and the other 6 youths, who found themselves equally captivated by Yi Zhao's unparalleled visage. Thus, it was not solely the females who regarded Yi Xiao as handsome. The males shared the same sentiment. Upon hearing Ning Rongji's inquiry, Yi Xiao merely offered a serene smile. Not to mention that these individuals were all scions of the Ning family. They were merely auxiliary-type soul masters of the 7 treasures, glazed tile pagoda. Even if the esteemed bone and sword title Douluo were to arrive, they would still be effortlessly dispatched. What relation do you hold with him? Yi Xiao inquired. I am his third brother, his dear third brother, Ning Rongji declared with pride. Yi Xiao turned his gaze towards Ning Kaikai and inquired, What about you? I am Rongrong's cousin. Is there a problem? Ning Kaikai replied coldly. Yet, her heart was once again taken aback by Yi Zhao's flawless and handsome visage, contemplating to herself how there could exist such a stunningly beautiful man in the world. He smiled and nodded, casting another glance at Ning Kaikai, who truly possessed an unparalleled beauty. Standing at approximately 173 centimeters, she exuded both fierceness and allure, complemented by a captivating figure. Although she may not have the voluptuous perfection of the Zhu sisters in their adulthood, she was certainly not lacking in appeal. Upon noticing Ye's gaze fixated on her form, Ning Kaikai felt a rush of embarrassment, her cheeks flushing crimson and her heart racing. Internally berating Yi as a lecher, she found herself unable to muster any anger. To her dismay, she realized that she had already succumbed without even making a move. Behind her, 2 younger girls could no longer contain their drooling, while another succumbed to a nosebleed and fainted. Ning Rongji and the others gritted their teeth, fearful of Yi's extraordinary beauty. Recognizing that as long as he remained at the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, it was undeniable that all others would remain single. If men were enchanted, what could be said of women? I am Yi, with Yi as in Li Fan Xiao as in a smile that conceals a dagger. You may also refer to me as Brother Xiao. Yi introduced himself. What a shameless fellow. Ning Rongrong scoffed. The others shared her disdain, questioning how it was possible to call him Brother Xiao, believing it would be best to give him a good beating and send him on his way. Yi Xiao, indifferent to the attitudes of those present, remarked, As for your unfamiliarity with me, that is quite understandable. You are aware that our sect is currently recruiting disciples, and I am the one who has just successfully passed the assessment. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongji and the others exchanged glances, recognizing the truth in his words. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect annually recruits a select group of promising outer disciples for the purpose of nurturing new talent within the sect. Today marks the initiation of this recruitment process. Thus, they surmised that Yi Xiao was indeed a newly admitted disciple, which explained his disregard for the sect's regulations, as he had ventured into the back courtyard and inadvertently provoked Ning Rongrong. Consequently, it would be unwise to take action against him. It is worth noting that the admission criteria for disciples at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect are exceptionally stringent. Firstly, candidates must be between the ages of 6 and 20. Those who are over 20 and wish to join must pursue alternative pathways, undergoing assessments conducted by the titled Douluo, Bone and Sword, to gain acceptance. Yi Xiao did not undergo the entrance examination for outer disciples before entering. He merely deceived a few individuals. Hearing Yi Xiao's words, Ning Rongrong found herself in a quandary. Yi Xiao, do you possess the hand token of our sect? Ning Kaikai suddenly inquired. All outer disciples who pass the examination are issued a sect emblem hand token upon entering our sect, which serves as a pass and identification within the sect. Ning Rongji's eyes brightened, contemplating that it was fortunate for him that Kaimei had thought of this. Otherwise, Yi Xiao might have exploited the situation. Indeed. Present your hand token for us to verify your claims. Otherwise, you would be trespassing into our sect, which warrants severe punishment. Ning Rongrong was also reminded. If you are indeed an impostor, then trespassing into the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is a grave offense, one that could result in your execution. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School treats those who enter its territory without permission as dangerous individuals with ulterior motives. Minor infractions may result in confinement for 10 days to half a month, after which the truth will be ascertained before release. More serious cases, deemed perilous, may lead to immediate execution by the guards. Thus, Ning Rongrong was not exaggerating. Entering the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School without authorization is indeed a matter of great severity. Yi Xiao felt that he had indeed been negligent, never anticipating such a turn of events. Otherwise, casually seizing a token from the Qibao Glazed sect would have been effortless. He could only assert with conviction, of course I possess it, but I doubt any of you are worthy to behold my token. What do you mean? Ning Rong questioned. Ning Rongrong, convinced of his lack, refused to produce it. Third brother, do not believe him. He is clearly without it. To his surprise, Ning Rongrong, despite her tender age, displayed remarkable shrewdness. She was certainly no naive child. Ning Kaikai cast a cold, scornful glance at Yi Xiao. Though she uttered no words, her smile was laden with menace. This unnerved Yi Xiao, for it was evident that hidden beneath her smile was a knife poised to strike. Yi Xiao remarked, "It is indeed correct that you lack the qualifications to inspect my decree. Firstly, you are neither guardians nor overseers of the 7 treasures glazed sect. You are merely a group of idle children. Do you not see that you are unfit to scrutinize my decree?" Although Ning Rongji and his companions were incensed, they found themselves momentarily speechless. They could not deny the truth of her words, even though they sensed something amiss about Yi Xiao. After all, such a responsibility was never bestowed upon them within the 7 treasures glazed sect. For a time, none of them could reach a conclusion. "What shall we do, third brother?" Ning Kaikai inquired of Ning Rongji. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Rongji replied, "In that case, we have no choice but to take him to meet my father." Ning Kaikai pondered for a moment, and, finding no better solution, agreed, "Very well, let us take him to see uncle." Humph. Ning Rongrong turned her head away in irritation, contemplating how she would surely report to her father, grandfather Bone, and grandfather Sword, ensuring that he would face repercussions for his behavior, and thus cease his bullying. Indeed, taking me to meet Ning Fengji was the wisest course of action. Yi smiled gently, planning to meet Ning Fengji, appreciating the company of their guides. Furthermore, for you few, it seems you have narrowly escaped the severe beating, which can be considered fortunate. Chapter 41. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. The 3 giants within the conference hall of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, a distinguished man with a fair complexion, adorned in resplendent attire, sat regally upon the grand chair at the head of the table. On either side of him were 2 peculiar middle-aged men, exuding an air of arrogance and a demeanor that seemed to repel strangers. The trio, Ning Fengji, Gu Ron, and Chen Xian, were engaged in a serious discussion. "Uncle Bone, how are the arrangements for recruiting external disciples today?" Fengji inquired, reassured by the preparations. "Rest assured, I have made all the necessary arrangements. It now hinges on whether this year's candidates possess any notable talents," Bone replied. "Indeed, let us hope so. After all, we only managed to enroll 9 qualified external disciples last year, and tragically, 3 lost their lives while seeking soul rings in the Sunset Forest. This year, we aspire to recruit more qualified disciples to expedite our sect's growth. The crux of the matter, Fengji, is that most talented individuals have either been recruited by various prestigious academies or harvested by the Spirit Hall, leaving us with scant options. Perhaps we could consider lowering the entry barriers for recruiting external disciples?" Jianshu suggested. "I have contemplated this as well. But you must understand that our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School is limited in size. If we were to increase our intake, we would need to expand, which would inevitably draw attention from others, making it a precarious strategy," Fengji articulated. "Are you implying that you fear the Spirit Hall might cast a covetous gaze upon our sect?" Jianshu responded, understanding Fengji's concerns. "From what I gather, the Spirit Hall is indeed restless. The current pope, Bibi Dong, though a woman, harbors immense ambition and has long set her sights on us. If we were to brazenly expand our sect's influence, we would undoubtedly become a target for the Spirit Hall. In years past, the Qian sect, which ranked first among the 3 sects, was formidable, yet they fell under the Spirit Hall's scrutiny, to the point where they dared not reveal themselves and retreated into seclusion, living like turtles. The smaller factions that were once affiliated with the Qian sect also suffered, becoming lost souls, oppressed by the Spirit Hall to the point where they can barely lift their heads. Indeed, the Spirit Hall is excessively powerful and domineering. Those who defy them are mercilessly targeted. Thus, the time is not ripe. We must avoid being the proverbial bird that sticks its head out." "You are right, Fengji. It seems this matter requires further deliberation. However, we cannot live in fear, always anticipating dangers from both wolves and tigers, can we?" Bone interjected. "This matter cannot be rushed. Give me some time to ponder. I am confident a solution will present itself," Fengji assured. "Very well." Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance, interrupting the trio's discussion. Ning Fengji turned to see a rosy-cheeked little girl entering, her face instantly lighting up with joy. "Daddy! Daddy!" The little girl spotted Ning Fengji, who was seated regally, and ran towards him with joyful shouts. leaping into his embrace. Both Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo, upon seeing the girl, wore broad smiles. Ning Fengji lifted her onto his lap and gently inquired, Rong, what brings you here so soon today? Usually, you play until very late before returning home. Do you miss your father already? The little girl, indeed Ning Rong, pouted in displeasure at her father's words and replied, Daddy, I was having a splendid time playing in the backyard when suddenly someone came and bullied me. You must seek justice for me. Who dares to be so bold as to bully my little princess? Ning Fengji asked with concern. However, upon seeing that Ning Rong was unharmed, he felt a sense of relief. It was him, Xiao. Ning Rong pointed towards one of the newcomers among the 8 individuals entering the hall. It was indeed Xiao. Upon hearing this, Gu Rong and Xian's expressions darkened, transforming into fury. Their excessive pampering of Ning Rong had fostered a fearless and audacious demeanor in the young girl, who was merely 6 years old. Ning Fengji turned his gaze to the group, which included his third son Ning Rongji, his niece Ning Kai, and several familiar faces from the clan. His attention then focused on the unfamiliar youth, and after confirming he did not know him, he asked Ning Rongji, what is the situation with him? Ning Rongji, slightly apprehensive, looked at Ning Fengji and explained, Father, he claims to be Xiao, a newly accepted outer disciple who just passed the assessment. Little sister Rong encountered him while playing in the backyard and came to inform us that someone was bullying her. Kai and I went to investigate, but we did not recognize him. When we asked for his token, he said we were not qualified to see it and insisted that we bring him to you and the 2 grandfathers for judgment. Ah, I see. Ning Fengji understood the situation and then turned to his daughter in his arms. So, Rong, how did he bully you? A glint of mischief sparkled in Ning Rong's eyes as she seized the opportunity to report him. Yet, she maintained a delicate and pitiable demeanor before Ning Fengji, saying, he grabbed me and pressed his hand on my head, rendering me immobile. I told him I am the little daughter of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's master, and that Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Sword are formidable. But he not only continued his actions, but also claimed that you and the entire 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School are no match for him. Is he seeking death? Gu Rong and Xian's faces had turned a deep shade of anger, their eyes blazing with fury. They awaited a single word from Ning Fengji before charging forth to exact retribution. Ning Fengji was somewhat taken aback. How could a mere youth in his teens utter such audacious words? Should he commend him, or should he punish him? Xiao cast a glance at the 3 giants of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, noticing the murderous intent in Xian and Gu Rong's eyes directed at him. In contrast, Ning Fengji maintained an unperturbed demeanor, seemingly lost in contemplation, clearly a person of profound depth. After a moment of thought, Ning Fengji shifted his gaze to the unfamiliar young man below, taken aback by the striking handsomeness he possessed. He mused that even in his youth, he could not compare to this young man's allure. Your name is Xiao? Ning Fengji inquired, to which Xiao replied, Xiao. With he meaning leaf and Xiao implying a smile that conceals a dagger. Ning Fengji nodded, intrigued. So, you are indeed a disciple who passed today's entrance examination for external disciples? To be honest, no. I sneaked in, Xiao replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongji, Ning Kai, and others clenched their teeth, casting sympathetic glances at him. Ning Rong leaned closer to Ning Fengji and whispered, Father, I told you he was a bad person. Ning Fengji, though irritated, recognized the security measures of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect were stringent. Sneaking in was indeed a remarkable feat. I am quite curious to know your purpose in infiltrating our sect, he said, his patience clearly being tested. Xiao, with his eyes closed, continued, it's nothing much. I initially intended to come for the examination, but upon seeing the overwhelming number of candidates, I lost the desire to stand in line and decided to sneak in through the back courtyard instead. That's when I encountered this mischievous little girl, frolicking on the grass. I found her antics amusing, so I played with her for a bit, and then she went off to report me, seeking help. That's how it all unfolded. Chapter 42. Interrogation. I see. Ning Fengji, upon hearing Yi Zhao's words, reflected and concluded that the matter was indeed a misjudgment on his part. The illustrious 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, with its stringent defenses, certainly does not permit anyone to wander in at will. What if he were a killer or an assassin, an enemy? What then? What does he take this place for? Even if he is an outer sect disciple here for the examination, such reckless disregard for rules is intolerable. Fengji, the sect regulations are clear. Trespassing is a capital offense. Regardless of the circumstances, the punishment is death. Without rules, how can we maintain order in the future? Xian interjected suddenly. In his view, individuals like Xiao, who flout the rules, are not worth lamenting if they were to be executed. Gu Rong remained silent, yet his sentiments echoed those of Xian. For them, taking a life had become commonplace. The loss of one more or one less made little difference. Ning Fengji pondered for a moment, sensing that the situation was not so straightforward. Some individuals are permissible to eliminate, while others are untouchable. The youth before him exuded an aura he had never encountered before. Faced with himself and two titled Douluos, having been captured and rendered a prisoner, one would expect him to be overwhelmed with anxiety and fear. Yet, he displayed not an ounce of trepidation, remaining composed and engaging with ease. As the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, having seen countless individuals in his 50-plus years, Ning Fengji had never met someone like Xiao, undaunted by wealth or power, maintaining a serene demeanor in the face of adversity. This alone earned him Ning Fengji's respect. Ning Fengji, typically affable yet audacious and astute, was both cautious and shrewd. He sought to glean some insight from Xiao, to uncover something hidden beneath the surface. However, after observing for a considerable time, he found nothing. Ning Fengji perceived no fluctuations of soul power emanating from Xiao, leading him to believe that he was not a soul master. Yet, upon further contemplation, he reconsidered. If he were not a soul master, how had he stealthily evaded the vigilant guards and infiltrated the back courtyard of their sect without a sound? Something is amiss. There must be something more. He certainly possesses some ability to conceal his strength. Otherwise, how could he have gained entry? It is implausible that there is an insider. This matter, it seems, requires thorough deliberation. The conference hall fell into a profound silence. Gu Rong and the others awaited Ning Fengji's final decision on how to handle Xiao. Given their usual approach, there was only one possible resolution: elimination. Sir-uncle, Bon-uncle, come here for a moment. Ning Fengji called out to Heir Douluo, gently placing Ning Rongrong down. Understanding the unspoken cue, Ning Rongrong gracefully slid to an empty seat, where she sat alone, casting a provocative glance towards Xiao, her eyes playfully narrowing. Xiao observed her affected demeanor and felt an overwhelming impulse to lift her up, remove her trousers, and spank her. He thought to himself that when she turned 12 and arrived at Shrek Academy, it would be time to reap the rewards of his patience. He mused that the girl could frolic for a few more years. Ning Fengji, along with the two titled Douluos, approached and began to converse discreetly. Have you gleaned anything from this Xiao? For instance, his soul power level? I have not perceived even the slightest indication. The second titled Douluo shook his head in agreement, while Xian remarked, Fengji, it is indeed peculiar. I, too, have sensed no fluctuations of soul power from him. Gu Rong nodded in acknowledgement. I find it strange as well. With the cultivation levels of myself and old Qian, we should not be unable to discern his strength. Could it be that this lad possesses a unique skill for concealing his true abilities? Ning Fengji nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, I fear precisely that. I suspect he is not as simple as he appears, and may potentially be a spy sent by the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, the second titled Douluo's expression turned grave. Gu Rong's eyes instantly glimmered with a murderous intent. Fengji, why not take decisive action? Old Qian and I can take him out and interrogate him. If necessary, we can eliminate him to prevent future troubles. Xian also nodded in agreement. Fengji, for the safety of our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, you cannot afford to be lenient. Better to mistakenly execute 1,000 than to let one slip away. Please consider this carefully. Let me ponder this for a moment. You two may return to your seats, Ning Fengji said hesitantly. The second titled Douluo refrained from further comment, exchanging a glance with Gu Rong that conveyed a silent understanding. Years of camaraderie required no excessive words. A mere look sufficed to convey intentions. Ning Fengji was well aware of their meaning. Given his knowledge of the second titled Douluo, even if he did not execute Xiao, the two would discreetly deal with him. Xian and Gu Rong had served under Ning Fengji for decades, acting as his right-hand protectors and executioners. Whenever there were matters the sect could not resolve or individuals they could not handle, it was the second titled Douluo who would set things right. Over the years, the lives they had taken and the blood they had shed far exceeded the number of blemishes on their skin. If Xiao were to go berserk and eliminate either the second titled Douluo or the three leaders, their deaths would be of little consequence. Nor could they repay the debts of life they owed. Unbeknownst to the three leaders, Xiao had overheard their whispered conversation in its entirety. While it was understandable to feel threatened, Xiao could not tolerate any plots against him. Thus, he deemed it necessary to impose severe punishment upon the three, though not to the extent of death. While capital punishment could be avoided, escape from lesser consequences was impossible. After further contemplation, Ning Fengji turned to Yi Xiao and stated, "Although I cannot verify the truth of your claims, one thing is indisputable. You have trespassed upon our 7-treasure glazed tile school. This is a fact you cannot refute." Yi Xiao spread his hands, internally musing, "Proceed. I shall listen." He had no desire for further discourse. "Dare to provoke me, and you shall face dire consequences, no matter the distance." With his current prowess, he could effortlessly vanquish not just the 7 treasures glazed sect, but even unite the upper 3 sects and lower 4 sects, all in a mere instant. Ding. "Master, you have a new task. Within 3 days, ensure that Ning Fengji willingly dons a hat of light. This is the reward system for signing in." In silent contemplation, Yu Xiao felt it unnecessary to squander a beam of light on Ning Fengji. Yet, given that this was a task assigned by the system, it was imperative to accept it. Moreover, the allure of system currency as a reward made refusal unthinkable. "Fear not, dear system, within 3 days, I shall ensure that Ning Fengji willingly adorns himself with a radiant light." Ding. "Very well, master. The system eagerly awaits your auspicious news." Yu Xiao was contemplating how to persuade Ning Fengji to willingly don this radiance. After a moment of reflection, he finally conceived a brilliant plan. The strategy would involve approaching those closest to him, and this individual must be someone whom Ning Fengji holds in the highest trust. Apart from Ning Rongrong, no one could be more suitable than her. Upon this realization, Yu Xiao felt an unexpected clarity wash over him. "Since you claim to be here to take the entrance examination for my 7 treasures glazed sect, I must ascertain the extent of your capabilities," Ning Fengji continued, stating that if you prove yourself to be exceptional, joining our sect would pose no issue. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. "Is that all?" Yi Xiao gazed at Ning Fengji, feeling an overwhelming urge to pull him down and deliver a thorough reprimand. However, he restrained himself, aware that he must complete his task first. At the appropriate moment, both old and new grievances would be settled. Should the other party make the first move, Yu Xiao would not show any mercy. "What do you think?" Ning Fengji retorted. Yu Xiao did not respond to him. A low hum resonated as 2 soul rings emerged beneath him. 2 white soul rings, one of which was an eerie, stark white. Chapter 43. The Terrifying White Rings. 2 white rings. Ning Fengji wore a look of disdain, lacking the inclination to further engage with Yi Xiao, feeling that even a fleeting glance at him was a waste of time. In the realm of soul masters, the absorption of the first soul ring holds paramount importance. The presence of a white first soul ring signifies a poor starting point for a soul master, reflecting their status and identity. Typically, a formidable soul master's first soul ring would be at least a century old, marked by a yellow hue, with no upper limit. Yet, Yi Xiao bore 2 rings of white, making it unsurprising that they looked down upon him. Contemplating his lack of talent, it was evident that he would undoubtedly fail to meet the requirements for the sect's examination. It was no wonder he had clandestinely scaled the walls to enter the sect. He must have feared being unable to gain admission. Witnessing Yi Xiao's dismal talent, Ning Fengji found himself devoid of any desire to reprimand him. Gu Rong, Shen Xian, Ning Rongji, and Ning Kai Kai, upon seeing Yu Xiao's 2 white soul rings, also lost interest in him. How disgraceful to dare act with bravado at the 7-treasure glazed tile school with such meager endowments. Although Ning Rongrong was merely 6 years old, she had been tutored in the ways of soul masters by the esteemed Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo from a young age. Upon observing Yi Xiao's first and second soul rings, both white, she could not help but voice her criticism. "Feel free to ridicule. If you don't, it'll soon be my turn to unleash my scorn upon you." Yu Xiao disregarded the mockery of the others and turned his gaze towards Ning Fengji. "Lord Ning, have you noticed my 2 white rings? Do you feel envy, jealousy, perhaps even hatred towards me? To be frank, in my eyes, you are all but a rabble. Mere ants, common cabbages, and grass. Only I am the true powerhouse." Ning Fengji was seething with rage. Despite his profound composure, he was in the presence of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and as the leader of a sect, he could hardly endure being belittled as a rabble, ants, or cabbages in front of so many people, especially in the presence of younger generations. "You, young man, have brought this upon yourself. Today, you shall not leave the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Your demise is imminent." Bone and Sword Douluo also rose, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Yi Xiao. This arrogant and reckless youth. What audacity! With such a pathetic soul ring configuration, you dare to behave defiantly in my 7-treasure glazed tile school? If I, Ning Rongji. Do not teach you a lesson today. I shall not be worthy of being a descendant of the seven treasure glazed tower. With that, Ning Rongji raised his fist and struck towards Yi Zhao's left cheek. Yi Zhao's lips curled into a smirk as he remarked, "What a joke. Did your father know that shrimp could produce bear bile?" To him, Ning Rongji's prowess was no more significant than that of an insignificant ant, perhaps merely a microscopic bacterium. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoed through the air, eliciting a flicker of sympathy from Ning Fingxi and the others towards Yi Xiao. However, their misconceptions were swiftly dispelled when they observed Yi Xiao standing steadfastly in place. It was not he who was struck, but rather Ning Rongji. At that moment, he was sent soaring towards the ceiling, only to plummet down, crashing onto Ning Fengji. The impact left Ning Fengji clutching his nose, blood spurting forth, and in a state of utter despair. In that instant, another wail erupted from the meeting hall, unmistakably originating from Ning Fengji's side. Gu Rong and Xian exchanged bewildered glances as they beheld Ning Fengji's visage marred with bruises and swelling, resembling a swollen pig's head. He had not even caught a glimpse of his assailant before being reduced to such a state. Yet, this scene did not escape the keen eyes of Gu Rong and Xian. They had witnessed Yi Zhao's figure darting about, unleashing a flurry of blows upon Ning Fengji, followed by kicks and punches. In a flash, Yi Xiao returned to his original position, his speed so astonishing that Gu Rong and Xian had not even managed to react in time to assist before Yi Xiao had completed his assault. "Jian Gu, you safeguard Fengji. Allow me to deal with this scoundrel," Xian exclaimed as realization dawned upon him. Without further ado, Gu Rong positioned himself in front of Ning Fengji, shielding him with his body. "All of you, quickly gather around Jian Gu," Xian shouted, noticing that Ning Kai and her companions were still standing in a daze. Awakened from their stupor, they hurriedly rushed to Gu Rong's side, well aware that Yi Xiao was a formidable threat. Ning Fengji screamed in agony, regret washing over him as he lamented his earlier negligence. He had underestimated Yi Xiao, who, despite possessing merely 2 white rings, was so fearsome. He pondered. Had Yi Xiao possessed a yellow ring, the situation would have been utterly catastrophic. Even Gu Rong and Xian had failed to perceive his intentions, leaving him to endure a brutal beating. What a formidable existence this was. "Yi Xiao, how dare you lay a hand on the lord of the Ning clan? If I do not tear you to shreds today, then I am not Xian, the sword Douluo," Xian declared fiercely, audaciously contemplating the act of dismemberment. Yi Xiao regarded Xian's words as mere bluster. "Enough of the empty talk. If you possess the capability, step forward. If not, kneel and call me grandfather. Perhaps, in a moment of weakness, I may choose to spare you." Xian fell silent, and beneath him, 9 soul rings emerged in succession. Then, the 6th soul ring illuminated. 6th soul skill. All swords returned to the source. What a spectacle! He unleashed his ultimate move right from the start, clearly not intending to leave himself any avenue for retreat. Yi Xiao is well aware of the formidable power of Xian's 6th soul skill. However, with the protection of the Diamond Core soul ring, any martial soul was inconsequential. In an instant, Xian summoned over 10,000 swords of soul power, which shot forth towards Yi Xiao's body like a barrage of arrows. As Yi Xiao had anticipated, Xian intended to eliminate him in one decisive strike, leaving no room for future troubles. After all, having provoked Ning Fengji, Xian would show no mercy. Ning Fengji, Gu Rong, and Ning Rongrong, witnessing Xian's immediate deployment of a powerful attack, understood his intentions. Ning Fengji tacitly approved of the sword Douluo's actions. Suddenly, the first soul ring on Yi Xiao's body illuminated. A stark white soul ring formed a protective shield enveloping Yi Xiao entirely. The myriad soul power-formed killing swords pierced the white light shield, akin to falling into the sea, vanishing without a trace, entirely consumed by the shield. Yi Xiao's extraordinary skill is the 2nd soul technique of the Diamond Zhuang, known as the Devouring Shield. This technique not only offers formidable defense but also possesses the power of absorption, a fundamental characteristic of the Diamond Zhuang itself. Every weapon and magical artifact shall falter before the might of the Diamond Zhuang. Particularly, Tang San's hidden weapons stand no chance of approaching him. In an instant, the Devouring Shield consumed the countless swords conjured by Xian's soul power, leaving nothing behind. Remarkably, Yi Xiao not only emerged unscathed, but also found his soul power significantly augmented. The onlookers, including Gu Rong and Ning Fengji, were left utterly astounded as they witnessed Yi Xiao effortlessly countering Xian's 6th soul technique, the 10,000 swords returning to 1, with merely a defensive skill. It is worth noting that this very technique had previously vanquished numerous adversaries and claimed the lives of countless formidable foes. Yet, before this youth adorned with only 2 white soul rings, it failed to inflict even the slightest injury. Impossible. This cannot be. Xian was unable to accept this reality. How could a boy with merely 2 white rings withstand his 6th soul technique? Doubt began to creep into Xian's mind, leading him to question whether what he had just witnessed was indeed real. Yu Xiao gazed at him, stating, Xian, for me, nothing is impossible, while for you, everything is within the realm of possibility. Is that not so? Xian remained unconvinced. Of course. Yu Xiao maintained her composure with unwavering confidence. Let me show you once more. I do not believe you can withstand my first strike, let alone endure my second. For me, if you cannot conceive it, then there is nothing I cannot accomplish. Despite finding herself in a situation where she was outnumbered, Yu Xiao's spirit remained unyielding. Xian, irritated, retorted. It is admirable for the youth to possess ambition, yet do not let arrogance cloud your judgment. Humility is essential, lest your life be cut short. Yu Xiao remarked. To be candid, I yearn to lead a life of humility. However, my capabilities render such modesty unattainable. Is it my fault then? Alas, it is hopeless. Xian, in a fit of exasperation, summoned his 6th black soul ring, which ignited once more, coalescing around the 7 killing sword to form an enormous blade. This soul skill, a variant of his 6th soul skill, 10,000 swords returning to the sect, emanated an overwhelming aura, as if proclaiming, with this colossal sword unleashed, who dares to contend? Chapter 44, Pseudo-Soul Sovereign versus True Douluo. The extermination of immortals reveals its prowess, as a mere 7 killing sword dares to flaunt its might before me. Xian, what grants you such audacity? Yu Xiao pointed at Xian's nose and declared, I am a level 96 Super Douluo, while you are merely a lowly creature of a mere 20-some levels, adorned with 2 white spirit rings. What gives you the audacity to boast before me? Xian retorted angrily. Despite recognizing Yi Zhao's formidable strength, he was confident in his own abilities, believing he had many skills yet to reveal. Who told you I am merely at 20-some levels? Yi Xiao countered, secretly aware of his 100-billion-year black spirit ring that he had yet to unveil. Xian scoffed. With 2 white spirit rings, it is evident. But before he could finish his sentence, Yi Xiao summoned a pitch-black spirit ring beneath him. Although it was also black, this particular spirit ring was not the ordinary 10,000-year variety. It was a black spirit ring of 100 billion years. The 3 spirit rings were all disguised, presenting themselves as 10-year and 10,000-year rings, while concealing the powers of 1 billion, 99 billion, and 100 billion years. 10,000-year spirit ring. Xian exclaimed in astonishment. This youth was indeed extraordinary, concealing his true strength in a manner that defied logic. The first 2 spirit rings were merely 10 years old, yet the third could absorb 10,000 years. He was undeniably a prodigy. It was no wonder he could withstand his 6th soul skill, 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Fuxi, Qin, and the others, who had initially dismissed Yi Zhao's 2 white spirit rings, were taken aback by the revelation of his 3rd black spirit ring. Fuxi, it seems we underestimated this kid. Qin teased. Fuxi, with a swollen face, forced a smile. Underestimating him is an understatement. Just based on his ability to withstand Sword Uncle's 6th soul skill 10,000 swords returning to the origin at merely a 3-ring, 30-some level, he is an unparalleled existence. Qin could not refute this. Thus, he is indeed exceptional. Indeed, a prodigious talent who is also strikingly handsome, if he is not from the Spirit Hall. I would gladly take him as my personal disciple. He will undoubtedly become a pillar of our sect in the future. Fuxi, are you suggesting that Ron should be engaged to him to keep him within our sect? Qin inquired. Uncle Gu, do you not feel a stir of desire for such a strong individual? Qin nodded. If he is willing, and not affiliated with the Spirit Hall. My thoughts align with yours. Fuxi dreamily remarked. Even if he were from the Spirit Hall, as long as we offer enough, we need not fear his reluctance. Ron's talent is the finest among my children, and as we grow older, we cannot protect the 7-treasure glazed tile school forever. Thus, we must welcome fresh blood to ensure our sect's continued prosperity. Ron's talent destined her not to be ordinary. She is bound to become the next leader of our sect. Fuxi, I share your sentiments. Qin nodded in agreement. The essence of mortal desires aligns with this sentiment. Fuxi then remarked, however. Ron is merely an auxiliary soul master. Her partner must be a combat soul master of exceptional caliber. This is imperative not only for the stability of our clan's standing, but also to safeguard Rongrong. Furthermore, it serves as a guarantee for the talents of their progeny. Yet, Fengji, is it not somewhat presumptuous to designate this lad as a candidate for Rongrong's betrothed without even witnessing the manifestation of his soul? This is easily rectified. As long as Sword Uncle intervenes, he will swiftly compel the emergence of his soul. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed as a blue sword was unleashed from the palm of Yu Xiao's right hand, emanating an overwhelming force that carried an inherent pressure. The Su Xian sword's soul manifested with an imposing presence, growing from a mere inch to a colossal sword measuring over 12 feet in length. The pressure radiating from the sword swept across the entire assembly hall. The lethal aura of the sword, akin to a razor-sharp blade, inflicted wounds upon several individuals present. Not good. Gu Rong's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily deployed a defensive skill, enveloping Ning Fengji and Ning Rongrong within its protective barrier, thus averting injury. Xian was equally taken aback, realizing that Yu Xiao's soul was akin to his own, a sword soul. He could sense that his 7-killing sword soul paled in comparison to the young man's sword soul. It exuded an aura of murderous intent upon its entrance. Even without employing soul techniques, the pervasive pressure of the sword's aura was beyond what he, a super Douluo of level 96, could withstand. Yu Xiao gazed at Xian and the others, particularly at Ning Fengji's cowardly demeanor, which elicited a chuckle from him. He mused that even the mere pressure emanating from his Zhu Xian sword martial soul was enough to overwhelm them. Should he unleash his soul techniques, they would surely face dire consequences. The Zhu Xian is sharp, the annihilation of immortals is certain, and the brilliance of the trapped immortals shines forth. With the transformations of the transcendent being revealing infinite wonders, stained with the blood of the celestial deities. Yi Xiao recited the song of the 4 Zhu Xian swords. Addressing Xian, he remarked, "This Zhu Xian sword martial soul emphasizes the essence of swiftness and sharpness. Its overwhelming pressure is of divine quality. And your 7-killing sword is simply not on the same plane." Xian's complexion turned pale as he realized that even the sheer pressure of the sword's aura far exceeded the capabilities of his own 7-killing sword. Yi Xiao casually pointed towards Xian, and the Zhu Xian sword shot forth. With a resounding bang, Xian's second soul technique, the Spirit Sword Guardian, which generated a formidable barrier of sword energy with a 2-meter diameter centered around him, was pierced and shattered by the Zhu Xian sword. It then penetrated his left arm. Returning to Yi Xiao and hovering behind him, Xian, caught off guard, felt blood gushing from his severed arm, which fell to the ground. In a flurry, he activated his soul power to safeguard the wound, preventing excessive blood loss. Ning Fengji, witnessing the scene, unleashed all 7 of his soul rings. He then summoned a 7 treasures glazed pagoda, shimmering with brilliance, channeling soul power to heal Xian. "You brat, I will kill you." Gu Rong, seeing Xian injured, immediately released 9 soul rings. His bone dragon martial spirit surged towards Yu Xiao. A title Douluo is merely an ant to me. Yu Xiao mildly closed his eyes. Suddenly, a 7-foot-long, fire-red ribbon, resembling a dragon, appeared in his hand. With a flick, it reached Gu Rong's side, and before he could unleash his soul technique, the red ribbon tightly bound him. Gu Rong struggled in panic, but the more he fought, the tighter the ribbon constricted until he could no longer move. What on earth is this? Ning Fengji gazed incredulously at the red ribbon. He was most astonished that such a simple ribbon could bind a fully powered title Douluo of over 90 levels, rendering him utterly immobile. This ribbon was no ordinary object. It was the ancient treasure, the Hunyuan silk, which Yu Xiao had acquired during his signing at the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. This treasure possesses the ability to ensnare enemies, stir the seas, and wield the chaotic powers of the heavens and oceans, thus named Hunyuan silk, also known as the Red Silk or 7-foot Hunyuan silk. In the investiture of the gods, Neza once used it to create havoc in the sea, shaking the dragon palace and defeating the 3 dragon princes of the East Sea. The Hunyuan silk, when washed in water, exhibits tremendous power, encompassing the might of winds and storms, thus possessing the awe-inspiring ability to command the seas. When deployed in the air, it descends like a fiery block, capable of ensnaring and enveloping foes. Even dragons could not withstand it. And Yu Xiao's use of it to bind Gu Rong was effortless. Chapter 45, The Worship from the Great Ones. Bowing in submission, Master Xiao, spare us. Suddenly, Ning Fengji fell to his knees with a thud. "We were blind and offended you earlier. Please grant us mercy this once. Whatever you desire, I can fulfill. Are you certain you can satisfy all my wishes?" Yu Xiao smiled, casting her gaze toward Ning Rongrong. Startled, Ning Rongrong shivered and promptly sought refuge behind Ning Fengji. Just moments ago, She had believed that with the support of Bone and Sword Douluo, as well as her father, she was safe. However, witnessing that even Bone and Sword Douluo were no match for Yu Xiao, and seeing her father kneeling before him in supplication, dread began to creep in. As for Ning Rongji and Ning Kai, they were already too frightened to utter a word. Ning Fingji hesitated for a moment before nodding. As long as it is within your desires, I can acquiesce. Indeed, it was Ning Fingji, willing to invest heavily to achieve his aims. Very well, I shall claim her, Yu Xiao declared, pointing toward Ning Rongrong. Ning Fingji glanced back at Ning Rongrong and replied with difficulty, Young Master Xiao, my daughter is still quite young. This may not be feasible. However, it is not entirely impossible. If you are willing to join my 7-treasure glazed tile school, I can arrange an engagement between you and Rongrong. Once she comes of age, you may then consummate your union. Ning Fengji had already contemplated this strategy. A prodigy like Yu Xiao, who could effortlessly defeat Bone and Sword Douluo, indicated that few in the realm of soul masters could rival him. If he could bring Yu Xiao into their fold, even an engagement with Rongrong would greatly benefit the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Ning Fengji could hardly contain his delight at the prospect. Hence, he deemed this arrangement exceedingly advantageous. Haha. Upon hearing the unabashed remarks from Ning Fengji, Yu Xiao could not suppress a chuckle. Ning Sect Master, there is truly no need for such theatrics. Is it not your desire to have me join your 7-treasure glazed tile school? This is hardly an issue. Why resort to employing a mere child to deceive me? Furthermore, your daughter is rather unappealing. How could she possibly be worthy of my extraordinary beauty? It is as if a toad wishes to consume swan meat, an absurd daydream. Even if both you and she were in agreement, I would never acquiesce. Ning Fengji was momentarily taken aback, pondering the audacity of the claim that his daughter was unattractive. Meanwhile, Ning Rongji, Ning Kai, and several other youths stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend Yu Zhao's words. It is well known that every member of the 7-treasure glazed tile school extols Ning Rongrong's innate beauty, her fair complexion and striking features. Yet, to their astonishment, someone dared to declare her hideous, and in such a grotesque manner, to be shunned. The group could scarcely fathom the ramifications had Yu Xiao not been so formidable, even if Ning Fengji could contain his anger. The Bone and Sword Douluos would likely have carried him away for dismemberment to assuage their wrath. Ning Rongrong, without need for further elaboration, found herself even more incensed. She thought to herself, others praise my delicate skin and beauty, yet this individual dares to assert I am ugly. How can one endure such slander? I am not at all unattractive. People say I resemble my mother, radiant and lovely. Alas, a young girl is still a young girl, when accused of being unattractive. She cannot help but react with indignation. Yu Xiao chuckled lightly, his spirits not quite buoyant enough for jesting. Master Ning, let us do it this way. I have been traveling for many days and am somewhat fatigued. Please arrange a room for me, some food, and prepare a hot bath. I wish to rest properly. Everything else can be discussed later. Ning Fengji let out a sigh of relief. Rest assured, Master Xiao. I shall promptly instruct my servants to make the necessary arrangements. He contemplated, as long as Yu Xiao is willing to stay, everything else could be negotiated. His gaze shifted to the ancient banyan tree still bound by the crimson ribbons, and he implored, Master Xiao, could you perhaps release my uncle? Yu Xiao cast a fleeting glance at Gu Rong, gesturing with his hand as the Hunyuan silk promptly released him, soaring back into his grasp. This shall not happen again. Thank you, Master Xiao, Ning Fengji said with utmost respect. He promptly went over to assist Gu Rong to his feet and instructed others to help Xian return to rest and recuperate. Although Gu Rong had lost an arm, as a super Douluo, his vitality far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. Coupled with the swift healing provided by Ning Fengji's 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, he was no longer in grave danger. The only remaining issue was that he could wield a sword solely with his right hand henceforth. Before Yu Xiao, Xian no longer exhibited the proud demeanor he once had. Only reverence and admiration remained. The thought of Yu Xiao's formidable sword martial soul, akin to his own, filled her with admiration. As a sword enthusiast, Xian naturally bore no resentment towards the injury inflicted by a sword. Before long, Ning Fengji had arranged a sumptuous feast of delicacies from land and sea, warmly inviting Yu Xiao to dine to his heart's content, personally accompanying him for drinks and meals. After Yu Xiao had indulged in a sumptuous meal and taken a soothing bath, he was personally escorted by Ning Fengji to a meticulously arranged room for rest. A captivating beauty was summoned to provide him with a massage, invigorating his muscles and enhancing his circulation. As Ning Fengji exited the room, he felt an immense sense of elation, cherishing the fortune of having such an unparalleled genius as Yi Xiao within the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. And he mused that henceforth, no one would dare to provoke them. Yi Xiao reclined on his bed, reveling in the recent triumph over two titled Douluos, one of whom was Fuxi. A sense of joy welled within him. Furthermore, within the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, he would wield the power to summon the winds and rain, dictating affairs as he pleased. Yi Xiao recalls that in the original narrative of Douluo Continent, Fuxi utilized his wealth to procure numerous mechanized concealed weaponry for the sect's influence from Tang San. Conversely, Tang San profited significantly by employing his unique concealed weapons, earning substantial riches from Fuxi. In order to prevent the two from colluding once more and joining forces against Bibi Dong, Yi Xiao naturally sought to thwart their reunion and ensure that they did not align with the forces of the Heavenly Empire. Simultaneously, he aimed to sever Yu Xiaojiang's ties with these factions, thus shattering his delusions of grandeur. As long as I, Yi Xiao, am present, Yu Xiaojiang shall find no opportunity to further undermine Bibi Dong. Yu Xiao closed his eyelids and, before long, slipped into a deep slumber. The sound of knocking reverberated, rousing him from his dreams, though he could not ascertain how long he had been asleep. Yu Xiao opened her eyes with a hint of displeasure. Using her mental energy to probe outside the door, she discovered a young maiden clad in a plum-purple gown standing there. It was Ning Kai. What could have prompted her visit? Please, come in. Yu Xiao believed that no matter her purpose for coming, she would not suffer any loss. Ning Kai cautiously pushed the door open and then gently closed it behind her, only to find Yu Xiao reclining on the bed, her gaze fixed intently upon her, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Yet, she kept her head lowered as she approached the bedside. After returning home earlier, she had realized that offending Yu Xiao was not a prudent choice. The more she pondered, the more disquieted she felt, prompting her to seek him out to offer an apology. She parted her lips slightly, saying, "Xiaogu, I have come to offer my sincerest apologies. What transpired earlier was solely for the safety of our sect and was never intended as a slight against you." Oh, Yu Xiao observed her form, swallowing hard. He could not deny that Ning Kai had indeed developed splendidly. Ning Kai, your visit is not merely to extend an apology, is it? Ning Kai hesitated, her voice trembling. Xiaogu, I must confess, I am fond of you. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated. Fond of me? Yi Xiao contemplated for a moment and found nothing peculiar about it. Given his unparalleled beauty, physique, strength, and chiseled abs, it was entirely reasonable that 10 out of 10 girls would find him appealing. And then, Ning Kai paused for a moment before suddenly leaning forward and nestling into his embrace, asking, Xiaogu, do you like me? I do. Yi Xiao thought to himself that such a charming young lady as Ning Kai, boldly offering her affection, was a testament to his truly irresistible allure. Moreover, observing her graceful figure, delicate shoulders, and slender legs, he mused that regardless of her intentions, this was undoubtedly a delightful occurrence. Yi Xiao had not engaged in such activities for quite some time, and when a tempting opportunity presented itself, he showed no restraint. He immediately embraced Ning Kai, capturing her fragrant lips with his own. Chapter 46. Nottingham Academy. 3 hours later, Ning Kai staggered as she pushed open the door to Yi Xiao's room, cautiously peering outside to ensure no one was around before stepping out. She thought to herself how remarkably proficient Yi Xiao was in that regard. For 3 continuous hours, he had shown no signs of stopping. However, from this moment on, Yi Xiao had belonged to her. With her cheeks flushed and a heart brimming with sweetness, Ning Kai made her way back to her own room. Yi Xiao remained reclined on the bed, having engaged in 3 hours of vigorous activity with Ning Kai, and she felt a profound sense of fulfillment. Moreover, she discovered that Ning Kai possessed no prior experience. It was undoubtedly her first time. At that moment, a petite figure darted through the doorway, swiftly entering the room and closing the door behind her. Oh, Yi Xiao took a closer look and realized it was none other than Ning Rongrong. Curiosity piqued, he wondered what business this young girl had in his room. Ning Rongrong, is there something you need? Ning Rongrong blinked her eyes and, with petite steps, approached the bedside. Yi Xiao, I am quite eager to know what Sister Kai came to discuss with you just now. This little one, why is she so concerned? Yi Xiao touched her lightly. It's nothing. I merely came to spend some time with you. Humph. Ning Rongrong wore an expression of displeasure. Do not deceive me, for I am not so easily fooled. I heard everything from outside the door. Such matters frequently occur in the small forest of our sect. I have witnessed them many times. Yi Xiao was utterly bewildered, pondering to himself how, At such a tender age, Ning Rongrong had already strayed from the righteous path. Indeed, eavesdropping revealed her to be quite the schemer. "What do you want from me?" he inquired. With a solemn expression, Ning Rongrong replied, "My father has proposed that we become engaged. Are you willing?" Yi smiled, finding it quite amusing. "So, would you be willing?" "I would," came the reply. "What about you?" "I would not." "Why not?" "I am no less attractive than Sister Kai Kai, and my talents surpass hers. Moreover, I am the daughter of the sect leader. And both Elder Bone and Elder Sword hold me in high regard. Why then do you not fancy me?" "Because you are still but a child. But I will grow up. Then we shall discuss it when you have matured." Having dressed, Yi made his way towards the door. Ning Rongrong swiftly followed suit, inquiring, "Yi, where are you headed?" "I'm leaving. We shall meet again." "Where are you going?" "Can you take me with you?" Ning Rongrong rushed ahead, blocking his path. Yu Xiao suddenly retrieved a floral hat from the system space and handed it to her. "This hat is a gift for the esteemed Ning Zhongzhu. Please deliver it to him." Ning Rongrong glanced at it as she accepted the hat and inquired, "Will you take me with you?" "Not at this moment. If you truly wish to see me, come to Shrek Academy in 6 years, and I shall be there." As Yu Xiao finished speaking, his figure flickered and vanished without a trace. Ning Rongrong stood dazed in place, glancing at the floral hat in her hands. 6 years later, at Shrek Academy. "Will I truly be able to see you again?" Father, something is wrong." In the council chamber, Ning Fingji sat alone, dozing off. When he was startled by the exclamation, upon seeing Ning Rongrong rush in with a floral hat, he inquired, "Rongrong, what has happened?" He swiftly lifted her and placed her on his lap. Ning Rongrong pouted. "It was Yu Xiao. He just left." "Left?" Ning Fingji was taken aback. "Indeed. For a genius of his caliber, even the most favorable conditions would fail to retain him. Did he say anything to you before he departed?" Ning Rongrong nodded eagerly. "Yes. He mentioned that 6 years later, I should seek him out at Shrek Academy." "Shrek Academy?" Ning Fingji pondered for a moment. In 6 years, Rongrong would be 12 or 13, already blossoming into maturity. This suggests there might still be hope. "Well, this is splendid news." Ning Rongrong smiled softly and raised the floral hat, saying, "Father, this hat was a gift from Yu Xiao for you. Please wear it so I can see if it suits you." "Oh." Ning Fingji smiled slightly. He hadn't expected Yu Xiao to possess such thoughtfulness. Remembering to present a gift before his departure, "It seems he is beginning to regard me as his future father-in-law. Otherwise, he wouldn't he have bestowed a gift upon me." "Very well, Rongrong, I shall try it on now." Ning Fingji took the floral hat from Ning Rongrong and placed it upon his head. "Ding. Congratulations, master." For completing a minor task, Ning Fingji willingly wears the light hat. Reward, system coins 10 roses, chimed the reward system. Yu Xiao halted his steps. Observing that Ning Rongrong had successfully sent a beam of light to Ning Fingji. "Well, that is splendid." He had also earned 10 system coins. "Father, I shall be going out to play now." "Go ahead," Ning Fingji replied. As Ning Rongrong descended from him, she darted towards the door. "This girl." A blissful smile graced Ning Fingji's face when, suddenly, a flash of light appeared above him, startling him. He hurried to the mirror to examine his reflection, only to find a vibrant green glow emanating from beneath his floral hat. What could this mean? Ning Fingji was taken aback, realizing that the hat was far from ordinary. He attempted to remove it, but despite his efforts, it remained stubbornly in place. Determined, Ning Fingji retrieved a small knife from his soul guide device and began to cut at it. Soon, he managed to create a small incision, and with great delight, he tugged forcefully, tearing away the floral fabric. What is this? It was then that he discovered a genuine hat concealed within the decorative cloth, a radiant green hat that glowed with an eerie light. Displeased with its hue, he immediately resumed his efforts to tear it off, wielding the knife with fervor. However, after expending considerable effort, he found no success in damaging the luminous hat. Finally, he paused, pondering the material from which it was crafted. How could it be impervious to blades? Suddenly, a realization struck him. Of course, it must be Yu Xiao who had orchestrated Ning Rongrong's gift of the hat to him, thus serving as a form of punishment. It seemed that to untangle this predicament, one must seek the original source. If he wished to remove it, he would need to devise a plan. If all else failed, he would have to wait 6 years to approach Yu Xiao at Shrek Academy, hoping that, for Rongrong's sake, he might assist him in removing it. Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy is situated to the west of Nodding City. It is marked by a grand archway, spanning 20 meters in width and over 10 meters in height, constructed from robust stone. Below, 2 iron gates stand, dark and formidable, forged from fine iron. At that moment, An elderly man and a young boy walked side by side toward the academy's entrance. Xiao San, we have arrived. Old Jack gestured towards the modest entrance of the academy, stating, "This is the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy I mentioned to you." In truth, Old Jack was visiting Nodding Academy for the first time as well. Throughout their journey, the two of them inquired numerous times before finally locating the place. Tang San nodded thoughtfully, filled with curiosity about what the academy might be like and how one would attend classes there. After all, in his previous world, he had never had the opportunity to enter an academic institution. Raised by the Tang sect from a young age, he had never ventured far from home until his death. Thus he was quite ignorant of the workings of an academy. Of course, the Tang sect could be considered a sect academy in its own right, albeit lacking a formal educational system. Compared to my grandsons, you exhibit far more understanding, Tang San. If only you were my grandson, Old Jack remarked. Tang San chuckled in response. Then from now on, I shall be your grandson. Would you kindly share with me the intricacies of the academy? The academy is a place of learning. Although I have not attended one myself, Old Jack began to share his insights regarding the Soul Master Academies of the Douluo Continent, imparting a wealth of introductory knowledge to Tang San. Tang San listened attentively, nodding along, thoroughly engrossed in the conversation. Chapter 47. Reunion Begone. This is no place for country folk like you. A sudden discordant shout erupted from the gatekeeper's lodge. Old Jack swiftly turned to see a rather arrogant young man stepping out. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that he was the gatekeeper. Tang San, listening to the gatekeeper's words, felt a surge of indignation. Casting a glance at the gatekeeper and noticing the absence of any soul power emanating from him, he deduced that the man was not a soul master. Thus, he dismissed the gatekeeper's words with his Xian skill and the technique of controlling cranes and subduing dragons. Along with the advantage of his concealed arrows, it would be a trivial matter for him to overcome the gatekeeper, despite his 6-year-old stature. Although Old Jack was furious, he recognized that they were in the city and had matters to attend to, so he refrained from provoking the gatekeeper. Otherwise, they might not even gain entry to the academy. The gatekeeper's meaning was quite straightforward. Entry was permissible, but a little incentive was required. Young man, we hail from Holy Soul Village. This is Tang San, a working student here to study at Nodding Academy. Do you think a grass nest can produce a golden phoenix? A little country village, devoid of soul power, dares to perpetrate a fraud? The gatekeeper scoffed dismissively. Old Jack's face flushed with anger, turning the color of a pig's liver. Had anyone in Holy Soul Village dared to speak to him in such a manner, he would have been furious, ready to unleash a tirade. Seeing that the gatekeeper remained unconvinced, he had no choice but to present the working student certificate issued by Su Yuntao. The gatekeeper glanced at it and burst into laughter. Blue silvergrass, an innate full soul power? How amusing. This is truly the pinnacle of absurdity. I have served as a gatekeeper at Nodding Academy for 4 years and have yet to encounter a student with innate full soul power. Are you here to entertain me with jokes? In my opinion, you two, an old man and a boy, are nothing but a pair of swindlers, shamelessly begging. Be gone. If you don't leave, believe me, I will come over and slap you. As he spoke, the gatekeeper waved dismissively. At that moment, Tang San's expression darkened, his hand poised to unleash his concealed arrows. How outrageous. Old Jack was furious and on the verge of exploding. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, interrupting the fierce contest among the three. He swiftly turned to see a young man clad in a long blue garment, his dark hair cascading over his shoulders, accompanied by a girl in blue, both approaching the entrance. Grandpa Jack, it's Yi Xiao and Luo Xiaoli, Tang San exclaimed, recognizing them at once. Wonderful. Old Jack's face brightened with joy, as he had been concerned that they might not arrive or would be delayed, potentially missing out on the work-study positions. To his surprise, they both had come. Old Jack, it has been a while. Yi Xiao advanced and greeted him warmly. Old Jack nodded with delight, exclaiming, It's splendid that you're here. However, since neither of you has a work-study position, you will need to cover your own expenses for school. Initially, Old Jack had intended to offer this position to Yi Xiao, but since both he and Luo Xiaoli declined, it ultimately fell to Tang San. Yi Xiao remarked, If I have to pay for it myself, so be it. I never intended to be a mere student worker. To be honest with you, Grandpa Jack, during my time away from Shahan Village, while working in the city, I have managed to earn a bit of money. What Yi Xiao stated was, of course, far from the truth. As the foremost hidden player in the Douluo Continent, a mere handful of coins was utterly inconsequential to him. They were as easily obtained as reaching out his hand. Yi Xiao, in another facet of his identity, serves as a formidable ally to Bibi Dong, the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, as well as her beloved and future consort. Financially, he is not lacking in resources. Isn't that right? Old Jack exclaimed with pride. Xiao, you truly have made a name for yourself, bringing honor to our holy soul village. Oh, it is nothing, Yu Xiao replied, producing a pouch filled with shimmering golden soul coins. As he opened the pouch, he retrieved 3 coins and extended them towards Old Jack, saying, Grandpa Jack, since you've made the journey to the city, you shouldn't return empty-handed. Please take these 3 soul coins to purchase something worthwhile for the return trip. Golden soul coins. Old Jack could scarcely believe his eyes. In the countryside, few ever encounter such wealth. Even as the village chief, his earnings barely amounted to a handful of copper soul coins, just enough to scrape by. On this trip, he had brought Tang San to the city. Yet he could not even afford to stay in a modest inn, contemplating instead to walk both to and from the Holy Soul Village. The sight of golden soul coins was utterly foreign to him. Old Jack hesitated, unsure of whether to accept the coins. The gatekeeper nearby shared a similar sentiment. His gaze filled with envy. As a mere gatekeeper of the academy, not even a soul master, his monthly wages barely sufficed for his own sustenance, leaving no room for the acquisition of golden soul coins. Thus, encountering someone who could so casually offer 3 such coins was indeed a remarkable occurrence. Without allowing Old Jack a moment's hesitation, Yu Xiao promptly pressed 3 golden soul coins into his hand. Take it, Grandpa Jack. Our acquaintance is a matter of fate. When the academy is on break, I shall return to Sacred Soul Village to reside. We are like family, so there is no need for formality. Very well. Old Jack suddenly found himself weeping, wiping away his tears as he accepted the coins. Little Xiao, henceforth, the gates of Sacred Soul Village shall always be open to you. Agreed. Yu Xiao cast a glance towards the gatekeeper, retrieving a gold soul coin from his bag and tossing it to him, declaring, This is a token of appreciation for you. The gatekeeper, overjoyed, extended his hands but failed to catch it. The coin landed with a resonant clink, producing a sound that was particularly melodious. It rolled to a stop beside the iron gate, prompting the gatekeeper to hastily pursue it and retrieve it. He brought it to his lips, blowing gently, and the sound confirmed its authenticity, with a broad smile illuminating his face. The gatekeeper stowed the coin into his pocket and scampered back to Yu Xiao, bowing respectfully. May I inquire, young sir, are you here to accompany your sister to study at Notting Academy? Yu Xiao said little, merely producing 2 certificates. This is our enrollment proof. Please take a look. The guard appeared perplexed, gazing at Yu Xiao, a strikingly handsome youth, who seemed far too mature to be enrolling at this stage. Yet, when he examined the documents and noted Yu Xiao's age, only 6, his bewilderment deepened. Old Jack seemed to sense the guard's confusion and quickly interjected, Young man, there is no need for astonishment. Xiao is my relative, remarkably precocious for his age, which accounts for his advanced appearance. His actual age is indeed 6. And I can attest to that. I see. The guard nodded, accepting Yu Xiao's payment and choosing not to delve further into the matter. With a newfound appreciation for Yu Xiao, influenced by his connection to Old Jack, the guard's demeanor softened. Old sir, everything is in order. Tang San observed the guard's dramatic shift in attitude towards Old Jack compared to their earlier encounter, reflecting on the prevailing ethos of wealth in the world of Douluo Continent. He mused that had it not been for Yu Xiao's arrival to placate the guard with money, he might have resorted to more drastic measures. The Xian treasure record states that a hidden weapon, utilized in secrecy to vanquish foes, qualifies as a concealed weapon. If the adversary is aware of its use, it transforms from a hidden to an overt weapon. Tang San's concealed weapon could be deemed the most perilous of all in the Douluo Continent. However, its intricate crafting and the rarity and expense of its materials rendered it unsuitable for mass production. A millennium later, another continent collided with Douluo, innovating destructive soul-guided weaponry, which ultimately supplanted Tang's sect's concealed arms. Chapter 48. Yu Xiaojing's daydream. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut and a facade of righteousness approached the entrance of Notting Academy. The crowd turned to look as he halted before them. Upon recognizing him, the guard eagerly approached, wearing an ingratiating smile. Master, you have returned. What brings you here with these individuals? The buzz-cut man scanned Yu Xiao, Old Jack, and Tang San before inquiring of the guard. The guard replied with enthusiasm, Master, these individuals are villagers from Holy Soul Village. The 3 of them have just awakened their martial souls and come to enroll at the academy. Oh. The buzz-cut man expressed a flicker of interest as he assessed Tang San and Luo Xiaoli. Yet he did not glance at Yu Xiao. Did you not mention 3 children? Where's the 3rd? After all, Yu Xiao appeared to be 18 or 19 years old, and Yu Xiaojing could hardly fathom his purpose here. The guard promptly gestured toward Yu Xiao, stating, "This young gentleman is indeed the 6-year-old child, remarkably mature for his age. Moreover, master, all three possess innate full soul power." What? The man with a crew cut could hardly believe his ears. 3 children exhibiting innate full soul power. He thought the gatekeeper was jesting. Literally. This is no joking matter. How could 3 children with innate full soul power possibly appear in a mere village? Throughout the entire history of Notting Academy, spanning decades, if not centuries, there had never been even one student with innate full soul power. Moreover, the majority of graduates lacked even a level 10 soul ring. How could such a small, obscure village give rise to 3 prodigies? Furthermore, even if such talents existed, the Spirit Hall's awakening masters would not be foolish enough to overlook them, discarding them to Notting Academy. Were they fools, or simply ignorant of their own prospects? Master, you may see for yourself. The gatekeeper, though skeptical, held 3 documents stamped by the Spirit Hall, undeniably authentic. The man eagerly took the documents, examining each one closely. Upon reaching the last one, his hands trembled uncontrollably. How could this be? Just as Littlely had said, all 3 children indeed possessed innate full soul power. Although the Spirit Hall had deemed their soul powers as waste, it was precisely this classification that allowed him the fortune of encountering these children. There are no worthless soul powers, only inept soul masters. If not for Su Yuntao's oversight, how could he have stumbled upon such luck? Truly, the heavens favored him. Yu Xiaogang. Aha. Based on the innate full soul power of their souls, merely being classified as waste was insufficient to account for their innate full soul power. Thus, it is highly probable that each child harbors twin martial souls. Even if only one possesses it, his fortune would be immense. Should all 3 possess twin martial souls? If he could take them as disciples and nurture them properly, who knows, they might one day achieve the rank of title Douluo, perhaps even further, becoming Super Douluo or reaching the pinnacle of level 99 Douluo. At that time, he would be the master of 3 Douluo level powerhouses. Would he not be the greatest master in the Douluo continent? Waha! How astute I, Yu Xiaogang, am. The man with a buzz cut was overjoyed, mentally crafting his plans, savoring the moment. Little did he realize that a pair of discerning eyes were observing him intently, capable of seeing right through him. The owner of these eyes was none other than Yu Xiao. Upon first encountering the buzzcut man, he immediately recognized his identity as Master Yu Xiaogang, a figure who had been coasting through life at Notting Academy. Time and again, he would boast about his so-called 10 core competencies of martial spirits to deceive others, particularly Tang San, who remained blissfully unaware of being treated as an experimental subject. Yu Xiaogang often repeated his catchphrase, "There are no useless martial spirits, only useless soul powers," a statement devoid of any substantial basis. Consider the Shrek 7 monsters he trained. Each one of them is a prodigy in their own right. Among them, only Ma Hongjuan's talent is somewhat lacking, while the others shine brightly. Oscar possesses innate full soul power as a food system soul master. Zhu Xuching hails from an esteemed family in the Star Luo Empire. The youngest daughter of the clan leader, and boasts the highest talent among her sisters. Dai Mubai, the 3rd prince of the Star Luo Empire, wields the advanced martial spirit Evil Eye White Tiger and reached the rank of soul master in his teens. Xiao, transformed from a 10,000-year-old high-level soul beast. The soft-boned charm rabbit. Ning Rongrong, without need for elaboration, is the daughter of Ning Fingji, the sect master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and possesses the finest talent among her siblings. Tang San is even more formidable, a direct descendant of the A Yin school, with a mother who is a 10,000-year-old soul beast. The Blue Silver Emperor. He possesses the royal-level martial spirit, the Blue Silver Grass, which has evolved through the A Yin Hammer, the most powerful assault-type martial spirit in the Douluo Continent, reputed to be the premier sect in the realm, defeating all challengers with unmatched prowess. Thus, Yu Xiaogang's assertions hold no weight, and only a Navi novice like Tang San would be swayed by his fabrications. The reason Yu Xiaogang was willing to take Tang San as his disciple was not out of noble virtues or pity, but rather his keen interest in Tang San's exceptional talent. Initially, it was Tang San's innate full soul power that caught his attention, followed by the A Yin Hammer among his dual martial spirits. This led Yu Xiaogang to draw parallels with Bibi Dong, who also possessed innate full soul power and dual martial spirits. It was Bibi Dong's prowess that suggested to him the potential of Tang San having dual martial spirits as well. Furthermore, he believed that a single blue-silver grass martial spirit could not possibly yield innate full soul power. However, Oscar serves as a counterexample. Possessing a singular food system martial spirit, yet also endowed with innate full soul power at level 10. This indicates that Yu Xiaojiang's assertions are not entirely accurate. They merely reflect a tendency where those with dual martial spirits may have a higher likelihood of possessing innate full soul power. Additionally, the strength of the martial spirit fundamentally influences the innate soul power one possesses. For instance, the divine six-winged angel martial spirit passed down through generations ensures that even the weakest offspring will not have innate soul power below level 10. Qian, blessed with extraordinary talent, possesses innate full soul power at level 20, making her the highest achiever in innate full soul power in the history of the Douluo Continent. After contemplating the evidence, Yu Xiaojiang's gaze shifted towards Xiao, as he found the name strikingly similar to someone he once knew. However, upon observing Yu Xiao's appearance, he noted that he was even more handsome than his acquaintance, and considering that over 30 years had passed, it was improbable that the man he once knew could still retain a youthful visage at 56. Furthermore, countless individuals share the same name, making it a common occurrence. Sometimes, a village may have several people bearing the same name. With these thoughts in mind, Yu Xiaojiang quickly dismissed any lingering doubts about Yu Xiao. Do you go by the name Yu Xiao? Yi smiled and nodded, feigning ignorance as she inquired, Master, and who might you be? Yu Xiaojiang replied with a hint of bitterness, I am a visiting scholar at Nodding Academy. Those who know me address me as Master, and you may do the same. She thought to herself, I have encountered many repugnant individuals, but none as loathsome as this. A master, you say? More like a master of nonsense. Or perhaps a master of empty rhetoric. Yi Xiao smiled knowingly. Oh, master, being referred to as a master implies that your knowledge is profoundly vast. It is indeed a rare fortune for me, Yi Xiao, to have the opportunity to meet you. Yu Xiaojiang shook his head gently. Yi Xiao, please refrain from such flattery. In truth, I merely possess a more comprehensive understanding than other soul masters. This is the result of my years of dedicated study and research in the field of soul masters, a relentless pursuit that has spanned decades, leading to my current achievements. Tang San, observing Yu Xiao's composed demeanor as he engaged in conversation with the esteemed master from Nodding Academy, felt a sense of inferiority and was somewhat envious of his audacity. Old Jack, Luo Xiaoli, and the gatekeeper shared similar sentiments, all appearing rather reserved in the presence of Yu Xiaojiang, hesitant to approach him. Consequently, they regarded Yi Xiao with newfound respect. Yu Xiaojiang continued, Take the three of you as an example. The soul masters of the Spirit Hall deem your martial souls as worthless. Yet I believe that there exists no such thing as a worthless martial soul in this world. Ah, Yu Xiao exclaimed with keen interest. So you mean to say that Master can resolve our issues? Yu Xiaojiang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, my theory is that there are no utterly worthless martial souls, only ineffective soul masters. Therefore, I contend that your martial souls are not devoid of potential. With a competent mentor and professional guidance, the future prospects for the three of you are boundless. Haha, the implication behind Yu Xiaojiang's words is that he wishes to take us three under his wing. Truly, he is a shrewd and calculating individual. Chapter 49, Signing in at Nodding Academy, Reward, Fire and Wind will indeed. Master is truly remarkable. Your soul power must be exceedingly high now. May I inquire as to your level, the nature of your formidable martial soul, and how many soul rings you have absorbed? Yu Xiao inquired earnestly. On the surface, it appeared as flattery, yet in reality, it was a slap in the face. This sentiment could only be truly comprehended by Yu Xiaojiang himself. Internally, he was stifling laughter, knowing that Yu Xiaojiang, everything about you is within my grasp. I am aware of all that you conceal. You may deceive Tang San, but you cannot deceive me. Now, it remains to be seen whether you dare to speak the truth. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang's expression turned ashen, resembling someone who had just ingested a fly in unbearable discomfort. Meanwhile, the gazes of Tang San, Old Jack, and the others were fixed upon him, eager to discern the extent of his prowess. Confronted by their scrutiny, Yu Xiaojiang hesitated momentarily, but ultimately chose not to answer the question. Instead, he redirected the conversation. Since the three of you possess validation, let us proceed to the administrative office to report in, complete your enrollment procedures, and subsequently assign you to your dormitories. Yi smiled gently, refraining from further inquiries, for there was ample time ahead. Upon hearing this, Old Jack was naturally delighted and waved his hand to the three. You should accompany the master now. Should any issues arise that cannot be resolved, feel free to return to Sacred Soul Village to seek my assistance. He turned his gaze particularly towards Yi and added, Little Xiao, after the semester break, come back with Xiao San and Xiao Li. I shall prepare a warm welcome for you then. Yi smiled and nodded. Grandpa Jack. You may return now. Tang San and Luo Xiaoli also waved goodbye to old Jack, following Yu Xiaogang into the academy's playground. Old Jack watched their retreating figures with immense pride, thinking to himself, I never expected that this year. Our holy soul village would produce 3 children with innate full soul power. What a source of pride for me. He then glanced at the 3 golden soul coins tightly grasped in his hand, ensured no one was around, and tucked them back into his pocket before slowly turning to leave. He pondered about the 3 children, hoping that at least one would become a great soul master. And he felt that Yu Xiao was the most promising among them. The trio, guided by Master Yu, swiftly completed the necessary formalities at the office of Director Su, receiving their uniforms and school badges before being led to the dormitory area. Yu Xiao and Luo Xiaoli are self-funded students, while only Tang San is a work-study student. After all, in a single village, only one work-study student can attend. Yu Xiao and Luo Xiaoli relinquished their spot to Tang San, leaving them to bear the expenses themselves. As for tuition fees, Yu Xiao was not concerned about the financial burden. Paying for 6 years of tuition in one go was hardly an issue. Typically, the dormitory areas for self-funded students and work-study students were separate, with only the 7th dormitory designated for work-study students. However, Yu Xiao insisted on residing in the 7th dormitory, not merely for companionship with Tang San, but rather to ensure that Tang San would not take advantage of Xiao Wu, who would also be staying there. Yu Xiaogang escorted the group to the entrance of the 7th dormitory, offered a few words of guidance, and then departed. Yu Xiao, aware of the events that were to unfold, decided against entering the dormitory with Tang San. Instead, he took hold of Luo Xiaoli's hand and said, There are no blankets in the dormitory. Let us venture outside to purchase some. Luo Xiaoli hesitated, her expression troubled as she replied, But, Brother Xiao, I have no money. I do. Without further ado, Yu Xiao led Luo Xiaoli towards the playground, intending to buy blankets on the street. Ding. Congratulations, esteemed owner, for checking in at Nodding Academy. Reward, a pair of fire wheels. Note, items have been stored in the system space. Please proceed to retrieve them. The check-in reward system announced. Fire wheels. Yu Xiao was taken aback when the system not only presented him with the Ming Tianling, but also bestowed upon him the wind fire wheels. He mused that if he were to receive a brick next, he would have a complete set of Nez's equipment. He thought to himself that these wind fire wheels, with their dual wheels concealing the might of wind and fire, could serve as a means of transportation beneath his feet, ascending to the heavens or delving into the earth. Their speed was unparalleled, rumored to be transformed from the auspicious Qingwan and the fiery phoenix. With a single push, one could traverse 90,000 miles, and with both feet, a staggering 180,000 miles. The wind fire wheels were one of Nez's formidable weapons, circular in shape, consisting of 2 pieces. Their diameter ranged between 20 and 40 centimeters, with a thickness of approximately 5 to 10 centimeters. The central part could spew flames to either side, and as they moved, they emitted the sounds of wind and thunder, hence their name, wind fire wheels. The method of use involved placing them underfoot, allowing the wheels to spin, enabling Neza to soar into the sky with remarkable speed, capable of covering 108,000 miles in an instant. With these, he would no longer need to spend money on taxis. Meanwhile, Tang San had initially intended to accompany him, but just as he took a step forward, he hesitated and withdrew. He hadn't brought much money when he left home, and there were no extra funds to purchase a quilt. The crux of the matter was that old Jack was unaware that the academy did not provide quilts. Otherwise, Tang San would have brought an old quilt from home. Luo Xiaoli followed Yi Xiao onto the bustling streets, and having never ventured out before, she was enchanted by the vibrant flowers and greenery, the throngs of people, the bustling vendors, and the array of delectable foods, clothing, and shoes. By the way, Brother Xiao, isn't that little San coming with us to buy a quilt? Yi Xiao listened, pondering inwardly how he could possibly afford a blanket at this moment. He certainly wouldn't display kindness by purchasing one for him. Oh, Xiao Sanzi has a blanket, Luo Xiaoli remarked, perplexed. Why does he have one while we do not? Tang San has paid homage to the master, and thus, he has a blanket. Naturally, Yu Xiao refrained from divulging this to her. Before long, a commotion echoed from within the 7th dormitory, though it soon subsided. A tall child approached Tang San, who was seated on the bed, and complimented him. You have bested me. From now on, you shall be the leader of the 7th dormitory. We shall all heed your words. Indeed, echoed several student workers behind him in agreement. Tang San smiled faintly, effortlessly dismissing Wang Xing and the others. In his eyes, the student workers of the 7th dormitory, as well as the entire Nodding Academy, held little significance. Only Yu Xiao stirred a faint ripple in his heart, But that was the extent of it. Having lived 2 lives and being in his 30s. He was the unparalleled genius of the Tang sect from that world. With extraordinary skills at his disposal, it was impossible for him to regard these children, barely 12 years old, as worthy adversaries. Wang Xing was among the earliest group of student workers at Notting Academy over the past 6 years. Upon completing this semester, he would graduate to attend the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Thus, within the student worker dormitory, he was the largest and eldest child, having occupied the position of leader before Tang San's arrival. Yet, before this child of destiny, Wang Xing, who had not yet absorbed a single soul ring, could hardly hope to contend with him. Therefore, his defeat was to be expected. Just then, Yu Xiaogang appeared at the door, casting a glance inside. He saw Tang San but noticed the absence of Yu Xiao and Luo Xiaoli, unaware of their whereabouts. Master, do you require anything? Upon seeing Yu Xiaogang, Tang San promptly approached to greet him. Yu Xiaogang maintained a composed demeanor, stating, I noticed the night has grown chilly, and since you few lack blankets, I have brought some for you. Tang San was deeply moved. He had been anxious about how to spend the long, dreary night, and just as he was contemplating this, someone appeared to offer him a blanket. Moreover, it was the esteemed master whom he had just met, causing a warm sensation to rise within him. He felt that the master was exceptionally kind and benevolent. Yet, how could Tang San fathom that the master's kindness was not without ulterior motives? Yu Xiaogang was far from the benevolent elder he imagined. If he were truly such a person, why did he not extend his kindness to others but reserved it solely for him? He had not just recently arrived at Notting Academy. He had been there for over a decade. Previously, students like Wang Xing and their ilk had come and gone. Yet he had never shown such concern for any of them. It was not merely a matter of altruism. He had set his sights on Tang San's twin martial souls and innate full soul power, intending to use this prodigy as a stepping stone to elevate his own standing and validate his theories. After all, in the realm of soul masters, most regarded Yu Xiaogang as a laughingstock, dismissing his theories. Had Tang San, like Wang Xin and the other work-study students, spent 5 or 6 years studying without attaining level 10 soul power or absorbing his first soul ring, Yu Xiaogang would have completely disregarded him. Master, you are truly wonderful. Tang San praised. Yu Xiaogang did not respond. Xiao San, where are Xiao Zhao and Xiao Li? They just went out to buy blankets, came the reply. So that was it. Yu Xiaogang felt a tinge of disappointment. Had he known earlier, he would have taken them to his dormitory to fetch blankets. He then retrieved an old blanket from his soul guide and handed it to Tang San, saying, Here's a blanket for you. Make your bed and then come see me. I have something to discuss. Understood, Master, Tang San replied, taking the blanket to prepare his bed. Yu Xiaogang gazed at Tang San's small figure, contemplating that all 3 of them possessed innate full soul power and exceptional talent, regardless of their martial souls. They were already ahead of others, endowed with superior qualifications, and their future achievements were bound to be remarkable. Thus, he needed to do nothing more than to skillfully persuade these 3 children to become his disciples and provide them with some guidance. After 6 years, when they graduated from here, he would send them to Shrek Academy, leveraging Flanders' resources to cultivate talents for himself. When the 3 ascended, it would suffice to elevate him to the pinnacle of his life. Chapter 50. Tang San pays homage to the master in the streets of Notting City. A bustling crowd surged, creating an atmosphere of extraordinary vibrancy. Yu Xiao strolled with Luo Xiaoli along the bustling street for quite some time, and soon, hunger began to gnaw at them. They paused at a quaint snack shop. Xiaoli, are you hungry? Yu Xiao inquired. Luo Xiaoli nodded, then shook her head, acutely aware of her lack of funds, and thus refrained from speaking up. Not hungry, she replied. Such a little girl. Yu Xiao, fully cognizant of Luo Xiaoli's financial predicament, understood her plight. As she was not a working student, her parents had only given her a handful of copper soul coins before she ventured out, intending to save the majority for meals throughout the semester. Here, Yu Xiao declared, retrieving a small pouch from her soul guide and placing it in Luo Xiaoli's hands. There are 1,000 copper soul coins in here. Take it and use it for now. As Yu Xiao was aware, the currency exchange rate on the Douluo Continent was such that 1 gold soul coin equated to 10 silver soul coins, and 100 copper soul coins were akin to 100 Chinese yuan, 10 yuan, and 1 yuan. Yu Xiao bestowed upon Luo Xiaoli a modest sum of pocket money, opting not to transfer directly the substantial amount of Jinhan coins, which might attract undue attention. After all, wealth should remain discreet. He presented her instead with a pouch containing 1,000 copper hun coins, allowing her to withdraw as needed. Luo Xiaoli, taken aback by the unexpected generosity, was only 6 years old and had never encountered such a sum before. Naturally, she was astonished. Upon opening the pouch and counting each coin meticulously, she confirmed the entirety indeed. 1,000 coins. She quickly calculated in her mind that amounted to 100 silver Hun coins or 10 gold Hun coins. The sheer magnitude of wealth she suddenly possessed left her in disbelief. Meanwhile, in her dazed state, Yi Xiao had already ordered 2 generous bowls of beef noodles and had requested the proprietress to fry 3 eggs for each of them. Seeing the little girl exhibit a gluttonous expression, Yi Xiao could not help but lightly tap her on the head, saying, "Xiaoli, it's time to eat." Whoa! Luo Xiaoli was taken aback, gazing at the generous bowl of noodles adorned with 3 fried eggs atop. Brother Xiao, such a lavish meal must have cost a fortune. Yi Xiao picked up his chopsticks, grasped a fried egg, and took a bite, savoring its delightful flavor. "Why worry about the bill? You need not concern yourself," he said. Luo Xiaoli felt a wave of unease, pondering that although Brother Xiao was generous with his money, even the wealthiest could eventually squander their fortune. Determined not to let him down, she resolved to save him from his own extravagance. Initially, she believed she should refuse his offer of 1,000 copper soul coins. But his generosity was boundless. Just moments ago, at the academy's entrance, he had bestowed 3 gold soul coins upon Grandpa Jack and given a gold soul coin to the gatekeeper. Now, he was offering her 1,000 copper soul coins. If Tang San were to fall short of funds and required a few gold soul coins, Brother Xiao might find himself in dire straits, unable to afford his studies or meals. After all, attending school at one's own expense for 6 years would incur a substantial cost. Hence, she felt compelled to safeguard the 1,000 copper soul coins for him. Should Brother Xiao find himself in need, unable to pay for his tuition or food, she would be there to assist him. "Very well, Brother Xiao, I shall accept these 1,000 copper soul coins for now. I will repay you when I am able," she declared. "Now, let us eat." Yu Xiao had intended the gift for her without expectation of repayment, but he thought it might be wise to apply a little pressure, ensuring she would not become overly reliant on his generosity. Luo Xiaoli, feeling pleased, happily picked up her chopsticks and began to enjoy her meal. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang led Tang San to the entrance of his dormitory, glancing around furtively as if engaged in some clandestine activity. Ensuring the coast was clear, he quickly pulled Tang San into his single dorm room, closed the door, and locked it, turning to scrutinize Tang San with a keen gaze. "What is Master planning?" Tang San felt a surge of fear, apprehensive that the Master might not have his best interests at heart, his complexion paling. He recalled the 3rd tenet of the Tang sect's Xiantian treasure record: identify your adversary as an enemy, and if they possess the means to bring about your demise, show no mercy, for leniency only begets further troubles. Thus, should Master exhibit any hostile intent, Tang San would not hesitate to retaliate. His 3 concealed arrows were prepared, ready to deliver a precise and lethal strike at any moment. Tang San contemplated that Master would likely not suspect a youth of his age to harbor such thoughts and weaponry. Therefore, before Master could act, he would strike first, a preemptive measure that would allow for escape even if the attack did not prove fatal. Yu Xiaojiang observed Tang San for some time, growing increasingly fond of him, his eyes sparkling with interest. "Little San, if I am not mistaken, you must possess twin martial souls. How could Master know this?" Tang San's heart raced, his hand poised to unleash the concealed arrows aimed at the Master's vital points: the crown of his head, the carotid artery, or his heart. The cunning Yu Xiaojiang was all too aware of Tang San's anxious demeanor. Thus, he softened his expression and continued, "Little San, you need not be afraid. The reason I surmise that you possess a twin spirit is due to the rarity of innate full soul power in individuals with a single spirit. Even among the most formidable spirits, the probability of manifesting innate full soul power is lamentably scarce. The 3 esteemed sects of the Douluo Continent, the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and the A Yin sect, are recognized as the pinnacle of spirits, yet in the past century, not a single prodigy with innate full soul power has emerged. Conversely, the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, is a twin spirit wielder with innate full soul power. I once conducted an investigation involving 647 individuals with the blue-silver grass spirit, of which only 16 possessed any soul power. The probability is less than 3%, and among those 16, none surpassed the 1st level. Yet, you exhibit innate full soul power at the 10th level. According to my research on the 10 core competencies of the spirit world, the magnitude of innate soul power correlates with the quality of the spirit, and it raises the question of how your blue-silver grass could yield such innate full soul power." Tang San pondered for a moment, Sensing that Master Yu Xiaogang harbored no ill intentions, yet he preferred to remain cautious and not reveal too much. Master, while your assertions are not without merit, there are exceptions to every rule. Yu Xiaogang did not anticipate that a 6-year-old child would possess such a cautious mindset. Indeed, exceptions exist. But your blue silvergrass is evidently not one of them. In the past century, although only 2 twin spirits have appeared in the Heavenly Dou Empire and the Star Luo Empire, there have been 19 instances of individuals with innate full soul power. I have meticulously studied each of their spirits, and without exception, they are all formidable entities. The youngest among them has already reached the level of a great soul master. Aside from 14 who inherited powerful spirits from prestigious bloodlines, 5 stand as exceptions. Hence, your blue silvergrass cannot possibly generate innate full soul power. Well, Master truly is a master. Your knowledge is profound. If I were to take you as my mentor, my path as a soul master would surely be illuminated. Tang San's eyes sparkled with determination as he resolved to become Master Yu's disciple, promptly kneeling on the ground and imploring, Master, please accept me as your apprentice. Chapter 51. Tang San's impending doom. Little San, what are you doing? Xiaogang gazed at Tang San, who knelt before him, hesitating. To be candid, he had yet to decide whether to accept Tang San as his disciple. After all, Xiaogang's standards for discipleship were exceptionally high, and he found himself momentarily unable to make a resolution regarding Tang San's earnest plea. Frankly, without having witnessed the nature of Tang San's second martial spirit, Xiaogang would not easily consider him for apprenticeship. His previous remarks to Tang San had already conveyed his stance and perspective, and he concurred with the notion that the blue silvergrass was indeed a feudal martial spirit. However, Tang San failed to discern the underlying implications of Xiaogang's words. Continuing to prostrate himself before the master, which clearly illustrated his sense of helplessness and his urgent need for a figure to rely upon. He believed that Xiaogang was that individual who could provide assistance. Xiaogang refrained from directly stating that Tang San's blue silvergrass was a worthless martial spirit. He still harbored a glimmer of hope for his second martial spirit. Had Tang San not possessed exceptional potential, Xiaogang would have been disinclined to invest his time and effort in nurturing a spirit master with a seemingly useless martial spirit. Otherwise, it would not have come to this point. Xiaogang, being in his 50s, had long since taken on disciples. Tang San rose and, with a serious expression, locked eyes with Xiaogang, declaring, Master, as you have surmised, I indeed possess the existence of twin martial spirits. A spark ignited in Xiaogang's eyes, his face flushing with excitement. He mused that if Tang San's second martial spirit were formidable enough, accepting him as a disciple would be exceedingly advantageous. Although he could not alter his own martial spirit or cultivation, transforming the abilities of a genius was well within his capabilities. At that point, he could prove to others that his theories were indeed valid. As Tang San noticed the master's fervent gaze, a sense of pride surged within him, prompting him to showcase his ability. He extended his left hand, revealing a small hammer. As his soul power gathered in his palm, the Yin hammer grew increasingly larger. Xiaogang stood in astonishment, recognizing the hammer with familiarity. Could it be? At that moment, Tang San spoke. Master, my father has advised me to refrain from easily revealing my second martial spirit for my safety. Thus, my earlier hesitation was not a matter of distrust, but rather a justified caution. I hope you can understand. Good. Excellent. Xiaogang suddenly stepped forward, placing his hands on Tang San's shoulders, his excitement palpable. Tang San, I hereby promise to accept you as my disciple. From this day forth, I shall be your master. Overjoyed, Tang San beamed with delight and immediately knelt again, exclaiming, Master, please allow your disciple to pay his respects. Xiaogang laughed heartily, realizing that from this moment onward, he would rise to prominence atop the genius he had just embraced as his pupil. If Tang San were aware of Yu Xiaogang's innermost thoughts, there is no doubt he would leap into action, striking him with the small hammer in his hand or shooting him with a hidden arrow from his sleeve. Unfortunately, his purple extreme magic eye lacks the ability of mind reading, rendering him oblivious to Yu Xiaogang's contemplations. Yu Xiaogang mused to himself that having subdued Xiao San, he would soon ensnare Yu Xiao and Luo Xiaoli, achieving a trifecta of success. This thought caused him to chuckle softly to himself. After finishing her meal at the small eatery, Yu Xiao cast a glance at Luo Xiaoli's straw sandals and contemplated purchasing her a pair of floral cloth shoes. While wearing straw sandals may be acceptable in the countryside, where one can embrace the beauty of nature, in the city, they are rather unsanitary and contribute to pollution. Yu Xiao found a shoe store and a clothing shop for Luo Xiaoli, purchasing 2 pairs of shoes and 2 outfits for her. As Luo Xiaoli donned her new attire and footwear, her heart brimmed with joy, yet she couldn't help but feel concerned about Yu Xiao's extravagant spending. This prompted her to contemplate saving more money, to ensure that when he eventually squandered his wealth, there would still be funds available for his use. Yu Xiao sought out another bedding store and purchased 2 comforters in one go. One was a smaller size, intended for Luo Xiaoli, while the other, larger one, was for her own use. Yu Xiao pushed open the door to the 7th dormitory and was met with the sight of Tang San, Wang Sheng, and several other work-study students. Hesitantly, she led the timid Luo Xiaoli inside. Upon seeing them, Wang Xing and the others were somewhat surprised. It had been years since any work-study students had graced the academy, and now 3 had arrived at once, truly astonishing. Boss, go on and show them who's in charge, Wang Xing urged. I recognize those too. They are from my village, Tang San explained, having just defeated Wang Xing, thus claiming the title of leader of the 7th dormitory. However, Wang Sheng was indifferent to such matters. Rules were rules in the 7th dormitory, and a confrontation was inevitable. Tang San remained silent as he turned his gaze towards the 2 who were making their beds. He bore no interest in Luo Xiaoli, deeming her an inadequate opponent. Instead, his eyes were fixed on Yu Xiao. He reflected on his previous encounter with her in the Sacred Soul, realizing his strength had not significantly improved since then. However, the situation had changed. He was now stronger and equipped with hidden projectiles, which increased his chances of victory. Rising to his feet, Tang San approached Yu Xiao, stating, I am now the leader of the 7th dormitory. Do you accept this, or shall we engage in combat? Defeat me, and you shall claim the title of leader. Should you fail, you will have to heed my command and refer to me as your leader henceforth. He then directed his attention to Luo Xiaoli, adding, And you as well. Tang San, you are exceedingly arrogant. Is this how you address Brother Xiao? Does your father know of your behavior? Luo Xiaoli retorted boldly. We hail from the same village. It would do us no good to quarrel. In his heart, Yu Xiao silently applauded Luo Xiaoli for her eloquence. Tang San, aware of his own shortcomings, found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Wang Xing interjected, addressing Luo Xiaoli, little girl, this is not your home. Do you understand the law of the jungle? Only the strongest can claim the title of leader among us in the 7th dormitory, whether you like it or not. You must submit. Luo Xiaoli, feeling indignant, was about to confront him. Do not fear, Xiaoli, with Brother Xiao by your side. None dare to proclaim themselves the leader in the 7th dormitory, Tang San reassured, holding her back. All right, Brother Xiao, I will help you make the bed. Very well. Yu Xiao replied, a smile concealing his cunning. It was then that Wang Xing and the others noticed the striking beauty of this young man. Even they, as a group of boys, were captivated by Yu Xiao's unparalleled visage. Truly, one does not live without a touch of madness. Little San, do you genuinely wish to fight? Yu Xiao inquired earnestly, gazing at Tang San. Tang San nodded affirmatively. Yu Xiao, if you are afraid, you may concede. I will not insist. As long as you acknowledge me as the leader of the 7th dormitory. What a joke. Yu Xiao did not smile. Are you certain you wish to fight? Tang San inquired. Absolutely. No regrets? What do you mean? Tang San, provoked by Yu Xiao's persistent questioning, became enraged. Yu Xiao, what I mean to convey is that you are no match for me. You are courting disaster. Should we engage in combat, you might suffer grave consequences, possibly enduring injuries that could take months to heal. Do you still wish to proceed? Tang San merely chuckled, responding, Yu Xiao, who do you think you are? If you lack the courage to fight, just say so instead of rambling on. Indeed, Wang Xing and others chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. Not long ago, Wang Sheng had suffered greatly at the hands of Tang San, leading him to believe that Yu Xiao could hardly pose a challenge to Tang San. Chapter 52. Tang San defeated the work-study students at the Nodding Academy are merely children, primarily tasked with maintaining the cleanliness of the academy, akin to the duties of young gardeners. The specific assignments are delegated by the teachers responsible for our care. According to Wang Xing, the academy comprises 6 grades, with each grade containing a single class. The students here are all at least in the 3rd grade, with Wang Xing himself in the 6th. Classes are held in the morning, with afternoons reserved for self-cultivation. Typically, there are 2 classes in the morning, one focused on cultural knowledge and the other on martial spirits, making the schedule rather light. As for the work-study students, they must complete their tasks before being allotted time for cultivation. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Tang San was sent flying from his position. Accompanied by a shriek akin to that of a slaughtered pig, he landed beside the 5th bed. spitting blood mixed with 3 of his teeth. Oh. Wang Xing and the others were left utterly bewildered, initially believing Yi Xiao would be the one at a disadvantage, having recently witnessed his prowess. However, to their astonishment, it was Tang San who had been sent flying. They had clearly observed Yi Xiao deliver a single slap that propelled Tang San away. Impossible. How could Yi Xiao be so formidable? With just one blow, Tang San had no opportunity to react. Tang San desperately wanted to rise and confront Yi Xiao once more, but his eyes betrayed him, succumbing to unconsciousness. A fellow student stepped forward to assess the situation. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng promptly approached Yi Xiao, his demeanor one of utmost respect. Brother Yi Xiao, since you have defeated Tang San, you shall henceforth be the leader of our 7th dormitory. Yi Xiao said little, as the significance of assuming this leadership role held little weight for him. When Xiao Wu arrived, he would let her take the lead. What about Tang San? Should we take him to the infirmary? Wang Sheng inquired, glancing towards the unconscious Tang San. Yi Xiao cast a glance at him and reassured, rest assured. Xiao San is not so fragile, just fetch a basin of water. Although Wang Xing was unaware of his intentions, he obediently retrieved a basin from beneath the bed and went to fetch the water. Boss, the water has arrived, Wang Xing announced, presenting the basin before him. Yi Xiao estimated the time, and it was nearly time for Xiao Wu to make her entrance. He swiftly took a basin of water from Wang Xing and splashed it onto Tang San's face. The dormitory mates looked on in bewilderment. Ahem, with that splash of water. Tang San immediately awakened and scrambled to his feet, feeling a searing pain in his face and teeth. Wow, he's awake, exclaimed the others. Yi Xiao is truly remarkable. A single basin of water was enough to rouse Tang San. Wang Sheng and a few other dorm mates began to extol Yi Xiao's virtues. Brother Xiao, I've already made the bed, called out Luo Xiaoli as she approached. What a good girl, Yi Xiao remarked, affectionately ruffling Luo Xiaoli's hair. She smiled, her heart filled with joy, understanding that had it not been for the innate spiritual herbs provided by Yi Xiao, she would have possessed no soul power, let alone complete innate soul power. After all, none of the children from Holy Soul Village had even an ounce of soul power, although Tang San did. His parents were not from Holy Soul Village. They had only moved there 6 years ago as blacksmiths. As Tang San rose from the ground and glanced at Yi Xiao, a hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Proud and arrogant, he was naturally unwilling to concede to Yi Xiao. Yet, there was no denying that he had been knocked unconscious in a single move. Though he harbored resentment, he dared not act recklessly in front of Wang Xing and the others. He could only clutch his half-swollen face and storm out. Having lost 3 teeth, he resolved to seek out Yu Xiaogang to see if he could be healed. Wang Xing, who had just been beaten by Tang San, now felt a sense of balance when he saw that Tang San had also been struck by Yi Xiao. Initially, Yi Xiao would not have been so heavy-handed, but Tang San had insisted on fighting, and thus, a painful lesson was warranted. Little San, what happened to you? Yu Xiaogang inquired as he opened the dormitory door, taken aback by Tang San's swollen face. Tang San hesitated, wanting to explain that he had been struck by Yi Xiao, but also recognizing his own fault. Earlier, Yi Xiao had no intention of fighting. It was Tang San who had insisted on confronting him. Now, with his pride wounded, he found it difficult to voice his grievances or provide a valid excuse. After gathering his thoughts, Tang San finally spoke. Teacher, you know that those dorm mates from the 7th dorm insisted that I compete with Yi Xiao for the title of dorm leader. Well, I ended up in a scuffle with Yi Xiao, and as a result, we both ended up worse for wear. Yu Xiaogang nodded. Having spent numerous years at the Nodding Academy, he was well aware of the petty tricks employed by students like Wang Xing. Therefore, he did not take it to heart. Although he disapproved of students engaging in private duels, the academy itself also found it challenging to intervene in certain matters. Students, such as Wang Sheng, who were part-time workers, held the lowest status within the academy. The worst offenders were individuals like Xiao Qinyu and his cohorts. They often flaunted their status, connections, and superior soul power, frequently bullying part-time students from the 7th dormitory, like Wang Xing. Xiao Qinyu, being the son of the Lord of Nodding City, was the only student in the academy to have broken through to level 11, possessing a soul ring. This indicates that, in such a small city, highly talented soul masters were indeed a rare find. Many students graduated from the 6th grade of Nodding Academy without surpassing level 10, and some had not even acquired a single soul ring. Thus, the emergence of prodigies like Tang San and Xiao Wu in the original tale of Douluo Continent, who attended Nodding Academy for 6 years, is indeed a rarity that occurs once in a millennium. Otherwise, how could Xiao Qinyu, with merely level 11, hold the title of the leader among the students? Yu Xiao now reclines comfortably on the bed, having satisfied his hunger and intending to indulge in a nap. Luo Xiaoli's bed is situated right next to Yu Xiao's. She too feels a twinge of fatigue and has already shed her outer garments, cocooning herself in the blankets. Yet, her gaze remains fixated on Yu Xiao, lost in contemplation as she observes his silhouette. Moments ago, she witnessed Yu Xiao effortlessly defeat Tang San with a mere slap, which significantly heightened her admiration for his prowess. Having become the undisputed leader of the 7th dormitory, she feels a sense of security in his company. Free from the fear of being bullied, Yu Xiao cast a glance around the dormitory, which was indeed spacious, just as depicted in the original text of Douluo Continent. The entirety of the 7th dormitory spanned an impressive 300 square meters. There were 50 beds in total, with more than half of them unoccupied. Initially, there were 11 work-study students, including Wang Sheng. Now, with the addition of himself, Luo Xiaoli, and Tang San, the number had risen to 14. When Xiao Wu arrived, they finally reached a total of 15. The ages of the individuals varied significantly. For instance, Wang Sheng was already in the 6th grade at the age of 12, while several others were around 8 or 9 years old, corresponding to the 3rd grade. Among these work-study students, only Wang Sheng exhibited a slightly stronger ability, as his martial soul was that of a battle tiger. However, even with such a martial soul, due to a lack of resources, after 6 years at Dueling Academy, he had only attained a soul power of level 9. The soul powers of Lu Long and Ling Feng were similar to Wang Xing's, hovering around levels 8 or 9. And they lacked any soul skills. In combat, they could only rely on their martial souls to engage in direct confrontations. As for Xiao, the son of the city lord, he had merely reached level 11, not significantly better than the others. Consequently, most graduates from Dueling Academy found themselves unable to break through 10 years after graduating from the 6th grade and had to return home to pursue other endeavors. After all, with such low soul power, admission to intermediate or advanced academies was not an option. This was precisely why old Jack had advised Tang San that aspiring to become a grand soul master like Su Yun Tao at Dueling Academy was somewhat unrealistic and exceedingly difficult to achieve. Chapter 53. Xiao Wu arrives. Although Yu Xiaogang was not as proficient in healing as a true support-type soul master, after years of research, he had garnered some experience. He administered treatment to Tang San, alleviating much of his pain. Before long, Tang San returned from Yu Xiaogang's dormitory, pushed open the door, entered the 7th dormitory, and silently lay down on his bed. Yu Xiao's earlier slap had inflicted considerable harm upon him. He needed to lie down and recuperate. Wang Xing and the others cast a glance at the gloomy Tang San, noting his disinclination to engage with anyone, and thus refrained from approaching him for conversation. Yu smiled and momentarily dismissed thoughts of him, instead glancing towards the entrance, pondering why Xiao Wu had yet to arrive. Just then, as if summoned, a small girl entered with a gentle push of the door, her tiny backpack slung over her shoulder. The sight captivated everyone present. The little girl's charming face, a delicate blend of rosy and fair, resembled a perfectly ripe peach, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. This left Wang Xing and the others drooling, astonished that such a remarkable girl had come to Dueling Academy. "Excuse me, is this the 7th dormitory?" The girl in the pink skirt inquired with a bright smile. "Well," Wang Xing and his fellow dorm mates exclaimed, enchanted by her adorable demeanor and melodious voice, their spirits ignited with excitement, hinting that they had already begun to speculate about her. At this moment, Yu Xiao remained silent, fully engrossed in observing the little girl before him. She was clad in remarkably simple yet impeccably tidy attire. Her long black hair was meticulously styled into a neat scorpion braid that cascaded down to her waist. In her large, sparkling eyes, she gazed around the expansive dormitory, where amidst the vast emptiness of several unoccupied beds, a number of figures lay sprawled across the sheets. Among them, one figure lay with a steadiness akin to that of a dog, piquing her curiosity. In her hands, she cradled a pristine set of school uniform. Goodness gracious! Could this be the legendary goddess of Douluo Continent, the transformation of the gentle, alluring rabbit after 100,000 years? It is indeed you, Xiao Wu, my goddess. You have finally arrived. Yi Xiaoxi was overjoyed, taking the first step in the Douluo Continent, as he welcomed Xiao Wu and embarked on a journey of fulfilling his destiny while playfully tormenting Tang San. At that moment, Tang San was equally captivated. His gaze fixed on Xiao Wu, never having imagined encountering such a beautiful and delicate girl. Despite having lived 2 lifetimes, he found himself entranced by Xiao Wu's enchanting beauty. Tang San's heart had already begun to entertain thoughts of pursuing her. Yu Xiao cast a glance at Tang San and discerned the infatuation evident in his expression towards Xiao Wu, despite Tang San's attempts to conceal his feelings. He could not escape Yu Xiao's perceptive gaze. To himself, he mused, Tang San, how can you dare to harbor such thoughts about Xiao Wu? Yes, yes. The 7th dormitory. Tang San quickly responded, adopting a rather sycophantic demeanor, which left Yu Xiao feeling quite nauseated. Thank you. Xiao Wu cheerfully exclaimed as she bounced into the room, surveying the 50 beds within. She noted that more than half were unoccupied, yet none bore blankets, while those that did were all occupied. Moreover, she realized that among the entire dormitory, there was only one other girl, the rest were boys. She had not anticipated co-ed accommodations. The thought of not having brought a blanket left her pondering how she would cope with the impending chill of the night. What is your name? Suddenly, a male voice broke through her thoughts. Xiao Wu turned to see a boy, significantly taller than herself, posing the question. My name is Xiao Wu, as in the character for dance. And you? I am Wang Xing, a 6th-year student at the Nodding Academy, he replied, rising from his bed to introduce himself. This dormitory is quite chaotic, Xiao Wu exclaimed, surprised. You appear to be in your teens. How is it that you reside in the same dormitory as first-year students? Wang Xing sighed wearily and explained, Xiao Wu, being new here. You are unaware of our 7th dormitory's unique status within the academy. What do you mean by that? Xiao Wu inquired, her curiosity piqued. The 7th dormitory is designated for working students, meaning it is the only dormitory for all working students in the academy. Regardless of whether one is a newcomer or in their 2nd to 6th year, male or female, if one is a working student, they must reside in the 7th dormitory. There is no alternative. Xiao nodded, finally grasping the situation. So, how many working students are there in the entire Nodding Academy? Wang Xing shrugged. As you can see, aside from the newly arrived Xiegu, Luo Xiaoli, and Tang San, who graduated last year, there are only 11 of us from the 3rd to 6th years. Is it truly so few? Xiao Wu had initially assumed there were many working students, but Wang Xing's explanation revealed that there were only a handful across the grades. However, upon hearing that 3 students were also newcomers, she felt an instant camaraderie with them. After all, they were all starting on the same footing, sharing common experiences, which made communication more comfortable and endearing. Who are the 3 newcomers you mentioned? Xiao Wu scanned the room, her gaze ultimately landing on Yi Xiao. She was intrigued by the fact that he was not only the tallest in the dormitory but also the most handsome. Thus, she was instantly captivated by his striking appearance. Following Xiao Wu's gaze, Wang Xing also looked towards Yi Xiao. Oh, his name is Yi Xiao. Beside him lay a girl named Luo Xiaoli, who had accompanied Xiao Gu. In addition to him, there was Tang San on the adjacent bed, who had recently defeated me and was the leader of the 7th dormitory. However, Tang San was subsequently bested by Xiao Gu, thus making Xiao Gu the current leader of the 7th dormitory. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu blinked her large, watery eyes and inquired, Wang Xing, are you implying that as long as one defeats the opponent, they can become the leader of the 7th dormitory? Wang Xing nodded. That is the rule of our 7th dormitory. I was once the strongest, and thus I was the leader. Now, as Xiao Gu is the strongest, he holds that title. It is not a matter of seniority, but rather of strength. As long as one possesses sufficient power, that position belongs to them. Xiao Wu chuckled, her interest piqued. So you're saying that if I managed to defeat Yi Xiao, I would immediately become the leader of the 7th dormitory? Precisely, Wang Sheng replied. What asks this Xiao Wu? Are you considering challenging Xiao Gu? The outcome is inconsequential. Should you win, you would indeed become our leader. Very well, Xiao Wu declared, her gaze shifting towards Yi Xiao. A smile gracing her lips as she beckoned him with her finger. Yi Xiao, is it? Do you dare accept Sister Xiao's challenge? Yi Xiao remained silent. Recalling the original narrative of Douluo Continent, where Xiao triumphed over Tang San to become the leader of the 7th house, he did not respond immediately, nor did he harbor any intention of engaging in a confrontation with her. After all, Xiao was not his equal. If Xiao aspired to assume the role of leader in the 7th house, Yi Xiao would have no qualms in conceding it to her. Yi Xiaokai was in no mood to be the leader of the 7th dormitory. Hey, I'm talking to you. Did you not hear me? Wang Xing and the others sat silently on the sidelines, resembling a group of onlookers eagerly awaiting a spectacle. At this moment, Tang San furrowed his brow, acknowledging that even he had suffered a considerable setback at Yu Xiao's hands. How could such a delicate girl like Xiao Wu possibly contend with him? No. I cannot allow Xiao Wu to confront Yi Xiao. I must intervene. Should my efforts prove futile, I shall discreetly assist her with my hidden darts. Yi Xiao would undoubtedly face a devastating defeat. Chapter 54. The The difficulty of defending against hidden arrows. Xiao Wu. In my opinion, there's no need for a fight. If you wish to become the leader of the 7th dormitory, then so be it. I shall not contest you, Yi Xiao remarked. Is that true? Xiao Wu questioned, somewhat incredulous at his unexpected generosity. Though she possessed considerable strength, she was unaware of his true capabilities. Yi smiled and said, I have always been a person of my word. With so many witnesses present, if I were to deceive you, it would not only be a breach of trust but also a mockery of my own integrity. Do you truly believe I would jest with my character? Xiao Wu pondered for a moment and concurred. However, one should not accept rewards without merit. I do not require your charity. I aspire to triumph through my own abilities, in a manner that is both honorable and just. He smiled silently, realizing that unless she exchanged a few moves with Xiao Wu, she would not easily relent. Very well. This is more like it. Xiao Wu smiled faintly, thinking to herself, with your abilities, you wish to defeat me? You ought to consider who I am. Yi Xiao reluctantly rose from the bed and approached Xiao Wu, who stood just outside the range of his reach. However, it was well known that Xiao Wu, possessing the soft-bone charm spirit, exhibited remarkable speed in close combat. Thus, he endeavored to maintain as much distance as possible. In an instant, Xiao Wu, who was not accustomed to initiating strikes, lunged forward with a graceful motion, closing the gap to Yi Xiao in a heartbeat. Her slender right leg ascended sharply, aiming a precise kick toward his chin. This scene left Wang Sheng and the others utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that the seemingly delicate and charming Xiao Wu could strike with such swiftness and decisiveness. They had been beguiled by her adorable appearance. Concern for Yi Xiao filled their minds, as they imagined the devastating consequences of such a blow to his chin. Yet, to their surprise, the anticipated outcome did not transpire. Yi Xiao merely tilted his chin back slightly, just half a centimeter, perfectly evading her kick with precision. How could this be? Witnessing this scene, Wang Xing and the others were utterly astonished. Yi Xiao's speed surpassed even that of Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu herself was equally taken aback. She had believed her kick would be unavoidable in the absence of his defense, yet he had sidestepped it with such impeccable timing. Little did she know, Yi Xiao possessed the skill of the Black Dragon's Eye, rendering her every movement a mere slow-motion display in his eyes. Given that everything appeared in slow motion, evasion proved effortless. It was hardly a challenge. Admittedly, he possessed some skill, yet this was merely the prelude. The true prowess lay ahead. With a swift turn, Xiao Wu lashed her scorpion braid from behind, aiming directly for Yi Xiao's neck, intent on choking him. Yi Xiao was well aware that her move would be akin to a rabbit kicking an eagle, capable of propelling a person skyward. Following that, she would execute a series of acrobatic maneuvers, close combat entanglements, knee thrusts, downward kicks, and a flurry of rapid strikes. With a moment's inattention, even someone stronger than her could find themselves ensnared and left battered and bruised by her relentless assault. However, to everyone's astonishment, Yi Xiao did not evade the attack. Instead, she stood her ground, allowing the scorpion braid to draw near. Humph, you still lack the experience to challenge me. Xiao Wu, witnessing Yi Xiao's apparent predicament, vigorously tossed her head, attempting to lift her with the braid. Yet, in the next moment, her laughter faded, despite several attempts. She could not lift Yi Xiao off the ground. Yi Xiao's feet and body seemed as if they were firmly anchored in place, utterly motionless. With this maneuver failing, Xiao Wu was unable to execute any subsequent techniques. It appeared that, as he had surmised, Xiao Wu was no match for Yi Xiao. He had no choice but to intervene. Tang San gradually rose from the bed, his right hand moving deftly as 3 arrows materialized in his grasp. Seizing the opportunity while Yi Xiao was off guard, he aimed for his left foot, leg, and waist. Little San had already been aware of your presence. Although Yi Xiao did not visit Tang San, it does not imply that he was not wary of him. Earlier, he had already noticed the unusual pallor on Tang San's face, which had aroused his suspicions. A concealed strike intended to assist Xiao Wu had resulted in self-injury. Yi Xiao could relinquish the position of dormitory leader to Xiao Wu, yet this matter pertains solely to their relationship, and it is inconceivable to allow Tang San to disrupt the bond between them. Xiao Wu, be cautious, Yi Xiao exclaimed, swiftly encircling Xiao Wu's waist with his right arm, lifting her up and turning in a fluid motion. In a flash, his left hand deftly retrieved one of the concealed darts, and before Tang San's very eyes, he plunged it into his own left forearm. The other 2 darts narrowly missed. One found its mark on Wang Xing's leg, as he was unprepared and unsuspecting, while the final dart embedded itself into the dormitory wall, penetrating with unyielding force. Tang San's expression soured upon witnessing Yi Xiao impale his own arm with the dart. Yi Xiao held Xiao Wu tightly, spinning gracefully before collapsing onto the ground, shielding her beneath his body. Xiaowu, stay still. There are villains firing hidden weapons at you. Xiaowu's pupils dilated as she witnessed two arrows whizzing past her, slicing through the air. Her heart ached as she noticed Yu Xiao's left arm bleeding. She thought to herself, had he not protected her in that moment, it would have been her who was injured. Turning her gaze towards the direction from which the arrows had come, she realized it was none other than Tang San, who stood alone in that spot. There was no doubt about it. It was him. Tang San, since you dare to ambush me, I will retaliate, she declared, attempting to rise from the ground to confront him. Wang Sheng, upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, suddenly grasped the situation and turned towards Tang San. Tang San, our conflict is far from over. Xiao Wu, don't go. He might have even more powerful hidden weapons, Yi Xiao interjected, blocking her path, determined to prevent her from getting hurt. Tang San's eyes turned a shade of green with envy. His initial plan had been to stealthily attack Yi Xiao alone. Never anticipating such an unforeseen turn of events, he wished to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. The critical point was that he had already incited the wrath of the masses. Yi Xiao reached out to extract the concealed darts from his shoulder, then retrieved the one embedded in the wall. In total, he now held 3 darts in his hand as he advanced towards Tang San. Upon noticing Yi Xiao's approach, Tang San's expression soured, fully aware that the intent was one of vengeance. After all, these 3 darts had been deliberately aimed at Yi Xiao, leaving him feeling guilty and apprehensive. Nevertheless, he still possessed 3 darts of his own. Without hesitation, Tang San prepared to draw them, ready to retaliate. Yi Xiao observed the situation keenly, unwilling to let him succeed. In his own way, he would repay him in kind. Yi Xiao, naturally, would not let him off the hook, intending to return the 3 hidden arrows directly to him, allowing him to savor the experience of wielding them. Yi Xiao, do not approach. If you come any closer, I shall not show you mercy. Tang San could no longer contain himself and issued a warning. Oh, I would indeed like to see how you intend to be unmerciful towards me, Yi Xiao retorted, dismissing his concerns. After all, those 3 arrows had been shot from him. Returning them was only just. Tang San wished to refuse, yet found himself unable to do so. Suddenly, 3 more hidden arrows flew from Tang San's hand, aimed at Yi Xiao. Brother Xiao, be careful, Luo Xiaoli shouted. After all, those embroiled in a situation often lack clarity, while onlookers can see the truth. Xiao Wu, worried for Yi Xiao's safety, rushed over to assist. Just as the 3 arrows approached Yi Xiao, his body flickered, and he vanished from sight, taking the arrows with him. Xiao Wu, Wang Xing, and the others froze, searching for Yi Xiao's figure. Meanwhile, Tang San was on high alert. Acutely aware that danger could strike at any moment, his fear stemming from having experienced Yu Zhao's formidable power firsthand, having been sent flying by a mere slap. Chapter 55. The reckless Xiao Lao suddenly. A chorus of anguished cries echoed throughout the 7th dormitory, startling Xiao Wu, Luo Xiaoli, Wang Sheng, and the others. Then, Yi Xiao appeared before Xiao Wu, wrapping his arms around her waist and casting a glance towards Tang San. At that moment, Tang San lay on the ground, struggling desperately and shouting incoherently. Xiao Wu looked over and saw that Tang San had hidden arrows embedded in his backside, hands, and thighs, 6 in total, each one having missed a vital point. Otherwise, he would have surely met a dire fate. Humph, one cannot escape the consequences of their own misdeeds, Xiao Wu exclaimed indignantly. Luo Xiaoli leaned in close to Xiao Wu and whispered, Xiao Wu, Tang San is truly despicable. In his quest to contest for the position of dorm leader, he resorted to ambushing you with arrows. If not for Brother Xiao's quick reflexes, you would have suffered greatly. So, be cautious. He might strike from behind at any moment. Xiao Wu's face flushed with anger. He dares. If he tries again, I shall not show him mercy and will ensure he does not harm Yi Xiao. Wang Xing, seeing that Yi Xiao had triumphed over Tang San, felt a surge of joy and hurried forward, saying, Brother Xiao, you are truly remarkable. Without you, we might have fallen victim to Tang San's treachery. Little Xing, there is no need for formality among dorm mates, Yi Xiao replied, now in command and having won the hearts of Wang Xing and the others. Thus, the leadership of the 7th dormitory rightfully belonged to him. Xiao Wu suddenly approached him and said, Yi Xiao, you lost the match to save me. So the position of dorm leader shall remain with you. I will not contest it. I also wish to express my heartfelt gratitude for your timely rescue. Yi Xiao gazed at the petite and adorable Xiao Wu, shifting his hand from her waist to her shoulder. There is no need for formality, and I have no desire to assume the role of leader of the 7th dormitory. Therefore, Xiao Wu, you shall take on the mantle of leadership from now on. Is that for real? Xiao Wu questioned, somewhat incredulous that Yi Xiao intended to entrust her with the leadership of the 7th dormitory. Of course, I have never been one to deceive, especially not you. Yi Xiao glanced at Wang Xin and the other dormitory friends, asking, shall we appoint Xiao Wu as the leader of the 7th dormitory? Do you all agree? Wang Xin exchanged glances with a few friends before nodding in unison. Xiao Gu, your word is final. We will follow your lead. The others echoed their agreement, affirming their support. Yi Xiao is indeed formidable. They are eager to curry favor and would naturally comply. Xiao Wu, you must have heard. They all wish for you to assume the role of the leader of the 7th dormitory. Xiao Wu understands that her roommates are acting out of respect for Yi Xiao, so she decides not to hesitate, considering it merely a debt of gratitude. Thank you, Brother Xiao, she says. No need for formalities, Yi Xiao replies, affectionately ruffling Xiao Wu's hair before making his way to his bedside. He then reclines upon it. As for the minor wounds on his arm, they have long since healed. The Fuxi Qin possesses healing properties. Once injured, one can swiftly channel their soul power for immediate recovery. Tang San struggled momentarily on the ground before rising and hastily exiting through the door. Wang Xing also departed, having sustained a wound from Tang San's sleeve arrow to his left leg, necessitating a visit to the infirmary for treatment. Brother Xiao, may I sleep in the bed beside you? Xiao inquired, approaching the bed to his right. The bed on his left belongs to Luo Xiaoli. Yi Xiao cast a glance at the empty bed, then turned to Xiao Wu. If you are willing, it is certainly possible, but have you brought your own blanket? Xiao Wu paused, realizing that she had indeed brought nothing with her, no blanket at all. She was unaware that Notting Academy provided only uniforms and no bedding. But what should I do since I didn't bring a blanket? By the way, where did you get your blankets? Xiao Wu. Both my blanket and Brother Zhao's were just purchased from the market, Luo Xiaoli interjected. Purchased? But I have no money. How could I buy one? Xiao Wu once again directed a pitiful gaze at Yi Xiao, pleading, could you lend me some money? I also need to buy a blanket, otherwise it will be quite cold at night. Luo Xiaoli, upon hearing this, glanced towards Yi Xiao, knowing that she too relied on his support and was unable to assist Xiao Wu. Naturally, Xiao Wu's need for money was to be met. It was unthinkable to let someone close suffer from the cold at night without assistance. Yi Xiao casually retrieved a gold soul coin and tossed it before him. Xiao Wu, this is a gold soul coin. Purchasing a quilt will hardly cost much, and there will still be a considerable amount left. With the surplus, you can acquire several outfits, skirts, and shoes for your change. Xiao Wu accepted the coin, a warm current surging within her heart. She glanced at the gold soul coin in her hand, then turned her gaze towards Yi Xiao, her eyes glimmering with a hint of tender affection. Luo Xiaoli gazed at Yi Xiao with a look of melancholy, pondering that if Brother Xiao continued to spend money in such a manner, their household would inevitably face ruin. No, Lily must diligently save money. Holding the coin, Xiao Wu was at a loss as to where to purchase a quilt, and then looked towards Yi Xiao, inquiring, where did you buy your quilt? Could you possibly take me along to make a purchase? Yi Xiao pondered for a moment, given that Xiao Wu was unfamiliar with the surroundings. Venturing out alone would prove inconvenient. She then glanced towards Luo Xiaoli and said, Lily, please accompany Xiao Wu to make a purchase. Luo Xiaoli's expression reflected her displeasure as she extended her hand towards Yi Xiao, demanding travel expenses. This girl, despite her tender age, was already a little money enthusiast. Quite astute indeed. Yu smiled helplessly and took out a gold soul coin, tossing it to her, urging, hurry back. With a huff, Luo Xiaoli accepted the coin and turned to take Xiao Wu's hand, leading her out of the 7th dormitory to purchase a blanket. Yi Xiao shook her head, feeling that it was quite good for Xiao Wu and Luo Xiaoli to have each other's company at present. At least they could enjoy shopping or dining together. After lying in bed for a while, Yi Xiao realized that she had yet to explore Notting Academy thoroughly. Seizing this opportunity, she decided it was the perfect time to do so. Yi Xiao contemplated and decided to begin with the dormitory. As she traversed the lengthy corridor, she arrived at the entrance of another dormitory. The door stood ajar, and a cacophony of voices emanated from within. Several students were calling out to Boss Xiao, Boss Xiao. Boss Xiao? Upon hearing the name of the illustrious Xiao, Yi Xiao was reminded of an individual, one who was a 6th grade student and the renowned Xiao from the original story of Douluo Continent. Known for engaging in battles alongside Xiao Wu, Wang Xing, and Tang San. His true name is Xiao Qinyu. The other two, Lu Long and Ling Feng, along with several male and female students, remain unintroduced in the original narrative, and Wang Xiao is unfamiliar with them. Who are you? The students of Dormitory 3 cast curious and displeased glances towards Yi Xiao, as it was their first encounter with such an exceptionally handsome youth. led by the formidable Xiao. They all rose from their beds and began to encircle him. Yu Xiao cast a fleeting glance at the dozen or so individuals, hardly paying them any heed. As Xiao Qinyu approached, he scrutinized Yu Xiao from head to toe, noting his towering stature, yet he arrogantly declared, "I am the leader of the third dormitory." "And who might you be?" "Humph." Yi smiled gently, introducing herself. "I am Yi, as in the leaf of a tree, and my smile conceals a dagger." She was a newcomer from the 7th dormitory, a working student. Lu Long scoffed disdainfully. "Are you aware of the rules? How dare a working student wander into our 3rd dormitory? Are you seeking trouble?" Laughter erupted from Ling Feng and others, joining in mockery. Xiao, the leader, wore a grim expression. "Since you have arrived, do not leave. Enter our dormitory, and if you can defeat Lu Long, I shall allow you to depart." Chapter 56, A Secret to Share with Xiao. Would defeat Lu Long? Yi smiled, thinking that he was indeed worthy of her efforts. It must be said that this Xiao Qinyu was truly like a frog at the bottom of a well, utterly unaware of the vastness of the world beyond. Yi Xiao said little more, his entire being resonating with soul power. With a single step, the force of his soul energy reverberated throughout the entire 3rd dormitory. Xiao Qinyu, Lu Long, and the others could only feel a fierce gust of wind assaulting their faces. Their bodies became weightless, and they were propelled uncontrollably into the air. With Yi Xiao's current prowess, individuals like Ling Feng are hardly his adversaries. Merely releasing a single soul ring exudes an immense pressure of 1,000,000,000 years. Not to mention these novice students who have yet to reach level 10. Even the limit Douluo Continent at level 99 would be effortlessly sent flying by him. Oh. Bang, bang, bang. Following a series of anguished cries from Xiao Laoda, Lu Long, and others, they all plummeted to the ground, sustaining considerable injuries. Particularly for Xiao Qinyu, who was closest to Yi Xiao mere moments ago, it is only fitting that he endured the most severe impact and suffered the worst fate. Yu Xiao's figure flickered, and with a swift motion, he planted his foot firmly upon Xiao Qinyu's face. "So, you're the boss, are you?" "No. I'm not the boss. You are the true master here." In the presence of such a formidable opponent, he dared not refer to himself as the leader. Witnessing this scene, he was filled with trepidation. Although Xiao Qinyu was the son of the city lord, in the modest confines of Notting City, the number of soul masters was alarmingly scarce. Even the instructors at Notting Academy barely reached the levels of a dozen or 20. The highest-ranked master at the Wuhuan Temple in Notting City, Master Matthew, did not exceed 30 levels. Thus, Xiao Qinyu was merely gazing at the sky from the depths of a well. Faced with the sheer power of Yu Xiao's kick, capable of overpowering all his dormitory mates, how could he not tremble in fear? Xiao Qinyu could hardly fathom that at level 11, he was no match for Yu Xiao, whose previous blow had nearly shattered every bone in his body. Crack. While he could escape the ultimate punishment, the lesser transgressions were inescapable. Typically, Xiao Qinyu relied on his connections and strength to bully Wang Xing and other work-study students. Now that he had provoked Yu Xiao, he would not be shown mercy. With that single strike, the sound of shattering bones reverberated through the air. Subsequently, Xiao Qinyu emitted a wail akin to that of a banshee, filled with anguish. Yu Xiao did not cease her relentless assault until she had trampled upon Xiao Laoda several times, finally coming to a halt. After enduring such excruciating torment, Xiao Laoda succumbed to unconsciousness. Lu Long, Ling Feng, and the others were so frightened that their teeth chattered. They hurriedly scrambled to their feet and fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Yu Xiao merely cast a few glances before unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, sending several individuals sprawling to the ground, their cries of agony echoing in the air. They all bore expressions of utter despair, regretting their actions with a profound sense of remorse, lamenting that had they not provoked him, they would not have endured such a brutal beating. Yu Xiao clapped his hands and then addressed Lu Long and the others. "You all go up and give Boss Xiao another beating, quickly." Ling Feng and the others hesitated for a moment, feeling somewhat apprehensive about advancing. However, they could not disregard Yu Xiao's command and had no choice but to join forces once more to unleash a torrent of blows upon Boss Xiao. Ultimately, Boss Xiao, roused from his stupor by the pain, emitted a series of woeful cries. Yu Xiao then clapped his hands and departed from the 3rd dormitory. For him, it was merely a trivial matter. Lu Long and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief, sitting down to rest for a moment. Upon seeing Yu Xiao leave, Xiao Laoda immediately pointed at Lu Long and the others, scolding, "You fools, how dare you lay a hand on me? Are you tired of living? It is not our fault. It was Yu Xiao who urged us to strike." Lu Long explained. Indeed, Ling Feng concurred. The others were expressions of innocence, shifting all blame onto Yu Xiao. A bunch of imbeciles. Xiao Qinyu berated them vehemently, so incensed that he fainted again. Lu Long and the others struggled for a moment before managing to rise from the ground. Then they lifted Xiao Laoda and carried him out of the dormitory for medical attention. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yu Xiao discovered that Xiao Wu and Luo Xiaoli had already returned from outside with a new blanket. At that moment, Xiao Wu was spreading the recently purchased blanket across her bed, her face radiating happiness and adorned with a sweet smile. Yi Xiao approached and gently patted Xiao Wu's delicate back, saying, "Well, Xiao Wu, the new comforter truly feels different, doesn't it?" Only then did Xiao Wu realize that the person behind her was Yi Xiao. She quickly turned around and replied, "Yes, Xiao Gu, thank you for lending me the money. Otherwise, I wouldn't have a new comforter to cover myself with. By the way, I may not be able to repay you immediately. Is it all right if I owe you for a while?" "Oh," Yi Xiao feigned a reluctant expression. "When will you have the means to repay me?" At that moment, Xiao Wu found herself momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond. "Xiao Gu, I am merely a work-study student at present. How could I possibly have the money to repay you?" Yi Xiao remarked, "Indeed, in light of our friendship as dormitory mates, you are welcome to return it." MHM. Xiao Wu nodded her small head, deeply touched by Yu Xiao's thoughtfulness. Yu Xiao suddenly had a thought and whispered into Xiao Wu's ear, "Allow me to share with you a secret to acquire money for free. Would you be interested?" "Ah," Xiao Wu exclaimed, "such a delightful opportunity exists? How could I possibly refuse?" Laughing, "Brother, is this truly the case?" "Well, I simply ask if you desire it." "Of course I do. Who in their right mind would not wish for such a fortunate prospect?" He smiled and said, "It is quite simple. Once you surpass level 10 and absorb your first soul ring, which corresponds to levels 11 through 19, you shall be recognized as a soul master. Upon attaining this status, you may register at the Spirit Hall of our city to officially join the ranks of soul masters. Immediately, you will be awarded a gold soul coin and a soul master badge." "A gold soul coin, is it? How substantial?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, her interest piqued. She had not anticipated such ease in acquiring gold soul coins, considering that she had already surpassed level 11. She felt an eagerness to rush to the Spirit Hall to register and claim her gold soul coin. Indeed, it is true. And the gold soul coin is merely a monthly stipend. After registration, you may subsequently collect one gold soul coin each month at the Spirit Hall, using your badge. Remember, it is one gold soul coin every month. One gold soul coin each month. Xiao Wu was absolutely elated, exclaiming, "I had thought it was a yearly entitlement. To discover that I can receive it monthly is truly a windfall." Yu Xiao remarked, "Xiao Wu, this is merely a subsidy for soul masters. Once you attain the esteemed rank of Great Soul Master, specifically reaching the 21st level, the monthly allowance will elevate to 10 golden soul coins. 10 each month." Xiao Wu was utterly astounded. She quickly calculated, if it's 10 a month, then in 10 months, I will accumulate 120 in a year? Indeed, that is the case. Ah ha ha ha. Xiao Wu laughed exuberantly, leaping onto the bed and rolling about, exclaiming, "Humph, mother, Xiao Wu is rich now." Yu Xiao gazed at Xiao Wu's joyful demeanor, resembling a little money enthusiast, unsure of how to respond to her. "Brother Xiao, can I also receive a subsidy from the Spirit Hall?" Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao turned around and discovered it was Luo Xiaoli. He gently patted her head and said, "Of course, you can. However, you are currently only at level 10. You must absorb your first soul ring to advance to level 11 as a soul master in order to register and receive the subsidy." Chapter 57. The Great Leader. "Brother Xiao, when can I absorb my first soul ring?" Luo Xiaoli eagerly inquired, her excitement piqued by the news of subsidies from the Spirit Hall. This girl is quite impatient. Nevertheless, it is indeed time to go. Yi Xiao placed his hand atop her head and gently pressed down, saying, "Lily, upon your awakening, you have already attained the remarkable level of 10 in innate soul power, which allows you to absorb your first soul ring. This is truly splendid." Luo Xiaoli exclaimed with delight. Yet soon a thought crossed her mind. She had no idea where to absorb it. Having emerged from the Holy Soul Village, she was utterly oblivious to the affairs of the Soul Master realm. Consequently, she turned to Yi Xiao with a look of inquiry, asking, "Brother Xiao, where can I find a soul ring, and how do I absorb it?" Yi Xiao understood that Luo Xiaoli was unaware of the matters pertaining to the Spirit Master realm. So he took a moment to elucidate. The soul rings are derived from the soul beasts inhabiting the soul beast forest. By vanquishing these creatures, one can acquire a soul ring, which can then be absorbed through meditation. A mere 400 miles from Notting City lies an imperial sanctuary for these soul beasts. And with a token in hand, we may enter to hunt and absorb their essence. Is that so? Luo Xiaoli expressed her curiosity, her imagination wandering to what the process of absorbing a soul ring might entail. Filled with anticipation, she inquired, "Then, Brother Xiao, when shall we set forth? You, like me, are at level 10 and must also absorb a soul ring." Yu Xiao pondered for a moment. His second martial soul, the Fuxi Qin, had yet to absorb a soul ring. He could venture into the soul-hunting forest to acquire one, and he might as well take Lily along. As for Xiaowu, she was inherently a soul beast. All she needed was to cultivate. Upon breaking through to the 10th level, a soul ring would automatically manifest, and so forth, eliminating the necessity of hunting soul beasts for acquisition. This is the inherent advantage possessed by soul beasts. There is no need for Yi Xiao to take Xiao Wu to absorb soul rings. Instead, he plans to take her out to enjoy herself after the semester break. Brother Xiao, isn't Xiao Wu also at level 10? Shouldn't she join us in absorbing soul rings? Luo Xiaoli pondered, recalling that Xiao Wu had entered the academy with an innate full soul power of level 10, and thus she ought to partake in the absorption as well. Little did she know, Xiao Wu was not human. Yu Xiao would naturally not allow Xiao Wu to reveal any secrets, so he said, "Lily, Xiao Wu just mentioned that she has already absorbed a level 11 soul ring, so there is no need for her to accompany us." Luo Xiaoli nodded and replied, "Yes. Yes. So, Brother Xiao, when shall we set off tomorrow?" Yu Xiao contemplated. "Moreover, I shall inform you when the time comes." At that moment, a throng of individuals surged into the 7th dormitory. Wang Xing and his companions glanced over, only to discover that it was Xiaochen Yu and his group. They appeared battered and bruised, though the cause remained a mystery. The relationship between the 7th dormitory students and Xiao Laoda had always been strained, leading one to suspect that their arrival was intended to stir trouble. Wang Sheng, anxious and swift, hurried to Yi Zhao's side, exclaiming, "Xiao Gu, Xiao Laoda and his crew have arrived." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao swiftly turned to glance at a few individuals, merely offering a smile. These people, having been thoroughly dealt with by him, would certainly not dare to provoke him again. "Boss, we were in the wrong earlier. We beseech your forgiveness." Xiaochen Yu was the first to speak, dropping to his knees with a thud and not daring to look up. "Indeed, boss, it was our fault. Henceforth, you shall be our leader." The other dozen or so individuals followed suit, kneeling in apology alongside Xiao. What is happening here? Wang Sheng was bewildered, unable to comprehend why Xiao and the others had suddenly become so submissive. In his memory, these individuals had been quite arrogant, yet before Xiao, they assumed such a humble demeanor. Could it be that their injuries were inflicted by Xiao? A spark of realization lit up Wang Sheng's eyes. Indeed, it must be so. Given that Xiao could knock Tang San unconscious with a single slap, it was entirely plausible that he could defeat them as well. Otherwise, how could they possibly be so meek, pleading for mercy upon encountering Xiao? Seeing this scene, Xiao Wu immediately approached Yi Xiao with keen interest. She glanced at the kneeling Xiao and the others and inquired, "Boss, what do they mean by calling you boss?" Yi Xiao placed his hand on Xiao Wu's shoulder and said, "These individuals belong to the 3rd dormitory. I merely taught them a lesson on how to conduct themselves as decent human beings." Xiao Wu nodded, glancing at the injuries on the several individuals, and quickly understood the situation, breaking into a blissful smile as she exclaimed, "Xiao Gu is indeed formidable." Yi Xiao did not smile. Addressing the group, he said, "You may all rise." "Yes, boss." Only then did Xiao and the others stand up, gazing at Yi Xiao, hesitant to move. Yi Xiao cast a fleeting glance over a dozen individuals, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the formidable Xiao Laoda. "Speak," he commanded. "Are you feeling a bit frisky, in need of a lesson on how to conduct yourself?" Xiao Laoda, upon hearing this, was thoroughly alarmed. He had just witnessed Yi Zhao's formidable prowess and dared not offend him. "No, my lord, we have come to offer our sincere apologies," he stammered. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu understood the situation and gave Yi Xiao an approving thumbs up. "Brother Xiao, you truly are remarkable, managing to subdue them so thoroughly." "Just a trivial matter," Yi Xiao replied, displaying no interest in their hierarchy. Whether or not he acknowledged them as their leader was of little consequence. "Xiaochen Yu, I believe you have knelt before the wrong person. This individual is indeed your true superior." Upon hearing Yi Zhao's words, Lu Long and the others shifted their gaze toward Xiao Wu, perplexed by Yi Zhao's intent. Yi Xiao observed the confusion on Ling Feng and his companions' faces and felt compelled to elaborate. "This individual, known as Xiao Wu, is the leader of our 7th dormitory. And naturally, she is my superior, which makes her your superior as well. Do you comprehend?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Laoda and the others were struck with clarity and promptly nodded in acknowledgement. "Greetings to the esteemed leader." Xiao Wu offered a faint smile. She had always aspired to be a leader, initially aiming solely to preside over the 7th dormitory. Little did she expect to attract a cohort of followers calling her leader. To her, an additional follower meant little, and she welcomed them all. After all, she believed that being a leader would yield no disadvantages. By the way, Xiaoge. Xiao Wu inquired of Yi Xiao, what are the benefits of being a leader? Yi Xiao gently tapped her small head. Indeed, this is only natural. Xiao Wu, you are currently a work-study student and must clean for the academy to earn your tuition. However, with their assistance, you need not worry about this matter in the future, as they will handle it efficiently. Filled with joy, Xiao Wu turned her gaze back to Xiao Qinyu and the others. Did you all hear that? My responsibilities as a work-study student in the academy. Who among you is willing to take them on? Boss, we are all willing, they replied in unison. Xiao Wu reveled in this delightful feeling. Excellent. Then I shall entrust my duties to you from now on. Oh, and please refrain from calling me boss in the future. It sounds awkward. Just refer to me as Sister Xiao Wu instead. Sister Xiao Wu, Ling Feng, and the others sweetly chimed in, as if their lips were coated in honey, each one more endearing than the last. At this moment, Yi Xiao lay comfortably on the bed, observing how Xiao Wu was playfully toying with Xiao Laoda and his companions. After a while, Xiao Wu finally sent Xiao Laoda and his entourage on their way. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared at the doorway, one elderly and one youthful. Yi Xiao, hearing the commotion, cast a glance and discovered that it was none other than Tang San returning to his room. The other man, in his 50s, was indeed Yu Xiaogang. Chapter 58. A rejection of Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiao perceived that Yu Xiaogang's arrival at the 7th dormitory was undoubtedly driven by ulterior motives. Tang San addressed the trio. Yi Xiao, Luo Xiaoli, and Xiao Wu, please come here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. He spoke with an air of significance. Yi smiled, not in the least bit concerned. He could somewhat surmise that Yu Xiaogang not only accepted Tang San as his disciple but also wished to take in himself, Xiao Wu, and Luo Xiaoli. One cannot help but remark on the vastness of his ambition. One wonders if he fears being overwhelmed. Brother Xiao, who is this person? Xiao Wu inquired, having not recognized Yu Xiaogang. Yi Xiao chuckled softly. He is merely an old scoundrel, unworthy of concern. Sister Xiao Wu, he is named Yu Xiaogang, a guest lecturer renowned for his theoretical mastery at the academy. He is in his 50s yet possesses merely a soul power of 29. Luo Xiaoli interjected. Humph. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue. In his 50s and only at 29, he is truly the epitome of ineptitude. Luo Xiaoli laughed. You are still unaware. Tang San has already taken him as a mentor. What? Xiao Wu gasped in surprise. Tang San cannot possibly be a fool to seek out a master of such a low caliber. Does he intend to be like his mentor, reaching 50 with only 29? Moreover, you may not know this. The dean is a close friend of the master. With the dean's protection, he would have been expelled from the academy long ago. He constantly asserts that there are no worthless martial spirits, only worthless soul masters, along with his incessant proclamations about the top 10 core competencies in the martial spirit realm. Yet, aside from the dean, no one believes him. And now, there is also Tang San. Xiao Wu smiled. This Yu Xiaogang is truly despicable. A blatant fraud masquerading as a master. Has the dean's mind been so clouded as to believe his nonsense? Luo Xiaoli nodded in agreement. Sister Xiao Wu, I too believe the dean may have been brainwashed by this master. Is there any hope for him? Xiao Wu shook her head. That is uncertain. If the situation is mild, there might be a chance for recovery. If it is severe, then salvation is impossible. Xiao Wu Luo Xiaoli, you must not speak ill of my master. Hearing their conversation about Yu Xiaogang, Tang San expressed his displeasure. Luo Xiaoli, ignoring him, leaned closer to Yi Xiao and whispered a few words. Humph. As the leader of the 7th dormitory, Xiao Wu could not let Tang San reprimand her without consequence. Tang San, what do you mean by that? What I say about the master is none of your business. Tang San glared at her fiercely. Xiao Wu, the master is my mentor now. You shall not speak of him in such a manner. Fine, I shall refrain from speaking, but please do not disturb me. Xiao Wu sulkily retreated into her blanket, ignoring the master and disciple. Very well, very well. Yu Xiaoxin remarked that as long as Xiao Wu and Luo Xiaoli followed her closely, then Tang San would be of no concern. Tang San, do not be rude. Yu Xiaogang interjected, grasping the back of Tang San's shirt and pulling him aside. He mused that Tang San was too impulsive, having already offended everyone. How could he possibly take Yu Xiaoxin, Xiao Wu, and Luo Xiaoli as disciples? It appeared that he would have to manage interpersonal relations himself going forward. Alas, It seemed that being a mentor was truly not an easy task. Tang San wore a face of discontent, believing he was standing up for his teacher, yet receiving no gratitude in return. Furthermore, why did his teacher insist on taking Yi Xiaoxin as a disciple? He thought it sufficient to accept only Xiao Wu. As both Luo Xiali and Yi Xiaoxin possessed inferior martial souls, and their value as disciples seemed negligible, it seemed prudent to counsel his teacher. Master, I believe you should accept Xiao Wu. After all, she possesses innate full soul power at level 10 and is of the soft-bone charm rabbit martial soul, with boundless potential ahead. However, Yi Xiaoxin and Luo Xiali each have a useless martial soul. Taking them on would only add to your burdens, wouldn't it? Yu Xiaogang, upon hearing Tang San's words, wore an expression of displeasure. Did Tang San truly intend to provoke Yi Xiaoxin and Luo Xiali by speaking such words in front of them? Tang San, what do you understand? I have stated before, there are no worthless martial souls, only incompetent soul masters. Do you remember this? Tang San, with a countenance of defiance, replied, Master, isn't there always another perspective? With a swift action, Yu Xiaogang raised his hand and slapped Tang San. When did it become your place to lecture your teacher? Tang San, please recognize your position, should this happen again. I shall not show you mercy. The sting of the slap left Tang San's left cheek burning. He thought to himself that his teacher was utterly oblivious to the fact that he was attempting to recruit the three girls. With this disruption, his efforts could very well be in vain. Had he known, he would have refrained from taking Tang San as a disciple in the first place, as he clearly lacked any sense of decorum, which only served to tarnish Yu Xiaojiang's reputation. Tang San immediately approached Yi Xiaoxin, saying, Xiao Xin, Xiaoli, Xiao Wu. I have not educated myself properly, and I apologize for any offense I may have caused. I see great potential in the three of you and wish to take you on as disciples. What do you think? Xiao Wu, with a look of disdain, retorted. Forget it. I have no desire to take you as my master. I don't want to either. Luo Xiali quickly waved her hands, clearly reluctant. The two girls then cast glances at Yi Xiaoxin, silently urging her not to agree to become the master's disciple. Tang San, if you wish for Xiao Wu to join you in apprenticing under the master, it is utterly impossible. Yi Xiao cast a serious glance at Yu Xiaogang, unable to contain his earnestness. Master, I initially intended to become your disciple. However, you must have heard what Xiao San said just now. He does not wish for me and Xiao Li to seek your guidance. So why should we proceed? If he lacks shame, do we still retain ours? Indeed. We shall not pay homage to you. Absolutely not. Luo Xiali asserted emphatically. At that moment, Xiao also turned her head and added, Master, unless you have pressing matters, kindly vacate our dormitory and refrain from disturbing my rest with Xiao Ge. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. As she spoke, she clenched her small fist in indignation, seemingly ready to confront him if he remained. Yu Xiaogang was taken aback by how Tang San had stirred the situation, feeling an intense anger swell within him as he cast a fierce glare in Tang San's direction. Realizing he had caused trouble under the master's reproachful gaze, Tang San lowered his head in silence. Unwilling to abandon three prodigies, Yu Xiaogang mustered his courage and proposed, If the three of you are willing to accept me as your master, I shall take you to the soul-hunting forest tomorrow to procure your first soul ring. What say you? Xiao Wu immediately shook her head. Master, it's not that I hold you in disdain. The truth is, I have already absorbed my first soul ring. Thus, there is no need for you to overstep and make unnecessary efforts, is there? The revelation that she had already absorbed her first soul ring left Yu Xiaogang in disbelief, pondering that if this were the case, Xiao Wu's talent surpassed even that of Tang San. Little did he know, as a 100,000-year soul beast, Xiao Wu could augment her soul ring as long as she honed her skills. There was no necessity for his guidance. Luo Xiaoli chimed in. Brother Xiao said he would take me to the soul-hunting forest to hunt soul beasts and absorb soul rings, and I do not require your assistance. Chapter 59. Tang San is struck. Yu Xiaogang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he glanced toward Yi Xiao. He thought to himself that it seemed Xiao Wu and Luo Xiaoli only heeded Yu Xiao's words. If he wished to win them over, he must first secure Yu Xiao's allegiance. Gathering his thoughts, Yu Xiaogang articulated, Little Xiao, venturing into the soul-hunting forest is not as simple as you might imagine. Soul beasts are not as easy to slay as you believe. Without an experienced mentor leading the way, you would essentially be courting death. Therefore, for your safety, I should accompany you. Yu Xiaogang, you leading the expedition is out of the question. Yu Xiao recalled the moment in the original text of Douluo Continent when Yu Xiaogang took Tang San to the soul-hunting forest to acquire his first soul ring. They were unable to defeat even a mere 400-year-old mandala snake. resulting in them succumbing to its venom and falling into a deep unconsciousness. Had it not been for Tang San's hidden weapon, it is likely that both of them would have met their demise in the forest. Ultimately, they awoke several days later from their stupor. Upon contemplating this, Yu Xiao felt reluctant to accompany him. Master, it would be better for you to take Tang San instead. We can manage without your concern. Furthermore, you are only at the 29th level. Once we reach the soul-hunting forest, will you truly be able to look after all three of us? Yu Xiaogang fell silent at her words, realizing that bringing 3 individuals along was indeed a precarious undertaking. If anything were to go awry, they would all face dire consequences. After a moment of reflection, he proposed, "How about this? If you agree to become my disciples, I shall take Xiao San with me this time, and next time, I will bring you and Luo Xiaoli along." Was Yu Xiaogang truly intent on being so persistent? Yu Xiao could no longer contain herself. "Master Yu, I shall reiterate, neither I, Xiao Wu, nor Lily require your tutelage. Please take your leave, otherwise I shall not hesitate to be unkind." She thought to herself, having encountered the shameless, she had never before witnessed such audacity. Alas, it appeared that Yu Xiao and her companions had heard unfavorable opinions about themselves from other students, which deterred them from seeking his mentorship. Very well. Time is on my side. I shall have ample opportunity to win them over. When I next accompany Xiao San to the soul-hunting forest to assist him in acquiring his first soul ring, they will surely regard me with newfound respect and agree to my guidance. At that moment, it will not be they who choose me, but rather I who choose them. Ha ha ha. Yu Xiaogang found amusement in this thought before turning to depart the dormitory. Tang San, caressing his left cheek, still marked by the imprint of Yu Xiaogang's slap, walked dejectedly to his bedside. Once seated, he addressed Yu Xiao, saying, "Yu Xiao, one day you will regret not seeking the master's guidance." Yu Xiao found himself utterly bewildered by Tang San's words, filled with regret over the absurdity of the situation. "Come on, Tang San, only you could be so adorably foolish, thinking that by revering Master Yu, you have become someone of significance. To me, Yu Xiaogang is nothing. To consider him my mentor is nothing short of a cosmic joke." Tang San, incensed, reached for his hidden arrows, unable to tolerate anyone belittling Yu Xiaogang. After all, as a reincarnated soul from 2 lifetimes, he also had his dignity to uphold. Hearing someone disparage Yu Xiaogang as worthless naturally put a grimace on his face. On the surface, it appeared that Tang San was defending Yu Xiaogang, but, in truth, he was merely safeguarding his own pride. This is quite understandable. If others deemed Yu Xiaogang incompetent, then as his disciple, he would be perceived as an incompetent disciple as well. "Yu Xiao, might you refrain from such selfishness? What does that even mean?" Yu Xiao rose from his bed, gazing at him with an expression that seemed to invite a scuffle. He initially had no intention of engaging with Tang San, yet his increasingly unreasonable behavior was irksome. If he sought his own demise, then he could hardly blame anyone else. Tang San, with a fierce demeanor, retorted, "What do you mean by that? You not revering the master is your own affair. But why impede Xiao Wu from doing the same? What are you truly after? Do I need to spell it out for you?" Tang San, what is the point of picking on Xiao Go? Xiao Wu, infuriated, leapt from the bed, pointing at Tang San. "Not revering the master is simply my belief that he is unworthy. What business is it of yours? Moreover, do you have any right to criticize Xiao Go? Who do you think you are? My affairs have nothing to do with you." Sister Xiao Wu is absolutely right, Tang San. You are merely a cat weeping for the mouse, feigning compassion. If you dare to speak ill of my brother Xiao, I, Li, will not let this go unresolved. Li declared angrily. Tang San, feeling unjustly treated, watched as Xiao Wu was completely enchanted by Yu Xiao, causing unease to fester within him. "Xiao Wu, you trust Yu Xiao now, but one day you will regret it." Bang. Yu Xiao, unable to endure any longer, forcefully kicked Tang San onto the bed. Swiftly, he then stepped over and placed his foot upon Tang San's body. Tang San, time and again, had spoken ill of him in front of Xiao Wu, and thus, he could not let him go unpunished. Were it not for Tang San's remaining usefulness, Yu Xiao would have discarded him long ago. Tang San fell to the ground, attempting to rise, but found it utterly impossible under Yu Xiao's weight. He contemplated using his hidden darts, but with Xiao Wu present, he dared not proceed. From now on, Tang San, bother me less, or you shall find your fortune severely diminished, Yu Xiao declared, releasing him before returning to his own bed to don a garment. He then turned to Xiao Wu, saying, "Tomorrow, I shall take Lily to the soul-hunting forest to hunt soul beasts. It is likely I will be away for several days, so tonight, I shall treat you both to a late-night snack as a token of extra compensation." Well, Brother Xiao is the best to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with excitement. She quickly got up, put on her shoes, and took hold of Luo Xiaoli's hand as they made their way toward the door. Watching Yi Zhao's departing figure, with one girl in each hand, Tang San felt an intense surge of jealousy, gnashing his teeth in frustration. Yi Xiao, just you wait. Once I obtain my first spirit ring, I shall repay this grievance in kind. With my hidden weapons, that you may be stronger now, I shall surpass you in the future. He contemplated further. Yi Xiao, you would never dream that I possess a second martial spirit, a remarkably powerful one. Had my father not advised me to conceal it, you would have seen my true prowess today. Little did Tang San know, regardless of how strong he might become, Yu Xiao would always remain the unrivaled champion of this world. Even if he ascended to the rank of a god king, Yu Xiao would still vanquish him in an instant. On the following morning, Yu Xiao bid farewell to Xiao Wu and, accompanied by Luo Xiaoli, took a carriage heading towards the soul hunting forest, located 400 miles away. Yi Xiao originally intended to traverse the 400 miles on the swift wings of the wind and fire wheels, but lacking practice and accompanied by Luo Xiaoli, he found it rather inconvenient to do so. Thus, he opted for a horse-drawn carriage instead. Before embarking on their journey, Yi Xiao took Luo Xiaoli for a leisurely stroll around the city, intending to procure some supplies before venturing into the soul hunting forest. They sought provisions such as food, fruits, staple items, snacks, and water bags, alongside daily necessities. They also acquired some insect repellent powder, which would prove useful once they entered the soul hunting forest, both for warding off pests and masking their scent from the soul beasts, thereby minimizing interference and facilitating their journey. The soul hunting forest is indeed a realm of diverse species, and upon entry, one is bound to encounter various soul beasts and peculiar insects. Thus, ample preparation equates to enhanced safety. Yi smiled, displaying a lack of fear, yet that did not imply that Luo Xiaoli shared the same sentiment. One must consider her feelings. Chapter 60. Signing in at the soul hunting forest. Reward. The ancient divine farmer's cauldron soul ring. In the afternoon, a carriage came to a halt at the bustling entrance of the marketplace. Subsequently, a man and a woman alighted from the vehicle. The two individuals were none other than Yi and Luo Xiaoli. Yi Xiao and Luo Xiaoli embarked on this journey with the intention of entering the soul hunting forest to hunt soul beasts and absorb their soul rings. The marketplace serves as a bustling thoroughfare leading to the grand entrance of the soul hunting forest. Here, one can find an array of goods for sale, albeit at exorbitant prices. Before her arrival, Yi Xiao had already procured all the necessary items at the market in Nottingham, thus eliminating the need for further purchases. Luo Xiaoli was equally surprised to find such a vibrant market at the entrance of the remote soul hunting forest. Brother Xiao, this place is truly bustling. Yi smiled as she gently grasped her delicate little hand, fearing that she might stray away. Lily, this is the entrance to the soul hunting forest, where many soul masters come to procure soul rings. Naturally, where there are people, commerce thrives, and such vibrancy is to be expected. Moreover, those who can become soul masters often possess a degree of wealth, which naturally attracts numerous merchants to engage and trade here. The only caveat is that the prices here are significantly higher than in other places, which is why I made my purchases in Notting City beforehand. Luo Xiaoli suddenly understood. Brother Xiao, so that's how it is. That's wonderful, we won't waste our money. Upon hearing that they could save money, Luo Xiaoli's spirits soared. As Yi Xiao introduced the soul hunting forest to Luo Xiaoli, he guided her towards the bustling marketplace. Soon, they ventured away from the marketplace, arriving at a tranquil road. On either side, towering trees stood majestically, leading directly into the forest. Before long, they reached the outskirts of the forest. Before their eyes lay an immense expanse of woodland, encircled by a formidable steel fence adorned with numerous sharp spikes. Each section of the barrier rose over 10 meters, sturdy and imposing, rendering it nearly inaccessible to the average person. Luo Xiaoli, her curiosity piqued, gazed at the steel behemoths and exclaimed, Brother Xiao, I never imagined this entire forest would be enclosed. It is truly magnificent. Just think of the sheer amount of iron required to encircle such a vast area. Yi Xiao also felt that the cost of this project was exceedingly immense. However, he reasoned that this was not a matter for them to concern themselves with. Once they entered, as long as there were soul beasts present, they could absorb soul rings. Nevertheless, Brother Xiao, I have heard from the academy students that soul beasts are quite formidable. If we cannot defeat them, we may be killed. Luo Xiaoli expressed her apprehension. After pondering for a moment, she nodded her small head. I am afraid, but with Brother Xiao by my side, I feel less frightened. That is the spirit. Yi Xiao encouraged as he patted Luo Xiaoli on the shoulder, continuing their journey forward. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the soul-hunting forest. Suddenly, Luo Xiaoli caught sight of 100 guards standing at the entrance, which startled her. Having lived in Xian village, she had never encountered such a display. Observing the guards, fully armored in fine iron and wielding long spears, it was entirely natural for her to feel fear. It would indeed be abnormal for a 6-year-old girl not to be intimidated by such imposing figures. The 100 steel soldiers, tall and robust, standing in unison, exuded an aura of intimidation. It would strike fear into the hearts of ordinary individuals. However, for Yi Xiao, these warriors seemed no more significant than ants, eliciting no sensation within him. "Brother Xiao, do you think they will allow us entry?" Luo Xiaoli asked, her concern growing as she gazed upon the heavily armed sentinels guarding the gate, fearing that they might be turned away, rendering their efforts futile. Yi Xiao waved his hand reassuringly. "Rest assured, Lily, with me around, we can certainly get in." He held a badge in his hand, which was more than sufficient to ensure both himself and Luo Xiaoli could gain entry. "That's wonderful." Upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, Luo Xiaoli immediately felt a wave of relief. Yi Xiao recalled the descriptions of the soul-hunting forest from the original text of Douluo Continent. It was articulated by Yu Xiaogang, emphasizing that the soul-hunting forest, where spirit beasts are nurtured, is not accessible to just anyone. Only those soul masters who have been bestowed with a token by the spirit hall are permitted to enter the forest to hunt for spirit beasts. Should poachers attempt to trespass and be apprehended by the soldiers without the requisite token, the consequences would be dire. The soldiers before him served merely as perimeter defense. Within the depths of the soul-hunting forest, there exists a specialized enforcement team dispatched by the Spirit Hall, tasked with the constant verification of tokens. Therefore, unless one possesses extraordinary strength, the average individual would not dare to intrude. Yu Xiao observed that trespassing into the enclosed soul-hunting forest was far less straightforward than venturing into the Sunset Forest or the Starry Big Forest. Although the latter two forests posed greater dangers than the soul-hunting forest, they at least offered an open environment, devoid of the fear of being apprehended and facing dire consequences. Alternatively, one could spend a bit of money to team up with individuals possessing the necessary permits to enter. However, partnering with strangers also entails inherent risks. One can never be certain which team might harbor treacherous members ready to betray. Should one fall prey to deceit, escape would be an impossibility. Yu Xiao recalled a passage from the original text of Douluo Continent, which described how Oscar teamed up with others to venture to the northern edge of the Heaven Do Empire, the frozen forest, in pursuit of soul rings. In a tragic turn of events, they resorted to infighting over a 20,000-year-old mirror shadow beast soulbone. Such occurrences were not isolated to Oscar alone. They transpired frequently. However, for novice soul masters who lacked the experience, the inherent dangers remained unknown. Thus, upon entering the soul-hunting forest, they had to contend not only with the attacks from soul beasts but also with the treachery of their own kind, which posed an even greater threat. As the two ventured deeper into the forest, they were greeted by the essence of nature itself, accompanied by the pungent scent of decaying wood and foliage. It was a realm teeming with various insects and creatures. Observing these sights, Luo Xiaoli's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. This was her first visit to the soul-hunting forest, and everything here fascinated her, particularly the soul beasts. Yet, she was unaware that upon entering the soul-hunting forest, she had stepped into the territory of the soul beasts, a domain fraught with peril. Yu Xiao moved with an air of tranquility, traversing the dense underbrush of the forest. Although he was merely at the 39th level, he possessed 3 ancient soul rings, each over 1 billion years old. In the face of such power, a mere soul-hunting forest was inconsequential. Furthermore, with 2 ancient divine spirit souls at his disposal, the mere release of either would send the soul beasts scattering in terror. Yu Xiao would never act in such a manner. Otherwise, the soul beasts would be frightened into hiding, which would make it impossible to hunt them for Luo Xiaoli's absorption. As the two ventured deeper into the forest, Luo Xiaoli encountered a plethora of peculiar creatures, beings that were entirely absent from the realm of Xian village. "Brother Xiao, this place is truly terrifying," exclaimed Luo Xiaoli, feeling a mix of fear and curiosity upon seeing these extraordinary animals. Yi smiled and remarked, "These are the soul beasts, considerably stronger than ordinary creatures, with some possessing cultivation levels spanning decades, centuries, or even thousands and tens of thousands of years. This is merely within the hunting soul forest. If we venture into the Stardo forest, there exist soul beasts over 100,000 years old, beings of power equivalent to tidal Douluo and beyond." Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaoli felt her imagination stretched beyond its limits. Can we truly contend with such advanced soul beasts? At that level, it would be no issue, he reassured her. Indeed. Lily will strive diligently. Yu Xiao gently patted Luo Xiaoli's small head and led her deeper into the forest. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully signed in at the Soul Hunting Forest. Reward, Ancient Shinong Ding Spirit Ring. Chapter 61. Luo Xiaoli's first spirit ring rustling sounds echoed behind Luo Xiaoli, causing her to turn around in alarm. There, she caught sight of a serpentine shadow, sending a wave of fear coursing through her as she hurriedly sought refuge beside Yu Xiao. Brother Xiao, there's a snake, she exclaimed, her heart racing at the sight. Her fear of snakes was profound, and encountering one in the soul hunting forest, where serpents were indeed spirit beasts, only heightened her trepidation. Lily, that is a spirit beast. Yu Xiao reassured her, having already sensed its presence and thus remaining unfazed. Luo Xiaoli's lovely eyes darted around, eager to discern the distinctions of the spirit beast before her. Yu Xiao glanced at the creature and smiled. This soul beast was perfectly suited for Luo Xiaoli's level and constitution. Brother Xiao, should I absorb this soul beast? Well, it is approximately 900 years old, making it suitable for you as your first soul ring. Yu Xiao had initially intended to find a 1,000-year soul ring for Luo Xiaoli. However, considering her physical condition, absorbing a soul ring of such an advanced age would be detrimental to her. Thus, he adjusted his expectations and decided that a soul ring of around 900 years would suffice. Lily, this is a 900-year-old twisted snake soul beast. I shall assist you in defeating it now. Yu Xiao swiftly wielded his knife, sending the nearby twisted serpent soul beast flying with a powerful kick, rendering it unconscious upon impact. Luo Xiaoli, momentarily astonished, could hardly believe that a 900-year-old soul beast had been dispatched with such ease. Lily, quickly slay it, Yu Xiao urged, handing a dagger to her. Me? Luo Xiaoli hesitated, entirely unfamiliar with the intricacies of this endeavor. She was unaware that to successfully absorb a soul ring, one must personally hunt the soul beast. Lily, allow me to explain, Yu Xiao clarified the rules surrounding the absorption of soul rings. With newfound understanding, Luo Xiaoli seized the dagger and, with determination, executed the soul beast, causing a soul ring to emerge from the twisted serpent's body. A yellow soul ring. It was Luo Xiaoli's first encounter with a soul ring materializing from a soul beast, and her curiosity was piqued. Brother Xiao, is this truly the soul ring of a soul beast? Indeed, Yu Xiao elucidated, a 10-year soul beast produces a white ring, a 100-year yields a yellow one. A 1,000-year manifests as purple, a 10,000-year is black, and a 100,000-year soul beast generates a red ring. This twisted serpent, being 900 years old, produces a yellow ring. I see. Luo Xiaoli listened intently, marveling at the intricate details that accompanied her journey as a soul master. Yu Xiao continued. Once a soul ring is released from the body of a soul beast, it must be absorbed into the body within 1 hour. If it exceeds this time limit, it will dissipate completely, resulting in a wasted opportunity. At that moment, Luo Xiaoli felt as though she had gained a valuable lesson. She thought to herself, without the guidance of Brother Xiao, she would indeed be utterly clueless. Yu Xiao further elaborated, stating that the first soul ring should ideally be one of a century's age. Although a decade's ring could suffice, a century's ring is considered standard. As for a millennium soul ring, given your current level, blindly absorbing one would not only be unwise but could also pose a threat to your life. Thus, based on your present constitution, it is best to aim for a century soul ring for the first. In the future, I shall see if I can alter your constitution to strive for the absorption of a millennium ring for the second. Luo Xiaoli nodded, acknowledging her lack of understanding, and listened intently. Then hurry and absorb it. All right, Brother Xiao, she replied, promptly sitting down before the twisted snake to commence the absorption of the soul ring. Yu Xiao approached, circling around Luo Xiaoli as he established a protective barrier, ensuring that neither other soul beasts nor human soul masters could interfere with her absorption of the soul ring. Yes, this should suffice. Yu Xiao moved to the side and seated himself, creating a protective barrier around his body as he began his cultivation. At the 39th level, he was just one step away from reaching level 40, which would allow him to absorb the fourth soul ring. Coincidentally, the fourth soul ring rewarded by the system had yet to be absorbed, and he aimed to achieve a breakthrough in this endeavor. After the passage of 1 hour, Yu Xiao, with a complexion flushed and eyes wide open, exhaled a breath and inhaled once more, having cultivated to the 40th level. The ancient immortal phoenix's soul ring was to be absorbed as the fourth soul ring of the exquisite sword of immortal slaying. Yu Xiao swiftly retrieved a resplendent red soul ring from the system space, which should indeed be an ethereal 1 billion years in age. Nonetheless, it was prudent to consult the system for confirmation. System, might I inquire about the age of this ancient immortal phoenix soul ring? Beep, came the reply. Like the ancient black dragon soul ring, it too is a soul ring of 100 billion years. Ah, I see, Yu Xiao acknowledged, without further ado. He settled into meditation and summoned the exquisite sword of immortal slaying, having previously absorbed a soul ring of 100 billion years. He was well prepared and swiftly completed the absorption process. 3 hours later, Yu Xiao slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a sigh of relief. The sword of extermination had finally absorbed the fourth soul ring, the ancient immortal bird soul ring of 100 billion years. Upon inspecting his cultivation level, he found himself at the 49th rank. The direct absorption of a 100 billion year soul ring had elevated his soul power by 9 levels. Leaving Yi Xiao on the verge of laughter, Yi smiled as he rose to his feet, releasing several soul rings to inspect them closely. They were 4 rings of over 1 billion years each, 2 white, 1 black, and 1 red. Casting a glance towards Luo Xiaoli, who had yet to absorb her rings, he decided to wait patiently. After another hour had passed, Luo Xiaoli finally stirred, opening her eyes, having successfully absorbed her first soul ring. However, as it was her inaugural experience, her condition was understandably not as favorable as his. Lily, Yi approached and helped Luo Xiaoli rise from the ground. Brother Xiao, she exclaimed. Leaping into his embrace, I have completed the absorption of my first soul ring. Indeed, Lily, you are truly remarkable, you praised, gently ruffling her hair. Hee. Luo Xiaoli beamed with delight. Now, Brother Xiao, it is time for you to seek out your own soul ring. Yes. Yu Xiao grasped Luo Xiaoli's hand and ventured deeper into the heart of the soul-hunting forest. Suddenly, he was assailed by a flurry of attacks. Swiftly, he conjured a protective barrier, enveloping both himself and Luo Xiaoli. Brother Xiao, what is that? Luo Xiaoli inquired, her gaze fixated on the descending leaves, which possessed formidable offensive capabilities. Even the surrounding saplings had been severed by these lethal leaves. Had it not been for Yi Xiao's timely creation of the protective barrier, they would have been struck by the onslaught. Although Yi Xiao is fearless, Luo Xiaoli cannot withstand it. Lily, if I am not mistaken, this should be the flowing cloud bamboo soul beast with 3,000 years of cultivation. The flowing cloud bamboo soul beast. Luo Xiaoli expressed her curiosity. Brother Xiao, are you implying that there are also plant soul beasts? It seems that Luo Xiaoli, much like Tang, is entirely oblivious to the fundamental knowledge of the soul master realm. Yi Xiao patiently elucidated. Indeed, soul beasts are not classified by their types. Much like martial spirits, they encompass a myriad of forms. Whether it be insects, various plants, or flowers, all can be considered soul beasts. The only distinction lies in the levels of innate talent and the magnitude of their abilities. Luo Xiaoli greatly benefited from this knowledge, reflecting on how Brother Xiao was remarkably erudite, possessing far greater understanding than herself. Chapter 62, Brother Xiao and the majestic black dragon body. The silver dragon king Guyuna emerges. Yi Xiao swiftly wielded the blade, plunging it deep into the root of the flowing cloud bamboo spirit beast. Vivid green blood gushed forth. Yi Xiao swiftly evaded, avoiding the blood that splattered onto him. It was not the fear of the blood from the flowing cloud bamboo soul beast being toxic, but rather the concern of staining his garments. Luo Xiaoli remained unscathed within the barrier he had established, merely observing the battle between Yi Xiao and the soul beast. Yi Xiao swiftly wielded his blade, executing a series of precise strikes. After several deft cuts, he ultimately vanquished the flowing cloud bamboo spirit beast. In an instant, a resplendent purple soul ring emerged from its body. Yi Xiao smiled contentedly, sheathed the blade in her hand, and turned to Luo Xiaoli, saying, Lily, I am about to absorb the soul ring. Simply remain by my side to protect me. Of course, Brother Xiao, Luo Xiaoli replied. Buzz. Yi Xiao felt the fluctuations of his soul power. With his left hand, he summoned the Fuxi Qin martial spirit and began to meditate and cultivate. Absorbing the soul rings that spanned 3 millennia posed no challenge for him. After half an hour, he completed the absorption task effortlessly. Yi Xiao stretched lazily before sitting up. Having reached the 49th level, he was but one step away from achieving the prestigious 50th level. His second soul ring, the Fuxi Qin, had already acquired its first soul ring. The expedition to the soul-hunting forest had thus concluded successfully. Upon returning to Nodding City, Yu Xiao took the opportunity to accompany Luo Xiaoli to the branch of the Spirit Hall. where they registered for the Spirit Master badge and collected the subsidies for Spirit Masters. Brother Xiao, is this the branch of the Spirit Hall in Nodding City? Luo Xiaoli inquired, gazing up at the grand structure. Yi smiled and nodded. He led Luo Xiaoli into the Spirit Hall, where they found Master Matthew. The testing of soul power and soul rings commenced, and soon after, Luo Xiaoli successfully passed the test. Master Matthew promptly completed her registration, presenting her with a Soul Master badge and a gold soul coin. Overjoyed, Luo Xiaoli received the badge and the coin, elated at her first earnings. Especially since it was a gold soul coin. How could she not be thrilled? In the blink of an eye, several months had elapsed. Xiaowu and Luo Xiaoli had already spent a semester at the Nodding Academy. As the holiday approached, the academy grew quiet. In the 7th dormitory, only Luo Xiaoli and Xiaowu remained, along with Yi. Tang San had returned alone to Holy Soul Village. Brother Xiao, are we heading back as well? Luo Xiaoli inquired of Yi, having finished packing her belongings. Yi Xiao contemplated for a moment before responding. Very well, Lily. You and Xiaowu shall return to the Holy Soul Village. I have some matters to attend to. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu, somewhat reluctant, inquired. But, Brother Xiao, where are you going? I wish to accompany you. Yi Xiao intended to journey to Soul Master City and, naturally, would not take Xiaowu along. The place I am going is fraught with danger. You cannot accompany me. Upon hearing the word dangerous, Xiaowu ceased to insist. She possessed a certain self-awareness regarding this matter. Spirit beasts should not roam indiscriminately, particularly not in areas where high-ranking soul masters congregate. Yi Xiao arrived at the bustling street, hailing a carriage for Xiaowu and Luo Xiaoli, escorting them aboard before hastening down another path. Days later, in the holy city of Wuhuan, within the grand hall of the papal palace, at the entrance, a strikingly handsome youth appeared. Greetings, young master. The 2 guards stationed at the entrance immediately bowed respectfully upon seeing the youth. The young man was none other than Yi Xiao. He looked at one of the guards and inquired, Good day, is Dong Air present? Yes, young master. His Holiness is inside. Would you like me to announce your arrival? No, I shall enter myself. Understood. The 2 guards replied in unison, standing at attention. Yi Xiao said little and stepped inside. In the council chamber, Bibi Dong reclined on the grand chair, lost in thought. She pondered why Xiao had been gone for so long. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps reached her ears. Bibi Dong quickly glanced towards the entrance and, to her delight, saw the one she had longed for. A gentle smile illuminating her face as she promptly rose to greet him. Without hesitation, she leaped into Yi Xiao's embrace, holding him tightly. Donger, I have returned. Yi Xiao whispered softly in her ear. Xiao, I have missed you dearly. Bibi Dong exclaimed, leaning in to press her crimson lips against his. Yi Xiao also disregarded the moment, then lifted her up and proceeded towards the concealed chamber behind. On the bed, Yi Xiao and Bibi Dong reveled in their blissful world, seamlessly entwined like fish in water. It was only after darkness fell that Yi Xiao took Bibi Dong's hand and emerged from the hidden chamber. From this day forth, Bibi Dong surrendered her most treasured self to Yi Xiao. In return, Yi Xiao claimed the most precious part of Bibi Dong, fulfilling the responsibilities expected of a man. Thereafter, Yi Xiao accompanied Bibi Dong through countless days and nights. A month later, they finally departed from Spirit City, setting their sights on the Tiandou forest. Intent on seeking Guyuna. 10 days later, in the heart of the Tiandou forest, a young man traversed the woods. He was none other than Yi Xiao, who had just arrived from Spirit City. Yi Xiao arrived beneath a grand tree, settling into a meditative posture to cultivate his energy. Now at the 49th level, he aimed to make a breakthrough, striving to reach the 50th level, which would allow him to absorb the 5th spirit ring. He retrieved a bottle of energy-replenishing pills from his spirit tool, swallowed its contents in one swift motion, and then began to close his eyes and nurture his spirit. An hour and a half passed. Yi Xiao slowly opened his eyes, a satisfied smile illuminating his face. He had finally ascended to level 50, granting him the ability to absorb his 5th spirit ring. Coincidentally, a few days prior, the sign-in system had rewarded him with an ancient Shenong cauldron spirit ring. He promptly retrieved it from his soul guide device and began the absorption process. System, dear sister, how many years does this ancient Shenong cauldron spirit ring represent? Beep. Master. The ancient Shenong cauldron spirit ring is 100 billion year spirit ring. Another 100 billion years. Yi Xiao was overjoyed and commenced the absorption. Half an hour later, Yi Xiao slowly opened his eyes, having successfully absorbed the 5th soul ring of the Sword of Extermination and the ancient Shenong Ding soul ring. His level surged from 50 to 59, elevating him to the rank of Soul King. Ding. Congratulations, Master. on completing the sign-in at the Tiandou Forest. Reward: the Rift Sky Chi Soul Ring has been deposited into the system space. Please check. The sign-in reward system announced. The Rift Sky Chi Soul Ring, without a doubt, is yet another soul ring of 100 billion years. Am I correct, dear system? Yu Xiao inquired. Ding. Yes, master. The Rift Sky Chi Soul Ring is indeed a soul ring of 100 billion years. The sign-in reward system responded. Excellent. Yu Xiao promptly settled down once more. Resolved to cultivate to level 60 and absorb this sixth soul ring to conclude the matter. Half an hour later, Yu Xiao let out a breath. Having finally cultivated to the 60th level, he then retrieved the Splitting Sky Soul Ring from the system space and summoned the Excalibur, commencing his meditation to absorb the sixth soul ring. 2 hours later, Yu Xiao subdued the fluctuations of his soul power and completed the absorption of his sixth soul ring. He directly ascended to the 70th level, attaining the rank of Soul Emperor. However, the seventh soul ring had yet to be secured, and he was currently unable to absorb it. Yu Xiao traversed through a mist-laden forest, arriving at the central lake of the Starry Forest. This is the Lake of Life, the heart of the Starry Forest. Yu Xiao learned from the original text of Douluo Continent that within the depths of the lake lies a monumental secret, a magnificent soul beast concealed within. She is none other than the Silver Dragon King, Guyuna, renowned as the sovereign of all soul beasts in Douluo Continent. Yu smiled upon arriving. For her purpose was to collect Guyuna. Ding, announced the system. Congratulations, master, on successfully signing in at the Lake of Life. Reward: Nuwa Stone Soul Ring has been stored in the system space. Please check. Yu Xiao was overjoyed, having successfully completed another sign-in task. That system lady. Is this Nuwa Stone Soul Ring a 100 billion year soul ring? Ding. Master, the Nuwa Stone Soul Ring is not a 100 billion year soul ring, but rather 1,000 billion years, and it is golden, replied the sign-in reward system. Yu smiled and promptly sat down to meditate, retrieving the Nuwa Stone Soul Ring from the system space to commence her absorption. However, the Nuwa Stone Soul Ring, with its existence spanning a staggering 10 billion years, posed an immense challenge to absorb. Nonetheless, it was imperative to proceed with the absorption. To ensure her safety, she established a protective barrier around her body, thereby securing her surroundings. Subsequently, she released the Sword of Extermination's martial spirit and began the process of absorption. Half an hour later, Yu Xiao opened his eyes. Having finally completed the absorption of the seventh soul ring, the Sword of Extermination successfully assimilated the seventh soul ring, the Nuwa Stone Soul Ring, elevating his cultivation to an impressive 79th level. With this, Yu Xiao has already attained the Soul Sage level. Upon advancing another tier, Yu Xiao reached level 80. He smiled and stood up, only to behold a shadow that obscured the sun descending from the heavens. Raising her gaze, she witnessed a colossal purple dragon plummeting from the sky, landing beside the Lake of Life. It then transformed into a woman clad in purple robes, none other than Xunji, the Hell Dragon King, a formidable entity with a lineage spanning 200,000 years, and one of the sovereigns of the Tiandou Forest. Her race was that of the Hell Dragon, a proud member of the dragon lineage. Soon after, a three-headed crimson magical hound emerged from the thicket, morphing into a man clad in red, the Qi Wang, a super soul beast of the Tiandou Forest. Then, a massive bear came rushing forth, another sovereign of the Tiandou Forest, renowned for its overwhelming offensive prowess, the dark gold terror claw bear, known as Xiang, whose enormous claws could even rend the fabric of space. Additionally, a gigantic tree burst forth from the earth, recognized as one of the rulers of the Tiandou Forest. The most powerful plant-type soul beast, the Demon Eye Tree, revered as the king of all demons. From the sky descended a graceful green swan, the guardian of the Tiandou Forest, a benevolent healer among soul beasts, the Emerald Swan, also known as Baiji. Lastly, a tremendous shadow loomed in the sky. Stretching over 100 feet, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King. He was lauded as the Beast God Emperor, the undisputed strongest being in the Douluo Continent, the king of 1,000,000 soul beasts, and the foremost among the continent's 10 ferocious beasts. He reigned as the supreme authority of the Tiandou Forest, second only to the avatars of the Dragon God, the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King, as well as the Dragon God's 9 sons. He belonged to the purest lineage of the golden-eyed Black Dragon clan, currently the clan leader, bestowed by the Dragon God with the ultimate dragon technique, the Dragon King's Claw. The emergence of these formidable soul beasts was instigated by Ye's arrival, shattering the tranquility that had enveloped the Lake of Life. The Lake of Life, shrouded by towering trees so dense that sunlight could scarcely penetrate, was steeped in darkness. Suddenly, the earth quaked violently, fissures tearing through the ground. causing the entire forest to tremble. The scant water remaining in the small lake surged back, revealing the lakebed in an instant. With a resounding crash, a surge of silver light erupted from the chasm, crashing heavily upon the shore. Yu Xiao beheld a colossal claw, resplendent in shimmering silver. Upon this magnificent appendage, a multitude of hexagonal silver scales adorned its surface, each reflecting an extraordinary brilliance. The thunderous sound of its impact carried an unparalleled force, compelling all living beings to bow in reverence. The dazzling silver radiance was so blinding that the massive spirit beasts dared not gaze directly upon it. They could only humbly prostrate themselves, trembling in awe and ecstasy. The magnificent silver form gradually lowered its head, its immense body descending to the ground, slowly transforming into a slender and enchanting young maiden. Yu Xiao gazed at the enchanting maiden, transformed from the silver dragon a distance of 10 zhang away, and began to comprehend her true identity. The maiden possessed long, flowing silver hair cascading elegantly down to her ankles, each strand not only silken but also imbued with a crystalline sheen, radiating an exquisite brilliance. She exuded a beauty that transcended verbal description. No words could adequately capture the allure of her stunning visage. Her skin was a delicate, pale hue, and her violet eyes held an enigmatic depth. Clad in a long gown adorned with silver lace, her attire accentuated her alluring figure. Particularly captivating were her eyes, framed by lush, curled lashes, their clarity and transparency enhancing her ethereal presence. When one met her gaze, they could detect a hint of bewilderment within her eyes, evoking an instinctive sense of compassion. She was indeed Guyuna. Yu Xiao was somewhat taken aback by how easily Guyuna emerged. He had originally thought it would require considerable effort to draw her out, yet she appeared on her own. "My lord, what brings you out as well?" Upon seeing Guyuna's emergence, Tiandou promptly stepped forward to inquire. "My lord, Bai Ji, the king of 10,000 demons, Xiangjun, Ziji, Ji Wang, and others all paid their respects to Guyuna as their sovereign. There is no need for such formalities. I was merely curious about the aura surrounding this human soul master, which prompted my appearance," Guyuna replied. Subsequently, Tiandou and the others directed their attention towards Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao also cast a glance at Bai Ji and the others, ultimately directing his gaze towards Guyuna. He then spoke, "Civilization pales in comparison to a single encounter. Silver Dragon King Guyuna, you are indeed one of the renowned goddesses of Douluo Continent, breathtakingly beautiful." Upon hearing his words, Guyuna scrutinized him in return. He was strikingly handsome, yet, lamentably, he was human. Strangely, she sensed a kinship emanating from him. "So, you are familiar with me?" Yi Xiaoxin remarked. "Whether one is acquainted or not is indeed difficult to ascertain. After all, having merely perused the original text of Douluo Dalu and gazed upon Guyuna in the manga, the two experiences are entirely disparate. Although we are strangers, my knowledge spans the cosmos and the earth. I possess the ability to discern and calculate. With a mere flick of my fingers, I can unravel the intricacies of your past. It is for the sake of beholding your beauty that I have ventured to your domain, solely to catch a glimpse of you. How audacious! Is it permissible for one such as you, a mere human soul master, to encroach upon my domain?" Tiandou exclaimed in wrath. Yu Xiao did not even cast a glance at Tiandou. In his presence, let alone the few soul beasts that had yet to reach 1,000,000 years of age, even the Silver Dragon King, Guyuna, would have to bow in submission. Tiandou, refrain from speaking for now. I shall handle this matter, Guyuna instructed. "Yes, my lord," Tiandou replied, stepping aside. Bai Ji, Ziji, and Xiangjun dared not utter a word. Guyuna scrutinized Yu Xiao for a while longer before slowly approaching him. After circling around him several times, she took a whiff of his presence. "Though you are a human soul master, why do I detect the scent of your kin upon you?" Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao pondered for a moment. Having absorbed the ancient black dragon and ancient white dragon soul rings, it was only natural that he emanated the essence of the dragon race. Thus, there was nothing astonishing about it. However, this was not something he could directly disclose to Guyuna. Instead, he meticulously composed his thoughts and finally articulated, "The matter is rather straightforward. For I am both human and dragon, a hybrid of sorts." Guyuna instinctively responded, "Could it be half human, half dragon?" This was the only conclusion her mind could conjure. Only a child born of both human and dragon lineage could possibly possess the blood of the dragon race, she speculated. He smiled silently, pondering the matter at hand, yet she had no desire to elucidate her thoughts. It is often wiser to refrain from unnecessary complications. As Yu Xiao's soul energy surged, 2 dragon souls, one red and one black, emerged from within him, weaving gracefully throughout his being. The black and white dragon souls. Guyuna was taken aback. She had not anticipated that this young man possessed the bloodline of the dragon clan. Moreover, these dragons bore a resemblance to serpents. Unlike their own majestic forms, lacking wings yet possessing the head of a dragon, a tail, and 4 claws akin to those of true dragons. Your dragons are fundamentally different from ours. Yi smiled lightly, stating that it mattered not whether they were different, as long as they were dragons. Moreover, she asserted that her kind of dragon was far more formidable than theirs. More powerful than those of our dragon lineage? Guyuna questioned, her skepticism evident. She thought to herself that she was, after all, a manifestation of the dragon god, and aside from the golden dragon king and the 9 sons of the dragon, no one dared to make such a claim. Upon observing Guyuna's incredulous expression, Yu Xiao decided to refrain from further elaboration and intended to transform into a dragon to demonstrate his prowess. This would also serve to intimidate Guyuna's subordinates, who, despite being soul beasts of several 100,000 years, were mere insects in comparison to Yu Xiao. Previously, at the Blue Electric Tyrant sect, Yu Xiao had summoned the White Dragon, manifesting a colossal form of 1,000 Zhuang. This time, he resolved to invoke the Black Dragon, a sight so fearsome that it would surely instill terror in Guyuna. The atmosphere trembled ominously as the fluctuations of soul power emanated from Yu Xiao. The Black Dragon's soul force swiftly enveloped his entire being. Subsequently, his body began to undergo a transformation, sprouting scales of obsidian hue that cloaked him entirely. In tandem, the heavens became laden with dark clouds, shrouding the sun, as a vortex of swirling energy formed in the sky above. Yi Xiao's physique had transcended its original form, evolving into a magnificent, elongated beast. It ascended into the sky, growing ever larger. Its entire body was adorned with shimmering black scales, gleaming as if coated in polished metal. In no time, an immense dragon, extending thousands of feet, manifested before Guyuna and her companions, the Emperor Tian and others. Its colossal form ceased to grow, revealing a head resembling that of a camel, antlers akin to a deer, eyes like those of a rabbit, ears resembling a cow's, a neck akin to a serpent's, a belly reminiscent of a mythical creature, scales similar to those of a carp, claws like an eagle's, and paws resembling those of a tiger. Its back bore 81 scales, embodying the essence of the number 9. Its roar echoed like a striking bronze disc. Whiskers adorned its mouth, a luminous pearl rested beneath its chin, and reverse scales graced its throat. This was the visage of the long dragon. Such a grand dragon's form was beyond the reach of even Guyuna, who herself possessed merely 100-foot physique. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the immense dragon compelled Guyuna, Emperor Tian, Bai Ji, Ziji, Xiong Ji Wang, Wanya Wang, and other formidable soul beasts to kneel in reverence. Under the oppressive presence of the 10,000-foot black dragon, the very ground of the Star-Doe forest trembled, shaking the earth and mountains, causing all soul beasts to collapse in fear, losing control of their bodily functions. Even Guyuna, Emperor Tian, and Xiong, though not reduced to the same state as the lesser soul beasts, experienced involuntary urination. Upon realizing her predicament, Guyuna, along with Bai Ji and Ziji, felt their faces flush with embarrassment. In contrast, the male figures, Emperor Tian, Xiong, Ji Wang, and Wanya Wang, displayed less shame in their similar plight. Yu Xiao, having accomplished his objective, feigned his demeanor sufficiently before promptly reverting to his true form and descending from the heavens. This was also a measure to avoid drawing the attention of the lesser deities in the divine realm, lest they emerge like bothersome flies to scrutinize his every move, which would be quite uncomfortable. At present, Yu Xiao had no intention of engaging with the divine realm, thus there was no need for ostentation. Yu Xiao transformed back into his original form and descended to the ground. The dark clouds in the sky gathered densely, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder, all of which then vanished without a trace. Guyuna and Tian, along with others, could no longer perceive this overwhelming force. Everything around them returned to a state of tranquility, as if the earlier scene had never transpired in this place. Yu Xiao observed Guyuna, Xiong, and others still kneeling on the ground, too intimidated to raise their heads, and he couldn't help but find it amusing. He thought to himself that his transformation into a towering black dragon must have instilled a sense of awe in Guyuna, Tian, Ziji, and Xiong, compelling them to bow in submission. "You may rise." Upon hearing his words, Guyuna and Bai Ji finally stood up. However, the fear that Tian and Xiong harbored towards Yu Xiao had yet to dissipate. Guyuna, feeling slightly more at ease, gradually approached Yu Xiao and inquired, "What is your name?" Yu Xiao pondered for a moment, and upon seeing Guyuna's bashful demeanor before him, He could not bear to frighten her. "You may simply call me Xiaogu," he said. "Xiaogu," Guyuna echoed with a soft voice. "I am the Silver Dragon King. And you may also refer to me as Guyuna." Yu Xiao reached out to stroke Guyuna's silver hair. A gentle smile gracing his lips as he said, "Guyuna, this book is complete. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to my fellow readers and the editor for their unwavering support. The story has reached its conclusion. Let us celebrate." Chapter 63, A Dialogue Between Man and Dragon. Yu Xiao, may we step aside to converse? Guyuna's enchanting eyes sparkled as she gracefully extended the invitation. In her moments of tenderness, Guyuna exuded an alluring femininity. Yet, when she transformed and revealed her colossal dragon form, stretching 100 feet in length, she was indeed a sight to behold, strikingly formidable. "If you so desire, I would not oppose," Yu Xiao replied, eager for the opportunity. It is undeniable that few men in the world could resist the allure of Guyuna's beauty. Yu Xiao candidly admitted that he was captivated by Guyuna's physique, a sentiment he felt no need to conceal. This is a topic as timeless as the ages. "Then, Xiaogu, please follow me," Guyuna said, turning gracefully and walking toward a small grove nearby. Yu Xiao moved gracefully alongside Guyuna. Guyuna, now transformed into the visage of a young maiden, appeared to be around 17 years of age. Yu Xiao estimated her height to be approximately between 182 and 183 centimeters. Yu Xiao chuckled to himself, standing at approximately 1.86 meters. A few centimeters taller than Guyuna. Currently barefoot, Guyuna would tower even more if she donned high heels. Tian, Bai Ji, Ziji, Ji Wang, Wan Yao Wang, and Xiong Jun stood in stunned silence, gazing at the departing figures of the two, rendered immobile in their place. As subordinates of the Silver Dragon King, they were acutely aware that certain matters were best left unexamined and unspoken. Will the beast god's premature emergence from seclusion exacerbate her injuries? Bai Ji suddenly addressed Tian, expressing her concern for the Silver Dragon King's condition. After all, the Silver Dragon King represented the hope of the soul beasts. Her well-being was paramount. Sighing, Tian replied, "I believe there is a reason for our sovereign's early return. You witnessed Yu Xiao's capabilities. He is no ordinary individual. His dragon form surpasses ours by unfathomable magnitudes. Thus, I surmise that the reason for our sovereign's early emergence lies in the potential he possesses. If she could draw him to our side, our chances against the human soul masters and the deities would be greatly enhanced. In such a case, our sovereign could finally cease her life of evasion, and perhaps we might even glimpse the hope of returning to the divine realm." Bai Ji nodded, reassured by his words. Guyuna ascended the nearby precipice and settled beside a stone, her gaze sweeping across the distant valley, where the breathtaking scenery unfolded before her eyes. Yu Xiao cast a glance beside her and noticed an available seat, so she settled down, sitting closely next to Guyuna, from whom she could detect a distinctive fragrance emanating. A gust of mountain wind swept through, lifting Guyuna's silvery hair gracefully, bestowing upon her an ethereal quality. Yu Xiao gazed upon her profile, truly resembling an ethereal fairy descended from the heavens. It was beyond his imagination that such a breathtakingly beautiful woman could exist in this world. Yu Xiao had never envisioned a day when he would sit upon a stone alongside Guyuna, gazing at the distant scenery. He mused to himself that perhaps the essence of life is nothing more than this. "Xiaogu, perhaps you were quite curious about me?" Guyuna suddenly inquired. This question was indeed a rather obvious one. Yu Xiao was well aware of her background and would not be foolish enough to answer her question. "Oh, if I am curious about you, are you not equally curious about me?" Guyuna smiled faintly. "The nature of your dragon form differs from ours. I am quite eager to learn about it. Can you enlighten me?" Indeed, women are inherently curious creatures, and even the Silver Dragon King is not exempt from this trait. Yu Xiao had no intention of elucidating his origins, nor could he divulge everything. In truth, it is rather simple. Just as your pterosaurs and serpents, we long share the characteristic of scales, albeit with differing appearances that delineate our distinctions. For instance, a serpent, through the course of evolution, may transform into the form of a jiaolong or a long. In contrast, your pterosaur form resembles that of a quadrupedal lizard, albeit augmented with a pair of wings, rendering it larger and more formidable, thus becoming a dragon god. Furthermore, consider those soul beasts that have inherited the bloodline of dragons. The soul beasts beside you, having existed for hundreds of thousands of years, are the result of evolution. Hence, I surmise that our primordial bodies were once akin to certain diminutive reptiles, shaped by the forces of nature, allowing us to cultivate into our current divine forms. What say you?" Guyuna nodded in agreement. "Perhaps your assertion holds truth." as my form was indeed derived from the division of the dragon god's essence. One half became the golden dragon king's body, while the other half is myself. The silver dragon king, a balance of yin and yang. He smiled and nodded, for he was well aware of the history. In the past, a great conflict erupted between the beast god and the human god. The dragon god was cleaved in two by the sword of the Azura god, with one half transforming into the yin embodiment, the silver dragon king, and the other half into the yang embodiment, the golden dragon king. Subsequently, the golden and silver dragon kings continued their battle against the human god, but ultimately succumbed to defeat. The silver dragon king, gravely wounded, fled to the Douluo planet's Douluo Continent, seeking refuge and recuperation in the heart of the Tiandou forest, evading the relentless pursuit of the human god. Meanwhile, the golden dragon king remains imprisoned within the confines of the divine realm. Though his life endures, his freedom has been stripped away. Guyuna. This event may signify a great misfortune for your soul beast clan, yet for you, it could represent an opportunity. Why do I say this? The rationale is quite simple. Had the dragon god not been struck by the Azura god's blade, he would not have been split into two, giving rise to both you and the golden dragon king. Thus, I believe that all of this is guided by a greater fate. Had it not been for that upheaval in the divine realm, you would not exist here in the Douluo continent of Douluo planet. Without you, the silver dragon king, there would be no transformation into your human form as Guyuna. And without you, Guyuna, I would not stand here today in the heart of the Tiandou forest. Hence, this is both a calamity and a chance. Xiaoji's words indeed hold profound truth. Had the divine realm not experienced that upheaval, I would certainly not be here. Guyuna pondered for a moment and found great wisdom in his words. Xiao, would you consider joining our soul beast ranks to stand against humanity together? Yu Xiao shook his head, asserting, no, for I am but human. However, should you be willing, I can assist you in reclaiming the divine realm. Reclaim the divine realm? Guyuna was taken aback, pondering how such a formidable task could be so easily accomplished. Is it truly possible, Brother Xiao? Can you genuinely aid me in regaining the divine realm? Absolutely, Yu Xiao replied with unwavering confidence. As long as you place your trust in me, it shall be done. Though not immediately, it will not exceed a century. Within 100 years, I will undoubtedly secure the divine realm for you. Guyuna was elated, recognizing that the benefits of reclaiming the divine realm far outweighed the risks, thus providing better protection for her soul beast clan. Yet, the divine realm is currently under human control. They possess all advantages, timing, terrain, and resources. To wrest it from their grasp seems more challenging than ascending to the heavens. To me, they are nothing more than mere ants, no matter their strength. When the time comes, I can vanquish them effortlessly. Guyuna regarded his words as mere bravado but lacked the evidence to counter his claims. So she refrained from responding. Well then, Guyuna, I have other matters to attend to. Our conversation must come to an end for today. There will be ample time in the future. We shall meet again. With that, Yu Xiao rose and waved goodbye. Chapter 64. The 10,000-Year Soul Beast, Royale. After completing the sign-in at the 1LV Valley, a reward of the ancient golden dragon soul ring was bestowed upon him. Master, has he departed? Tian inquired upon noticing Yu Xiao's absence, addressing Guyuna. She gazed in the direction Yu Xiao had left, lost in thought. Tian, I must step out for a moment. I leave this place in your capable hands. But before Tian could finish his sentence, Guyuna's figure had vanished from sight. Beast God, has the master left? Bai Ji approached, eager to know of Guyuna's departure. Tian nodded. Yes. She is gone. The master has ventured forth to seek that elder for the sake of our soul beast clan. The one you refer to as Yu Xiao. The imposing black dragon? Indeed, he possesses the physique of a divine dragon, far surpassing both the master and us soul beasts. The master follows him in hopes of enlisting him into our ranks to combat the human soul masters. Bai Ji nodded. I hope the master succeeds, for that would grant our soul beasts a chance to triumph over humanity. Tian looked up at the starry sky, his gaze reflecting a sense of weariness. Indeed, only the powerful can dominate all, including the monstrosities of the divine realm. At that moment, on a small island at the heart of the Tiandou forest, before a quaint wooden cabin, sat an exquisite young woman clad in a flowing pink gown. Suddenly, a fleeting shadow darted across the water's surface, materializing before the stunning lady. Upon seeing the handsome youth before her, her eyes sparkled with delight as she quickly rose to greet him, saying, Benefactor, you have arrived. The youth in question is none other than Yu Xiao, who has come to pay a visit to Royale. Royale is, in fact, the mother of Xiao Wu and a soft-boned charm rabbit of over 100,000 years. In the original narrative of Douluo Continent, Bibi Dong ruthlessly slays Ro Yao, seizing her soul bone and absorbing a soul ring of 100,000 years. In order to prevent the tragic scene from recurring, Yi Xiao intervened and rescued Ro Yao from Bibi Dong's grasp. Additionally, he procured a soul beast of 100,000 years for Bibi Dong, thus ensuring Ro Yao's survival. This is precisely why, upon encountering Yi Xiao, Ro Yao immediately addressed him as her benefactor. She appeared to be in her 20s, with a tall and enchanting figure, standing approximately 1.79 meters. Her fair complexion and exquisite features rendered her irresistibly alluring to any man who laid eyes upon her. Yi Xiao grasped Ro Yao's gentle hands, assisting her to rise from the ground before leading her towards the quaint cabin. A few days later, a strikingly handsome youth appeared at the entrance of Xian village. He gazed at the fallen statue of the Soul Saint, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. The youth was none other than Yi Xiao, who had recently returned from the Tiandou forest. Yi Xiao arrived at Sacred Soul Village primarily to check on Xiao Wu and see how she fared after the holiday. After a while, he reached the doorstep of Luo Xiaoli's home, where he coincidentally encountered the village chief, Old Jack. Upon recognizing Yi Xiao, Old Jack approached him with warmth, exclaiming, "Little Xiao, you have returned. Grandfather Jack, it has been months since we last met. You appear much more vibrant." Yi Xiao remarked cheerfully, eliciting a hearty laugh from Old Jack. "After such a long absence, you still possess that delightful sense of humor." Old Jack chuckled. "Nay, I am merely pleased to see you," Yi Xiao replied. "What a rare occasion, since you have returned. Come to my home and share a few drinks with me while we discuss your studies at Nodding Academy." "That sounds splendid," Yi Xiao agreed, having no intention of declining. Besides, he felt a twinge of hunger and decided to accompany Old Jack back to his home. Yi Xiao accompanied Old Jack for a few drinks. At noon, Old Jack arranged a room for her, allowing her to indulge in a brief afternoon slumber. Upon awakening, it was already 3 in the afternoon. She promptly rose to wash her face and went next door in search of Luo Xiaoli and Xiao Wu. However, they were not at home. Only Luo Xiaoli's mother was present, who informed her that Luo Xiaoli had taken Xiao Wu to the back mountain to forage for mushrooms. Yi Xiao proceeded towards the back mountain of the village and, as anticipated, discovered the sisters Luo Xiaoli and Luo Xiangju, along with Xiao Wu on the slope. Each of the 3 held a small basket, diligently foraging for mushrooms in the woods. It appears that Xiao Wu is quite content during her time in Xian village. Yi Xiao swiftly approached and covered Xiao Wu's eyes from behind, playfully saying, "Don't move. Guess who I am?" Startled by the sudden gesture, Xiao Wu trembled slightly. However, upon recognizing the voice, she quickly regained her composure and exclaimed, "Is that you, Xiao Gu?" It was evident that she had immediately discerned his identity. "What more could you Xiao say?" He released her. Xiao Wu immediately turned around and saw Yi Xiao, her heart filled with joy. A few days later, at noon, an extraordinarily handsome youth appeared beneath a grand waterfall, lost in thought as he gazed at the water's cascade. Below the waterfall lay an emerald pool, crystal clear and breathtakingly beautiful. Such splendor, however, was marred by a tragic tale that unfolded 6 years prior. The youth was none other than Yi Xiao. His journey to the Valley of 10,000 Greens was to seek the seed left behind after A Yin's demise, which had been ruthlessly planted in the dark recesses of the cave behind the waterfall by Tang Hao, left to fend for itself. This was Tang Hao, who professed to love A Yin dearly, yet abandoned her in this forsaken place. For 6 years, while residing in Holy Soul Village, he never once visited A Yin, neglecting to water her, nourish her, or tend to her needs in any way. This was Tang Hao, a man of contradictions. Years ago, when the Spirit Hall pursued A Yin, Tang Hao had the opportunity to take her back to the Tiandou forest for refuge. Yet, he chose not to, revealing his selfish intentions. He desired A Yin to sacrifice herself for him, to become a title Douluo with a 100,000-year spirit ring. Tang Hao, seizing upon A Yin's vulnerability, was certain she would comply, and thus he took the risk, ultimately achieving his goal. In the aftermath, although he obtained the coveted 100,000-year spirit ring, he inadvertently lost A Yin. Despite his regrets, her death rendered his remorse futile. Consequently, Tang Hao opted to escape, retreating to Holy Soul Village, leading a life of indulgence and oblivion, languishing in a stupor alongside Tang San for over 6 years. Initially, Yi Xiao was unaware of these truths. It was only a few days ago that the system's gentle voice revealed them to him. Yi Xiao set forth to the Verdant Valley, seeking the waterfall. Intent on assessing A Yin's current circumstances, he aimed to liberate her, allowing her to embrace a life bathed in sunlight. He could not bear the thought of her enduring existence in this frigid, damp realm, where sunlight scarcely penetrated. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on completing your check-in at the Verdant Valley. Reward: Ancient Golden Dragon Soul Ring. The item has been stored in the system space. Please proceed to retrieve it. Thus spoke the check-in reward system. Yi smiled with delight, for he had unexpectedly acquired another formidable soul ring. Dear system, how many millions of years does this ancient golden dragon soul ring possess? Ding. Master, the ancient golden dragon soul ring, although resplendent in gold, is indeed a soul ring of 900 billion years. 900 billion years! Yu Xiao exclaimed with delight. Possessing a soul ring of 9 trillion years would undoubtedly provide an additional layer of assurance in vanquishing the invincible forces across the myriad realms of the universe. However, despite the joy this prospect brought, the absorption of such a soul ring would prove to be an arduous endeavor. Yi Xiao is currently at level 79. Just one level away from absorbing the 8th spirit ring. For now, he has set this matter aside, prioritizing the rescue of A Yin in the blue-silver emperor grass. With a swift movement, he plunged into the cascading waterfall. Chapter 65, The Dark Cavern, A Yin, and the blue-silver grass in despair. The torrent of the waterfall roared incessantly as Yi Xiao indeed discovered the entrance to the cavern behind the falls. He ventured inside, proceeding deeper into the damp, dimly lit space where the air was stagnant and oppressive. Once Yi Xiao had entered, an overwhelming discomfort enveloped him almost immediately. The odor was exceedingly foul. As for A Yin, she had endured 6 long years in this cave. No one could be more heartless than Tang Hao. For this reason alone, Tang Hao was unworthy of A Yin's love. When he finally encountered A Yin, he resolved to clarify this matter with her. Determined not to allow her to continue harboring affection for this utterly callous scoundrel, Yu Xiao continued deeper into the cave, making a turn before finally encountering a blue plant at the end, measuring no more than 3 inches in length. It seemed that this was indeed the A Yin blue-silver grass. Yu Xiao glanced at the A Yin blue-silver grass, whose stems and leaves appeared exceedingly frail. This was a consequence of the dampness, coldness, insufficient light, and lack of nourishing substances. Were it not for the fact that A Yin blue-silver grass is a soul beast of 100,000 years, protected by its soul power, it would likely have perished long ago in this moist, dim, and frigid cave. Above the A Yin blue-silver grass, there is a small aperture through which a sliver of light filters in. From the original text of Douluo Continent, Yu Xiao learned that this hole was created after Tang Hao planted the silver-blue grass seed of A Yin. The silver-blue grass immediately sensed the approach of someone, its stems and leaves writhing slightly. Clearly, after more than 6 years, no one had come to visit her, leaving her with a sense of loneliness and helplessness. Yu Xiao approached the A Yin blue-silver grass, crouched before it, and extended a hand to gently touch its leaves. The A Yin blue-silver grass immediately quivered a few times and shifted to the side. Yu Xiao understood that it possessed the thoughts and memories of A Yin, thus recognizing that the being before her was indeed a person. Yet, it was not the individual she yearned to meet, which clearly left her feeling disheartened. Consequently, her leaves trembled incessantly, a testament to the tumult of her emotions at that moment. She was agitated, pondering why that person had abandoned her for over 6 long years without so much as a glance in her direction. You must be quite curious as to why I find myself here, Yi Xiao softly addressed her. A Yin, the blue-silver grass, remained motionless, offering no response. Yi Xiao nearly forgot that A Yin, the blue-silver grass, was merely a plant at this moment, utterly incapable of speech. What should be done? Where could there be words? After pondering for a moment, he realized that there was only one way to address this predicament. A Yin, I am Yu Xiao. Someone who understands you, he introduced himself. If you can comprehend my words, please nod your branches. If not, simply shake them. Is that agreeable? For a while, the blue-silver grass remained still, but eventually, it did move, gently nodding its branches. Yi smiled with great delight, for this was sufficient evidence that the blue-silver grass possessed the consciousness and memories of A Yin. The ability to communicate made matters considerably easier. You must be curious as to why I've come here and how I know you are A Yin, correct? The blue-silver grass promptly nodded 3 of its branches in acknowledgement. Yi Xiao, filled with joy, organized her thoughts. I am who I am, the leaf in Yi. And the smile that conceals a dagger. I am Yu Xiao, adept at divination. A few days ago, I calculated your fate and discerned your predicament. For you have fallen for a scoundrel, none other than Tang Hao, am I correct? A Yin, with her silver-blue branches, nodded eagerly and then shook her branches in affirmation. Yu Xiao is well aware of the significance behind these 2 gestures. You mean to say that you know Tang Hao, yet do not perceive him as a scoundrel, correct? A Yin, Lan Yin, and Xiao promptly nodded at the branch tips, signifying their thoughts. Yu Xiao extended his hand and gently caressed the leaves of the blue silver grass. Addressing it, A Yin, you believe that Tang Hao holds a deep affection for you. However, you remain unaware of the dubious intentions he harbored towards you in the past. Were you to know, your thoughts would surely differ. The blue-silver grass immediately perked up its branches, remaining still in response to his words. Yu Xiao understood what she wanted to hear, and thus decided to be forthright, intending to reveal the truth as articulated by the system sister to A Yin. She wished for her to comprehend the true nature of Tang Hao and understand why he did not take her to escape to the Tiandou forest back then, but instead retreated further away to the perilous cliffs where escape was impossible. O Yin, the truth from that time was as follows. Yu Xiao recounted in detail how Tang Hao had meticulously designed her fate, deliberately leaving marks for the soul masters of the spirit hall to discover and pursue her. Why did she not flee to the Tiandou forest, but instead chose to act contrary to her instincts? It was precisely to compel her to willingly offer herself as a sacrifice. Tang Hao orchestrated this entire charade as a ploy to elicit her compassion. Furthermore, A Yin, you have witnessed for yourself how he has left you in this dark, damp cave, devoid of light, neglecting to check on your well-being, thereby leaving you to fend for yourself. It has been over 6 years since he last set foot here, never once casting a glance in your direction. This alone serves as undeniable evidence of his guilty conscience, a reflection of his unwillingness to confront you. Upon hearing this, A Yin, the blue-silver grass trembled with sorrow and regret. She lamented her choice of Tang Hao, realizing she should never have aligned herself with that hypocritical man. She regretted that even a choice of Tang Xiao would have been preferable to the wretched Tang Hao. Upon witnessing A Yin's profound sorrow, Yu Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of indignation on her behalf. If Tang Hao were to arrive, he would undoubtedly be met with a thorough beating. Just then, a series of footsteps echoed from the entrance of the cave, their heavy cadence betraying any semblance of stealth. Could it be that he had followed her here? Hearing the footsteps emanating from the rocky entrance, Yu Xiao had already deduced the identity of the visitor. Only he, as a time traveler, and Tang Hao himself, were privy to the fact that A Yin and the blue-silver grass were planted within the cavern behind this waterfall. How clever of you, Tang Hao, to have followed me here. Yet, perhaps this is fortuitous, as it will allow A Yin to discern your true nature. It is only by having you recount the tale of your past transgressions to A Yin in person that she will come to fully believe in the malevolence you inflicted upon her all those years ago. Within moments, a disheveled middle-aged man appeared before Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao glanced over and wondered who else it could be but Tang Hao. Tang Hao, have you been following me? What brings you here? Tang Hao asked, his face dark with anger. He had believed that this location was known only to him, and he was taken aback to discover that Yu Xiao was also aware of it. The reason Tang Hao had been trailing Yu Xiao traced back to events that had unfolded just a few days prior. Yu Xiao returned to the Sacred Soul Village, where he caught the attention of Tang Hao. In an effort to persuade him to remove the radiant hat upon his head, he followed closely behind. Unexpectedly, this pursuit led Yu Xiao to the Wangu Valley, a site of sacrifice dedicated to A Yin in years past. Reflecting on A Yin, who was planted within the cave behind the waterfall, he lamented the fact that he had not visited her in 6 long years. She may well have withered away. Tang Hao, consumed by these thoughts, recalled the transgressions he had committed against A Yin. Filled with self-loathing for having confined her in that sunless cavern for an entire 6 years, he pondered why he had allowed his selfish desires to orchestrate such a cruel fate for her. However, upon witnessing Yu Xiao enter the cave behind the waterfall, he became agitated and decided to follow him inside, compelled to discover the truth and to ascertain whether A Yin's blue-silver grass had indeed perished, thus seeking to resolve the turmoil that had plagued him for years. Chapter 66. The Male Factions of Tang Hao. Tang Hao, what do you mean by this? I was the first to discover the cave beneath the waterfall. Do you intend to contend with me for it? Yu Xiao would naturally refrain from disclosing that he had come specifically in search of A Yin blue-silver grass. Instead, he feigned a casual demeanor as if he had stumbled upon the cavern by chance. Otherwise, he would be at a loss to explain how he had acquired knowledge of A Yin blue-silver grass's presence in this location. Although Yu Xiao could easily silence Tang Hao with a single stroke of his sword, he deemed it unwise to do so at this moment. As Tang Hao still served a purpose, he could not allow him to perish so swiftly. Given the grievous harm Tang Hao had inflicted upon A Yin, claiming her life, how could Yu Xiao simply let him go? He feigned an accident that led him to this cave. Upon hearing Yu Xiao's words, Tang Hao's vigilance began to wane, and he turned to glance behind Yu Xiao, where he beheld a frail and pitiable little grass sprouting in the darkness. His pupils dilated in surprise. A Yin's blue-silver grass. She was still alive. To his astonishment, 6 years had elapsed without water, fertilizer, pest control, or light. Yet she had managed to endure it in this lightless, frigid cavern. However, in the presence of Yi Xiao, a stranger, Tang Hao was reluctant to reveal his emotions and stifled his feelings. Yi Xiao, I discovered this cave long ago. It was once my sanctuary for cultivation. This is not a place for you. I insist that you leave at once, or I shall take your life. Tang Hao exclaimed. Do you take me for a fool? Yi Xiao chose not to expose his malevolent deeds. The place where the blue-silver grass was cultivated was deceptively referred to as his training ground. While he could deceive others, how could he possibly deceive himself? Truly despicable. You discovered it first? Yi Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Just because you claim it was your discovery, does that make it so? Where is your proof? Proof? Tang Hao pondered for a moment, then cast his gaze upon the blue-silver grass. It is she. 6 years ago, I planted the seed of this blue-silver grass right here. That is my evidence. Excellent. Truly splendid. Yi Xiao found himself at a loss for words. Tang Hao, you truly are a man of remarkable character, using a mere plan as evidence. Why not assert that this cave was excavated by your ancestors centuries ago? Yi Xiao spoke as he cast a glance at the A Yin blue-silver grass behind him, which was currently trembling with agitation. One could easily surmise that this reaction was a result of Tang Hao's ire. Buzzing incessantly, Tang Hao could no longer contain himself. The fluctuations of his soul power surged forth, causing 9 soul rings to rise beneath him. The 9th ring was a striking crimson hue. He smiled as he gazed at the crimson soul ring, contemplating that this must be the 100,000-year soul ring that A Yin had sacrificed for him. Will you leave or not? If you choose to stay, I shall end your life. Moreover, you must remove the hat from my head. Otherwise, you shall not escape from this place. Yi Xiao suddenly flickered and appeared behind A Yin, who was beside the blue-silver grass, grasping the plant with both hands. He declared, Tang Hao, did you not claim that this grass was of your own cultivation? I shall now uproot it, leaving you without evidence to substantiate your discovery of this cavern. This grass must not be uprooted. Tang Hao urgently interjected, taken aback by Yi Xiao's audacious intent. He had never anticipated that Yi Xiao would entertain such a notion, and fear gripped him. If this were merely an ordinary blue-silver grass, it would be manageable. However, this was a Yin's blue-silver grass, and he could not allow it to be removed. If it were to be uprooted, it must be by his own hand. Yu Xiaoxin remarked, it is well if you are afraid. However, we must devise a strategy to compel Tang Hao to confess his transgressions against A Yin. Yu Xiao pondered deeply and concluded that only the system could coax the truth from Tang Hao. Dear system, could you assist me? She inquired. Ding. Master. What assistance do you require? The sign and reward system responded. Yu Xiao contemplated for a moment and said, Indeed. I wish for Tang Hao to reveal the misdeeds he committed against A Yin back in the day. Is there any method available from the system, miss? Ding. Master. There is indeed a way. I can assist you, but it will not come without a price. You will need to expend some system currency as compensation. Oh. Yu Xiaoxin remarked, this system currency is akin to money. It is earned to be spent, so there is no need to feel reluctant about it. She promptly checked her balance, discovering she possessed a mere 20 system coins. Dear system assistant, I have only 20 system coins. How many must I pay you for this service? The response was swift, not much, merely 10 coins. Is 10 coins not a trivial amount? I currently possess only 20 coins myself. Regrettably, there is nothing to be done. The system does not compel you to spend. If you find it unworthy, simply refrain from spending. Enough, dear system assistant. Could you possibly be any more ruthless? Yi Xiao believed that exchanging 10 rose system coins for A Yin was quite a bargain, and felt no need for further elaboration. In fact, even if all 20 rose system coins were spent, it would still seem worthwhile. Very well, system sister, compel Tang Hao to speak the truth. I will gladly expend these 10 rose system coins. Understood, master. I shall attend to this immediately, the system sister responded. Suddenly, a beam of dark light emanated from Yi Xiao's body, penetrating Tang Hao's forehead and vanishing without a trace. Instantly, Tang Hao's gaze became vacant and dazed. Yi Xiao immediately noticed this and found it amusing. Thus, it seemed that the system had temporarily harnessed some ability to control Tang Hao's consciousness, preventing him from acting autonomously, enabling him to express his heartfelt thoughts effortlessly. She mused to herself, the system is indeed impressive. Ding. Master. This system has already employed a secret technique to command Tang Hao's mind. Feel free to inquire about anything you wish to know. Very well. Yi smiled with great delight. Now, before A Yin and Lan Yin Chao, compelling Tang Hao to speak the truth will undoubtedly render him an irreconcilable enemy of A Yin. Ahem. Yi Xiao cleared her throat, and earnestly gazed towards Tang Hao. Tang Hao, I wish to inquire about the circumstances of A Yin's demise. Ah, Yin. He replied without the slightest hesitation. She willingly sacrificed herself for me. This event remains etched in my memory. I shall never forget the day she offered herself. Right by the cliff nearby. Indeed, the system had Tang Hao firmly under its control. Whatever I asked, he was willing to divulge. Yi Xiao gently caressed the blue-silver grass, inquiring, Yin, you heard Tang Hao's words, did you not? The blue-silver grass promptly nodded its branches 3 times, signifying its acknowledgement. Well then, would you like to know why he chose not to flee with you to the Tiandou forest, but instead ran here? The blue-silver grass nodded again, expressing its curiosity. Yi Xiao redirected his gaze towards Tang Hao and inquired, Tang Hao, I am quite curious as to why you did not lead A Yin toward the Tiandou forest back in the day, but instead brought her here. If you had taken her to the Tiandou forest, wouldn't A Yin have survived? Suddenly, Tang Hao chuckled to himself. If I had gone to the Tiandou forest, my plans would have been thwarted. Thwarted plans? Yi Xiao asked earnestly, what do you mean by that, Tang Hao? Do you have ulterior motives for not guiding A Yin to the Tiandou forest? Upon hearing this, A Yin, represented by the blue-silver grass, trembled with excitement. Swaying back and forth, Tang Hao licked his lips and replied, of course, to me, spirit beasts are merely spirit beasts. Even A Yin, despite being 100,000-year spirit beast, has always been part of my calculations. I have been contemplating how to make her my 9th spirit ring. Chapter 67, The Sword of Extermination, the first spirit ability. Extermination Blade brings tears even to the title Douluo. So, it follows that the spirit hall's pursuit of A Yin was orchestrated by you. Merely a ruse to better entrap her, compelling her to willingly sacrifice her spirit ring to you, allowing you to absorb it as if it were your right, while casting the blame upon the spirit hall, thus enabling you to remain unscathed as the true perpetrator. Yi Xiao continued to inquire. Indeed, Tang Hao elaborated. Only in this manner can I compel A Yin to offer her soul ring as a sacrifice to me. The sinner, however, allowed the spirit hall to take the blame. And I emerged as the victim, possessing a soul ring that is 100,000 years old. Well, what more could Yi Xiao say about such a scoundrel as Tang Hao? He turned his gaze towards A Yin. A Yin, you have heard it all. The true murderer stands before you. A Yin's blue-silver grass trembled even more violently as she struggled to accept this harsh reality. She had once chosen the scoundrel Tang Hao over the earnest and devoted Tang Xiao, only to discover that the one she genuinely loved had schemed against her for the sake of her soul ring. But after A Yin's sacrifice, I came to regret my actions. I realized my grave mistake. I could not face A Yin. So I planted the seed of the blue-silver grass she left behind in this cavern, allowing it to grow and wither on its own. Tang Hao continued. For 6 years, I have been tormented by my conscience at every moment, and thus, I have sought refuge in wine to drown my sorrows. Yi Xiao felt that Tang Hao had spoken sufficiently, and there was no further need for discourse. System, it is time to silence Tang Hao, she declared. Understood, my master. The sign and reward system promptly responded. Tang Hao stirred, instantly regaining his lucidity, yet remained oblivious to the events that had just transpired. Upon noticing Yi Xiao still crouched before the A Yin blue-silver grass, he immediately adopted a stern expression. Yi Xiao, did you not hear me instruct you to keep your distance from it? He admonished. Oh, I see. Yi Xiao truly smiled. Oh, you Tang Hao? Do you still wish to deceive A Yin at this point? A Yin? Upon hearing this name, Tang Hao was struck as if by a bolt from the blue. What do you mean by A Yin? Tang Hao, cease your pretense, Yi Xiao declared, pointing directly at his nose. A few days ago, when I returned to Holy Soul Village, A Yin appeared to me in a dream and revealed a history between you two. She instructed me to come here to find her and rescue her. Otherwise, I would not have discovered this place. A Yin appeared to you in a dream? Tang Hao expressed skepticism, but A Yin does not know you. How could she possibly reach out to you? Indeed, she would not communicate with me in that manner, yet that is of little consequence. What matters is that you believe me. Yu Xiao chuckled inwardly, yet maintained a facade of solemnity as he remarked, A Yin spoke to me in her dreams, revealing that her demise was ostensibly due to the relentless pursuit of the spirit hall, leading her to a desperate act of self-sacrifice for you. However, the true orchestrator behind the scenes was none other than you, correct? Utter nonsense. You are fabricating these claims from thin air, are you not? Tang Hao exclaimed in a fit of frustration, his voice rising in exasperation. Yi Xiao continued, only those who have committed wrongdoings would be as unsettled as you are. Wouldn't you agree? Tang Hao, in his denial, insisted, I assure you, I have truly done nothing to A Yin. Dare you swear to that? Yi Xiao pressed on. Tang Hao, left speechless, could not bring himself to swear, for how could he, burdened by his own malevolence? Humph, now that I possess the evidence. I am not afraid of your silence. Yu Xiao fixed her gaze upon him unwaveringly. Perhaps you have forgotten something. Although A Yin has passed away, she was sacrificed for you, and thus her spirit has remained by your side. It is precisely for this reason that A Yin learned the truth from your daily life and your murmurs in slumber. It was you who harmed her, not the spirit hall. Moreover, I was in Holy Spirit Village, and being a person of profound righteousness, A Yin chose to send me a dream, urging me to rescue her from the cave beneath this waterfall. This is a perfectly natural occurrence, is it not? Could it truly be that A Yin had sent him a dream? Tang Hao trembled uncontrollably, consumed by guilt and remorse for the transgressions he had committed against A Yin in the past, engulfed in fear. Yu Xiao suddenly turned to the A Yin blue silver grass before him, saying, Tang Hao. A Yin appeared to me in a dream and told me that the A Yin blue silver grass is planted right here. I believe this must be the one. At that moment, Tang Hao was overwhelmed with emotion, kneeling before the A Yin blue silver grass. It has been 6 years. Do you know how I have lived through these 6 years? I can no longer endure this guilt. Today, in your presence, I shall reveal the truth. Indeed, 6 years ago, the true mastermind behind your demise was not the spirit hall, but rather I, who resorted to a cunning scheme to force you into a corner, compelling you to willingly sacrifice your spirit ring for me, all while I evaded justice. For over an hour, Tang Hao laid bare the dark truth before the A Yin blue silver grass, ultimately revealing himself as the hidden antagonist. The rationale was straightforward. It was all for A Yin's coveted 10,000-year spirit ring. Yet, after A Yin's death, remorse consumed Tang Hao. However, with A Yin gone, he found himself powerless to amend the past, choosing instead to flee. While being pursued by the spirit hall and unable to return home, he sought refuge in the sacred soul village. As Tang Hao concluded his tale, a sense of relief washed over him. He then fixed his gaze upon Yu Xiao, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Yu Xiao, now that you are aware of the truth, you shall remain in this cave for all eternity. What do you mean? Yu Xiao feigned fear, questioning him. Tang Hao, do you intend to silence me? Humph, Yu Xiao, you possess far too much knowledge. Once you leave, you will undoubtedly expose this secret. So do not blame me. Blame your unfortunate fate for crossing paths with me and meddling in matters that do not concern you. Your death would be no great loss. After listening to Tang Hao's words, Yu Xiao found it incredibly amusing that he believed he could silence him. The death sentence for Tang Hao could indeed be postponed. If that were the case, then he too could meet his demise. Suddenly, Yu Xiao released a soul ring from beneath his feet, a chilling white ring that illuminated the entire cavern. He then erected a barrier around A Yin, the blue silver grass, to protect it from his overwhelming pressure. Tang Hao felt a twinge of fear at the immense force emanating from Yu Xiao, astonished that a mere 10-year white soul ring could exude such an aura. Just as he intended to unleash the Houghton and Hammer martial spirit, a flash of azure light appeared, and his right hand severed from his body, falling to the ground. Staring in disbelief at his dismembered limb, blood gushed from the wound. A piercing scream escaped Tang Hao's lips as he clutched the injury with his left hand. At that moment, another azure flash darted past him, and his left hand too was severed, blood spurting forth once more. In a desperate bid for survival, he summoned his soul power to staunch the bleeding, preventing further loss. In the original narrative of Douluo Continent, Tang Hao had previously severed his own limbs to extract a soul bone for the Haotian clan, using his soul power to regenerate his limbs and continue functioning. Thus, even without his hands, he could still move freely. Suddenly, another scream erupted from Tang Hao as his left foot was severed by the azure light, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Were he an ordinary person, he would have long succumbed to blood loss and pain. However, as a title Douluo with 9 soul rings, he was not so easily vanquished. He quickly utilized his soul power to halt the bleeding, preserving his life. When he glanced back at Yu Xiao, he beheld a 12-foot-long azure sword before him. Suddenly realizing the implication, he stammered, "Did you use that to sever my limbs?" Yi smiled and nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, this is my martial soul, the Excalibur of Zhuxian. First soul skill, Zhuxianli, arriving without a trace, departing without a shadow, even a title Douluo would weep." The notion of a first soul skill capable of slaying a title Douluo without affording them a chance to retaliate was unfathomable to Tang Hao. Moreover, his inaugural soul ring was of a white hue. Chapter 68, Completion of Registration at Tiandou Academy. Reward, Ancient Artifact, Rui Jingu Bang Soul Ring. Yu Xiao approached, seized Tang Hao's soul guide, and with a decisive kick, sent him flying out of the cavern. thereby ensuring that he would not disrupt the intimate world shared between him and A Yin. At this moment, Tang Hao, having lost a pair of hands and a foot, posed no significant threat. Xiao deftly extracted the soul bones from his hands and one foot, storing them within the soul guide. Subsequently, she discovered a Yin soul bone within Tang Hao's soul guide. A Yin soul bone served as her foundation, enabling a Yin's blue-silver grass to absorb its essence and thereby accelerate her growth. Xiao once again retrieved a flower pot from the soul guide device, already filled with nutrient-rich soil, and placed it upon the ground. He then addressed A Yin, the blue-silver grass, saying, A Yin, I am about to transplant you into this pot, allowing you to emerge from this dim cavern and bask in the light once more. Do you like that? A Yin promptly nodded its branches in affirmation, indicating its delight. Xiao, with great care, meticulously unearthed the roots of the A Yin blue-silver grass and transferred them into a flower pot. Subsequently, she retrieved a pre-prepared nutrient solution from the soul guiding device and poured it onto the roots. Once these tasks were accomplished, Xiao placed the flower pot into the soul guiding device designated for living entities. Thus, the A Yin blue-silver grass could thrive splendidly, whether in the open air or within the confines of the soul guiding device. Xiao carried her with him, primarily to conveniently attend to her needs. Daily watering and fertilizing would ensure her swift growth. Once she completely absorbed her 10,000-year soul bone, a plan could be devised. It is anticipated that it would not be long before A Yin would be revived. Subsequently, Xiao did not hasten back to the Holy Soul Village. Instead, he journeyed to Heavendou City. He had a friend residing there, and since he found himself with some leisure time, he decided to pay a visit. Heavendou City, as the capital of the Heavendou Empire, stands as one of the 3 most prosperous cities on the Douluo Continent. The foremost city is, of course, Spirit City, governed by the Spirit Hall. The second, without a doubt, is Heavendou City, while the third is Starluo City. These 3 cities serve as the epicenters of power for the 3 great factions of the Douluo Continent. At this moment, a remarkably handsome youth stood at the entrance of an academy, clad in a flowing gray robe, with long hair, sword-like brows, and starry eyes. His tall stature exuded an invigorating presence. This youth was none other than Xiao, who had come to this place to meet his friend. Xiao looked up to see the plaque above the college's gate inscribed with 4 prominent characters, Tiandou Academy. Tiandou Academy, where Xiao's friend resided, was situated within. Halt. Xiao approached the entrance, only to be halted by the gatekeeper. Oh, I am seeking someone. Whom are you looking for? Inquired the gatekeeper with an air of official duty. Very well. In truth, I have no desire to divulge that information. Xiao suddenly darted away, vanishing from the spot. The guard merely felt a gust of wind rush by, and the figure was gone. Where did he go? The guard looked around, scanning the surroundings. Yet he could not find the individual. Confused, he scratched his head, bewildered by the sudden disappearance. It had all happened so swiftly, far beyond his imagination. In the rear garden of Tiandou Academy, a beautiful woman was watering a cluster of peonies with a watering can. She appeared to be around 30. Her skin fair and delicate, with a hint of rosy glow. Her figure was graceful, adorned in an elegant, lace-trimmed blue gown. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps behind her interrupted her task, prompting her to pause and glance back. In that instant, her pupils dilated, and the watering can slipped from her grasp. Clattering to the ground, Xiao gazed at the young woman and gradually approached her. Xiao man, it has been quite some time, he remarked. Xiaogu, she exclaimed, before swiftly running towards him, arms wide open, embracing him warmly. Xiao man was none other than Hu Man, Xiao's classmate and dear friend from their days at the Spirit Hall Academy. Years ago, after Xiao rescued her from the clutches of the elusive Xunji, he brought her to Tiandou City for safety. Subsequently, with Xiao's generous support, she established the Tianju Soul Master Academy. Unsurprisingly, Hu Man assumed the role of the academy's principal. At present, the institution boasts a student and faculty body of approximately 300, a considerable size indeed. However, it is important to note that the true ownership of the academy belongs to the Spirit Hall. Yi smiled, considered to be a co-founder of Tianju Academy. Although Hu Man held the title of the academy's president, she consistently referred to herself as the vice president. She had always reserved the position of president for Yi. Without hesitation, Hu Man grasped Ye's hand, ushering him into her abode, where she personally took to the kitchen to prepare lunch for him. Xiao set down a chair and took a seat beneath the eaves. He inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air, while his gaze wandered over the vibrant flowers and greenery in the courtyard. Suddenly, a notification chimed, Congratulations, Master, on successfully checking in at Tiandou Academy. Reward, Ancient Artifact. The Rui Jingu Bang Soul Ring. Note, the item has been stored in the system space. Please proceed to collect it. The Rui Jingu Bang? Yi Xiao was pleasantly surprised to discover that by merely signing in at Tiandou Academy, he had acquired the ancient artifact, the Sea Calming Needle. This is indeed a moment of great celebration. The Rui Jingu Bang, a paragon among ancient treasures, possesses remarkable versatility, capable of both expanding and contracting, lengthening and shortening at will. The great sage, Sun Wukong, wielded this staff, reaching down to the netherworld and soaring up to the clouds. It is said that the Jingu Bang was forged from divine metal by the supreme Lord Laozi and was later borrowed by Du to control the floods. After the floods were managed, the Sea Calming Needle, crafted from the remaining celestial iron, was placed in the eastern sea. The Jingu Bang features 2 golden hoops at either end, with a segment of dark iron in between. Inscribed near the hoops is a phrase proclaiming, Rui Jingu Bang, weighing 13,500 pounds. This staff originates from the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation, forged from the 9-turned divine iron and the spiritual sun's sacred metal, a creation of gold. It is also known as the Jingu Bang, the divine iron that stabilizes the river of heaven, the spiritual sun staff, and the Sea Calming Needle. Yi Xiao felt that using the Rui Jingu Bang as a soul ring seemed somewhat extravagant. However, since the system had already bestowed it, one might as well make use of it. While halfway through his meal, Yi Xiao glanced across the table at Human and inquired, Xiaoman, what level are you currently? Oh, I am already at level 79, but it has been several years. I seem to be stuck here. Unable to break through to level 80, Human replied, perhaps my talent is not particularly high, and this is about as far as I can go. Unlike Sister Donger, whose exceptional talent has allowed her to reach the rank of a title Douluo at over 90. Yi smiled and nodded. Undeniably, apart from Qian Douluo, Poseidon, and Tang San, it seems that there are hardly a few individuals on the Douluo Continent who possess talents surpassing that of Bibi Dong. After pondering for a moment, he considered that it would not be impossible to elevate Human's rank. Yi Xiao promptly retrieved a vial of elixir from the system space and extended it towards Human, saying, this vial contains pills I have personally refined. They may greatly assist you in your cultivation. There are 10 pills. Consume 1 each night before sleep. Should they prove ineffective, I shall devise another solution. In truth, the elixir was not concocted by Yi Xiao, but rather awarded by the system as a daily sign-in bonus. Naturally, this was a secret that could not be divulged to Human or anyone else. Thank you, Brother Xiao. Human immediately accepted the vial and unscrewed the cap to inspect its contents. Indeed, 10 azure pills rested within, each the size of a mung bean, exuding a fragrant aroma imbued with a hint of ethereal essence. However, in the Douluo Continent, the number of individuals who relied on elixirs for cultivation was exceedingly rare, and Human was not well versed in medicinal knowledge. After all, the Soul Master Academy typically did not impart such knowledge, and even the pinnacle powers like Qian Douluo and Bibi Dong were novices in the realm of pharmacology. Thus, Human remained uncertain about the efficacy of consuming elixirs to enhance her cultivation. Nevertheless, she resolved to give it a try. Chapter 69, Absorbing the Golden Dragon Soul Ring. Soul Douluo. Upon signing in at Xian, she received a vial of ancient white dragon essence as a reward. After dinner, Human promptly arranged a room within her building for him to reside and rest. Yi Xiao, for the time being, would not depart from Tiandou City. He intended to take a short nap, for after days of diligent cultivation, he had ascended to the esteemed level of 80, thus enabling him to absorb the 8th spirit ring of the Sword of Extermination. The bed was exceedingly soft and remarkably elastic as soon as Yi Xiao reclined upon it. He swiftly drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, he discovered it was already 3:11 in the afternoon. Having rested adequately, he could now prepare to absorb the 8th spirit ring. Yi Xiao immediately unleashed his first martial soul, the exquisite Sword of Celestial Slaughter. He then retrieved from the system space the ancient golden dragon soul ring he intended to absorb. This was a golden soul ring, boasting an astonishing age of 9,000 billion years. Yi Xiao, undeterred by the overwhelming force of the ancient power, swiftly settled upon his bed, commencing the absorption process. Before long, the ancient golden dragon soul ring enveloped the Su Xian sword. Subsequently, an abundance of golden energy surged from his right hand into his body, permeating every limb and every part of him, without a single corner left untouched. Yi Xiao immediately felt a profound impact originating from the depths of his soul. This was the formidable power of the ancient golden dragon. He pondered to himself, this ancient golden dragon's soul ring, indeed a terrifying 9 trillion-year soul ring, possessed an overwhelming capacity. If an ordinary individual were to approach it, they would likely be obliterated before even getting close. However, having absorbed soul rings exceeding 700 million years, coupled with the protection of his system and the two ancient divine artifacts as his martial souls, he was confident that he would not perish from such an assault. At worst, it would be akin to receiving an injection, merely a moment of discomfort before eventual success. An hour later, Yu Xiaogang slowly opened his eyes. The absorption of the 8th soul ring of the Zhu Xian sword had finally been completed. His soul power level surged from 80 to an impressive 88, elevating him to the rank of Soul Douluo. This remarkable enhancement was a testament to the formidable power of his martial soul. Once the absorption was accomplished, his level ascended with the ferocity of a flood. At 88, he merely needed to advance 2 more levels to reach the coveted 90. The subsequent absorption of the 9th soul ring would undoubtedly pave his way to becoming a titled Douluo. Yi Xiao felt a sense of confidence in his elevation to the rank of titled Douluo. Having made the arduous journey to Tiandou City, he was determined to indulge in some leisure activities and visit a few acquaintances. One was Tang Yuehua, the master of the Moon Pavilion, and the other was Lu Erlong, the esteemed president of Blue Tyrant Academy. Both were stunningly beautiful women, and it was high time to make their acquaintance. He also intended to present them with thoughtful gifts, certain they would be well received. After a while, Human arrived, guiding Yi Xiao on a tour of the campus of Tiandou Academy, showcasing its infrastructure, facilities, teaching buildings, educators, and students. Nearly an entire day had passed. As evening approached, Human suggested dining out, followed by a leisurely stroll through the vibrant night market of Tiandou City. Yu Xiao happened to have this thought and was naturally willing, so they set out together. The two played until late before returning to the academy to rest. The backyard of Tiandou Academy served as Human's private residence. The students and teachers were prohibited from approaching. As night fell, an enveloping tranquility descended upon the surroundings. After Yi Xiao finished his bath, he found himself unable to sleep. So he retrieved a book to peruse under the soft glow of the lamp. However, after only a few moments, he was interrupted by a series of knocks at the door. He mused that, aside from Human, no one else would be inclined to disturb him. "Is it Xiaoman?" he inquired. "It's me, Xiaogu," came Human's soft response from outside. "Well, come in." Yi Xiao permitted, and Human promptly opened the door. Advancing towards his bedside, Yi Xiao gazed upon Human, who was clad solely in a purple lace nightgown, her exquisite curves revealed in all their glory. In her 30s, standing at nearly 6 feet tall, she possessed a hint of youthful softness. Human reclined on the bed, nestled against his chest, her enchanting eyes brimming with a sense of bliss. Yi Xiao extended his hand, gently caressing Human's strands of hair, reveling in the moment. Thus, when Human arrived at Yu Xiao's room that evening, she had no intention of leaving. Before long, the two found themselves in each other's embrace, sharing tender kisses, entwined in a passionate embrace. The following afternoon, around 3 o'clock, in the heart of Tiandou City, stood a majestic 5-story building. At that moment, a strikingly handsome young man clad in a yellow cloak approached from the roadside, glancing around before coming to a halt before the grand structure. The youth was none other than Yi Xiao. This building was none other than the Moon Pavilion, the esteemed court etiquette academy of the Tiandou Empire. Those fortunate enough to study at the Moon Pavilion were members of the elite society of Tiandou City, either affluent or nobility. Yi Xiao did not come to the Moon Pavilion to learn about court etiquette or culture. Rather, she came specifically to behold the exquisite beauty of Tang Yuehua. The original novel, along with the anime and manga adaptations of Douluo, all convey a singular truth. Tang Yuehua, while not possessing an unparalleled beauty, possesses an air of noble grace that makes her a strikingly beautiful woman. In this regard, perhaps only Bibi Dong could stand as her equal. However, it is important to note that the two women exude entirely different auras, which is intrinsically linked to their distinct backgrounds and cannot be conflated. Furthermore, Tang Yuehua is a direct descendant of the Haotian clan, with her elder brother being Tang Xiao and her second brother Tang Hao. She is, of course, the daughter of Tang San. Yi Xiao approached the gatekeeper and said, "I am Yi Xiao Yi, as in leaf, and Xiao, which conceals a dagger within a smile. I have come to seek your esteemed leader, Tang Yuehua of the Moon Pavilion. I kindly request that you notify her." The gatekeeper, upon hearing this, cast a glance at the young man before him. With an extraordinary demeanor, he was taken aback, for it was the first time he had encountered a man so strikingly beautiful. His attitude swiftly transformed from coldness to warmth, a smile gracing his lips as he ingratiatingly replied, "Ah, young sir, please wait a moment. I shall inform her at once." With that, the gatekeeper turned and entered. After a brief interval, he emerged alongside a young woman in her early 20s, clad in a purple robe. Xiao cast a discerning glance at the woman clad in purple. Although she possessed beauty and an alluring figure, she did not resemble the Tang Yuehua he was familiar with. Thus, he concluded that she could not possibly be the real Tang Yuehua, but rather one of her subordinates. The purple-clad woman scrutinized Xiao in return, captivated by his striking handsomeness. Were it not for her 20 years of age and a modicum of composure, she might have succumbed to the urge to blush profusely. "Greetings. I am Ying, and our master requests your presence inside for a meeting." "Very well," Xiao replied. Following the woman into the chamber while introducing himself, "I am Xiao, Yi as in the leaf, and Xiao as in the smile that conceals a dagger." Ying managed a strained smile, thinking to herself that this was the first time she had encountered someone introducing themselves in such a manner. It certainly did not suggest a benevolent character. Nevertheless, he was indeed the most handsome man she had ever laid eyes upon. "This is the conference hall. Please wait here for a moment while our master comes to see you." "Ah, understood," Xiao acknowledged, taking a seat on the nearby sofa as the purple-clad woman turned to exit the room. "Ding. Congratulations, master, on successfully signing in at the Moon Pavilion. You have been rewarded with a vial of ancient white dragon's blood. Note, the item has been automatically stored in the system space. Please check to retrieve it." Ancient white dragon's blood? Yi smiled with great delight. This was indeed a precious treasure, particularly the ancient white dragon's blood, which contained the divine power of the white dragon god. If gifted to Guyuna for absorption, not only would her injuries heal swiftly, but her strength would also become significantly more formidable. Chapter 70, Blood. Just then, a voluptuous woman clad in a silver palace gown entered the conference hall. Xiao turned her head to the side, revealing a woman who appeared to be in her late 20s. However, her actual age was over 40. The woman wore a silver palace-style gown that exuded grandeur and elegance. In terms of grace and demeanor, perhaps only the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple, Bibi Dong, could be compared to her. Xiao glanced at her cultivation once more and discerned that there was not even a hint of soul power fluctuation. It was evident that Tang Yuehua, after the innate mutation of her martial soul, had lost her ability to cultivate, possessing merely a 9th-level soul power, which did not qualify her to be called a soul master. However, she did possess a realm of purification, a form of innate domain associated with the noble circle. "Are you the Xiao who has been searching for me?" Tang Yuehua inquired as she approached him. "Xiao. Indeed, I am Xiao." With Yu signifying leaf and Xiao implying a hidden blade within a smile. "I presume you are the esteemed Moon Master, Tang Yuehua, whom I have come to meet." "It is indeed I," replied Tang Yuehua, maintaining a serene smile as he sat beside him. He then inquired, "Little Xiao, may I ask the purpose of your visit?" "Please call me Brother Xiao, it fosters a sense of intimacy," Xiao added. Tang Yuehua was momentarily at a loss for words, pondering to himself that despite his youth, he was quite adept at taking advantage of situations. After a brief reflection, he decided that it was best not to take offense at a smiling face. "Brother Xiao, may I inquire if there is a matter of significance that brings you to see me?" "Oh, ahem." Xiao hesitated momentarily and spoke. "It is said that the esteemed master of the Moon Pavilion possesses unparalleled beauty and grace, combined with a gentle and generous demeanor. I have long desired to behold your visage, for it is said that seeing is believing. Today, upon meeting you, I find the reputation indeed holds true." This young man certainly possessed a knack for jest, thought Tang Yuehua, feeling somewhat perturbed by his frivolity. Is it merely for this reason? She was not one to indulge in vanity, and despite receiving Xiao's compliments, she felt no particular fondness for him. She merely found his striking appearance somewhat pleasing to the eye. Little did she know that the youthful figure before her, seemingly no more than 18 or 19, had actually surpassed 50 years in age, far older than she. For one on the brink of divinity, age was but a mere statistic, having no bearing on his extraordinary visage. Even should Xiao live on for a century, 2 or 3 millennia, or even ascend to unimaginable ages of 10 million or beyond, he would still retain the semblance of youth. Such is the boon of attaining godhood. Thus, a soul master who does not aspire to ascend is not a worthy soul master. What do you think? Xiao retorted. If it is merely for this, then I must apologize. I am rather busy and have no time for idle chatter. Tang Yuehua felt a twinge of annoyance as she stood abruptly, turning to leave. At that moment, A piercing scream echoed from the conference hall. Startled, Tang Yuehua turned back to see Yi Xiao collapsed on the ground, his complexion pale and trembling violently. Yi Xiao, what is happening to you? She asked urgently, squatting beside him in a flurry of concern. Yi Xiao opened his mouth, and his gaze suddenly fell upon Tang Yuehua's stockings, causing him to swallow hard. He then grasped her right hand, which was indeed warm and supple. He held on tightly, reluctant to let go. I. Tang Yuehua noticed that Yi Xiao stammered out 3 eyes, his breath caught, revealing the severity of his condition. What is wrong with you? She asked, her concern palpable. Suddenly, Yi Xiao expelled 3 mouthfuls of blood, rolling on the ground in agony. Witnessing this, Tang Yuehua realized his condition was not only grave, but also potentially life-threatening. Wait here, I will call for help, she exclaimed, rising hastily. However, Yi Xiao did not release her hand. As she stood, he tugged on her, causing her to collapse back onto the ground. At this moment, Yi Xiao was rolling on the ground, and as Tang Yuehua fell, he inadvertently rolled onto her. Consequently, the two of them tumbled together on the ground. Just then, the woman who had earlier escorted Yi Xiao into the council chamber, Yi Ying, entered and witnessed this scene. Upon realizing the situation, her face flushed with embarrassment, and she swiftly turned away, choosing not to observe their antics. Indeed, the effect was quite satisfactory. Yi Xiao suddenly released the disheveled Tang Yuehua and collapsed onto the ground. Motionless, Tang Yuehua, feeling a wave of embarrassment, clambered to her feet, bewildered by the events that had transpired and acutely aware of being observed, her cheeks flushed with shame. She quickly adjusted her clothing and noticed her assistant, Yi Ying, had yet to depart. Seeing Yi Xiao sprawled on the ground, she was uncertain if he was alive or dead. Despite the recent incident, she surmised that he must have been delirious due to an episode of illness, and thus she chose not to dwell on it. Turning to her assistant, she implored, Yi Ying, hurry and help. Help? Yi Ying replied, her expression one of perplexity, pondering how the master had been so lively moments before, yet now called for assistance. Slowly, she turned back, only to find Yi Xiao lying still on the ground, devoid of motion. Bloodstains marked the ground, and his face and chin bore evidence of the ordeal, sending a shiver of fear through her. Approaching hastily, she knelt beside Yi Xiao and exclaimed, Master, have you harmed someone? I'll harm you, you insolent girl, Tang Yuehua retorted with an exasperated slap to her backside. He had succumbed to his ailment, having spat up several mouthfuls of blood, and had fainted. Fortunately, he still had breath, indicating he might yet be saved. Illness? Yi Ying queried. But, Master, I just witnessed him rolling on the ground with you. How could he fall so suddenly? Oh, Tang Yuehua stammered, a hint of panic in her voice. It was only after he fell that he acted thus. Yi Ying contemplated. Then is this illness perilous? What shall we do now? He lies so still. Can he still be saved? Yes, he still breathes. I need you to assist me in lifting him onto my back. Why? To save him, of course. What else would we do? Oh. Yi Ying acquiesced, hastily bending down to position herself for carrying Yi Xiao. With considerable effort, she managed to hoist him off the ground, thinking to herself how surprisingly heavy he was for someone so young. She placed him on Tang Yuehua's back, following closely to ensure stability and prevent a fall. Tang Yuehua, too, found Yi Xiao heavier than anticipated, exerting herself to carry him from the 1st floor to the 5th. Panting from the exertion, unbeknownst to them, Yi Xiao was, in fact, fully conscious. The blood was not his own, but rather chicken blood he had prepared in advance, and it posed no harm regardless of how much he expelled. Chapter 71. Successfully checked in at Blue Ba Academy. In reward for the ancient artifact, the golden brick. How could Tang Yuehua have known that the previous scene was entirely orchestrated by Yi Xiao? Otherwise, he would have surely been cast out long ago. The two women assisted Yi Xiao onto the bed, changed his clothes, fetched water, and gently cleansed his body before tucking him under the covers and exiting the room. Descending from the 5th floor, Yi Ying's cheeks had already turned as rosy as a small apple. It was her first encounter with a man possessing such an exceptionally handsome visage, a flawless physique, and those unique 8-pack abs. Her heart raced uncontrollably, making it difficult for her to regain her composure. Meanwhile, Tang Yuehua sat on the sofa in the living room, reflecting on the details of her earlier tumble with Yi Xiao, occasionally covering her mouth, feeling a wave of heat coursing through her body. Before long, she found herself bleeding from the nose. Suspecting that she was aflame with passion, she recalled the brewed herbal tea in her room and promptly rose to pour herself a cup to cool down. Yi Xiao lay on the bed, inhaling the lingering fragrance that clung to the blankets. It was evident that this bed belonged to Tang Yuehua, for it bore the unmistakable scent that mirrored her own. This notion seemed quite reasonable. After all, Tang Yuehua usually slept alone on the 5th floor, and as the sole occupant, it was unlikely she would have 2 bedrooms with 2 beds. She had no sons, nor did she have daughters. Therefore, it was entirely normal to have just 1 bedroom and a single bed. Yu Xiao calculated with her fingers and realized that it was her quilt and bed. She decided to disregard everything else, feeling slightly fatigued, and opted to take a nap. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Yu Xiao lay on the bed feigning illness, alternating between eating and sleeping, and even required Tang Yuehua's assistance to visit the restroom. For the past 10 days, Yu Xiao had enjoyed the treatment befitting a lord at Tang Yuehua's residence. Every night, Tang Yuehua would piece together the sofa and sleep in the living room. One evening, Yu Xiao finally rose from his bed and made his way to the living room, where he found Tang Yuehua sitting alone on the sofa, lost in thought. He approached her and settled down on the opposite sofa. Tang Yuehua looked up in surprise, realizing that Yu Xiao had finally gotten out of bed. With a hint of curiosity, she asked, "Yu Xiao, what brings you out of bed? Have you recovered?" At this point, he had no intention of continuing to conceal the truth. Yu Xiao organized her thoughts and spoke. "Yuehua, the truth is, I am not ill at all. It has all been an act." Ah, Tang Yuehua was taken aback, for she had clearly witnessed Yu Xiao spitting blood, and not just once, but several times. How could this be? "Yu Xiao, that was chicken blood, which I purchased. It is not my own. You must understand, if I had not feigned illness that day, how could I have entered your room and slept in your bed? You are truly wicked." Tang Yuehua found herself at a loss for words. Why? Why did you deceive me, and what was your intention? Yu Xiao smiled and gazed at her. "Tang Yuehua, it is simply because I hold affection for you." Ah. Tang Yuehua was clearly taken aback by Yu Xiao's forthrightness. After a moment of silence, she inquired, "Truly, do you genuinely harbor feelings for me?" Yu Xiao said little. For words alone hold no weight. He preferred to let actions speak for themselves. He promptly rose and seated himself beside Tang Yuehua, wrapping his arm around her voluptuous waist. "Indeed, I like you, very much," he declared. "How much do you like me?" Tang Yuehua inquired, her heart fluttering, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue. Yu Xiao spoke little, for words alone hold no weight. Instead, he chose to let actions speak for themselves. He embraced Tang Yuehua tightly and pressed his lips against hers. Tang Yuehua felt the warmth of Yu Xiao's affection and, after only a brief struggle, wrapped her arms around his neck, and they began to kiss passionately. Like kindling meeting flame, the two soon found themselves entwined on the sofa, their bodies merging in a fervent embrace. Time slipped by, moment by moment, until 3 hours later. They finally adorned themselves with their garments, hand in hand, stepping out together for a meal. Half a month later, Yu Xiaogai temporarily bid farewell to Tang Yuehua, departing from Xian's next destination. At the Blue Tyrant Academy in the tranquil woods behind the school, before a quaint wooden cabin, a captivating woman in her late 20s was swimming in a pond. The woman, completely unclothed, had her long hair cascading down to her waist, presenting a breathtaking sight. Suddenly, a flash of blue light illuminated the area, revealing a stunningly handsome young man with flowing hair standing beneath the parasol tree in front of the wooden cabin. His gaze was piercing and intense, calmly surveying the enchanting woman in the pool. This young man was none other than Yu Xiao. "Beep. Congratulations, master, on completing your check-in at Blue Tyrant Academy. Reward: ancient artifact, golden brick. Note: the item has been automatically stored in the system space. Please proceed to collect it." Check-in reward system, golden brick? Is it the same one used by Neza? Beep. Yes, master, the golden brick is one of the celestial treasures exclusively used by Neza. This artifact was gifted by the supreme being Tai Jinren and serves as a group attack weapon. Beep. It is capable of inflicting damage on multiple enemies. A treasure of wealth, crafted from pure gold, shimmering brilliantly in its brick form. Its primary application is to be hurled at adversaries, and it can also be manipulated with spiritual energy to deal substantial damage to groups of foes. Furthermore, it is one of the 8 divine artifacts wielded by Neza after transforming into his 3-headed, 8-armed form. Yu Xiao was overjoyed. With this golden brick in hand, he felt he would become even more formidable in the future. Suddenly, the sound of splashing water jolted Yu Xiao back to reality. The enchanting woman who had been swimming in the pool had vanished without a trace. Yu Xiaodong glanced around, searching in every direction. Yet he still failed to catch a glimpse of her silhouette. How could this be? Suddenly, a sharp whoosh pierced the air as a long leg swept toward him from behind. Goodness! Yu Xiao moved with remarkable agility, narrowly evading the sweeping kick by a mere fraction of a second. Having escaped the strike, he vanished from sight in an instant. Behind him, a captivating figure in a flowing blue gown emerged, a mesmerizing woman, none other than Lu Erlong. Yu Xiao arrived at the Blue Tyrant Academy primarily to sign in, but more importantly, to meet Lu Erlong. In the original text, although Lu Erlong was already in her 40s or 50s, she still possessed the appearance of a woman in her late 20s or early 30s. Moreover, her beauty was captivating and alluring, embodying the essence of a mature enchantress. Upon witnessing the spectacle, Yu Xiao couldn't help but applaud, exclaiming that seeing it in person far surpassed mere hearsay. Truly remarkable, absolutely astounding. Suddenly, Lu Erlong was startled by a voice emanating from behind her. She quickly turned to behold a strikingly handsome man standing motionless beneath the sycamore tree. It was her first encounter with someone so extraordinarily attractive. Lu Erlong swiftly inquired, "Who are you? Where do you hail from? What brings you here? And why are you watching me swim? Speak plainly, or I shall take your life." As she uttered these words, her cheeks flushed, a mix of embarrassment and fierce determination evident in her demeanor. Yu Xiao merely smiled and thought to herself, "Indeed, Lu Erlong is Lu Erlong. Her temper is as fiery as ever." Yu Xiao smiled cunningly. "However, I do have a preference." Lu Erlong. Yu Xiaoxin remarked that what the present Lu Erlong exhibited was merely a superficial phenomenon. From the original text of Douluo Continent, it is evident that Lu Erlong exhibits tenderness and consideration towards Yu Xiaogang, even refraining from raising her voice. Therefore, in Yu Xiao's perspective, Lu Erlong's inner self is that of a gentle and caring woman, deserving of far better than to be taken advantage of by Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiao, Erlong. To speak candidly, I have come here for you. Chapter 72. Cold outside, warm inside. Lu Erlong. For me? Lu Erlong's eyes blazed with fury, harboring murderous intent. It is essential to understand that she held her reputation in the highest regard and was deeply enamored with Yu Xiaogang. The sudden appearance of a man with no apparent purpose infuriated her beyond measure. Yu Xiao observed Lu Erlong as she exhaled flames, nearly deciphering her character. Lu Erlong displays tenderness and patience solely towards those she holds dear. Therefore, to elicit her gentler and more considerate side, one must first gain her affection. Moreover, it is imperative to establish a relationship of utmost intimacy. Otherwise, one can only expect to face her wrath. In more casual interactions, even an old comrade like Flander would not be spared. Yu Xiao, indeed. I have come for you. Lu Erlong. Yu Xiao. I have long heard of Dean Lu Erlong, a woman of remarkable prowess who does not shy away from competition with men. Today, upon meeting her, I find her reputation truly well-deserved. This fellow believes that by indulging in flattery, he can earn my trust. Lu Erlong pointed at him and demanded, Yu Xiao, what exactly are your intentions? Speak quickly, or I shall take your life. In an instant, her soul power surged forth, and her first soul ring illuminated, conjuring a magnificent crimson fire dragon behind her. Yu Xiao has gleaned from the original text of Douluo Continent that Lu Erlong is the illegitimate daughter of Yu Xiaogang and a woman of the wind and dust, possessing a martial soul that is a mutated fire dragon derived from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Thus, witnessing her unleash the fire dragon is hardly surprising. To be candid, Yu Xiao remains unfazed. While it is true that Lu Erlong is a Soul Douluo of the 80th rank, Yu Xiao himself also stands at the same level, being an 89th rank Soul Douluo. On the surface, both are Soul Douluos, yet in reality, the disparity in their strengths is akin to that of the heavens and the earth. Yu Xiao, ere long, I have already expressed my intent. I came here for you, for I harbor feelings for you, and it is as simple as that. He likes me? Lu Erlong had not encountered such directness and sincerity in a long time. This revelation stirred memories of her past with Yu Xiaogang, momentarily ensnaring her in a web of reminiscence. Indeed, it appeared that Erlong was once again lost in thoughts of Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiao shook his head, pondering that in order to prevent Erlong from suffering a second injury from Yu Xiaogang, he must save her. This thought reminded him of the title of a film from another world. What shall I use to save you, my beloved? What shall I use to save you? My Erlong, Yu Xiao said with profound significance. Leave. I do not wish to see you again. Otherwise, I shall take your life. Lu Erlong's figure flickered, transforming into a shadow, her right hand lunging toward Yu Xiao's throat. In the face of Erlong's aggressive move, Yu Xiao remained steadfast, rooted to the spot, allowing her hand to rest upon his neck without flinching. When Lu Erlong exerted her strength, her 5 fingers clutched tightly around his throat. The intensity of the moment was something only Yu Xiao could truly comprehend. Lu Erlong's eyes glinted with a fierce murderous intent, her entire being trembling. Years of maintaining her purity, Years of longing for Yu Xiaogang, and the fervent fire that had long been building within her heart was now ablaze. Yu Xiaoxin remarked that if she did not help her vent her frustrations, she would inevitably succumb to despair. Ere long, whatever it is, bring it forth. I am willing to dedicate the remainder of my life to liberate you, to rescue you from the depths of suffering. Turn back to the shore and do not allow that wretched Yu Xiaogang to cloud your judgment, causing you to lose the joy and aspirations of life. Ere long, it is time for you to awaken. Yu Xiaogang is unworthy of your affection. Do you not perceive that you have been ensnared by him? For someone who does not cherish you, you languish and wait. Do you truly believe he remembers you? Did you think he was unaware that you are his cousin when he first approached you? Ere long, you are mistaken. You have been deceived and exploited without even realizing it. It saddens me greatly for you. What do you mean by this? Lu ere long was on the verge of tears, struggling to believe that Yu Xiaogang could be such a person. If you doubt my words, I can take you to meet him. You may inquire directly and clarify the matter, so as not to waste any more of your precious time waiting for someone who does not love you. Yu Xiao resolved to take Lu Erlong to meet Yu Xiaogang, allowing him to express his heartfelt truths face to face. This would provide Lu Erlong with the opportunity to finally let go of her feelings for Yu Xiaogang. Do you know where Xiaogang is? Lu Erlong inquired eagerly. After more than 20 years apart, the chance to discover Yu Xiaogangs whereabouts was not one to be missed. Yu Xiao, of course. Lu Erlong, take me to see him at once, or I shall take your life. That is acceptable. However, I am rather famished and require sustenance before we embark on our journey, do I not? Lu Erlong, with no other choice, grasped Yu Xiao's hand and led him into the house, personally preparing a meal. Yu Xiao retrieved a pristine outfit from the soul guide device and approached the edge of the pool, leaping into the water with a splash, indulging in a refreshing bath. After the passage of half an hour, Yu Xiao emerged, thoroughly cleansed, and donned a fitted white attire that accentuated his handsome features. An hour later, Lu Erlong had prepared 8 lavish bowls and called upon Yi Xiao to join him for a meal. Yi Xiao approached the table, gazing at the array of delectable dishes. Already salivating at the sight, he picked up his chopsticks and began to feast. Is there any wine? Wine, do you drink as well? Lu Erlong retorted with irritation. Yi Xiao, without wine, I cannot eat. Lu Erlong, feeling helpless, thought that since she was currently in a position of needing him to perform a task, she could only endure and indulge him. She promptly rose and fetched a bottle of wine for him. Here, drink. Just be sure not to get drunk, or you won't be able to lead the way. Rest assured, Erlong, I can handle my drink. 1,000 cups won't intoxicate me. I shall smile and remain silent. Lu Erlong wore an expression of disdain. Yu Xiao disregarded her expression, uncapped the bottle, and took a hearty swig of wine, followed by a mouthful of food, indulging in the meal with unabashed delight. After indulging in food and drink, Yu Xiao collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Lu Erlong, filled with frustration, approached and nudged him several times, calling out, Yu Xiao, awaken. However, despite her persistent efforts, Yu Xiao remained in a daze, mumbling incoherently. Her irritation grew, her teeth itching with annoyance. I warned you against drinking, knowing it would lead to intoxication, yet you boasted recklessly. Now look at you. It was evident that entrusting him to lead the way today was out of the question. It would have to wait until tomorrow. With no other recourse, Lu Erlong lifted Yu Xiao from the ground and carried him to her room, placing him on her bed to await his revival. 10 days later, a carriage ambled along the main street of Nodding City, driven by a gray-haired coachman in his 60s. Inside the carriage, a man and a woman sat facing each other. The man was handsome, while the woman possessed striking beauty. She occasionally peered out the window, glancing about. The man, however, was captivated by the enchanting figure before him, his gaze unwavering. The two were none other than Yu Xiao and Lu Erlong, who had journeyed from Tiandou City. Lu Erlong remarked, What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beautiful woman before? Yu Xiao, I have encountered many beautiful women, yet I have never seen anyone as extraordinarily stunning as you, Lu Erlong. A beauty that could outshine the moon and make flowers feel bashful. Lu Erlong, Yu Xiao, Lu Erlong, have we not yet arrived at Xiaogang's residence after 10 days? She gazed intently at him, declaring, If you dare deceive me, I shall surely take your life. Chapter 73, A Gift Sent Across 1,000 Miles. We are almost there. Just a moment longer, Lu Erlong exclaimed, rubbing his fists together, exasperated. It's always just a moment away. Are you attempting to fool a ghost? Yu Xiao, this time it is true. Humph. Lu Erlong turned her head away, resuming her gaze upon the scenery outside the carriage window. Yet in truth, Yu Xiao had not deceived her this time. They had indeed reached the main street of Nottingham, with Nottingham Academy just around the corner ahead. This was the veritable truth. Approximately half an hour later, Yu Xiao suddenly called out to the coachman, "Sir, this is the place." Upon hearing her, the coachman reined in the horses and brought the carriage to a halt. Yu Xiao rose to his feet and exclaimed to Lu Erlong, "This is it." Lu Erlong, filled with delight, realized they had finally arrived. Following Yu Xiao, they disembarked from the carriage and beheld a grand academy before them. Yu Xiao, is this not the Junior Soul Master Academy? Yu Xiao indeed. Yu Xiao just enjoys a life of luxury here, having become a master. Oh, Lu Erlong fell into contemplation, pondering that it is no wonder Xiaogang has concealed himself in such an obscure little town as a teacher, for even Flandra is unaware of his whereabouts. Yu Xiao, isn't it currently a holiday at the academy? Is Xiaogang still there? Yu Xiao, rest assured, he resides within those walls every day of the year, all day and night. Lu Erlong, how do you know this so well? Because I am a student of Nottingham Academy. Yu Xiao then proceeded to walk inside. Lu Erlong, incredulous, asked, "How old are you? You're still a junior academy student?" Nevertheless, he followed closely behind. "Brother Xiao, isn't the holiday yet to arrive? Why have you returned?" Inquired the guard stationed at the entrance upon seeing Yu Xiao approaching. Yu Xiao took out a gold soul coin and tossed it into his hand, saying, "If you didn't bring a friend to our academy for a visit, then it seems you must be leaving for now." The gatekeeper received the gold soul coin, his face lighting up with a broad smile. As his gaze shifted to Lu Erlong, he was instantly captivated. Stars, stars, stars. Such an enchanting lady. This was a sight he had never encountered before. The gatekeeper immediately turned to Yu Xiao and exclaimed, "Xiao girl, with such a stunningly alluring girl. She must surely be your girlfriend, right?" Yu Xiao, not good. Bang. The guard barely had time to let out a horrified scream before being sent flying. Yu Xiao, indeed. I arrived just a moment too late. Lu Erlong glared fiercely at the doorman, who lay helplessly on the ground several meters away, and remarked, "I warned you to keep your mouth shut. A kick is a rather mild punishment." Yu Xiao shook his head and continued walking towards the academy. The gatekeeper, unsteadily rising from the ground, gazed at Yu Xiao's retreating figure with a look of deep sympathy. With a girlfriend like that, it must be quite a challenge for you. Brother Xiao. Lu Erlong hurriedly caught up, inquiring, "Yu Xiao, which room does Xiaogang reside in?" Yu Xiao suddenly recalled something and said to Lu Erlong, "Erlong, we are about to meet Yu Xiaogang. Have you prepared the gift?" "A gift?" Lu Erlong looked utterly bewildered. Yu Xiao, indeed, a gift. Just think about it. After more than 20 years of acquaintance with Lao Yu, it would be unthinkable not to present him with a token of our meeting, wouldn't it? Lu Erlong, so, what do you think would be an appropriate gift for Xiaogang? I shall head to the market right away to purchase something. Yu Xiao, a feather from 1,000 miles carries a heavy sentiment despite its lightness. If the two of you truly share love, the gift's nature is inconsequential. What truly matters is that it is bestowed by a beloved. Lu Erlong immediately understood and gave Yu Xiao a thumbs up. Well done. Yu Xiao, though young, possesses wisdom beyond that of adults. Humph. Yu Xiao chuckled, just in time, ere long. You need not run around the streets to buy a gift for Lao Yu anymore. I used to sell hats at a stall, and I happen to have a few unsold pieces left. I shall gift you one. Simply take it to Lao Yu. As he spoke, he retrieved a charming little red hat from his soul guide and handed it to Erlong. Upon seeing the attractive hat, Lu Erlong eagerly accepted it, saying, Yu Xiao, regardless of the circumstances, I must express my gratitude for your gift. Moreover, without your assistance, I would not have discovered Xiaogang's whereabouts, nor would I have been able to see him so swiftly. Yu Xiao replied, Oh, did you think I brought you here to reunite with him? Yu Xiao, there is no need for formalities. I wish you a safe journey. Subsequently, the two arrived at the entrance of a dormitory. Here it is, the room of Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiao indicated the door before her. Lu Erlong, filled with joy yet anxious, took a moment to steady her nerves, her right hand grasping her hat while her left hand prepared to knock. Suddenly, with a swift kick, Yu Xiao flung the door open, revealing a bare man sprawled upon the bed. Ah! Lu Erlong let out a startled scream. The shorn-headed man on the bed was equally taken aback and hastily donned a garment as he approached the door. Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaogang reached the entrance and, upon seeing Yu Xiao outside, expressed his displeasure. Why did you kick my door? Yu Xiao, someone is seeking you. Yu Xiaogang who? Yu Xiao turned to glance at the wall, while Yu Xiaogang stepped outside to investigate. Indeed, he beheld the silhouette of a woman. It was Lu Erlong. What brings you here? He inquired. Xiaogang, I have come. Lu Erlong replied, turning around and presenting a hat to Yu Xiaogang. This is my token of affection. Please try it on. Yu Xiaogang was filled with mixed emotions, his brows furrowing as he pondered how she had managed to find him and who had informed her of his whereabouts. He reached out to receive the little red hat and placed it upon his head. Lu Erlong beamed with joy, noticing that Yu Xiaogang appeared more spirited with the hat on. However, having not seen each other for quite some time, they were at a loss for words, resulting in a prolonged silence as they stood still. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on completing a minor task that has encouraged Yu Xiaogang to willingly don the radiant hat. Reward: System coins 166 roses. Note: the amount has been credited to your system account. Please check to collect. Sign-in rewards system. Haha. Yi smiled, realizing that the rewards from the system had been rather generous this time. Previously, she had received only 10 roses, but now it was 166. Erlong, how did you find your way here? Yu Xiaogang could no longer contain his curiosity. Lu Erlong, feeling irritated by the question, responded, Xiaogang, what do you mean by that? Are you displeased that I came to see you? Erlong, you shouldn't be here. Please leave the academy immediately. We are simply not meant to be, Yu Xiaogang retorted without hesitation, turning back to his room and shutting the door, refusing to see her. Yi Xiao, Lu Erlong stood rooted to the spot, taken aback by the fact that after traveling such a great distance, he was met with disdain. Anger flared within him. Difficult to contain, yet he dared not unleash his wrath upon Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiao stepped forward and said, Erlong, there is ample time ahead. I have a bed nearby. Let us first take a bath and rest for a while. Yu Xiaogang is right here and cannot escape. Lu Erlong pondered for a moment and found his reasoning quite sound. Thus he followed him towards the student dormitory area. Yi Xiao promptly led Lu Erlong to the entrance of a dormitory and pushed the door open. Erlong, this is our 7th dormitory. There are plenty of beds available, all equipped with blankets. The students are on holiday, so you may choose any bed to rest upon. Lu Erlong hesitated for a moment, but eventually stepped inside and settled on a bed. Chapter 74. Lu Erlong's fury against Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang sat on the bed, filled with indignation. Those who were meant to arrive had not, while those who ought not to be there had. His thoughts lingered on Bibi Dong, a yearning that he could not shake off, yet he lacked the courage to seek her out. Given his current level of soul power, what could he possibly achieve by approaching her? At over 50, and merely at the 29th rank, he would only be a source of amusement for the spirit hall should he dare to present himself. Thus, he refrained, waiting instead for an opportunity. A moment when that prodigy would rise, allowing him to bask in their glory and stand proudly before Bibi Dong. Lu Erlong was merely a backdrop to his solitude. Suddenly, Yu Xiaogang reached up to remove the hat upon his head, yet despite his efforts, it would not budge. This vexed him greatly. Why could he not take off this little red hat? Little did he know that the hat concealed a secret, not merely a simple cap, but a luminous hat of light. Such a hat could never be removed, unless Yu Xiao intervened, an unlikely prospect. Frustrated, Yu Xiaogang tugged at the cap with all his might. And unexpectedly, he managed to tear a small hole in it, filling him with joy at the prospect of finally removing it. He continued to pull with vigor, eventually tearing off the entire piece of red fabric. Just as he reveled in his triumph, a terrifying green light burst forth from above, illuminating the entire room. A dreadful green. Yu Xiaogang pondered what was happening, his eyes turning green as he rushed to the mirror to inspect his reflection, only to discover that the little red hat had transformed into a shimmering green cap. He thought the color was inconsequential, but its radiance was alarming, and it remained stubbornly affixed to his head. He tugged and even resorted to scissors, exerting tremendous effort for 2 or 3 hours, yet the luminous hat remained unyielding. Yu Xiaogang surmised that the hat was a gift from Lu Erlong, undoubtedly her doing. He thought to seek her out, believing she might assist in removing it. After a moment's contemplation, he headed directly to the 7th dormitory, anxious that she might have left, yet hoping she had not. Perhaps Yu Xiao would know her whereabouts. Within the 7th dormitory, Lu Erlong lay silently on the bed, lost in her own thoughts. Yu Xiao reclined on her bed, gazing intently at Lu Erlong's direction. Suddenly, the dormitory door swung open with a resounding thud, revealing a man with a buzz cut at the threshold. Yu Xiaogang dashed forward and stormed to the bed where Lu Erlong lay, furiously pointing at her and accusing, Lu Erlong, what is the meaning of this? Lu Erlong was taken aback, utterly dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. She pondered how she had come all this way with good intentions, only to be met with such ungratefulness. What had caused Xiaogang to behave in such a manner? Meanwhile, Yu Xiao, observing the scene, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Fully aware that Yu Xiaogang had just endured an embarrassing ordeal, she understood why he had entered the room, indiscriminately unleashing his fury upon Lu Erlong. Very well, indeed. Yu Xiaogang, it is only through this that Erlong will see you for who you truly are. Lu Erlong, perplexed, inquired, Xiaogang, what is the matter? Are you displeased with my visit? Yu Xiaogang, now even more incensed, retorted, are you still pretending? What am I pretending about? Lu Erlong remained bewildered, questioning how she could possibly be pretending. Yu Xiaoxin remarked that Lu Erlong exhibited remarkable patience, tenderness, and consideration exclusively towards Yu Xiaogang. Had it been anyone else daring to raise their voice at her, they would have likely faced severe consequences. Unfortunately, Yu Xiaogang, born into fortune, remained oblivious to his blessings, fixated on what he did not possess while neglecting the treasures before him. For this transgression, Yu Xiaoxin was determined to make Yu Xiaogang suffer the consequences today. Yu Xiaogang pointed accusingly at her forehead. Erlong, I never anticipated you to be such a cunning and deceitful woman. What do you mean by this? Lu Erlong, taken aback by his unfounded accusation, felt a wave of indignation wash over her. Yu Xiaogang then gestured towards the small green hat atop his head. Is this the gift you bestowed upon me? Green, indeed? Lu Erlong, bewildered, responded, Xiaogang, I distinctly presented you with a small red hat earlier, not a green one. Is it truly fair to slander me in such a way? Even if you harbor disdain for me and wish to avoid my presence, must you resort to such tactics to expel me? Is this truly your small red hat? Yu Xiaogang flung the red fabric towards her. Upon catching it and examining it closely, Lu Erlong suddenly comprehended. Xiaogang, this hat is composed of 2 layers. The outer layer is red fabric while the inner layer is green. Why did you tear it off? It was a perfectly fine small red hat. Your anger towards me is unjustified. If you disliked it, you could have simply discarded it instead of tearing it apart. As she spoke, her heart grew heavy with sorrow, realizing that her good intentions had been misconstrued. How unfortunate it was that Xiaogang was so averse to her presence that he would destroy the gift she had given him. The situation had unfolded in a manner she had never anticipated. Yu Xiaoxin remarked, now, Yu Xiaogang must be so furious that he could spit blood. For the matter concerning Erlong is entirely different from what he described. Erlong, are you still pretending? Indeed, Yu Xiaogang was incensed, resorting to tearing at the little green hat with both hands. However, after much effort, he found it stubbornly clung to his head. Lu Erlong, observing this, grew increasingly despondent, believing that Yu Xiaogang simply despised the gift she had bestowed upon him, wishing to shred it to pieces in his frustration. With a sudden crack, Lu Erlong, unable to contain her rage, delivered a resounding slap that sent Yu Xiaogang crashing to the ground, leaving 5 distinct handprints blazing on his left cheek. Lu Erlong, how dare you strike me? Yu Xiaogang, incensed by her blow, felt the weight of her strike. It was merciless and unyielding. Rising from the ground, he exclaimed, if you cannot remove that hat, which also emits a green glow, should you not offer me some explanation? The hat cannot be removed and it glows? Lu Erlong gazed innocently at the little green hat atop Yu Xiaogang's head. Xiaogang, if you wish to slander me, do so, but why must you speak so harshly? A hat is merely a hat. What was once a charming little red cap has been viciously torn into this green monstrosity. And now you claim it cannot be removed and it glows. What glow, pray tell? Green light? Yu Xiaogang, finally overwhelmed with fury, spat several mouthfuls of blood. Lu Erlong, you are here merely to exact revenge upon me. If you do not confess. He cast a glance towards Yi Xiao. Yes, with Xiao here as a witness. If you can remove this green hat from my head, I shall kneel and bow in apology. Ha ha. Yu Xiao chuckled inwardly, realizing that this time Yu Xiaogang would likely be disappointed. Chapter 75, Severance. Lu Erlong turned to Yi Xiao after hearing Yu Xiaogang's words. Xiaoger, will you testify for me? Yi Xiao lay on the bed, declaring, I bear witness. Yu Xiaogang responded, Erlong, shall we commence? Yi Xiaokai glanced at Yu Xiaogang, pondering that whoever he designated would undoubtedly succeed in removing the cap. Lu Erlong immediately stepped forward, reaching out to grasp the small green hat atop Yu Xiaogang's head. Effortlessly lifting it off, shaking it before him, he taunted, Yu Xiaogang, what further words do you have to utter? You claimed you did not deliberately accuse me. Yet now the evidence is irrefutable. The hat has been removed, and you insisted it could not be taken off. With the proof firmly in my grasp, what can you possibly say? How curious. It was not like this moments ago. Yu Xiaogang took the small green hat from Lu Erlong's hand, donning it and then removing it repeatedly, indeed finding no difficulty this time. He was momentarily left speechless, uncertain of what to articulate. Yu Xiaogang mused, what transpired earlier? Why was I unable to remove it, and why did it emit a radiant green glow? Now it can be taken off, How truly peculiar. At this moment, Yu Xiao rose from the bed and approached Lu Erlong's side, contemplating that it was time for Yu Xiaogang to speak the truth to Lu Erlong. System. Allow Yu Xiaogang to reveal the truth to Lu Erlong, Yu Xiao declared. A chime sounded, and the system responded. Ding. Master has consumed 10 system coins. Yu Xiaogang will now be compelled to speak the truth to Lu Erlong. Yu Xiao immediately approached Lu Erlong and said, Then why don't you inquire of him why he left without a word all those years ago, leaving you to wait for over 20 years? Lu Erlong nodded, having long desired to know the answer, but never having had the opportunity. Now that he was before her, she would not let this chance slip away. Xiaogang, did you leave without a trace all those years ago solely because of our familial connection? Yu Xiaogang shook his head vigorously. Erlong, you are too naive. Your innocence allowed me to deceive you. Lu Erlong's complexion turned pale. Yu Xiaogang continued, The reason I departed was not just because you were my cousin. It was primarily because I could not let go of another person. She is Bibi Dong. When I was with you, it was out of loneliness and your kindness that I mistook my gratitude for love. Thus, my agreement to marry you stemmed from appreciation and a delusion, as I sought to replace her in my heart. Are you referring to Bibi Dong? Lu Erlong asked. Yu Xiaogang replied expressionlessly, Indeed. It was only on the day I truly married you and stepped into the sanctum of matrimony that I felt profound regret. I still could not forget Bibi Dong, believing that if I became strong enough and remained unmarried, I might have another chance with her. So, I resolved to escape from the marriage. Coincidentally, upon learning from your mother that you are the illegitimate daughter of my uncle Yu Lumian, I devised a legitimate excuse to flee. I intentionally leaked information to Yu Lumian, prompting him to bless our union, and as you know, the subsequent events unfolded as they did. I abandoned you to wander for a time, eventually meeting the dean of this academy, forging a long-standing friendship, and accepting his invitation to settle here as a guest master. The truth is plain. I have loved only one person, Bibi Dong, not you. You will forever remain a mere substitute in my heart. There is no love, only kinship. Yu Xiaogang, you are truly a despicable man. I regret the blindness that led me to you. From this moment forth, our ties are severed, and we shall meet no more. Lu Erlong, infuriated, contemplated striking Yu Xiaogang before departing but ultimately chose silence, slamming the door behind her as she exited. Yu Xiao advanced and delivered a punch that sent Yu Xiaogang crashing against the wall, rendering him unconscious. Afterward, he pursued Lu Erlong and escorted her back to the Blue Tyrant Academy in Tiandou City. Just as Yu Xiao departed from the 7th dormitory, a luminous green hat that had fallen to the ground suddenly levitated and settled upon Yu Xiaojiang's head. When Yu Xiaojiang regained consciousness, he was disoriented and bewildered, unaware of the events that had transpired. The words spoken while under Yi Zhao's system control and the punch he had received were absent from his memory. However, he could still recall events prior to that moment. Scanning the 7th dormitory, Yu Xiaojiang quickly remembered his earlier visit to find Lu Erlong regarding the hat. Yet, after searching, he found no trace of either Lu Erlong or Yi Xiao within the dormitory. Uncertain of their whereabouts, he assumed they had stepped out as he gingerly touched his swollen face and made his way back to his own room. Upon returning to his dormitory, Yu Xiaojiang approached the mirror and examined his reflection. One side of his face bore the imprint of a palm, while the other showcased the mark of a fist. He recognized the palm print as Lu Erlong's doing, yet the origin of the fist print eluded his memory. Just then, the small green hat atop his head began to glow once more, casting a verdant light that enveloped his entire being. Yu Xiaojiang recalled having removed it earlier and thrown it to the ground. How had it returned to his head? Pondering this, he speculated that perhaps Lu Erlong had placed it back on him. Yes, it must have been Lu Erlong who, after knocking him unconscious, had adorned him with the hat once more. Irritated by the self-illuminating green hat, Yu Xiaojiang reached up to remove it, but it would not budge. Frustration mounted within him as he recalled having successfully taken it off in the 7th dormitory. Why was it now stubbornly affixed to his head? Exasperated, he exerted considerable effort to tear the hat from his head, but despite his best efforts, it remained steadfast. Overcome with rage, Yu Xiaojiang retched several times, spilling blood before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The carriage continued its journey, soon traversing a mountain path. Lu Erlong gazed out at the verdant hills and clear waters, lost in her thoughts. Opposite her, Yi Xiao watched silently, his attention fixed upon her. Days later, Yi Xiao returned Lu Erlong to the Blue Tyrant Academy and chose to stay by her side. Yi Xiao intended to return only after the commencement of the academy at Dueling. After more than 10 days of companionship, Lu Erlong gradually fell in love with Yi Xiao. and the two officially became a couple. In the Tiandou Empire, before the prince's palace, a slender young man stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He was none other than Xuching, the current prince of the Tiandou Empire. However, he harbored a secret identity unknown to others. This Xuching was, in fact, a female disguised as a male. Apart from the 10 elders of the Spirit Hall, only Bibi Dong and Yi Xiao were privy to this truth. Xiao Shui. It has been a long time. Suddenly, a stunningly handsome youth appeared atop the courtyard wall. Upon hearing this, Xuching had turned to see the person on the wall and broke into a radiant smile. Brother Xiao, you have come. The striking figure standing on the courtyard wall was none other than Yi Xiao. His visit to the prince's palace was specifically to see Xuching, or more accurately, Qian Rinxue. For at this moment, Xuching was indeed Qian Rinxue, and Qian Rinxue was Xuching. One individual, two roles, the most formidable woman in the Douluo Continent. Yi smiled faintly, leaping gracefully over the courtyard wall and landing inside, where he soon stood before Xuching. Upon seeing him, Xuching's eyes glistened with tears, and unable to contain herself any longer, she threw herself into his embrace. Yi Xiao extended his hand, embracing Qian Rinxue tightly, and pressed his lips against hers. Qian Rinxue did not resist. Instead, she surrendered to the kiss, her beautiful eyes brimming with tenderness and affection. After a moment of passionate exchange, Yi Xiao crouched down, lifting Qian Rinxue in a princess carry and transporting her to the bedroom within. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind them. He gently laid her on the bed and sat beside her, tenderly stroking her hair as they embraced one another. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Congratulations, Master, on successfully signing in at the Crown Prince's Palace of the Heavendou Empire. Reward, Taisu Divine Armor. Note, it has been automatically stored in the system space. Please check your inventory. Taisu Divine Armor? Yi Xiao's eyes sparkled with enlightenment as he recognized this ancient artifact. Legend has it that when Pangu, the primordial ancestor, cleaved the heavens and the earth, his axe split the cosmos asunder, allowing the pure essence to ascend to the heavens while the turbid essence descended to form the earth, thus creating the world. Yet, between this purity and turbidity lay a realm of profound and enigmatic hues. Although the heavens and earth were sundered, Pangu's colossal axe remained embedded, impervious to extraction or destruction. Thus, the divine axe lay dormant for 3 centuries amidst the gradually unfolding chaos. When Pangu returned to reclaim his axe after 3 centuries, he discovered it enveloped in a mysterious black membrane, exuding a profound hue and radiating the brilliance of the sun and moon, infused with ethereal energy. This material was the origin of the Taisu Divine Armor. In truth, this substance was the fetal membrane of the cosmos, existing since the primordial chaos. Upon awakening, Pangu split the heavens and the earth with a single stroke, leaving behind this singular membrane that connected the 2 realms. After reclaiming his mighty axe, the membrane cascaded like a rainbow, leading Pangu to realize that it was this very substance that had ensnared his axe within the chaos. Having endured countless tempests and the ravages of thunder, it had been exposed to the sun and moon for 3 centuries, gradually drying to form the membrane's leathery texture. Subsequently, Pangu devoted several hundred years to stitching it into a wondrous garment, thus giving rise to the Taisu Divine Armor. Renowned as the foremost among the 10 legendary artifacts of antiquity, while it lacks offensive power, its defensive capabilities and protective qualities are undoubtedly unparalleled. Yi Xiao was filled with joy, thinking to himself that with the Taisu Divine Armor, he would no longer have to fear blades. He then began to playfully roll around on the bed with Qian Rinxue. At the entrance of the Nodding Soul Master Academy, a lively scene unfolded. At that moment, a young man accompanied by 3 young women had just arrived at the academy's entrance and came to a halt. Sister Nar, this is the Nodding Academy, exclaimed Xiao Wu. Sister Xiao Wu, please take me to the administrative office. I wish to enroll, said a delicate girl in a pink dress standing beside Xiao Wu. Of course, Sister Nar, Xiao Wu replied with a smile. Luo Xiaoli stepped forward and inquired, Sister Xiao Wu, do you know if Xiao Gu has arrived? Upon hearing the name Xiao Gu, Xiao Wu perked up. Lily, could you check in the 7th dormitory to see if Xiao Gu is there? I will take Sister Nar to enroll first. Sure, Luo Xiaoli responded, setting off toward the student dormitory area. Xiao Wu then led the petite girl toward the other side, making their way to the administrative office to register. Tang San glanced around and quickly followed Luo Xiaoli toward the dormitory. Suddenly, a figure flashed past, and a young man appeared at the academy's entrance. In another blink, he was at the door of the 7th dormitory, where he pushed the door open and entered. The young man was none other than Yi Xiao. Luo Xiaoli was dusting off the bed when she heard the door open. Turning around, she broke into a radiant smile and quickly ran over, saying, "Xiaogo, you have finally arrived." Yi Xiao gently stroked Luo Xiaoli's hair and glanced around the room. "Lily, where is Xiao Wu?" "Big sister Xiao Wu has taken Sister Na to register." "Who is Sister Na?" Yi Xiao naturally had no knowledge of this individual. "Oh," Luo Xiaoli began to explain. "Sister Na is named Guyuna. She arrived in Holy Soul Village the day after you returned and has since stayed at my home, becoming close friends with both me and big sister Xiao Wu. Upon learning that we are studying at Notting Academy, she expressed her desire to join us, claiming she also wished to pursue her education. Given that Sister Nader possesses a martial soul, a purple soul ring, and soul skills, we agreed to bring her along. I believe that with her talent, the director will certainly allow her to enroll in the academy." Sister Nar, Guyuna, Holy Soul Village? Yi Xiao connected these pieces of information in time and immediately thought of a certain individual, the Silver Dragon King, Guyuna. He mused that upon returning from the Stardow Forest, he first went back to Holy Soul Village to see Xiao Wu. Guyuna, having followed them, must have learned of his relationship with Xiao Wu, and thus chose to remain with them to inquire about his affairs. Her intentions were undoubtedly for his sake, which was hardly surprising. Nevertheless, it was quite agreeable to have a goddess like Guyuna as a companion. After Luo Xiaoli finished speaking, she had already reached Yi Xiao's bedside, assisting him in tidying and arranging the bedding. Yi Xiao observed her diligent silhouette as she made the bed and tidied up. Feeling a sense of fondness, Tang San arrived at the doorstep of Yu Xiaojiang's dormitory and knocked gently, calling out, "Teacher, teacher?" With a thud, the door swung open, revealing the young boy Tang San, prompting an immediate smile from Yu Xiaojiang. He grasped Tang San's hand and ushered him inside, after which the door was shut with a resounding thud. After a brief moment, the door of the 7th dormitory opened once more, and 2 young girls stepped inside. At this moment, Yi Xiao reclined on the bed. Upon hearing the sound, she turned her gaze and beheld a petite dancer clad in a pink outfit, who entered hand in hand with a delicate little girl dressed in a pale white dress. The little girl was slightly taller than the dancer, with strikingly refined features and a captivating allure. No amount of exquisite language could ever do justice to her breathtaking beauty. Yi Xiao merely cast a glance at the girl in the white dress, thinking to himself, this is nothing but a miniature version of Guyuna. With the divine powers of the Silver Dragon King, Guyuna's ability to alter her size is trivial. Upon noticing Yi Xiao's gaze, Guyuna's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she mused, "Has Xiaogu recognized me as the diminutive Guyuna?" When Xiaogu saw that Yi Xiao had arrived, she promptly took Guyuna's hand and approached him, saying, "Xiaogu, allow me to introduce a new friend to you. This is Guyuna, whom I affectionately call Narjie. As you are older than her, you may simply refer to her as Nar." "Hello, Nar. I am Yi Xiao." Yi Xiao had no intention of further engaging with Guyuna, and thus rose to exit the 7th dormitory. Yi Xiao understood that, in human society, it is prudent to keep Guyuna's identity concealed. The same applies to Xiao Wu. They are both spirit beasts regarded as prey by human soul masters. For these soul masters, soul bones represent wealth, and once their identities are revealed, dire consequences are inevitable. Chapter 77, Gathering Celestial Herbs. Completion of the sign-in at the Ice and Fire Yin Yaga in the Sunset Forest. The reward is the Qian Kuan ring. Guyuna did not bring a blanket. Thus she shared a bed with Xiao Wu. He stepped out of the dormitory and made his way to the academy's playground, pondering that Tang San should also be present. He recalled that Tang Hao had now been rendered a cripple, posing little threat to Xiao Wu and Guyuna, which brought him a sense of relief. It was time for him to wander to a certain location, with the intention of gathering all the celestial herbs from there, ensuring that not a single one would be left for Tang San. In the setting sun forest, at the Eye of Ice and Fire, a figure suddenly emerged. Standing atop an ice pillar, 10 zhang ahead lay a spring pool, its waters divided into 2 distinct hues, one blue and the other red, a truly remarkable sight. The individual atop the ice pillar was none other than Yi, who had just hurried from Notting City to the setting sun forest, specifically to collect the celestial herbs by the pool. According to Ye's knowledge, the origins of the Ice and Fire Eyes Ice Mountain and Fire Mountain were steeped in legend. It was said that the Water Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, 2 among the 9 great dragon kings, simultaneously perished, their bodies descending into the setting sun forest. They were buried deep beneath the Eye of Ice and Fire, giving rise to this mystical sight. Thus, the area was rich in soul power, uniquely blessed. And over the long ages, the spring pool had nurtured numerous celestial-grade spiritual herbs. Among them, The most exquisite were the fragrant Chihuahua fairy product, the heart-wrenching red of the longing flower, the Chihuahua tulip, and the jade-skinned water lily. Yi Xiao came to understand these matters solely from the original text of Douluo Continent. He was uncertain whether poison Douluo, Dugobo, was nearby. This was indeed his private garden, where the possibility of an unexpected appearance lingered at any moment. Yi Xiao glanced around the vicinity of the ice and fire Yangyi, and for the moment, he found no trace of his presence. Even if Dong Wobo were here, he would not be able to hinder his quest for the celestial herbs. It is not mere bravado. With a single strike, he could easily vanquish the poisoned Douluo. Yi Xiao's figure flickered and soon arrived at the edge of the ice and fire duality spring. Indeed, one could see the duality at a glance. The left side was the icy spring, while the right side was the fiery spring, separated in the middle, each unaffected by the other. Yi Xiao soon beheld, at the confluence of the icy and fiery springs, a magnificent bloom gracing the riverbank, a grand flower in a delicate shade of pink. This blossom was not only immense but also exquisitely beautiful. Its stamens, a soft lavender hue, resembled a myriad of purple diamonds embedded within, devoid of any leaves. The stem soared to 3 feet in height, with a diameter exceeding a foot. Each petal appeared crystalline, radiating a translucent brilliance, and from afar, one could detect the enchanting fragrance wafting between the petals. Its outward appearance alone sufficed to attest to its extraordinary nature. This must surely be the ethereal treasure known as the Yin Qulu. Yi Xiao understood that this flower possesses the unique ability to counteract 100 poisons, serving as a neutralizer for all toxins. While it does not inherently possess detoxifying properties, it can effectively counteract venom within the radius of its fragrant aura. No toxic substance holds power, rendering it the finest antidote among divine herbs. Yi Xiao swiftly evaded and harvested it, placing it into a soul-guided device capable of containing living beings. What is this? Soon after, he discovered a divine herb flourishing in the central position beside the scorching yang spring. It was entirely crimson, radiating a brilliant red glow, truly remarkable. Yi Xiao recognized it as the exquisite yet lethal celestial herb, flame almond blossom, known for its extreme toxicity. This plant not only possesses a venomous quality but also burns with an intensity akin to fire, exhibiting a reaction to high temperatures. Fortunately, Yi Xiao's formidable abilities rendered him immune to the harm of such poison and heat. With a swift leap, he plunged into the eye of ice and fire, successfully harvesting the precious 8-pointed Xianbing grass. Yi Xiao once again beheld the focal point beside the cold extremine spring, where stood a star-shaped plant, its center shimmering like ice crystals adorned with delicate floral stamens. He recognized that this herb belonged to the rarest category of cold poison celestial treasures, capable of instilling a chilling despair and rendering the central nervous system paralyzed with frost. Within a mere 10 meters, its frigid aura becomes oppressive, and prolonged exposure would lead to an uncurable heart afflicted by its venomous chill. Ha! He smiled joyfully and swam to the icy spring to gather the octagonal mystic ice grass. Subsequently, he beheld, by the eye of ice and fire, the exquisite Kira tulip, the jade-skinned daffodil, the 9-grade purple mushroom, the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, and the wondrous celestial chrysanthemum. He smiled with delight as he carefully collected them all and preserved them within the soul guide device. Then he beheld the 8-petaled immortal orchid. According to Yi Xiao's understanding, this celestial herb is a gentle and exquisite medicinal plant, which must be harvested with gold and stored in jade to ensure its preservation over an extended period. When contained within jade vessels, it can remain unfading for a millennium and never wither for countless generations. Its rich orchid fragrance can invigorate the spirit, bringing clarity to the mind and revitalizing the soul. Yi Xiao suddenly beheld a wondrous little flower, one that felt remarkably familiar. Approaching it with curiosity, she quickly recognized that the crimson petals adorned with a sanguine hue belonged to the flower known as the heartbreak red. This enchanting bloom possesses the miraculous ability to revive the deceased and transform flesh and bone, wielding the power to alter the very fabric of creation. Upon contemplating this flower, Yi Xiao was reminded of Xiaowu, and thus he resolved to bring it back as a gift for her. Subsequently, he also discovered the autumn gaze dew. Yi Xiao has gathered some knowledge regarding this herb from the original text of the Douluo Continent. It is classified as an auxiliary type of celestial-grade medicinal plant. While it does not directly enhance the soul power of soul masters, its consumption enables one to cultivate extraordinary vision, allowing the discernment of myriad wondrous objects. Yi Xiao believed that he had consumed the most suitable ingredients, which would perfectly enhance the power of his black dragon eyes. After searching for a while, he gathered a considerable amount of other celestial herbs, with several locations still left to explore. Xiao found a stone to sit upon, took out some food and water, intending to have a bite to eat and take a nap before resuming his foraging. Ding! Congratulations, esteemed master. On completing the sign-in at the Sunset Forest Yin and Yang. Reward: the Circle of Heaven and Earth. Note: the item has been automatically stored in the system space. Please proceed to retrieve it, dear master. The Circle of Heaven and Earth? What Xiao could conceive of was the golden circle employed by Neza during his tumultuous escapade in the sea. In truth, the Qian circle is a golden bracelet, a cherished adornment worn by Neza since his youth. Esteemed as the treasure of the Golden Light Cave at Mount Qianyuan, it originated from Kunlun Mountain. Bestowed upon the Taiji master by the primordial heavenly sovereign of the Yusu Palace as one of the sacred artifacts for the teaching of the way. Subsequently, when Ling Zhuzi reincarnated, the Taiji master passed it on, and it became Neza's companion bracelet, accompanying him throughout his existence. This circle, forged from the finest gold, embodies unparalleled strength and resilience, impervious to destruction. When hurled, it can deliver devastating blows to all things, capable of altering its size at will. Its formidable power is unmatched. Possessing the divine might to stir the rivers and seas and to shake the very foundations of the universe. In the original text of Investiture of the Gods, Neza wielded this circle to vanquish numerous foes, executing attacks with unerring precision that could inflict fatal injuries. It was primarily utilized for striking objects and harming adversaries, with its lethality varying according to the force of the throw. Additionally, being crafted from gold, it twice shattered the jade artifacts of two enemy generals. First, the white jade diamond bracelet of Mo Liqing, and second, the white jade ring of Wenliang. Furthermore, it is one of the 8 divine artifacts wielded by Neza when he transformed into his 3-headed, 8-armed form. You shall recall that in the Ming Dynasty's travelogue, it was also referred to as the red flower purple gold ring. It can be said to be a treasure of ancient origins, a divine artifact. Yi smiled with great delight, for multiple divine artifacts meant manifold strengths. He promptly retrieved them from the system's space to examine their true nature. Suddenly, a cacophony of cries jolted Yi from his slumber. He swiftly opened his eyes to behold a figure before him, a being entirely clad in green. From the strands of hair to the tips of his toes, including his very garments, all a vivid shade of green. Yi Xiaoguan observed the physical characteristics of the individual before him, and upon drawing a connection with the characters from the original work of Douluo Continent, he swiftly reached a conclusion. This person was undoubtedly Dugubo. Instantly, a series of data regarding Dugubo surged forth in his mind. Dugubo, a title Douluo of the 92nd rank, possessed a soul ring configuration of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 with the martial soul being the phosphorescent serpent, one of the dragon species. This rare martial soul had evolved into the phosphorescent serpent emperor, condensing a pearl that encapsulated half of his power, giving Yu Zhao's current strength. He felt no pressure when confronting Dugubo. If I am not mistaken, you are indeed the title Douluo known as the Poison Douluo, the most renowned poison master of the Douluo Continent, are you not? You know me? Dugubo inquired with curiosity. However, he soon felt a sense of relief, for there were numerous individuals in Tiandou City acquainted with him, although he did not recognize the youth before him. It did not imply that the boy had not encountered him previously. Yi Xiao, naturally, it is rare for anyone to possess such a vivid shade of green as you do, in the world of Douluo. You are indeed the first to be entirely enveloped in it. Chapter 78, The Explosive Strike of Dugubo. In light of Yu Zhao's remarks, Dugubo found himself unable to retort. Indeed, his entire being was draped in green. There was little he could do about it, for his martial soul, the Emerald Phosphor Serpent Emperor, was inherently verdant. Youth, you are rather arrogant, Dugubo said with an expression of displeasure. This was his private garden, meticulously arranged with poison arrays. The intrusion of anyone here was a direct affront to his territorial instincts. Observing Yi Zhao's audacious demeanor and forthright speech only fueled Dugubo's irritation. Thus, he resolved to teach Yi Xiao a lesson. However, one thing puzzled Dugubo. How had the young man managed to penetrate his poison array? Dugubo had already concocted a plan to first deliver a thorough beating to Yi Xiao. Following that, he would unleash the 9-sectioned emerald to bite him, ensuring he succumbed to the poison, left to languish in a fate worse than death. This serpent, a premium specimen among the bamboo leaf green variety, would cause its victim to dissolve into a pool of pus within the span of mere moments. Though it appeared diminutive, it was among the most venomous of serpents. Dugubo had used it to covertly eliminate numerous soul masters. No, No. Yi smiled and shook his head in denial. It is not that I am too arrogant, but rather that you are too weak. In the realm of Douluo Continent, strength commands respect, a truth you should comprehend better than I. Very well, though young. Your bravado is quite audacious. Little did Dugubo know that Yi, having lived 2 lifetimes, was far older than he appeared. However, over 50 years had passed since Yi traversed to the Douluo Continent, and he still maintained the appearance of an 18 or 19-year-old. Thus, Dugubo completely underestimated his prowess. Haha. Dugubo laughed heartily. It seems you are quite an intriguing young man. In that case, let us engage in a duel. Before he could finish his sentence, a flurry of powerful strikes rained upon his face, chest, and back, eliciting a chorus of agonizing cries. In such a predicament, Dugubo had no time to summon his soul power or release his spirit rings. After emitting one final scream of despair, he collapsed to the ground, immobilized. Dugubo's eyes glazed over, completely beyond his control. Yu Xiao clapped his hands and remarked, Dugubo, it is not my intention to underestimate you. However, since my teenage years, I have effortlessly triumphed over numerous titled Douluos, beginning with Xunji, proceeding to Yu Yuanjin, and later encountering the formidable level 99 Tiandou, the sword master Qian, the Bon Douluo, and Tang Hao. Who among them does not surpass you in strength? Thus, in my perspective, it would be a trivial matter to crush you without even resorting to soul skills. Dugubo fainted, rendering him oblivious to the words being spoken. Yi Xiao reached out and thoroughly examined Dugubo, confiscating his soul-guiding devices and other belongings. He mused that, according to the original plot of Douluo Continent, Dugubo should possess a magical treasure pouch for carrying living creatures. If he were to acquire it, he could gift it to Zhu Xuching or Xiao Wu. Yi Xiao paid no heed to Dugubo and continued his search for the celestial herbs within the eyes of ice and fire. He scoured extensively, even traversing the icy peaks and volcanic mountains on both sides, uncovering numerous treasures along the way. Yi Xiao harvested every mature fairy grass within reach, leaving not a single one behind. Only a few seedlings were left, which he decided to retain for future collection. Just as Yi Xiao concluded his gathering and prepared to depart, a wave of soul energy surged from behind him. He has awakened. Yi Xiao glanced back, and as expected, it was Dugubo. He observed the fluctuations of soul power surrounding him, as one soul ring after another emerged beneath him. Ultimately, he released the ninth, revealing a sequence of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 an impeccably standard configuration of soul rings. Yi Xiao stood still, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the distant figure of Dugubo, 10 paces away. Old Poison, what say you? Were you not finished with our earlier exchange? Do you wish to continue? Dugubo's countenance darkened. What transpired previously was merely a result of my unpreparedness. Caught off guard by your ambush. My true prowess has yet to be revealed, and you presume to consider yourself superior? Is that not a touch presumptuous? I do not believe so, replied Dugubo Yi Xiao. Dugubo, if you can withstand 3 of my moves, I shall consider you victorious. In my heart, I thought, this fellow was able to knock himself unconscious with his bare hands. His strength is indeed a source of pride. Thus, these 3 moves must be my most formidable techniques. Yi Xiao remarked, come on, Old Poison, do not merely speak of 3 moves. I am prepared to engage in 30, 300, or even 3,000 moves. Should you wish. You audacious lad. Hurry up, for I yearn to indulge in a bath amidst the eye of ice and fire. And I cannot afford to waste my time. Humph. This time, Dugubo was genuinely enraged. 7th soul skill, true body of the martial soul. In an instant, Dugubo's form merged with that of his martial soul, the phosphorescent serpent emperor, creating a magnificent fusion, a verdant, 100-meter-long embodiment of the phosphorescent serpent emperor. Its body was suffused with a swirling, toxic essence. Yu Xiaoxin remarked, Dugubo must be apprehensive of facing me. Hence he resorts to his most formidable techniques right from the outset. However, in my estimation, his Emerald Phosphor Serpent King is inferior to even a mere gecko. Just as the 100-meter-long Emerald Phosphor Serpent King lunged towards Yi Xiao, he vanished from sight in a mere blink. In the next moment, the serpent's tail tightened, rendering it immobile. As the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King turned its gaze, it found Yi Xiao standing behind it, one hand firmly grasping its tail. Yi Xiao exerted a powerful motion, causing the body of the Azure Phosphor Serpent Sovereign to involuntarily rise into the air, only to be forcefully slammed back down, producing a resounding crash upon impact. With a series of swift, rhythmic strikes, Yi Xiao wielded the serpent like a whip, each blow echoing against the ground. Soon, the anguished cries of Dugubo could be heard, his lamentations growing increasingly desperate. Yu Xiao effortlessly transformed the Bailin Snake Emperor back to its original form before finally relinquishing his hold. Dugubo lay on the ground, his body marred by numerous scars. After a few struggles, he managed to rise, still unable to fathom Yi Zhao's true strength. Despite not employing any soul skills, Yu Xiao remained far superior to him. "Boy, let me show you my second move," Dugubo declared, unleashing his 8th soul skill, Time Stasis. Instantly, everything in the vicinity was rendered immobile. He then expelled the inner core of the Bailin Snake Emperor from his mouth, directing it towards Yu Xiao. Yu smiled wryly, unable to deny the formidable prowess of Dugubo's technique. As Dugubo observed the approaching inner Dan towards Yi, he thought to himself, "My 8th soul skill renders you immobile. I shall shatter you with this inner Dan and see how you escape." However, in a moment of elation, his countenance turned ashen, akin to parchment, as a shattering sound echoed. It transpired that just as Dugubo's Azure Phosphor Snake Emperor Inner Dan was about to strike the motionless Yi, the latter's hand suddenly extended, grasping the Inner Dan. With a mere squeeze, the Inner Dan was reduced to mere powder. Yu Xiao exhaled, and the ashes dissipated into thin air. "You shattered my inner elixir?" Dugubo was taken aback, filled with surprise, anger, and fear. Yu Xiao spread his hands. "Dugubo, I must admit, I have underestimated you. Yet, I am curious as to why my 8th soul skill, Time Stasis, fails to restrain you." "Yu Xiao, because I am superior to you. Is it really necessary to ask such a simple question?" "Dugubo, superior to me? Yi Xiao, do you have any questions?" Dugubo, Yi Xiao, the two stared at each other in silence for a while. Dugubo, feeling helpless, let his soul power surge once more. 9th soul skill, Phosphorescent Divine Light, Medusa's Gaze, Petrification. Immediately, Dugubo's eyes transformed into a shade of grayish-white, and light coalesced within his pupils. Subsequently, 2 beams of light erupted forth, turning all flora and trees in their path to stone. Chapter 79. Poison. Yi Xiao stood motionless, encircled by an impenetrable barrier that repelled the petrifying gaze of the Medusa from Dugubo. "Dugubo, cease your struggles. You are no match for me." Dugubo, exerting immense effort, found that his Medusa's gaze failed to inflict even the slightest harm, leaving him utterly exhausted. It was only when his soul power was completely depleted that he collapsed to the ground, gazing dryly at Yu Xiao, a distance of 10 zhang away. His eyes filled with terror. He mused, who would have thought that a mere youth of 18 or 19 could possess such formidable strength? As a titled Douluo myself, I am unable to best him. Moreover, he has yet to unleash his soul rings or soul power, which underscores the magnitude of his strength. It is terrifying to such an extent that I suspect he is not merely a soul master, but perhaps a deity, possibly even a limit Douluo of the 99th level. "What is your name?" "Yi Xiao. This is not something you need to know, but I have no desire to end your life. You are aware of the course of action you ought to take, are you not?" Dugubo naturally comprehended his implication. He understood all too well the consequences of remaining. "Thank you for sparing my life," he exclaimed, and then turned to flee, taking 3 steps. "Wait." Dugubo dashed away for over 100 paces, only to find Yu Xiao standing before him with astonishing swiftness, a speed he had not anticipated. A cold sweat broke out. If such speed were to be used against him, there would be no chance for escape. "Are you truly intent on killing me?" Dugubo asked, a note of despair creeping into his voice. Yu Xiao merely smiled and said, "Dugubo, there is no need for fear. I only wish to assist you." Considering the future interactions with Dugubo's granddaughter, Yin, it was only natural that she did not want to become adversarial with her grandfather. "What do you mean by this?" Dugubo retreated in trepidation. Yi Xiao observed his fear and spoke candidly. "I have always believed in winning others over through virtue. The Eye of Ice and Fire was discovered by you first, and it shall remain your domain. However, I must apologize for inadvertently shattering your inner core, resulting in a significant decline in your strength. I truly did not intend for my grip to be so forceful." Yu Xiao spoke as he extended his hand towards his dantian. Dugubo, misinterpreting his gesture as an imminent attack, was so startled that he retreated repeatedly. Yi Xiao forced a smile and said, "Dugubo, do not misunderstand. I merely wish to touch your dantian to ascertain the extent of your remaining strength." Dugubo felt somewhat reassured, uncertain of the truth but hesitant to retreat further. He thought to himself, given his own prowess, even if he attempted to evade, it would be futile. Fleeing was not an option, as he could not match Dugubo's swiftness. Thus, he resolved to take a desperate gamble. Treating a dying horse as if it were alive, Yu Xiao gently placed his hand upon the abdomen of Douluo, channeling a surge of spiritual energy that flowed into his dantian and martial soul. Douluo immediately felt a refreshing essence permeate his internal organs and meridians, enveloping his entire being in a warm and soothing embrace. The internal injuries he had sustained from Yi Xiao's earlier destruction of his inner core were now miraculously healed. Yu Xiao subsequently withdrew her hand from his abdomen. "All right, Dong Guobo, I have healed your injuries. How do you feel now? Thank you for your assistance in my treatment," Dong Guobo expressed, deeply moved. In all his years of existence, he had never truly submitted to anyone. But today he found himself genuinely appreciative of Yi Xiao, feeling a profound sense of gratitude. Yi Xiao continued, "Since my youth, I have been well versed in medical principles. While treating you earlier, I observed a critical issue." As these words escaped his lips, even Yi Xiao found it hard to believe. He thought to himself, had he not read the original text of Douluo Continent and understood the circumstances surrounding Douluo, he would have been oblivious to the extent of his poisoning. "What issue?" Douluo inquired, his tone laced with apprehension. Yi Xiao continued, "You have long been accompanied by poison throughout your life, and now the venom has burrowed deep within you, consuming you from within. Each time the rain falls, the toxicity resurfaces, inflicting upon you a torment akin to being pierced by needles for the duration of half an hour, particularly at noon and midnight." Does he truly understand this? Douluo was rendered speechless, for what Yi Xiao spoke of was a reflection of his own experiences. He thought to himself, at my age, I can bear it, but my granddaughter, Yin, has also been poisoned. She is still young. I cannot be the one to usher her into the depths of despair. He turned to Yi Xiao and implored, "Can you assist me in alleviating this poison?" "Just call me Brother Xiao," Yu Xiao replied. "Brother Xiao, are you able to help me with the antidote?" Douluo beseeched, reasoning that since Yi Xiao was capable of discerning his ailment and knew precisely when it would strike, he must possess a remedy for the poison. Surely, if he could aid in his own healing, he could also save Yin. Indeed, a glimmer of hope suddenly shone in Douluo's eyes. Yi Xiao was acutely aware of the thoughts swirling in Douluo's mind. "Douluo, this is quite manageable. How splendid. If you can assist me in detoxifying, you shall be my savior, akin to a rebirth of parental figures." Over the years, Douluo had endured immense torment and suffering due to the repercussions of the toxins within him. Were it not for his formidable strength, which allowed him to suppress the onset of certain toxic effects, he would have either succumbed to a terminal condition or met his demise long ago. Thus, the presence of someone capable of providing a cure indeed warranted the title of savior. He smiled and nodded, extending a hand to rest upon Douluo's chest. "The poison has permeated your very marrow. Allow me to assist you in expelling some with my superior soul." "Very well," Douluo immediately acquiesced. Though inwardly he pondered how, as a titled Douluo, he was unable to rid himself of the poison, and what abilities this individual possessed that could aid him in this endeavor. Yi Xiao said little, casually retrieving a small knife and a cup from the soul guide. He then used the knife to pierce Douluo's index finger, instructing him to place his hand into the cup. He continued, "Douluo, immerse your finger in the cup. I shall now employ my formidable soul power to extract the toxins from your marrow." Douluo nodded eagerly, though uncertain of the outcome. Nevertheless, in his desperate situation, he resolved to take this chance, treating a dead horse as if it were a live one. After Yu Xiao completed these tasks, he approached the towering figure of Douluo, extending his right hand. One could observe the pulsating soul power coursing through him. Such abundant and explosive soul energy could be deemed unparalleled across the Douluo Continent, save for himself. Yi Xiao placed his hand upon Douluo's back, allowing his soul power to seamlessly flow under his control into Douluo's body, permeating his internal organs, meridians, and ultimately reaching his very marrow. Douluo immediately felt a surge of energy coursing through every part of his being, leaving him in a state of delightful numbness. Sensations of tingling, pain, itching, and soreness ebbed and flowed within him, repeating in an endless cycle. Eventually, this energy meandered to his right hand, arriving at the laceration upon his finger. To his astonishment, Douluo observed droplets of verdant liquid seeping from the wound into the cup below. Witnessing this scene, tears of joy cascaded down his cheeks. He was not weeping out of sorrow, but rather overwhelmed with ecstasy. He thought to himself, Yu Xiao is indeed correct. The poison had infiltrated my very marrow, and if left untreated, forcing it out without external intervention would surely lead to my demise in due time. Chapter 80. The Fuxi Qin, the Second Soul Ring. Yu Xiao released his hand, having completed the formidable task of extracting the poison from Dueling. With the toxin expelled, Dueling felt a profound sense of relief. Xiaogang, I am truly grateful to you for ridding me of this poison. Yu Xiao casually retrieved a small vial of elixir. The poison has been expelled, but there remains a considerable residue. Consuming this vial should suffice. The elixir. Donggubo was overjoyed, never anticipating that he would encounter such a benefactor. Not only was it a remedy for his wounds, but it also served to purge the toxins. Even his father had never shown him such kindness. Thank you, Brother Xiao, Donggubo said, grinning foolishly as he accepted the vial. Indeed, Yi Xiao responded, waving his hand. Take 1 elixir per day. Once they are finished, you will be well. If there is nothing else, you may leave now and refrain from disturbing my bathing. Oh, Donggubo replied, turning to depart, but just as he did, he turned back and said, Brother Xiao, there is one more thing I must ask of you. Whatever it may be, I am willing to offer you anything. This old poison master was truly tiresome. Why could he not simply convey his request in one go? Yu Xiao wore an expression of displeasure. Would you kindly elaborate? Oh, it's like this, Brother Xiao. I have a granddaughter, not much younger than you, who has also been afflicted. Would you be so gracious as to accompany me for a moment and assist in her healing? Yu Xiao contemplated for a moment, realizing this was akin to a solitary wild goose. Very well. Old poison, I trust this will not pose a problem. Please wait for me at the entrance of the Sunset Forest, and do not disturb me here. Otherwise, I shall not rescue anyone. Understood? Understood, he replied. Then let us proceed. With that, Donggubo turned and dashed away. In no time, he vanished from the range of the ice and fire duality eyes. He hurried to the entrance of the Sunset Forest to await his return. After all, encountering a miraculous healer capable of saving both his granddaughter and another was an opportunity he could scarcely afford to relinquish. It was essential to note that this was a lifeline he could not obtain even with his power, influence, and wealth. Yu Xiao once again used his dragon's eye to survey his surroundings, confirming that Donggubo had indeed departed. Only then did he shed his garments and leap into the frigid waters of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, immersing himself in a refreshing swim. In the eye of ice and fire, Yu Xiao moved with effortless grace, gliding from the cold spring to the fiery spring and then back again. His unique constitution rendered him impervious to the extreme temperatures of these opposing waters. This realm was a secret sanctuary forged from the remains of the Water Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, imbuing the springs with their vital energy. The Eye of Ice and Fire served as the very epicenter of this energy. Without the deep-seated corpses of the 2 Dragon Kings, this extraordinary landscape would not exist. As Yu Xiao contemplated this, thoughts of A Yin surfaced in her mind. Remembering A Yin, she considered the possibility that the dragon energy from the spring pool could assist in her rapid growth. As for transformation, that would depend on the circumstances. Thus, she retrieved the flower pot from the soul guide device containing living beings and placed it at the edge of the spring pool. Gently touching the branches of A Yin's blue silver grass, she said, A Yin, I shall now use the spring water from the ice and fire yin-yang to nourish you. This may expedite your growth and help you regain your original strength sooner. The blue-silver grass of A Yin responded with excitement, eagerly nodding its branches. Yi Xiao did not elaborate further. He promptly utilized his soul power to absorb the essence from the spring pool, subsequently retrieving a jade vial to contain it. Only when the vial was filled to the brim did he ascend the bank from the spring, intending to pour the filtered spring water upon her. A Yin, I shall now bestow upon you this water. Yi Xiao addressed the blue-silver grass. She nodded her branches in acknowledgement. Yi Xiao said little and poured the spring water from the jade vial into it. Upon receiving the nourishment of the spring water, A Yin and the blue-silver grass immediately revitalized. Yi Xiao glanced at the moment, noting that the A Yin blue-silver grass had yet to exhibit any changes, undoubtedly requiring some time. He then leaped back into the dual realms of ice and fire, resuming his soothing bath. Yi Xiao has uncovered a well-guarded secret. Bathing in the eye of ice and fire can significantly accelerate one's cultivation. This revelation is indeed a remarkable boon for him. However, for others, the situation may not be as favorable, for the eye of ice and fire is infused with potent frost and flame toxins, rendering it unsuitable for the average person to indulge in such a bath. Yu Xiao promptly closed his eyes to cultivate, entering a state of meditation. Thus, 3 days slipped by unnoticed. Yu Xiao's soul power level has ascended from 89 to 90, enabling him to absorb the 9th soul ring and attain the status of a titled Douluo. Emerging from the eye of ice and fire, Yi Xiao inspected the 8 Yin blue-silver grass, which indeed exhibited a thriving growth. Originally slender and withered, the stems and leaves of the A Yin blue-silver grass, after being nourished by the spring water filtered through the eye of ice and fire, have now grown to over 10 feet in height and have become considerably more robust. Yi Xiaoxin remarked that this must be the influence of dragon energy. The soul beasts in the starry forest, particularly the advanced ones, have inherited traces of dragon blood to varying extents. Naturally, after replenishing their dragon energy, their growth and cultivation speed have significantly accelerated. Thus, this is indeed a momentous occasion for A Yin. Yi Xiao currently has no time to attend to A Yin's matters and plans to finish absorbing the second soul ring of his second martial soul. The Fuxi Qin martial soul has only absorbed its first soul ring thus far, and today he intends to absorb the second one. Yi Xiao examined the system's storage and discovered an ancient artifact, the Rui Jingu Bang soul ring. This soul ring, possessing a remarkable age of 1 billion years, was perfectly suited for the absorption by the second soul ring of the Fuxi Qin. Yi Xiao withdrew it and promptly entered a meditative state to commence the absorption process. The assimilation of a billion-year soul ring was not a challenge for his current prowess. Half an hour later, Yi Xiao successfully absorbed his second martial soul and its corresponding soul ring, thereby acquiring a magnificent golden soul ring of 1 billion years. Yi smiled as he rose and approached the blue-silver grass, taking a seat to rest. Upon noticing him, the blue-silver grass eagerly reached out with its tendrils, intertwining with his hand in a tactile exchange. Yi Xiao collapsed onto the ground, gazing up at the sky. It was late at night, and the heavens were adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted into a peaceful slumber. When he awoke once more, it was already the following morning. Yi Xiao rose from the ground, reflecting on the passage of 3 days, uncertain whether Dong Guobo had departed. He pondered, likely not. Given Dong Guobo's deep affection for his granddaughter, it was improbable that he would leave without a trace. Regardless of this old poisoner, Yi Xiao once again leaped into the eye of ice and fire, cleansing himself thoroughly before emerging. He then filtered a bottle of spring water, storing the A Yin blue-silver grass into his sole guiding device for safekeeping. Dong Guobo sat at the entrance of the sunset forest, having awaited Yi Xiao for 3 days and nights, feeling a tinge of anxiety. It was not that he was unwilling to wait, but rather he feared that Yi Xiao might have taken a different route or forgotten his promise. Initially, he contemplated returning to the Eye of Ice and Fire to check on Yi Xiao, but realizing he might disturb him, he chose to remain patient. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed from a distance, causing Dong Guobo's heart to race. He turned his gaze and saw a figure gradually approaching him. Upon recognizing Yi Xiao, his face broke into a radiant smile, and he hurriedly moved towards him, taking 2 steps for every one. "Xiaoge, you have finally emerged." Chapter 81. The First Encounter with Dong Guoyan. Signing in at the Heavendou Royal Academy. At the gates of the Heavendou Royal Academy, 2 figures approached, an elder with flowing long hair clad entirely in green, and a youthful man, strikingly handsome in his regal purple attire. These 2 were none other than Dong Guobo and Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao arrived at the Royal Academy of Heavendou, accompanying Du Guobo to seek medical treatment for his granddaughter, Du Guyan. A notification chimed. "Congratulations, Master, for successfully signing in at the Royal Academy of Heavendou. Reward, Xianyuan Sword Soul Ring. Note, the item has been automatically stored in the system space. Please proceed to collect it." The sign-in reward system announced. The Xianyuan Sword? An ancient artifact, the Xianyuan Sword. Remarkable indeed. Yi smiled with delight, for it seemed that the 9th soul ring of the Zhu Xian sword had now come into existence. By the way, dear system, how many years does the Xianyuan Sword's soul ring possess? Ding. Master, the Xianyuan Sword is an ancient artifact soul ring, amounting to a staggering 10 trillion years. 10 trillion years, how astonishing. Ding. Indeed. Yi Xiao found himself at a loss for words. After all, he was in the presence of an extraordinary figure, possessing a soul ring that had existed for an astounding 100 trillion years. Is this not the poisoned Douluo? Indeed, it is that venerable elder. By the way, the individual beside him seems unfamiliar. He is quite handsome, even making a dashing young man like myself feel a flutter. Oh, come now, with looks like yours? Handsome or not, he is undoubtedly more so than you. Yi Xiao and Digubo entered the square of the Tiandou Royal Academy, immediately attracting a throng of curious students. In the face of such attention, Yi Xiao remained composed and unperturbed. Shortly thereafter, Digubo led Yi Xiao to the entrance of a dormitory and called out, "Yin Yin, Yin Yin." The door swung open, revealing a young girl, approximately 11 or 12 years of age, who stepped out to greet them. Yi Xiao cast a glance at the young girl, who bore a striking resemblance to Dong Gubo, tall, alluring, and well-developed. Clad in a green dress, the color was notably absent elsewhere. It was evident that she was none other than Dong Gubo's granddaughter, Dong Guyan. Grandfather, I thought you had gone there. How come you're back so soon? The girl rushed forward, throwing herself into Dong Gubo's embrace. With both hands wrapped around the neck of the poisoned Douluo, she planted a kiss on each cheek. Dong Gubo chuckled heartily, reciprocating with gentle pecks on her cheeks before lightly pushing her away to address Yi Xiao. Yin, I have come today with someone special for you. Upon hearing this, Dong Guyan's gaze quickly shifted, noticing for the first time another person standing behind Dong Gubo. After sizing him up, she felt an undeniable sensation. Handsome. Grandfather, are you referring to him? She asked, a flush rising to her cheeks. Internally, she pondered the implications of her grandfather introducing a boy to her. Dong Gubo, noticing his granddaughter's blush, understood her thoughts without needing to verbalize them. Grandfather. As Dong Gubo smiled, Dong Guyan's embarrassment deepened. Moreover, Yi Xiao's gaze lingered on her, amplifying her shyness. All right, Yin, let's get to the point. I brought Yi Xiao here primarily for you. For me? Dong Guyan was taken aback, confusion evident on her face. Yes, for you, Dong Gubo affirmed. She shook her head, her cheeks burning even more. Was her grandfather introducing him to her as a potential boyfriend? The mere thought made her blush even deeper. Seeing his granddaughter's shyness, Dong Gubo decided to refrain from teasing her further. Yi Xiao is well-versed in medicine. He can help expel the excess toxins from your body and heal you. Your grandfather's poison has already been cured by Yi Xiao, which is why I have invited him to assist you as well. Together, we can both live healthily, free from the fear of toxins re-emerging. Is he really that capable? Dong Guyan questioned, her skepticism lingering, yet she quickly reminded herself that this was her grandfather speaking, an esteemed titled Douluo who would undoubtedly know the truth. Thus, she chose to believe him. Immediately, her perception of Yi Xiao shifted. Hello, I am Dong Guyan, but you may call me Yin. Yi smiled and nodded. Casting a glance at Du Gubo, since we are already acquainted, let us commence without delay. I have matters to attend to afterward. Understood, Brother Xiao, Du Gubo replied. Turning to his granddaughter, Yin, with Brother Xiao assisting you, there shall be no issues. Grandfather has other obligations and will visit you again tomorrow. Grandfather. Before Du Guyan could finish her words, Du Gubo had already swiftly departed. Yi Xiao swiftly approached Du Guyan, placing a hand upon her waist. Du Guyan. Shall we tend to this outside the door or within the room? Within the room, I suppose, she replied. A blush crept across Du Guyan's cheeks as she stepped into the room ahead of him. Yi Xiao followed closely behind. It must be said that she is indeed an exquisite beauty. Unfortunately, due to the nature of her martial spirit, which necessitates the use of poison, she has been poisoned far too deeply. As Yi Xiao entered the room, he promptly closed the door and secured it with a lock. Assisting Du Guyan in expelling the poison required both luck and concentration, free from any disturbances. The act of shutting the door was one of the most effective measures to prevent unforeseen occurrences. Du Guyan settled onto her bed. She occupied a dormitory alone and rarely permitted any man to enter her quarters. The presence of a stranger in her room was utterly unexpected, leaving her unprepared. Yi Xiao, would you like some water? Du Guyan inquired, betraying a hint of anxiety. Typically, she was straightforward and unrestrained, embodying a spirit that rivaled men. Yet today, she found herself perplexed by her own demeanor. An undercurrent of tension and unease coursed through her, leading her to question whether she had been captivated by this man. There was an undeniable sensation that enveloped her. Proximity to him or the mere exchange of words ignited a profound nervousness within her. Yi Xiao, very well. Then, Du Guyan rose to pour him a glass of water. Yi Xiao took the cup of water, took a sip, and was unsure of what Dong Guyan had infused it with. Nonetheless, the water was sweet and refreshing, invigorating his spirit. So, Yi Xiao, what should I do next? Dong Guyan inquired anxiously. Yi Xiao drained the cup of water in one swift motion, then casually produced a small knife and a cup. Approaching Du Guyan, grasping her delicate right hand, he skillfully made a small incision with the blade. Place your index finger into the cup. I shall assist you in extracting the poison from within your marrow. Naturally, this procedure will not be devoid of discomfort, so brace yourself mentally. The method mirrored that of Du Gubo, and Yi Xiao chose not to elaborate further. Du Guyan nodded in understanding and proceeded to comply. Yi Xiao extended a hand, pressing it against her jade-like back, channeling an immense soul force into her innermost being. penetrating her organs and delving deep into her very marrow to expel the poison. Instantly, Du Guyan felt a tumultuous blend of sensations within her body: sourness, numbness, pain, and itchiness, creating an unbearable discomfort. It was as if a knife had been thrust into her bones, causing excruciating agony. Shortly thereafter, she observed droplets of green liquid seeping from her index finger. The torment she endured gradually began to ease. Soon, a wave of comfort washed over her, enveloping her in warmth and an indescribable sense of relief. After half an hour, Yi Xiao finally withdrew his hand from her back, declaring, "It is done." He then produced a vial of medicine for her, saying, "This is an antidote, consume it, and you shall be nearly restored." Du Guyan, overwhelmed with joy, felt the poison expelled and her body rejuvenated, exclaiming internally, "Indeed, free from poison, I feel light as a feather." "Thank you, Xiao Gu." "No need for thanks," replied Yu Xiao, waving his hand dismissively. "We have plenty of time ahead. We shall meet again." Observing him depart, Du Guyan hurriedly chased after him. But he had already vanished from sight. In her heart, she whispered towards the direction he had gone, "Xiao Gu, we will surely meet again." Naturally, even if fate did not allow for another encounter, Yi Xiao would seek her out. 5 years later. Chapter 82. The first meeting with Zhu Xuching and Zhu Zhuyun. At Nightfall Mountain. Reward: 9 Li Pot. 5 years later, in the Star Luo Empire, Star Luo City. Outside the city, at Nightfall Mountain, a girl of approximately 11 or 12 stood atop a sheer cliff, casting her gaze into the distance. She possessed a strikingly beautiful visage, fair complexion, and an alluring figure, complemented by large, expressive eyes and long legs. Though still young, she had developed exceptionally well. Her dark tresses cascaded down her back, and her eyes sparkled with a hint of confusion. Clad in a form-fitting leather ensemble, complete with leather pants and high heels, she accentuated her sensual physique. A leather tail, reminiscent of that of a feline, swayed behind her, not a true tail, yet it appeared remarkably authentic. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, heralding the arrival of another girl who appeared behind her. This newcomer seemed 5 or 6 years her senior, likely around 16 or 17 years of age. She exuded a more mature, sensual aura, embodying an intellectual beauty. Her bust and hips were fuller, her legs longer, and her overall development more exquisite. The leather-clad girl turned to glance back, and upon seeing the newcomer, her expression was filled with exasperation. "Elder sister, what brings you here?" "Ching, I am your elder sister. What reason could there be for me not to come?" The mature young woman replied, clad in a sleek black leather jacket that accentuated her alluring figure. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps echoed behind the 2 alluring maidens. The sound swiftly caught their attention, prompting them to turn and gaze back. There stood an exceptionally handsome youth, positioned a considerable distance away, having come to a halt. Upon witnessing the boy, the immediate thoughts of the 2 young women were unanimous: strikingly handsome, undeniably attractive, and irresistibly charming. Finally, a sense of unfamiliarity and intrigue enveloped them. Indeed, it was their first encounter with him, leaving them curious about his identity, origins, purpose for being there, and his destination. The youth was none other than Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao cast a glance at the 2 young maidens perched on the edge of the cliff, smiling silently. However, he quickly recognized that these 2 young ladies were none other than the illustrious sisters, Zhu Xuching and Zhu Zhuyun. It is well known that they are celebrated for their exquisite beauty and noble lineage in Xinglua City. Yet, for these young women, marriage is merely a predetermined arrangement, inscribed in ink and paper, dictating from birth the men they are destined to be with. His visit to the Xinglua Empire and Xinglua City was to ascertain whether the sisters embodied the sensuality and beauty depicted in the original texts and animations. Upon this encounter, it was evident that their reputation was well-deserved. They were not only as stunning as portrayed in the animations, but far more alluring and perfect in person than through the screen. Furthermore, a virtuous girl like Zhu Xuching would never be allowed to fall prey to Dai Mubai's advances. Likewise, Zhu Zhuyun should not be left vulnerable to Davis. Upon noticing the unfamiliar young men fixating on her and her sister, Zhu Zhuyun, sensing no ill intent, approached him. As she closed the distance to about 10 feet away, she scrutinized him from this vantage point and found his demeanor to be extraordinary, particularly his face, which possessed an unparalleled beauty. Yet, in the absence of knowledge regarding whether he was friend or foe, she maintained a degree of vigilance despite his striking appearance. Zhu Zhuyun resolved not to be beguiled by his charm. "Who are you? What brings you here?" she inquired with a serious demeanor. Observing the absence of any soul power emanating from him, she deduced that he was an ordinary person, thus feeling less threatened. She surmised that he was merely visiting the mountain for leisure, a chance encounter, and consequently relaxed her guard. At that moment, Zhu Xuching also rose and made her way toward them. Yi Xiao remained composed, gazing steadily at the two sisters. When Zhu Xuching approached Zhu Xuyin, she spoke. "If I were to claim that this is merely a coincidence, would you believe me?" Zhu Xuyin replied, and Zhu Xuching added, glancing at her sister, "Sister, shall we depart?" Zhu Xuching responded, "Elder sister, you may return first. I wish to linger a while longer." Without further ado, Zhu Xuyin turned and, in an instant, was 10 zhang away. With a few swift movements, she vanished into the woods. Such incredible speed for a young lady, Yi Xiao exclaimed, praising Zhu Xuyin's remarkable swiftness. Zhu Xuching, Yi Xiao observed as Zhu Xuching regarded the young man before her with a lingering gaze, captivated by his striking handsomeness. "Our Zhu family members possess remarkable speed," she remarked. "Was that your elder sister just now?" Yi Xiao inquired, feigning ignorance. Zhu Xuching nodded in affirmation and turned back towards the precipice. Taking a seat upon a stone, her eyes drifted towards the horizon, lost in contemplation, her thoughts a mystery. Yi smiled gently and walked over, taking a seat beside her. She then reclined on the ground, her hands serving as a pillow, gazing up at the cerulean sky. Yi Xiao closed his eyes, inhaling the fragrance that enveloped the young girl, a delightful bouquet reminiscent of blooming flowers and the wonders of nature. After a brief silence, Zhu Xuching inquired, "What is your name, and where do you hail from?" "Me?" Yi Xiao paused momentarily. "I am Yi Xiao, with Yi signifying leaf, and Xiao embodying the concealed blade within a smile. Some refer to me as Brother Xiao." Upon hearing his introduction, Zhu Xuching chuckled softly. "I discern no fluctuations of soul power emanating from you. You must be a villager from a nearby hamlet. You possess remarkable insight, young lady." Yi Xiao feigned the demeanor of an ordinary mortal devoid of any soul power. Yet, what Zhu Xuching remained unaware of was Yi Xiao's ability to obscure his true strength. Despite being at the pinnacle of level 90, there were no discernible traces of soul power about him. Zhu Xuching, with a knowing smile, remarked, as a soul master, "I can sense that you possess not a shred of soul power, which led me to this conclusion." Yi Xiao chuckled once more, saying, "You are correct. I indeed lack soul power. It was when I was 6 years old that a soul master visited our village. This soul master would come annually to assist the children who had reached the age of 6 in awakening their martial souls." Zhu Xuching nodded, speaking in a somewhat youthful tone. "That is the soul awakening master from the local branch of the martial soul hall. Typically, their role is to aid the children in various villages in awakening their martial souls, subsequently selecting the exceptional ones to nurture within the martial soul hall. Unfortunately, those like you who have awakened their martial souls but possess no soul power will forever remain unable to become a soul master." Yi Xiao, indeed. "Old Jack has said the same." Zhu Xuching, "Old Jack? Oh, you mean our village's elder, Grandpa Jack," Yi Xiao explained. Zhu Xuching chuckled softly, finding joy in their conversation, despite it revolving around trivial matters. At least there was no pressure. She could express herself freely, unencumbered by judgment or criticism. Within her family, she was the fiancée of the third prince of the Star Luo Empire, where seriousness and adherence to duty were paramount, a daily requirement. For a young lady like her, this was a demanding and rigid way of life. Yet, being in such a position left her little choice. Encountering someone with whom she could share her thoughts fostered a sense of intimacy, prompting her to engage further. Perhaps it was merely the absence of his identity as a soul master that alleviated her burdens. "What soul spirit did you awaken? Could you show me?" Zhu Xuching inquired with sudden curiosity. Yi Xiao pondered for a moment and suddenly conceived an amusing idea. Her Fuxi zither, possessing extraordinary abilities, could be played to bring joy to her. "Ding! Congratulations, Master, on successfully signing in at Nightfall Mountain. Reward, Jioli Pot. Note: the item has been automatically stored in the system space. Please proceed to collect it." The sign-in reward system announced. The Jioli Pot? Yi Xiao contemplated for a moment, possessing a certain understanding of this object, which is a type of ancient artifact. The demon refining pot, one of the rare treasures of antiquity, is endowed with extraordinary power. Legends speak of its ability to create all things, as well as its astonishing capacity for destruction. Within the pot lies a peculiar space, vast enough to seemingly encompass the entire universe. Yi Xiao contemplated that there would eventually be an opportunity to visit the Nine-Li pot. Chapter 83, A Melody Just for You. The Devoted Eater. Yi Xiao extended his hand, and Zhu Xuching's eyes widened in astonishment. In his palm, he revealed a delicate, pale pink Guqin. Yi Xiao, is this your martial spirit? The Guqin? Zhu Xuching inquired, her curiosity piqued, for such a martial spirit was indeed a rarity. You nodded. Indeed, the Fuxi Qin martial soul. Sighing, Zhu Xuching, still recovering from her astonishment, remarked, your Fuxi Qin martial soul is indeed visually captivating. It is a pity, however, that it lacks soul power, rendering it more ornamental than functional. Who claims that my martial soul is merely for show? He retorted. The Fuxi Qin martial soul is one of the 10 ancient divine artifacts. How could it possibly be without merit? Yu Xiao merely spoke these words in his heart. Since he had concealed his true abilities, it was implausible for him to reveal them immediately. Otherwise, one could only wonder how Zhu Xuching would perceive him. Very well. Lady Xuching, although I lack soul power, I can still play a melody for you using this Fuxi Qin. Yet, I cannot ascertain whether it aligns with your musical tastes. Is that true or merely a jest? Zhu Xuching questioned, her skepticism evident regarding the youth's musical prowess. Yu Xiao, the truth is indeed undeniable. A man of honor keeps his word, and it is impossible to deceive a lady. Splendid. Zhu Xuching was elated. Her spirits were already weighed down, and the melody being played for her brought her joy. At that moment, Yu Xiao glanced back and noticed a pair of bright eyes observing from within the thicket 100 paces away. An ordinary person would have overlooked its presence. Yet Yu Xiao, with his dragon's eye, could not only detect it from 100 paces but also from 1,000. Moreover, he recognized the observer as none other than Zhu Zhuyun, who had just departed. In truth, Yu Xiao had long discerned that Zhu Zhuyun's earlier departure was not genuine. She had merely concealed herself among the trees, watching the happenings unfold. Yi Xiao, with an understanding unspoken, seated himself upon the ground, magnifying his Fuxi Qin martial spirit before him, and began to play a melody directed towards Zhu Xuching. Instantly, his fingers danced gracefully across the strings, creating a harmonious resonance, producing an enchanting tune. The melody ascended from low to high, then descended, only to rise again, reaching peaks of fervor until it culminated in an exhilarating climax. Zhu Xuching, captivated by the sound of the qin, found the tune both delightful and intricate, its length weaving emotions that were both elevated and joyful. She became wholly absorbed, unconsciously moving closer to Yi Xiao, engaging in a graceful dance, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. In the distance, beyond 100 paces, hidden behind a thicket, Zhu Zhuyun, entranced by the qin's enchanting strains, lifted her delicate hands, her waist swaying gracefully, and her long legs tapping lightly, embodying unparalleled beauty. Yi Xiao played the instrument while observing the graceful and lively movements of Zhu Xuching before him. As Zhu Xuching and Zhu Zhuyun were lost in their enchanting dance, the music abruptly ceased, and their elegant postures came to a simultaneous halt. After Yi Xiao completed his melodic performance, he had indeed expended a considerable amount of both physical and spiritual energy. However, for someone of his stature, such exertion was hardly significant. Yi Xiao, I had no idea you possessed such remarkable musical talent. I was utterly entranced by this particular piece, Zhu Xuching praised. He had little to add, for the Fuxi Qin was no ordinary instrument, and the flawless execution of the piece he played was simply exquisite. Well then, Lady Xuching, dinner time has arrived, and I must return home to dine, Yi Xiao announced as he retracted the Fuxi Qin and turned to depart. Zhu Xuching felt a twinge of regret. But with Yi Xiao already a distance away, she could only let it go. Below the mountain path lay a small valley, dotted with numerous wooden cabins, both large and small. Yi Xiao stepped into one of the quaint wooden cabins and gently pushed the door open. The interior was furnished with simplicity. In the small kitchen, cockroaches and ants scurried about. In the visible corners of the room, 2 young rats cautiously peeked out, glancing at Yi Xiao's feet, their timid gaze fixed upon the sturdy soles of his shoes, too frightened to reveal themselves. With a swift motion of his hand, Yi Xiao deftly sliced a carrot into several pieces. Then, with a rhythmic precision, he transformed the carrot slices into delicate shreds. Yi Xiao stoked the fire, placed a pot on the stove, and heated oil before cracking 2 eggs into the pan for frying. In no time, the golden brown eggs were lifted from the pan, their enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen, permeating beyond the doors and windows. The fragrance danced through the air, filling the surroundings with a delightful scent that lingered for miles. Yu Xiao devoted an entire hour, meticulously frying 12 poached eggs. Only then did she refill the pot with water, bring it to a boil, and add the noodles along with shredded carrots and carrot greens. Yi Xiao's recent actions flowed seamlessly, exhibiting elegance and grace, while maintaining a refined demeanor. What appears to be mere cooking is, in fact, a sublime fusion of life and art. Bon appetit. Yi Xiao, upon the mention of dining, is reminded of a song from that world, the Song of the Eager Eater. Unconsciously, she begins to sing aloud. At last, the mealtime has arrived. The eager eater's time to feast. The first to dash towards the restaurant. For one who does not eat is scarcely human. Only when satiated does one find vigor. If the owner has not yet filled the bowl, bring another. I stifled a yawn and glanced at the clock. Oh my God! How is it still 5 minutes until the hour? Though my face may appear larger than the bowl, my appetite remains undiminished. After finishing the meal, should I indulge in a bucket of bubble tea? My mind preoccupied with the countdown, still undecided on what to eat. I find myself in a quandary when the moment to dine finally arrives. My bowl is served. Awaken, spirit of the eater. 3, 2, 1. Seize the moment. At last, the mealtime has come, the eager eater's time to feast. The first to rush to the restaurant, for one who does not eat is scarcely human. Only when satiated does one find vigor. If the owner has not yet filled the bowl, bring another. Eager eaters, the spirit of the eater, must dine with a bowl. Like a knife cutting through water, the water flows still. Only the act of eating can alleviate 1,000 sorrows. Eager eaters, charge forth. I stifled a yawn and glanced at the clock. Oh my God, how is it still 5 minutes until the hour? Though my face may appear larger than the bowl, my appetite remains undiminished. After finishing the meal, should I indulge in a bucket of bubble tea? My mind preoccupied with the countdown, still undecided on what to eat. I find myself in a quandary when the moment to dine finally arrives. My bowl is served. Awaken, spirit of the eater. 3, 2, 1. Seize the moment. At last, the mealtime has come, the eager eater's time to feast. The first to rush to the restaurant, for one who does not eat is scarcely human. Only when satiated does one find vigor. If the owner has not yet filled the bowl, bring another. After finishing a melodious song, you shall replace the bowl with a basin, for a true foodie requires a basin to fully indulge. With both hands engaged, he moved in a flurry, adding an array of fragrant spices and accompanying ingredients. He deftly placed 2 fried eggs into the basin and brought it to the table, grasping chopsticks to commence his feast. Yi Xiao picked up a fried egg, just about to speak when he was startled. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that 2 more individuals had unexpectedly appeared at the dining table. One stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, while the other reached around 1.8 meters. Yi Xiao immediately recognized that the 2 young women were none other than the sisters Zhu Xuching and Zhu Xuching. He then realized that he had been followed by them. Half a month prior, Yi Xiao had arrived in the Starfall Empire's Starfall City, where he rented a humble wooden cottage in a quaint village to temporarily reside. His purpose was quite straightforward. He had come for Zhu Xuching, and naturally, it was his intention to take Zhu Xuching along as well. Ladies, may I inquire if there is something you need? Yi Xiao asked, noticing their silence and feeling compelled to break the ice. Chapter 84, Culinary Delights. Temptation and Truth. The Zhu sisters had developed a fondness for Yi Xiao only after listening to him play a tune. Coupled with their curiosity, they decided to follow him to discover the location of his residence. However, they were taken aback to find Yi Xiao living in such a modest wooden cottage. The enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen soon caught their attention, and upon seeing that he had prepared dinner, their stomachs rumbled in unison, revealing their hunger. They naturally wished to partake in the meal. Zhu Xuching, her eyes sparkling with delight, remarked, Yi Xiao, as newcomers to your abode, should we not display our hospitality and ensure our bellies are filled? Yi Xiao did not anticipate that the 2 sisters had come to her home merely to satiate their hunger. She mused that they must have come to visit, fortuitously arriving just as she was preparing a meal. Seeing that Zhu Xuching remained silent, Yi Xiao simply gestured towards the kitchen, indicating that there was still food in the pot, fried eggs on the stove, and an assortment of side dishes for them to help themselves. Thank you. Without further ado, Zhu Xuching dashed into the kitchen. Yi Xiao, I shall join you, she added with a hint of shyness before gracefully turning and entering the kitchen. Yi Xiao gazed at Zhu Xuching's back, speechless. Given Zhu Xuching's physique, in a few years, she would undoubtedly surpass Zhu Xuching in allure. However, she was currently just over 11, still in the early stages of development. In 6 months, when she turns 12 and attends Shrek Academy, her figure will undoubtedly become even more captivating. Yi Xiao was indeed famished, picking up her chopsticks to indulge in a hearty feast. Before long, Zhu Xuching and Zhu Xuching emerged, each bearing a bowl brimming with noodles. Naturally, Zhu Xuching seized 5 of the remaining 8 poached eggs. Zhu Xuching's bowl contained 3 as well. The trio gathered around the table, savoring a delightful and delectable meal. Yu Xiao finished half a basin of food before slowing down her chopsticks and glancing at the two sisters. By the way, Zhu Xuching, Zhu Zhuyun. How about staying at my house tonight? Zhu Xuching and Zhu Zhuyun merely felt that the person uttering those words harbored some ulterior motives. Yu Xiao discerned the sister's skepticism. The truth is, I have an event planned for tonight and would like to extend an invitation to both of you. However, if you are unwilling to attend, have prior commitments, or fear your parents' concern over a late return, simply disregard my invitation. Zhu Zhuyun inquired. An event? What kind of event? If there are delicious treats and enjoyable activities, I shall stay. Though Zhu Xuching remained silent, her quietude spoke volumes, signifying her tacit agreement. Yu Xiao, the village is blessed with fertile soil and excellent water quality, teeming with various fish species such as loach, yellow eel, and field frogs. We can venture out tonight to catch some. Fortunately, I possess a deft hand at grilling, and once we have our catch, I shall prepare a splendid feast for you all, ensuring that you savor the most exquisite delicacies. Are these edible? Zhu Zhuyun inquired. Her question revealed her lack of experience with such fare. Yu Xiao contemplated, as the eldest daughter of the Zhu family. She had been accustomed to a life of luxury since childhood and had yet to encounter the rustic delicacies of the countryside. If fortune favored her, perhaps she might even catch a turtle or two. A few days ago, Yu Xiao observed that the village had caught loaches, eels, frogs, and turtles, all of which were simply boiled in water, resulting in a rather unpalatable taste. Therefore, with quality ingredients at hand, one must not let them go to waste. Xiao Ge, we have arrived. Suddenly, two children dashed in from outside. The girl, around 6 years old, and the boy, approximately 8. Yu Xiao cast a glance at the two individuals before introducing them to Zhu Xuching. These are my neighbors, the siblings, Xiao Ming and Xiao Tong. Hello. Zhu Zhuyun greeted politely. The siblings did not respond, instead turning towards Yu Xiao. Xiao Ming spoke first. We have prepared everything. Shall we depart now? He nodded. Indeed. Let's go. Xiao Tong clapped her hands. Wonderful. Yu Xiao refrained from further conversation, swiftly finishing the contents of her bowl. She then led her sisters and the two brothers toward the fields. The village was abundant in resources, and it wasn't long before Yu Xiao, accompanied by several young women, had caught a considerable number of eels, loaches, and field frogs. Ultimately, she guided the group to a nearby stream, where they collected numerous sand snails. They returned home with their bountiful harvest. Yu Xiao showcased her culinary prowess, with Xiao Ming and Xiao Tong assisting her, while Zhu Xuching and Zhu Zhuyun observed from the sidelines. After all, the sisters had never ventured into the realm of cooking, having remained untouched by it since childhood. Under the full moon, Yu Xiao carried the table from the restaurant to the open area outside, where all the delectable dishes were elegantly presented. Yu Xiao brought the final dish of stir-fried river snails to the table, and Zhu Xuching and Zhu Zhuyun could hardly contain their anticipation. Let us eat, he declared, prompting Xiao Ming, Xiao Tong, Zhu Zhuyun, and Zhu Xuching to eagerly dive in with their hands. The eel, the loach, and the frog had all been transformed into delectable barbecued delicacies, enhanced by Yu Xiao's unique blend of spices that tantalized the senses with their vibrant colors and aromas. A hefty 9-pound soft-shelled turtle had been simmered into a nourishing turtle soup. The river snails were stir-fried to perfection. Wow, this is delicious, absolutely exquisite, Zhu Zhuyun exclaimed as she savored each bite. Although Zhu Xuching remained silent, his hands and mouth were in constant motion, relishing the feast with unabashed delight. Xiao Ming and Xiao Tong were similarly engrossed, their little bellies already round, yet they continued to savor every morsel with great enthusiasm. Brother Xiao, we often eat these dishes, but we've never tasted them prepared this exquisitely, Xiao Ming praised. Xiao Tong nodded vigorously, wholeheartedly agreeing with his brother's sentiment. Yu smiled silently. As a time traveler, her repository of culinary knowledge far surpassed that of the semi-civilized society of Douluo Continent. Before long, the siblings, Xiao Ming and Xiao Tong, had their bellies round and full, reluctantly leaving the table. Yu Xiao, in order to avoid being reprimanded by their parents for returning home late with her younger siblings, meticulously packed some food for them to bring back as a delightful treat for their parents. Zhu Xuching, feeling her full belly, lowered her head in slight embarrassment, realizing she had never eaten so heartily in her life. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuyun, holding a bamboo skewer, was savoring the stir-fried snails with great enjoyment. As she indulged, she glanced over at Yu Xiao and remarked, Yu Xiao, there is still more than half a basin of stir-fried snails left. Would it be all right if I took some home to enjoy tomorrow? Yu Xiao truly grasped the essence of the saying. Zhu Xuching certainly cannot bear the consequences of her actions. It is commendable to assist others. If you are willing, then by all means, take it. Yu Xiao cast a glance at Zhu Xuching and said, Miss Zhu, shall we split it evenly? 1/2 for each? Very well, Zhu Xuching replied without hesitation. The delectable stir-fried river snails were simply too exquisite to waste. The two sisters each procured a bag and divided the remaining half-bowl of stir-fried snails with great care. Before waving goodbye to Yu Xiao and taking their leave, Yu Xiao did not linger, for with the prowess and swiftness of the two sisters, traversing the night was no challenge. He tidied up the remnants, stripped down to fetch water from the well, and promptly returned to his chamber, closing the door behind him and retiring to bed. Days later, in the courtyard of the Zhu family estate, Zhu Xuching sat alone on a stone bench beneath a tree, frequently reminiscing about her encounter with Yu Xiao. She recalled the enchanting melodies he played on the Fuxi Qin, exquisite and captivating, rendering her spellbound. She thought of that evening spent in the fields, catching frogs, gathering snails, and hunting for eels, their bodies caked in mud. The taste of the delectable dishes he prepared made her salivate, igniting an impulse to seek him out once more. Yet, thoughts of Dai Mubai darkened her countenance, leaving her pale and feeble. Chapter 85. Signing in at the Zhu family estate. Reward, Fire Spear. Farewell, Zhu Xuching, Zhu Xuching. Just as Zhu Xuching was lost in thought, a gust of wind swept past her face, lifting her long hair and filling the air with a sweet fragrance. Her beautiful eyes darted to the side, where she was astonished to see a figure appearing beside her, a person clad in a Dragon King mask. Startled, Zhu Xuching instinctively recoiled, scrutinizing the newcomer. There was something familiar about the person's silhouette, and the essence seemed oddly recognizable. She pondered, it felt akin to someone she knew, merely concealed by a mask, yet unable to discern their identity. Who are you? What brings you here? In truth, it was none other than Yu Xiao, though the Dragon King mask obscured his true visage, rendering Zhu Xuching unable to recognize him. Yu Xiao did not respond immediately. Remaining composed and seated, I am who I am, perhaps someone you have encountered before. Zhu Xuching could only think of the person she had seen on the mountain a few days prior, yet she felt a disconnect. She reasoned that since Yu Xiao lacked soul power, he could not possibly be the one. The estate was heavily guarded. Unless one possessed a command from the Zhu family or was accompanied by an acquaintance, not even a fly could enter, let alone a living person. Thus, Zhu Xuching dismissed the possibility of him being that individual. Speak quickly, or I shall not be courteous. This Xuching, indeed, had taken on the role of a villain. Yu Xiao raised his hand and removed the Dragon King mask from his face, revealing his true visage before her. Yu Xiao, is it truly you? Zhu Xuching exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing his genuine countenance. A mixture of joy, surprise, fear, and concern surged within her. The joy stemmed from her long-held desire to meet him, while the concern arose from the knowledge that he had trespassed into the Zhu family estate. If caught by the guards, he could be apprehended, interrogated, and ultimately face execution. Yu Xiao, I have heard that you are Zhu Xuching, the third daughter of the Zhu family. I took the liberty to visit you and brought along some stir-fried snails for you to enjoy as a snack. With that, he produced a large basin and presented it before her. Zhu Xuching gazed at the basin in his hands, her heart swelling with emotion. She extended her delicate, fair hands to unveil the lid, and her eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, she was not disappointed. The basin was brimming with stir-fried snails, eliciting a radiant smile of happiness. Thank you. She graciously accepted the offering, drawing it into her embrace. As Yu Xiao observed her gathering her belongings, he rose and said, Miss Xuching, I entered rather stealthily, so I shan't linger too long. I shall visit you again when time permits. Zhu Xuching, initially inclined to voice her disappointment at his imminent departure, recalled that he had come in secret. To avoid detection, it was indeed prudent for him to leave promptly. Very well, allow me to escort you out, she offered. No, Miss Xuching, your ambitions are too grand. My presence would only draw attention. I shall manage my exit independently. Zhu Xuching was momentarily taken aback, pondering how he had entered without any soul power and how he had navigated past the gatekeeper. Just as she lifted her gaze to inquire, Yu Xiao had vanished without a trace. Bewildered, she mused that such swiftness should not be attributed to a lack of soul power. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on signing in at the Zhu residence. Reward, Fire Spear. Note, the item has been automatically stored in the system space. Please proceed to retrieve it. The sign-in reward system announced. Fire Spear? Yu Xiao also smiled, thinking to herself. This system's sister has successfully gathered the 5 essential items of Neza, the wind and fire wheels, the universe ring, the heavenly silk, the golden brick, and the fire-tipped spear. Currently, all that remains is the elusive 3 heads and 6 arms. Xiao shook his head, scaling the wall of the Zhu family estate from the backyard, and made his way to the bustling main street of Xinglua City. A glance around revealed numerous enchanting women, young mothers, and elegant matrons, all exuding their charm. It was time to visit the Royal Academy of Xinglua, to sign in and perhaps catch a glimpse of Zhu Zhuyun. The Royal Academy of Xinglua was perched upon a hillside to the north of the city, its elevated position offering a vast and spacious campus. Within the Academy's library, Zhu Zhuyun was holding a book, yet her gaze was not upon the pages. Instead, she was lost in thought, staring out the window. Suddenly, a youth donned in a Dragon King mask appeared before her, taking a seat opposite her. Startled, Zhu Zhuyun snapped back to reality, her eyes widening at the unexpected presence. "Who are you? Why do you conceal your face behind a mask?" she questioned. He was none other than Xiao. Xiao remained motionless, exuding an air of calm composure. "Speak quickly, or I shall take your life," Zhu Zhuyun threatened with a fierce display. "I am well aware of the formidable claws of the Zhu family's nether spirit cat martial soul. I cannot be intimidated. I shall reveal my true intentions." Xiao removed the mask from her head, fully revealing her visage before her. Zhu Zhuyun exclaimed, Xiao, Zhu Zhuyun, Xiao, Zhu Zhuyun, Xiao, our academy is under strict surveillance. How did you manage to enter?" Xiao, with an air of uncertainty. Mused, cats have their own paths, and mice theirs. The world is vast and full of wonders. If one believes, possibilities abound. If one does not, possibilities still exist. This is an immutable law of existence. The myriad phenomena of nature reflect this truth, and how much more so does it apply to us humans? Zhu Zhuyun inquired. "Then why have you sought me out? What is your purpose?" Xiao countered with a question of his own. "What do you think?" Zhu Zhuyun replied. "It is precisely because I do not know that I am asking you." A sudden thought crossed her mind. Did you not lack soul power? Did you perhaps enter by climbing over the wall? Xiao shook his head, unwilling to concede. "Nonsense. With my abilities, why would I need to scale walls? Allow me to share a clandestine secret. I am actually at level 90. Miss Zhuyun, you mustn't divulge this to anyone, or I shall never have the chance to enter again." Zhu Zhuyun couldn't help but laugh at this. "If you are at level 90, then I must be at level 99, a limit Douluo." Her laughter grew louder and more joyful, drawing the attention of several students in the library towards her and Xiao. Xiao, after all, he is the only one in the academy not wearing a uniform, inevitably making him the most distinctive presence in the library. Could this be Miss Zhu Zhuyun from the Zhu family? Indeed, it is her, however. The boy seated opposite her is someone I have never encountered before. Judging by his lack of uniform, he must be affiliated with the Zhu family. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for him to converse with the esteemed young lady. It is understandable, for Miss Zhu is the betrothed of the crown prince. Who would dare to approach her frivolously, unless they are courting peril? In the eastern corner of the library, 3 boys are quietly discussing the pair. "I implore you, Miss Zhuyun, trust me, all that I speak is the truth." Xiao mused, pondering why she would not believe his earnest words. If it were not for the 9th soul ring rewarded by the system, the Xian Yuan Sword Soul Ring, a formidable entity spanning 10 trillion years, its power is indeed overwhelming. Xiao has always hesitated to absorb, fearing that he would be unable to withstand the impact of 100 trillion years. Otherwise, he would have long since absorbed enough to become a title de law. Zhu Zhuyun chuckled and said, "Whether others believe it or not, I certainly do not." She then recalled something. "Oh, Xiao, I have a craving. Those barbecues you prepared that night, especially the stir-fried snails, were absolutely delectable. What should I do about my desire for more? How about you go back and catch some, prepare them for me, and bring them over? I will gladly pay for it." Xiao did not respond immediately. After pondering for a moment, he remarked, "If you are willing to assist me, not only will you savor fried snails, but also roasted eels, yellow eels, and turtle soup this afternoon." Chapter 86. The Library. Signing in at the Star Luo Royal Academy. Reward, Eastern Sovereign Bell. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on successfully signing in at the Star Luo Royal Academy. Reward, Eastern Sovereign Bell. The item has been automatically stored in the Soul System space. Please proceed to collect it, announced the sign-in reward system. Yu Xiaoxin remarked, the Eastern Emperor Bell. One of the 10 ancient divine artifacts is truly remarkable. Hey, Yu Xiao, why are you grinning foolishly? Oh. Yu Xiao finally regained his composure and whispered into Zhu Zhuyun's ear, Zhuyun, I have brought quite a few small field snails with me to your academy. If you wish to indulge, you may, though they are not yet prepared. I was hoping to set up a small stall in your dormitory area. You need not worry about expenses, just focus on enjoying the feast. Oh? Yu Xiao, are you suggesting that I assist you in securing a space to conduct your business? Yu Xiao, just tell me, is it feasible? Zhu Zhuyun, in a moment of hesitation, replied, Our academy enforces stringent regulations. Typically, students are prohibited from engaging in business with external parties within the premises. However, I am willing to make an exception for the sake of savoring the stir-fried rice snails you prepare. Oh, follow me. With that, Zhu Zhuyun stood up and made her way towards the library exit. Yu Xiao found himself at a loss for words and could only rise to follow her. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuyun turned back to glance at him. If anyone inquires about your relationship to me, simply say that you are my cousin. Yu Xiao, Zhu Zhuyun unwilling? Yu Xiao, what I mean to say is, why not a cousin or something of that sort? Zhu Zhuyun, shortly thereafter. Zhu Xingyun led him to the entrance of a dormitory, opened the door, and stepped inside without hesitation. Yu Xiao cast a glance inside the door, pondering to herself. Could this possibly be her dormitory? No, it was not her dormitory. What was she doing here? As Yu Xiao stepped inside, a fragrant aroma immediately enveloped him. This scent bore a striking resemblance to that which adorned Zhu Zhuyun, leaving no doubt that this was indeed Zhu Zhuyun's dormitory. Yu Xiaojiang stepped outside to observe that the dormitories of the Xingluo Royal Academy were situated on either side of the dormitory plaza. Perched on the hillside behind the teaching buildings, this elevated terrain stood approximately 10 meters higher than the area of the teaching buildings. The altitude provided excellent ventilation, abundant natural light, and a significantly drier atmosphere, rendering it an ideal living environment for the students. To the left of the dormitory plaza lay the male students' accommodations, while to the right were the female students' quarters, with the teachers' residences positioned within. The central dormitory plaza extended 100 zhang in length and 50 zhang in width. Except for the three-story teachers' dormitory, all student accommodations were single-story structures. The Xingluo Royal Academy itself was divided into 3 divisions: the junior class, encompassing grades 1 through 6, the intermediate class, covering grades 7 and 8, and the senior class, comprising grade 9 and above. As the foremost academy of the empire, the facilities and arrangements of Xingluo Royal Academy were undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Upon entering the dormitory, Zhu Zhuyun poured a glass of water for Yu Xiao and then reclined on her bed. Yu Xiao took a sip from the glass of water. It lacked any distinct flavor, so he set it down upon the table, noticing that the room contained only a single bed. Yu Xiao deduced that Zhu Zhuyun occupied a solo dormitory. You live alone in this room? He inquired. Zhu Zhuyun replied, Yes, is there a problem with that? Yu Xiao remained silent as she approached the bed and took a seat, gazing at Zhu Zhuyun, who exhibited no visible emotional response to the presence of another at her bedside. Yu Xiao, how did I come to realize that you are no ordinary person? Zhu Zhuyun suddenly remarked, catching her off guard. In her heart, Yu Xiao thought, indeed, Zhu Zhuyun is not easily deceived. With a charming smile, Zhu Zhuyun continued, Yet, I can't help but feel that your approach towards me harbors ulterior motives. Her suspicions were confirmed. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The more she pondered, the better. This indicated that she held some interest in herself. If she were indifferent, it would suggest a lack of regard, and being overlooked is hardly a commendable state. Yu Xiao, there is a purpose in nature. Without your assistance, how could I possibly sell fried snails at your esteemed academy? Zhu Zhuyun shook her head. That is not what I meant. I was inquiring how you came to know that I am a student of the Xingluo Royal Academy. Such a question is rather trivial. Yu Xiao maintained her composure, stating, Zhu Zhuyun, you revealed your name to me that day. How could I possibly be unaware of your identity? Your family stands as the pillar of the Xingluo royal lineage. In Xingluo City, few are oblivious to your prominence. Zhu Zhuyun, the eldest daughter of the Zhu family, has been betrothed since childhood to the eldest prince of the royal Dai family, Davis. It would be astonishing if one were unaware of this. Furthermore, your sister Zhu Xuching is also engaged to the third prince, Dai Mubai. While outsiders may be ignorant, residing in Xingluo City, I have been immersed in such matters. Even if I have never laid eyes on you, my ears have grown weary from hearing your names. Thus, when you overheard my sister and my names that day, you discerned our status. Zhu Zhuyun inquired. Naturally, came the retort. I traveled a great distance from Nodding City to seek you. How could I not recognize you? Yu Xiao shook her head and remarked. Merely relying on names is insufficient to elucidate the identities of you two sisters. However, your demeanor and attire unmistakably reveal your elevated status. Furthermore, I have long heard of the eldest and third young ladies of the Zhu family, renowned for their natural beauty and exceptional figures in the capital. Summarizing these points, along with your true names, it would be a grave underestimation of others' intellect if I, a young man of distinction, were to lack such discernment. Zhu Xuyin nodded in agreement. If that is the case, you do not appear to be an ordinary rustic villager. At the very least, one aspect is evident. You possess a unique perspective, keen observational skills, and a talent for discerning details, alongside independent thought and judgment. Moreover, you are rather suspicious, are you not? Otherwise, upon encountering me in Xuching, you would not ponder so deeply, contemplating this and that, even tracing our steps to the academy to seek me out, to offer you a compliment. It truly would be a waste of your talents not to pursue a career as a scout. Yi Xiao. All right, my lady, after all your words. Is it not merely an attempt to compel me to acknowledge my uniqueness? Since you are already aware of my distinctiveness and it has pleased you, may I inquire whether my business can still thrive within the esteemed Starry Royal Academy? Is there a place where I might set up my stall? And might I ask if you are keen to savor the stir-fried river snails I prepare? Upon hearing stir-fried river snails, Zhu Xuyin perked up. What need is there for a stall if there are stir-fried river snails? I am not in want of money, and I do relish them. Whatever quantity you have, I shall purchase. Yu Xiao, is that true or false? Zhu Xuyin, do I appear to be someone who jokes around? Yu Xiao shook his head and, with a wave of his hand, 5 large burlap sacks appeared on the ground. Miss Zhu Xuyin, this amounts to 500 pounds. Are you certain you wish to purchase all of it? Zhu Xuyin was left speechless, taken aback by his sudden procurement of such a substantial quantity. Although she was not lacking in funds and could afford the purchase, she realized that consuming such a vast amount at once would indeed lead to wastage. This is far too much. I truly cannot consume it all, she exclaimed. Moreover, Yi Xiao, how much time did it take you to amass 500 pounds of these snails? Yi Xiao shook her head and said, to be honest, these pond snails are not solely my endeavor. They represent the collective labor of the entire village. I have merely taken it upon myself to sell them on their behalf, earning a modest sum for my efforts, while the remainder constitutes their income. Given this understanding, it is not entirely unreasonable. If you are willing to feign the role of my cousin, my involvement should generally mitigate any potential issues. Yi Xiao, Zhu Xuyin said as she climbed out of bed. By the way, Yi Xiao, have you brought your cooking utensils? Otherwise, how will you set up your stall? Wait, that is not right. How did you manage to bring those 500 pounds of river snails? A soul guiding device? Can you actually use a soul guiding device? Yi Xiao reached out to retrieve the 5 burlap bags of river snails, saying, very well, I confess, I do possess a soul guide. Moreover, I have already informed you that I am of the 9th rank. If you choose not to believe it, what more can I say? Yi Xiao shrugged his shoulders, expressing his helplessness. TCH. Zhu Xuyin simply did not believe him. Stepping out of his dormitory, she led him to the square at the center of the dormitory complex, saying, here we shall set up our stall. I assure you, business will not be lacking. However, it must be understood that while I shall not charge you for the stall or labor, you must ensure that I am well fed and satisfied. Yi Xiao, it's a trivial matter. As long as your belly is ample enough, I can certainly fulfill it. Zhu Xuyin, that will suffice. Yi Xiao, very well. He said little more, casually retrieving a culinary cart from the soul guide device, filled with an array of pots, pans, spices, and ingredients, ready to commence his work. Chapter 87. An aroma in the air. A large pot, capable of holding 3 portions, was placed upon the stove of the stall by Yi Xiao. He then turned to Zhu Xuyin beside him and said, go fetch a few buckets of water. I shall prepare the river snails. Me? Zhu Xuyin responded, momentarily rendered speechless. Yi Xiao, when did I become your subordinate? Yi Xiao, Zhu Yun, if you wish to indulge in the stir-fried river snails sooner, you must hasten your pace. Of course. There is also the turtle soup. Without water, one cannot prepare the soup. Humph, were it not for the allure of the stir-fried river snails and turtle soup, I would not heed your words. With that, Zhu Xuyin, visibly irritated, picked up the water bucket and departed. Yi Xiao casually retrieved a hefty 10-pound turtle from the soul guide device. After a brief preparation, she sliced it into numerous pieces and placed them into a pot. Next, she added an array of seasonings and poured in an entire pot of water, setting it to boil. She mused to herself that this wild turtle soup would not only be fragrant, but also highly nourishing. Before long, the water began to bubble, and the aroma of the turtle broth wafted through the air, enchanting all around. Yu Xiao skillfully prepared the turtle soup, then proceeded to pour oil into the pot, commencing the sought ing of the river snails. In less than an hour, 500 pounds of river snails had been expertly cooked in 2 large woks, infused with flavor and now awaiting the arrival of eager customers. Truly delectable. Zhu Xuching had already taken her seat at the table, relishing each bite with great satisfaction. The enticing aroma of the sought-ed river snails soon attracted a considerable number of students. Yu Xiao retrieved a grand chair from the soul guiding device and placed it before the stall, settling comfortably upon it. He then turned to Zhu Xuching and said, "Xuching, please fetch a few individuals to assist me. Otherwise, I shall be overwhelmed with tasks soon." Zhu Xuching pondered for a moment and replied, "Yu Xiao, it is certainly feasible to invite others, but what shall their remuneration be once they arrive?" Yu Xiao pondered for a moment. How about 10 golden soul coins per person? With an abundance of stir-fried snail and turtle soup to indulge in? Just wait, I shall summon others at once. With that, Zhu Xuching swiftly departed. If her intuition served her correctly, she was undoubtedly off to gather her companions. Yu Xiaoxin remarked that in the original text, the starry battle team comprised 7 members, 3 men and 4 women. Among them were the sinister-eyed white tiger, Davis, the boisterous water buffalo, Ingwei, and the reflective mirror, Leon. Additionally, there were the ethereal spirit cat, Zhu Xuching, the formidable thunder wolf, Tang Hongning, and the harmonious sisters, Yang Mingxin and Dong Hui. In the elite competition of the prestigious academies across the continent, several of them had attained levels in the 40s, marking them as prodigies. After all, Tang San had received extraordinary advantages, while Dai Mubai, Oscar, and others benefited from divine herbs, propelling their rapid advancement. Otherwise, they would indeed struggle against Zhu Xuching and her companions. Soon, with a delightful laugh, Zhu Xuching arrived accompanied by 3 young ladies. Upon hearing the voice, Yu Xiao immediately turned her gaze. She noticed that the 3 young maidens she had brought along were of similar age to Zhu Xuching, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old. After all, Zhu Xuching was 7 years senior to Zhu Xuching, making her 18 this year. The 3 maidens approached, and upon seeing Yu Xiao seated with his legs crossed, exuding an exquisite beauty and striking handsomeness, they could not help but steal a few more glances. Zhu Xuching promptly directed her gaze towards him and stated, "The individuals have been located, and the terms have been established. You must fulfill your promise, otherwise I shall not show you mercy." Yu smiled brightly, affirming, "Of course." Zhu Xuching, unperturbed by any possibility of him reneging, promptly gestured towards the several young ladies beside her. "This is my cousin Yu. Today he has come to the academy to sell stir-fried river snails. Feel free to indulge. Over there, you will also find turtle soup, which you may enjoy at your leisure." The 3 young ladies, overjoyed, immediately shed any reservations and joined Zhu Xuching in the delightful pursuit of culinary delights. Yu smiled wryly, thinking to herself that Zhu Xuching truly regarded herself as one of their own. Nonetheless, it was for the best. In due course, Zhu Xuching and her companions would indeed become like family. "How much are the stir-fried river snails per pound?" A student approached promptly to inquire. Additionally, several other male and female students, drawn by the enticing aroma, approached as well. Zhu Xuching, uncertain, turned to Yi and asked, "How much is it per pound?" Yu Xiao contemplated for a moment and extended a finger. 10 copper soul coins per pound. Perhaps 10? Zhu Xuching replied, "Very well. This esteemed student, the proprietor has stated it is 10 copper soul coins per pound. 10 copper soul coins per pound? Why not just seize it? Indeed, it is rather exorbitant. Yes, it is somewhat pricey, yet these stir-fried snails appear far more fragrant than those sold on the street. If they prove delectable, I deem it worth the cost," remarked the man with a horse-like face. "If they are unpalatable, I would not eat them even if they were offered for free. Indeed, if they are delicious, I too wish to purchase some for a taste." Upon hearing the price, the group of students began to murmur, not inclined to make an immediate purchase, all merely observing. Zhu Xuching, hearing the cacophony of voices, felt uncertain about what to do. Having never engaged in business before, she turned to Yu Xiao and asked, "What shall we do? Perhaps we should lower the price to 5 copper soul coins per pound?" Yu Xiao remained silent, contemplating that in critical moments, one must take initiative. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, he rose and approached the stall, gazing at the dozen or so students gathered before him. One young man remarked, "This handsome fellow is truly striking, charming from head to toe." He then turned to a girl at the back with an elongated neck, exclaiming, "And this beauty is genuinely stunning, exquisite from top to bottom." Finally, he addressed the remaining 16 individuals, declaring, "And you, and her, are undeniably beautiful. You, and him, are indeed handsome. I must say, this is my first visit to Xinghua Academy, and I am astonished that amidst the crowd, there are only such striking gentlemen and lovely ladies." The laughter of the young men and women at the stall erupted in response to Yi Zhao's flattering words. Zhu Xuching, Tang Hongning, Dong Hui, and Yang Mingxin were all taken aback by Yu Zhao's audacity. They had encountered shamelessness before, but had never witnessed such brazen boldness. In a bid to sell fried snails, he had truly gone all out. What were mere individuals of varying heights and shapes transformed in his words into unparalleled beauties and handsome figures, ethereal beings descending from the heavens. They could not help but question their own perceptions of him. Zhu Xuching suspected that Yi Xiao was, in fact, praising himself, but lacked the evidence to support her suspicion. This young lad has quite the sweet tongue, she mused, finding his words surprisingly convincing. If you ask me, he is merely a vendor of fried snails. Yet he employs such exquisite language, it's rather delightful. I fear he might be a duplicitous character, insincerely seeking our favor to sell his wares. But then again, one cannot strike a smiling face. At least he spoke a profound truth. I am indeed handsome. Very well. In truth, I am the most handsome among you. Do not harbor jealousy or envy, for I am but a legend, he quipped. The crowd erupted into endless banter, and the lively scene quickly attracted onlookers from the nearby dormitories, causing the gathering to swell even further. Yu Xiao gazed at the throng of people, which had swelled from a mere dozen to over 100, her smile growing ever more radiant. Indeed, this is the effect we desired. Chapter 88. A frenzy of competition. Yu Xiao, what if they don't make any purchases? Zhu Xuching observed the crowd gathering, yet noted with uncertainty that no one seemed inclined to buy, leaving her at a loss for words. Yun, fret not. Our fried snails will sell themselves. Our only concern is whether we can keep up with the demand. Yu Xiao had his own plans. Otherwise, he would not have brought 500 pounds of rice snails to set up a stall at the Xinghua Royal Academy. Very well. Let us pretend I never said anything. Zhu Xuching believed that apart from his eloquence, Yu Xiao possessed little genuine skill, merely boasting without substance. The trio of Yang Mingxin, Dong Hui, and Tang Hongning observed Yu Xiao's demeanor, rendered speechless, feeling he was not there to conduct business but rather to entertain, lacking any semblance of seriousness. The thoughts of the young women could hardly escape his notice. Rather than engage in lengthy explanations with Zhu Xuching, he promptly stepped forward and declared, "Everyone, please quiet down. The stir-fried rice snails from my family are absolutely delectable. There is no other like them. If you pass by, you must not miss this opportunity. Come and see for yourselves. How can you possibly prove that your stir-fried rice snails are as delicious as you claim? Is it merely based on your words?" Suddenly, a plump young man from the crowd voiced his skepticism. Indeed, the crowd echoed their agreement with the young man's remarks. Zhu Xuching, Dong Hui, and the others remained silent, simply watching Yi Xiao, curious to see how he would respond next. No problem. After ensuring the crowd's silence with a gentle gesture, Yi Xiao remarked, "Whether it is delectable or not, one must not rely solely on mere words. We must be genuine in our assessments. To put it plainly, I consider myself to be an honest individual, and thus I would never deceive others, even if it means misleading myself." Ah, what a lovely sentiment! Someone interjected. Indeed. Yet, the goods have not even been sold, and already you are praising yourself. The crowd chuckled, playfully chiding him to continue his boastful claims. Yu Xiao disregarded their presence and continued, "Now we have arrived at the moment to witness a miracle." As he spoke, he approached the third large, barrel-shaped pot and lifted the lid, saying, "Everyone, take a whiff. Does it not smell delightful?" Upon hearing this, the crowd instinctively inhaled deeply, indeed detecting the enticing aroma wafting from within the pot. Immediately, a young girl from the lower grade could no longer contain her curiosity and exclaimed, "Big brother, what is inside?" Yi Xiao, soup. Soup? Everyone is intoxicated. What kind of soup could be so fragrant? It's turtle soup, made from a 10-pound giant turtle. Combined with my exclusive secret recipe, I guarantee that a single sip will leave everyone enchanted for a lifetime, forever etched in their memory. Is it truly so? I find it hard to believe. I too harbor doubts. A few girls chimed in with soft exclamations. Yu Xiao then remarked, "Let us organize into 4 lines, taking turns to sample our offerings. Indulge in a complimentary tasting. If you find it delectable, you may purchase, but if it does not please your palate, there shall be no charge. Furthermore, With every purchase of a pound or more of stir-fried river snails, you will receive a complimentary bowl of fragrant turtle soup. The time to act is now. Let us begin without delay. Should you not queue, you will forfeit the chance to savor this aromatic and exquisitely nourishing turtle soup. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was instantly stirred by their appetites, enticed by the prospect of a free tasting and the allure of turtle soup. Within mere minutes, a well-organized line of over 100 eager patrons was formed. The moment had arrived. It was time to commence. Yu Xiao swiftly turned her gaze towards Zhu Xuching, Dong Hui, Tang Hongning, and Yang Mingxin, instructing, each of you should sample one. Let us proceed one by one. The weighing shall be entrusted to you, Zhu Yun, while I attend to the soup over there. The girls responded affirmatively, with Zhu Xuching offering a brief acknowledgement before exchanging glances with Dong Hui and the others. As they busily grabbed their spoons, the first bald young man stepped forward and stood before Zhu Xuching. She deftly pierced a fried snail with a toothpick and extended it towards him. The bald young man eagerly accepted it and began to taste it, leading to a moment of silence as he savored the flavor of the fried snail meat. The crowd behind him watched intently, curious to see if the dish lived up to the vendor's boastful claims. Zhu Yun, I want 10 kilograms. Bring me 10 kilograms. The bald young man exclaimed suddenly, as if a volcano had erupted. Zhu Xuching was taken aback. She had not anticipated that he would request such a large quantity after just one taste. However, upon reflection, she understood. Considering Yu Zhao's culinary prowess, even she could easily consume 8 or 10 kilograms in one sitting. As she observed the growing throng, her initial delight at the bustling business faded into concern. If each person were to purchase 10 or 8 kilograms, would there be any left for her? No. I must set some aside for myself. Otherwise, all of Yu Zhao's efforts this afternoon would yield no benefit for me. Zhu Yun, are you all right? The bald young man, noticing her daze, prompted her with urgency. Oh, Zhu Xuching replied, finally snapping back to reality. She looked at him and asked, are you indeed looking to purchase 10 kilograms? He nodded, then shook his head. Not 10 kilograms, but 20 kilograms. 20 kilograms? Zhu Xuching frowned. I distinctly heard you say you'd only take 10. Why the sudden change? The bald young man sheepishly scratched his head, admitting, I was initially buying for myself, but now I realize my girlfriend has never tasted such delicious fried snails. So I want to bring her 10 kilograms as well. That's reasonable, right? Zhu Xuching felt a pang of annoyance, thinking to herself, how dare he flaunt his affection in front of me? Reluctantly, she picked up a bag, waited, and handed it to the bald young man, saying, I'm sorry, but there's a limit of 10 kilograms per person. I cannot sell more. The bald young man was visibly frustrated, but, facing Zhu Xuching, he refrained from arguing. He accepted the bag and made his way to Yu Xiao, eager to enjoy the complimentary turtle soup. Boss, I bought 10 kilograms. Does that mean I can have the free turtle soup? He inquired as he approached Yu Xiao. Yi nodded and presented a bowl of turtle soup to him. Yes. The turtle soup is complimentary. The bald young man happily accepted it, took a small sip, and his eyes immediately sparkled. He then gulped down a generous mouthful, his eyes shining even brighter, and with his mouth agape, he let out a joyous exclamation. Wow, my friend, this turtle soup is absolutely delightful. Yu Xiao smiled silently, thinking to herself that the turtle soup she had crafted from her exclusive recipe was truly exceptional, and it would be astonishing if it were anything less than delightful. The shouts of the bald man immediately attracted the attention of all the male and female students on the playground, who began to gather around, eager to sample the free turtle soup and discover whether it was indeed as marvelous as the bald man claimed. Senior Dong Hui, I'll have 3 Jin. I want 20 Jin. I'll take 30 Jin. 30 Jin. Having savored the exquisite flavor of Yi Xiaoxiao's stir-fried apple snails, the students eagerly clamored to purchase more. Their desire to taste the turtle soup only intensified the demand, resulting in an even greater rush to buy. Before long, more than half of the 500 Jin of stir-fried apple snails had been sold. The crowd continued to swell, though the spacious square alleviated any concerns about crowding. After a while, 4/5 of the 500 Jin of stir-fried apple snails had been sold, leaving less than 80 Jin remaining. Meanwhile, Zhu Xuching, Yang Mingxin, Dong Hui, and Tang Hongning were busily engaged in the hustle. They had not anticipated that Yu Xiao's delicious stir-fried apple snails and turtle soup would sell so remarkably well. Tang Hongning and Dong Hui felt that with such labor-intensive work yielding only 10 gold soul coins per person, they had fallen for Yu Xiao's scheme. Thankfully, they could enjoy the complimentary stir-fried apple snails and turtle soup. Otherwise, they would not have agreed to work for him. Chapter 89. Auction. Davis Yi Xiao. We don't have much stir-fried apple snail left. Please save some for us to eat. Zhu Xuching remarked, noticing that less than 100 jin remained in the pot. Fearing she might miss out, Yu Xiao approached and cast a glance, estimating that there were no more than 60 pounds remaining. He thought to himself, indeed. Some must be reserved for Zhu Yun and Dong Hui. 50 pounds would suffice. He would allocate 20 pounds to Zhu Zhuyun and 10 pounds each to Yang Mingxin, Dong Hui, and Tang Hongning, which totals 50 pounds. As for the remaining 10 pounds, he contemplated selling them through an auction, hoping to garner additional funds to bring back to the village, thereby distributing more to the villagers. Yu Xiao swiftly lifted the pot from the cart and placed it upon the ground, subsequently weighing out an additional 10 pounds, which he returned to the cart. He then addressed the gathering, stating, as you can all see, only these final 10 pounds of stir-fried apple snails remain, which is insufficient for everyone to share. Therefore, I propose an auction. We shall commence with a starting bid of 1 gold soul coin, and the highest bidder shall claim these 10 pounds of stir-fried apple snails. Let us begin. Yu Xiao concluded with a resounding call. I bid 2 gold soul coins, a young woman exclaimed. I bid 10. Another young man interjected. I bid 30. A different young woman added. I bid 50. I bid 100. I bid 300. I bid 500. I bid 900. 900? The crowd turned their attention to a girl with a ponytail in the midst of the throng, for it was she who had offered 900 gold soul coins. Yi Xiao, observing the lack of bids, turned to the young maiden and declared, 900 gold soul coins once, twice, thrice. I bid 1,000. Suddenly, a discordant voice resonated from the back of the crowd. 1,000. The onlookers turned to see a towering blonde youth striding towards the stall. Upon his arrival, the crowd hastily parted to make way. It was the Crown Prince, Davis. Ah, a man of wealth, one we cannot afford to provoke. As the people beheld Davis, the Crown Prince of the starry Luo Empire, approaching to purchase the stir-fried snails, they dared not contest him, yielding their place instead. At last, you reveal yourself, Davis, brother of Dai Mubai, and betrothed to Zhu Zhuyun. Yu Xiao gazed at the approaching golden-haired youth, offering nothing more than a fleeting smile. After a moment's contemplation, she surmised that, given Davis's current standing, he had likely not surpassed level 40, most likely resting at 39. After all, in the original narrative, when Davis participated in the elite soul fighting competition of the continent's prestigious academies, he was merely at level 47, with several years ahead of him to enhance his capabilities by 7 or 8 levels, barring any extraordinary advantages. His innate talent as a soul master would only yield so much. Davis strode directly to the food stall, casting only a cursory glance at Yi Xiao before turning his disinterested gaze towards Zhu Zhuyun. Yin, I just heard someone mention that you were selling stir-fried river snails here. I thought my ears had deceived me, but it appears to be true. Upon seeing Davis, Zhu Zhuyun's expression shifted slightly. She harbored a distinct aversion towards him. However, the long-standing alliance between the Zhu and Dai families, bolstered by their formidable martial soul fusion skills, necessitated this union. From a young age, Zhu Zhuyun had been betrothed to Davis, under the oppressive weight of familial expectations and parental authority. She found herself with no alternative but to acquiesce. To refuse would invite severe repercussions from both families, with potentially dire consequences, including abandonment or even death. Moreover, having been indoctrinated from childhood, Zhu Zhuyun felt compelled to accept and adapt for the sake of survival, unless someone could rescue her from this predicament. The fates of both herself and her sister, Zhu Xuching, seemed irrevocably sealed. Yu Xiao has come specifically to rescue herself and Zhu Xuching, so naturally, she will not turn a blind eye to the situation. Oh, Davis, this is my distant relative, Yu Xiao, who can be considered my cousin. His skill in preparing stir-fried conchs is exceptional, which is why I brought him to the academy to set up a stall for a day, allowing everyone to savor his culinary talents. Zhu Zhuyun elaborated. Yi Xiao, after all, Davis's abilities and status surpass hers. Zhu Zhuyun usually acquiesces to Davis, so even if she harbors a dislike for him, she dares not display her temper in front of him. Oh, Davis smirked lightly, then turned his gaze towards Yi Xiao. He was struck by Yi Xiao's striking handsomeness and thought to himself, who would have expected that Yun Yun's distant cousin would be so remarkably handsome? It is indeed rare to encounter someone more attractive than oneself. Greetings, cousin. I am Davis, Yun Yun's fiancé. You may call me brother-in-law. I shall refer to you as sister's husband. Yu Xiao was left utterly speechless, contemplating the desire to slam the pot lid directly onto his face. I beg your pardon, but I am not well acquainted with you. Were it not for the fact that the time had not yet come to confront Davis, she would have already sent him flying with a single slap. However, Davis remained unperturbed, as he was aware that Yu Xiao was merely a distant relative of Zhu Xuching, and not a suitor. Judging by the merits of the situation, he promptly retrieved a pouch of coins and tossed it onto the stall, declaring, "This amounts to 1,000 soul coins. Please count them." Yu Xiao was unabashed as he collected the 10 pounds of stir-fried river snails and handed them to Davis. Upon receiving the dish, Davis selected one, extracted the snail meat, and sampled it. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with delight. He had previously heard others speak of its exquisite taste, but had remained skeptical. Now, having tasted it, he was convinced of its deliciousness. His admiration for Yu Xiao grew, and he mused that if his father and mother were to experience such delectable stir-fried snails, they would be overjoyed. Indeed, how astute I am. With that, Davis took the stir-fried snails and dashed away. Wait a moment. Yu Xiao called out, his voice resonating powerfully, enough to astonish the heavens and stir the spirits. Davis halted and turned back, inquiring, "Is there an issue?" "Ah, handsome," Yu Xiao replied. "We are hosting a promotion today. If you purchase our stir-fried snails, you will receive a complimentary bowl of turtle soup. Would you kindly enjoy the soup before departing?" "Turtle soup?" Davis approached the pot with little interest, dismissing it with a wave of his hand. "No, thank you. I have consumed enough turtle soup to last a lifetime. I've grown weary of it. You may keep it for yourself." With that, he turned to leave once more. At that precise moment, a hand seized the collar of his garment from behind. Startled, Davis spun around, indignation boiling within him as he demanded, "What are you doing?" The onlookers, including Zhu Xuching, Tang Hongning, Dong Hui, and Yang Mingxin, were taken aback. They never expected that the illustrious prince of the Starry Empire would be halted in such a manner by an ordinary individual like Yu Xiao. While they felt a twinge of concern for Davis, they also admired Yu Xiao's audacity. Yet, some questioned the wisdom of provoking someone of Davis's stature. Should he become truly enraged, his safety might be at stake. Yu Xiao did not release his grip, lifting Davis as if he were a mere chick and bringing him before the pot. "I have no ulterior motives. I simply wish to state that having purchased stir-fried river snails from my family, you are obliged to partake in this complimentary turtle soup, whether you desire it or not." Chapter 90. Davis, you shall drink this turtle soup, whether you like it or not. And if I refuse, what will you do? Davis was both furious and mortified. He had never anticipated that Yu Xiao would be so audacious, daring to lay hands on him, the Grand Prince of the Xinluo Empire, in front of so many fellow students. Even though he was a distant relative of Zhu Xingyun, such insolence warranted a few serious consequences. Oh, it dawned on him that Zhu Yun had not yet disclosed his identity, which is why Yu Xiao felt so unrestrained in his actions. With this realization, Davis composed himself and declared, "Yu Xiao, I believe you are unaware of my true identity. Listen closely. I am Davis, the Grand Prince of the Xinluo Empire, a sole master of the 39th rank, with the martial spirit of the evil Eye White Tiger. Merely a prince, and at such a low rank. Daring to flaunt his authority before me, how utterly laughable." After listening to Davis's self-introduction, Yu Xiao felt no stirrings within, who he was held no significance for her. Nor did she care. What mattered was that he had purchased her stir-fried snails, and thus he must partake in the turtle soup she provided for free. Otherwise, he would find it impossible to leave her territory today. Upon hearing Yu Xiao's words, the crowd was once again taken aback. They had expected Yu Xiao to be so intimidated by Davis's introduction that she would beg for mercy. However, she remained unfazed and resolutely repeated her stance. Yang Mingxin, Dong Hui, and Tang Hongning exchanged glances, fearing for Yu Xiao's safety, concerned that she might have provoked Davis into a violent rage, and they hastened towards Zhu Xuching. "Sister Yun, look at how Yu Xiao insists that Davis drink her soup for free. She had good intentions, but Davis is ungrateful, and I fear for her safety," Dong Hui remarked to Zhu Xuching. Yang Mingxin chimed in. "Yes, Sister Yun, you must persuade Yu Xiao. Otherwise, despite her being your distant cousin, she wouldn't withstand even a single strike from Davis." Tang Hongning tugged at Zhu Xuching's hand. "Sister Yun, what are you doing? Why are you in a daze? It's urgent to save her." "Oh, Yu Xiao, if only I possessed half of your courage," Zhu Xuching murmured to herself, words meant only for her own ears. She then stepped forward, intending to mediate between the two. While she greatly admired Yu Xiao's fearless disposition, she was acutely aware of Davis's temperament. Should anyone truly provoke him, his fury could be deadly. Although she had no direct ties to Yu Xiao, she felt a sense of responsibility as she was present at the stall. Moreover, she had not yet had her fill of the stir-fried snails. and she could not allow Davis to so easily harm her. What is more, she found herself drawn to Xiao, though she would not admit it. A desire to protect him had taken root within her. Davis, Xiao means well, why quarrel with her? Suddenly, Zhu Xuching presented a bowl of meticulously prepared turtle soup to Davis, saying, "Here you go." Davis replied, "Ah. It is my dear Yin who is truly understanding and delightful." Xiao, recognizing Zhu Xuching's understanding and insight, chose not to engage in petty disputes with her. Humph. Davis felt a surge of soul power emanating from within, and inwardly mused that, were it not for Zhu Xuching's presence, he would have torn his opponent to shreds without hesitation. However, while death could be evaded, punishment remained inevitable. You dare to embarrass me in front of them? I shall ensure you understand the consequences of provoking someone like Davis. With that, Davis turned to leave, but Xiao reached out and seized the collar of his garment, insisting, "I have stated that you shall not depart until the soup is finished. You seek your own demise." Davis could no longer endure the provocation, and his soul power surged forth, manifesting 1, 2, 3 soul rings ascending from beneath him. Upon witnessing this, Xiao remained utterly unfazed, his expression unchanged. He mused to himself, "Davis, is this the extent of your capabilities? Perhaps it is best not to reveal them." At that moment, Davis's physique underwent a transformation. His muscles bulged prominently, and his body expanded to twice its original size, adorned with tiger-like patterns, resembling a white tiger to some extent. Alas, it was merely a fade, a case of a fox borrowing the tiger's might. Xiao understood that once Davis unleashed the evil eye white tiger spirit, his body would undergo such transformations. He held no regard for Davis's meager strength, dismissing it entirely. Xiao swiftly extended a hand, delivering a light pat upon Davis's waist. In an instant, Davis's entire being was electrified, rendered completely numb. Moreover, he immediately sensed the disappearance of his soul power, compelling him to retract both his martial soul and soul rings, thus stripping him of any capacity for resistance. It was utterly inconceivable to Davis, a proud wielder of the evil-eyed white tiger martial soul and a formidable soul master of rank 39, that he could be so effortlessly subdued by a mere touch. Losing all ability to counterattack, his earlier arrogance vanished without a trace. He was no fool. Anyone capable of rendering him immobile with such ease was undoubtedly no ordinary individual, possessing strength that surpassed his own, perhaps even of a higher caliber. In this world of Douluo Continent, where power reigns supreme, encountering such a concealed master compelled even the most defiant to yield. Is Davis not going to fight? Someone wondered aloud. I don't know. But since he has retracted his martial soul and soul rings, it seems he will not proceed. Indeed, it strikes me as peculiar. Davis was never one to back down so easily. Why is he giving up before even starting? I find it quite puzzling as well. Perhaps only Davis knows the reason. We can only speculate. In my opinion, he may be sparing Xiao out of respect for Zhu Xuching. Perhaps. The onlookers buzzed with chatter regarding Davis's unexpected retreat. Hearing their murmurs, Davis couldn't help but bitterly smile to himself, thinking, I wish to fight, but alas, I am no match. Davis, let me ask you once more. Will you drink this bowl of soup? With Davis rendered defenseless in his palm, Xiao posed his final question, contemplating who would yield, him or Davis. Though Davis was internally reluctant, he possessed enough self-awareness to recognize that Xiao was not as simple as he seemed. With no allies present, he realized that refusing would only tighten Xiao's grip on him. Reluctantly, he nodded with a wry smile. All right, I will drink it. I suppose I can manage a bowl of turtle soup. The spectators were astounded to witness the esteemed crown prince, endowed with extraordinary talent, being subdued by a mere street vendor like Xiao. They remained oblivious to Xiao's true identity and capabilities. Meanwhile, Tang Hongming, Yang Mingxin, and Dong Hui, standing behind Xiao, regarded him with newfound respect, astonished that the usually untouchable Davis had been so thoroughly subdued. Zhu Xuching, holding a bowl of now lukewarm turtle soup, glanced between Xiao and Davis. Yin, hurry and pass me the soup. Davis found himself in a rather comical predicament, suspended in midair by Xiao, who had grasped the collar of his garment. Embarrassment washed over him, compelling him to urge the still-dazed Zhu Xuching to hand over the soup, hoping to finish it quickly and make a swift exit. Soon, he would send someone to confront Xiao and relieve his frustration. Oh, it was only then that Zhu Xuching regained her composure and passed the bowl of soup to Davis, saying, Davis, the turtle soup is exceptionally delicious. Do savor it. Chapter 91. Davis's Invitation. Distributing the wealth to them, Davis found himself at a loss for words as he accepted the bowl of turtle soup from Zhu Xuching's hands. He promptly drank it down, eager to finish and distance himself from the situation. Yet, upon tasting the soup, he realized something was amiss. Not only was it fragrant, but it was also extraordinarily delightful, something he had never encountered before. Despite his princely status, indulged in the finest delicacies throughout his life, this exquisite turtle soup was a first for him. He thought to himself, 1 word, refreshing. 2 words, satisfyingly refreshing. 3 words, undeniably invigorating. Davis once again turned his gaze toward Yi Xiao, now viewing her in a new light. The initial malice he felt had transformed into curiosity and surprise. In Yi Xiao's eyes, there now resided a glimmer of tender strength. Davis gazed into Yi Xiao's dual orbs and remarked, "Brother, I never anticipated this. To think that with my status, having consumed turtle soup countless times, certainly not fewer than 8 or 9,000, I would still find this to be my inaugural experience with such an extraordinary variant of turtle broth. Yu Xiao, over 9,000 times, how unfortunate these over 9,000 turtles are to have encountered you." Davis tugged at the corner of his mouth, feigning ignorance to his words. "Thus, I express my gratitude. Were it not for your insistence just now, I would not have had the pleasure of savoring such a genuine and delectable turtle soup." What an utterance! Yu Xiao, so, what now? Davis smiled faintly. "Therefore, I must express my gratitude to you for allowing me to savor such exquisite turtle soup." The onlookers were left utterly astonished by Davis's words. Unable to comprehend that the esteemed prince of the Starry Empire could be so captivated by a bowl of turtle soup, Davis continued softly, "Hence, I wish to extend an invitation for you to visit the royal palace, to meet my father and mother, and to prepare for them your finest stir-fried snails along with this delectable turtle soup, allowing them to indulge in its flavors. I believe they would be utterly delighted. And as a result of your culinary prowess, you may find yourself basking in wealth and honor beyond measure. Perhaps, if my parents are particularly pleased, they might even bestow upon you the title of an esteemed chef, elevating your status to that of a high-ranking official. What do you say? This opportunity is fleeting. It may never come again." Yi Xiao, after listening to Davis's words, remained unfazed, thinking to himself that, given his current status and strength, such offers were already within his grasp. Even if Davis presented the most alluring conditions, they would scarcely warrant his attention. The prospect of becoming the emperor of the Douluo Empire held little allure for him. However, there was one consideration, since he had some free time. A visit to the Douluo Palace could be an enjoyable diversion. Most importantly, he could sign in and receive rewards from the system, making the excursion worthwhile. Zhu Xuching, noticing Yi Xiao's hesitation, feared he might miss this rare opportunity to become a chef in the palace. Her concern was not entirely selfless, as Davis's fiancée. If he ascended to the throne, she would rightfully become the queen. Consequently, Yi Xiao would be at her service as his exclusive chef. And she was unwilling to let him abandon this potential role. Otherwise, if she lost him, she might not know where to find him again for her cherished dishes. "Yi Xiao, you should accept Davis's offer," Zhu Xuching finally urged. Davis chimed in, "Yes, brother Xiao, just agree. I will take you to the palace right away." Davis certainly seemed quite eager. Yi Xiao perceived clearly that Davis merely sought to ingratiate himself with his parents through her. However, in his use of her, she was not also utilizing him, stepping into the starry royal palace with utmost transparency. Thus, she remarked, "Let us call it a day. In 3 days, I shall bring the ingredients and seek you at the academy. You may then escort me into the palace." "Very well, very well," Davis exclaimed with delight. And upon hearing Yu Xiao's acquiescence, he took his leave. Yu Xiao shook her head, gathered her stall, and returned to Zhu Xuching's dormitory with the 3 women, Dong Hui, Tang Hongning, and Yang Mingxin. Naturally, she could not go back on her promise to reward the 3. Inside Zhu Xuching's dormitory, Tang Hongning, Dong Hui, and Yang Mingxin sat together on Zhu Xuching's bed, each possessing long, elegant legs, adorned in black silk stockings, an exquisite sight to behold. Yu Xiao's fiery gaze involuntarily swept over their alluring figures, igniting a wave of heat that coursed through his entire being. He felt on the verge of losing control. At that moment, Zhu Xuching brought over several cups of water, offering one to each person. Yu Xiao took a sip and drained the cup, just as the heat subsided. "Ha." Immediately, his demeanor sparked laughter from Tang Hongning, Dong Hui, and Yang Mingxi. Yu Xiao gazed at the 3 young women, their laughter blossoming like flowers. And he found himself unable to resist. Taking a deep breath, he felt an overwhelming urge. Zhu Xuching noticed Yu Xiao's unwavering stare fixed upon the bodies of her companions and grew quite irate. "Yi Xiao, the fried snails have already sold out. Isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise?" she admonished. "Indeed, laughing brother, I had almost forgotten." Dong Hui chimed in, 10 gold spirit coins each. For 10 pounds of fried snails. Tang Hongning made a charming face and added, "To be honest, laughing brother, your fried snails are delightful. And that turtle soup you prepare is simply unparalleled." "That is only to be expected." Yang Mingxin joined the conversation. "Did you not see? Even Davis was so satisfied after drinking your turtle soup that he wished to invite you to the palace as a royal chef." Yi Xiao did not elaborate further. Once he had made a promise, he intended to honor it. He casually retrieved 1,000 gold soul coins that he had acquired from Davis. From this sum, he extracted 100 and turned to Yang Mingxin, saying, "Mingxin, here are 100 gold soul coins for you." 100? Wasn't it supposed to be 10 for each person? Yang Mingxin inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Yi Xiao, it is as follows, Mingxin. I just observed how hard you all worked. So I generously allocated 90 to each person, resulting in 100 gold soul coins per individual. In that case, I shall not be modest," Yang Mingxin replied cheerfully, accepting the coins from his hand without hesitation. Upon witnessing Yang Mingxin receiving 100 gold soul coins, Dong Hui and Tang Hongning naturally felt overjoyed at the prospect of receiving their own shares. Subsequently, Yi Xiao also distributed 100 gold soul coins each to Tang Hongning and Dong Hui, causing them to beam with delight. Soon after, the three of them were each given 10 jin of stir-fried river snails, and they happily departed. Now, only Yi Xiao and Zhu Xuching remained in the dormitory. However, the atmosphere within the room began to feel somewhat tense. Zhu Xuching turned her head away, harboring anger towards Yi Xiao. She was upset because he had given Dong Hui and the others 100 gold soul coins each while neglecting to bestow any upon her, leaving her feeling resentful. She believed that Yi Xiao did not hold any affection for her. Otherwise, he would not have overlooked her completely, especially since her share should not have been less than that of the others. Yi Xiao could easily discern that Zhu Xuching was upset with herself. Women, with their little tempers, were something he understood well. He smiled and rose from his chair, moving to sit beside her. "Zhu, what troubles you?" Chapter 92. Comforting Zhu Xuching. "Yi Xiao, do you not like me?" Zhu Xuching turned away, visibly unhappy. "How could I possibly not like you?" Observing the way Zhu Xuching pouted in her irritation, he couldn't help but acknowledge a different kind of beauty within her that he had not noticed before. Yi Xiaoxin remarked that it seemed that Zhu Xuching was not only beautiful and charming when she smiled, but even when she was angry, she exuded an undeniable allure. Upon hearing his words, Zhu Xuching turned to face him and asked, "If you like me, why do you only give Mingxin, Hui, and Ningning their salaries, yet neglect to provide one for me?" So, this was the situation. Yi Xiao chuckled to herself, pondering how Bamboo Cloud had created a rift over a mere few golden soul coins. It was indeed amusing. Thus, she extended her hand and gently placed it upon her alluringly delicate back, which felt remarkably supple and warm to the touch. Seeing that Zhu Xuching showed no signs of resistance, Yi Xiao felt a sense of satisfaction and gently touched her. "Of course, she receives a salary. How could my union possibly go without one?" Upon hearing his words, Zhu Xuching inexplicably felt a warmth in her heart. "Yi Xiao, are you truly speaking the truth?" "Indeed, I am." Yi smiled as he slowly moved his right hand from Zhu Xuching's back to her shoulder, then to her neck, gradually tightening his embrace. He drew her closer into his arms. The nearer he got, the more he inhaled the faint, alluring fragrance emanating from her, which only deepened his affection. Currently, Zhu Xuching was 7 years older than Zhu Xuching. At 17 or 18, she had developed into a figure of exquisite beauty and sensuality. Moreover, she exuded a maturity and charm that surpassed that of Zhu Xuching, who would require at least another 5 years to attain a physique comparable to hers. However, in 5 years, Zhu Xuching's form would naturally evolve to be even more refined and mature. Thus, in the Douluo Continent, the Zhu sisters were renowned for their tall and alluring figures, complemented by their striking beauty. In the moment he embraced her, Zhu Xuching felt a fleeting urge to resist. Yet she found herself unable to. Though her mind urged her to struggle, her body seemed to betray her, instinctively leaning into his embrace. It was as if he possessed a tremendous magnetism that made it impossible for her to pull away. Simultaneously, she grappled with her predicament. She was betrothed to Davis since childhood, a union not of her own choosing, but rather a consequence of her family's and the royal family's machinations. Such alliances were customary among their families, and defiance was not an option without dire repercussions. From the moment of her birth, Zhu Xuching had been unable to chart her own destiny, despite knowing Yi for no more than 2 days. An inexplicable fire ignited within her, fueled by an undeniable desire. She felt that this man was the very essence of her existence. Yet, she was also gripped by fear, the fear of the consequences that could arise from such a connection. On one side stood the royal family, and on the other, her parents and the entire Zhu clan. One represented power, while the other embodied familial loyalty and duty. These dual pressures formed an insurmountable barrier, shackling her from pursuing the love she yearned for. While her heart fluttered for Yi, she hesitated to take that fateful step. Torn between her loyalty to her family and the fear of jeopardizing his safety, she recognized that should she choose to be with Yi, the repercussions would be catastrophic, igniting a feud between their families that would render Yi a target for wrath and vengeance. The likelihood of assassins being dispatched to eliminate him was all too real, and she understood that he, being an ordinary villager devoid of soul power and with a useless martial soul, would stand little chance against even the most novice of soul masters. Therefore, Zhu Xuching resolved to endure her situation. Meanwhile, Davis had taken an interest in Ye's culinary skills and intended to invite him to the palace as a royal chef. Should Yi succeed in this endeavor, if Zhu Xuching were to marry Davis, they would be able to meet openly, allowing her to enjoy the meals he prepared. The thought of living under the same roof with her beloved, sharing dinners and indulging in Ye's exquisite dishes, brightened her spirits and brought a smile to her face. Yet, her concerns were entirely unfounded. Yi was not the feeble individual she envisioned, but rather a figure of unimaginable strength beyond her comprehension. Yi Zhao's current prowess is such that not only her parents, but her entire family is a force to be reckoned with. Even the Xingluo royal family, the entirety of the Douluo Continent, and the divine realm cannot afford to provoke her. Although Yi Xiao is currently only at level 90 and appears merely as a soul Douluo, his 8 or 9 soul rings, each exceeding 1 billion years in age, coupled with 2 ancient divine martial souls, render him an invincible presence in the Douluo Continent. Who among them could possibly contend with him? Who possesses the qualifications to be his rival? Davis, at level 39, was effortlessly subdued by a mere tap on his back from Yi Xiao, leaving him devoid of any capacity to resist. In the realm of the Douluo Continent, which soul master can boast such prowess? Furthermore, Yi Xiao's visit to Star Luo City serves not only for the customary sign-in, but also to rescue her and Zhu Xuching, with the intent of altering their fates. By the way, Yun, what is your current soul power level? It's 38. Zhu Xuching responded. She is quite confident in her own talents and asked, Yi Xiao, why do you inquire about this? Yi Xiao smiled silently, contemplating that although Yun possessed remarkable talent, she had already reached the age of 18 and was merely at level 38. By the time she reached her 20s, she would likely only attain level 46 or 47. Thus, while her cultivation level may advance more rapidly than those of soul masters with lesser aptitude, in comparison to true soul master prodigies, she remained but a mere inconsequential figure. Yi Xiao recalled the harrowing scene from the original text, where Zhu Xuching was mercilessly defeated by the combined forces of Dai Mubai and Zhu Xuching. Although the duo had consumed celestial herbs that mutated their martial souls, endowing them with the formidable dual-winged nether-white tiger, which surpassed her and Davis's ordinary nether-white tiger fusion. This was under the condition that Tang San and his companions did not intervene. Had Tang San and his comrades entered the fray, even if Zhu Xuching and Dai Mubai had not ingested the celestial herbs or undergone martial soul mutations, the outcome would still have favored Zhu Xuching and Davis's defeat. On one side lay the overwhelming strength of Tang San, while on the other was the impeccable synergy of the Shrek 7 devils, juxtaposed with the overall inferiority of Zhu Xuching's teammates. Thus, even before the contest commenced, the outcome had seemingly been predetermined. Yi Xiao said little more and casually retrieved a jade box, presenting it before her. Yun, take this. The jade box. Zhu Xuching was perplexed by its significance, yet she accepted it nonetheless. Yi Xiao, observing her confusion, simply smiled and said, open it and see. With a sense of curiosity, Zhu Xuching unlatched the jade box. Intrigued by the mysterious gift it contained, she mused that such a unique present could only be bestowed upon someone truly cherished. Chapter 93, The 8-Petal Immortal Orchid. Upon unveiling the jade box, Zhu Xuching was immediately captivated by a flower, resplendent in its immaculate, snow-white brilliance. Its ethereal hue and otherworldly fragrance imparted an extraordinary sensation upon her. Yi Xiao, what kind of flower is this? It is truly remarkable, so pure in appearance. Zhu Xuching couldn't help but inquire, unable to articulate her feelings, yet sensing that this flower was unlike any other. It was evident that she had developed a deep fondness for it. Yu Xiao, however, it is quite natural, no matter how exquisite other flowers may be. They remain mere beauty. This particular blossom, though not strikingly beautiful, possesses an ethereal aura, akin to a celestial herb. Even those lacking discernment would find themselves irresistibly drawn to the enchanting spirit emanating from this flower. Indeed, Yun, this blossom is known as the 8-petal fairy orchid, a gentle yet potent medicinal herb. It must be harvested with gold and encased in jade to remain ever-blooming for a millennium, never fading across centuries. This is precisely why I have chosen to store it within a jade box. Celestial herb. Zhu Xuching was taken aback. Despite being the esteemed eldest daughter of the Zhu family and the betrothed of the crown prince, destined to be the future empress, she had been nurtured with many treasures throughout her upbringing. Yet, this celestial herb was a sight she had never encountered before. Before long, the rich fragrance of the orchid enveloped her, clearing her mind and revitalizing her spirit. Zhu Xuching recognized its profound essence, and her heart swelled with joy. Realizing that Yi Zhao's gift of such a priceless celestial herb was a testament to his deep regard and affection for her, Yi smiled as he recalled that in the original text, Tang San had bestowed the 8-petal immortal orchid upon Oscar, enabling him to rapidly ascend in both martial spirit and soul power. His cultivation speed surpassed not only that of his peers with superior talents, but also those older and more gifted than himself. Thus, possessing such a treasure was akin to wielding an external advantage, allowing one to surpass abilities that many soul masters lacked. The efficacy of the 8-petal immortal orchid was remarkable, offering transcendental elevation for both soul masters and ordinary individuals alike upon consumption. Its essence lies in nurturing the foundational energies and purging impurities, resulting in remarkable advancements even for those with seemingly useless martial spirits. How much more potent would it be for your nether spirit cat martial spirit? I assure you. Now at level 38, after consuming it, just one more night of cultivation will surely propel you past the threshold to level 40 without any trouble. Oh my! Exclaimed Zhu Xuching, astonished that such a simple flower could enable her to break through her bottleneck and reach level 40 in just one night. I am truly grateful to you. Yi Xiao embraced Zhu Xuching at the waist and remarked, in addition to all this, consuming the 8-petal immortal orchid will bestow upon one a unique and exquisite fragrance, which is the essence of the orchid itself. Isn't it marvelous? Zhu Xuching nodded, her face flushing due to their close proximity. Having consumed it now, I must return to the village, so I cannot stay with you much longer. When will you come to see me again? Or I could visit you in the village. Zhu Xuching inquired, reluctant to part ways upon hearing Yu Xiao's intention to leave. It would be best if you did not come to the village, for you would not find me there. I shall no longer reside in the village. However, I will return from the palace in 3 days and will come to seek you out, so there is no need for concern. That is good, Zhu Xuching replied, leaning in to plant a gentle kiss on his cheek. Yi smiled gently, bestowing a tender kiss, reflecting inwardly on the delightful sensation it imparted, before turning away. By the time Zhu Xuching rose to pursue him outside the dormitory, he had already vanished from sight. She then turned back, seated herself upon a chair, and began to savor the 8-petal fairy orchid. 3 days later, Yi stood before a magnificent and solemn palace. Brother Yi, this is indeed your first visit to the royal palace, isn't it? Remarked a tall youth beside him, pride illuminating his visage. He was, of course, Davis. Yi Xiao, perhaps. Although it is my first visit to the Xinglua Imperial Palace, I frequently visit the Tiandou Imperial Palace. Davis, with a chuckle, replied, Brother Xiao, you certainly have a knack for jesting. Are you not concerned that by saying such things, I might consider you a spy of the Tiandou Empire? It is indeed the unvarnished truth I speak, yet why is it that no one believes me? You smiled faintly and said, Let me ask you this. Have you ever encountered a spy as benevolent as I, who would unreservedly disclose their secrets to the enemy? Davis chuckled in response, thus, We are merely jesting. None of us take it to heart. What nonsense! I speak the truth, do I not? With that, he continued, please follow me. My royal parents have been awaiting your arrival. Davis said this and took the lead, guiding the way. Yu Xiao walked alongside him. And with such a prince leading the way, traversing the vast expanse of the imperial palace was a seamless endeavor. Upon entering the palace, one could behold a multitude of buildings, each distinct and grand. Guards, attendants, and maidens bustled about, engaged in their duties, coming and going with purpose. Yu Xiao had frequented the imperial palace of the Tiandou Empire on numerous occasions, and having met with Xue, he had grown accustomed to the palace's ostentatious facade, finding it no longer surprising. In a secluded garden within the palace's rear courtyard, Davis led Yi Xiao inside, eventually arriving before a young couple. "Your Majesties, I have brought the person you wish to meet," Davis announced upon encountering the pair. Hearing him address them in such a manner, it was evident without further elaboration that the splendidly attired couple before him were none other than Davis's parents, the reigning emperor of the Starry Empire, Emperor Dale, and the empress, who was adorned in crimson, possessing an alluring and statuesque figure, reminiscent of the captivating demeanor exhibited by the sisters Zhu Xuching and Zhu Xuching. Emperor Dale bore a striking resemblance to Davis, with his golden locks and towering height of approximately 6 feet 3 inches. Yu Xiaogang remarked, "Indeed, like father, like son." Emperor Dailou appeared to be in his 40s, while Queen Zhuhong, perhaps due to excellent care, looked no older than 27 or 28, seemingly just shy of 30. Of course, it is known that soul masters age more slowly than ordinary individuals under certain circumstances. Yi Xiao glanced at the levels of the two individuals. It appeared that Emperor Dailou was merely in his 80s, still not having attained the rank of title Douluo. As for Empress Zhuhong, she was at the level of soul Douluo. He also detected that her martial soul was indeed the Nether Spirit Cat, which indicated that her family background must be the Zhu clan, a lineage connected to the esteemed Zhu Xuching, the long-standing marital alliance between the Xinglua royal family. The Dai clan and the Zhu clan has long been a matter of public knowledge, so it was hardly surprising that Empress Zhuhong hailed from the Zhu family. Upon hearing their son's introduction, both Emperor Dailou and Empress Zhuhong nodded in acknowledgement. It was Empress Zhuhong who first spoke. "Yi Xiao, a few days ago, I had the pleasure of tasting the stir-fried snails that Seer brought back. I was utterly astonished. I never expected someone could prepare stir-fried snails so delectably." Seer then informed us that a certain individual had set up a stall at their academy selling these stir-fried snails, and that he recognized you as a distant cousin of Zhu Yun. "Yi Xiao," the Empress in Crimson replied, "since Zhu Yun and Seer are already betrothed, you are now akin to family. Therefore, after a conversation with the Emperor, we decided to invite you to the palace. Moreover, the Emperor and I have yet to savor enough of your culinary delights. We hope to indulge once more. Would you be willing to fulfill this desire of ours?" "Emperor Dailou, the Empress speaks wisely. If you can gratify the wishes of both the Empress and myself, I shall immediately appoint you as the esteemed imperial chef of the palace, bestowing upon you a lavish estate and the privileges of a high minister. What say you?" Chapter 94. Dai Cc, I am afraid I must decline this offer. Yi Xiao declined with a dismissive air. At this moment, how could he possibly work for the Emperor Dailou? It seemed rather the other way around. In light of Yi Xiao's refusal, the family of three was taken aback, perceiving him merely as an inconsequential and obscure individual, especially since he had so casually spurned the favor of an emperor. Yi Xiao observed the trio's perplexity and continued, "Since you have come, I am still inclined to prepare this delightful feast for you. However, Your Majesty, let us refrain from discussing this matter any further. Young man, I believe it would be prudent for you to contemplate this a little more." Having spoken, Emperor Dailou took the hand of Empress Zhuhong and led her to a stone bench nearby to sit down. Yi Xiao said little more, casually retrieving the food stall and various kitchen utensils, and began to prepare a feast. Davis, standing nearby, occasionally lent a hand, asking, "Xiao Go, I am perplexed by one matter. Given the splendid offer from my father, the emperor, why did you dismiss it without a moment's thought?" Yi Xiao did not respond immediately. After a moment, she spoke. "Because I have no need for such matters, let us not discuss this any further." Davis seemed poised to say something more, yet the words lingered unspoken on his lips. "Davis," I observed, "the queen's complexion appears pallid, lacking vitality. I wonder what could be the cause." Yu Xiao had noticed something amiss with Zhuhong, prompting her inquiry. Indeed, Davis thought to himself, Xiaogu can perceive even this. He truly is a remarkable individual. Although he could not yet discern the extent of Yi Zhao's prowess, the slap delivered 3 days prior at the academy, which rendered him a level 39 soul master, utterly powerless, spoke volumes of Yi Zhao's formidable abilities. Thus, it became clear why he could so decisively refuse the emperor's rewards. In truth, his suspicions were correct. "Xiaogu, since you have already discerned the truth, allow me to speak candidly," Davis began. 3 years ago, my mother suddenly fell victim to a peculiar illness each midnight. She would be gripped by a chilling cold, her body trembling and icy to the touch. My father sought the aid of numerous soul masters to treat her, exploring the nature of her ailment and administering various remedies, yet all efforts proved futile, leading to irregular eating habits. Recently, she has hardly consumed a single meal. However, Just 3 days ago, after she partook of the stir-fried snails you prepared, her appetite was miraculously restored. My father was overjoyed and urgently urged me to invite you to the palace. That is the situation at hand. Yi smiled and nodded. I see. Wow, brother. What delectable dish are you preparing? It smells divine. Suddenly, a girl's voice echoed from behind them. Davis merely chuckled in response. Don't mind her, Xiaoga. She is my sister. Daisy. Oh. Upon hearing his introduction, Yu Xiao hurriedly turned to glance, only to behold a striking young girl with golden hair, adorned in a distinctive yellow dress, approaching her. She had not anticipated that Davis had a sister, as she was only aware of his 2 younger brothers. The second brother had already met his demise at Davis's hands, leaving only Dai Mubai to escape to the Shrek Academy in Soto City. Furthermore, the original text made no mention of the existence of Davis's sister. Yu Xiao took another look at the Grand Princess of the Star Luo Empire, who appeared to be around 14 or 15 years of age, thus slightly younger than Davis by 2 or 3 years. As Daisy approached, she noticed Yu Xiao busily preparing snacks at the stall. Struck by his handsome appearance and intrigued by his unfamiliarity, she couldn't help but steal a few more glances. She then tugged at Davis's sleeve and quietly inquired, Elder brother, where did you find this charming young chef to prepare meals for our father and mother? Davis, slightly annoyed, pinched his younger sister's left ear and replied, Sister, he is no ordinary chef. He is Yi Xiao, a distant cousin of your future sister-in-law. A remarkable chef capable of creating exceptional dishes such as stir-fried snails and turtle soup, and his skills surpass even mine. Is that true? Daisy questioned, skeptical. How could a young chef possibly be more skilled than my elder brother? Believe it or not, Davis asserted. Then I must try the delicacies he prepares later, Daisy said with a slight smile as she made her way to the stall. Standing beside Davis, they watched Yi Xiao at work. Soon, the enticing aroma of stir-fried snails and a pot of turtle soup wafted through the air, filling the surroundings with delightful scents. Wow, it smells so delicious, Daisy exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement upon catching the delightful fragrance. With a shake of his head, Davis approached Yi Xiao and asked, Brother Xiao, is the food ready? Yi smiled as he gazed into the pot, saying, Just half an hour more, and it will be ready. Very well, Davis replied with a grin. Last time, the Emperor and Empress had the pleasure of tasting your stir-fried snails, yet they missed out on your turtle soup, which was truly a pity. However, this time, dear brother, you have prepared an entire pot. The Emperor and Empress are indeed fortunate. In front of a stone table, Emperor Dai Lu and the Empress Zhu Hong sat across from each other. The Empress's gaze was firmly fixed upon the figure of Yi Xiao, who was skillfully preparing delicacies at the food stall. She mused to herself, how is it that I was unaware of this distant cousin of Zhu Yun? Indeed, it is quite understandable, as most relatives on Zhu Yun's maternal side are well known, while those further removed remain a mystery. Following the Empress's line of sight, Emperor Dai Lu also found his attention drawn to Yi Xiao's silhouette, and with a smile, he remarked, Hong Hong, have you noticed the remarkable handsomeness of this young man? He is truly a paragon among his peers. Throughout my life, I have encountered countless individuals, yet I have never before laid eyes on someone as extraordinarily handsome as Yi Xiao. The Empress could not help but agree, affirming, indeed, not only is he strikingly handsome, but he also possesses exceptional culinary skills, capable of crafting exquisite dishes to perfection. Just then, Davis approached the pair to deliver a message. Yes, Sire. Emperor Dylan nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, father and mother, Davis replied, promptly turning to Yi Xiao with a message. Consequently, Yi Xiao, alongside Davis, began to push the food stall toward the stone table, with Dai Shishi cheerfully following closely behind. Yi Xiao picked up a bowl and ladled 2 spoonfuls of stir-fried snails into it, serving a portion for Davis to present to Emperor Dai Lu and Queen Zhu Hong. He then prepared 2 bowls of turtle soup and placed them before the distinguished pair. Your Majesties, this is a special turtle soup I have crafted exclusively for you. I hope it pleases your palates. In unison, the 2 responded graciously, but instead of indulging in the stir-fried snails, they picked up their spoons to first sample the soup. Observing that his parents were about to taste the soup, Davis immediately praised, Father, Mother, last time I only brought back stir-fried snails for you. But I too have savored this turtle soup made by Brother Xiao. Oh, Emperor Dai Lu exclaimed, pausing his spoon. Tell me, my son, how does this turtle soup taste? Hearing their exchange, Queen Zhu Hong also set down her spoon, eager to hear her son's opinion before she sipped. Davis, with enthusiasm, gave a thumbs up, declaring, one word, excellent. He then recounted to his parents the experience from 3 days prior at the Xinglua Royal Academy, where he had enjoyed the turtle soup made by Yi Xiao in great detail. Chapter 95, The Queen's Ailment After Listening to Davis. Emperor Douluo and Queen Zhuang were left uncertain of the truth. They had consumed turtle soup countless times and could not recall the specifics. Davis had indulged in it as well, yet he was unaware of any distinct flavor amidst the monotony of the soup he had grown weary of. Emperor Douluo realized that the only way to determine the quality of the turtle soup was to taste it himself. Queen Zhuang felt similarly. Ever since she had fallen ill several years ago, she had lost her appetite for any food, including this turtle soup. Yi Xiao observed the two individuals and decided to take a bowl for himself, ladling out a serving of turtle soup to savor. Even he could not deny that this wild turtle, aged over 10 years, inherently possessed a delightful flavor, coupled with his exclusive secret recipe. The resulting soup was a feast for the senses, exuding an exquisite aroma, vibrant color, and delectable taste. As Dai Mubai stood nearby, inhaling the enticing fragrance of the turtle soup, she could no longer restrain herself and, with a hint of longing, approached Yi Xiao, exclaiming, "Hey, Yi Xiao, is this how you treat beautiful women? What does that mean?" After finishing the soup in his bowl, Yi Xiao turned to the alluring Dai Mubai and remarked, "I meant to ask, isn't the soup ready? Would it not be possible to serve me a bowl?" Dai Mubai responded, "You should have mentioned it sooner." Yi Xiao picked up a ladle and filled a bowl for her, saying, "Drink up." Dai Mubai felt a mix of annoyance and embarrassment. Thinking to herself that he had just used this bowl, how could she possibly drink from it? Yet, the fact that he was so handsome made the prospect of using a bowl he had sipped from feel like a rare opportunity. Blushing and somewhat infatuated, Dai Mubai offered a shy smile to Yi Xiao, her cheeks flushed crimson as she lifted the bowl, to conceal her embarrassment from him. She turned away to sip the soup. Yi Xiao was oblivious to her own thoughts, otherwise she would surely be laughing uncontrollably. Suddenly, a collective gasp erupted from Emperor Douluo, Queen Zhuang, and Dai Mubai, all of whom had only voiced their astonishment after savoring the turtle soup. Observing their reactions, Davis could not contain his amusement and remarked, "Father, Mother, how does the turtle soup taste?" "Exquisite," Emperor Douluo exclaimed. "Throughout my life, I have consumed turtle soup no fewer than 8,000 or 9,000 times, and I thought I had grown weary of it. Yet, this is the first time I have experienced such a distinct flavor. Truly, this soup is masterfully prepared. Sire, Yi Xiao is indeed a culinary genius. Your mother, upon tasting it, found her appetite insatiable," Queen Zhuang remarked, extending her empty bowl towards Davis. "Sire, please fetch me another generous serving." "Of course, mother," Davis replied eagerly, taking the bowl to refill. After finishing her bowl, Dai Mubai licked her lips, her satisfaction evident as she approached Yi Xiao with newfound admiration. "Yi Xiao, please bring me another bowl." Yi Xiao said no more and filled another bowl for her, as the soup was already prepared. And it mattered not who consumed it. Serving Dai Mubai was equally valid. The pivotal aspect was seizing the opportunity to win her over. Dai Mubai drank several bowls of soup before daring to try a stir-fried snail. To her surprise, not only was his turtle soup delectable, but the stir-fried snail was also exquisite. As a result, Dai Mubai became enamored not only with Yi Xiao's charm, but also with his culinary creations. Emperor Douluo and Empress Zhuang, thoroughly satisfied, set down their bowls and called Yi Xiao over to extol his talents, subsequently inviting him to remain in the palace as the imperial chef. "Yi Xiao, won't you reconsider staying in the palace to exclusively prepare meals for me and the empress?" Yi Xiao shook his head, casting a glance toward the pale-faced Empress Zhuang. "It is inconceivable for me to remain as the imperial chef," he thought to himself. "With my current abilities, what would I be doing as a mere cook?" However, he mused that while he would not serve as the imperial chef, he indeed held the potential to cure the empress's ailment. "You can heal?" Emperor Douluo expressed his skepticism, unable to fathom how someone as young as Yi Xiao could possess such a talent. If that were the case, he would surely be a polymath of extraordinary capabilities. Not only did Emperor Douluo doubt Yu Zhao's medical abilities, but Empress Zhuang, Davis, and Dai Mubai also shared their disbelief in the veracity of his claim. Yi Xiao observed that this entire family was skeptical, yet she felt no anger. It would indeed be strange if they were to believe her. "Your Majesty," she began, "if my observations are correct, your ailment manifests in several distinct ways. As the sun descends, a bone-chilling cold envelopes you, persisting until dawn, when the sun rises once more, restoring your normal state." The Scarlet Empress was taken aback, and so too was Emperor Douluo, for these were the very torments she endured each day. Yi Xiao continued. "Every morning, Your Majesty, the Empress experiences dizziness and weakness in the limbs, only regaining her normal state by noon. This assertion left the Crimson Empress in astonishment as she gazed at Yu Xiao, now fully convinced of his medical prowess. Yu Xiao continued, around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You will experience full-body convulsions that last for approximately half an hour each day. My heavens! This can be discerned as well, exclaimed Emperor Douluo, his astonishment palpable. He thought to himself that Yu Xiao could pinpoint the exact time of the queen's affliction and was intimately familiar with the symptoms that manifested at each hour of the day. Truly, she must be a divine physician. It seems that with her presence, the queen's illness is indeed treatable. Brother Xiao is truly remarkable. Davis wore an expression of deep admiration. Meanwhile, Dai Shishi stood with her mouth agape, utterly captivated. Yu Xiao spoke, Your Majesty, on rainy days, you often succumb to chills, rendering you unable to rise from your bed, shivering from the cold. Your diet is irregular, lacking flavor, making it difficult for you to swallow even the simplest of meals. While hunger gnaws at your insides, your eyes are devoid of luster, your limbs heavy with fatigue, and you suffer from involuntary urination. Each day, you are beset by different ailments, robbing you of your zest for life and your courage. If I have misrepresented your condition in any way, Your Majesty, feel free to dismiss me as a charlatan and cast me out. No. Zhu Hong quickly shook her head. Yu Xiao, you have accurately described all my ailments, and with greater detail than I could ever muster. Yu Xiaoxin remarked, I cannot discern your symptoms. Do you suppose I am merely idling away my time? In truth, the afflictions besetting Zhu Hong were not self-evident to him, but rather unveiled by the system. Nevertheless, the distinction was negligible. For Yu Xiao had already become one with the system, others remained oblivious to its existence, and thus, the glory was entirely his. As Yu Xiao conversed with Queen Zhu Hong, Emperor Dai Lu discreetly pulled his son Davis aside and inquired, My son, you did not disclose your mother's ailment to Yu Xiao, did you? Davis quickly shook his head. Father, how could I? I have only known Brother Xiao for a mere few hours. It would be inconceivable to share such matters with him. Moreover, I am only aware of Brother Xiao's culinary talents, not his medical prowess, hence I did not mention anything regarding my mother. Upon hearing this, Emperor Dai Lu was filled with joy, exclaiming, My son, so it follows that your mother may yet be saved. Davis, equally elated, responded, Father, I too believe that since Brother Xiao can identify all of mother's symptoms, he must possess the ability to heal her. However, let us not jump to conclusions. We should first consult Brother Xiao to ascertain his thoughts, lest our hopes soar only to be met with disappointment. Emperor Dylan nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is sound reasoning. Chapter 96. Signing in at the Xinglua Palace. Reward. Prehistoric Dinosaur Fusion Soul Ring. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for signing in at the Xinglua Palace. Reward. Prehistoric Dinosaur Fusion Soul Ring. Note. The item has been stored in the system space. Please proceed to collect it. The sign-in reward system announced. What is this prehistoric dinosaur fusion soul ring? Yu Xiao pondered, somewhat bewildered, having never before encountered such a soul ring. Ding. The prehistoric dinosaur fusion soul ring is a soul ring formed from a myriad of combined dinosaurs. Yu Xiao, my dear master, let me elucidate that this soul ring is a remarkable amalgamation of formidable prehistoric dinosaurs, such as the Spinosaurus, the Giganotosaurus, the Cryolophosaurus, the Ceratosaurus, the Monolophosaurus, the Earthquake Dragon, the Huayangosaurus, the Baryonyx, the Beak-Nosed Dragon, the Nasutoceratops, the Kintrosaurus, the Thunder Dragon, the Stegosaurus, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the Mammochosaurus, the Shark-Toothed Dragon, the Liopleurodon, the Lufangosaurus, the Mammochosaurus, the Velociraptor, the Carcharodontosaurus, the Alamosaurus, the Eoraptor, the Pterosaurs, the Triceratops, the Stegosaurus, the T-Rex, the Iguanodon, the Dreadnoughtus, the Giganotosaurus, the Coirodon, the Sinraptor, the Draconix, the Acrocanthosaurus, the Argentinosaurus, the Amargosaurus, the Stygimoloch, the Therizinosaurus, the Suchomimus, the Yanquinosaurus, the Coridon, the steel-armored Tyrannosaurus, and many others. The sheer thought of so many dragons fused into a single soul ring is beyond Yi Zhao's imagination. I must admit, the system's creativity is truly remarkable. Yi Xiao, do you think you can cure the queen's ailment? Suddenly, Emperor Dailu approached Yi Xiao with utmost sincerity, inquiring earnestly. Yes, it can be treated, albeit under certain conditions. Yi smiled gently and immediately pulled Emperor Dai to one side, casting a glance back at Empress Zhu Hong. Emperor Dai, puzzled by her intent, also turned to glance at his wife. Yi Xiao, Your Majesty, the Empress's ailment can indeed be cured, albeit under certain conditions. If you agree to my terms, Not only will I be able to treat her, but I assure you of a complete recovery." Emperor Douluo, filled with joy, responded, "Speak. And as long as you can save the Empress, I shall acquiesce to any conditions you propose." "Yu Xiao, are you certain?" Emperor Douluo, "Oh, certainly. Everything else is negotiable except for my throne." "Yu Xiao." Yu Xiao smiled once more and leaned in to softly whisper a few words into his ear. Upon hearing this, Emperor Dailei's expression immediately darkened as he pondered to himself, on one side stands the Empress, and on the other, the future happiness of Mubai. How shall I choose? Yu Xiao's condition was precisely that he would only agree to save the Empress Zhu Hong if he annulled the engagement between Zhu Xuching and Dai Mubai. Furthermore, he insisted on maintaining the confidentiality of this matter. Otherwise, Yu Xiao would not assist him. Yu Xiao had come solely for Zhu Xuching. And regardless of whether Emperor Dai consented or not, nothing could hinder him from uniting with her. Should either Emperor Dai or the Zhu family dare to interfere, Yu Xiao was prepared to demonstrate his strength to make them acknowledge the reality of the situation. Observing Emperor Dailei's hesitation, he gently placed a hand on his shoulder and remarked, "Your Majesty, since you are unable to make a decision at this moment, there is no need to rush. However, I must inform you that regardless of your consent, Zhu Xuching is already mine. This is an undeniable fact that no one can obstruct, including yourselves and the Zhu family. Furthermore, while there is but one empress, there are multiple fiancés, and you should be aware of which holds greater significance. As for your third son, Dai Mubai, as his father, you must have already investigated his current actions in Sotoa City, where he indulges in a life of excess and revelry. Having committed numerous acts of disloyalty against Zhu Xuching, releasing him from the engagement would not be to his detriment nor unjust. Am I not correct? Very well. I grant you a fortnight to deliberate, but should you remain indecisive after this period, it will be impossible for me to assist the Empress with her healing in the future." Emperor Dai stood in place, acutely aware that this matter transcended mere engagement. It concerned the dignity of the royal family. Although he was determined to save the Empress and recognized that Dai Mubai's current behavior had already betrayed the engagement with Zhu Xuching. As the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire, he could not disregard the face of the royal lineage. Yu Xiao shrugged his shoulders and waved his hand to Davis, saying, I'm leaving. Brother Xiao, I'll see you out." Davis hurriedly followed him to the door. Just as the two had taken but 3 steps toward the garden entrance, a figure swiftly appeared, blocking their way. Davis looked up, only to find it was Emperor Dai, who, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Father, what is your intention?" The Emperor did not even glance at him, instead turning his gaze to Yu Xiao and stating, "This matter does not concern you. Step aside." Then he continued, addressing Yu Xiao today. "Either you cure the Queen's ailment, and I shall bestow upon you titles and ranks, leading to a life of splendor and abundance, where beautiful maidens will flock to you, everything one could desire. After all, there are countless flowers in the world. Why must one be fixated on her?" Attempting to obstruct my path, he truly underestimates the situation. Yu Xiao listened to his words, and instead of feeling anger, she smiled. "So, great Emperor Douluo, what if I refuse to comply?" "Refuse?" Great Emperor Douluo chuckled softly. "If you refuse, I shall continue until you yield. Is that so?" Buzz, buzz, buzz. Without further ado, Great Emperor Douluo summoned a multitude of rings, and in an instant, his martial spirit, the white tiger, enveloped him. His physique expanded to 1.5 times its original size. His hands and feet transformed into powerful tiger paws, and striking white tiger stripes adorned his body. Yu Xiao gazed at the Emperor Douluo, a smile escaping his lips as he remarked, "How ludicrous. I once believed you to be a true tiger. Yet you are but a counterfeit, merely a fox cloaked in the tiger's might, daring to flaunt before me. Allow me to utter a phrase that may not please your ears. In my presence, you are no more than an insignificant ant. I could extinguish you in the blink of an eye. Do you believe me? Young man, one must speak with a sense of reality. It is not I who am the ant. Rather, it is you who occupies that role." "Father, what are you doing?" Davis interjected, stepping forward to confront the Emperor. "Xiaogu was brought here by me. You have no right to treat him in such a manner." "Preposterous," Emperor Douluo retorted, raising his hand and sending Davis flying with a single strike. Dai Sisi watched from the sidelines, hesitant to intervene, her concern rooted in the fear that the Emperor might inflict grave harm upon him. After all, she had yet to savor the exquisite culinary creations of Yu Xiao, and his striking appearance had captured her heart. Thus, she was reluctant to witness any discord between him and her father. The Scarlet Empress hurried forward to assist her son, helping him to his feet. Yu Xiao cast a discerning glance at the true prowess of Emperor Douluo, confirming that he indeed possessed the strength of an 8-ring soul Douluo. His soul ring configuration was impeccably standard: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Emperor, I shall inquire once more, will you step aside or not? Emperor Douluo responded with an expression of disdain. You are merely an insignificant nobody. Who granted you the audacity to confront me in such a manner? Yu Xiao, to yield or not to yield? Douluo the Great, if you kneel down and heal the queen, I shall grant you your freedom. Otherwise, I shall reiterate my words. And I shall not cease until you acquiesce. Yu Xiao, given this circumstance, there is nothing left to discuss. I can only resort to confronting him. Suddenly, Yu Xiao unleashed the Fuxi Qin martial soul, and beneath him, a purple soul ring began to glow. The Fuxi Qin expanded in size as Yu Xiao's hands danced gracefully across the strings, releasing waves of soul power that produced a melodious sound. The Emperor Douluo immediately sensed something amiss. His mental faculties were slipping beyond his control. He attempted to launch an attack against Yu Xiao, yet found himself utterly powerless. It felt as though his body was no longer his own, completely devoid of the subconscious guidance of his mind, and his movements were involuntary. As Yu Xiao observed the demeanor of Emperor Douluo, he mused that this was the manifestation of his Fuxi Qin martial soul's first soul skill, control. Upon activation, this soul skill, owing to the divine nature of the Fuxi Qin martial soul, possessed the formidable capability to sweep aside any soul master below the level of 90. Given the prowess of its Millennium Soul Ring, Emperor Douluo, being merely in his 80s and not a title Douluo, was naturally unable to withstand the controlling powers of Yu Xiao's Fuxi Qin martial soul. Suddenly, an unforeseen spectacle transpired. To everyone's astonishment, Emperor Douluo's hands became uncontrollable, as he repeatedly struck his own face with considerable force. Each blow was delivered with even more ferocity than when he normally inflicted pain upon others. In a matter of moments, he was left howling in agony, his visage bruised and battered. Chapter 97. Self-inflicted strikes. Brother, why is father striking himself? Dai Mubai pondered, bewildered. In her understanding, while her father was merely an 89th level soul Douluo, the strength he exhibited was only slightly inferior to that of an average title Douluo. Yet, here he was, striking himself in the presence of a young man, puzzling her greatly. Davis, deep in thought, responded, Sister, I too am uncertain about the circumstances. However, it appears that Brother Zhao's ancient Qin martial soul possesses a first soul skill of controlling nature. Are you suggesting that Father's sudden self-infliction is a result of this soul skill? Dai Mubai seemed to grasp the implication. Davis nodded affirmatively. It seems undeniable. And the power of this soul skill is terrifying. Otherwise, Father would not be striking himself in the midst of combat. But brother, this Yu Xiao is merely at the first ring, though it is a Millennium Soul Ring. How can he control someone of Father's caliber? Dai Mubai remained perplexed. Davis sighed, recalling an incident 3 days prior when he had clashed with Yu Xiao at the Star Luo Royal Academy. Despite Yu Xiao not even releasing his martial soul or soul ring, a single strike had caused Davis's soul power to dissipate entirely, forcing him to retract his martial soul, leaving him utterly defenseless and acutely aware of the opponent's exceptional capabilities. Consequently, he had refrained from antagonizing Yu Xiao thereafter, opting instead to curry favor. Today, he had brought Yu Xiao to the palace, partly to please their parents with the exquisite culinary offerings prepared by Yu Xiao and partly to forge an alliance. Little did he anticipate that his own father would turn against him, nor that the emperor, despite being in his 80s, would be at such a disadvantage. Sister, this matter is complex. There exists a class of individuals known as masters who often conceal their true strength. When they finally reveal it, they possess the ability to dominate or annihilate their foes with ease. Therefore, one must not judge solely by appearances, but rather observe the finer details to gain a clearer understanding, Davis remarked with a hint of significance. Dai Mubai scrutinized him closely. Brother, you seem rather different today. Usually, you confront adversaries with unwavering resolve, refusing to relent until your objectives are achieved. Today, in the presence of Yu Xiao, you appear rather timid, seemingly apprehensive of him. Davis chuckled wryly. Sister, I shall be candid. 3 days ago, I had an altercation with Xiao Gu, and the outcome was... What was the outcome? Daisy pressed eagerly. Xiao Gu merely delivered a single slap, yet it rendered me utterly powerless. I lost. So formidable, Daisy could hardly believe her ears. But she knew Davis well. He would not fabricate tales in such matters, thus his words must hold truth. Moreover, the illustrious Emperor Douluo, at level 80, was presently punishing himself, compelling her to accept Davis's account. Bang, bang, bang. Ah. Just moments ago, the Emperor Douluo was mercilessly striking his own face. Yet the severity had escalated. Now his hands had shifted to his head, forcefully battering his visage. His teeth had already been dislodged, blood flowed from his mouth. His nose was askew, and his eyes were swollen and bruised. To inflict such damage upon oneself. Emperor Douluo undoubtedly stood as the foremost in the annals of Douluo Continent. Emperor Douluo, do you now comprehend my prowess? To dare provoke me. This shall be your fate. Yi Zhao's lips twitched slightly, yet his hands continued to glide gracefully across the strings of the instrument. Unwilling to relent in his pursuit of Emperor Douluo, the Crimson Empress, witnessing this spectacle, could bear it no longer. She perceived that the Emperor's self-inflicted torment amounted to a form of suicide. As her husband, he was deserving of rescue, and she resolved to intervene. Although he had instigated the conflict with Yu Xiao, she felt compelled to act. She swiftly approached Davis and said, "My dear, I fear your father stands no chance against Mr. Yi. Given your amicable relationship with him, you must plead for your father's mercy. If he continues to harm himself in this manner, his life may be in grave danger." "Yes, mother," Davis concurred, sharing her concern. He promptly moved to Yi Zhao's side and implored, "Brother Xiao, it was my father who wronged you first. I beseech you for my sake. Do not take offense against him." Upon finishing his plea, he humbly knelt before Yi Xiao, fully aware that their acquaintance was merely superficial. Without genuine sincerity, he doubted the situation could be resolved. The Crimson Empress then urged her daughter, Cici, to join them before Yi Xiao, kneeling as well. "Mr. Yi, I implore you to show leniency and spare Emperor Douluo this once. Should he disrespect you again, I shall ensure he is dealt with." Davis quickly added, "Indeed. Brother Xiao, please grant my younger brother this favor." Cici turned her head away, stifling a laugh, finding the situation rather absurd. She wished to mourn for her father, but her heart could not settle. She pondered, what on earth is happening? Who would believe that the formidable stellar emperor, usually exuding power and authority, could stoop to striking himself in front of an unknown youth? Yet, she could not deny that in this moment. Yi Xiao was indeed the most formidable young man she had ever encountered. Yi Xiao glanced down at Davis and said, "Very well, Davis. I shall grant him a reprieve today, out of respect for you." "Thank you," exclaimed the Crimson Queen, her voice rising in gratitude. Yu Zhao's expression suddenly changed, however. "While death may be averted, the consequences of living cannot be escaped. I shall impose a lighter punishment upon him, and then set him free." The mother and her two children repeatedly nodded in gratitude. They found themselves at a loss, in the presence of a formidable figure like Yu Xiao. They understood precisely what actions were appropriate and what were not. Otherwise, today, Emperor Douluo would likely meet a grim fate, perhaps even a mutilated demise. What rendered the trio most uncomfortable was the knowledge that Emperor Douluo had inflicted harm upon himself. Should this news circulate, it would undoubtedly cause others to ridicule him mercilessly for having brought about his own downfall. Yu Xiao did not smile. Her hands slowed their delicate dance upon the Fuxi zither, withdrawing her left hand to merely caress the strings with her right. The great Emperor Douluo, indeed, relinquished his hands, ceasing to strike his own head and face. Davis, the Crimson Queen, and Daisy sighed in relief. However, the subsequent actions of the great Emperor Douluo utterly shattered the trio's perceptions. They witnessed him suddenly erupt into a series of cackling laughs. His face adorned with an indecent grin, hands outstretched, as he swayed his hips and torso. In a bewildering display, he shed his upper garments and trousers, leaving only a pair of white undergarments, while he approached Davis, gyrating his backside provocatively. Davis, in utter dismay, found himself torn between laughter and frustration, silently lamenting the absurdity of the situation. At that moment, the great Emperor Douluo bent down, grasped Davis's hands, and lifted him from the ground, initiating an intimate dance. Unable to bear the spectacle, Davis retched, exclaiming, "Father." Chapter 98. A night meeting with Zhu Xuching. The great Emperor Douluo paid no heed to Davis's distress, continuing to dance while the pace quickened. Davis, unable to escape the Emperor's grasp, succumbed to the rhythm, joining him in the dance. Before long, Douluo had divested Davis of his clothing as well. The father and son swayed together, their movements surprisingly captivating. Daisy, unable to suppress her laughter, erupted into giggles. "You wicked girl," the Crimson Queen scolded, giving her daughter a playful slap on the back as she laughed at the sight of her father and brother's antics. "Mother, just look at the dance they are performing. How could it not be amusing?" "I simply cannot contain my laughter," Daisy retorted, sidestepping with a grin. At that moment, even the Crimson Queen found herself unable to restrain her laughter. Ah, you two cannot resist the humor. Daisy teased. It is your mischievous spirit that brings this upon us. The Crimson Queen replied, feigning annoyance. Daisy stuck out her tongue playfully, exuding charm. Very well. Observing these two men perform such a ludicrous display for an extended duration certainly reveals my peculiar tastes. Yu Xiao retracted his Fuxi Qin martial soul and approached Dai Cici, saying, Inform your father that I shall be waiting for him at the Zhu residence. When he is ready, he may come to find me. The Zhu family? Dai Cici pondered for a moment. Yu Xiao, are you referring to the Zhu family of my future eldest sister-in-law, the third sister-in-law? Yu smiled and nodded, then swiftly vanished from sight. Daisy still wished to say something, but he had already disappeared. She mused to herself that you should have clarified matters before making his hasty exit. Nevertheless, when he mentioned the Zhu family, it was undoubtedly Zhu Xuching's household. Well then, I shall visit the Zhu residence tomorrow to seek his company. Emperor Douluo and Davis had danced vigorously for over half an hour, and now they lay exhausted on the ground, recuperating their spirits. Upon seeing this, the Scarlet Queen hurried over, beckoning Daisy to assist in helping the two of them back to their chambers for rest. 3 days had passed. He and T come to see me. Zhu Xuching lay in bed, gazing out the window at the night scenery. The moonlight illuminated the space before her bed, stirring memories of the taste of fried snails. Simultaneously, she recalled Ye's strikingly handsome face, alongside a feeling she could not find with any other man. Not even with Dai Mubai did she experience such emotions. This feeling was akin to savoring honey, leaving a lingering sweetness that was unforgettable. Zhu Xuching suspected she had fallen in love, though without any tangible proof. She had never truly experienced romance, thus the essence of love remained a mystery to her. Her past relationship with Dai Mubai was merely a matter of a marriage contract, hardly qualifying as love. Their connection had been devoid of genuine affection, leaving her heart untouched. However, since that fateful day on the cliff, upon encountering Yi, she had begun to feel the stirrings of love. One could say it was love at first sight, or perhaps a mere infatuation. Regardless, her heart was now filled with the image of Yi. As the moonlight shone brightly before her, reminiscent of frost on the ground, she gazed upward at the moon, lowering her head in thoughts of her homeland. Just when Zhu Xuching was lost in thoughts of Yi, unable to sleep, a voice outside began to recite poetry. Oh? Zhu Xuching recognized the voice immediately as Yes. She quickly sprang from her bed and rushed to the window to look outside, but she could not see him. Where could he be? Not willing to surrender, she opened her door to investigate further, and there, not far from the window, sat a figure at a stone table. Upon recognizing the silhouette, Zhu Xuching's face broke into a radiant smile, and she hurried over to sit across from him. Indeed, it was Yi. Yi, why have you come to my home again? Zhu Xuching inquired, her heart brimming with joy at the arrival of the one she had been longing for, yet also concerned about the consequences of Ye's late-night visit to the Zhu estate, should anyone discover him. Yi Xiao gazed at Zhu Xuching's fair visage, unable to restrain himself from reaching out, lifting her chin gently. Xuching, do you not miss me? Zhu Xuching, taken aback, found herself at a loss for words. Yi Xiao, do not speak recklessly. Why would I miss you? You are not someone of significance to me. Yet, if you truly did not miss me, how could you rush over to greet me as if I were the closest person to you? It is evident that your heart speaks otherwise. Yi Xiao did not smile. What am I to you? Naturally, I am your fiancé. Ah, Zhu Xuching was taken aback, not expecting Yi Xiao to possess such audacity to make a joke that could cost him his head. Yi Xiao, lower your voice. Such words, if overheard, could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, I am already betrothed to the third prince of the current Xingluo royal family, Dai Mubai, a situation that cannot be altered. Humph. As long as I am here, nothing is beyond the realm of change. Yi Xiao remarked, Xuching, that Dai Mubai is living a carefree life in Soto City, and he is utterly unworthy of you. Therefore, from this day forth, you shall sever ties with him. Henceforth, you shall be my fiancé Yi. Zhu Xuching was momentarily taken aback. But Yi Xiao, I cannot bring harm upon you. Although my engagement with Dai Mubai is merely a formality devoid of love, it is a union sanctioned by our forebears. Moreover, the power of both the Zhu family and the Dai family within the royal sphere is insurmountable and cannot be altered. But I can, Yi Xiao proclaimed with confidence. His current strength rendered such matters trivial. By day, he had already dealt with the Dai family, and by tomorrow, he could easily manage the elders of the Zhu family, including Zhu Xuching's own parents. Zhu Xuching, not wishing to undermine Yi Xiao's pride, felt compelled to offer a sober warning for the sake of his safety. Yi Xiao, you possess neither soul power nor soul rings. By what means do you believe you can change this situation? Are you not aware of the immense influence wielded by the Zhu and Dai families in Xinglua City? Our power reigns supreme in the Xinglua Empire. I possess 8 soul rings, yet you have none. Who asserts that I lack soul power and soul rings? Yi Xiao retorted, fully cognizant that Zhu Xuching's words came from a place of goodwill, merely serving as counsel, and therefore, he bore no ill will towards her. You said it yourself. Zhu Xuching replied. Yi Xiao, oh, that was merely a jest, to be honest. I have already attained the rank of 8 rings in Soul Douluo. Zhu Xuching chuckled softly. It was not that she doubted him, but rather, she found it hard to believe that a mere youth in his teens could achieve such a remarkable level of cultivation. Surpassing 80. Yi Xiao, let us not indulge in such frivolous banter, shall we? Zhu Xuching suddenly became serious. Although I cherish you and you hold affection for me, I cannot bear the thought of you recklessly endangering your life for my sake. Do you understand? Zhu Xuching spoke earnestly. Yet she could not fathom why her sincerity seemed to elude him. Yi Xiao gently massaged his temples, pondering that he must have a candid discussion with Zhu Xuching this evening. Zhu Xuching, I shall be forthright with you. I am not merely at the 80-something level, but rather at the 90th. With the absorption of just one more soul ring, I shall ascend to the esteemed rank of a title Douluo. Zhu Xuching, upon hearing this, grew increasingly skeptical of Yi Xiao's words. With a hint of irritation, she retorted, Yi Xiao, enough. No matter how eloquently you speak, I will not permit you to take such risks. It seems that unless I reveal my true prowess, Zhu Xuching will never believe I possess the strength of the 90th level. Yet, such skepticism is quite understandable. Yi Xiao said little more. Rising from his seat and stepping 10 meters away from the table, addressing Zhu Xuching, Xuching, since you harbor doubts, allow me to demonstrate. Zhu Xuching, though still somewhat skeptical, recognized that seeing was believing. If Yi Xiao could indeed perform miracles, she would wholeheartedly accept the prospect of becoming his fiancée. Chapter 99. Meeting Zhu Xuching's parents. Buzzing sounds filled the air as 2 soul rings ascended from beneath Yi Xiao. The first was a stark white, while the second shimmered with a dragon-like aura, radiating an imposing presence. Zhu Xuching was left astonished. She had initially perceived Yi Xiao as an ordinary villager devoid of soul power, yet here he was, manifesting 2 soul rings. She mused that while both of Yi Xiao's rings were 10-year white, they were still commendable compared to having no soul power at all. Little did she know that these 2 white rings were mere facades, each actually surpassing 1 billion years in age. Zhu Xuching, what do you think? Surprised? Yi Xiao cast a flirtatious glance at Zhu Xuching, brimming with pride. Zhu Xuching thought to herself, although he possessed 2 soul rings, he remained incapable of contending with the 2 prominent families. Yi Xiao, you are impressive, yet the strength of the 2 families is formidable. As a soul master in your 20s, your level is insufficient. You should concede. Don't be hasty. I have not yet revealed everything. There's more? Zhu Xuching was genuinely taken aback. She considered herself exceptional within her family, yet she was merely at level 20-something, not yet 30. How could he, with a seemingly useless martial soul, already possess 2 soul rings? If he indeed had another, that would elevate him to a 3-ringed soul master. Such a feat would surpass her. He appeared merely 18 or 19, not yet 20, and already possessed 3 rings. With a bit of effort, perhaps this endeavor could truly succeed. However, the opponent hailed from the royal Dai family. Even if you shouted possess 3 rings, the odds were slim. Moreover, Dai Mubai's aptitude far surpassed her own, likely affording him 3 rings and a level of 31 or 32. Thus, Yi Xiao's 3 rings, despite being from a useless martial soul, could not compete with Dai Mubai's 3-ringed soul master status of the evil eye white tiger. Buzz, as Zhu Xuching pondered. Another soul ring emerged from beneath Yi Xiao. This ring exceeded her expectations. Initially, she speculated that if Yi Xiao had a 3rd ring, it would be 100-year yellow or 1,000-year purple. To her astonishment, he manifested a black ring of 10,000 years. It was known that on the Douluo Continent, the configuration of soul rings adhered to certain standards: white, yellow, purple, and black. Typically, outside of the most extraordinary talents, soul rings were absorbed according to these classifications. However, Yi Xiao's situation was indeed peculiar. The 1st and 2nd rings were merely white, yet the 3rd was an astonishing 10,000-year black. Zhu Xuching found herself in a state of perplexity. This extraordinary configuration of soul rings was something she had never encountered before. Thus, she felt a conflict within her heart. Should she introduce him to her father? Even if their paths did not converge, his remarkable talent was unparalleled in the Zhu family, and retaining him would pose no issue. The higher-ups in the Zhu family would undoubtedly recognize his exceptional abilities and nurture him as a key prodigy. If he were to progress swiftly, there might still be a chance for a future between them. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a radiant smile graced her face. She swiftly rose and grasped one of his hands, leading him towards another grand residence nearby. "Yi Xiao, come with me," she urged. "Oh?" Yi Xiao was being pulled along by Zhu Xuching, momentarily taken aback. He pondered to himself how he had been interrupted when he still had soul rings yet to be unleashed. However, perhaps it was for the best. If their endeavor succeeded, there would be no need to reveal all his strength. Bang, bang, bang. "Mom, Dad, it's me, Xuching. Please open the door." Zhu Xuching exclaimed as she knocked on the door of another large house, calling out from within. Yi Xiao assumed that Zhu Xuching was taking her somewhere, only to discover that it was to meet her parents, which left her feeling somewhat awkward. She thought to herself, to meet my future in-laws so suddenly, and without any preparation. Just then, the door swung open from within, revealing the face of an elegant woman. Yi Xiao examined closely. The beautiful woman appeared to be around 30 years of age, her alluring figure surpassing even that of Zhu Zhuyun. And her resemblance to Zhu Zhuyun was an astounding 99%. This indicated that the woman was undoubtedly Zhu Xuching's mother. Zhu Xuching likely resembled her father more, which accounted for the lack of similarity between them. "Xuching, why are you awake at this late hour?" Suddenly, Wu Yin'er noticed a strange young man beside her third daughter, and her expression darkened instantly. "Xuching, who is this?" "Mother, please summon father. I have something of utmost importance to discuss with both of you." With that, she took Yi Xiao's hand and walked towards the center of the courtyard. "Xuching, was that your mother just now?" Yi Xiao merely sought confirmation. Zhu Xuching nodded. "Yes, indeed. Having met my eldest sister, one should be able to deduce who my mother is upon seeing her." "It is undeniable," Yi Xiao remarked. "Indeed. Your mother and your elder sister seem to be carved from the same mold. Apart from their age, they are remarkably alike." Just as the two were conversing, a sudden sound of footsteps emerged from behind them. Yi Xiao turned back to glance, only to see a middle-aged man walking alongside Wu Yin'er. This man was tall and imposing, standing over 6 feet 3 inches, with a dignified appearance that exuded authority. Yi Xiao thought to himself, if his assumptions were correct, this must be Zhu Xuching's father. "Yi Xiao, these are my parents," Zhu Xuching promptly introduced as they approached. Turning to her parents, she continued, "Father, mother, this is Yi Xiao, my friend. I brought him home without prior notice, and I hope you can forgive me for my oversight." Wu Yin'er remained silent, her gaze sweeping over the unfamiliar youth before her, suddenly taken aback. She realized she had not fully appreciated his appearance earlier. He was unexpectedly handsome. However, no matter his charm, he was not suitable for Xuching. If he were merely a friend, it would be acceptable, but as a romantic interest, it was out of the question. Zhu Xiao did not immediately respond, but took a moment to assess Yi Xiao, trying to discern his soul power level. Yet, he found it impossible to ascertain. Puzzled, he thought, could it be that this young man possessed no soul power? That seemed inconceivable. If he lacked any soul power, how could he have possibly met Xuching? After a brief silence, Zhu Xiaotai inquired, "Xuching, could you enlighten me on how you two became acquainted?" "Of course, father." Zhu Xuching replied, recounting in detail their meeting, omitting only the fact that Yi Xiao had stealthily infiltrated the Zhu estate, instead portraying it as her having brought him in. "Oh." Wu Yin'er sighed in relief upon hearing about the nature of Xuching and Yi Xiao's relationship. As long as they were not romantically involved, she felt reassured. Zhu Xiaotai nodded. "So, Xuching, is there a specific reason you brought him to meet me?" "Yes. I cannot yet disclose to my parents that Yi Xiao is pursuing me, but I thought it best to introduce him to you, so he may quickly grow within the Zhu family and find a better opportunity later." Zhu Xuching smiled suddenly, adding, "Father, Yi Xiao expressed a desire to join our Zhu family, which is why I brought him along." "Join the Zhu family?" Zhu Xiaotai was taken aback, but soon calmed, reflecting that it was only natural for someone to want to affiliate with a family as esteemed as theirs in Xinglua City, the Empire, and the royal court. Chapter 100. A new perspective. Although Zhu Xiaotai was not particularly pleased, he was nonetheless curious to see what abilities this young man possessed. Primarily, he could not discern Yu Xiao's soul power level or what martial spirit he wielded. "Yi Xiao, given Xuching's endorsement, I am not opposed to your joining the Zhu family. However, it is imperative to have a certain level of strength to be accepted. I do not require an exceptionally high standard. But seeing as you appear to be around 18, your soul power must be no less than level 21. Level 21. Zhu Xuching smiled. For this indeed reflects the standards of the Zhu family. However, Yu Xiao has already reached the formidable rank of Soul Master at over 30 levels. So passing the test is certainly assured. She then gazed at Yu Xiao and said, "Now, allow my parents to witness your prowess." Yi smiled and nodded, choosing not to elaborate further as his soul power began to surge. Immediately, a stark white soul ring materialized beneath him. White? Zhu Xiaodai and Wu Yin'er exchanged glances, their expressions rife with disdain. Zhu Xuching, you brought him home with such meager strength? Do you take our Zhu family for a lowly clan, willing to accept anyone? Upon witnessing Ye's soul ring, Wu Yin'er swiftly reprimanded her third daughter. Yu Xiao wore a stoic expression. For him, such scenes were not unfamiliar, and thus he remained unperturbed. He knew that soon enough, he could reclaim his dignity, so there was no need for haste. Zhu Xiaotai's complexion was hardly favorable either. Yet as the head of the Zhu family, he possessed a certain sagacity. Yi Xiao, is this truly the only soul ring you possess? Zhu Xuching chuckled softly, choosing not to respond, thinking to herself that if Yi Xiao truly had but a single soul ring, he would not have come to meet them at all, for that would be rather unwise. With that, she cast a glance at Yi Xiao, winking at him, signaling him to unveil all his soul rings for his parents to behold. A hum resonated. Yi Xiao did not respond to Zhu Xiaotai's words, and beneath him, another soul ring emerged. Once again, it was white. Wu Yin'er had harbored a glimmer of anticipation upon hearing that he possessed a second soul ring. She had thought that the second might be 100-year yellow, but to her dismay, it turned out to be yet another white, instantly extinguishing her interest in Yu Xiao. Hey, Zhu Xiaodai remarked with evident disdain, young man, I previously stated that I would accept you only if you surpassed level 21. However, I did not expect both of your soul rings to be white. Your aptitude is exceedingly poor, and it is destined that your aspirations will never soar too high. Humph. Is this what you refer to as insight? Yi Xiao finally retaliated, saying, is that so? Young man, what do you mean by that? Upon witnessing Yi Xiao's demeanor, Zhu Xiaodai's anger surged fiercely. In both his family and the Star Luo Empire's royal court, even the current emperor would show him a modicum of respect. Yet, this young boy, merely in his 20s with only 2 white rings, dared to be so audacious, which inevitably provoked Zhu Xiaotai's ire. Father, please remain calm. Yu Xiao still has 1 soul ring yet to be revealed. Seeing her father's agitation escalate, Zhu Xuching felt compelled to interject for clarity, lest her father truly become enraged, leading to Yu Xiao facing dire consequences. Although Yu Xiao possesses 3 soul rings, no matter how formidable he may be, he cannot possibly surpass his father. The renowned title Douluo, a 3rd soul ring? Zhu Xiaodai was taken aback. He mused that although his first 2 rings were merely white, the presence of a 3rd would indicate a soul power level exceeding 30. In that case, he would surpass Zhu Xuching in rank, compensating for the inadequacies of his initial 2 soul rings. At that moment, Wu Yin'er's expression also shifted. She was astonished to learn that his potential exceeded that of Zhu Qing's soul rings. Ahem, Zhu Xiaotai declared, Yi Xiao, if it is indeed true, as Zhu Qing suggested, that you possess a 3rd soul ring, then I, Zhu Xiaodai, vow by the honor of the Zhu family to accept you, no matter the circumstances. However, if you do not, I shall have no choice but to ask you to leave and never set foot in the Zhu family again. Yi Xiao, disinterested in idle chatter, released his 3rd soul ring with a resonant hum. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Xiaotai and Wu Yin'er felt a shift in their initial disdain, replaced by astonishment and delight. Xiaodai, is that a black soul ring? Am I seeing things? Wu Yin'er questioned, unable to believe her own eyes, as she pulled her husband aside for a private conversation. Zhu Xiaodai replied with a grin, Yin'er, you are not mistaken. It is indeed a black 10,000-year soul ring. 10,000 years? How can his 3rd soul ring absorb one of such age? It seems rather extraordinary, she mused. Indeed, Yin'er, it does seem unusual. Yet the evidence stands before us, a genuine 10,000-year soul ring, he acknowledged. But Xiaodai, it's not that I doubt the legitimacy of his soul ring. I am merely perplexed. His first 2 rings are white, so how does this one differ so dramatically in color? Yes, I share your confusion, but miracles do occur. And he may very well be one of them, he concurred. Wu Yin'er nodded thoughtfully. Then, Xiaotai, such a rarity is not common, even in our Zhu family. I believe we should consider bringing him into our fold. Should he flourish, he could offer invaluable assistance. After all, the world is unpredictable. Having an extra ally can only fortify us against unforeseen circumstances. Listening to his wife, Zhu Xiaotai's face brightened with a long-lost smile. Indeed, Yin'er, your reasoning is sound. We must prepare for the future. Zhu Xuching observed her parents engaged in hushed dialogue and promptly approached Xiao, saying, Xiao, judging by my parents' demeanor, it seems you have a promising chance to join the Zhu family. Oh. Xiao forced a smile, thinking to herself, what purpose is there in joining the Zhu family if not for you? Zhu Xiaotai exchanged a few words with his wife before approaching Xiao, his face adorned with a few more smiles. Xiao, since you have already acquired 3 soul rings, joining my Zhu family should not pose an issue. However, I must first ascertain the nature of your martial soul. Is that acceptable? Of course. Xiao replied succinctly, extending her right hand, the Fuxi Qin materializing within her grasp. Ah? Zhu Xiaodai, noticing the pale pink Guqin in Xiao's left hand, inquired with curiosity, Xiao, is this a Guqin martial soul? I have yet to encounter it. Does it have a name? Indeed, it is called the Fuxi Qin martial soul. Fuxi Qin. Zhu Xiaodai pondered for a moment. What a splendid name. If my assumptions are correct, this must be an auxiliary martial soul. Am I right? Yes, it can assist as well as exert control. I see. Zhu Xiaotai stroked his chin, deep in thought. Might I request a demonstration of its abilities? Yi smiled and nodded, contemplating that the Xian sword had absorbed 8 soul rings, while the Fuxi Qin had only absorbed 2, thus limiting her to merely 2 soul skills. She had contemplated releasing the Xian sword martial soul, but decided against it for the time being. All right, Uncle Zhu, my Fuxi Qin martial soul's first soul skill is control. The second soul skill is the Rui Jingu Bang, showcasing tremendous prowess. As for the third soul skill, the Fuxi Qin martial soul currently possesses only 2 soul rings, so it cannot unleash a third skill. Zhu Xiaodai nodded in understanding. Then I would like to experience the might of your soul skills. May we engage in a friendly contest? Of course. But you are a titled Douluo of the 90th rank, and my Fuxi Qin martial soul's first soul skill can only control soul masters below the 90th rank. So the effectiveness of our battle would be negligible. What then shall we do? Zhu Xiaodai inquired. Xiao contemplated for a moment before turning her gaze towards Wu Yener. May I inquire your level, Tyrant? Wu Yener replied, I am at level 83. 83. Xiao smiled. That is perfect. My first soul skill from the Fuxi Qin can precisely control soul masters of around that level. Zhu Xiaodai, upon hearing this, immediately understood her implication. Yener, it is your turn. Very well. Without hesitation, Wu Yener began to channel her soul power. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Soon, 8 soul rings emerged beneath her, showcasing a sequence of colors, yellow, purple, and black, with an abundance of black. Then, she summoned her martial spirit, the Nether Spirit Cat, and turned her gaze towards Xiao. Are you prepared? Indeed. Without uttering a word, Xiao's hands danced gracefully over the strings of the Fuxi zither, its melodious tones resonating throughout the air. In a swift motion, Wu Yener lunged forward to attack, but before she could reach Xiao, she abruptly halted. What transpired next left Zhu Xiaotai and Zhu Xuching utterly astonished. With a sudden flourish, Wu Yener raised her palm and began to strike her own face with resounding slaps. The father and daughter exchanged bewildered glances, astonished by the immense power of Yi Zhao's first soul skill on the Fuxi zither, capable of controlling even an 83rd level soul Douluo. Just as Zhu Xiaotai was grappling with his shock, Wu Yener suddenly appeared before him, delivering a flurry of slaps that landed squarely on his face. The stinging blows left Zhu Xiaotai's cheeks ablaze. He wished to retaliate, yet he found himself unable to do so against his own wife, enduring the onslaught instead. That seemed sufficient. Xiao finally halted his actions, and simultaneously, Wu Yener ceased as well. She gazed at her husband's swollen visage, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Xiaodai, I sincerely apologize. I was merely under the influence of Yi Zhao's soul technique when I struck you. Zhu Xiao shook his head. Yener, there is no need for concern. I understand that you acted out of necessity. After all, you did strike yourself as well. Upon hearing her husband's words, Wu Yener suddenly realized the burning pain on her own face. She promptly retrieved a mirror from her belongings, only to discover the distinct handprints adorning her cheeks, still red and swollen. Observing this, Zhu Xuching immediately pulled Yi Xiao aside, saying, Yi Xiao, your soul technique is truly formidable, but indirectly, you have also left a mark on my parents' faces. You certainly have a talent for causing trouble. Yi Xiao scratched his head, contemplating that this move was indeed rather ruthless. When Wu Yener looked at him again, her expression was one of displeasure. This fellow had managed to strike both her and her husband's faces. He was truly something. Although both of our faces have been struck by this lad, said Xiaodai, I must admit that his soul skill is genuinely impressive. He can completely control me. An 8-ring soul Douluo, using merely the first soul rings technique. Zhu Xiaotai gazed intently at Yi Xiao, his eyes ablaze with excitement. Yinner, are you saying this lad can control you at will with just a first-ring soul skill? Wu Yinner nodded, unable to deny it. Of course. Would you think I would bruise my own face into a pig's head for show? Indeed, Zhu Xiaotai exclaimed with delight. If that is the case, he can now dominate any soul Douluo with the first soul skill of his Fuxi Qin martial soul. It is simply astonishing. Therefore, Xiaotai, we must ensure this young man does not slip away from us, Wu Yinner asserted. Yes, we must keep him with us. With a twinkle in her eye, she proposed. How about you take him as your disciple? This way, our connection with him will be solidified. Disciple? Zhu Xiaotai pondered for a moment. Yinner, that is a splendid idea. Let us have him formally accept the apprenticeship shortly. Turning to Yi Xiao, Zhu Xiaotai inquired. Might we have the honor of witnessing your second soul skill? Of course, Yi Xiao replied without hesitation. Second soul skill, Rui Jinggu Bang, manifest its divine power. With that, his hands danced over the strings of the chain. Soon, a staff materialized out of thin air before him, landing on the ground. It was the Rui Jinggu Bang. Zhu Xiaodai, Wu Yinner, and Zhu Xuching beheld it with expressions of disbelief. The Rui Jinggu Bang could change in size and length, and even reach the heavens. Yi Xiao, with unfettered freedom, danced his fingers gracefully across the strings of the zither. Before him, the stick transformed from small to large, from short to elongated, growing ever longer and thicker, soaring towards the heavens. Soon, the little stick metamorphosed into a grand staff that stretched from the ground to the clouds. Wow, this soul skill has become even more formidable, Wu Yinner exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment as she beheld the once slender stick now reaching skyward. Zhu Xiaotai, equally astonished, remarked, Yinner, should that staff strike down, the consequences would be dire. Indeed, it was evident that this young man's soul skills were progressively mightier, a testament to the extraordinary nature of his Fuxi Zither martial soul. Yinner, you are absolutely correct. An ordinary martial soul could never wield such tremendous soul skills. If my conjecture holds true, Yi Xiao must possess a divine martial soul, one that surpasses even the martial souls of the 3 sects on the continent. The pretense is getting rather excessive. Yi Xiao withdrew his Fuxi Qin martial soul and cast a fleeting glance towards Zhu Xiaodai. Zhu Xuching promptly approached his side, contemplating in silence that Yu Xiao's soul skills were remarkably powerful, making it no arduous task for him to remain. Indeed. Zhu Xiaotai soon approached Yi Xiao with a beaming smile. Yi Xiao, considering the proficiency of your soul skills, I shall take the liberty to retain you as a disciple of the Zhu family. Tomorrow, I will introduce you to the elders, and we shall proceed with the initiation ceremony, making you a true member of the Zhu family. Yi Xiao mused that, with this arrangement, he could openly pursue Zhu Xuching. Very well. Time is of the essence, Zhu Xiaotai remarked as he turned to Yi Xiao. You shall stay at my residence tonight. Xuching, please escort Xiao Yi to your elder sister's room for the time being. Once the initiation is complete, I will arrange appropriate accommodations. Certainly, father, Zhu Xuching replied, promptly taking Yi Xiao by the sleeve and leading him towards her quarters. After a short while, she brought him to the door of her elder sister's room and said, Yi Xiao, this is my elder sister's room. She returns once a week to stay for a day, so it remains tidy. Ah, Yi Xiao responded. Yi Xiao pushed open the door and stepped inside. Zhu Xuching smiled gently before turning to return to her own room to rest. Yi Xiao turned on the light and glanced inside, marveling at the exquisite decor. The thought that this was Zhu Zhiyun's room evoked a faint amusement. She mused to herself about what Zhu Zhiyun would feel if she knew that Yi Xiao was sleeping in her room, on her very bed. How intriguing. Yi Xiao shed his garments and ascended the bed, drawing the quilt over himself, which still bore the lingering fragrance of Zhu Zhiyun. He had encountered this scent a few days prior in Zhu Zhiyun's chamber at the academy, thus confirming without a doubt that this was indeed her bed. Yi Xiao reclined for a moment, when suddenly the thought of the prehistoric dinosaur fusion soul ring, awarded by the last sign-in system, struck him. He contemplated absorbing it as the 3rd soul ring for his Fuxi Qin. Chapter 102, Astonishment Among the 20 Elders. Yi Xiao retrieved the prehistoric dinosaur fusion spirit ring and examined it briefly, uncertain of its age, which could span hundreds of millions of years. He inquired of the system, Dear system, what is the age of this prehistoric dinosaur fusion spirit ring? Ding. The sign-in reward system responded, Master. The prehistoric dinosaur fusion spirit ring is 1 billion years old. 1 billion years, splendid. Yi Xiao said little and began the process of absorption. The absorption of a billion-year soul ring was not a formidable task for him, he accomplished it with remarkable ease. After all, he possessed both experience and resilience. Yi Xiao promptly summoned his Fuxi Qin martial soul, entering a state of meditation. After an hour, he had fully absorbed the billion-year-old prehistoric dinosaur mixed soul ring. Consequently, his Fuxi Qin martial soul now possessed 3 soul rings, while the Zhu Xian sword martial soul boasted 8, totaling 11 absorbed rings. Feeling fatigued, he reclined to rest. The following morning, around 10 o'clock, in the assembly hall of the Zhu family estate, Zhu Xiaotai occupied the prominent seat of the clan leader. Flanking him were 20 venerable elders clad in purple robes, each over 50 years of age. Once the elders seated at the head of the table settled in, he cast a glance towards Zhu Xiaodai and inquired, "Xiaodai, you summoned us old fellows today. What is the matter?" Zhu Xiaodai smiled, returning the elder's gaze. "Elder, I bring joyous news for all the elders. Yesterday, Zhu Xuching returned with a prodigy." "A prodigy? What sort of prodigy?" the elder asked with intrigue. The other elders, equally curious, turned their attention to Zhu Xiaotai, eager to uncover his intentions. "Yi Xiao, hurry up. The elders and my father are waiting for you." Outside the assembly hall, Zhu Xuching grasped Yi Xiao's hand, urging him to enter swiftly. Zhu Xuching, fully aware of her own standing, understood that making them wait was a mark of respect. Yi Xiao was being led away by Zhu Xuching. Although he felt displeased, the warmth and gentleness of her hand made him choose not to confront her. "Esteemed elders, father, I have brought him," Zhu Xuching announced as she entered the assembly hall, greeting the 20 elders and Zhu Xiaodai. The elders cast a glance at her before their attention settled on Yi Xiao. Zhu Xiaodai smiled and said, "Esteemed elders, this is the talented youth Zhu Xuching has brought back from outside. His name is Yi Xiao." The elders offered no response, merely scrutinizing him from head to toe. After a moment, the grand elder remarked, "Xiaodai, I perceive no signs of soul talent in him. How can he be deemed a genius?" Zhu Xiaodai brushed off the comment and turned to Yi Xiao, saying, "Little Xiao, why not demonstrate your abilities to the elders?" "Certainly, Uncle Zhu," Yi Xiao replied, channeling his soul power to reveal a white, and black soul ring. 3 soul rings? The third one is a black one of 10,000 years. The elders were taken aback, not expecting Yi Xiao's third soul ring to be black. "Well then, let us see one more, otherwise this matter with Xuching cannot be resolved." Just as the 20 elders were engaged in hushed discussions, another scene unfolded. Suddenly, Yi Xiao pulled Zhu Xuching into his embrace, kissing her passionately. What on earth is happening? The elders were left utterly shocked, their expressions filled with indignation. After all, Zhu Xuching was the daughter of the clan leader. Although she was the third daughter, she still represented the Zhu family's image, and she was betrothed to the third prince of the royal family. It was unacceptable for a stranger to embrace and kiss her in front of everyone. How could the elders stand by and witness such an event occurring within their family? Bang! The grand elder slammed his chair and shouted at Zhu Xiaodai, "Xiaodai, is this the genius youth you spoke of? Though his third soul ring is one of 10,000 years, does that grant him the liberty to act recklessly before us?" This unexpected turn of events caught Zhu Xiaotai off guard. He had initially believed Yi Xiao and Zhu Xuching shared merely a platonic friendship, that he had come to seek acceptance as a disciple of the Zhu family. Little did he know that the pretense of becoming a disciple was false, and that Yi Xiao harbored intentions toward Zhu Xuching, humiliating him in front of the elders. How could he not be furious? "Yi Xiao, what are you doing?" Zhu Xiao finally erupted, directing his roar toward Yi Xiao. "Does Zhu Xiao think I cannot hear him?" Yi Xiao retorted. "Very well." Yi Xiao had achieved his objective and released Zhu Xuching, whispering in her ear, "Xuching, you may leave first. I shall handle the rest." With a sharp slap, Zhu Xuching struck him and hastily exited. It seemed that Zhu Xuching still failed to grasp his intentions. Such a reaction was quite understandable. Upon witnessing Zhu Xuching's departure from the council chamber, Yi Xiao turned his gaze towards Zhu Xiaotai, stating, "Patriarch Zhu, given the circumstances, I must lay my cards on the table. My intention in coming to the Zhu family is not to seek membership, but to become your son-in-law, the fiancé of Zhu Xuching. You have lofty aspirations. A mere toad wishing to consume swan meat, a foolish dream indeed." The elders roared in displeasure at Yu Xiao's proclamation. Moreover, he has violated Zhu Xuching. Should this news spread, it would tarnish our family's reputation, necessitating his silence through death. These old men, unaware of their limits, require a harsh lesson to comprehend their place. Suddenly, a brilliant red soul ring ascended from beneath him. What? A red ring? Surely I must be mistaken. Indeed, it was a 10,000-year red soul ring. Upon witnessing his fourth soul ring, the elder's eyes sparkled with astonishment, while Zhu Xiaodai blinked in disbelief. Never having anticipated that he possessed a fourth ring and one of such extraordinary age, Yu Xiao gazed upon Zhu Xiaodai, observing the astonished expressions of the elders. With a graceful motion, he raised his left hand, unveiling the Fuxi Qin martial soul. Simultaneously, his right hand opened to reveal the Zhu Xian sword martial soul, illuminating the entire arena. A pair of dual martial souls. How astonishing this young man is. Goodness, possessing dual martial souls at the fourth ring, alongside 100,000-year red ring. At such a tender age, his fortune is extraordinary. He is not merely a genius, he is a paragon among geniuses. Indeed, he is truly a prodigy among prodigies. Zhu Clan leader, I take my leave. Upon finishing his words, Yu Xiao turned and made his way towards the door. Please, hold on. Zhu Xiaodai, noticing Yi Xiao's intent to leave, stepped forward to intercept him. A talent like Yi Xiao was not merely absent from their Zhu family. He was a rarity throughout the entire Xinghua Empire, and they were understandably reluctant to let him slip away. Please, do not go. The 20 elders present suddenly rose from their seats, encircling Yi Xiao to prevent his departure. The Grand Elder approached Yi Xiao first, grasping his hands with a benevolent expression and saying, Dear Xiao, we were blind to your worth earlier. We sincerely apologize. We beg you. Do not harbor any resentment towards us. Indeed, please do not be angry with us, echoed the other 19 elders, nodding in agreement as they offered their apologies. Chapter 103. Agreement. I will consider joining the Zhu family, but matters concerning Zhu Xuching must be addressed immediately. I shall grant you 3 days. If I do not receive your agreement by then, I shall take my leave. After Yu Xiao finished speaking, he turned and vanished from the council chamber. Zhu Xiaodai addressed the 20 elders. Elders, what are your thoughts on this matter? The great elder glanced around at the other elders before they convened to deliberate for a moment. Then he approached Zhu Xiaodai, saying, Xiaodai, we have discussed it. And considering a prodigious talent like Yi Xiao is a rarity not only for our Zhu family, but for the entire continent, we believe it is appropriate to match Zhu Xuching with him. The other 19 elders nodded in agreement, endorsing the great elder's decision. Zhu Xiaodai nodded thoughtfully as he shared this perspective. As the patriarch of the Zhu family, he felt the need to prepare for the future. Then it is settled, after all, that Dai Mubai is not the crown prince and is fleeing under the threat of Davis. We certainly cannot delay Zhu Qing's happiness. The great elder smiled, Xiaodai. It reassures me that you think this way. Dai Mubai has always been a pawn discarded by the royal family. I doubt Emperor Douluo would risk his relationship with us over a mere pawn. Indeed. Then I shall seek an audience with Emperor Douluo tomorrow to discern his stance. Shortly thereafter, Yi Xiao located Zhu Xuching's presence in a small grove on the back mountain. He smiled and made his way to join her. At that moment, Zhu Xuching was sitting beneath a tree in the grove, her thoughts consumed by the memory of being kissed by Yi Xiao. After all, it was her first kiss, making it hard for her to let go. Hearing a sound, Zhu Xuching looked up, and to her surprise, it was none other than Yi Xiao. Instantly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she turned her head away. Xuching, as always, remained pure and kind-hearted. Yi Xiao lay down beside her, gazing at the sky. Xuching, do you like me? Not at all. Zhu Xuching turned her head away, harboring feelings within her heart that she could not articulate. As a girl, Yi Xiao understood that sometimes words do not align with one's true sentiments. Yi smiled gently. Rest assured, our affair shall come to fruition. It is likely that within a few days, the engagement between you and Dai Mubai will be dissolved, paving the way for our own betrothal. Is he truly speaking the truth? Zhu Xuching pondered, feeling as though she were in a dream. The atmosphere in the council chamber had been quite different. What had he conveyed to the elders to bring this matter to resolution? Yi Xiao, are you jesting with me? Not at all. I speak with utmost sincerity. Zhu Xuching replied. Yi Xiao, the following day, early in the morning. Yi Xiao, someone is looking for you. Yi Xiao was sound asleep when he was jolted awake by the shouts outside his door. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the voice as that of Zhu Xuching. He quickly donned a garment and proceeded to open the door. As the door swung open, he beheld 2 figures, Zhu Xuching, and, upon a brief glance, he realized it was Dai Cece. Yi Xiao pondered for a moment, contemplating that if her conjecture was correct, she was not here merely for leisure, but rather had been summoned by Emperor Douluo to attend to the ailing Empress Zhuhong in the royal palace. Yi Xiao, the princess seeks your presence, Zhu Xuching announced, though her expression betrayed her discontent. With a cheerful demeanor, Dai Cece stepped forward, grasping his hand and urging him urgently, come. Laugh, brother. My father has sent me to escort you to the palace. The carriage awaits outside. We must hurry. Indeed, it was as she suspected. This Dai was exceedingly eager. Humph. Zhu Xuching felt a pang of dissatisfaction as she witnessed Yi Xiao being whisked away by Princess Cici. He smiled as he reached the entrance, where he was greeted by the sight of a grand carriage stationed at the gate of the Zhu residence. It was unmistakably a royal carriage. He then boarded the carriage alongside Dai Cici, and they set off towards the palace. Sitting opposite Yi, Dai Cici occasionally glanced up at him, only to lower her gaze shyly, her cheeks flushed with a charming hue. Yi Xiao observed silently. Choosing not to expose the unspoken sentiment, he rose and settled beside her, gently caressing her head. Princess Cici, you are truly exquisite. Upon hearing this, Dai Cici felt a rush of joy intertwined with shyness, turning her gaze towards him. Is that really true? Indeed it is, Yi Xiao replied, lifting his hand, his fingertips gliding from her forehead down to her lips and then to her chin. Dai Cici's heart raced, her breath caught in her throat, and her cheeks flushed with warmth. Unconsciously, she fluttered her eyelids and leaned closer, parting her lips to ask, "Do you like me?" Oh. It appears the princess has already developed feelings for herself. Yi Xiao exerted a gentle force, enveloping her in his embrace, and pressed his lips against her crimson ones. Dai Cici struggled momentarily, but soon wrapped her arms around him as well, and they remained entwined in a fervent kiss. It was not until their carriage arrived at the palace that they reluctantly released each other. Blushing, Dai Cici took Yi Xiao's hand, and together they descended from the carriage, proceeding towards the queen's chambers. Upon reaching the entrance, Yi Xiao beheld Crown Prince Davis and Emperor Daila standing expectantly at the door. As they noticed his arrival, they approached eagerly. "Brother Yi, you have finally arrived," exclaimed Emperor Daila, seizing Yi Xiao's hand in greeting. Crown Prince Davis, equally elated, added, "Xiao Gu, my father has consented to your engagement with Zhu Xuching." He produced a document and presented it to Yi Xiao. "This is the annulment letter from Dai Mubai and Zhu Xuching. Once you succeed in healing my mother, this document will be immediately effective." Emperor Daila nodded in agreement. "Brother Yi, what Xiao says is precisely what I wish to convey. You can be assured now, correct?" Yi Xiao nodded in affirmation, recognizing that this matter left them no room for compromise, merely a question of time. "In that case, Your Majesty, please take me to see the queen at once. I shall ensure her recovery. Dear Brother Yi, please follow me." Emperor Daila promptly led the way to the chamber of the crimson-clad queen. Soon, he brought Yi Xiao to the entrance of a room. "Brother Yi, this is the queen's chamber." "Very well, you all must wait outside. Moreover, I cannot be disturbed while treating her, otherwise, the consequences will be yours to bear." "Indeed, no one shall interrupt you," Emperor Daila assured him. Yi Xiao said little more and entered the room, carefully closing the door behind him. To ensure utmost safety, he cast a protective barrier throughout the entire chamber, allowing him to focus entirely on treating Empress Zhu Hong without any concerns. Yi Xiao approached the grand bed, where the queen lay alluringly, clad in a delicate blue nightgown that accentuated her long, graceful legs, exuding an undeniable charm. "Xiao, you have arrived," the queen said, casting a captivating smile at Yi Xiao. Undeniably enchanting. Yi smiled gently and approached the bed, inquiring, "Your Majesty, how does your body feel at present?" The Crimson Queen turned over, facing Yi, her face round like a full moon, fair as jade. "I feel cold, utterly chilled throughout. Can you assist me in remedying this condition?" Yi Xiao did not respond to her inquiry. "First, give me your hand. I shall check your pulse before we proceed." The Scarlet Empress said nothing further, simply raising her hand, as white as a lotus stem, and extending it before him. Yi Xiao swiftly grasped her hand, holding it firmly as he took her pulse. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke gravely, "Your Majesty, you have been afflicted by cold poison. Its toxicity has already permeated your body, infiltrating your organs and marrow. If left untreated, I fear you may not survive beyond 6 months." The crimson-clad Empress's complexion paled dramatically. "What shall I do? Is there still hope for my recovery?" After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xiao remarked, "There is indeed a remedy, but the process of healing will be excruciating. Can you endure it?" Upon hearing that there was a possibility of a cure, Empress Zhu Hong disregarded the pain, saying, "Xiao, as long as it leads to recovery, I fear nothing. Please commence at once." Chapter 104. A Written Marriage Pact. Guyuna, Xiao Wu, and Luo Xiaoli have matured. After 3 days and nights. "Very well, Your Majesty, please don your garments." Yi Xiao spoke to the motionless Empress Zhu Hong, who lay upon the bed. The Empress replied softly, gradually sitting up, Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she donned her garments one by one. Yu Xiao rose from the bed, donned his garments, and then took the delicate, jade-like hand of Empress Zhu Hong, gently pushing open the door to exit the chamber. The ailment afflicting Empress Zhu Hong was particularly challenging to cure. In a fervent effort to restore her health, Yu Xiao devoted 3 consecutive days and nights within her quarters, abstaining from food and drink, ultimately succeeding in eradicating her affliction. After this intensive treatment, Empress Zhu Hong began to perceive a gradual improvement in her condition. Her pale and wan complexion transformed into one resplendent with vitality and color. As the two stepped out of the room, several palace maids promptly approached, encircling them and assisting Empress Zhu Hong as they departed. Davis, who had been vigilantly stationed outside the door, immediately approached Yu Xiao upon his emergence, inquiring, "Brother Xiao, after 3 days and nights of tending to my mother, you must be utterly fatigued." Yu smiled and nodded. "Indeed, it has been quite exhausting. However, the ailment has been completely resolved, and the Empress shall henceforth lead a healthy life, free from the torment of illness." Davis, overjoyed, thought to himself, "Xiao Gu is truly remarkable. With just a single intervention, he has alleviated the Empress's suffering." "Yi Xiao, where have you been for the past 3 days?" As soon as Yi Xiao returned, Zhu Xuching rushed forward and inquired. "Oh, I took care of some matters outside. Everything is fine now." He preferred not to elaborate on the issue regarding treating the queen's ailment. "Yi Xiao, my father mentioned that if you returned, you should seek him out. He has something to discuss with you." "All right." Yi Xiao exchanged a few words with Zhu Xuching before turning to leave. "Uncle Zhu, did you seek me out?" Zhu Xiaodai, who was admiring the flowers in the courtyard, immediately turned upon hearing Yi Xiao's voice and approached him. "Xiao Xiao, I have conferred with the elders, and we have agreed to your marriage with Zhu Qing." This revelation was not unexpected for him. It was merely a matter of time. "Thank you," Yi Xiao replied with a respectful bow. Zhu Xiaodai promptly produced a document and handed it to him. "This is the marriage certificate between you and Zhu Qing. By delivering it to you today, it becomes effective immediately." He then patted Yi Xiao on the shoulder. "From this day forth, Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing have no further ties, and you are now her betrothed. I hope you will treat Zhu Qing well." "Certainly, Uncle Zhu." Yu Xiao glanced at the marriage certificate he received from Zhu Xiaodai, confirmed its authenticity, and then took his leave. Zhu Xuching was waiting for Yu Xiao in the courtyard, and upon seeing him approach, she quickly inquired, "Yu Xiao, what did my father want to discuss with you?" It seemed that Zhu Qing was aware of the answer already. Yu smiled gently. "Oh, Zhu Qing, never mind. I shall no longer tease her." With that, she retrieved the marriage certificate and placed it delicately into her hands. "Zhu Qing, this is what your father entrusted to me." "What is this?" Zhu Qing swiftly grasped it, and upon opening, her cheeks flushed crimson after a brief glance, rendering her speechless. Yu shot at the marriage certificate and gazed into her eyes, saying, "Zhu Qing, from this day forth, you shall be my fiancée, Zhu Xuching." Feeling a rush of shyness, turned her head away, thinking to herself, I never expected he would truly accomplish this. As Yu Xiao enjoyed a delightful midday slumber, she was abruptly roused by the clamorous cries emanating from outside her door. Upon discerning that the voice did not belong to Zhu Xuching, she decided to open the door. To her astonishment, she beheld a young girl clad in exquisite palace attire awaiting her. Yi Xiao immediately recognized her as Princess Daisy. She wondered what business the princess had with her. "Princess Daisy, what brings you here?" "Oh, I came specifically to express my gratitude for healing my mother." Daisy hesitated before responding. "What? Am I not welcome?" Yi Xiao inquired. "Is there anything else aside from this?" Daisy, without elaborating further, squeezed into the room from one side, took a seat on the bed, and then reclined, saying, "I came to see you. Is that not permissible?" Yi smiled in silence and walked over to sit beside Daisy. "Oh, is it merely to observe me?" he inquired. "What else do you believe I could possibly do for you?" Under his gaze, Daisy felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, compelling her to close her eyes. A warmth enveloped her, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She was at a loss to comprehend why, in the presence of this man, especially when seated so close to him, she experienced an inexplicable enchantment, one that she could scarcely contain. It was as if she had entrusted her heart entirely to him. Indeed, Daisy was beautiful, possessing both a well-developed figure and an alluring physique. Yi Xiao gazed at Dai Cici as she closed her eyes, then pressed his lips against hers. She struggled for a brief moment, but soon surrendered to the passionate kiss they shared. It was not until the sun dipped below the horizon that Dai Cici donned her clothes, her hair tousled, as she emerged from Yi Xiao's room to make her way home. As Yi Xiao approached the door, He gazed upon Dai Mubay's departing figure, reflecting that the task had been accomplished and it was time to return. A few days later, Yu Xiao bid farewell to Zhu Xuching, instructing her to seek him out in the kingdom of Balak, Soto City, at Shrek Academy in the upcoming semester. Naturally, Zhu Xuching could not refuse. In the afternoon, on the playground of Nodding Academy, Luo Xiaoli joyfully exclaimed, "Brother Xiao, you have finally returned." As she encountered Yu Xiao was taken aback, surveying Luo Xiaoli from head to toe. After 6 years at Nodding Academy, she had transformed from a 6-year-old girl into a graceful 12-year-old beauty. He reached out and gently ruffled her hair, saying, "Lily, in just a few days, we shall graduate. I find it hard to part with this academy where I have spent 6 years." Luo Xiaoli nodded her head and replied, "Yes, Brother Xiao, I too feel reluctant, especially to bid farewell to the 6 years we have shared together. So, let us promise to never be apart, shall we?" Yi Xiao merely smiled, taking her hand as they proceeded towards the 7th dormitory. Upon entering the abode, they found no sign of Xiao Wu. Guyuna inquired, "Lily, are Xiao Wu and Na are not here?" "Oh, they have gone out to shop and should be back shortly," Luo Xiaoli responded. Yu Xiao found his bed, noticing it was spotless, likely due to Luo Xiaoli's daily cleaning. He lay down, pondering that with graduation approaching in a few days, he ought to take some action. "Xiao Wu, do you think Xiao Gu has been gone for so long without returning?" Guyuna said, wrapping her arm around Xiao Wu's shoulder at the entrance of the academy. Xiao Wu fell into silence upon hearing this, and after a moment, replied, "Nar, I believe Xiao Gu will come back." Indeed, Guyuna nodded in agreement, and they returned to their dormitory in silence. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by the sight of a familiar figure resting on the bed. Rushing forward to take a closer look, they confirmed that it was Yi Xiao who had returned, filling them with joy as they embraced each other tightly. Yi Xiao, stirred by the sound, slightly opened his eyes to behold 2 young maidens entwined in an embrace. One was vivacious and charming, with a slender figure and long legs, adorned in a pink short skirt, white stockings, and red shoes. The other was ethereal and pristine, standing approximately 6 feet tall with an almost flawless physique, draped in a yellow multi-panel long skirt and green shoes. He swiftly recognized them as the grown versions of Xiao Wu and Guyuna. "Xiao Gu, you have returned," Guyuna exclaimed as Xiao Wu eagerly greeted him before settling down on either side of him. He smiled faintly, wrapping an arm around their shoulders, saying, "Nar." Xiao Wu. Chapter 105. Tang San's new hat. In an effort to ensure that Tang San could focus on his studies and cultivation, Yu Xiaogang arranged for him to rent a private teacher's dormitory from the dean when he reached the 5th grade, designating it as his training place. Thus, Tang San no longer resided in dormitory 7 but had moved into the single accommodation. With no disturbances, he could dedicate more time to his cultivation, progressing at a faster pace. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, as Tang San was meditating in his dormitory, he heard a knock at the door. He promptly went to open it, only to find that the person standing outside was none other than his long-desired goddess, Xiao Wu, filling his heart with immense joy. "Xiao Wu, what brings you here?" he exclaimed. "Oh, can I not come?" Xiao Wu replied, her expression emotionless. Since he had appeared, she had lost interest in Tang San, showing no inclination to be friendly towards him. Tang San, forcing a smile, said, "Xiao Wu, that is not what I meant. I merely thought it was surprising and delightful for you to visit my dormitory since you hadn't done so before." He reached out, intending to pull Xiao Wu into his room. However, Xiao Wu swiftly dodged aside. Tang San's mouth twitched, feeling both angry and embarrassed. He thought to himself, "Xiao Wu is avoiding me because of that Yi. I shall not let him off easily." Having absorbed his 2nd soul ring, he felt confident in his ability to challenge him. Indeed, he had created a new type of hidden weapon, the Dragon Whisker Needle, and had expended considerable effort to procure the materials needed for its creation. Now that the Dragon Whisker Needle was complete, it would serve as an excellent opportunity to hone his skills against him. At that moment, Xiao Wu retrieved a small floral hat from her soul guide and presented it to Tang San. "Xiao San, this hat is for you." The fact that Xiao Wu had gifted him something indicated that she held him in her thoughts and had some feelings for him. With this realization, Tang San's face lit up with a smile. "Xiao Wu, how can I thank you?" "Xiao San, just forget about the thanks. Try it on and see if it fits." She replied, "All right, I think it suits me perfectly. I cherish any gift from you, Xiao Wu." Tang San quickly took the hat from her hands and placed it on his head. Once adorned, he turned to her eagerly, "Please help me see if it fits well." Xiao Wu scrutinized him for a moment before nodding. "Xiao San, I must say, this hat seems tailor-made for you." It's quite dashing. Flattered by her compliment, Tang San beamed with joy. Xiao Wu, thank you for this wonderful hat. I shall treasure it and wear it as a symbol of our friendship. However, Xiao Wu, with a look of disbelief, interjected, Xiao San, I think you've misunderstood. This hat isn't from me. It was just bought by Xiao Gu, and he asked me to deliver it to you. Thus, the one you ought to express gratitude towards is not me, but rather brother Xiao. Is it true that it was Yi Xiao who requested you to deliver this to me? Tang San's expression swiftly shifted from joy to a deep shade of green. He pondered, what could Yi Xiao's intention be in asking Xiao Wu to bring him a hat? A sense of foreboding washed over him. All right, little San. I have delivered the hat to you. Brother Xiao has also invited us out for a late-night snack, so I shall take my leave now. With that, Xiao Wu skipped away, her figure retreating like a fleeting shadow. Tang San remained rooted in place, watching her depart, his heart aching as if it were being sliced by daggers. He thought, Yi Xiao, it seems we must come to a resolution between us at once. Ding. Congratulations, master, on completing a minor task, compelling Tang San to willingly don the Hat of Light. Reward, system coins 999 roses. The system's notification chimed. Lying on his bed, Yi Xiao, upon hearing the system's cue, felt a surge of joy. It appeared that Xiao Wu had indeed delivered the Hat of Light into Tang San's hands, prompting him to wear it. Brother Xiao, I'm back. At that moment, Xiao Wu cheerfully entered from outside the dormitory, approached the bedside, and lay down next to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao raised her hand to her forehead and smiled. Xiao Wu, does Tang San like the hat I gifted him? Xiao Wu nodded repeatedly. He does. In fact, he has already put it on. He is exceedingly grateful for your gift and mentioned he would wear it constantly, cherishing it as a keepsake. That's wonderful. Yi Xiao couldn't help but smile, though she maintained a modest demeanor in front of Xiao Wu. Bang. Tang San slammed the door shut with great force, his voice laced with anger. Yi Xiao, this isn't over between us. He then sat on the bed, growing increasingly irate. Initially, he believed the hat was a gift from Xiao Wu, only to discover it was from Yi Xiao. Now, since it was her gift, he vowed never to wear it. At that moment, Tang San noticed a peculiar light appearing above his head, a vibrant, green glow, glistening ominously. For reasons unknown, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread upon seeing this light. Gradually, it intensified, becoming deeper and greener, until he was entirely enveloped by its radiance. What is this? Tang San was greatly alarmed and hurried to the mirror. To his astonishment, he realized the source of the glow was none other than the small flower hat perched atop his head, emanating a powerful dark green light that enveloped him completely. A hat? Yi Xiao sent it. He even asked Xiao Wu to deliver it to himself. Tang San finally understood what was going on. Yi Xiao, this is not over between us. He reached out to remove the hat from his head. However, after struggling for a long time, he could not take it off. Instead, he ripped the floral fabric on the surface apart. Then, the inner part was revealed. Upon glancing into the mirror again, Tang San realized that what adorned his head was not a floral cap, but a vividly green, luminescent little green hat. Yi Xiao, is this the gift you had Xiao Wu deliver to me? Tang San was so furious that he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Moreover, he discovered that the hat could not be removed. He extended his hands and exerted all his strength to pull off the radiant hat, but despite his efforts and ingenuity, it remained firmly on his head. His frustration peaked, and he immediately opened the door, intent on confronting Yi Xiao. However, as he stepped outside, he hesitated and closed the door again. No, I cannot go out like this. Otherwise, if others see this hat on my head, I would be the laughingstock. Tang San paced back and forth in his room, and finally conceived an ingenious plan. He retrieved the needle and thread he always carried with him, and sewed the torn floral fabric back in place, successfully concealing the hat's original color. Yi Xiao, you dare to scheme against me. I shall make you pay for this. Tang San muttered to himself. He then stormed out, heading straight for the 7th dormitory. Upon arriving, he found that Yi Xiao, Xiao Wu, Guyuna, and Luo Shaoli were not present. Reflecting on earlier, he recalled Xiao Wu mentioning that they had gone out for a late-night snack. A mischievous glint sparkled in his eyes as he turned and headed outside the academy. Chapter 106, A Surprise Attack. Graduation. Whoosh. Xiao Wu, be careful. As the group approached the street corner, Yi Xiao suddenly embraced Xiao Wu beside him and turned around. Brother Xiao, what is going on? Xiao Wu, bewildered and frightened, looked at him with wide eyes. Yi Xiao raised his hand, and at his fingertips appeared 10 needles, slenderer than a single strand of hair. Someone has used this to ambush us. Dragon whisker needles. Xiao Wu immediately recognized the concealed weapon in Yi Xiao's hand, having seen Tang San boast about it just days earlier. Xiao Wu, how do you know about it? Luo Xiaoli inquired, her curiosity piqued. Xiao's eyes sparked with indignation. It's from San. He crafted this. Just half a month ago, he was showing it off to me, claiming he would gift me a few. I simply didn't accept. She seethed. Who would have thought he would wield such a weapon against us today? How despicable. Guyuna, upon hearing this, was equally enraged. That little San, if I ever lay eyes on him, I shall strike him without hesitation. In a nearby shadowy corner, a dark figure was lurking, observing Yi Xiao and the others, paralyzed by their stillness. Impossible. How could Yu Xiao possibly catch my dragon whisker needles? Suddenly, the figure attempted to flee but found his feet glued to the ground, immovable. What is happening? Why can I not move? After several futile struggles, he confirmed his complete immobilization. He then attempted to harness his soul power, only to realize it was also inaccessible. The figure was none other than Tang San, ambushed by Yi Xiao, who lay hidden in the shadows, retaliating with the dragon whisker needles to avenge his grievances. However, he never anticipated that Yi Xiao would not only detect the faint sound of the needles but would also evade and catch them. As he pondered how to escape, several figures had already approached him. Upon recognizing them, Yi Xiao, Guyuna, Xiao Wu, and Luo Xiaoli, Tang San's pupils dilated. He was gripped by the psychological shadow of a thief caught in the act. His earlier immobility was not due to a malfunction in his own body, but rather because Yi Xiao had discovered his hiding spot and used a binding technique to restrain him, rendering him temporarily incapable of movement or utilizing his soul power, an essential measure to prevent his escape. Xiao Wu reached out, removing the mask from the black-clad figure, unveiling his true identity, none other than Tang San. With a swift motion, she delivered a resounding punch to his face. San, how do you ambush us? As Tang San absorbed the blow, he yearned to explain, to speak, but his mouth betrayed him, refusing to open. Naturally, Yi Xiao had also sealed his ability to speak, leaving him in a silent torment of frustration. San, just moments ago, Brother Xiao entrusted me with a hat to gift you, treating you with such kindness. Yet you repay such goodwill with treachery, employing dragon whisker needles against us. Are you still human? The mere mention of the hat was enough to evoke in Tang San the memory of the luminous headpiece adorning his own crown. His entire body trembled. His eyes turned crimson with fury as he glared at Yi Xiao before him. If not for his immobility, he would have already charged at Yi Xiao with the intent to strike. Yet, he found himself powerless. Even his desire to confront Yi Xiao and unveil the truth remained unexpressed. Moreover, the subject of the hat was a source of deep humiliation for him, one he would never dare to utter in the presence of Xiao Wu. If he were to address it at all, it would be after he had vanquished Yi Xiao, compelling him to remove the hat from his head. Bang! Without uttering a word, Yi Xiao approached and struck Tang San with a powerful punch, sending him sprawling to the ground. He then placed a foot upon Tang San's face, rendering him immobile. With a flick of his right hand, a beam of golden light shot forth from his fingertips, swiftly penetrating Tang San's body. The speed was so astonishing that he had yet to realize he had fallen victim to the dragon whisker needle. Yi Xiao once again used his soul power to dissolve the dragon whisker needle within him, rendering it impossible for him to extract it himself. From then on, he would have to endure life accompanied by this melted dragon whisker needle, which was situated in Tang San's private area. Henceforth, whenever he thought of matters pertaining to intimacy, he would experience excruciating pain, rendering him incapable of engaging in such acts, and even the thought of it would evoke dread. This served as Yu Zhao's punishment for the ambush, teaching him a lesson about the consequences of his treachery, an inevitable path to self-destruction. Bang! 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 Guyuna could no longer contain herself and fiercely kicked Tang San several times to vent her pent-up fury. Following suit, Xiao Wu and Luo Xiaoli joined in, delivering a few kicks of their own, leaving them satisfied as they departed alongside Yi Xiao. It was only after they vanished around the corner of the street that Tang San realized he could finally move and struggled to rise from the ground. As he stood up, every part of his body ached intensely, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Yi Xiao, from this day forth, you shall be my enemy. In this world, there shall be you without me, and me without you. One day, I will make you regret ever crossing paths with me. In the subsequent days, Tang San regained his composure and refrained from seeking trouble with Yi Xiao. He possessed the self-awareness to recognize that after his failed ambush that fateful night, the dragon whisker needle had been captured by Yi Xiao, leaving him with no choice but to await another opportunity to confront him again. Days later, Xiao Wu, Guyuna, Luo Xiaoli, and Yi Xiao successfully graduated from Nodding Academy. They planned to tidy up their belongings the following day and return home. as the next semester would see them enrolling in the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. That evening, around 9 o'clock, in Dormitory 7, Xiao Wu exclaimed to Yi Xiao, who lay beside her, "Brother Xiao, we finally graduated today. After 6 years at Notting Academy, I must admit, I feel quite reluctant to leave this place." Yi Xiao extended his hand to gently rest upon Xiao Wu's forehead, feeling the smoothness and warmth of her skin, an indescribable sensation of delight blossoming within him. "Xiao Wu, I too find it hard to part ways," he reminisced, recalling their first encounter 6 years ago in the 7th dormitory. Back then, in her fervor to claim the title of the dormitory leader, she had even engaged him in a spirited scuffle. Yet, in the blink of an eye, 6 years of academic pursuit had swiftly elapsed, ushering them to the point of diverging paths. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Wu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Without a moment's hesitation, she performed a swift roll and landed on his bed, enveloping him in a tight embrace. "Xiao Gu, I do not wish to be separated from you. I want to be with you forever, eternally. You shall not abandon me," she declared passionately. "I will not only complete the Junior Soul Master Academy with you, but I will also accompany you through the Intermediate and Advanced Soul Master Academies. Should you dare to forsake me, I assure you, I will not let you off easily." With that, Xiao Wu bit down on his arm with a playful yet firm grip, leaving a neat row of imprints from her teeth before finally releasing him. Ah, this Xiao Wu. How could he ever consider leaving her behind when his heart was so deeply entwined with hers? Yi Xiao was at a loss for words, so he extended his arms and embraced her tightly, saying, "Xiao Wu, rest assured, come the 2nd semester, I will take you to apply for the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Is that agreeable?" It is indeed necessary." Upon hearing his words, Xiao Wu felt a wave of relief wash over her, akin to swallowing a calming pill. Chapter 107. They tremble nearby. Guyuna, listening to Yi Xiao and Xiao Wu's conversation, blinked her eyes and thought to herself, "Once I graduate, I must be with Brother Xiao." However, she also wished to return to the Tiandou Great Forest for a visit. Luo Xiaoli, naturally awake and unwilling to part from him, resolved to join in the endeavor to apply for the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Seeing that Xiao Wu had drifted into slumber, Guyuna rolled over to Yi Xiao's side and embraced him from behind, saying, "Brother Xiao, may I accompany you to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy as well?" "Of course," replied Yi Xiao, taking hold of Guyuna's slender hands, which felt truly exquisite. After all, she was the Silver Dragon King, and even her hands were flawless. Guyuna was overjoyed, unaware of when she had developed an obsessive reliance on Yi Xiao. A silent yearning had taken root within her. If she went a day without seeing him, he would occupy her thoughts. Once Guyuna had fallen asleep in Yi Xiao's embrace, Luo Xiaoli was the last to roll over to his side, facing him and declaring, "Brother Xiao, both Sister Xiao Wu and Nar are applying to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy with you, and I shall join as well. After all, I, Luo Xiaoli, have firmly decided to stick with you." With that, she leaped into his arms. Yi Xiao gazed at Luo Xiaoli, no longer the little girl who awakened in Shahan village 6 years ago, but rather a beautiful young woman with a captivating figure. Although she could not rival the perfection of Guyuna or the long legs of Xiao Wu, she possessed a delightful charm reminiscent of the girl next door, radiating the fresh essence of youth. Yi Xiao embraced Luo Xiaoli in his arms, as delicate as soft jade. However, with Guyuna and Xiao Wu present, he refrained from making any bold moves. After pondering for a moment, he decided it would be best to wait for an opportune time to share an exhilarating moment with her. The following morning, Yi Xiao and Guyuna, along with Xiao Wu, tidied up their belongings and departed from the academy. Guyuna and Xiao Wu intended to return to their home in the Tiandou forest, fortuitously joining forces for the journey. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaoli chose to return to her home in Xinghan village to spend her holiday. Yi Xiao and the 3 companions agreed on the examination date to converge at Shrek Academy in Soto City. The trio comprehended the arrangement and promised to arrive there together. As for him, he intended to return briefly to the Blue Electric Tyrant sect to visit his mother before proceeding to Spirit City to see Bibi Dong. It had been a year since he last visited her, and it was indeed time to spend some quality moments with her. A few days later, at the entrance of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect, Yi Xiao donned a sleek black outfit complemented by a crimson cloak. Standing at a height of 191 meters, he exuded an imposing presence. Upon his arrival, several guards immediately approached and bowed in respect. Indeed, decades ago, Yi Xiao had demonstrated his prowess by decisively defeating Yu Yuanzhen. Yu Lumian, and other esteemed elders of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect, subsequently ascending to the position of sect leader. Now, as the revered leader of the sect, everyone was compelled to greet him as sect master. Even those who harbored discontent were obliged to maintain a faade of respect. Yu Fanglong, now the mother of the sect leader, held considerable influence within the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. Not only was she free from the past indignities, but she also enjoyed the highest privileges. Decades prior, Yu Xiao had single-handedly dominated the entire sect, rendering thousands of disciples, from the leader to the juniors, powerless and desperate. Yu Yuanjin had voluntarily relinquished his position, allowing Yi Xiao to ascend as the new sect master. Yu Yuanjin was demoted to the role of Grand Elder, and in Yi Xiao's absence, his mother managed the sect affairs. Elders such as Yu Yuanjin and Yu Lumian were wary of Yi Xiao's formidable strength, lacking the courage to oppose him. Regardless of his presence, they were compelled to heed Yu Fanglong's directives. Furthermore, with Yu Xiao's assistance, Yu Fanglong had acquired numerous elixirs and celestial herbs, no longer the humble soul master of the 11th or 12th rank, but now a formidable soul Douluo at level 89, on the verge of breaking through to the 90th rank. In the Master S Palace of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect, a graceful woman in her 30s, clad in a flowing blue gown, sat elegantly in a chair, her eyes closed in tranquil repose. Suddenly, a striking young man appeared before her. Upon hearing the sound, Yu Fanglong instinctively opened her eyes, and they sparkled with delight as she quickly rose to embrace the handsome youth, exclaiming, "Shower, you have finally returned." Yu Xiao gently patted his mother's back and remarked, "Well, now that I have finished my tasks, I've come back to see you." Yu Fanglong immediately grasped Yi Xiao's hand and led him to a nearby bench, where she scrutinized him from head to toe and exclaimed, "Shower, you've grown taller and more handsome." Yu Xiao remarked, "Mother, you two have become increasingly beautiful. After all these years, you still appear to be in your 30s. Yu Fanglong replied with a proud smile, "That is certainly due to the longevity elixir you gifted me, which allows me to maintain my youthful vitality." With a playful tone, she continued, "By the way, Mother, what level have you attained now?" Yu Fanglong beamed with pride once more, "Xiao. I have now reached the pinnacle of the 89th level of Soul Douluo. A further breakthrough will elevate me to the realm of the title Douluo, exceeding level 90. Yu smiled and nodded. Thus, if my mother were to become a title Douluo, her standing within the Blue Electric Tyrant sect would be further solidified. Splendid. I pay my respects to the sect master. Suddenly, voices from behind resonated. Yi Xiao glanced back and saw none other than Yu Yuanjin, accompanied by his brother Yu Luomian and several elders. These individuals certainly dampened the mood. Yu Xiao cast a glance at the individuals kneeling before him, his expression devoid of warmth as he commanded, "Rise." "Yes, sect master," responded Yu Yuanjin and the others, gradually standing to their feet. Although Yi Xiao's voice was not loud, the palpable pressure emanating from him was akin to a tempestuous storm, instilling a profound sense of dread in the kneeling figures. Even Yu Yuanjin, a titled Douluo, and Yu Luomian, a soul Douluo, appeared as insignificant as fledglings in the presence of a formidable hawk. Yu Xiao merely exerted a modicum of pressure with his breath, causing several individuals to experience a tumultuous surge of blood within, teetering on the brink of explosive demise. Yu Yuanjin fared somewhat better, being a titled Douluo with considerable strength. However, Yu Lumian and the other elders, whose ranks fell below the 90th and 80th levels, found themselves utterly incapable of withstanding Yi Xiao's formidable aura. They trembled in terror, their legs weakening, and their vitality churning violently. A few of the more vulnerable elders, unable to bear the pressure, coughed up blood. "Spare us, O esteemed leader." Yu Yuanjin, Yu Lumian, and the other elders, overwhelmed by Yi Xiao's might, felt as though their bodies were on the verge of disintegration. They hastily prostrated themselves upon the ground, beseeching Yi Xiao for mercy. Should Yu Xiao desire, a mere flicker of his formidable pressure would suffice to obliterate not only Yu Yuanjin and his companions, but also the entire Blue Electric Tyrant sect, reducing it to mere dust without a trace. "Shower, please show them mercy." Observing the elders, Yu Yuanjin and Yu Luomian, in such a state of fear before his son, the aim had been achieved, and thus, he felt compelled to intervene and mediate. Chapter 108, Matchmaker Yu Yuanjin. Humph. Yi Xiao had never intended to take action against them. Had he truly wished to do so, their very lives would have been forfeit. Yu Yuanjun, Yu Luomian, and the others, upon witnessing Yu Fanglong finally intercede on their behalf, breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Xiao said little, retracting his imposing presence. causing the others to feel an immediate sense of relief. You may leave now. Yes, master, responded Yu Yuanjin and the others, retreating with their tails between their legs. Brother. It seems the master is growing increasingly powerful, remarked Yu Lumian, hastening to catch up with Yu Yuanjin. Yu Yuanjin nodded in agreement. Indeed, reflecting on the past. When the master was merely a child, we hardly regarded him with any respect. I have also committed actions that were inexcusable. It is no wonder he harbors disdain towards us. After a moment of silence, Yu Luomin spoke. Brother, it is commendable that you recognize your mistakes. Fortunately, the master has not sought our extermination. Otherwise, with his capabilities, even the pressure he exudes could obliterate the blue electric tyrant sect 100 times over. You are absolutely correct. The master's strength is beyond our capacity to contend with. With him here, no one shall dare to infringe upon the blue electric tyrant sect. Brother, you speak wisely. With a prodigious talent like our master, even the spirit hall must bow in submission. Indeed, thus we must be utterly obedient to the master. And likewise to Fong Long. Without her presence in the blue electric tyrant sect, the master might not have returned. Brother, I am well aware of that. Fong Long is the master's biological mother, and naturally, we must heed her wishes. To win her favor is to win the master's favor. To ensure peace in the blue electric tyrant sect, we simply need to safeguard these two divine beings. Yu Yuanjin, feeling gratified, patted Yu Lumian on the shoulder. You know, the master is no longer a child. It is time we discuss his marital prospects. Did you not mention that your sister-in-law's younger sister has a granddaughter who is stunningly beautiful and now 19? She would be a perfect match for the master. Yu Lumian pondered for a moment. Ah, brother, I almost forgot. I shall send Bai Lian to visit my sister-in-law tomorrow and bring Huangli back. However, you must first consult with Fong Long to gauge her thoughts. If Fong Long agrees, I will immediately send Bai Lian to fetch her. Yu Yuanjin nodded. Very well, brother. You should proceed to fetch her. Regardless of Fong Long's opinion, bring Huangli here, and we shall find an opportunity for the master to meet her. Perhaps it will come to fruition. Haha, brother, you are truly wise. I yield to your insight, Yu Lumian chuckled. Now, I shall be off. Go swiftly. Yu Luomian dashed away without delay. Yu Yuanjin contemplated for a moment before making his way to Yu Xiao's residence. Upon arrival, he did not find Yu Xiao but instead saw Yu Fonglong in the courtyard, washing rice and vegetables, preparing to cook dinner for her son. Yu Yuanjin approached respectfully. Fonglong, is Xiao Xiao not here? Yu Fonglong looked up at him. Yuanjin, Xiao Xiao has gone to rest in her room. What brings you back after just leaving? Oh. Yu Yuanjin hesitated, his words lingering on the tip of his tongue. This was his first experience acting as a matchmaker, and as a gentleman, he possessed no prior experience. The situation was as follows. The granddaughter of the younger brother's sister-in-law, Huang and I, was a strikingly beautiful maiden of 19 years. I had encountered her once or twice, and she possessed a graceful figure and captivating features. Now, with Xiao Xiao approaching the age of maturity, both individuals were unmarried, prompting me to discuss the possibility of an introduction. Regardless of the outcome, a meeting would be beneficial. Upon hearing this, Yu Fonglong pondered momentarily before his face brightened with a smile. Yuanjin, this is splendid news. I too have been contemplating this. Xiao Xiao has reached the age of 5 or 6 decades, though she appears no more than 18 or 19. I can hardly wait to embrace a grandchild. Moreover, with Xiao Xiao returning, I suspect she won't linger for long. Therefore, Yuanjin, we must act swiftly. Ideally, the younger brother should set off today to bring the young lady here for a meeting with Xiao Xiao. If it succeeds, splendid. If not, we can explore other connections in hopes of securing a union for Xiao Xiao. Indeed, Fong Long, your agreement brings me great joy, Yu Yuanjin responded, elated. Initially concerned about Yu Fonglong's indecisiveness, he now felt a wave of relief. Rest assured, the younger brother has already departed, and I anticipate that by the late hours of the night, my sister-in-law will have the young lady here. Yu Fonglong nodded in satisfaction. The following day, around 3 in the afternoon, a sudden call broke the stillness outside. Recognizing the voice, Yu Fonglong emerged from her dwelling, knowing instantly that it was Yu Yuanjin. Upon reaching the entrance, she beheld Yu Yuanjin and his brother Yu Luomian, accompanied by a striking young woman clad in a vibrant red dress. Her skin as pale as snow, standing at about 1.80 meters. Surely, this was Huang and I, the granddaughter of Yu Luomian's sister-in-law. Fonglong, is Xiao Xiao home? Yu Yuanjin inquired respectfully as Yu Luomian smiled in agreement. Oh, Xiao Xiao just stepped out. She should return shortly, Yu Fonglong replied. Yu Yuanjin maintained his cheerful demeanor. revealing no signs of discontent, and signaled to Yu Luomian. Understanding the cue, Yu Luomian stepped forward, presenting the fair-skinned beauty before Yu Fanglong. Fanglong, this is my sister-in-law's granddaughter. Huang and I, what do you think? Yu Fanglong scrutinized the young lady from head to toe for nearly a minute before breaking into a radiant smile. You heir. This girl is simply exquisite. I am quite taken with her. Upon hearing this, Yu Luomian exchanged a knowing glance with Yu Yuanjin, then turned to Huang and I, saying, and I, this lady before you is the mother of our esteemed leader. You may refer to her as Auntie. Hello, Auntie. Very well. Yu Fanglong grasped Huang Li's hands and began to pull her toward the courtyard. Yu Yuanjin and Yu Luomian exchanged a knowing smile before turning to depart together. For the two of them, once this matter was accomplished, their connection with Yu Xiao would be all the more secure, bringing them immense joy. Huang Li. With her pearly teeth and crimson lips, her voice akin to a melodious song, possessed a fair complexion and striking beauty, adorned in a vibrant, elegantly tailored dress. She exuded an otherworldly charm, radiating an ethereal grace that was truly enchanting from afar. It is no wonder that Yu Fanglong, upon merely casting a glance, felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Yu Xiao had not returned to the Blue Electric Tyrant sect for several years. Upon awakening from a midday slumber, he meandered through the sect, reminiscing about his childhood. He often ventured alone to the rear mountains of the sect to play, thus forming a profound attachment to the small grove nestled there. Yu Xiao contemplated and proceeded towards the back mountain. Upon reaching the entrance of the back mountain, he cast a glance at the small grove, noting that there had been little change. The mountain remained the same, and the grove still stood as it once did. However, over the span of 50 years, the once youthful saplings had now matured into towering trees. Chapter 109, The Mysterious Young Girl. Yi Xiao walked into the grove, greeted by towering trees that reached for the sky. Within the forest, a myriad of flowers, grasses, and trees flourished, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant scent of blossoms. Taking a deep breath, she immersed herself in the splendor of nature. Before long, Yi Xiao followed the meandering path and ascended to the highest point of the grove, where a small hillside awaited her. There, she found a patch of soft grass and reclined upon it. Yi Xiao gazed at the heavens above, envisioning a day when he could ascend to the clouds, traverse the myriad realms of the universe, and reach any destination, any world. Yi Xiao felt that with her current growth, this goal was not too distant. After an indeterminate amount of time, she was startled awake from her slumber by the incessant patter of cold raindrops against her face. It was raining. Upon awakening, Yi Xiao's first thought was the realization of the rain. Although it was not torrential, it fell steadily, sufficient to drench his clothes, while his hair remained inconsequential. Yet, this posed no challenge for him. As long as he invoked his protective barrier, the rain would not touch him. With the onset of the downpour, Yi Xiao had no intention of lingering in the grove any longer. A glance at the time revealed that mealtime was fast approaching. As Yi Xiao approached his doorstep, he was greeted by the familiar voice of his mother. However, it was not solely her voice that resonated within the home. There was another, more melodious sound that accompanied it. He could instantly recognize that it belonged to a young girl. Yi Xiao pondered in confusion when guests had arrived at home. After a moment of reflection, he found solace in the thought. After all, this was the Blue Electric Tyrant sect, and his mother's standing within the sect was second only to his own. It was entirely reasonable for her to invite a girl to assist with preparing dinner. With a smile, Yi Xiao contemplated this and stepped into the courtyard. She thought to herself, oh, my mother truly is something else. For a family gathering, a couple of dishes, some meat and wine to satisfy our hunger would suffice. Yet, she insists on inviting others and preparing an extravagant feast of delicacies each day. Although I can certainly eat, indulging in such excess is hardly necessary. Yu Xiao found himself perplexed. Ever since he absorbed the soul rings of the White Dragon, Black Dragon, and Golden Dragon, his appetite had increased significantly. The sole advantage was that no matter how much he consumed, he did not gain weight. The kitchen was filled with smoke, and the pungent aroma of the stir-fried vegetables permeated the air, overwhelming the senses. Yi Xiao did not enter the kitchen, having just returned from the rain. She needed to change into a fresh set of clothes. Once she had changed, she stepped outside to find the rain had intensified considerably. Yi Xiao settled into the rocking chair in the hall, her gaze drifting outside as torrential rain poured down. The deluge intensified, producing a relentless symphony of rustling sounds. Yi Xiao reclined comfortably in the rocking chair, propelling it with a vigorous push, causing it to sway even more forcefully. At that moment, a series of footsteps echoed from the corridor beneath the eaves. Yi Xiao heard a voice, neither too soft nor too loud, neither hurried nor slow. Soon. The owner of the voice appeared at the doorway of the room. Yi smiled with her eyes slightly squinted, revealing a strikingly beautiful young lady with fair skin, graceful curves, and adorned in a red, intricately laced short dress. After a moment of contemplation, she realized she had no knowledge of which family from the Blue Electric Tyrant sect this girl belonged to. After all, she had not returned to the Blue Electric Tyrant sect for many years. Aside from Yu Yuanjin and a few childhood companions, she was unfamiliar with the others. How could Yi Xiao possibly know that the young lady before him was the match introduced by Yu Yuanjin and Yu Lumian? Had he been aware, he would have surely burst into laughter. One cannot deny the power of circumstances. Decades ago, within the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, he was subjected to disdain from all quarters. Yet, many years later, he found himself the object of flattery and ingratiation within the same sect. Even Yu Yuanjin and Yu Luomian were no exception. Huang and I cast a glance at the handsome youth seated in the rocking chair, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She pondered in her heart. Could this remarkably youthful lad be the grandson of the sect master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect? Little did she dream that the young man before her was none other than the sect master himself, Yi Xiao. Before long, Yu Fanglong had prepared a sumptuous feast, and Yi Xiao assisted in bringing the dishes to the table, where he sat down to dine with his mother and Huang and I. The table was set for just three: Yi Xiao, Yu Fanglong, and Huang and I. As soon as Yu Fanglong sat at the table, he warmly greeted Huang and I, encouraging him to partake in the dishes and serve himself. Yi Xiao observed the two individuals, utterly bewildered, sensing that something was amiss. It was evident that his mother exhibited an unusual level of warmth towards the young lady, which seemed less like an invitation to assist with meals and more akin to the grand reception afforded to an esteemed guest. He was all too familiar with his mother's demeanor and social interactions. She would never extend such hospitality to someone she did not hold in high regard. Consequently, Yi Xiao began to suspect that this young woman's presence in their home was driven by a specific purpose, likely intertwined with his own fate. After a moment of contemplation, an ominous premonition washed over him. Indeed, the only plausible reason for his mother's extraordinary kindness towards this young lady could be that he was destined to discuss matters of marriage with her. How absurd. Yi Xiao finally comprehended the situation. It was merely a matter of seeing through the faade without voicing the truth. He cast a renewed gaze upon her, and could not help but acknowledge her fair complexion, exquisite beauty, and graceful figure. She was indeed a captivating presence. However, the inexplicable addition of a woman in his home left him feeling quite unsettled. It was not a matter of beauty or ugliness, but rather the sudden presence of a stranger in his abode that inevitably felt peculiar. With Yu Fanglong remaining silent and offering no introduction, Yi Xiao chose to feign ignorance, pretending to be unaware of the circumstances. Yi Xiao is not lacking in female companionship. The presence of one more or one less makes no significant difference. There is no need to squander mental energy on a woman whose intentions remain unclear. As dinner progressed, Yu Fanglong could no longer resist glancing towards her son. Noticing that he remained silent and did not cast a single glance at Huang Li, she pondered what his feelings towards her might be. Initially, Yu Fanglong intended to refrain from directly addressing the matter, allowing her son to observe Huang Li and discern any budding affections on his part. However, after watching him for some time, she found that he not only refrained from speaking to Huang Li, but also seemed to disregard her existence entirely. Yu Fanglong struggled to comprehend why a girl as fair and beautiful as Huang Li, who should embody every young man's dream of a princess, held no allure for her son. Unable to contain herself any longer, she said, "Xiao, allow me to introduce you to this young lady, Huang Li, the granddaughter of Luo Mian's sister-in-law." Luo Mian's sister-in-law's granddaughter? Humph. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao could not help but chuckle inwardly, realizing the true nature of the situation. It was truly unexpected that the former second-in-command of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, a person of such lofty stature, would today lower himself to act as a matchmaker for her. Yu Fanglong, noticing her son's continued silence and uncertain of his thoughts, proceeded to explain, "Xiao, perhaps you are unaware of this matter. Allow me to recount the events regarding Yu Yuanjin and Yu Lumian's initiative to come forward as matchmakers." Upon hearing the explanation, Yi Xiao finally grasped the intricacies of the situation. Without further contemplation, she reasoned that since the opportunity had presented itself and the goods were of high quality, there was no reason to relinquish them to others at a lower price. Yi Xiao is not that foolish. "Son, what do you mean by that?" Yu Fanglong inquired. Observing that his son had yet to express his stance, Chapter 110, The Wedding Night. Mother, I shall heed your words. Yi Xiao naturally refrained from expressing his opinions, yet his words subtly conveyed his sentiments. Upon hearing this, Yu Fanglong was elated, since his son had already given his consent. He too would acquiesce, thereby allowing for a night of marital bliss. After finishing their meal, Yi Xiao stepped outside for a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. Yu Fanglong promptly summoned several individuals to arrange Yi Xiao's room, intending to take matters into their own hands without so much as a word to her. Planning to act decisively, her underlying desire was to embrace her grandchild sooner rather than later. As night fell, they ushered Huang Yi into the room well in advance. After finishing her meal, Yi Xiao took a leisurely stroll outside before returning home. The house was enveloped in silence. Glancing at the clock, it was 9 in the evening. Not seeing her biological mother around, she presumed she had retired to her room to rest. Yi Xiao refrained from disturbing her mother's rest and did not encounter Huang Li, who presumably returned to Yu Luomin to recuperate. After washing her face, she returned to her own chamber to rest. As she pushed open the door, she was greeted by the bright illumination of her room, where a figure was seated at the bedside. More precisely, it was a woman, none other than Huang Li, the granddaughter of her aunt-in-law from earlier that day. Taken aback, Yu Xiao wondered how she had come to be in her room. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that her chamber had been remarkably transformed, instilling a fleeting sense of having entered the wrong room. Yet, it was undeniably her own space. After Yi Xiao repeatedly confirmed that this was indeed her room, she quickly realized one thing. The room had been redecorated by her birth mother. She had been unaware of this since she had stepped out earlier. The purpose was quite simple. It was to ascertain whether Huang Yi was still in her room late at night. Yi Xiao contemplated for a moment and mused to herself. Mother's actions are truly swift. I merely stepped out for a leisurely stroll, and upon my return, she has transformed my room into a bridal chamber. How remarkable! Since that is the case, I shall indulge her. Yi Xiao closed the door behind him and strode toward the bedside. Huang Li glanced up at him momentarily before lowering her gaze, her heart racing with anxiety, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. After all, it was her first time sharing a room with a man late at night. Moreover, this was not her own room, but rather someone else's. She knew little about the man before her, having never encountered him previously. All she was aware of was that he was the current leader of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect and strikingly handsome, although she harbored certain feelings. The rapid progression from a simple meal to a night of intimacy felt somewhat overwhelming. Yu Xiao said little. Upon arrival, he gently lifted Huang Li and laid him down on the bed. Such matters, when over-discussed, often become awkward. It is far better to remain silent and let the unspoken understanding unfold naturally as events progress. Yi Xiao shed his garments and climbed onto the bed, where he engaged in a passionate kiss with Huang and I. Initially, Huang and I resisted slightly, but soon surrendered to the fervor of their embrace. Before long, they both reached a state of ecstasy. Meanwhile, just outside the door, Yu Fanglong pressed his ear against the door, listening intently to the sounds emanating from within, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Success. After listening for a while longer, he nodded subtly and quietly retreated to his own room to rest. The two continued their intimate exchanges until the early hours of the morning before finally pausing to catch their breath. Exhausted, they released each other and soon drifted into slumber. The following morning, Yi Xiao awoke from his slumber, attempting to withdraw his hand, only to discover that a person was resting upon it. A fleeting glance reminded him of the events from the previous night. He surveyed the delicate, ivory visage before him, as radiant as a full moon, and the slender waist, every feature exuding exquisite beauty. At that moment, Huang Yi stirred awake, her gaze meeting his. Rather than shying away, she embraced his stare, her eyes shimmering with a hint of delight. Despite her efforts to suppress her innermost thoughts, her emotions were clearly reflected in her countenance and gaze. Huang Yi, are you also a soul master? Yi Xiao broke the silence, his voice piercing the stillness. Huang Yi nodded affirmatively. What level are you? After a moment of hesitation, she replied, only level 19. At 19 years of age, a level of 19 does indicate moderate aptitude. However, with his assistance, elevating her abilities should not pose a challenge. Yu Xiao inquired again, what is your martial soul? Huang Li, taken aback by the question, blushed and then replied, my martial soul is an apple. An apple, an embodiment of the food-type martial soul. Indeed, the food-type martial soul reminded Yi Xiao of Oscar's culinary martial soul, the delectable sausage. Yi Xiao smiled, finding it quite amusing. She then embraced Huang Yi and shared another passionate kiss. A month later, Yi Xiao bid farewell to his biological mother and Huang Yi, setting off for the Spirit Hall, thus concluding his matters with Huang Yi for the time being. Several days later, in the Spirit City, within the conference hall of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong sat upon the steps, her gaze fixed upon 3 individuals below. These 3 were youthful, yet not entirely so, their ages averaging around 16 or 17. Among them were 2 young men and a young woman. The girl appeared to be around 16, yet she possessed an enchanting beauty, exuding a captivating allure reminiscent of the legendary fox spirit. From head to toe, she radiated an irresistible charm that rendered her utterly bewitching. At that moment, Bibi Dong was intently observing the trio as she spoke. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance, interrupting Bibi Dong mid-sentence. Her reprimand towards the 3 was abruptly halted, and irritation flickered in her eyes as her attention shifted to the doorway. The trio standing in the hall turned to see who had dared to intrude upon the conference hall in silence. Xiaogu, Bibi Dong exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the visitor. It was none other than Yi Xiao. Donger, I have returned. Bibi Dong quickly cast a glance at the 3 individuals and instructed, Nana, stay behind. The 2 of you may leave for now. Understood, the 2 young men responded, turning to exit the hall. Once they had departed, Bibi Dong swiftly descended the steps and embraced Yi Xiao, exclaiming, Xiaogu, I thought you were unaware of my return. Yi smiled gently, wrapping one arm around Bibi Dong's slender waist, and said, Donger, you know that my dearest love is you. As soon as I find a moment of leisure, I return to see you. Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction, nuzzling her face against his chest, radiating happiness. Teacher, she, Hulayina, observing the scene before her, felt her cheeks flush a deep crimson. She had not anticipated that the usually solemn and serious Pope would display such a tender side in front of this man. Her gaze swept over the unfamiliar figure, taking in his strikingly handsome face and perfect physique, which instantly captivated her. Hulayina had never imagined that such an extraordinarily attractive man could exist in this world. Unable to contain herself, she felt a rush of blood surge within her, leading to a sudden nosebleed. Chapter 111. Hulayina, after a moment of leaning into Ye's embrace, Bibi Dong finally released him. She then turned her attention to Hulayina and introduced, Xiaogu, allow me to present my disciple, Hulayina. Yi Xiao recalled that during her last visit, Bibi Dong had mentioned Hulayina, though they had yet to meet. Now, she should be around 16 years of age, blossoming into an enchanting young woman. Standing at over 1.7 meters tall, she exuded an air of sensuality and charm. In both the original text and the anime, Hulayina was portrayed as such a captivating and alluring figure. Encountering her in person made her allure even more vivid and striking. Nana, come and greet Xiaogu, Bibi Dong instructed Hulayina, who was currently dabbing at her nosebleed. Oh, Hulayina responded, flustered, taking a few hesitant steps forward, her legs trembling slightly. Approaching Yi Xiao, she stood a respectful distance away and said, Hello, Xiaogu. She had indeed heard of Yi Xiao's reputation, as Bibi Dong had spoken of him. Furthermore, there were tales within the Spirit Hall Academy regarding Yi Xiao, indicating that 50 years prior, he had been a student there, sharing the same class as her mentor, Bibi Dong. What Hulayina did not anticipate was that despite the passage of 50 years, Yi Xiao appeared to be in his late teens, seemingly just 19 years old. This left her feeling both curious and apprehensive, for this man had once defeated the former pope of the Spirit Hall, Xunji, in his youth, and was reputed to possess strength surpassing that of her own teacher, Bibi Dong, a testament to his formidable prowess. Yi smiled and nodded, then reached out to gently touch Hulayina's head. Donger, it seems that anyone chosen by you must possess exceptional talent. Upon receiving the compliment, Hulayina blushed, responding, Indeed. As one of the elite members of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, I am only 15 years old and have already attained the remarkable cultivation level of 40. At just 15, achieving the 40th rank certainly provides ample grounds for pride. Yi smiled gently, observing Hulayina, who had lowered her head, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Evidently shy, he decided not to tease her further. Donger, congratulations on acquiring such a talented disciple. He was well aware of Hulayina's stature, known as the Saintess of the Spirit Hall, and that Bibi Dong had proclaimed her as the successor to the next generation of the Spirit Hall's Pope. Moreover, she harbored grander ambitions to dominate the entire Douluo Continent and become its unprecedented first empress. Yi had long been aware of this aspiration and was determined to assist her in realizing it. Bibi Dong beamed with joy, embracing Yi from behind, and added, "Although Nana has reached the 40th level, she has yet to absorb her 4th spirit ring. Since you have returned, why not take her to the Sunset Forest to hunt a 1,000-year spirit beast?" Yi Xiao pondered for a moment and found the idea quite agreeable. After all, Guyuna would eventually become his woman, so assisting her was of little consequence. Very well then. In a few days, I shall take her, he resolved. He thought to himself that since he had returned with great difficulty, it was only right to spend a few enjoyable days with Bibi Dong before addressing any other matters, which seemed trivial in comparison. Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction and turned to Guyuna, saying, "Nana, you may return for now. In a few days, Xiaogu will take you to the Sunset Forest to absorb your soul ring. I will notify you then." "Thank you, teacher, Xiaogu," Guyuna replied, promptly rising and exiting the room. Bibi Dong observed Guyuna's retreating figure and inquired, "Xiaogu, what are your thoughts on Nana succeeding me as Pope in the future?" "That is, of course, a foregone conclusion," he replied. Yi smiled and nodded. "Donger, let's put it this way. As long as you are happy, anything is permissible. And I shall always be your steadfast support." Xiaoga. Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled like blossoms, and she thought to herself how genuinely kind Xiaoga was to her, holding a position in her heart that could never be supplanted by anyone else. Yi Xiao spoke little, turning around to lift Bibi Dong into his arms as he strode toward the secret chamber behind. "Nana, come here quickly." As Guyuna stepped out of the Pope's hall, she spotted her brother, Xiao, standing in the square and waving at her, prompting her to hasten forward. The tall youth standing nearby was Yin, one of the golden generation who had grown up alongside the siblings, ranked 3rd and also one of Guyuna's admirers. It is worth noting that he was merely one among countless men in the Spirit Hall and the entire Spirit City who admired her. However, as the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, very few dared to approach her. Yin, being a member of the Golden Generation, enjoyed a closer relationship with her, thus presenting him with more opportunities. Yet, Guyuna's feelings for Yin remained within the confines of friendship, devoid of any romantic entanglement. Consequently, she never ended up with Yin, ultimately falling deeply in love with Tang San, who had evolved into the Blue-Silver Emperor, becoming utterly captivated. Thus, from the beginning to the end, Yan's love and affection for Guyuna were akin to flowers yearning for a stream that was indifferent, a mere one-sided devotion. Even after her love for Tang San crumbled, she did not accept Yin's affections. "Brother, why haven't you two left yet?" Guyuna asked, somewhat dazed. Clearly still recovering from the nervousness she felt upon meeting Yi Xiao. Xiao affectionately patted his sister on the head, saying, "Silly girl. Yin and I were just waiting for you to come out." "Oh," Guyuna nodded, her mind still lingering on the striking image of Yi Xiao. "Hey, Nana, why are you bleeding from your nose?" Yin suddenly noticed the dried blood near Guyuna's nostrils and inquired, puzzled. "Ah," Guyuna gasped, swiftly turning her face away in embarrassment and hurriedly wiping it clean, not wishing anyone to see her in such a state. The nosebleed was quite embarrassing, arising not from heat but rather from the overwhelming allure of Yi Xiao's handsomeness. "It must be heat stroke, nothing to worry about," she quickly explained. Yin looked utterly bewildered, having never witnessed Guyuna in such a disheveled state before. He exchanged a glance with Xiao, both equally perplexed. "Nana, if you're bleeding, then just let it be. Why blush?" "Indeed, Nana, you seem rather flustered. After we came out, you weren't scolded by Teacher Dong, were you?" Xiao remarked, unable to suppress a chuckle. Haha. Yin was also amused by Xiao's comment. "That's impossible. Nana, Teacher Dong is always so kind to you. How could she scold you?" Xiao added with a smile. "Yin is right. What on earth happened? Do tell us. You two are the worst." Guyuna stamped her foot in frustration, feeling irritated. "By the way, Nana, who was that person just now?" Xiao suddenly recalled the unfamiliar man who had entered the council chamber earlier and curiously inquired. Yin also turned his gaze towards Guyuna, equally eager to discern his identity. Chapter 112. Signing in at the Sunset Forest. Reward, one nine-tailed fox. "Brother, you would be utterly astonished if I revealed it." Guyuna feigned an air of mystery. "Oh." Xiao's curiosity intensified. Yin awaited her continuation. Guyuna smiled. "His name is Yu Xiao, the young man who once triumphed over the former pope. He is also the best friend of our teacher and a former classmate, a being even more formidable than our instructor." "Ah," Xiao exclaimed in surprise. "Yi Xiao? The significant figure whom even the pope refers to as Brother Xiao has returned." Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. No wonder he possesses such striking charisma. I had heard that Brother Xiao is not only powerful but also exceptionally handsome. Seeing him today has indeed exceeded my wildest imagination. Yi Xiao gently placed Bibi Dong upon the floor of the secret chamber, then settled beside her. Donger, how have you been lately? Bibi Dong swallowed hard, responding. I have been well. It's just that I think of you every day. Now that you have returned, I am truly delighted. Yi smiled and nodded, understanding everything without the need for words. He then lay down on the floor, cradling his head in his arms, reminiscing about the countless memories accumulated over the years. Yet, they were largely similar, offering little of significance to convey. In contrast, the woman beside him remained the same Bibi Dong he had always known. Perhaps she had changed in the eyes of others, but in his presence, she had not altered at all. Bibi Dong lay down beside him, her heart brimming with joy, sweeter than honey, simply by having this man by her side. Yi Xiao suddenly turned to the side, gently caressing her face. Gazing into her eyes and at her slightly parted crimson lips, he said, Dong, shall we play a game? What kind of game? Bibi Dong replied, a mixture of anxiety and trepidation evident in her voice, yet overshadowed by a sense of anticipation. Yi Xiao slowly leaned in towards Bibi's slightly parted crimson lips and kissed her tenderly. Thus began their playful escapade. After a while, Bibi shyly rolled away from him, gradually regaining her composure. Yi Xiao turned and embraced her, remaining in that position, saying nothing and thinking nothing. In the days that followed, Yi Xiao took Bibi Dong on various excursions, and each day she lived a life filled with sweetness. With Yi Xiao by her side, her days were bathed in an abundance of sunlight. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and it was time for them to part, albeit temporarily. Early one morning, Yi Xiao set off with Guyuna towards the sunset forest to absorb soul rings. Inside the spacious carriage, the middle-aged driver was intently guiding the horses. Within the carriage, Yi Xiao and Guyuna sat facing each other. This was Guyuna's first outing with Yi Xiao, although she was aware of his formidable strength. Surpassing even that of her teacher Bibi Dong, her knowledge of him was limited. Previously, her understanding had been confined to mere legends. Now, sitting face to face and embarking on a journey together, she felt somewhat at a loss. In the presence of Yi Xiao, Guyuna transformed into a model of obedience. Shedding the imposing demeanor she typically exhibited as a disciple of the Pope and a saintess. Yi Xiao gazed at the enchanting Guyuna before him, harboring his own thoughts. He had not anticipated that the esteemed saint of the Spirit Hall would be seated directly across from him. With her flushed cheeks and captivating charm, she indeed bore a resemblance to a beguiling vixen. Moreover, her martial soul was, in fact, a fox, and her soul skills included alluring abilities. To refer to her as a vixen would not be unfounded. Yi Xiao scrutinized Guyuna from a close distance. With her short black hair and nearly perfect figure, she bore a resemblance to her sister, the enigmatic Yu. Guyuna exuded an aura akin to that of a poised wolf, not conventionally stunning at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, she radiated an irresistible charm in every aspect. This allure was utterly captivating to men. Even Yi Xiao, a seasoned warrior, found himself momentarily entranced by her presence. It is evident that while Guyuna may not be classified as a traditional beauty, her enchanting essence surpasses that of many renowned beauties. Yi Xiao recalled from the original text of Douluo Continent that when Guyuna unleashed her martial spirit, a fluffy, pink tail would sprout from her lower back, instantly enhancing her beauty. He mused that once he arrived at the sunset forest, he must witness Guyuna's fluffy tail in person. It surely would be a sight to behold. Though Yi Xiao had already seen Guyuna's tail in the anime, which was indeed pink and quite lovely, it was merely through the screen. There is no comparison to the captivating experience of a direct gaze in person. Upon closer inspection of Guyuna's attire, Yi Xiao observed her clad in a form-fitting black ensemble that clung to her figure, concealing all but her tall stature of approximately 178 centimeters. This was strikingly consistent with her usual appearance as depicted in the original narrative. Furthermore, her undergarment appeared to be a delicate pink tank top, aligning closely with the description provided in the text. As the saintess of the Spirit Hall, Guyuna's modest clothing mirrored that of Bibi Dong, suggesting that their noble status perhaps imposed restrictions on their choice of more revealing attire. Yi Xiao could not take advantage of her, merely observing her face and figure, unable to perceive anything beyond that. Nana, what are the first 3 soul rings you possess? Oh, Guyuna was initially startled when he spoke, but then her heart gradually calmed. Xiao Gu, I have 200-year yellow rings and 1,000-year purple ring. The first two are 300 and 600 years respectively, while the latter is 3,000 years. Yi smiled and nodded, contemplating for a moment. She believed that her fourth soul ring would have to be at least over 7,000 years old. With her guardian by her side, absorbing it should pose no problem. What kind of soul ring do you intend to absorb for your fourth? What is its age, and have you made any plans? Are you genuinely concerned about me? Xiao Guyuna replied, a bit taken aback. At the very least, it should be around 5,000 years old. 5,000 years, that seems reasonable. Yi Xiao pondered. Though Guyuna possessed admirable talents and could absorb spirit rings of 5,000 years with relative ease, the risks associated with those aged 8 to 9,000 years were indeed considerable. Nonetheless, there was no need for further discourse. All matters would be addressed upon reaching their destination. A few days later, a grand carriage came to a halt at the entrance of the Sunset Forest, from which alighted a young man and woman. The man, clad in resplendent yellow attire, exuded an aura of striking handsomeness, while the woman, adorned in elegant black, radiated captivating charm. They were none other than Yi Xiao and Guyuna, who had ventured into the Sunset Forest in search of spirit rings. Yi Xiao turned her head to gaze at the carriage that had vanished into the distance, then turned to Guyuna and said, Nana, let us depart. Xiao Guyuna replied, following closely behind as they ventured into the Sunset Forest. This forest, second only to the Tiandou forest, sprawled over a vast area, teeming with numerous spirit beasts. Ding. Master, congratulations on signing in at the Sunset Forest. Reward, one nine-tailed fox with 9,000 years of cultivation. Note, the item has been stored in the system space. Please proceed to collect it. A nine-tailed fox with 9,000 years of cultivation? Yi Xiaoxi was overjoyed. With this, Guyuna's soul ring was assured. Chapter 113, Soul Beast. The two ventured into the Sunset Forest, and as they delved deeper, the trees grew increasingly dense and towering. During Yi Zhao's last visit, he had harvested all the celestial herbs from the ice and fire yin yang eye, rendering another trip unnecessary. Accompanied by Guyuna, he proceeded to absorb the spirit rings and spent some time at the Spirit Hall, just in time for the commencement of the new term at Shrek Academy. After walking a little further inside, Yi Xiao discreetly summoned the nine-tailed fox from the system space and released it into the woods, creating an illusion for Guyuna, making her believe that the nine-tailed fox originated from this very forest. Other matters were of little consequence. At that moment, a white shadow darted past Guyuna, startling her. She halted abruptly and turned to see a white figure with multiple tails trailing behind it. Counting swiftly, she realized there were as many as 9 tails, leaving her utterly astonished. Xiao, there's a soul beast, she exclaimed. How could I not recognize the nine-tailed fox I released myself? Yi Xiao cast a glance at it, feigning surprise. Nana, how fortunate you are. This is a nine-tailed fox, a soul beast of 9,000 years. 9,000 years. Guyuna was once again taken aback. But, Xiao, while the fox martial soul suits me well, I may not be able to withstand the pressure of a 9,000-year soul ring. Fear not, Nana. With me by your side, nothing is insurmountable. Of course, there are dangers, but it ultimately depends on your capacity to endure. Whoosh. Yi Xiao swiftly moved forward, seizing the nine-tailed fox, and then directly employed a barrier to restrain its movements, discarding it at Guyuna's feet with ease. Given his current prowess, subduing a millennium-old nine-tailed fox was a trivial task. How extraordinarily powerful Yi Xiao was. Guyuna trailed behind him, utterly astonished, as even the 9,000-year-old fox fell effortlessly under his control. Upon reflection, this was not surprising. After all, even the Pope was no match for Yi Xiao. So how could a 9,000-year-old spirit beast stand a chance? What she remained unaware of was that, despite its mere 9,000 years of cultivation, the fox possessed formidable strength. Had Yi Xiao not intervened personally, even Bibi Dong would have found it impossible to capture it. In order to elevate Guyuna's endurance to an entirely new level, Yi Xiao felt compelled to present her with something extraordinary to enhance her constitution. He promptly retrieved a magnificent pink flower from the system's realm and offered it to her. Nana, this is a celestial herb I discovered in another forest not long ago. It has the power to fortify your physique and martial spirit, allowing you to absorb soul rings more effectively while minimizing risks. Do consume it without delay. Guyuna, taken aback and blushing profusely, nodded shyly before reaching out to accept it. She then turned away and seated herself to partake of the gift. Yi Xiao also found a stone to sit on nearby, gazing at her silhouette, reflecting that this outing with her alone was indeed a delightful experience. Firstly, it was an opportunity to absorb the soul ring, and secondly, it could be considered a form of travel. Xiao Gu, I have finished eating, Hulaina approached and said. Yi Xiao handed her the small dagger, declaring, let us commence. Hulaina nodded, cautiously accepting the blade from his grasp. She approached, her hand steady as she drove the knife deep into the vital point of the nine-tailed fox. The creature writhed for a moment before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. From its body emerged a magnificent violet soul ring, radiating with the essence of a millennium. This was indeed a soul ring of 9,000 years, a remarkable treasure. Hulaina was elated, for a soul master who had just ascended to the 40th level. Such an acquisition was monumental. Yet, a flicker of apprehension crossed her mind, as she pondered whether she possessed the fortitude to withstand the overwhelming power of this formidable soul ring. She returned the dagger to Yi Xiao, saying, Brother Xiao, please guard me while I absorb this. He nodded in affirmation, fully aware of his role in this pivotal moment. Despite their unfamiliarity, Hulaina felt a profound trust in him, knowing he belonged to the esteemed Spirit Hall Academy and shared a close relationship with her mentor, Bibi Dong. Thus, she was at ease. Having consumed the celestial herb provided by Yi Xiao, warmth enveloped her entire being, instilling a profound sense of comfort. The doubts she once harbored regarding the herb's efficacy had dissipated entirely. Hulaina settled before the soul ring, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath, centering her energy in her lower abdomen as she began her meditation. Yi Xiao raised his hand, creating a barrier that rendered her presence undetectable to any soul beast, ensuring her safety. He then reclined on the grass, gazing upwards at the vast sky, beginning to contemplate the essence of life. Unbeknownst to him, he soon closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. When he awoke once more, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Yi Xiao sat up, her stomach growling with hunger, signaling that it was time to seek something to eat. The sunset forest teemed with numerous spirit beasts, and there were plenty of small creatures around. Capturing a couple of wild rabbits or a game hen would pose no challenge. After a brief excursion, Yi Xiao returned with 3 wild chickens and a rabbit in hand. Following a meticulous preparation, he gathered some firewood and fashioned a makeshift grill. He then retrieved the spices he had carried with him and commenced the roasting process. Before long, the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, reaching far and wide. Ah, how delightful! Yi Xiao took a moment to savor the fragrance before plucking a chicken leg to taste. The moment it touched his palate, it was both fragrant and tender. Indeed, it was exquisite. Yi Xiao took out another pot of water and took a sip. The refreshing sensation was beyond the capacity of words to describe. Just then, a series of footsteps echoed from behind. Yi Xiao turned his head to glance back, noticing that the newcomer was a 17 or 18-year-old girl clad in a green dress, blooming like a flower. He paid her little mind and continued savoring his chicken leg. Wow, are there so many delicacies? I'm nearly starving. Could you spare me a bit to eat? The girl exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with desire as she beheld the delectable dishes on the grill. Yi Xiao cast a fleeting glance at the young girl, a sense of familiarity washing over him, as if he had encountered her before, yet he could not recall where or when. The girl clad in green settled across from Yi Xiao, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at the roasted meat upon the fire. 3 roasted hares and 1 roasted rabbit. You cannot possibly consume them all by yourself, so would you kindly share one with me? I am not being greedy. Just a single roasted hare will suffice. Is that not a touch greedy? Yi Xiao was taken aback. That girl, haven't we met somewhere before? Perhaps. The girl in the green dress replied nonchalantly. However, I must confess that while I possess many admirable qualities, my memory is not one of them. So please refrain from testing it. It's nothing serious. I merely recalled a friend who bears a resemblance to you, which is why I reacted that way. Oh, the girl in green said, crossing her long legs, which accentuated her alluring figure. I've already mentioned that my memory is quite poor. Why do you persist in testing me? Yi Xiao suddenly handed her a chicken leg, saying, there's no need for politeness. Thank you. The girl in green accepted the chicken leg and took a single bite, her delight evident. I must admit, your roasted chicken is exquisite. Perhaps so. However, my friend is from the 7 Treasures Glaze Tile School, though I have not seen her in over 5 years. She is nearly the same age as you now, and her name is quite lovely, Ning Kai Kai. Chapter 114, The Return of Ning Kai Kai. Nine-tailed Soulbone. Ning Kai Kai? Do you know Ning Kai Kai? The girl in green regarded the boy before her with curiosity, still failing to recognize him. Do tell, how do you know Ning Kai Kai? It seems I have become quite handsome over these 6 years. She does not recognize me at all. All right, I will come clean. Yu Xiao gazed earnestly at her. It has been 5 years since we met at the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, and I even offered you a celestial herb to consume. Surely you have not forgotten? Is it truly you? Are you really him? The expression of the girl in green suddenly transformed into one of fervor. Indeed, I am he, Yu Xiao? Well, the fact that only you know about my consumption of the celestial herb renders any doubt impossible. Yu Xiao, you truly are Yu Xiao. Ning Kai could scarcely believe that the man she had longed to meet would appear in this sunset forest. At that moment, Guyuna was within the barrier set by Yu Xiao, absorbing her soul rings, and thus unaware of her presence. Then you were truly Ning Kai? Yu Xiao inquired, his uncertainty evident. Years had passed, and the other's visage seemed transformed, mature, and beautiful, leaving him unsure. Of course, you defeated Grandmaster Qian and Grandfather Bone 5 years ago. I was present and witnessed everything. How could there be any falsehood? Buzz, buzz, buzz. In a bid to prove her identity, Ning Kai stood up, and with a surge of soul power, 1, 2, 3 soul rings emerged from beneath her. Yu Xiao cast a glance, and there it was, the 3 soul rings in shades of yellow and purple. With a casual motion, a 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda materialized in her hand. Thus, it was indisputable. She was indeed the genuine Ning Kai. Yu Xiao had made up his mind, and thus felt compelled to express himself. Rising swiftly, he summoned his martial soul, the sword of extermination, along with its accompanying soul rings. Ning Kai, upon inspection, confirmed his identity, and memories of their past intimacy 5 years ago flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush. Xiao 5 years ago. You single-handedly defeated my esteemed uncle and Grandpa Bone, as well as Grandpa Sword. I can only imagine that your strength has significantly increased since then. Indeed, Yu Xiao replied without reservation. But what of your cousin Ning Rongrong? She must be 12 by now, blossoming into a young lady. Ning Kai nodded affirmatively. Yes, Rongrong possesses extraordinary talent, already reaching her 20s in level. Had it not been for the celestial herb you gifted me with my innate abilities, it remains uncertain whether I would have even achieved level 30 by now. However, ever since that day I consumed the celestial herb you provided, my cultivation has surged remarkably, and I have now surpassed level 40. This is precisely why I have ventured into the Sunset Forest. As he had anticipated, Ning Kai was now around 18 or 19 years old and had indeed consumed the celestial herb, attaining level 40, a development entirely within expectations. Thus, there was no room for doubt. He smiled and nodded. Kai, your martial spirit is the 7-treasure glazed pagoda, which lacks both offensive and defensive capabilities. Surely, someone must have accompanied you here, correct? Ning Kai responded with a gentle smile. Xiao, nothing escapes your keen perception. Indeed, it was Grandpa Gu who came with me. He went to assist me in finding a soul beast and asked me to wait for him here. While I was waiting, I caught a delightful aroma wafting through the air, and coincidentally, my stomach was growling, so I came over. I never expected to encounter you here. It truly is fate that has brought us together once more. Indeed, Yi observed as she finished one chicken leg and reached for a rabbit leg to offer her. Ning Kai joyfully accepted the rabbit leg and relished it, saying, Xiao, after 5 or 6 years apart, have you missed me? Of course. I have thought of you day and night. However, I have been exceedingly busy and unable to visit. Now that we have met, we must not let this precious time slip away. Upon hearing his words, Ning Kai's cheeks flushed deeper. Then, Xiao, how do you intend to make it up to me? Kai, whatever compensation you desire is yours, as long as you are willing. Yi Xiao, speaking as he approached, lifted Ning Kai from the ground and headed towards the shelter of a nearby tree. Kai, let us engage in a game together, he proposed. Ning Kai's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson as she gazed into his eyes, her own filled entirely with his presence. Yi Xiao gently placed her on the ground and erected a barrier, ensuring that no one could intrude upon their intimate world. Ning Kai lay on the ground, turning her head away, unable to meet his gaze. The 2 towering peaks before her rose and fell in a rhythmic dance, creating a captivating cadence. Yu Xiao stepped forward and surveyed him from top to bottom for a moment. Without uttering a word, he pressed his lips against Ning Kai's crimson ones. Before long, the 2 were lost in an ardent kiss, as if they were fish in water. After approximately 2 hours, they finally released each other, lying on the ground in a state of bliss. As Ning Kai gradually regained her composure, she spoke, Xiao, Grandpa Gu should have found the soul beast for me by now. I will head over first to prevent him from worrying about my well-being. He smiled and nodded. Go ahead. When I find the time, I shall visit the 7 treasures glazed sect to see you. Well, you must keep your word. Otherwise, I shall be quite upset, she added, feigning an angry expression. Yi Xiao held her close and kissed her for a while longer, reassuring her, rest assured. How could I bear to make you angry? That is more like it. Ning Kaikai responded by offering her sweet kiss. The two continued to embrace in a tender kiss until Ning Kaikai eventually took her leave. Yi Xiao gazed at her retreating figure, reminiscing about the moment they first met. In the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed, and Ning Kaikai had blossomed into a true woman. The afternoon of a day and a half later, around 3 o'clock, Guyuna stirred, slowly opening her eyes to the verdant trees surrounding her. The realization that she had finally absorbed her 4th soul ring filled her with joy. Nana, you have succeeded. Suddenly, a slow yet magnetic voice emerged from behind her, irresistibly drawing her attention and causing her heart to race. Without needing to turn around, Guyuna instinctively knew who it was. She quickly rose and turned, and there he was, strikingly handsome, standing just behind her. Xiao Gu, thank you. Thank you for what? Yi Xiao asked, feigning ignorance. Guyuna lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushed, her heart racing at the thought of being alone with him in this secluded forest. The combination of Yi Xiao's undeniable charm left her flustered. It was a feat for any girl to resist his allure, if she managed to avoid a nosebleed. It would be a small miracle. Yi Xiao could naturally discern Guyuna's thoughts. Beyond his striking appearance, he possessed an even more formidable strength, one that could induce trepidation even among the deities of the divine realm. All these factors were far beyond what a mere girl like Guyuna could withstand. By the way, Nana, this 9,000-year-old nine-tailed fox possesses a soul bone from its tail. Would you like to absorb it? Yi Xiao then produced a palm-sized soul bone, intricately shaped like 9 tails, each resembling a delicate pink appendage. Tail soul bone. This was the first time Guyuna had learned of such a thing, in her understanding. Soul bones were limited to 6 types: the skull, the bones of the left and right arms, the left and right legs, and the torso. She had never realized that there could be a soul bone from the tail. Xiao Gu, how could this 9-tailed fox have a tail bone? Aren't there only the skull, torso, and limbs? Chapter 115. Affection for Guyuna. You might think this way because you are unaware of the true prowess of the 9-tailed fox. Yi Xiao elaborated. The 9-tailed fox, renowned for its formidable tails, naturally produces soul bones from its tail. It is quite understandable that no 9-tailed fox has ever been encountered among the soul beasts of this world. Thus, it is reasonable that Guyuna is unaware of this. Furthermore, I must confide in you a secret. The 9-tailed fox is not merely a soul beast but also a creature of auspiciousness, known as a rare beast in this realm. Wherever it resides, it emanates a spirit of good fortune, bestowing blessings upon surrounding soul beasts and significantly enhancing their cultivation. In times of stagnation, the presence of this auspicious aura could offer a chance for breakthroughs. Such magnificence. Guyuna felt an overwhelming sense of fortune. She never anticipated that a visit to the Sunset Forest with Yi Xiao would lead her to encounter a soul beast as extraordinary as the 9-tailed fox. So, Brother Xiao, do you truly intend to bestow this 9-tailed fox soul bone upon me? Yi smiled and nodded. Of course, do you think I am jesting? A soul bone from a 9-tailed fox is not something I take lightly. With that, she accepted it without hesitation. Such a valuable treasure. Naturally, she would cherish it dearly. Yi Xiao believed that after Guyuna absorbed this soul bone, coupled with the fusion of the soul rings, it was highly probable that a mutation of her martial soul would occur. At that moment, her simple fox martial soul might transform into a 9-tailed fox martial soul. For Guyuna, this would be advantageous rather than detrimental. Nana, quickly test how much your soul power has increased after absorbing this soul bone of the 9-tailed fox. Yi Xiao retrieved a crystal orb from the soul guide device and held it before her. Contemplating, she mused that as a creature of auspicious omen, the 9-tailed fox might enhance her soul power significantly more than other soul beasts. All right, Xiao Gu. Guyuna promptly took the crystal orb and pressed her hand against it for testing. After a moment, the orb illuminated brilliantly. Yi Xiao cast a glance. And indeed, as she had surmised, Guyuna's level was rising in a linear fashion. 49 levels? Guyuna could scarcely believe her own eyes, having absorbed this 9-tailed fox. Her cultivation had surged by 9 levels. Xiao Gu, it turns out this 9-tailed fox truly possesses an aura of auspiciousness. I too found it hard to believe that absorbing its soul ring had propelled me from level 40 to level 49, a leap of 9 levels. An achievement that typically would require nearly 2 years of diligent cultivation, and even then, it was uncertain if I would attain such progress. Thus, this is the advantage of an auspicious beast, inherently endowed with such formidable capabilities, which no other soul beast possesses. Even 100,000-year soul beast lacks such prowess. Yu Xiao never anticipated that a single soul ring could elevate her by 9 levels. If she were to absorb the soul bone, would Guyuna not be able to immediately transcend to level 50 and assimilate her 5th soul ring? Yu Xiao has no intention of allowing Guyuna to absorb the 9-tailed fox spirit bone immediately, as there is no pressing need for it. Rapid growth may not necessarily be advantageous for her. It is better to wait until they return home. Xiaogu, thank you. Guyuna exclaimed joyfully, leaping into his embrace. Her cheeks flushed with a delightful shyness. As Yu Xiao was enveloped by her touch, he caught a whiff of the subtle fragrance emanating from her, igniting a flame within his heart. Fortunately, possessing remarkable composure, he opened his arms and embraced her waist. Nana, as long as you are happy, that is all that matters. Upon hearing his irresistible, magnetic voice, Guyuna's cheeks flushed deeper, and her heart raced faster. Xiaogu, do you have feelings for me? It seemed that Guyuna had already fallen in love with herself. Yi smiled calmly, fully aware of her own allure and strength. Not even a naive girl like Guyuna could resist her charm. Even the frigid beauties like Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong, and Tang Yuehua have succumbed to her magnetism. Nana, you are exquisite, gifted, and possess an alluring figure, tall and graceful. How could I not be enamored by you? Yi affectionately patted Guyuna's head, which was remarkably soft. Although Guyuna could not be deemed a stunning beauty, her innate seductive aura combined with her exceptional physique constituted her greatest advantage. A person whose beauty is solely reliant on their appearance may only possess fleeting beauty. However, when various forms of beauty amalgamate, that is the essence of true beauty. Guyuna felt she had not articulated her feelings clearly. The affection she held for Yi was not of a mundane nature, but rather a profound love, one that allowed for intimate connection and direct expression. Yu Xiao could hardly fail to comprehend Guyuna's intentions. He merely chose to remain unhurried. There was ample time to spare. A second or two mattered little. Xiaogu, what I mean is not merely affection, but a deeper yearning, Guyuna declared, her grip tightening as she embraced him more fervently, nuzzling against him a few times. Yu Xiao had already sensed the 2 soft mounds emanating from Guyuna's chest. It seemed that before departing from the Twilight Forest today, something significant must transpire between them. Nana, do you truly desire this? Guyuna's face flushed deeper, her entire body ablaze with warmth. Xiaogu, can we be together? Together forever, in a bond unbroken. At this moment, everything was understood without the need for words. Yi Xiao, with a playful demeanor, grasped her delicate face and pressed his lips against her alluring mouth. Guyuna initially struggled for a moment, but soon succumbed to the fervent kiss. Subsequently, Yi Xiao gently laid Guyuna upon the ground, where they frolicked blissfully, rolling upon the verdant grass, which was soon flattened beneath them. They engaged in various games, and hours slipped by unnoticed until the sun dipped below the horizon. Eventually, they paused their revelry, exited the sunset-drenched forest, and rented a modest hotel room in a nearby town, planning to stay for a day or two before returning home. Yu Xiao accompanied Guyuna to a quaint town for a late-night snack before returning home. After enjoying a refreshing bath, the two indulged in a game for a while longer, ultimately resting in the deep hours of the night. Yu Xiao woke in the morning and spent an hour and a half playing games with Guyuna in their room. At noon, they ventured out for a meal, after which Yu Xiao took Guyuna for a leisurely stroll through the charming little town, taking in its picturesque scenery and local customs. They later found a restaurant where they enjoyed a delightful meal before returning to their hotel. After a day of exploration, Yu Xiao felt that there was little left to see, so they spent the evening playing games in their room. 3 days later, in the morning, Yu Xiao woke naturally, and upon opening his eyes, he beheld the enchanting beauty of Guyuna beside him, her face aglow with a proud smile. He reached out to her delicate visage and playfully pinched her petite nose. Guyuna immediately stirred from her slumber, and upon gazing at the handsome figure before her, her cheeks flushed with bashfulness. Xiaogu, shall we return today? She inquired. Indeed, he replied. Yi Xiao pressed his index finger against her slightly parted crimson lips and said, we have been out for about 10 days. It's time to return. Brother Xiao, I will follow your lead, Guyuna replied, seizing the moment to share a passionate kiss with Yi Xiao. By noon, the two of them checked out of the hotel, satisfied their hunger, and then hired a carriage to journey back. Chapter 116, Confession in the Pope's Hall, within the conference chamber. Teacher, we have returned. Hulayina stepped forward, addressing Bibi Dong, who was seated on the steps, meditating. Is Brother Xiao back? Bibi Dong inquired, sitting up and scanning the hall, only to see Hulayina, which left her slightly disappointed. Nana, has Brother Xiao not returned? Hulayina smiled reassuringly. Teacher, there is no need for concern. Brother Xiao is back. But he went to the dormitory to rest. Bibi Dong's expression brightened with relief. By the way, Nana, did you gain anything from this outing with Brother Xiao? Indeed. Speaking of gains, Hulayina's face lit up with joy. Teacher, the rewards were substantial. Brother Xiao helped me hunt a 9,000-year-old spirit beast, the nine-tailed fox. And I successfully absorbed it. Oh. Upon hearing about the 9,000-year-old nine-tailed fox, Bibi Dong's curiosity was piqued, as such a spirit beast was absent from her lexicon. Noticing her teacher's silence, Hulayina continued, moreover, to my fortune, Brother Xiao mentioned that this nine-tailed fox is not merely a spirit beast, but a creature of auspicious omen. Auspicious omen? Bibi Dong recalled having heard of such extraordinary spirit beasts before. It was indeed true what Brother Xiao said. There exists a spirit beast of auspicious omen. After absorbing the spirit ring, my cultivation level skyrocketed from 40 to 49. 49? Bibi Dong was taken aback, not anticipating that Hulayina would ascend to 49 without any additional training after merely absorbing the spirit ring. It seems the nine-tailed fox truly is a creature of auspicious omen, capable of bestowing considerable enhancements upon spirit masters. Nana, this is excellent news. Yes, yes. Hulayina nodded obediently, refraining from displaying her excitement before her teacher. In the eyes of others, she was the untouchable saintess of the spirit hall, a member of the illustrious golden generation, endowed with exceptional talent and beauty. Yet before Bibi Dong, she dared not show any semblance of arrogance, nor utter careless words. She even refrained from laughing, let alone expressing her joy audibly. Is there anything else? Bibi Dong inquired, stepping down from the steps. Anything else? Hulayina momentarily found herself at a loss for words. What more could there be? She silently pondered, her face flushing with embarrassment. She and Brother Xiao had crossed a certain threshold. Should she confide in her teacher? However, such matters would surely not be permitted by her teacher. Thus she chose to remain silent. Even if I were to speak, it would not be at this moment. Bibi Dong approached Hulayina directly, suddenly lifting her chin with her hand. This startled Hulayina immensely. She feared that Bibi Dong might perceive something amiss. Her heart raced, her bosom heaved more irregularly, and her face flushed deeply, extending to her neck. Laina, why is your face so red? Are you feverish, or is it a side effect from absorbing the spirit ring? A woman as astute as Bibi Dong could easily discern the peculiarity on Hulayina's face. Having watched Hulayina grow up, she was intimately familiar with her little secrets. Any unusual behavior from Hulayina could be accurately inferred by Bibi Dong with just a glance. Given her current state, she was certain that her teacher would notice something, and the consequences would be dire. Teacher, I have good news to share. The nine-tailed fox possesses a 9,000-year-old spirit bone. Hulayina, being quite clever, swiftly shifted the focus of the conversation. From her soul guide, she retrieved a palm-sized spirit bone and presented it to Bibi Dong, saying, Xiao Gu mentioned that this is the tailbone of the nine-tailed fox, also known as the caudal bone. Here, for you, teacher. Spirit bone. Bibi Dong was taken aback, not expecting that this 9,000-year-old spirit beast would possess a spirit bone. She accepted it and examined it closely. It was immaculate, radiating a luminous aura, and exuded a palpable pressure. Indeed remarkable. Very well, Laina. This is an excellent acquisition, and with such a powerful spirit bone, it seems you are on the verge of breaking through to level 50. She then returned the spirit bone to Hulayina, stating, This is not needed by me. It is far more suitable for you. Take it and absorb it. That would be the best reward for me. Thank you, teacher. Although Hulayina desired this spirit bone, she understood its value. Naturally, she did not dare to conceal anything from Bibi Dong, so surrendering it was the best choice she could conceive. However, Bibi Dong had no intention of keeping Hulayina's spirit bone, thus, she returned it to her. After Hulayina departed, Bibi Dong stood alone, contemplating the doorway. Just moments ago, Laina had exhibited some odd behavior, walking somewhat abnormally, and her eyes seemed to harbor a secret she was reluctant to share. Could it be that something untoward had transpired during her recent outing? Yi Xiao lay on the bed for a while when the door was pushed open from the outside. Upon raising his gaze, he discovered that it was Bibi Dong who had arrived. Donger, he greeted. Bibi Dong responded, closing the door behind her before slowly approaching his bedside and taking a seat. Xiao Gu, you must have exerted yourself taking Na Na out this time. It's nothing, Donger. Just a trivial effort on my part, as it should be, Yu Xiao replied with an air of calmness. Bai Dong nodded thoughtfully. I noticed that Na was walking oddly just now, and her gaze seemed off as well, as if she were intentionally avoiding me. Do you know what might be the reason? It appeared that Donger was astutely perceptive of Hu Liena, instantly detecting the signs she had inadvertently revealed. Yu Xiao felt that it was unwise to deceive Bai Dong regarding the matter. It was better to be candid with her to avoid any irreparable consequences in the future. Donger, he began, since you have already inquired, I will speak frankly. When Nana and I were in the Sunset Forest, we shared an intimate connection, which explains her current demeanor. I see. Bai Dong replied after a brief moment of silence. So, it is to say that Nana willingly consented? Yu Xiao gently patted Bibi Dong's head, indicating that such questions need not be addressed. Donger, what are your thoughts? Bibi Dong merely smiled in response. Xiaoge, I understand. You are far too formidable. No single woman could ever fully satisfy you. Thus, I have long been mentally prepared for this. There is no need for you to feel guilty. I merely wish to be the most significant woman in your heart, and that is enough for me. It appears that Donger is already prepared, and there is no need for further elaboration. Yu Xiao embraced Bai Dong, drawing her close, and passionately kissed her crimson lips. You will always be the most significant woman in my heart. You were, you are, and you shall remain so. Xiaoge. Bai Dong was deeply moved. And without uttering a word, she wrapped her arms around Yu Xiao's neck, continuing their fervent kiss. After half an hour of their intimate embrace, Yu Xiao and Bai Dong engaged in playful antics once more. 9 hours later, Yu Xiao and Bai Dong had just completed a dozen games, releasing each other as they prepared to take a break and go out for a meal. Bai Dong rested her head on Yu Xiao's hand and said, Xiaoge, how is it that you are so remarkable? Yu Xiao embraced her, saying, Donger, it is because of you that I possess such extraordinary strength. He thought to himself that this must be the most splendid response. What else could Bai Dong possibly say? Xiaoge, you are truly mischievous. Yu Xiao wore an innocent expression, reflecting that despite his numerous good deeds, it was only natural to err once or twice. He chose not to stoop to the level of Bai Dong. Chapter 117. Overpowering Zhao Wuji. Months passed. In the Kingdom of Barak. At the entrance of Shrek Academy in Soto City, stood a handsome young lad gazing up at the sign. This young man was none other than Yu Xiao. His purpose for coming to Shrek Academy was to become a part of its esteemed institution. However, his primary motivation lay in his desire to reunite with Xiao Wu, Zhu Xuching, Ning Rongrong, and Hu Xiaoli. As for Guyu, whether she would return remained uncertain, for she had already ventured back to the Stardow Forest. Regardless of her presence, it would be delightful to visit her whenever time permitted. Yu Xiao carefully surveyed Shrek Academy, which indeed resembled the description in the original text. It was merely a rented plot of mountainous terrain in this desolate village, marked by a mere signboard declaring it an academy. He paid little heed to such details, for he was not there to admire the surroundings. Its appearance mattered not to him. No entry allowed. As Yu Xiao approached the entrance, he was halted by the gatekeeper, who barred his entry. The man, stout and robust, lacked any spiritual power, clearly a villager summoned by Flanders to serve as the sentinel. Recognizing that this ordinary villager possessed no soul power, Yu Xiao had no intention of using his strength against him. Greetings. My name is Yu Xiao. I have come to see Flanders. Would you be so kind as to inform him of my arrival? The gatekeeper scrutinized him anew, taken aback by his striking appearance. Please wait a moment. Realizing that Yu Xiao must be associated with the esteemed dean, he promptly entered to relay the message without further delay. Yu Xiao observed the figure of the gatekeeper as he entered the academy, and with a swift motion, leaped onto the signpost, perching himself high above. From this vantage point, over 10 meters above the ground, he could survey the entire academy in the nearby village. The village, though modest, housed no more than 100 families. Situated to the north of the academy, which lay to the south. Shortly thereafter, the burly gatekeeper returned, accompanied by a robust man of about 50 years of age. From his lofty perch, Yu Xiao cast a discerning glance at the muscular figure and immediately recognized him as Zhao Wuji, the vice principal of Shrek Academy. It seemed that Flinder was not present at the academy, having ventured elsewhere. Yu Xiao suddenly recalled something. Flanders had opened a small shop in the streets of Soto City, specializing in an assortment of miscellaneous items. It seemed he must have stepped outside to tend to the store. Where's Oldley? Zhao Wuji approached the entrance of the academy and, seeing no one around, cast an irritable glance at the gatekeeper. The burly gatekeeper scanned the surroundings and, finding no one, scratched his head awkwardly. Vice Dean, he was just here, a strikingly handsome young man. How could he vanish in the blink of an eye? Zhao Wuji rolled his eyes in exasperation. Never mind. Tomorrow marks the Academy's enrollment day. You must ensure the gate is well guarded. Understood, Vice Dean, the sturdy gatekeeper replied. Nodding earnestly, Yu Xiao gazed down upon the individual conversing with the gatekeeper, having already recognized him as Zhao Wuji. Old Zhao, at last we meet. Suddenly, an unexpected voice from above startled both men. Zhao Wuji immediately glanced upward and beheld an unfamiliar youth, whose striking handsomeness was unlike anything he had encountered before. Stirring his curiosity about the identity of this remarkable figure, Vice Dean, it is this young man who sought Dean Flander just moments ago, the burly gatekeeper informed Zhao Wuji. Noting the boy's presence, he then added, Young brother, you must descend at once, it is unsafe above. Yu Xiao leaped down and stood before Zhao Wuji. Little brother, this is our Academy's vice president. Since President Flanders is away, you can discuss any matters with him. Thank you. Greetings, I am Zhao Wuji, the vice president of the Academy. The president is currently absent, but I am fully authorized to handle any issues. Zhao Wuji introduced himself. Given that Yu Xiao claimed to know Flanders, he naturally did not dare to be dismissive. Oh, hello. My name is Yu Xiao. I have come to Shrek Academy merely to earn a living. Since you are in charge, please arrange a dormitory for me immediately. I intend to stay. Yu Xiao unabashedly revealed his intentions. Zhao Wuji was incensed at this audacious declaration. What an audacious tone for someone so young. Gaining entrance to our esteemed Shrek Academy is not a trivial matter. You must defeat me first. Should you succeed, I will grant you everything you desire. Is that true? Yu Xiao inquired, thinking to himself, having effortlessly defeated Qian Douluo with a single blow, defeating you, a mere soul sage of level 70, would be a trivial task. Of course, unless you lack the courage, Zhao Wuji proclaimed, flexing his arms in a display of confidence. In an instant, a loud thud echoed, and Zhao Wuji was sent flying like an arrow released from a bow, landing far away and rolling over a dozen times before coming to a stop. The imposing guards, witnessing this scene, could hardly believe their eyes, as a figure of Zhao Wuji's stature, a soul sage, had been effortlessly dispatched by the young man before them. Yu Xiao clapped his hands, thinking to himself, Zhao Wuji, it would be a grave injustice to fight me. How could this be? Zhao Wuji lay on the ground, utterly disheveled, resembling a lifeless dog. He struggled a few times, his body akin to a dilapidated cabin, devoid of any strength. The soul power he possessed, exceeding 70 levels, seemed utterly futile, an unfathomable enigma. He had merely received a single blow from me, yet how could it have rendered him so utterly drained of his soul power? Now, he lacked even the strength to rise. How terrifying must he truly be? After a moment, Yu Xiao observed Zhao Wuji staggering toward him, his complexion pale and his vitality waning. However, this was to be expected. Having endured a strike from me, it was already remarkable that Zhao Wuji could still stand. I am quite curious about how you managed to incapacitate me with a single punch without even summoning your soul rings or martial soul. It is worth noting that I am a soul sage of over 70 levels, even if you are a titled Douluo of 90 levels. Such overwhelming power should be beyond your reach. Coughing violently, Zhao Wuji spat out several mouthfuls of blood, nearly collapsing once more. Vice Dean, shall I escort you to the infirmary? A robust guard hastily approached to support Zhao Wuji. As a mere villager stationed at the gates of Shrek Academy, he had previously felt intimidated upon encountering figures like Flanders and Zhao Wuji. He never imagined that such a formidable soul master would succumb to the force of a single punch from the youth before him. It almost gave him the impression that Zhao Wuji was not as formidable as he had believed. Fortunately, the guard had witnessed Zhao Wuji engage in battles against multiple soul masters, triumphing effortlessly. Otherwise, he might have deemed Zhao Wuji a mere impostor. Yu Xiao, upon hearing Zhao Wuji's words, naturally could not reveal the truth to him, claiming instead that he possessed an unparalleled cosmic winning system with rewards for signing in. Oh, you must not doubt my strength. The reason I was able to defeat you with a single punch is that I absorbed an extraordinarily powerful soul bone. That blow just now was a manifestation of its skill. If you doubt me, I can strike you again. As Yu Xiao spoke, he raised his fist, poised to deliver another blow. He mused internally that his previous punch had only utilized less than 1/10 of his strength. Otherwise, a single strike could have rendered Zhao Wuji utterly unrecognizable, obliterating him entirely, a matter not to be taken lightly. Chapter 118, Dominating Dai Mubai. Zhao Wuji, nearly on the brink of death from the earlier punch, dared not approach Yu Xiao again, fearing for his very life. What is your name? In this world where strength reigns supreme, Facing such a formidable opponent as Yu Xiao, Zhao Wuji had no choice but to concede. Otherwise, he would be met with another onslaught of blows. Having barely survived the last strike, he would not dare to recklessly challenge Yi Xiao again. Yi Xiao, with Yi as in leaf. And Xiao, which conceals a dagger within a smile. I am Zhao Wuji, Vice Dean of Shrek Academy. As I have stated, if you defeat me, I can grant you entry. Very well. Yi Xiao, having already intended to proceed, found Zhao Wuji's acquiescence to be inevitable. Soon, Zhao Wuji escorted him to the student dormitory area, assigned him a room, and then took his leave. Yu Xiao pushed open the door and entered. The interior was modest, merely a small wooden cabin. It was rather unimpressive. However, during this time, Shrek Academy had yet to flourish, so it was to be expected. Yu Xiao tidied up and spread the quilt to settle in for the night. As evening fell, laughter echoed softly. Just as Yu Xiao was on the verge of slumber, the sound of a couple's laughter wafted in from outside, startling him. Could it be? Why was the door to this dormitory unyielding? A man's voice echoed from beyond the threshold. Yu Xiao understood, yet remained unaware of the identity of the intruder. Suddenly, a series of forceful knocks echoed, followed by a resounding kick against the door. Yu Xiao is a place ablaze with fervor, where one dares to sleep undisturbed. How audacious it is for someone to provoke such a formidable presence. Given one's own prowess, it is one thing to avoid antagonizing others. It is quite another for anyone to dare challenge oneself. With a subtle flick of her finger, the door responded with a soft click, revealing two figures outside. One was a young man, approximately 14 years of age, with striking golden hair and a height of around 1.8 meters. The other was a young woman, clad in a form-fitting purple outfit, about 13 years old, standing at approximately 1.76 meters, possessing a slender physique and captivating beauty. Was she wearing a white hat? Yi Xiao immediately recognized that the blond young man was undoubtedly Dai Mubai, the younger brother of Davis. It was somewhat amusing, a case of misfortune meeting fate. If his guess was correct, Dai Mubai often brought his girlfriend back, and unable to return to the collective dormitory, he could only bring her to this vacant single dormitory. However, he did not anticipate that this single dormitory was already claimed. Who are you? Why are you occupying my dormitory? Dai Mubai inquired with displeasure upon discovering there was indeed someone inside. Oh, is there a problem? Yi Xiao swiftly positioned himself at the doorway. The young woman was embraced by Dai Mubai, her face adorned with a charming smile. While her lips remained silent, she gazed at Yi Xiao with an infatuated expression. This was the first time she had encountered a youth as strikingly handsome and compelling as Yi Xiao. This room has always been mine. You should vacate it immediately, or I'll smash your head with a punch, Dai Mubai threatened, his fist clenched, exuding an aura that suggested he would resort to violence if necessary. Yours? ISNT, this property of Shrek Academy? Yi Xiao was not inclined to show courtesy to someone like Dai Mubai. Moreover, since Dai Mubai had approached him, he felt even less compelled to be polite. Dai Mubai, seething with anger, replied, Yes, it belongs to Shrek Academy, but I used to reside here. It is mine. If you don't agree, shall we settle this with a fight? Internally, he mused about how this brash individual dared to challenge him, unaware of the consequences he would face. Do you possess the qualifications to engage in a battle with me? Facing a scoundrel like Dai Mubai, Yu Xiao felt compelled to impart a lesson through force. He reflected on Zhu Xuching, who was suffering at home while this scoundrel indulged in debauchery, oblivious to her plight. What right did he have to be her fiancé? Thus, with Dai Mubai presenting himself at his doorstep, Yu Xiao decided not to hold back. My lady, come over here. He beckoned to the beautiful girl in Dai Mubai's arms, casting a knowing glance her way. With his charm, it was certain that a multitude of beauties would find it difficult to resist his allure. Indeed, the young woman suddenly broke free from Dai Mubai's embrace and threw herself into Yu Xiao's arms, clinging to him and refusing to let go. You, Dai Mubai, witnessing this scene, was enraged, pointing at Yu Xiao and demanding, What is your name? It was important to note that the beautiful girl he had brought back was a prized flower from the neighboring village. After painstakingly pursuing her for half a year, he had finally won her over today, only to find his plans thwarted. How could he not be furious? How could he simply let this go? Originally, Yi Xiao had seized this dormitory, which had already irked Dai Mubai, but now the girl he had so painstakingly courted had been taken from him by Yi Xiao. This was far beyond mere retribution. Yi Xiao gazed at him with a look of disbelief. Dai Mubai, allow me to utter a phrase that you may find unpalatable. You are not qualified to inquire about my name. You are courting death. Fury surged within Dai Mubai, his spirit power fluctuating as soul rings emerged one after another beneath him. Yu Xiao cast a glance and beheld 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, indicative of a soul master. To others, Dai Mubai, having achieved such a level at a mere young age, was indeed remarkable. Even Tang San could not rival his prowess. Yet, before Yu Xiao, he was nothing more than a mere trifle. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past Dai Mubai, and before he could react, a hand grasped his right arm tightly, hurling him into the air. His body soared like an arrow, soaring far beyond measure before plummeting from a height of several dozen meters. The girl in the purple attire could scarcely believe her eyes. Such a formidable soul master as Dai Mubai had yet to make a move, yet he was effortlessly tossed aside by the handsome youth beside her. This spectacle only served to reinforce her admiration, for the boy not only possessed striking looks but was also more powerful than Dai Mubai, which endeared him to her even further. "What is your name?" The purple-clad girl finally could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired. "I am Yu Xiao," he replied. "You may call me Brother Xiao." He smiled and nodded, then lifted the girl in the purple attire and carried her into the room, casually shutting the door behind them. The girl in the purple attire was tossed onto the bed, letting out a shriek of laughter. Yu Xiao approached her and tenderly pressed his lips against her slightly parted crimson ones. "Ding! Congratulations, Master, on successfully signing in at Shrek Academy. Reward: Pangu Spirit Ring. Note: the item has been stored in the system space. Please proceed to collect it." The sign-in reward system announced. Pangu Spirit Ring. He smiled with great delight. For it is known that the Pangu Axe, the foremost divine artifact of ancient times, is an extraordinary treasure. To possess it as a soul ring is truly remarkable. Ha ha. Yu Xiao could not contain himself and burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" the beautiful girl in purple asked, slightly displeased upon witnessing Yu Xiao's sudden fit of mirth. Realizing he had become too engrossed in the moment and forgotten there was another person in bed with him, Yu Xiao leaned in and gently kissed her slightly parted crimson lips, replying, "Oh, it's nothing. I simply feel an overwhelming joy being with you." And I couldn't help but laugh. Upon hearing this, the originally bashful maiden's face flushed an even deeper shade of red, her delicate frame trembling slightly. Subsequently, she and Yu Xiao began to engage in playful antics together. Chapter 119. Dai Mubai strikes back. "Yu Xiao, I will not let you off easily." Dai Mubai limped back to Shrek Academy, still reeling from the earlier incident when Yu Xiao had unceremoniously thrown him out of the academy, leaving him in considerable pain. Were it not for his robust physique, having reached over level 30, he would have needed assistance to return. Unwilling to accept defeat, he stood outside Yu Xiao's dormitory, glaring at the door with fiery eyes. "How dare you steal my girlfriend, Yu Xiao? I will make you regret it," he swore bitterly, only departing after a while, begrudgingly. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, Zhao Wuji was soundly asleep when the incessant knocking jolted him awake, leaving him in a foul mood. "Who is it?" "Teacher Zhao." "It's Mubai." "Mubai?" Zhao Wuji replied curtly. "What brings you here at such a late hour? If you disturb my rest, you might find yourself in trouble." "It's urgent. We must wake you, Teacher Zhao, to catch him in the act and gather evidence before it's too late," Dai Mubai exclaimed. "This is serious. A matter of great importance." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji rushed to the door, and upon seeing Dai Mubai outside, felt an urge to give him a good smack. "What is it?" "Someone has stolen my girlfriend. You must help me, Teacher Zhao." "Stolen your girlfriend?" Zhao Wuji was taken aback, patting Mubai on the back. "Did I hear you correctly, or did you misspeak? You, being so formidable, have someone daring enough to take your girlfriend? I am curious to know who possesses such audacity." "It's Yu Xiao, the new student who just entered the academy today. I overheard the gatekeeper mention that he was assigned to the single dormitory that you, Teacher Zhao, had arranged. Is that correct?" Him." Upon hearing the name, Zhao Wuji's expression turned pale, thinking to himself, "So it's him. No wonder he dares to provoke Mubai. I can't even contend with him." However, as the acting principal in Flanders' absence, he knew he could not turn a blind eye. "Mubai, let us go and investigate. If the matter is as you say, I shall certainly advocate for you." "Thank you, Teacher Zhao." A sly smile flickered across Dai Mubai's face, revealing his malicious intent. With Teacher Zhao backing him, "Yu Xiao, your doom is imminent. You shall come out." As Dai Mubai approached the dormitory, emboldened by Zhao Wuji's support, he boisterously shouted, "Yu Xiao, come out. If you do not emerge, you shall bear the consequences." Zhao Wuji wore an expression of utter despair, contemplating that even his presence could not contend with this young man. Yet he had no choice but to appear, hoping for mercy in the confrontation. Otherwise, his fate could be even more dire than the daylight hours. "Brother Xiao, it's Dai Mubai outside, calling out. Be cautious, for he has certainly summoned the dean." Bai Ziyu warned him upon hearing the commotion. Little did she know that no matter whom Dai Mubai called upon, there would be no match for him. Not only was there no one at Shrek Academy who could rival him, but even a deity would struggle to stand against his prowess. Ziyu, fear not. For I am here, Yi Xiao reassured her. She nodded in response, though she harbored concerns about his ability to confront Zhao Wujie and the others. Nevertheless, she was resolute in her support, standing by him in the face of adversity. Furthermore, Yi Xiao was her first love, and as his partner, betrayal was not an option. Excellent. Yi Xiao affectionately ruffled her hair and grasped her hand as they made their way toward the door. Teacher Zhao, Boss Dai. What are you doing causing such a ruckus at this late hour? Ma Hongjun exclaimed as he rushed out of the dormitory to investigate. Upon recognizing Dai Mubai's shouts, he understood the situation, though Zhao Wujie's presence left him uncertain about the unfolding drama. Initially assuming they were in a quarrel, he soon discerned that their ire was directed at the vacant single dormitory, realizing their true intent lay within. Zhao Wujie shook his head silently. Fatty. This is not your concern. Dai Mubai dismissed him, his gaze still fixed on the single dormitory. What is going on? Oscar joined the fray, having rushed out as well. Ma Hongjun pulled him aside, whispering, keep your voice down. Boss Dai seems injured, limping as if he has been attacked, and that assailant is likely inside that single dormitory. Oscar's eyes widened in disbelief. No way, Fatty. Boss Dai is at least at level 30. Who would dare provoke him? What's the matter with being at level 30? There are those stronger than him. Several of our instructors could easily overpower him, Ma Hongjun retorted. Are you suggesting he has crossed a teacher? Oscar inquired. That's hard to say, but with the commotion inside, the truth will soon be revealed, Ma Hongjun replied, chuckling lightly. Well then, let us see, Oscar concluded. Oscar embraced Ma Hongjun from behind, resting his chin on his shoulder, his gaze fixed upon the door as if anticipating a captivating spectacle. Zhao Wujie stood with arms crossed, mirroring Oscar's posture, yet burdened by the weight of his responsibilities as the vice-dean. Should a conflict arise, he would undoubtedly intervene to mediate. With Flender absent, he assumed the role of acting dean, amplifying his sense of duty to quell any disturbances within the academy. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Yi Xiao emerged, hand in hand with Bai Ziyu. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were taken aback by this unexpected scene. To their astonishment, the village girl whom Dai Mubai had pursued for so long was now seen exiting the single dormitory with an unfamiliar youth. Curiosity piqued. Oscar leaned closer to Ma Hongjun and whispered, what is going on with Bai Ziyu? Why is she leaving the dormitory with a stranger? Could something have transpired between them, prompting Dai to be so agitated? Ma Hongjun shook his head vigorously. Oscar, it seems your assumptions hold some truth, yet I am intrigued by this young man's identity. What brings him to our academy, and how is he associated with the girl Dai has been pursuing? We should observe for now, he continued. Dai is clearly enraged at the moment. Approaching him with questions might lead to trouble. Moreover, Zhao's expression is far from pleasant. It would be unwise to inquire further. Indeed, Ma Hongjun conceded, recognizing the wisdom in Oscar's words. They decided to remain observant, awaiting further clarity on the unfolding situation. Yi Xiao dragged Bai Ziyu until they were 3 away from Dai Mubai, glancing at him and then at Zhao Wujie, displaying an air of composure. Both were vanquished foes, posing no challenge whatsoever. Finally, her gaze shifted to the 2 individuals behind them, and she immediately recognized them. She thought to herself, the chubby little fellow needs no introduction. It is undoubtedly Ma Hongjun. As for the slender, fair-skinned youth with a somewhat effeminate visage, he must be Uncle Sausage, Oscar. However, the unshaven stubble on his face lent him an air of premature aging. Yi Xiao fondly recalled the moment in the original text of Douluo Continent when Tang San and Xiao first enrolled at Shrek Academy. They encountered Oscar, who was unshaven and selling grilled sausages in the square, and affectionately referred to him as Sausage Uncle. Chapter 120. 2 comedians Teacher Xiao. You must take my side. Dai Mubai immediately dragged Zhao Wujie out to serve as a shield for himself, nearly overwhelming Zhao Wujie with his antics. Ahem. Zhao Wujie, akin to a mute consuming bitter herbs, found himself in a predicament, unable to voice his frustrations, especially with Flander absent. He had no choice but to intervene. Dai Mubai displayed a cunning smile. With a formidable soul saint like Teacher Xiao at the helm, your fate is sealed. Ahem. Ahem. Zhao Wujie steeled himself and took a step forward, facing Yi Xiao, stripped of his former arrogance, replaced instead by an expression of fear and depression. Truly, once bitten by a snake, one is timid for a decade. After being bested by Yi Xiao earlier that day, Zhao Wujie lacked the courage to provoke him further. Moreover, With Ma Hongjun and Oscar present, he was unwilling to suffer another humiliating defeat in front of them. Yi Xiao. Dai Mubai claims you forced his girlfriend to be with you and even assaulted him. Is that true? Zhao Wujie, you wish to defend Dai Mubai yet fear me. Such cowardice is indeed a blessing. Otherwise, another bout of humiliation would be inevitable. I forced his girlfriend? What a cosmic joke. Yi Xiao certainly would not concede to such an accusation. With his charm and prowess, why would he resort to coercion? Ziyu. Why don't you clarify the matter with Teacher Zhao? Of course, Brother Xiao. Bai Ziyu readily agreed without a second thought. Teacher Zhao, Dai Mubai is completely slandering Brother Xiao. I was not coerced into being his girlfriend. Rather, I am with him because I genuinely like him. Turning to Dai Mubai with indignation, she exclaimed, Dai Mubai, do you have no shame? Just because you cannot win me over, you resort to maligning my brother Xiao. How amusing. Dai Mubai, incensed by Bai Ziyu's words, pointed at her and growled, Bai Ziyu, you wretched girl, what did you say? Repeat that if you dare. Bai Ziyu, intimidated by Dai Mubai's fierce demeanor, instinctively stepped back. She was merely a village girl, renowned in her small community, yet she was neither a soul master nor of noble lineage. Aware of Dai Mubai's formidable reputation, she naturally feared his retribution, thus refraining from confronting him directly. Ziyu, come stand behind me. With me around, no one can harm you. Aha. Bai Ziyu nodded obediently, positioning herself behind him. Brother Xiao, be cautious of Teacher Zhao. He is the vice principal of Shrek Academy, a soul saint of over 70 ranks. If things turn dire, don't hesitate to flee. This Bai Ziyu truly cared for him, showing genuine concern for his safety. Such was the essence of true love. Yu Xiao said little and strode directly towards Dai Mubai, declaring, if you dare to insult my woman as a promiscuous wretch, I shall not cease until you call me grandfather and sincerely apologize, or else I shall no longer be known as Yi Xiao, but as Xiao Mubai. What do you intend to do? Dai Mubai, upon seeing him approach, retreated nervously, his composure shattered by fear. He was well aware of Yi Xiao's prowess and recognized that he could not contend with him, leading him to summon Zhao Wujin for arbitration. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would have resolved the matter himself without seeking assistance. Teacher Zhao, look at him. He disdains even you. Such a person should not remain in the academy. He must be expelled. Dai Mubai hastily urged Zhao Wujin. Zhao Wujin was at a loss for words. Turning to Dai Mubai, he retorted, Mubai. Miss Bai has already stated that she willingly fell in love with Yu Xiao. It was not a matter of coercion. Therefore, it is you who ought to apologize, not her. If you still regard me as your teacher, you shall go forth and offer her 2 apologies immediately. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding our teacher-student bond. Do you understand? Huh? Ma Hongjun and Oscar exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. The situation was veering far from their expectations. Fatty, don't you think Teacher Zhao is acting rather strangely today? Indeed, Oscar. If it were any other day, such a protective figure as Teacher Zhao would certainly support Dai Mubai rather than this unfamiliar youth. Yet today, he insists that Dai Mubai apologize to this stranger, which is entirely beyond my understanding of Teacher Zhao. Oscar pondered, stroking his chin, before his eyes brightened. He leaned closer to Ma Hongjun and whispered, Fatty, could it be that this youth is a relative or perhaps even the son of Teacher Zhao? Son? Ma Hongjun looked bewildered. Surely not, Oscar. We have known Teacher Zhao for quite some time. He doesn't even have a girlfriend, let alone a child. He is not married. Oscar shot him a disparaging glance. You fool. Some matters are not meant to be disclosed. It's entirely possible that Teacher Zhao was once dashing and had a fleeting romance, resulting in an unexpected child. Ma Hongjun was incredulous. You mean to say that Yu Xiao could very well be Teacher Zhao's illegitimate son? Indeed, Oscar nodded. Fatty, you've hit upon something significant. Marvelous. How splendid. Ma Hongjun redirected his gaze towards Yu Xiao, scrutinizing him closely. Though he bears no resemblance to Teacher Zhao, it does not exclude the possibility of him being his illegitimate son. Yu Xiao is remarkably handsome. Perhaps he inherited his mother's beauty. She might be an extraordinary beauty herself to have given birth to such a striking young man. Indeed, I share your thoughts. Ma Hongjun continued. If that were the case, and Yi Xiao is indeed Teacher Zhao's illegitimate son, then Dai Mubai, being so obstinate, is bound to suffer greatly today. Exactly. Ma Hongjun's eyes darted. So, Oscar, should we warn Dai Mubai? You fool. Oscar, filled with exasperation, patted Ma Hongjun on the shoulder and remarked, at this juncture, we are merely conjecturing. To make a decision before fully comprehending a situation is a grave misstep. Should it turn out that Yi Xiao is not Teacher Zhao's illegitimate child, our words would unjustly tarnish his reputation. How would he perceive us thereafter? Would he continue to regard us with the same fondness as before? Thus, while intellect is a valuable asset, one must also heed the dangers of careless speech. Some matters, once spoken, are challenging to retract. Unless one possesses the fortitude to endure any repercussions that may arise, it is prudent to await clarity before making a decision. Ma Hongju nodded vigorously. Hey, little Oscar, you make a compelling point. Oscar winked. Of course. Who do you think I am? Possessing both wisdom and courage. I am beyond the comparison of mere mortals like yourselves. Well, a compliment, and you're puffing up, retorted the hefty one. Dare you mock me? Just wait until I catch you. I'll pull your tendons and skin you alive. Ha ha, I'm so terrified. If you have the guts, come chase me. Let us see who fears whom. You coward, if you're brave, don't run. I shall run. What will you do about it? As Oscar and Ma Hongjun exchanged playful banter, their laughter and shouts echoed, embodying a spirited chase between a man and another, between the slender and the stout, delighting in their jovial pursuit. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji observed the two in their merry chase and couldn't he help but exclaim, fools are abundant every year, but this year there seems to be an exceptional number. Chapter 121. The arrival of many goddesses in the kingdom of Balak, city of Soto. Yu Xiao stepped forward and delivered 3 resounding slaps to Dai Mubai, causing him to cry out in agony. Losing his balance, he fell to the ground and found himself unable to rise again. Yu Xiao stepped on his right arm with a decisive force, and with a crack, it snapped. Ah! Dai Mubai let out a piercing scream. Yu Xiao, how dare you strike me? I will ensure that your existence becomes a living hell. Is that so? By all means. Bring it on. Yu Xiao is unperturbed by his threats. The true spectacle was yet to unfold. Otherwise, Dai Mubai would not emerge unscathed from this encounter. He decided to spare his life for the moment, relishing the opportunity to toy with him later. Yu Xiao withdrew his foot and refrained from further provocation. He grasped Bai Ziyu's hand and returned to the single dormitory to continue their gaming. Zhao Wuji shook his head, acknowledging the undeniable prowess of the other party. He then approached Dai Mubai, who was still lying on the ground, and admonished, Mubai, I must advise you not to act impulsively in such situations. Impulsiveness is the devil. Furthermore, I counsel you to either steer clear of Yu Xiao or approach him with humility, for if you do not, no one will be able to save you. Teacher Zhao, why should we fear him? Dai Mubai retorted defiantly. Zhao Wuji shook his head. Truly, Mubai, if you wish to avoid peril, it would be wise to heed my words. This individual commands such strength that even I, let alone Flanders, would regard him with caution. Ah! Ma Hongjun and Oscar gasped in disbelief, struggling to reconcile these words with the demeanor of their teacher. But Teacher Zhao, Yu Xiao appears only slightly older than us. How could he instill fear even in you? Ma Hongjun could not suppress his curiosity. However, having observed Zhao Wuji's polite manner towards Yu Xiao moments earlier, he began to believe that there was truth to the teacher's trepidation. Oscar, too, was intrigued. Teacher Zhao, does he possess some extraordinary identity that even you and the dean fear? Zhao Wuji shook his head. Identity is not of utmost importance. You are well aware of my and Dean Flanders' temperaments. We have never bowed to authority. Oscar and Ma Hongjun nodded in agreement. Indeed, if that were the case, Shrek Academy would not be in its current state of decline, barely managing to survive. Flanders had also consistently rejected the overtures and support from the powerful elites of the Balak Kingdom. Thus, it was clear that neither Zhao Wuji nor Flanders feared Yu Xiao due to his status. Then what is the reason? Ma Hongjun pressed on. Zhao Wuji, no longer withholding information, extended a hand and clenched his fist. It is strength. Yu Xiao is an exceptionally powerful soul master, and that is the crux of the matter. While Shrek Academy does not fear authority nor seeks the favor of the powerful, it holds respect for true strength. That is the essence of Shrek Academy. To clarify further, perhaps you do not fully grasp this concept. Let me put it plainly, Yu Xiao is a monster, a fearsome creature indeed. Fatty, Xiao, you witnessed it. Mubai's strength is the strongest among the 3 of you, easily capable of overpowering both of you in a duel. Yet, he was left dazed and bewildered after merely 3 slaps and a kick from Yu Xiao. Do you still dare to deny Yu Xiao's might? Indeed. Oscar nodded vigorously. I was still recovering from the shock. Dai Mubai truly had no chance to retaliate in front of him, which clearly demonstrates that Yu Xiao possesses real strength. And one of the most formidable kinds at that. Well, Ma Hongjun gasped, his mouth agape and eyes wide. Teacher Zhao, from now on, Xiao, and I must tread carefully and avoid provoking him. I certainly do not wish to end up like Dai Mubai, being struck without even a chance to defend myself. The portly fellow possesses a modicum of self-awareness. Even the esteemed Dai is no match for him. and it would be foolhardy for him to challenge such an opponent, lest he be reduced to a mere caricature. As for you, Xiao, do not cast stones. If you cannot triumph, you certainly stand no chance either. Enough of this banter. Swiftly carry Mu Bai to the infirmary for treatment, lest he be unable to participate in tomorrow's freshman assessment. Very well, Teacher Zhao. Oscar and Ma Hongjun acquiesced, promptly advancing to grasp Dai Mubai by the arms, dragging him away. This Dai Mubai truly cannot remain still. He seems to believe that his 30-plus levels grant him some sort of invincibility, disregarding the existence of others. Today, he has collided with the formidable Yi Xiao. If he does not amend his ways, not even Flander will be able to save him. Zhao Wujie gazed contemplatively at the door of the single dormitory, pondering that he must make a trip this very evening to the local convenience store to retrieve old Flander and restore order. Otherwise, with Yi Xiao, a deity of sorts, present, should anything untoward occur and the academy suffer, he would find himself unable to provide a satisfactory explanation to Flander. At the Yulan Hotel, a tender young girl, approximately 11 or 12 years old, standing at 5 feet 5 inches, clad in a green sundress and matching canvas shoes, meandered through the entrance, her gaze wandering curiously. Approaching the front desk, she requested a room, took the key, and ascended to the second floor, settling into her accommodations. This girl is none other than Ning Rongrong, who has journeyed from the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School. Her purpose in Soto City is to enroll in Shrek Academy, alongside honoring her 6-year agreement with Yi Xiao. 6 years prior, Ning Fingji had betrothed her to Yi Xiao, and now that the time has come, she has arrived at Shrek Academy. Her intentions are twofold: to reunite with Yi Xiao, rekindle their affection, and to pursue her studies. Sister Nar, do you think Xiaogu has arrived at Shrek Academy? Inquired Xiaowu. I believe Xiaogu must be here. After all, he would never deceive us. I trust him implicitly, as I trust in my faith in him. Indeed. Sister Nar, I share your sentiments. I only believe in Xiaogu. Xiaoli, I feel the same way as you both. Thus, we must hasten our steps. For perhaps Xiaogu has been waiting for us at the gates of Shrek Academy for quite some time. I concur. On the bustling streets of Soto City, 3 beautiful maidens walked side by side, engaging in lively conversation as they advanced. The girl in the center, standing at a height of nearly 1.7 meters, possessed exquisite features, a rosy complexion, large expressive eyes, and was adorned in a pink short-sleeved dress. Her long legs were clad in white stockings, and she wore charming pink flats, bouncing along with delightful exuberance. To her right, another maiden donned a snug purple outfit, exuding a demure and graceful aura, reminiscent of a sweet neighborly sister, evoking feelings of tenderness and affection. On the left, the tallest of the trio, standing at nearly 1.9 meters, wore a form-fitting white ensemble, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, captivating all who beheld her with an enchanting presence that was hard to look away from. The chemistry among them was palpable, and even without her smile or words, one could not help but feel an irresistible affection for her that lingered in the heart. The trio quickly attracted the attention of passers-by, drawing glances from both men and women alike, their presence inciting a flurry of admiration, whistles, and lingering stares. They were none other than Guyuna, Xiaowu, and Luo Xiaoli, who had just arrived in Soto City by horse-drawn carriage. Eager to locate Shrek Academy and meet Yi Xiao at the entrance, with aspirations of enrolling and studying together. Chapter 122. Flanders takes action at the entrance of Shrek Academy. The 3 girls approached from the roadside, making their way to the sign that loomed before them. Their eyes scanned the plaque, which bore the 5 prominent characters, Shrek Academy. Xiaowu, could it be that we're mistaken? Is this truly Shrek Academy? Xiaoli remarked. It's quite different from what I imagined. It appears dilapidated and humble, resembling more of a small village than an academy. Could it be that Xiaogu has made an error? Or is there perhaps another academy? What is your perspective? Xiaoli inquired. I believe Xiaogu would mislead us. Let us wait for Xiaowu. If he has indeed erred, we might not encounter him here today, but if he is correct, we shall surely see him, replied. Indeed, you are right. Let us await Xiaogu's arrival, and then hear what he has to say, Xiaowu concurred. Very well. We have no other choice. However, if Xiaogu has made a mistake, and we do not find him here, what shall we do then? Xiaowu pondered. You make a valid point. Let me think. If Xiaogu has truly erred, there is but one solution to ensure he locates us. We must return to Holy Soul Village and wait for him there. He is certain to come looking for us, concluded. Then it seems we have no alternative. They all agreed. Here they come. As Yi Xiao strolled from the academy to the entrance, he beheld a corner of the lawn where 3 young maidens stood. It did not take long for him to recognize them as none other than Guyuna, Xiao Wu, and Luo Xiaoli, prompting him to make his way towards them. Xiao Gu. Guyuna was the first to hear the sound of footsteps. She turned around, instantly recognizing Yi Xiao, and hurriedly rushed into his embrace. Yi Xiao gently patted Guyuna's head and bestowed a tender kiss upon her forehead, the subtle fragrance emanating from her being an exquisite delight. Next, Xiao Wu approached, wrapping her arms around Yi Xiao from behind. Brother Xiao, we were just worried we might not see you. Who would have thought this truly is the Shrek Academy you spoke of? Following closely, Luo Xiaoli embraced Yu Xiao's neck. Thankfully, this is indeed Shrek Academy, though it appears rather unimpressive. How can it be that, as a mid-level Soul Master Academy, it pales in comparison to the primary Soul Master Academy in Nodding City? Yi Xiao gently ruffled Luo Xiaoli's hair and said, Xiaoli, this is quite a lengthy tale, and I shall recount it to you all shortly. But first, I believe you are hungry, aren't you? Allow me to escort you to my abode, where you can freshen up. We shall dine together while I share the story. Ha. The three women were greatly delighted by this and burst into laughter. Yi Xiao said little, leading Guyuna, Xiao Wu, and Luo Xiaoli into the depths, observing the Shrek Academy, which resembled a humble village. The expressions on their faces were filled with confusion and a sense of disparity. It was difficult to articulate why Shrek Academy appeared so dilapidated. Even the environment of Holy Soul Village seemed not much inferior to this place. Yi Xiao contemplated directly recommending Guyuna, Xiao Wu, and Luo Xiaoli to Flinder, thus bypassing the tedious assessments of Shrek Academy. Currently, Guyuna was at level 39, Xiao Wu at 35, and Luo Xiaoli at 33. This differed from the original narrative, which was entirely reasonable, as Yu Xiao had previously administered celestial herbs and various elixirs to Xiao Wu, significantly enhancing her cultivation. Therefore, with the trio at their respective levels, it would be unlikely for Flinder to refuse their entry into Shrek Academy, especially when he sought to curry favor with them. Yu Xiao would not tolerate Flander's reluctance. As a formidable individual, he could easily compel Flander to submit to his will. The three young women followed Yi Xiao to the dormitory area behind the academy, arriving at a solitary wooden cabin that served as his single accommodation. This was the room assigned to him by Zhao Wujie. He opened the door, ushering the three ladies inside and instructing them to take their baths first. He then distributed the carefully prepared food for them to enjoy. Just as Guyuna, Xiao Wu, and Luo Xiaoli were relishing their meal, a series of loud knocks at the door startled them. Brother Xiao, who was knocking so forcefully? Xiao Wu exclaimed, her irritation apparent. It was evident that the visitor was not particularly friendly, as such raucousness indicated a lack of decorum. Luo Xiaoli rose to investigate, but Yi Xiao swiftly intervened, saying, Xiaoli, continue enjoying your meal. I will handle this. Confident in Yi Xiao's strength, Luo Xiaoli resumed her seat. Guyuna remained silent, knowing that if Yu Xiao were to falter, she would be the first to rush to his aid. As Yu Xiao pushed open the door to his dormitory, he beheld two figures standing outside. One of them, unmistakably recognizable even in ashes, was Dai Mubai. The other, also familiar, was a tall middle-aged man whose face bore coarse lines akin to that of a Shu soul, adorned with a pair of crystal glasses. He mused that, if he were not mistaken, this must be the bespectacled cat-eagle, Flander. Observing the scene, it was evident that Flander had been summoned by Dai Mubai for support. Otherwise, he would not have accompanied him. The Dean, this is the one who injured me yesterday, Yi Xiao, Dai Mubai pointed out. Indeed, Flander nodded, scrutinizing Yi Xiao from head to toe once more. Speak. What was your intention in injuring Dai Mubai? Yi Xiao preferred not to engage in conversation with the two at the entrance, so as not to disturb Guyuna, Xiao Wu, and Luo Xiaoli while they enjoyed their meal. He moved to the center of the nearby lawn, glancing back at the two. Flinder understood his intent. A mere glance into the room revealed the three young ladies seated around a table, partaking in their food. Each of them possessed striking features and exhibited a notable aura of soul power, all of which appeared formidable, and they seemed to be around 12 years of age. Flinder found himself at a loss for words, pondering whether these three maidens were indeed his girlfriends or merely prospective students enrolling at Shrek Academy. He then approached Yi Xiao. Dai Mubai also turned to glance inside the room, and his eyes suddenly sparkled with delight upon seeing that each of the three young ladies was more enchanting than the last, far surpassing the village beauty by Ziyu whom he had long pursued. In an instant, his interest in all the beautiful women he had previously encountered faded into insignificance. He marveled at how Yi Xiao could bring such extraordinary beauties to this place. How wonderful it would be if he could win the affection of even one of them. As this thought crossed his mind, he nearly drooled. Flinder moved closer to Yi Xiao, taking a moment to reevaluate him, his thoughts simply echoing one word: handsome. 2 words: truly handsome. 3 words: remarkably handsome. Last night, I heard Zhao Wuji mention that you were one of the students he recruited, and that you even defeated Dai Mubai. Is that true? I also managed to defeat Zhao Wuji. What is Dai Mubai compared to me? Yu Xiaogang remarked that it seems Zhao Wuji, in order to preserve his dignity, did not disclose to Flander that he had been defeated by her. Instead, he merely mentioned that Dai Mubai had been bested by him. Those who understand know that everyone has their pride, and it is even more so for Zhao Wuji, who holds the esteemed position of a vice president at over 70 levels. Thus, he would be even less inclined to admit such a defeat. Yu Xiao crossed her arms over her chest, gazing at Flander, her heart devoid of any tumult. What is Dai Mubai, after all? I am not boasting. 10 of him would not even measure up to a mere finger of mine. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai, filled with indignation, charged towards Yu Xiao and exclaimed vehemently, "Principal, did you hear that? He is utterly arrogant, disregarding even you. You must not let him off the hook. This lad certainly has an audacious tongue." Flander's expression shifted. Though his soul power remained indiscernible, the fact that Yu Xiao appeared unscathed indicated his considerable strength. At the very least, having battled with Dai Mubai without a scratch was enough to suggest he was no inferior opponent. Youthful vigor is commendable, however. I detest those who are so arrogant as to believe their abilities grant them the right to act without restraint. Yu Xiao dismissed his words as mere nonsense, thinking to himself that with his current strength, he could easily overpower a level 79 soul sage. Is that so? What? Are you unconvinced? Flander's expression darkened, his entire aura rippling with soul power. Faced with such insolence from his opponent, he resolved to impart a lesson. Dai Mubai, witnessing Flander's intent to strike, felt a surge of delight, believing that once the dean took action, Yu Xiao would surely suffer a severe setback before being expelled from the academy. At that moment, he glanced back at Yu Xiao's solitary dormitory, envisioning the 3 lovely young ladies within. Those charming beauties would be his. Ha ha. Buzzing sounds resonated as soul rings began to rise beneath Flander. Yu Xiao cast a glance, and indeed, there they were. Yellow, purple, and black, 7 soul rings in total. Chapter 123, The Resurrection of A Yin, the Grand Finale. Do you truly wish to fight me, Flander? Yu Xiao inquired. Flander, at a mere 79 levels, was certainly not his adversary. Defeating him posed no challenge. Even if Flander were a deity, Yu Xiao would still prevail over him, let alone the fact that he had yet to reach the 80th level. Flander, somewhat incredulous, replied, "Are you afraid? Am I to fear you?" Yu Xiao smiled, though the expression lacked authenticity. Well, as long as you're not afraid. Flander promptly summoned his 4-eyed cat all-martial spirit, preparing to make his move. However, suddenly, Flander found himself immobilized, unable to move a single muscle, as though an immense weight bore down upon him from above. His feet felt heavy, sinking slowly into the ground. Is this real? Dai Mubai gazed at the unfolding scene in disbelief. The esteemed principal of Shrek Academy, the 4-eyed cat owl, was utterly unable to contend with even a newcomer like Yu Xiao. Not only was he unable to fight back, but he had already succumbed before he could even make a move. Flander's body, under Yu Xiao's overwhelming pressure, gradually sank into the earth, starting from his feet, progressing to his legs, then waist, chest, neck, and finally, his entire head disappeared beneath the surface. Yi smiled as he scooped a handful of earth to fill the entrance, effectively entombing Flander within. In a state of panic, Dai Mubai fled, terrified at the thought of sharing Flander's fate, buried alive without any chance to defend himself. However, the opportunity to escape had already slipped away. With a swift motion, Yu Xiao appeared behind Dai Mubai and struck him down to the ground with a single palm. The sound of cracking bones echoed from his body. Dai Mubai's piercing screams filled the air, but they seemed distant and muted. By the time Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Zhao Wujing arrived at the scene, Dai Mubai lay motionless on the ground. Flander emerged from beneath the earth, covered in dirt and in a state of disarray. Witnessing this scene, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Flander could hardly believe their eyes. Even Flander had been defeated. Zhao Wujing, standing before him, was paralyzed with fear. At that moment, Guyuna, Xiaowu, and Luo Xiaoli finished their meal and exited the dormitory, only to be struck dumb by the sight before them. Yu Xiao recalled that the dormitory for the 3 of them had yet to be arranged, and promptly beckoned to Zhao Wuji, "Old Zhao, please allocate a dormitory for my 3 friends. From now on, they too shall be esteemed members of Shrek Academy." With no hesitation, Zhao Wuji complied. In the presence of such an extraordinary powerhouse as Yi Xiao, obedience was his only course of action. Without delay, Zhao Wuji escorted Guyuna, Xiao Wu, and Luo Xiaoli to their respective rooms. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun and Oscar collaborated to lift the unconscious Dai Mubai onto a stretcher, subsequently transporting him to the infirmary for treatment. In the afternoon, Zhu Xuching and Ning Rongrong also passed the assessment to enter Shrek Academy and were assigned to the same dormitory. Guyuna, Xiao Wu, and Luo Xiaoli were placed together as well. That evening, a series of knocks resounded. Yu Xiao was enjoying a deep slumber when a sudden knock at the door jolted him awake. Uncertain of who could be at the door, he hastened to open it. To his surprise, it was Guyuna, standing at the threshold clad in a white nightgown. "Xiao Gu, I couldn't sleep, so I came to chat with you," she explained. Understanding her plight, Yu Xiao smiled warmly and took hold of one of her hands. "Nar, the night air is chilly. Do come inside swiftly." "Certainly, Xiao Gu." Guyuna replied eagerly, stepping in and promptly closing the door behind her before taking a seat on the bed. Yu Xiao reclined back onto the bed, and Guyuna sat briefly before lying down beside him. "Brother Xiao, do you have feelings for Nar?" Guyuna whispered into his ear. "Indeed, I do." Yu Xiao thought to himself, "After all, you are the goddess among goddesses. How could I not be enamored?" Upon hearing his words, Guyuna was so moved that tears began to flow, and she then closed her eyes, leaning closer to him. Yu Xiao gazed upon her slightly parted crimson lips and leaned in to kiss her. Guyuna struggled momentarily before embracing his fervent kiss. Subsequently, Yu Xiao and Guyuna entwined in each other's arms, passionately kissing as they tumbled across the bed. Yu Xiao caressed Guyuna's silken silver tresses, feeling their smoothness and delicacy akin to her own flawless skin. Indeed, Guyuna is a supreme goddess, exuding an enchanting and unparalleled aura that captivates all around her. Yu Xiao and Guyuna spent an entire night entwined in each other's embrace, only parting at dawn to drift into slumber. "Xiao Gu, Xiao Gu." Suddenly, a cacophony of shouts from outside the door jolted Yu Xiao awake from his dreams. Yu Xiao sat up, recognizing from the voices outside that it was Xiao Wu and Luo Xiaoli, glancing at Guyuna, who was peacefully slumbering beside him. He felt a pang of reluctance to rouse her. However, today marked the first day of classes, and he had no choice but to awaken her. "Nana, why are you in Xiao Ji's room?" Xiao Wu inquired curiously as she observed Guyuna and Yu Xiao exiting the dormitory hand in hand. Guyuna's cheeks flushed crimson as she turned her head away, recalling the tender moments shared with Yu Xiao the previous night. Such an intimate matter was far too shy to discuss with Xiao Wu. Yu Xiao stood to the side, smiling silently. This matter was not only something Guyuna wished to keep from the public eye, he too preferred not to voice it aloud in front of others. Luo Xiaoli quickly pulled Xiao Wu aside and whispered a few words into her ear. Upon hearing Luo Xiaoli's words, Xiao Wu let out a sharp gasp. Her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. She turned back to steal a glance at Yu Xiao and Guyuna, and indeed, she noticed the peculiar expressions on their faces. Yu Xiao and Guyuna, along with their companions, arrived at the square, where they found Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar already assembled. Soon after, Tang San made his entrance, adorned with a small red hat. Upon catching sight of Yu Xiao, Xiao Wu, Luo Xiaoli, and Guyuna, his expression soured, resembling one who had just swallowed a fly, while he occasionally cast furtive glances towards Xiao Wu. Yu Xiao observed Tang San's actions with palpable displeasure. Xiao Wu belonged to him, and he would not permit anyone to take advantage of her. However, there were two additional young maidens present. One, a statuesque beauty clad in form-fitting black leather, complete with a tail made of the same material, exuded an alluring allure. The other, dressed in a delicate white skirt, though petite, possessed a slender grace and a captivating charm that was utterly enchanting. Yu Xiao immediately recognized that the two women were none other than Zhu Xuching and Ning Rongrong. At that moment, Zhu Xuching also glanced in Yu Xiao's direction, her eyes misting over with emotion and a smile blossoming on her lips. Yu Xiao nodded in her direction, intending to meet with Zhu Xuching later that evening. Shortly thereafter, Flander approached and commenced today's lesson. Evening fell. Yu Xiao had just finished his bath and was about to lie down to sleep when a knock echoed through the door. He swiftly approached and opened it, revealing none other than Zhu Xuching. Having greeted her earlier in the day and invited her to his modest dormitory for the evening, he was pleasantly surprised by her arrival. Given their engagement, her visit was entirely expected. As Zhu Xuching stepped into the room, Yu Xiao closed the door behind her, swiftly lifting her into his arms and placing her gently upon the bed. He leaned in to kiss her slightly parted crimson lips. The two then embraced, rolling playfully on the bed, lost in their affection for one another. It was not until the first light of dawn that Yu Xiao finally released Zhu Xuching, shifting to lie beside her as he succumbed to slumber. After a few moments of gentle breaths, Zhu Xuching too found tranquility, resting her head upon his hand as she drifted into dreams. For the next 2 nights, she continued to visit Yi Zhao's room, their lives entwined in a sweet and passionate existence. However, on the 4th night, Zhu Xuching did not arrive. On the 5th night, around 10 o'clock, a series of knocks jolted Yi Xiao from his reading. He stood up to open the door, revealing Xiao Wu standing outside. It was unclear what brought her there, but the flush on her cheeks hinted at some unspoken concern. Xiao Wu, please come in and share what's on your mind, Yi invited. Nodding slightly, Xiao Wu stepped inside. Yi Xiao grasped her hand and settled onto the bed, leaning closer to plant a gentle kiss on her cheek, inhaling the subtle fragrance that emanated from her. In that fleeting moment, a warmth surged within him. After a brief silence, Xiao Wu lifted her gaze to Yi Xiao and asked, Xiaoge, do you have feelings for me? That night, when you were with Sister Nar, Xiaoli told me that you were engaged in that sort of activity. So I want to as well. Oh, this Xiao Wu. Yi smiled knowingly, understanding Xiao Wu's intentions, and embraced her tightly. Xiao Wu, of course I adore you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with delight. Then she closed her eyes and slightly parted her crimson lips. Yi Xiao gazed at her flushed cheeks and her slightly parted crimson lips, and he leaned in to kiss her. They embraced once more, rolling about on the bed, lost in a passionate entanglement of fervent movements. It was not until dawn of the following day that Yi Xiao finally released Xiao Wu, gently rolling away from her. Xiao Wu gradually settled into tranquility, drifting off into a peaceful slumber. For the next 3 nights, Xiao Wu visited Yi Xiao's single dormitory, and they continued their intimate exchanges. It was only on the 5th evening that she did not arrive. Yi Xiao understood that Xiao Wu, Guyuna, and Zhu Xuching were exhausted and would likely require a respite of 10 days to half a month before returning. Another night passed. Knock, knock, knock. The door of Yi Zhao's single dormitory was once again knocked upon. This evening, he found himself pondering who might be the visitor. Hurrying to answer, he was taken aback to discover that it was neither Luo Xiaoli, nor Xiao Wu, nor Zhu Xuching and Guyuna, but rather Ning Rongrong. What a surprise. He had not arranged to meet her. Xiaoge, do you still remember our 6-year promise? Ning Rongrong promptly inquired, recalling their agreement to reunite at Shrek Academy 6 years prior. Of course, Rongrong, I remember, Yi Xiao responded. But you are no longer that 6-year-old girl from 6 years ago. You have blossomed into a graceful and enchanting young lady. At this moment, Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed crimson, and she squeezed herself through the door, promptly lying down on the bed. Yi Xiao closed the door and enveloped Ning Rongrong in a warm embrace. Rongrong, have you truly made up your mind? Ning Rongrong nodded, an unspoken understanding passing between them. She then gently closed her eyes and leaned in, her crimson lips approaching. Yi Xiao said little more, and pressed his lips against her slightly parted crimson ones. They then embraced one another, lost in an endless embrace. It was not until the following morning that Yi Xiao gently eased away from Ning Rongrong, settling beside her, and they both drifted into slumber. On the subsequent night, Ning Rongrong returned. However, on the 3rd night, she did not come. Yi Xiao understood that Ning Rongrong would not dare to return within a month. 6 more nights passed. Aside from Guyuna's visit for a single evening, Zhu Xuching and Xiao Wu had not ventured to come. 2 additional nights elapsed. Bang, bang, bang. The door of Yi Zhao's single dormitory was once again rapped upon, the identity of the visitor unknown. Upon opening the door, she discovered it was Luo Xiaoli. Xiaoli, is there something you need? Yi Xiao inquired. With her head bowed, Luo Xiaoli squeezed into the room and seated herself upon the bed. Yi Xiao closed the door securely and walked over to sit beside her. Xiaoli, why are you silent? Luo Xiaoli hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Xiaoge, do you love me? Of course I do, Yi Xiao replied, gently caressing her silky hair and planting a kiss on her cheek. Luo Xiaoli, feeling a bit uneasy, closed her eyes, her crimson lips slightly parted. Yi Xiao cradled her delicate, fair face and pressed his lips against her slightly parted, rosy ones, becoming entwined in a passionate embrace. It was not until the early hours of the morning that he released Luo Xiaoli, and the two succumbed to slumber together. For the subsequent 3 nights, Luo Xiaoli sought Yi Zhao's company, finding solace in his presence. Days later, Yi Xiao absorbed the 9th soul ring of the Zhu Xian sword, the Xian Yuan sword soul ring, and the soul ring of 100 trillion years, attaining the title of Douluo. Following another month of diligent training, he reached the pinnacle of level 100, assimilating the 10th soul ring, the Pangu Axe soul ring, and the soul ring of 1,000,000 trillion years, ultimately ascending to divinity. In the stillness of the night and moments of ennui, Yi Xiao suddenly recalled A Yin and the blue-silver grass. Now that he had reached the 100th level and attained godhood, it was time to resurrect A Yin. Yu Xiao swiftly retrieved the flower pot from the soul-guiding device. Placing it upon the table, gazing at the A Yin blue-silver grass within, he noted its remarkable growth. It now stood robust and towering, reaching an impressive height of nearly 10 meters. Upon seeing Yu Xiao, the plant entwined its branches and leaves around his hand, establishing a connection with him. Yu Xiao gently rustled its leaves and said, "A Yin, I am now going to revive you as a human. Is that acceptable?" Upon hearing this, A Yin, the blue-silver grass, trembled its branches incessantly and then nodded its tips in agreement, indicating its willingness. Yu Xiao was well aware that A Yin and the others had been anticipating this day for an extended period. Thus, he refrained from further elaboration and promptly retrieved a vial of ancient white dragon's blood from the system space. He then took out the piece of 100,000-year soul bone that had been left behind after a Yin sacrifice, which he had acquired from Tang Hao. Yu Xiao once again excavated a small pit at the roots of the A Yin blue-silver grass, carefully interring the soul bone within, allowing it to assimilate. He then uncapped a vial, pouring a mere drop of ancient white dragon's essence into the roots of the A Yin blue-silver grass. After resealing the vial, he knew that this single drop of ancient white dragon's blood was sufficient to stimulate the growth, resurrection, and restoration of the grass to its former self. Upon receiving this precious drop, the A Yin blue-silver grass erupted into a frenzy, absorbing the essence with fervor. Its entire being became suffused with a crimson hue, undulating incessantly as soul power surged relentlessly throughout its form. Branches and leaves rapidly burgeoned, spreading throughout the room, transforming into a magnificent and colossal A Yin blue-silver grass. Yi smiled serenely as she observed the transformation of the A Yin blue-silver grass, patiently awaiting its final metamorphosis. After the passage of an hour, the A Yin blue-silver grass ceased its growth. 10 minutes later, it began to gradually retract its stems and leaves, diminishing in size and condensing. Subsequently, starting from the feet, it slowly took on the form of human legs, progressing through the calves, thighs, pelvic region, waist, chest, arms, head, and hair, until it ultimately transformed into a graceful and exquisite maiden. You shall witness the entire transformation of A Yin into the blue-silver grass, as exquisite and pure as depicted in the original narrative, untouched by any blemish. A Yin immediately leaped into Yu Xiao's embrace, enveloping him in a warm hug. A Yin, "It's all right," Yu Xiao reassured her, gently wrapping his arms around her slender waist. A Yin's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue as she gazed at Yu Xiao, then closed her eyelids, slightly parting her rosy lips, exhaling softly like the fragrance of orchids. He smiled at A Yin's slightly parted red lips and leaned in for a kiss. The two of them engaged in an ardent embrace, entwined together, lost in their passion. The story concludes here. A note of gratitude. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt thanks to all the supportive readers who have accompanied me throughout this journey. I also wish to express my appreciation to the editor for their unwavering support. Until we meet again in my next book, I would like to inform you that a new book is about to commence within 3 days, continuing the theme of Douluo. I kindly ask all fans who enjoy this genre to exercise a bit of patience. Dear readers, the new story will start from Douluo, featuring the signing of the goddess. If you enjoy it, please consider saving it and leaving a rating. Thank you. Chapter 124. Cherishing A Yin? Yu Xiao gazed upon A Yin's rosy cheeks, unable to resist kissing her crimson lips once more. They entwined together, lost in each other's embrace, until the dawn of the next day. When Yu Xiao finally released A Yin, her soft breaths gradually subsided, yet her delicate visage remained flushed. She mused to herself, reflecting on Yu Xiao's formidable prowess. After a moment of contemplation, A Yin turned her head towards Yu Xiao and said, "Xiaogu, I wish to return to the Starry Forest. For that is where I truly belong. The human society does not suit me. Could you escort me back?" Yu Xiao pondered for a moment and felt it was indeed a reasonable decision. After all, A Yin's identity was extraordinarily unique, and the human society was undeniably unkind to her. "All right, A Yin, I shall escort you back this afternoon, if that is agreeable." "Of course, Xiaogu." A Yin responded joyfully, planting a gentle kiss on his cheek. Yu Xiao gently embraced her slender waist and then settled down to rest. The two had spent an entire night entwined in each other's embrace, leaving them both fatigued, and it wasn't long before they succumbed to the sweet embrace of slumber. To protect A Yin's privacy, Yu Xiao chose to leave her alone in his single dormitory. By midday, hunger had set in, prompting him to rise. While A Yin remained in peaceful repose, Yu Xiao did not wake her. Instead, He locked the door from the outside and proceeded to the cafeteria for a meal. Upon his return, he would simply prepare a takeaway for her. Yi Xiao traversed the cobbled path of the academy, arriving at the entrance of the cafeteria located behind the dormitories. At a glance, he spotted Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Xuching, and others queuing for their meals. Naturally, he also noticed Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar among them. Yi Xiao raised her alluring gaze, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she approached the group. The Shrek Academy dining hall boasted 2 serving windows, one designated for the seasoned students and the other for the newcomers. Among the new students, there were only a handful, whereas the seasoned students numbered slightly more, totaling around 10 to 20. At the forefront stood Dai Mubai, followed closely by Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Tang San. Behind them were Ning Rongrong, Zhu Xuching, and Guyuna, with Xiao naturally taking her place at the very end. With a swift motion, Yu Xiao positioned himself behind the team, extending his hands to gently cover Xiaowu's eyes. "Ah," she exclaimed, startled by the suddenness of the gesture. Instantly, those in front of her turned their curious gazes back towards Xiaowu, only to discover a strikingly handsome young man standing behind her. It was none other than Yu Xiao. A moment of stunned silence ensued. Yu Xiao cast a glance at a few individuals, signaling them to remain silent. He then leaned closer to Xiao Wu's ear and asked, "Can you guess who I am?" "Humph, although you have altered your voice. The aura surrounding you is impossible to conceal." "Xiao Gu, I knew it was you," Xiao Wu replied with a faint smile, having successfully deduced his identity. What more could Yu Xiao say? He could only release her and bestow a gentle kiss upon her ear. "Ah," Xiao Wu, confronted by the onlookers, felt her cheeks flush crimson after Yu Xiao's kiss. Her gaze lowered, unable to meet the eyes that scrutinized her. Yet within her heart, a delightful warmth blossomed. After all, her affection and admiration for him had blossomed over time. They had long since become intertwined, embodying a profound love. Undoubtedly, Wang Xiao shared a similar genuine love for her. However, standing in the foreground, Tang San's expression darkened instantaneously as he witnessed the tender exchange between Yi Xiao and Xiao Wu. Dai Mubai, who had clashed with Yi Xiao on numerous occasions without success and had suffered greatly in those encounters, could hardly find joy in this scene. Looking around Yi Xiao, surrounded by so many enchanting women, including Zhu Xuching, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Guyuna, all of whom he cherished, he felt a pang of jealousy. Yet, none were his to claim. Even his fiancée Zhu Xuching had grown distant, treating him with a frosty demeanor. The mere thought of this made Dai Mubai grit his teeth in frustration. Yet, unable to best Yi Xiao, he could only swallow his indignation. Plotting how to reclaim Zhu Xuching or to expel Yi Xiao from Shrek Academy, a task that, evidently, he could not accomplish in the foreseeable future. Given Yi Xiao's current prowess, not only would a single Dai Mubai be no match for him, even if 10 or 100 were to confront him, they would still fall short. Yi Xiao filled an extra portion of food, packed it in a container, and took it back for A Yin. A few individuals gathered around the table, with the men seated at one side and the women at another. However, Yi Xiao, Guyuna, and Ning Rongrong were seated together. When Tang San and Dai Mubai glanced towards Yi Xiao's table, their eyes burned with fury, yet they dared not voice their anger. Ma Hongjun and Oscar could only harbor feelings of envy and resentment. Tang San and Dai Mubai were left with nothing to say as they observed the scene. "Xiao Gu, did you know? Little San's teacher, Yu Xiaogang, has arrived at the academy today," Xiao Wu suddenly remarked to Yi Xiao, who was seated across from her. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao exhibited no remarkable surprise, as this matter had long been within his expectations. In the original narrative, Yu Xiaogang had acted in precisely this manner. He reversed the roles, for although the academy was established by Flander, it was Yu Xiaogang who spoke with authority. It is worth noting that Flander had his share of misfortunes. In his youth, he fell in love with Lu Erlong, only to see her ultimately embraced by Yu Xiaogang. Thus, he found himself in the position of an unwilling third party, compelled to leave rather than serve as a mere bystander in their affair. Now, having established an academy, he found himself once more under the scrutiny of Yu Xiaogang, who would soon turn it into his battleground. Flander could do nothing but endure Yu Xiaogang's actions. With his arrival, it seemed the end was nigh for Shrek Academy. Years later, Shrek Academy would merge with the Lamba Academy founded by Lu Erlong, forming a new Shrek Academy. It appeared that Yu Xiaogang was unwilling to relinquish his status as the third wheel. Otherwise, he would not have traveled such a distance to follow them to Shrek Academy, remarked Luo Xiaoli, a hint of disdain for Yu Xiaogang evident in her tone. Although Guyuna remained silent, her violet eyes betrayed an undercurrent of anger. She had never been fond of Yu Xiaogang, and had it not been for Yu Xiao's intervention, she would have long since dismembered him. The dining hall for the teachers of Shrek Academy was situated adjacent to the student cafeteria, thus preventing them from seeing Flander and Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiao merely listened to the lively chatter of Xiao Wu and the others, choosing not to interject. When it came to Yu Xiaogang, he truly found no desire to elaborate. It seemed rather pointless. After finishing his meal, Yu Xiao took his leave. A Yin had yet to dine, so he needed to bring her food. He also exchanged greetings with Guyuna and a few others, as he was departing for several days. He would escort A Yin back to the Tiandou forest, where he intended to accompany her for a while. Additionally, he aimed to assist her in enhancing her abilities. Otherwise, her return to the Tiandou forest would likely spell trouble for her. Yu Xiao opened the door to the dormitory, finding A Yin already awake and seated at the edge of the bed. Upon seeing him return, she promptly got up to greet him, saying, "Xiao go. Where did you go just now?" Yu Xiao reached out and gently patted her head. "It's lunchtime, and I know you're hungry. I brought you a meal." He promptly retrieved a lunchbox from the soul guide device and presented it to her. A Yin quickly accepted it, a charming smile gracing her lips. Pleasantly surprised by Xiao Ji's thoughtful care and concern for her. "Xiao Ge, you were truly wonderful to A Yin." Yi smiled faintly, and everything was conveyed without words. A Yin, holding a lunchbox, sat down at the table and began to eat. An important announcement. Dear readers, I shall reiterate this crucial matter thrice. This book will continue to be serialized. Updates, 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 once a day. Readers may pursue the updates with assurance. Do not let it languish. Do not let it languish. Do not let it languish. Additionally, if you seek more, you may explore my second book, Signing In from the Douluo World. Currently, it comprises 25 million words and is ongoing, as I am writing in the Douluo Dalit 2, Peerless Tamin realm, maintaining 2 updates daily. Chapter 125, Being Observed. The two made their way to the street, hailed a horse-drawn carriage, and set off towards the Tiandou forest. Yi Xiao does not travel by horse-drawn carriage. Instead, he swiftly glides upon the wind and fire wheels. However, A Yin might prefer the comfort of a carriage, and that is perfectly acceptable. Yi Xiao hoped to wait until he grew weary from the carriage ride before stepping onto the windfire wheels, allowing him to swiftly enter the starry forest. Glancing at the enchanting A Yin seated across from him, with her fair and graceful figure, accentuated by the formidable peaks of her bosom, he pondered how she could have fallen for the deceitful Tang Hao. For the sake of his own selfish desires, he had managed to ensnare a goddess like A Yin. Her beautiful visage radiated the essence of youth, adorned with gentle curves. Undoubtedly, she embodied a benevolent soul beast, untouched by the mundane world. It was quite understandable that such a kind-hearted A Yin would have succumbed to the meticulously laid trap set by Tang Hao. "Xiao Ge, what are you thinking about?" A Yin suddenly inquired. Yi Xiao smiled at her, saying, "It's nothing. It merely reminded me of some past events." A Yin nodded, and after a moment of silence, replied, "Xiao Ge, this time you must accompany me for a while longer." Of course, he assented readily to A Yin's request. As the carriage traveled partway, Yu Xiao instructed the driver to halt, paid the fare, and disembarked. Although they had alighted midway, he generously compensated the driver, who joyfully danced with delight. The distance to the starry forest was still several hundred miles. For Yu Xiao, it was merely a matter of moments. However, he chose to walk in order to spend more time with A Yin. She, too, was delighted, engaging in lively conversation with Yu Xiao as they strolled. Unbeknownst to them, they had already covered more than 10 miles. Yu Xiao, concerned for A Yin's well-being, led her to the roadside to sit and take a brief respite. After all, she had only recently regained her strength and remained rather fragile, making it unwise for her to exert herself excessively. Yi Xiao retrieved some food once more and shared it with her companion. As time passed, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world into darkness. Fortunately, a small town lay not far ahead, offering a respite for the night before continuing their journey. As Yi Xiao grasped A Yin's hand and stepped into the quaint town, an immediate wave of attention enveloped them. The strikingly handsome Yi Xiao was indeed a magnet for admiration, captivating the hearts of women of all ages, from the venerable grandmothers to the playful little girls, and everyone in between, utterly entranced by his allure. A Yin, with her unique charm and beauty, equally drew the gaze of numerous admirers. Before long, the two had become the focal point of the town, surrounded by a throng of onlookers, creating an atmosphere of palpable excitement. Yu Xiao was rendered speechless, while A Yin's face flushed crimson. How could she not feel bashful? Surrounded by thousands of men, their murmurs echoing around her. Wow, what a handsome brother. This young lady is simply stunning, breathtakingly so. If only I could have such a dashing husband, I would gladly reside in a thatched cottage and subsist on leftovers. I envy her so much. She has such a charming boyfriend. Handsome sir, would you be my boyfriend? I promise to provide you with delightful meals and indulgences. Oh, handsome one, would you be my husband? As long as you agree to marry me, I would toil tirelessly for you. Dear brother, when I grow up, I will seek you out to marry you. You must wait for me. Become my sister's lover? She possesses immense wealth, and as long as you heed her words, a house, a car, and everything else will be yours. You could even bear children with her, living a life free from worries and enjoying the pleasures of life. And I, too, would gladly be your girlfriend. I am willing to labor endlessly for you. I would even sacrifice my life. In life, I belong to you. And in death, I will be your spirit. I wish to bear your children. The multitude of ladies encircled Yi Xiao, touching him and making various bold declarations, their admiration spilling forth unabashedly. As Yu Xiao wiped his face, he found himself at a loss for words. The crux of the matter was that when someone praised you, it was rather ungracious to retaliate. One should never strike a smiling face. Suddenly, a notification chimed. You have checked in at Sanfeng Town. Reward: 1 drop of ancestor dragon's blood. Note: the item has been stored in the system space. Please proceed to collect it. Of course, things were no better for A Yin. Lovely lady, how about we share dinner tonight? My house is the largest and most luxurious in town. Staying at a small inn or hotel pales in comparison to my home, where the environment is splendid and I provide 3 meals a day for free. Expecting nothing in return, only your happiness. Do not listen to his nonsensical chatter. Only a handsome gentleman like myself is worthy of such a beautiful lady as you. One man insisted, as others joined into pressure and entice A Yin, leaving her utterly bewildered. With no other choice, she leaned closer to Yi Xiao and whispered, Xiaoge, with them behaving this way, how can we possibly stay here? It is indeed bothersome. Yi Xiao lamented, feeling overwhelmed. Had he known it would turn out this way, he would have worn a mask earlier. Now, donning a mask would be of little use. After pondering for a moment, he resolved to adopt a more forceful approach. The moment Yi Xiao's soul power surged, a soul ring ascended from beneath him. Then came the second and third. The pressure emanating from the 3 soul rings swiftly compelled the onlookers to retreat. White, black. Although they were not soul masters, they possessed a modicum of understanding. Soul rings signified that he was indeed a genuine soul master. White, black. He was a soul sovereign with 3 soul rings. Such strength was truly remarkable. Indeed, the handsome figure was not only strikingly attractive but also exceptionally talented. The women couldn't help but shower Yi Xiao with admiration. After all, in this small town, soul masters were a rare sight. Even when present, they seldom revealed themselves. To finally encounter one was akin to discovering something extraordinary, and they scrutinized the 3 soul rings on Yi Xiao with keen interest. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Xiao's true intention in revealing his soul rings was to intimidate them, yet it only piqued their curiosity. A Yin, caught between laughter and tears, leaned closer to him and whispered, Xiaoge, it seems this tactic is ineffective. Well, if we cannot provoke them, we might as well evade them. Yi Xiao embraced A Yin's waist and, with a swift motion, vanished from sight. By the time others realized what had transpired, the two had completely disappeared, leaving them to search the surroundings in vain. The hour was drawing near to dusk. Yi Xiao and A Yin walked side by side along the mountain path. A Yin gazed at the gradually dimming sky and said, Xiaoge, it seems we shall have to spend the night under the stars. Yi Xiao gently caressed A Yin's hair while saying, I will create a barrier that will prevent any soul beast from intruding. It is far better than staying in a hotel, as we can enjoy the beauty of nature while we rest. A Yin nodded in agreement, fully trusting his intentions. However, amidst their conversation, the sound of approaching footsteps caught their attention. A Yin turned to glance behind and noticed 3 men and 1 woman standing about 30 meters away. At this moment, the 4 had come to a halt, and the greedy glances they cast revealed their ill intentions. Being a 100,000-year-old blue-silver grass soul beast, A Yin could sense the ominous aura emanating from their adversaries. Chapter 126. The Evil Soul Master Xiaoge, it seems we are being followed. A Yin whispered into his ear. Yi Xiao paused and smiled, perceiving that these individuals were courting death. One should never obstruct another's path, especially one's own. Since they had come, why not emerge together? Yi Xiao remarked. He discerned that a few more individuals were concealed within the thicket ahead. With the detection abilities of his black dragon eye and his mental prowess, nothing could hide within a 100-foot radius. Indeed, just as he suspected. 5 more figures emerged from the roadside 10 paces ahead. In total, there were 8 individuals, with the foremost being a middle-aged man. Yi Xiao swept his gaze over the scene, somewhat taken aback. The aura emanating from the individual before him was distinctly different from that of an ordinary soul master. There lingered a vague yet palpable air of malevolence, akin to that of an evil soul master. Presently, evil soul masters were a rare occurrence in the Douluo Continent. While they existed, their appearances were few and far between, as neither the Spirit Hall nor the 3 great empires permitted their emergence. Even those such as Bon Dueling and the alluring figures, who bore the hallmark of evil soul masters, had reformed from their dark paths. Otherwise, had they succumbed to becoming evil soul masters, they would have long since found themselves without refuge. Most evil soul masters had sought refuge in the City of Slaughter, which had become a veritable haven for such nefarious beings. In the original narrative, Tang San obliterated the City of Slaughter, rendering evil soul masters homeless, leading to the formation of a colossal organization known as the Holy Spirit Cult a millennium later. Numerous bandit-like factions of evil soul masters existed, thriving on the lives they devoured to augment their own powers. Wherever they roamed, they left a trail of devastation, sparing no one in their wake. Countless innocent lives had been extinguished by their hand, employing sinister skills such as spirit control, body manipulation, and spirit possession. "Ah, what a refreshing vitality!" exclaimed one female soul master clad in a crimson robe. "I have a predilection for fresh blood." Another, an exceedingly tall yet grotesquely thin male evil soul master, interjected. "I only desire their fresh flesh. The rest is yours to claim." The portly soul master in front urged, "Enough chatter, let us act." The middle-aged evil soul master suddenly declared. Upon observing the scene, Yi Xiao immediately discerned that this composed and stable middle-aged man was the leader of the malevolent spirit masters. Turning to A Yin, he said, "You have only just taken form and are ill-prepared for confrontation. Allow me to take the lead." A Yin nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Brother Xiao, you may proceed first." She held profound faith in Yi Xiao's capabilities, ready to assist only if the situation turned dire. Yi Xiao is now at the 89th level, and a single breakthrough will elevate him to the 90th level of cultivation. Absorbing the 9th soul ring to become a title Douluo is an inevitable progression. Given his extraordinary talent, this is hardly a challenge. Yi Xiao cast a barrier for A Yin, then turned to face the 9 malevolent soul masters. "Will you engage in a duel, or shall you approach one by one?" Notably, Yi Xiao concealed his true aura, rendering them oblivious to his actual prowess. Observing his youthful appearance of merely 19 years, they underestimated him, perceiving him as nothing more than a mere boy. "Boss, why should we all join forces against such a child? Allow me to handle him alone," declared the crimson-clad female soul master to the middle-aged man. He nodded in agreement, signaling his consent. As the confrontation was about to commence, A Yin stepped aside to watch. The middle-aged man, accompanied by 5 others, soared towards the red-clad woman. The 9 malevolent soul masters stood united, their collective strength palpable. The red-clad woman wore a sinister smile as she advanced a few steps from the crowd, stopping 3 paces away from Yi Xiao. Her soul power surged, releasing a series of soul rings beneath her. Yellow, purple. Her crimson eyes unmistakably identified her as a soul master. With a flick of her right hand, a red rat martial spirit emerged from her palm. Upon a glance, Yi Xiao instantly recognized that her martial soul was a unique variant among the mouse souls, the blood moon mouse. This particular soul specializes in consuming human blood and flesh to enhance its power. As a 3-ringed soul master, approximately in her 20s, her cultivation was commendable. However, she had strayed onto the path of the evil soul master, narrowing her prospects for the future. Yi Xiao was unceremonious, extending his left hand as he summoned his Fuxi Qin martial spirit. Subsequently, the first soul ring rose beneath him, a purple soul ring. Upon witnessing that Yi Xiao's initial soul ring was a 1,000-year-old one, the crimson-clad woman felt a sense of being deceived. Gritting her teeth, she thought to herself, "My 3rd soul ring has only reached a century, yet his first is of the 1,000-year caliber. What a clever ruse, concealing his true strength." Nevertheless, even so, he alone would struggle to contend against our 9. With a fierce shout, the crimson-clad woman unleashed her first soul skill, Blood's Edge. A blood-red aura enveloped her, and her martial spirit, the blood moon rat, expanded to match her size. In a moment, she leaped towards Yi Xiao with ferocity, aiming for his face. He smiled with a hint of mischief as the Fuxi Zither spirit materialized before him, expanding in size. With a flick of his fingers, a beam of pink light surged forth, intercepting the assault of the evil moon rat. In an instant, a miraculous scene unfolded. The enormous blood moon rat halted a mere half-centimeter from Ye's face, ceasing its attack. Its blood-red eyes, once brimming with malevolence, now appeared vacant and devoid of their former sinister glow. The woman in red, taken aback by this turn of events, hastily summoned her own soul power, desperately attempting to compel the creature to resume its onslaught. Yet, the blood moon rat seemed as unresponsive as a kite severed from its string, utterly disregarding her commands, which left her in a state of distress. Yu Xiao cast a glance towards the woman in red, scoffing at the notion that she could inflict harm upon him. Let you ensnare yourself, he thought. With that, his hands glided across the surface of the Fuxi Qin, and as the notes resonated, the blood moon rat stirred, abruptly turning its head to face the woman in red, its expression contorted with malevolence. How could this be? A sense of foreboding gripped the woman as she realized something was amiss. In haste, she attempted to summon her weapon back with her spiritual force, but it remained obstinately unyielding. It dawned on her that this weapon, her martial soul, was now under the control of another. What was she to do? Just as the woman in red stood bewildered, the blood moon rat suddenly flickered like a red shadow, materializing before her. It opened its jaws and viciously bit down, severing her head and swallowing it whole. A collective gasp escaped the 8 onlookers, their disbelief palpable as they struggled to comprehend the horrific scene. The woman's martial soul, once a means to attack others, had turned against its master, resulting in her own demise. As her lifeless body collapsed to the ground, the blood moon rat detonated with a resounding blast, scattering crimson remnants before vanishing into nothingness. The 8 were momentarily stunned, realizing too late their underestimation. The leader, witnessing the loss of a comrade, no longer dared to take the situation lightly. He shouted, "His martial soul is treacherous. Do not underestimate him. Let us unleash our martial souls and end this swiftly." Yes. The other 7 responded, joining the middle-aged leader in releasing their soul power. One by one, soul rings of white, yellow, purple, and black rose from beneath them. In an instant, the martial souls of the 8 coalesced, shining brilliantly in the sunlight. Upon witnessing their intention to collectively assault Yu Xiao, A Yin felt a surge of anger. Clenching her fists tightly, she resolved to rush to his aid. Yu Xiao noticed her actions and immediately shook her head, saying, "A Yin, do not move. I shall handle everything." A Yin hesitated for a moment before relaxing her fists and nodding in agreement. Chapter 127, The Third Soul Skill of the Fuxi Qin. Shattering the heavens and earth, the prehistoric dinosaur tide, the force of collapse. The evil soul masters wielded various martial souls, including bats, scorpions, snakes, and spirits. But in Yu Xiao's eyes, they were all insignificant. Among them, one was even a soul emperor of over 60 levels, the leader of the group. Altogether, the leading man shouted, and the other 7 unleashed their skills, launching a coordinated assault upon him. Yi smiled gently, and 2 soul rings ascended from beneath him. They were both of a golden hue, leaving the others momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that his second and third soul rings would also be golden. The emergence of these golden soul rings instilled considerable fear in the onlookers. However, having already charged forward, there was no turning back. With a charming smile that exuded an air of mischief, Yu Xiao summoned the third soul ring upon his body, which shimmered with anticipation. The third soul skill, heaven-shaking, earth-shattering. The prehistoric dinosaur tidal wave, power of collapse, was unleashed. His fingers danced gracefully over the strings of the Fuxi zither, producing a resonant melody. In response, colossal creatures materialized from the essence of soul power, flying through the air, racing across the ground, and swimming through the waters. An array of dinosaurs emerged. This was the third soul ring of the Fuxi zither, featuring the soul skill of the prehistoric dinosaur fusion, a magnificent technique from a billion-year-old golden soul ring. These magnificent beings conjured from soul power were indeed various dinosaurs: Spinosaurus, Baryonyx, Cryolophosaurus, Ceratosaurus, Monolophosaurus, Giganotosaurus, Wyangosaurus, Sycomimus, Hesperornis, Parasaurolophus, Kintrosaurus, Thunder Lizard, Stegosaurus, Tyrannosaurus rex, Mammochosaurus, Carcharodontosaurus, Lianglong, Laphangosaurus, Mammochosaurus, Matheronodon, Europasaurus, Ornithomimus, Shunosaurus, Southern Giant Beast Lizard, Xuching Tyrannosaurus, Kylosaurus, Siamosaurus, Pterosaur, Triceratops, Stegosaurus, Therizinosaurus, Velociraptor, Songlong, Dilophosaurus, Bactrosaurus, Armored Dragon, Ryangosaurus, Quetzalcoatlus, and many more. Surged forth, charging at the 8 malevolent soul masters who had approached. The sight sent shivers down the spines of the 8. their faces paling in terror as they attempted to flee, but it was far too late. Their screams echoed in despair. Some were trampled to death. Others lost their heads to savage jaws, while a few were left dazed and disoriented, crushed into a bloody pulp beneath the stampede. One sole master, wielding a bat spirit, soared into the sky, only to be besieged by several pterosaurs, torn to shreds without a trace left behind. In less than a minute, the 8 malevolent soul masters were annihilated by the relentless onslaught of the dinosaurs. Yi Xiao retracted his martial soul and soul rings, revealing a radiant smile. Engaging with me is utterly futile. Upon witnessing that the 9 malevolent soul masters had been effortlessly dealt with, A Yin rushed over to celebrate. Brother Xiao, your soul skill just now was exceedingly powerful, capable of conjuring so many formidable and exotic soul beasts to launch an assault. Yu Xiao initially intended to express that this was not a soul beast, but rather a prehistoric creature from another world. However, lacking understanding herself, she chose to remain silent. Simply stating, dealing with the 9 of them is not difficult. Yi Xiao took a moment to rest before rising to continue the journey alongside A Yin. Xiao Gu, this is where my former home once stood, A Yin declared, coming to a halt. Yi Xiao gazed upon the flourishing blue-silver grass, among which stood a magnificent specimen. He mused that this colossal blue-silver grass must be the very plant that facilitated Tang San's evolution into the blue-silver emperor. Master, you have finally returned. Suddenly, an elderly man emerged from the blue-silver grass, prostrating himself before A Yin. Upon seeing the old man, A Yin's eyes sparkled with recognition, and she rushed over to assist him. A Wang, I am back. After rising, A Wang's eyes brimmed with tears. Master, I thought I would never see you again. It is truly wonderful that you have returned. Indeed, A Yin replied with a gentle smile, promptly introducing him to A Wang. This is Yi Xiao, also known as Brother Xiao. He is the one who resurrected me. Without Brother Xiao, I would still be a mere blade of grass, languishing in that dark corner, with no hope for a brighter future. Upon hearing that the young man beside her had revived A Yin, A Wang fell to his knees before him. Brother Xiao, thank you for bringing A Yin back. There's no need for such formality, Yi Xiao said, helping the old man to his feet. A Wang, too, was a blue-silver grass, albeit not a blue-silver emperor, but rather a blue-silver king. A Yin referred to him as A Wang, hence the name. Brother Xiao, A Wang, I must now undergo the evolution into the blue-silver emperor. Please protect my formation. Of course, they both replied in unison. A Yin flashed a charming smile at Yi Xiao before leaping gracefully onto the massive blue-silver grass. With a rustling sound, the immense plant began to stir, its stems and leaves entwining around Yi Xiao, enveloping her entirely within its embrace. Yi Xiao sat upon the ground, and when A Wang returned, he had procured some wild melons and fruits from an unknown source to share with him. They indulged in their meal while exchanging tales of the extraordinary and the peculiar. Before long, the old and the young found themselves engaged in conversation, akin to long-lost friends reminiscing about the past. They truly formed an unlikely companionship across generations. After 3 days and nights, A Yin's evolution into the blue-silver emperor finally stirred to life. The vast blue-silver grass unfurled, revealing within it a resplendent blue orb. Upon witnessing this luminous sphere, A Wang's face radiated with a brilliant smile. The master has succeeded. Yu Xiao smiled knowingly and turned to look. Before him, the azure orb of light loomed large, its interior concealed from view. Yet, it was evident that within this luminous sphere was A Yin, transformed into a completely new being, having evolved into the blue-silver emperor. After a brief moment, the orb intensified in brightness, and with a resounding crack, it shattered, revealing A Yin in her evolved form. At that moment, she stood completely bare, radiating a captivating azure glow. Her figure was elongated and perfectly sculpted, her skin fairer and more delicate, her features exquisitely refined. Her complexion impeccable, truly breathtaking, akin to a lotus emerging from the water. Like a celestial being gracing the earth, she appeared untouched by the mundane world. Her hair had transformed into a delicate shade of light blue, cascading longer than before. Such beauty, simply extraordinary. Yi Xiao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. A Yin, post-evolution into the blue-silver emperor, seemed to have shed her former self, captivating all who beheld her. She extended her arms, conjuring a garment that gracefully draped over her stunning figure, gliding towards Yi Xiao. Even before she drew near, he could sense the enchanting fragrance of blue-silver grass wafting from her. Brother Xiao, do I look remarkably different now? A Yin inquired. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she slightly bowed her head. Yu Xiao gazed upon her exquisite visage, unable to resist bestowing a gentle kiss upon her forehead. Quite remarkable. Your physique has improved. You are more beautiful and stronger as well. With a nod, Yu Xiao felt his cheeks flush even deeper. Congratulations on your successful evolution, master. A Wang stepped forward and proclaimed. A Yin smiled and nodded at him, saying, A Wang, you may withdraw for now. I shall summon you if needed. Understood. A Wang promptly exited. A Yin then took Yu Xiao's hand, kissed it softly, and led him towards a small grove nearby. Chapter 128. Absorbing the Xian Yuan Sword's trillion-year rainbow soul rings, ascending to the pinnacle of 99 level limit Douluo. Yi Xiao and A Yin indulged in an unrelenting embrace throughout the night. After spending a fortnight together, he finally bid farewell to A Yin and set off for the central island of the Lake of Life to meet with Royao. They conversed about the current circumstances of Xiaowu, and after a few days, he departed to return to Shrek Academy. Yu Xiao returned to Shrek Academy and informed Xiaowu about his encounter with Royao. Upon learning that her mother was safe and sound, Xiaowu felt a sense of relief wash over her. Yi Xiao dedicated an entire day and night to his training in the solitary dormitory, ultimately achieving a breakthrough to the formidable level of 90. He then commenced the preparation to absorb the 9th soul ring. Upon successful absorption, he would attain the esteemed title of Title Douluo. The 9th soul ring of Yi Xiao is bestowed by the system and resides within the confines of the system's space, thus eliminating the need for any temporary search. Yi Xiao contemplated for a moment and decided to absorb the Xian Yuan Sword's soul ring, which had existed for an astonishing 10 trillion years. He promptly retrieved it from the system's space and placed it before him for inspection. His eyes sparkled with delight as he beheld the soul ring, which exhibited a dazzling array of colors, no longer confined to a singular hue, but instead radiating a spectrum of brilliance. He mused to himself that a soul ring of 10 trillion years truly lived up to its age, showcasing a unique vibrancy. However, he was aware that the Xian Yuan Sword's soul ring, being a soul ring of 100 million years, would not be easily absorbed. Not wanting to waste this opportunity, he realized he must first consult the system. Dear system, I have successfully broken through to the 90th level of soul power and wish to absorb this 10 trillion year Xian Yuan Sword soul ring. Yet, given its immense age, I fear I may fail to absorb it. Could you please assist me in safeguarding my endeavor? Beep. Master, proceed with the absorption. I will certainly assist you. The system responded. Thank you, dear system. Your assurance is all I need. Beep. There is no need for formality, Master. Our fates are intertwined. Your affairs are my affairs, and I shall endeavor to fulfill my promises. As long as you check in daily, everything within my capability will be accomplished. Indeed, you shall long for the system's essence. He promptly seated himself in meditation, initiating the absorption of the Xian Yuan Sword soul ring. Once he assimilated it, he would truly become a legitimate Title Douluo. Although he was already more formidable than a Title Douluo, the absorption would elevate his prowess even further. 3 hours later, Yu Xiao gradually opened his eyes. Having successfully absorbed the Xian Yuan Sword soul ring, the assistance of the system was instrumental in ensuring such a smooth absorption. Upon completion, Yi Xiao's level surged dramatically from 90 to 99, elevating him to the rank of Limit Douluo, the pinnacle of existence within the Douluo realm. In the current Douluo Continent, there were no more than 4 individuals who had attained the esteemed title of 99 level Limit Douluo. Among them was Bibi Dong, a newly ascended 99 level Limit Douluo. In addition to her, 3 other venerable Limit Douluos remained: Tiandou, the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall; Poseidon, the Grand Priest of the Sea God Island; and Tang San, the former leader of the Xian sect, known as the King of Slaughter in the City of Slaughter. With Yu Xiao's recent ascension, the total number of Limit Douluos in the Douluo Continent now stood at 5, a remarkably scarce quantity. This rarity rendered the 99 level Limit Douluos exceedingly precious. Were they to be as abundant as weeds, encountered at every turn, their significance would diminish. At present, many spirit masters in the Douluo Continent remain oblivious to the true nature of a Limit Douluo, not to mention ordinary individuals, even among spirit masters. Numerous Title Douluos have never laid eyes upon a Limit Douluo in their lifetime. Even Master Xiaogang has merely heard tales of their existence. As for figures like Flander and Lu Erlong, they are entirely unaware of them. When Yu Xiao thinks of Limit Douluos, he recalls the legendary trio of the Douluo Continent: Tiandou, Poseidon, and Tang San. Of the two, he holds little interest, but Poseidon captivates his attention. She currently resides on Sea God Island, and Yi Xiao intends to pay her a visit, while also signing in at the island. 3 days later, He bid farewell to Xiao Wu and the others and set forth for Sea God Island. Upon reaching the seaside, he expended a considerable sum to rent a private chamber on a merchant ship, embarking on his maritime journey that evening. The night's seascape offered little allure. Dominated only by the moon and a sky adorned with countless stars, the visibility over the water quite limited. Yu Xiao possesses the black dragon's eyes, enabling him to perceive the landscape even in the absence of light during the night. While there exists a distinction between nocturnal and diurnal vistas, his vision remains remarkable. Ordinary individuals and even soul masters cannot rival his extraordinary night vision, even if a deity were to appear. Lacking his unique ability would render their night vision only marginally superior to that of mere mortals. The nighttime sea and sky are far from tranquil, as numerous sea soul beasts roam under the cover of darkness. They occasionally emerge from the depths, exulting and engaging in various flamboyant diving displays, fortunately refraining from attacking the merchant vessels navigating the waters. Yu Xiao sat upon the narrow bed of her solitary chamber, having just awakened from slumber. The ship was enveloped in a tranquil stillness, broken only by the occasional murmurs of the sailors in the adjacent room, their dreams manifesting in soft whispers, the grinding of teeth, and the rhythmic sounds of snoring. Yu Xiao sat for a while, finding no inclination to sleep any longer. She decided to venture onto the deck to witness the enigmatic beauty of the ocean at night. The sea of Douluo Planet was vast beyond imagination, rendering both humanity and vessels minuscule against its expansive surface. Yi smiled as he gazed upon the vast ocean, where the multitude of stars mirrored in its depths, as if another sky were concealed beneath the waves. Reflections, through the interplay of illusions, can at times be indistinguishable from reality. Water is the essence of life. He recalled the legends of the sea, particularly the mythical sea dragons of that realm. The prowess of these dragons is formidable. They can be grand or diminutive, elongated or compact, capable of summoning winds and rains, traversing the heavens and the earth, and plunging into the depths of the sea. Truly omnipotent. Indeed, Yi Xiao suddenly recalled a matter. Some days ago, while signing in, the system had rewarded him with a drop of the ancestral dragon's bloodline. He pondered its potential significance and decided to inquire with the system's assistant to glean further insight. System assistant, are you present? Beep. Master, speak your mind. If you have something to say, do so swiftly. Where could I possibly go? Isn't this mere idle chatter? The somewhat impatient sign and reward system replied. Ah. This system assistant seems to be in a rather irritable mood today, not at all gentle. Yi Xiao chose not to engage in trivial disputes. Dear system, I would like to inquire about the significance of the ancestral dragon bloodline for me. Beep, the system responded. The ancestral dragon bloodline is derived directly from the blood of the ancestral dragon, a pure essence devoid of any impurities. Its potential is immense. Upon merging with your own bloodline, you will acquire the abilities of the ancestral dragon, enabling you to transform into a dragon or a human, and even evolve to possess the formidable power to consume the heavens and extinguish the earth. Beep, the system continued. This is the remarkable nature of the ancestral dragon bloodline. I trust you comprehend its significance? You smiled and nodded, grasping the meaning. So, dear system, do you imply that I can now absorb this drop of ancestral dragon blood and become even more powerful? Indeed, my master. You smiled and nodded. Eager to try, could you please elaborate on the specific steps? Chapter 129, Signing in on the Crystal Sand Island. Absorbing and integrating the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. Ding. You may create a small incision on your palm and then let the bloodline of the ancestral dragon drip onto it, responded the sign and reward system. Is it really that simple? You inquired. Ding. Indeed, it is, came the reply. That's excellent. This method couldn't be more straightforward. You shouted not linger in words, but promptly sprang into action. He retrieved a small knife and made an incision in the palm of his left hand, allowing a drop of crimson blood to surface. To him, this minor injury was inconsequential. He then extracted an ancient bronze vial from the system's space, which contained the coveted essence of the ancestral dragon's blood. A reward bestowed by the system. As Yu Xiao unscrewed the cap, a formidable aura surged forth from within. Indeed, it was the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, exuding such power even before direct contact. This substance must not be absorbed in this place. Yu Xiao contemplated the formidable power of the ancestral dragon bloodline and realized that absorbing it aboard the ship could potentially harm those present. After a moment of reflection, he concluded that it would be wiser to seek an alternative location. Yu Xiao retracted the bottle and summoned the weapon spirit of the Sword of Immortal Slaying, transforming it into a formidable entity. He then leaped gracefully onto the blade's surface. With a resonant hum, the colossal sword emanated a brilliant light and, in an instant, vanished without a trace. Beneath the depths of the ocean lies a solitary island, rising prominently above the waves. This island, neither too large nor too small, is approximately the size of a county town. Suddenly, a figure descended from the heavens, landing upon the sandy shores of the island. Yu Xiao gazed upon the island, its picturesque scenery captivating her. The coastline boasted particularly expansive beaches. In comparison to that other world, this place truly serves as an exquisite destination for leisure and tourism. Yu Xiao had initially intended to absorb the ancestral dragon's bloodline immediately. However, feeling the pangs of hunger, he decided it would be prudent to satiate his appetite first. On this solitary island, the culinary offerings were limited to catching seafood from the ocean, and there seemed to be coconuts on the beach, both of which were edible and quite palatable. Excellent. Yu Xiao smiled faintly and leaped once more into the sea. Before long, he emerged with an octopus weighing over 100 pounds. He then made his way to the coconut trees on the shore, retrieving a barbecue grill from his sole guiding device. After igniting the charcoal, he skillfully prepared the octopus, placing it in pieces upon the grill. He sprinkled some spices over the meat, patiently awaiting the moment it would be perfectly cooked. As for his drink, it came naturally from the coconuts above. Yu Xiao approached a towering coconut tree, standing at an impressive height of about 50 to 60 meters. As he gazed upward, he beheld the large, ripe coconuts adorning the branches, and a radiant smile blossomed upon his face. With a graceful leap, he ascended to the canopy and effortlessly plucked the coconuts. In a short span of time, he had harvested every single coconut from the tree, totaling an astounding 90. Yu Xiao descended from the tree, and the octopus had already been grilled to perfection, exuding an enticing aroma. He cut open a coconut and savored a piece of its flesh with great delight. The octopus, having grown naturally and free from pollution, transformed into a delectable dish once roasted, tender, and fragrant. A sip of the fresh coconut juice only heightened the experience, making life feel akin to that of a celestial being. An hour later, Yu Xiao had consumed the entire octopus weighing 100 pounds, as well as more than half of the 90 coconuts. Yu Xiao was perplexed by the inexplicable increase in his appetite. After absorbing those 9 soul rings, his hunger had grown insatiable. Perhaps the formidable nature of the soul rings had caused a mutation in his physique, resulting in an ever-expanding demand for sustenance. Yu Xiao was unconcerned about this. After all, it mattered not whether one indulged in excess or practiced moderation. Days or even months could pass without sustenance, and one would not perish. There was no need to fret over the trifles of daily meals. This was the most favorable outcome. Sated and quenched, Yu Xiao reclined beneath the coconut tree and soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. Yu Xiao awoke once more, only to find that it was already noon of the following day. On the solitary island, the sun shone brightly and the winds whispered gently. The coastline, stretching 100 feet, was caressed by the waves, while the boundless deep blue sea extended beyond the horizon, resembling a veritable paradise on earth. After stretching languidly, with a satisfied belly, there was no need to fret about the search for sustenance. Yu Xiao rose and rubbed his face, finding himself covered in sand. The sea breeze had swept across the beach throughout the night, and he had spent the night beneath a coconut tree. It was indeed peculiar that he was now entirely covered in sand. Yu Xiao recalled that the tasks he was meant to accomplish yesterday remained undone, prompting him to take action. He swiftly retrieved the dragon ancestor bloodline from the system space. Ding. Master, you have signed in at the Sand Crystal Isle. Reward: 1 vial of golden elixir. Note: the item has been deposited into the system space. Please proceed to collect it. Golden elixir. Yu Xiao found it somewhat amusing. Was not the golden pill merely a medicinal concoction within the realm of cultivation? Its value was exceedingly high, surpassing that of foundational elixirs by several tiers. Composed of rare spiritual herbs and fruits, it could only be crafted by adept alchemists skilled in its formulation, rendering it an exceptional treasure. In the world of cultivation, the probability of successfully forming a golden pill upon consumption exceeded 80%. Naturally, individual talent and fortuity played pivotal roles. Much like the esteemed title Douluo, not every soul master who reached the high 80s could transcend to the ranks of a title Douluo. Likewise, not every cultivator could succeed in forming a golden pill, with probabilities dwindling to 1 in 100, 1 in 1,000, or even 1 in 10,000. After all, among countless cultivators, those who achieve the esteemed golden pill level are few and far between, let alone those who ascend beyond it. Many cultivators may never even establish a foundational level before their demise. This is the stark reality of the cultivation world. The majority of cultivators serve merely as stepping stones for the powerful, victims of exploitation and slaughter. The realm of cultivation is far more ruthless and merciless than that of mortals. Behind every successful practitioner lies a mountain of corpses and vengeful spirits, illustrating the brutal nature of the cultivation world. In the relentless pursuit of resources, one is often compelled to resort to pillage and brutality. One must either attack or be attacked. Daily, tales of victors reigning supreme while the vanquished become outlaws unfold, especially in times of scarce resources. In that realm, Yu Xiao had encountered numerous tales of cultivation, such as Xian and I, Xian, and Fan Ren Shou Xian. Each narrative was fraught with treachery and peril at every turn. Artifacts, spiritual energy, and an array of bizarre techniques and skills filled the landscape. A single misstep could lead to the loss of one's head. Yu Xiao, with no time to concern himself with the matters of elixirs, resolved to wholeheartedly absorb the ancestral dragon's bloodline. He raised his left hand, observing that the wound he had inflicted upon himself with a small knife the previous day had already healed. Taking out the knife once more, he made another incision and then poured a tiny drop of the ancestral dragon's blood into the palm of his hand. This ancestral dragon's blood was, in essence, a single drop of the dragon's essence. As he prepared to absorb it into his being, he was taken aback to find that it merged with his own blood, seamlessly integrating into his body. The wound healed almost instantaneously, a matter of little consequence. Yu Xiao was uncertain when it began, but after sustaining an injury, his wounds would heal almost instantaneously. Although the vial appeared substantial, it contained merely a single drop of the bloodline of the ancestor dragon. Upon the infusion of this bloodline into his being, Yu Xiao did not perceive any discomfort. Perhaps its effects had yet to manifest. Otherwise, given the immense power of the ancestor dragon, such a potent lineage would surely elicit some response. Suddenly, Yu Xiao felt a warmth enveloping his entire body, and his blood surged within him as if revitalized, coursing through his veins with newfound vigor. It boiled with a fervor akin to water reaching a rolling boil. Hot and vibrant, reminiscent of oil frying in a pan, and ultimately, akin to molten iron under extreme heat, as if it were the magma from a volcanic eruption, radiating an overwhelming intensity. Chapter 130. The New Body of the Ancestor Dragon, Devouring. After experiencing an extraordinary and intense combustion within, Yu Xiao found himself enveloped in an unparalleled chill, his entire being encased in ice. Subsequently, an inexhaustible vitality surged throughout his body. His form then transformed. Adorned in shades of gold, blue, green, and red, an amalgamation of diverse elemental energies, reflective of the ancestral dragon's bloodline within him. Time became an enigma as he fell into unconsciousness. Eventually, when he regained consciousness, he discovered that he no longer inhabited his former humanoid shape, but rather that of a 1-meter-long bronze-hued dragon. Yu Xiao never anticipated that she had transformed into a 1-meter-long dragon. I inquired of the system, "How did I become a dragon?" Ding. "Master, this is the remarkable power of the ancestral dragon bloodline. You have absorbed it, and it has fused with your own lineage, resulting in your direct evolution into a dragon form," the sign and reward system elucidated. Yu Xiao found herself somewhat taken aback, pondering whether she could truly revert to her former self. "Dear system, what must I do to regain my human form?" "Beep," replied the system, "this is quite simple. You merely need to evolve your dragon body to a length of 100,000 meters. 100,000 meters. What a staggering concept. How could one possibly achieve such an evolution in an instant?" "Beep, you can accomplish this through consumption. The sea is teeming with soul beasts, abundant enough for you to devour at will. Before long, once your dragon horns have grown to 5 segments and your claws have extended to 9 digits, your body will reach the desired length of 100,000 meters. It is easy to speak of, yet challenging to execute. Beep, there is no time to waste. You should seize the moment. The sooner you attain the length of 100,000 meters, the sooner you will transform into your human shape. Beep, after this transformation, your strength will be greatly enhanced, surpassing even the extraordinary. Very well. Since I have already become a dragon, I must embrace the awareness of a dragon. From this moment forth, I shall strive to become a new ancestral dragon, more powerful than the progenitor itself." Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Xiao leaped gracefully into the depths of the sea, his colossal body resembling that of a new ancestral dragon. Upon entering the water, he was met with a plethora of marine spirit beasts, tiny fish, shrimp, octopuses, white sharks, and whales, among others. This was merely the coastal realm, surely. The deep sea harbored an abundance of formidable marine spirit beasts, such as the 999,000-year-old deep-sea demon whale, the great demon shark, and the electric demon eel. To name a few, Yu Xiao opened his dragon-like mouth and began to devour voraciously. A small shrimp slid in, followed by a tiny fish, an abalone, a king crab, a little octopus, and a small electric eel. As Yi Xiao's dragon form consumed these marine soul beasts, its body immediately began to elongate, growing from a length of 1 meter and 1 centimeter to 1 meter and 2 centimeters. It then extended from 1 meter to 2 meters, 3 meters, and eventually 10 meters. Although the dragon's length still had a considerable distance to reach the astounding length of 100,000 meters, this was of little concern. Provided the ocean was abundant with sustenance, such matters were trivial. Furthermore, the seas of Douluo planet were vast and boundless, with very few fishermen and free from pollution. Teeming with soul beasts as numerous as the stars. Particularly noteworthy were the many marine soul beasts that were 10,000 and even 1 million years old. With just a year or two more of cultivation, these beings could transcend to divinity. Consuming even one would undoubtedly cause the dragon's power to surge exponentially. However, at present, the dragon's capacity was limited, and it could not consume larger soul beasts. It had to start with smaller marine creatures. On the first day, Yu Xiao could only feast upon small fish and shrimp, causing its body to grow to a length of over 10 or 20 meters. By the second day, Yu Xiao was able to consume medium-sized marine soul beasts such as sea elephants, sea lions, sea cows, and seals. In less than 3 days, Yi Xiao's dragon form had surpassed a length of 100 meters. At this size, Yi Xiao felt ready to venture into the depths of the ocean, prepared to devour even more formidable marine soul beasts. Yu Xiao twisted his dragon-like form as he advanced, devouring the myriad of sea spirits he encountered. Suddenly, a series of resounding booms erupted ahead, accompanied by flashes of light. To be more precise, it was the brilliance of electric arcs. However, these electric lights did not descend from the heavens, but rather emanated from the depths of the ocean. Is there electricity within the sea? Yi Xiao pondered for a moment and soon speculated a possibility: the presence of a soul beast capable of manipulating and emitting electric currents. The first creature that came to mind, possessing such an ability, was none other than the electric eel. Yu Xiao swiftly swam over and was indeed greeted by a remarkable sight. Tens of thousands of elongated fish, their bodies a deep azure, stretching 100 meters in length, adorned with shimmering blue electric threads from head to tail. With each powerful flick of their tails, currents of electricity surged forth. Yu Xiao immediately recognized that the thousands of electric eels in the sea were indeed electric morays. Among them, there existed a larger group of oceanic soul beasts. Although their numbers were limited, they amounted to around 100. Their bodies were both rotund and substantial, and upon closer inspection, Yu Xiao discerned that they were a herd of oceanic soul elephants. It became clear that the thousands of electric morays were besieging the formidable oceanic soul elephants, undoubtedly in pursuit of prey. Despite the elephants' considerable size, they were unable to withstand the relentless assault of the thousands of electric morays. Before long, several injured oceanic soul elephants were entirely consumed, leaving not a trace behind. Yi Xiao observed discreetly, yet her heart brimmed with unexpected joy, reminiscent of the scene where a mantis captures a cicada while a yellow sparrow lies in wait. After devouring so many electric eels, the dragon's body would undoubtedly experience explosive growth. Furthermore, if she were to absorb the electric currents from the eels, it would transform into a repository of electric attribute skills. How exhilarating! Yi Xiao gradually approached an electric eel at the edge, opening his mouth to bite down silently, swallowing it whole without a sound. Upon closer inspection, among the thousands of electric eels, some possessed a decade of cultivation, while others boasted centuries or even millennia of experience. A select few, numbering in the hundreds, surpassed a cultivation age of 10,000 years, with the largest among them likely being the sovereign of this group. Although its body was only slightly longer than that of the other electric eels, its coloration was distinct. The head shimmered in gold, while the rest of the body remained a deep blue, with a cultivation of at least 300,000 years. There was no doubt that it was the electric eel king among its peers. Indeed, after consuming their meals, the other electric eels would gather around the golden-headed electric eel, each regurgitating a portion of their food for it to partake. Yi Xiaoxi was overjoyed, having set her sights on a singular goal: to devour the golden-headed electric eel king to replenish her strength. Soon, hundreds of sea soul elephants had been nearly completely consumed by the thousands of electric eels, with only a few remaining, teetering on the brink of demise. Yi Xiao opened the dragon's maw and launched an assault from the periphery, devouring one electric eel after another. The dragon's form elongated progressively, growing from 100 meters to 1,000, inching closer to an astonishing 100,000 meters. After a while, the 100 sea soul elephants had been entirely consumed by the electric eels. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao had feasted upon thousands of electric eels. The swarm of electric eels soon recognized the presence of Yi Xiao's dragon form, and under the command of the golden-headed electric eel king, they began a collective attack on his dragon body. However, Yi Xiao's dragon form, born of the ancestral dragon bloodline, was impervious to the electric currents of these electric eels. Yi Xiao opened his dragon-like mouth, devouring one after another. Meanwhile, he unleashed the Sword of Celestial Slaying's martial soul, launching an assault upon them. With the protection of the Sword of Celestial Slaying's martial soul, these electric demonic eels could not inflict even the slightest harm upon him. They were merely destined to be consumed one by one. Chapter 131. The 300,000-year sea soul beast, the golden-headed electric demonic eel king. Before long, over half of the vast swarm of electric demonic eels had been devoured by Yi Xiao. The remaining eels grew wary, coiling together in a defensive formation, united against the external threat. Notably, the golden-headed electric demonic eel king had retreated into the heart of the swarm, its intention shrouded in mystery. Yi Xiao contemplated, certain that the opposing forces were gathering their strength for a collective assault. As he had anticipated, the electric eels congregated together, their tails intertwining and the currents linking seamlessly. Then, a more astonishing spectacle unfolded. The currents from all the electric eels' tails converged upon the golden-headed electric eel king, drawing energy from it. The electric light emanating from its body intensified, and its form swelled larger and larger. Yi Xiao observed the scene before him, choosing not to intervene immediately, wishing to discern the intentions of his adversaries. After some contemplation, he surmised that it resembled the fusion technique between soul masters and their respective soul spirits. However, what transpired before him involved not a physical amalgamation, but rather an energy confluence. All the electric eels merged their electrical energies into the golden-headed electric eel king. Consequently, the energies of all the electric eels converged upon a singular entity. This was not a mere sum of 1 plus 1, or 2 plus 2. Instead, it represented an exponential amplification of energy by hundreds or even thousands of times. Such a concentration of power, utilized at a single point, was incomparably more formidable than its dispersed application. The might of soul masters who possess fusion techniques is precisely why they are so formidable. For instance, the fusion technique of Zhu Xuching and Dai Mubai, which coalesced into the nether white tiger, seamlessly integrated the strengths of both soul spirits, enhancing speed, attack, and defense to an extraordinary degree. Similarly, the fusion technique of the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo could halt time itself, rendering even the formidable 10,000-year soul beasts, such as the Titan giant ape and the heavenly blue bull python, motionless for a brief moment. After the golden-headed electric eel king absorbed the energies from over 1,000 electric eels, its body began to swell. The previously flat abdomen now expanded 2 to 3-fold. It was evident that this transformation was a result of the accumulated electrical energy within its form. After a while, the 1,000 electric eels ceased to emit further electrical discharges, clearly having expended 80 to 90% of their internal energy reserves. They needed to conserve some energy for self-preservation, otherwise they would have no chance to escape when confronted with a more formidable foe. The ocean teemed with numerous soul beasts, and the electric eels had many natural predators. Creatures like the sea demon shark, the deep sea demon whale, and various colossal oceanic soul beasts were all adversaries of the electric eel, necessitating their foresight regarding potential escape routes. Fortunately, Yi Xiao had previously consumed over 8,000 electric eels, leaving only about 17 or 1,800 in the remaining group. His dragon form had also grown from over 100 meters to more than 700 meters in length. While he was still not a full-fledged dragon, he could certainly be regarded as a small dragon of considerable caliber. His dragon scales had thickened and enlarged significantly, and his dragon claws had become sharper, larger, and more formidable. The 2 elongated dragon horns had also lengthened, and his dragon whiskers had grown longer, although he had yet to form a dragon core within. Yi Xiao contemplated that with his draconic form reaching a length of 10,000 meters, he should be capable of producing a dragon pill. Upon reaching 100,000 meters, the dragon pill would likely mature into a dragon pearl. With the dragon pearl, one could summon winds and rains, storing greater reserves of energy, effectively serving as an additional energy repository within the dragon lineage. Suddenly, with a cacophony, all the electric eels parted to unveil the golden-headed electric eel king, who appeared before Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao gazed upon its swollen form, the slenderness it once possessed now a mere memory, resembling a pregnant electric eel. Unable to contain himself, he erupted into hearty laughter. What is so amusing, you aberration? Suddenly, a furious shout pierced the air, reaching Yu Xiao's ears. As Yu Xiao gazed ahead, he realized the sound emanated from the golden-headed electric eel king across the way. To his astonishment, it had seemingly acquired the ability to speak human language. He contemplated this possibility. Indeed, it was plausible. Typically, when a soul beast reaches an age of 100,000 years, it unlocks its full intellectual capacity, enabling it to articulate human speech, assume a human form, and engage in all aspects of life, including eating, drinking, and other mundane activities. Furthermore, it can become a soul master, coexisting with humans. Upon closer inspection of the golden-headed electric eel king before him, with an age of at least 300,000 years, it was undoubtedly capable of human speech. Should it desire, upon reaching the age of 100,000 years, it could transform into human form and undergo a rebirth. Yet, it had not chosen to do so. An anomaly? After all, he was a genuine, new ancestral dragon. Nevertheless, it was understandable. These soul beasts had never encountered a true dragon. They were merely lizard-like creatures, adorned with a pair of wings, reminiscent of the Western dragon archetype. Yu Xiao, that electric eel, I am not a freak. I am a dragon, a genuine dragon. Mind you, I shall not concern myself with what kind of dragon you are. Regardless, you have devoured so many of my descendants, and I shall not let you go unpunished. I will slay you, devour your flesh and blood, and allow you to experience this very taste. Yu Xiao, is that so? However, I believe one should refrain from speaking too boldly, as you lack the qualifications to do so. The golden-headed electric eel suddenly opened its mouth, and a stream of electricity, resembling a laser beam, surged forth, striking directly at Yu Xiao's dragon form. I see now. Nevertheless, I fear I must disappoint you. Yu Xiao stood resolutely, unflinching before the electric column that surged forth from his adversary. The golden-headed electric eel, witnessing this, felt a surge of excitement. Mistakenly believing that his opponent was paralyzed with fear, awaiting his demise. Unsurprisingly, the electric column struck directly upon Yu Xiao's dragon head. Its mouth agape as the bolt penetrated his being. This spectacle incited fervor among the swarm of electric eels, convinced they had finally vanquished their foe. Ha! The golden-headed electric eel king erupted into laughter, momentarily ceasing its assault on Yu Xiao, reveling in what it believed to be the defeat of this anomaly. However, its mirth was abruptly curtailed, for it soon discerned that Yu Xiao had not been vanquished. He remained unscathed, exuding even greater vitality than before. It was as if he had not endured the force of the powerful strike, but rather had been invigorated, relishing a delightful feast. How is it that you remain unscathed from my formidable electric onslaught? Inquired the golden-headed electric eel king, its composure faltering. This time, it was Yu Xiao who erupted in laughter. The body of the ancestral dragon is impervious to the likes of a mere electric eel. Surely, you underestimate the bloodline of the dragon's primordial sister. You smiled at it with a peculiar and sinister grin, sending a shiver down its spine. This creature is truly terrifying. The little eel must candidly say, in the presence of the ancestral dragon, wielding electricity is akin to brandishing a great sword before Guangdong. One would be oblivious to the manner of their demise. Upon concluding his statement, Yu Xiao did not hesitate to lick his lips. I do not believe it, exclaimed the golden-headed electric eel, brimming with indignation and pulsating with electric currents, preparing to unleash a formidable assault. Little electric eel, cease your struggles and resign yourself to becoming a mere sustenance for this ancestral dragon. Yu Xiao retorted disdainfully in response to its renewed attack. Chapter 132, 100,000 meters, Ancestral Dragon. Boom. In an instant, the golden-headed electric eel king gathered its strength, and a colossal bolt of electricity erupted from its gaping maw, hurtling toward Yu Xiao's face. You think you're something special? Yu Xiao did not evade, but instead opened his mouth to receive it. The electric beam struck directly within his dragon maw. Soon, the potency of the golden-headed electric eel king's electric beam diminished significantly until it was entirely exhausted. How could this be? The golden-headed electric eel was utterly terrified to see Yu Xiao's dragon form unscathed, utterly astonished by his formidable prowess. Realizing he was outmatched, and that continuing to fight would lead only to his demise, the golden-headed electric eel king called out to his kin and attempted to flee. But it was too late. Yu Xiao declared, as his dragon body expanded, and the sword of extermination soul surged forth, advancing towards the golden-headed electric eel with a decisive strike to its head. The golden-headed electric eel quivered, succumbing to its loss of resistance. Yi smiled faintly. Before the Zhu Xian sword, how could a mere electric demon eel possibly contend? Without hesitation, he charged forward, opening his mouth wide to engulf the golden-headed electric demon eel king. After savoring the taste with a flick of his tongue, he found it truly delectable. Suddenly, an electric current surged through Yi, accompanied by flashes of lightning, incapacitating the remaining 1,000 or so electric demon eels. Then, with a mighty roar, he consumed them one by one. As he feasted, his dragon form began to grow exponentially, expanding from 700 meters to 1,000. He continued his quest for sustenance, devouring creatures such as the sea soul elephant, golden-headed shark, crimson demon eel, ghost-headed shark, and the underworld sea king serpent, consuming everything in his path, from the shallow seas to the depths, and all the way to the ends of the earth. He consumed voraciously from great sharks to colossal whales, and even magical creatures. The dragon's body of Yi Xiao has grown from 1,000 meters to 10,000 meters, from 10,000 meters to 30,000 meters, then to 70,000 meters, and finally to 99,999 meters. It is merely 1 meter short of reaching 100,000 meters. Yi Xiao gazed upon his ancestral dragon form, which had now reached an impressive length of 90,000 meters, just a mere meter shy of the monumental 100,000 meters, at which point he could transform into a human. A surge of excitement coursed through him. 1 more meter, and his horns would boast 5 segments. His claws would manifest 9 digits, and his body would attain a remarkable length of 100,000 meters, allowing his dragon essence to crystallize into a dragon pearl. 1 meter, a trivial matter. Yi Xiao believed that by consuming a few more colossal sea soul beasts, he could achieve this. Currently, he found himself in the profound depths of the ocean, at the edge of the world. Here, the sea soul beasts were of extraordinary magnitude. The weakest among them had a cultivation age of no less than 100,000 years, while many others ranged from several 100,000 years, with some even reaching 80, 90, or a full million years. At this moment, Yi Xiao was twisting the colossal form of the ancestral dragon, stretching an impressive 90,000 meters. As he ventured deeper into the secluded domain, the waters at the ends of the earth were more profound, a mesmerizing azure, crystal clear to the very bottom, untainted by pollution, and considerably more frigid. Nevertheless, the bloodline of the ancestral dragon was a multifaceted one, harmonizing with various attributes: wind, fire, thunder, electricity, ice, and the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as the realm of space, each contributing to the foundation of its formidable power. Its ability to withstand the cold was extraordinary. Suddenly, from the depths of the water, a colossal creature surged forth, emerging from 10 zhang away. Yi Xiao was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a colossal soul beast, the abyssal troll of the ghost head. This particular abyssal troll was exceptionally formidable. Yet it was rare to encounter one of such impressive stature. Standing at approximately 100 zhang, its cultivation level was estimated to be around 999,000 years. Unfortunately, due to the suppression imposed by the divine beings of the god realm, soul beasts are unable to ascend to the 100th level, thus stagnating at this stage of cultivation. Aside from the heavenly dream-eyed silkworm, there are virtually no soul beasts that reach the 100th level through acquired cultivation. As for the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King, they are essentially avatars of the dragon god, beginning their existence with an innate level exceeding several hundred. Therefore, it is inappropriate to draw broad conclusions. Even if the heavenly dream-eyed silkworm were to ultimately reach the 100th level, it would not attain divinity, but rather succumb more swiftly. Ultimately, it had to sacrifice itself to Hui Yu Hao, initiating its divine creation plan, which ultimately allowed it to survive. The abyssal troll surged forth from the water, offering no words, as its 8 massive claws lunged toward him. Yi Xiao smiled, bemused that a soul beast of 99,000 years would dare to flaunt its prowess before my ancestral dragon. Such audacity is indeed a sign of ignorance towards death. In light of this, I shall transform you into a roasted octopus. The 8 colossal claws of the abyssal troll of Ghost Head swiftly ensnared the form of Yi Xiao's ancestral dragon, its maw poised to strike. Come forth. Electric roasted abyssal troll, Yi Xiao shouted, as surges of electricity coursed violently through his being. Crackling sounds echoed, a symphony of sizzling energy enveloping the abyssal troll, causing its entire body to tremble uncontrollably. The surrounding sea soul beasts, terrified, fled in haste. The abyssal troll, too, emitted pitiful cries. utterly unprepared for the formidable lightning power emanating from Yu Xiao's ancestral form. This was the troll's Achilles heel. It was impervious to water and brute force. Yet it quaked at the touch of electricity. In an instant, the abyssal troll released its grip from Yu Xiao's ancestral body and attempted to retreat. However, it was already too late. With the prey so tantalizingly close, Yu Xiao would not allow it to escape. He opened his immense dragon maw and swiftly severed one of the troll's gigantic claws, consuming it entirely. With a wretched cry, the abyssal troll twisted in the water, desperately seeking salvation. Though its speed was remarkable, before the ancestral dragon, it was but child's play. Yu Xiu, the dragon of the leaf, traversed the waters with an agility that rivaled its flight through the skies. In a mere flash, it positioned itself before the colossal troll of the ghost head abyss, devouring one of its massive claws. It continued to consume the third, then the fifth claw. By the time it had ingested the eighth claw of the troll from the ghost head abyss, the creature was left with nothing but its belly and head, rendered entirely immobile. Yu Xiao was unceremonious, devouring the abyssal troll with a final bite, leaving nothing behind. Instantly, Yu Xiao's dragon form elongated by another meter, finally reaching a magnificent length of 100,000 meters. The two horns atop his head had grown to 5 segments, while his claws had sprouted a 9th digit, and the dragon core had transformed into a resplendent dragon orb. Yu Xiaoxi was overjoyed. Having finally completed the task of growing the colossal body of the ancestral dragon to 100,000 meters. System. My ancestral dragon has reached a length of 100,000 meters. Am I now able to transform into human form? Ding. Yes, master. From now on, with merely a thought, you can transition seamlessly between your ancestral dragon form and human form. Furthermore, the size of the ancestral dragon can be altered at will, expanding or contracting as desired. The sign and reward system chimed in. Excellent. Yu Xiaoxiu exclaimed with delight. In an instant, with a single thought, the massive ancestral dragon shrank to a mere 1 centimeter before expanding again to 10 centimeters. Then 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. And finally, 100,000 meters. Indeed, just as the system had promised, the size of the ancestral dragon could be effortlessly adjusted with the power of a single thought. It was remarkably convenient, exhibiting capabilities that surpassed mere intelligence. In his final thoughts, Yu Xiao transformed the colossal form of the ancestral dragon, stretching 100,000 meters, into an even more striking and elevated human visage. Standing at an impressive height of 6 feet 3 inches, with piercing eyebrows and starry eyes, he exuded an unparalleled charisma. Chapter 133, Poseidon. Several days later, Yu Xiao arrived at an island, a rather expansive one known as the Island of the Sea God. Originally, it was indeed the domain of the Sea God. However, it is now under the stewardship of the High Priest of the Sea God's temple. As for the Sea God, he had long departed to frolic in distant realms. Yu Xiao arrived at Sea God Island with a simple purpose, to meet the island's priest, Poseidon. Speaking of Poseidon, he is now over a century old. As a limit Douluo, at level 99. He is a genius of the same era as Qian Douluo and Tang San. The marketplace in Sea God City is quite lively, bustling with a continuous flow of people. Some are engaged in trade, while many simply stroll about, enjoying the sights and purchasing goods. Surrounded by the ocean, the island boasts an abundant array of marine resources, including fish, shrimp, crabs, shellfish, and seaweed, as well as tropical fruits like coconuts and various vegetables. The attire of the inhabitants of Sea God Island differs notably from that of those on the mainland. Although some have adopted styles that closely resemble those of the continent, due to frequent trade with merchant ships that transport various goods to the island. This exchange also allows for the return of marine resources to the mainland for sale, explaining the presence of many mainland products available on Sea God Island. The soul masters on the island predominantly consist of sea soul masters, with their martial spirits and soul rings primarily derived from marine life, such as conch, dolphin, shark, and shell. Naturally, their soul rings are acquired from sea soul beasts. The Sea God Temple is situated atop Sea God Mountain. Yu Xiao spent some time in Ocean God City, indulging in some delicacies before making her way to the Ocean God Temple. Although Poseidon had surpassed a century in age, he had not aged, still possessing a beauty reminiscent of one in their 30s. Yu Xiao swiftly ascended to the peak of Xian Mountain, locating the revered site of the Sea God Temple. Although heavily guarded, access to Xian Mountain is typically restricted to those who possess prior permission. Yu Xiao's prowess is unparalleled and cannot be hindered by anyone. Even Poseidon, despite being a limit Douluo of the 99th rank, cannot compare. for their martial spirits differ and his soul rings are inferior. Yi Xiao requires no soul techniques, merely wielding the Excalibur of the immortal slayer. He could annihilate her 1,000 times over in mere moments. However, there exists no necessity for such actions. For his arrival at Sea God Island is not to engage her in battle. Yi Xiao stood at the entrance of the Sea God Temple, gazing upward at the three prominent characters that read Sea God Temple. Poseidon, I have arrived. Yi Xiao unleashed an invisible barrier, rendering the gatekeeper utterly oblivious to his presence. Moreover, he possessed the ability to shatter the void, manifesting himself in any location of his choosing. With a swift motion, Yi Xiao vanished from her original spot. In the next moment, she reappeared within the Hall of the Sea God. At that moment, beneath the main hall of the Sea God, stood a breathtakingly beautiful woman adorned in a long robe embellished with purple patterns. At this moment, Yi Xiao stood behind her, beneath the statue of the Sea God that loomed above. Although only her silhouette was visible, it was undeniably captivating. A chime resonated, announcing, Master, you have checked in at the Sea God Temple on Sea God Island. Reward, 1 Super Divine Trident. Note, the item has been stored in the system space. Please proceed to collect it. It appears to be quite commendable. Compared to the Sea God's Trident, which is merely divine, this is a Super Divine Trident. A veritable artifact that surpasses all. Who are you? Why have you trespassed into the Sea God Temple? This is a capital offense. Do you not realize this? Whether I realize it or not is inconsequential. What matters is that I have arrived, and you cannot bring yourself to harm me. I could never bring myself to slay you. Do you think you are the Sea God? As the woman spoke, she turned to face him. Indeed, it was Poseidon. Yi smiled faintly. Indeed a beauty. Are you Poseidon? Do you even need to ask? Poseidon replied with a cold indifference, his eyes glimmering with a hint of authority, even exuding an air of menace. Greetings, I am Yi Xiao, Yi as in the leaf, and Xiao as in the smile that conceals a dagger. He introduced himself. Poseidon did not deign to acknowledge him with a courteous expression. I care not who you are or whence you hail. The Sea God's palace is no place for you. If you know what is good for you, leave at once while I am in a gracious mood, and perhaps I shall allow you a chance at survival. Otherwise, you shall find only a path to death. To bring about my demise is not so simple, and in truth, I am not so easily vanquished. Let it be known. Even my ancestral dragon form is beyond your reach. He smiled and said, Cici, how audacious. Is that how you address Cici? Suddenly, Poseidon roared, his presence surging with overwhelming power, filling the entire main hall. Yet, Yi Xiao remained unaffected by his imposing presence. She stepped forward, approaching him until she stood merely inches away, then halted. Cici, I conquer with virtue. Why is it that you can move freely within my domain without any semblance of pressure? Poseidon was utterly astonished. Just moments ago, she had unleashed her domain skill. And as a 99th level limit Douluo, it was inconceivable for anyone of the same rank to navigate her territory with such ease. Yet he, unperturbed, moved with grace, leaving her in a state of disbelief. It is simply because I am more powerful than you, Yi Xiao candidly remarked. As for my strength, revealing it may not only dishearten you, but also potentially frighten you, so I shall keep some of it to myself. In truth, I am, like you, a limit Douluo at level 99. He's also at level 99? Poseidon responded, momentarily taken aback. No, if you are on par with me, possessing equivalent strength, then within my domain, it would be impossible for you to encounter no resistance whatsoever, unless you are indeed more powerful than I. Indeed, she is a perceptive woman. Yi Xiao praised inwardly. All right, CC, family does not speak in terms of strangers. Who considers you family? Poseidon interjected, continue with that rhetoric, and I shall end your existence. Yi Xiao paid her no heed. Though we are of the same rank, I am fundamentally different from you, for I possess 2 transcendent divine souls, incomparable to your singular soul. Furthermore, your soul scarcely reaches the divine level. How could it possibly harm me? 2 souls that surpass even the divine? Why don't you ascend to the heavens? It's nothing short of a cosmic jest. Posey did not believe his words in the slightest. As soon as she finished speaking, a radiant golden light enveloped Yi Xiao, swiftly expanding. In no time, the azure domain of the sea god that Posey had unleashed was entirely consumed and replaced by Yi Xiao's transcendent golden domain. How can this be? Posey, who had initially been skeptical, was now filled with disbelief. She never imagined that not only was his domain stronger than her own, but it also surpassed it entirely, devouring hers with ease. Transcendent divine soul. Could it be that you truly possess a transcendent divine soul? Yi Xiao smiled silently. Isn't it obvious? Strength speaks for itself. In the past, both Qian Daolu and Tang San were limit Douluo at level 99, yet they could not match you, despite being of the same rank. Moreover, Qian Daoliu's six-winged angel martial soul is a divine-level soul, yet he too was defeated by you. Tang San, renowned as the strongest on land, also fell short against you. This indicates that your power on Sea God Island renders you nearly invincible, second only to the Sea God himself. As for me, as you can see, I have merely utilized the domain to suppress you. If you doubt it, try to move. If you can manage even the slightest motion, I shall seek out a piece of tofu to end my life. You, Poseidon, were infuriated by his words and attempted to move, only to find yourself utterly restrained. Even when exerting your soul power, you discovered that not a fragment could be summoned. Who would have thought that despite possessing immense soul power, it would prove futile within his domain? Chapter 134, Ascension to Level 100, The Sea God's Trident. Xiao gazed at the immobile Poseidon, feeling a surge of emotions within. He approached and seized her right hand. What do you intend to do? The paralyzed Poseidon, upon feeling his grip, was gripped by fear. Suspecting his intentions to be nefarious, Xiao is well aware of her thoughts. He merely smiled and refrained from offering any explanation. He then produced a blue plant and presented it before her. Cici, this is a mystical herb that can enhance your cultivation. Consuming it may even assist you in attaining divinity. Posexi suddenly found herself at a loss. She had never before encountered a herb capable of granting divinity. Curiosity piqued. She wondered whether this mystical herb would be of any benefit to her. Moreover, she questioned the intentions of this formidable man presenting such a gift. All these thoughts were beyond her comprehension. Why do you offer me this herb? What is your purpose? Purpose? Well, I am merely here on Sea God Island to check in. What purpose could there possibly be? Xiao felt that he indeed had a slight ulterior motive, though it was merely a hint of one. To be candid, he had long heard of the enchanting realm of Sea God Island and had always desired to visit, to explore its wonders. Previously, he lacked both the time and opportunity, but now that he finally had the chance, it was only natural to indulge in this adventure. Furthermore, he expressed his curiosity about Cici, who was renowned as the mightiest sea spirit master and the grand priest of Sea God Island. Upon meeting her, he found her reputation to be well-deserved. She was truly formidable. I must admit, I cannot even breach one of your domains. How could I possibly be considered powerful? Poseidon remarked, a hint of shyness in her voice. Do not say that, she replied earnestly. Never compare yourself to me, for my strength is beyond your imagination. Even those of divine rank, those above level 100, cannot contend with me. Not even the gods can match your prowess? Poseidon questioned, skepticism evident in her tone. It was hard to believe that even the formidable limit Douluo, at level 99, could be outmatched by someone stronger than the divine. Xiao, I understand that you may not believe me, but this is indeed the truth. If you are skeptical, consume this divine herb and then speak. Poseidon hesitated, still somewhat doubtful of his words. However, the evidence before him was compelling, as the youth undeniably possessed remarkable strength. Regardless, he acknowledged that he was no match for Xiao, so it would be wise to ingest the herb. If it truly granted him divinity, he could engage him in battle later. Very well, I shall place my trust in you. Poseidon remarked, please retract your domain, or I shall be unable to move. Very well. Xiao inhaled deeply and withdrew his domain. Poseidon felt an immense sense of relief. With two super divine martial souls, he was indeed formidable, capable of overwhelming opponents of the same rank. This is the advantage brought by powerful martial souls. Only with a robust martial soul and exceptional talent can one hope to dominate adversaries of equal standing. Without further ado, Poseidon accepted the divine herb from Xiao and seated himself to consume it, subsequently entering a meditative state. She was no longer a mere girl. She understood many things more clearly than most. This was the Sea God Palace, where no one could disturb her cultivation. She turned and exited the main hall, taking a moment to admire the surrounding scenery. Hours later, Poseidon slowly opened her eyes, witnessing a remarkable transformation. I have truly surpassed the 100th level. She gazed at her hands, which shimmered a deep blue when she released her soul power, an ability reserved for the sea god. He had indeed spoken the truth. The divine herb she ingested was extraordinary. Overjoyed, she celebrated her breakthrough to the 100th level, achieving divinity. Just as Poseidon reveled in her success, Xiao entered the room. Noticing her completion of cultivation, he smiled. Cici, by your appearance, it seems you have surpassed the 100th level. Poseidon recalled her previous rudeness towards him. Now, With the gift of the divine herb, she had attained 100th level cultivation, leaving her somewhat flustered and bashful. Yes, thank you for the divine herb. Without it, I would never have been able to break through to the 100th level of divinity. No need for thanks. Yu Xiao is not a petty person and would not hold a grudge against her. However, I still cannot surpass you. Poseidon confessed. Frankly, that is true. But it is of little importance. What matters is that you have ascended to the 100th level of divinity and can now absorb your 10th soul ring. From this moment forth, you shall be the true sea god of Sea God Island. He promptly retrieved an object and presented it to her. I believe it is time for you to change your weapon. Ah. Poseidon gasped in surprise as she beheld the item in his hand. A magnificent trident, entirely black, with slender blades on both sides and a central blade extending 2 feet in length and half a foot in width, resembling a sword. This is the sea god's trident. How did you manage to retrieve it from the altar? It is said that the trident of the sea god weighs an astonishing 180,000 pounds, possessing boundless power. Only upon recognizing its master does its weight diminish to a mere 108 pounds. However, in the hands of one who is not its rightful owner, its potential remains at the formidable weight of 180,000 pounds, inflicting immense damage upon the world. Thus, the trident of the sea god is truly a divine artifact, not merely a title of grandeur. Indeed, you have ascended to the 100th level of divinity. Possessing it is your right, so do not hesitate. Quickly take hold of it. But it was you who drew it forth. It bears no relation to me. Poseidon refrained from grasping the trident of the sea god because, upon his departure, he placed a restriction upon it, decreeing that only the one who wields it is deemed worthy of its power. Hence, he dared not reach for it. Yu Xiao naturally comprehended the thoughts that lingered in her heart. Cici, there is no need for courtesy. It does not recognize me as its master, and I have already lifted the seal imposed by the sea god. You can now perform a blood oath to claim it as your divine artifact, since he possesses the ability to dismantle the restrictions that the sea god placed upon the trident. It stands to reason that his cultivation is likely superior to that of the sea god. Otherwise, such a feat would be impossible. Moreover, he effortlessly lifted it, weighing an astonishing 100,000 jin. In the absence of a master, this weight would be insurmountable. Yu Xiao did not urge her. Instead, he plunged the trident of the sea god into the ground. At present, the trident did not acknowledge her as its master. Still weighing an astonishing 10,800 pounds. He could lift it, but Poseidon could not. Thank you, Xiaogu. Poseidon finally felt moved by his sincerity. Resolute, she decided to conduct the ritual of acknowledging the trident as her own. She immediately placed her finger in her mouth, took a small bite, and as she extended her hand, a drop of blood fell upon the tip of the trident. In an instant, the trident of the sea god glimmered, absorbing her blood into its form. Subsequently, a radiant blue light emanated from it, cascading from top to bottom in a dazzling display, and it gracefully levitated from the ground, floating before her. Poseidon's eyes sparkled with surprise. She had not anticipated such swift success. She promptly reached out to grasp it, and indeed, the trident, having recognized its new master, had lost its previous weight of 10,800 pounds, now merely weighing 108. Overcome with emotion, tears nearly welled up in her eyes. This had always been her aspiration, and she could hardly believe it was finally coming to fruition. On the surface, Poseidon did not intend to convey her desire to become the sea god, yet deep within, she had always yearned for that title, always longed to wield the trident from the altar. However, in the past, she had been granted only one opportunity, the 9 trials of the sea god, but she had failed, and thereafter, no further chances were bestowed upon her. Although she held the esteemed position of High Priestess of Sea God Island, her ultimate goal was to ascend to the rank of Sea God, a mere step away from her true aspiration. Yet, that step had always loomed as an insurmountable chasm. But today, he had appeared, and on this very day, she had broken through the 100 levels, not only becoming the Sea God but also lifting the trident of the Sea God. Poseidon even felt as though everything unfolding before her was beyond the realm of reality. Chapter 135. Xiaogu and Bibi Dong are married. With Yu Xiao's assistance, Poseidon had finally ascended to the status of sea god. This was of paramount importance to her. Xiaogu, thank you. You smiled gently. There's truly no need for you to be so formal. Poseidon's eyes fluttered shut slightly as he leaned in, his slightly parted crimson lips approaching. Although Yu Xiao found the situation somewhat hasty, it did not detract from the quality of the moment, and he pressed his lips against hers. Subsequently, they were enveloped in a passionate kiss. For Posey, the man before her was indeed her destined soulmate. while the previous encounters with Tiandou and Tang San were merely fleeting moments in the tapestry of her life. Soon, Yu Xiao and Posey engaged in a myriad of playful games. After several months of revelry on the island, they finally departed. 10 days later, Yu Xiao returned to Wuhuan City to meet Bibi Dong. "Xiaogu," exclaimed two guards at the entrance of the Hall of the Pope. Yu Xiao replied and proceeded inside. At that moment, Bibi Dong was seated upon the exalted throne of the Pope. Upon seeing Yu Xiao enter, her face lit up with joy, akin to that of a young girl, as she hurried to greet him. "Xiaogu, you have returned." "Donger," Yu Xiao embraced Bibi Dong, kissing her forehead. In that instant, the formidable aura of the Pope that once commanded respect and fear had dissipated, revealing a softer, more feminine side of her. To others, she was the revered and unapproachable Pope. Yet, in Yu Xiao's presence, she transformed into a woman. Embodying the essence of femininity, her gentleness stemming not from superficiality, but from the depths of her soul. "Donger, I have an important matter to discuss with you," Yu Xiao stated with an air of seriousness. "Important matter?" Bibi Dong was somewhat perplexed. Yes, an important matter. Yet, she remained uncertain, unable to discern Yu Xiao's thoughts. Since their fateful meeting at the Wuhuan Academy at the tender age of 6, over 60 years had swiftly passed. Their bond had flourished, and if they were ordinary people, they would have long since lived a substantial portion of their lives together as a couple. However, they were destined for greatness, and 5 or 60 years held little significance for them. "Donger, I have made my decision. Let us marry." Marry? Bibi Dong could scarcely believe her ears. This was a dream she had long cherished yet never realized. Hearing him utter those words filled her with elation. Tentatively, she inquired, "Xiaogu, are you truly serious? Do you genuinely intend to marry me?" Yu Xiao gently caressed Bibi Dong's hair and said to her, "Of course it is true. I have already chosen the date, which is 3 days hence." 3 days hence? Indeed, 3 days hence. Is there any problem? No, Brother Xiao, Donger has been waiting for a long time. It is just your word that was needed. That is well. I shall make the necessary preparations. In 3 days, we shall hold the wedding. Yes, Brother Xiao. I shall follow your lead. 3 days later, the city of Wuhuan was adorned with festoons and exuded exuberance. A procession moved along the streets, led by a magnificent steed, bedecked with vibrant red flowers, bearing none other than the dashing Yu Xiao. At the heart of the procession, a grand carriage was occupied by a woman clad in a crimson robe and adorned with a red veil by Bibi Dong. The entourage consisted of over 1,000 attendants. Gui Mei, Zhu Guan, Hulai Na, Xiaoyu, and Yin flanked the carriage on either side, while the remainder of the throng comprised prominent figures from the Wuhuan Palace. Among them were esteemed elders, including the revered Tiandou, the golden crocodile Douluo, the serpent spear Douluo, and the porcupine Douluo, all partaking in the celebration. Even Xian Rinxue had made her appearance. It can be said that the wedding of Yu Xiao and Bibi Dong was a grand and spirited affair. Yu Xiao now stands as an unparalleled force, dominating all existence in the Douluo Continent, compelling even Tiandou to bow in deference. Who, then, would dare to oppose him? Thus, the true powerhouse within the Spirit Hall. The ultimate authority, the head of the family, is neither Bibi Dong nor Tiandou, but rather Yu Xiao. In Spirit City, the mere mention of Yu Xiao or Brother Xiao evokes recognition and reverence from all. He is idolized, akin to a hero, eternally etched in the hearts of the people of Spirit City, immortal and indelible. Even Tiandou must address him with respect as Brother Xiao. The venue for the wedding was aptly chosen to be the Pope's chamber, a fitting choice indeed. The wedding banquet was a grand spectacle, featuring an astonishing 1,008 tables, extending all the way onto the streets of the Pope's chamber. Yu Xiao grasped Bibi Dong's hand, gently helping her down from the carriage and onto the ground, before guiding her towards the 900 meters of crimson carpet. Due to Bibi Dong's upbringing as an orphan, Yu Xiao invited Tiandou to assume the role of her elder, serving as the officiant from her maternal side. Meanwhile, Yu Xiao brought her mother, Yufang Long, to the ceremony, ensuring that both sides had a witness to the union, thereby marking the significance of their wedding. As the guests stood aside, they applauded and cheered in unison as the two newlyweds traversed the vibrant red carpet, creating an atmosphere of exuberance. Bibi Dong, adorned with a red veil, held Yu Xiao's hand as they walked along the carpet. Although the expressions of the crowd were unseen, the sounds of laughter and joyous exclamations were sufficient to convey the festivity of the occasion. In her heart, she silently expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Xiaogu, for bestowing upon me a perfect wedding. I shall forever dedicate myself to you, loving you until the end of time, through the trials of eternity." Yi Xiao, like Bibi Dong, is not indifferent. Being with Bibi Dong has always been his heartfelt desire. Now that they are finally wed, they have truly become a married couple. After the ceremonial rites and toasts, Yi Xiao and Bibi Dong entered their bridal chamber. Once the guests departed and the banquet was tidied up, the palace fell into tranquility. At this moment, Bibi Dong sat elegantly at the edge of the bed, awaiting Yi Xiao to unveil the red veil that adorned her head. Upon entering, Yi Xiao carefully closed the door behind him before turning to behold Bibi Dong seated upon the bed. To him, Bibi Dong held an irreplaceable position that no one else could occupy. The sound of Yi Xiao's footsteps echoed, causing Bibi Dong's heart to race uncontrollably, a blissful smile gracing her face. Today was unlike any other. It marked a momentous occasion between her and Yi Xiao, hence the palpable tension she felt. Yi Xiao walked steadily until he stood before Bibi Dong, gazing at her countenance veiled by the crimson cloth, revealing an alternate form of beauty and significance. He then raised his hand, grasping the ends of the fabric, and gradually unveiled her visage. Bibi Dong's face emerged in a slow progression, from her chin to her lips, then her nose, until her entire exquisite face was laid bare before him. It was a visage of unparalleled beauty. Although Yi Xiao had gazed upon her visage countless times, at this moment, there was no doubt that Bibi Dong was at her most resplendent. Xiaogu. Bibi Dong lifted her gaze to meet his, her large eyes shimmering with an unparalleled radiance of joy. Yi Xiao, undoubtedly, is the radiant light in her eyes. Donger, you are my utmost beloved. Yi Xiao gently raised Bibi Dong's chin with her hand. Bibi Dong nodded. Xiaogu, you are also Donger's one and only. Without exception. I love you, Xiaogu. Xiaogu, I adore you. Your Donger will forever cherish you. Yi smiled and nodded, then lifted Bibi Dong and placed her gently upon the bed, kissing her luscious, slightly parted crimson lips. Chapter 136. Dai Mubai causes a stir. Everyone responds. Bibi Dong did not shy away, and they shared a passionate kiss, finding harmony in their embrace. One evening, they held each other tightly, reluctant to part. It was not until dawn that they gradually succumbed to slumber. 3 months later, Bibi Dong discovered she was with child. In order to ensure her well-being, Yi Xiao personally dedicated himself to the culinary arts each day, crafting a variety of delectable dishes that resulted in Bibi Dong becoming delightfully plump. 6 months later, Bibi Dong gave birth to a girl, whom they named Yi Bei. 10 months later, upon receiving the news of Yi Xiao's return to the academy, Xiao hurriedly rushed to the dormitory to seek his company. Ah, Xiao, Yi Xiao replied warmly. By the way, where are Nar and the others? Xiao chuckled. Nar has returned to the Tiandou forest, mentioning she had matters to attend to. You should go find her there. Very well, Yi Xiao contemplated, acknowledging that Guyuna's return was inevitable, as that place was truly his home. He then embraced Xiao, relishing the warmth of their reunion. After more than a year apart, Xiao had matured significantly in all aspects, particularly her long, delicate legs, which appeared even more graceful and radiant. Mubai. I heard that Xiaogu has come back, Ma Hongjun whispered discreetly to Dai Mubai during their meal. Upon hearing his name, Dai Mubai felt a shiver run through him, his eyes igniting with intensity. Yi Xiao, if you still harbor intentions against Zhu Xuching, I shall make your existence a living torment. Your return is timely. I will ensure he regrets ever returning to Shrek. Dai Mubai declared with fierce indignation. Oscar opened his mouth to interject. I suggest, Dai, that you refrain from provoking him. His strength is beyond your capacity to confront. Indeed, Ma Hongjun concurred. Even Xiao San cannot contend with him. If you cannot best Xiao San, opposing Yi Xiao would be tantamount to courting death. Bang! Dai Mubai's fist struck the dining table with fury, startling Ma Hongjun and causing Oscar to flinch. Tang San sat silently, his expression darkening. At that moment, footsteps echoed behind them. Ma Hongjun glanced back and his eyes brightened as he saw Yi Xiao entering, accompanied by Luo Xiaoli, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Xuching. The sight left Oscar momentarily speechless. Mubai, you must not speak ill of Yi Xiao behind his back. Ma Hongjun whispered to Dai Mubai. Oh, what can he do to me? Dai Mubai retorted defiantly. Yi Xiao, if you dare show your face, I will strike you down with a single blow. Slap. As soon as he finished speaking, someone delivered a heavy strike to the back of his head. Who dares to strike me? Dai Mubai seethed, turning to confront the source of the insult, only to be met with a remarkably handsome face. So striking was this visage that even Dai Mubai felt overshadowed. It's you. And what if it is? Yi Xiao replied, his expression darkening. Since you dared to scheme against me, prepare for the consequences today. Dai Mubai immediately rose, his soul power surging as 1, 2, 3, 4 soul rings illuminated beneath him. Yi Xiao, did you expect this? I possess 4 soul rings. Unless you apologize and withdraw from Shrek Academy, as well as distance yourself from Zhu Xuching, today shall mark your demise. Hee. Yu Xiao smiled with a charming yet mischievous grin, feeling as though he were ensnared in a dream, a most absurd daydream at that. Mubai. What nonsense fills your mind? How can you utter such foolish words? Why not simply find a wall to collide with and end it all, even with your 4 rings? You lack the qualification to contend with me. Do you truly believe you can triumph over me? How shameless you are. Dai Mubai. Should you dare to challenge Brother Xiao, I shall show you no mercy. Suddenly, Zhu Xuching dashed forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Yu Xiao, casting a fierce glare at Dai Mubai. The rudeness displayed by Dai Mubai towards Yu Xiao incensed her greatly. I warn you once more, Dai Mubai. From this day forth, we share no connection, no relationship whatsoever. I am solely devoted to Brother Xiao, without exception. Should you dare to offend either Brother Xiao or myself again, you will become my eternal adversary, Zhu Xuching. Upon hearing Zhu Xuching's declaration, Dai Mubai was utterly infuriated. Yu Xiao remarked that he was not yet that enraged. However, since Zhu Xuching had stepped forward to advocate for him, it was something he could not abide. Dai Mubai had already raised his hand, intending to strike Zhu Xuching in the face. Do you still consider yourself a man if you resort to violence against a girl? Yu Xiao exclaimed, pulling Zhu Xuching behind him for protection. Dai Mubai, consumed by fury, pointed at him and declared, Yu Xiao, cease your disingenuous acts of righteousness. Zhu Xuching is mine. You shall not take her away from me. Yours? Yi smiled faintly, speechless in response. How is it that you speak so arrogantly? Zhu Xuching is a fine young lady. When did she become yours? Have you obtained a certificate of delusion? Or have you simply indulged in too many daydreams? Even if you are the 3rd prince of the Xinglua Empire, you cannot forcibly seize a commoner's daughter, can you? Hee. Dai Mubai coldly chuckled. Xuching has been my betrothed since childhood. If she is not mine, then whose is she? Is she yours? Hee. Yu Xiao scoffed. Fiancé? What does that even mean? Even if she is your fiancé, without marriage, Zhu Xuching remains a free spirit. What right do you have to claim him as yours? Indeed. Xiao chimed in, rallying in defense of Zhu Xuching. Luo Xiaoli raised her right hand, pointing accusingly at him. Dai Mubai. If you dare to direct your finger at my Xiaoga again, beware, for I shall strike you so fiercely that even your parents won't recognize you. Ning Rongrong crossed her arms, glaring fiercely. Dai Mubai, if you lay a finger on my Xiaoga, I will promptly summon Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Bone to let you experience the taste of being thrashed by 2 titled Douluos. Humph. My Xiaoga is not someone you can belittle. Do you believe I could toss you around until you resemble a mere pile of refuse? Xiao interjected once more. Zhu Xuching then asserted, Dai Mubai, I shall annul our engagement the moment I return. Do not continuously use it to coerce me. I am not your servant. So please conduct yourself with dignity. And as for my Xiaoga, you shall never compare to him, nor can you ever replace the position he holds in my heart. Xiaoga. I love you. Zhu Xuching, I love you too. Suddenly, Zhu Xuching rushed forward, wrapping her arms around Yu Xiao's neck and kissing him passionately. Oscar and Ma Hongjun stood there, utterly astonished. Tang San's expression darkened, feeling more discomfort than if he had swallowed a fly. Though it was not Xiao kissing Yu Xiao at that moment, he had clearly heard her words directed at Dai Mubai. Thus, his hatred for Yu Xiao intensified, along with his resentment for having stolen Xiao Wu away, leading him to side with Dai Mubai in a bid to confront him. In a fit of rage, Dai Mubai could no longer contain himself, unleashing a fierce strike aimed directly at Yu Xiao's back, forcibly separating the two who were lost in their fervent kiss. Yu Xiao released Zhu Xuching, feigning a few coughs of blood. With a heart full of concern, he gazed at Zhu Xuching and said, Xuching, do not be afraid. I shall resolve this matter. Xiaogu. Zhu Xuching, upon witnessing Yu Xiao injured from a sneak attack by Dai Mubai on her behalf, could not contain her emotions, and tears cascaded down her cheeks, dripping onto the ground. Dai Mubai, if you wish to contend with me, you would need to reincarnate several billion times before you stand a chance. Yu Xiao gazed at the tearful Zhu Xuching, his face etched with concern. Xuching, please do not weep for me, for it pains my heart. Xiaogu. Zhu Xuching exclaimed. Let me bear all of this, he continued. After all, who compelled me to love you so deeply? After Yu Xiao finished speaking, he turned to Dai Mubai and declared, Mubai, if you wish to harm my beloved Qings, you must first step over my corpse. Xiaogu, please don't. Zhu Xuching could no longer contain her emotions and rushed to his back, tightly embracing his waist and pressing her face against him, crying even harder. Chapter 137. Dai Mubai faces defeat again. Xuching, rest assured. That scoundrel Dai Mubai will not succeed. and I will never allow him to harm you, Yi Xiao said, his expression filled with deep emotion. These words warmed Zhu Xuching's heart, enveloping her in a comforting glow. Xiao Gu, please take care. I will always stand by your side, forever. Xiao Gu. Zhu Qing loves you the most. Xiao Gu, I love you the most too. Ningro Rong, Xiao Wu, and Luo Xiaoli chimed in unison. Indeed, I love you all. Yu Xiao replied. Dai Mubai, overhearing the tender exchange between Zhu Xuching and Yi Xiao, could no longer restrain himself, and in a fit of rage, he coughed up blood. Yi Xiao, you shameless one. Is this pretense truly amusing? Yi Xiao grasped Zhu Xuching's right hand firmly. Xuching, I must confront that scoundrel Dai Mubai now. Please step back. I fear he may harm you, and that would grieve me deeply. Once again, Zhu Xuching was moved to tears. In her heart, she thought, Xiao Ji's dedication to my safety is truly remarkable. Xiao Gu, I shall love you eternally. Zhu Xuching silently vowed. Dai Mubai coughed up blood once more. You shall pay for this, he declared, invoking his fourth spirit ability, White Tiger Meteor Shower. Suddenly, countless golden orbs, each the size of a fist, hurtled towards Yi Xiao with ferocious intensity. Heh, how audacious of you to flaunt your fourth spirit ability before me. What grants you such misplaced confidence? Yi Xiao flashed a charming smile, undeterred by the luminous orbs of energy surrounding him. He released his soul power and approached Dai Mubai. The light spheres striking his body, dissipating into nothingness, akin to pebbles cast into the abyss of the ocean, leaving no trace of spark. What is happening? How can this be? Dai Mubai felt a surge of panic, disbelief clouding his mind as he struggled to accept the reality before him. He had unwavering confidence in his fourth soul skill, yet the year-long absence had transformed Yi Xiao into a being of unimaginable strength. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. He seemed less a man and more a formidable monster. With a desperate shout, Dai Mubai unleashed a flurry of punches, employing every ounce of his strength in a final struggle. However, no matter how many white tiger meteor showers struck Yi Xiao, they vanished without a trace. Akin to stones sinking into the depths of the sea, not even a ripple to mark their descent. Dai Mubai's face drained of color as he stumbled backward, nearly losing his footing. The harsh truth dawned upon him. The figure before him was not only strikingly handsome, but also possessed an overwhelming power. Oscar and Ma Hongjun, witnessing this scene, gasped in astonishment, their hearts racing with relief that they had not chosen to oppose Yi Xiao. Otherwise, their fate would surely have been far worse than Dai Mubai's. Sitting across from them, Tang San wore an expression of dismay. Taken aback by Yi Xiao's ability to withstand the full force of Dai Mubai's fourth soul skill. Had he been in Dai Mubai's position, he would have likely suffered grievous injuries. Thank goodness he had refrained from intervening, for the consequences would have been dire. How could he ever hope to defeat Yi Xiao under these circumstances? When would Xiao Wu return to his side? After more than a year of effort, he had finally expelled the dragon whisker needle from his body, eliminating a lingering threat. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he had lost confidence in launching hidden weapons against Yi Xiao. Each attempt had resulted in Yi Xiao reflecting the attacks back upon him. Consequently, Tang San hesitated to strike unless he was certain of a successful hit. Nevertheless, he was secretly crafting powerful new projectiles, hoping to achieve a lethal strike. Dai Mubai, it is my turn now, Yi Xiao said, flashing a smile at him. The sight sent a chill down Dai Mubai's spine. Whoosh! Yi Xiao swiftly appeared behind Dai Mubai. With a powerful punch, he struck the latter's back, producing a resounding impact. Dai Mubai let out a series of anguished cries as the sound of cracking bones echoed throughout his body, likely signaling the breaking of numerous ribs. He was propelled several meters away, collapsing at the entrance of the cafeteria. Gasping and spitting blood, his eyes became bloodshot, rendering him incapable of rising again. Unaware of his own mortality, Yi Xiao remarked, clapping his hands and casting a glance towards Tang San, accompanied by a wicked smile. Tang San felt a sudden jolt of anxiety in his heart and quickly diverted his gaze, wishing to conceal the resentment brewing within him. Patience was essential. Only by growing stronger could he confront Yi Xiao. Yet, such trivial thoughts were hardly hidden from Yi Xiao's keen perception. For the moment, however, he chose not to act against Tang San, waiting for the opportune moment to reveal his true intentions. Thank you, Xiao Gu, for avenging Zhu Qing and defeating Dai Mubai. Zhu Xuching exclaimed, rushing into Yi Xiao's embrace, where they shared a tender moment. Upon witnessing this scene, Dai Mubai felt as if his heart were being pierced by daggers. He retched violently, expelling more blood, and ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Tang San quickly approached, assisting him and escorting him to the infirmary. Yi Xiao said little, leading Xiao Wu and the others to the dining hall. Oscar and Ma Hongjun promptly approached Yi Xiao to greet him amicably before departing from the cafeteria. The duo had already devised a plan, intending to abandon Dai Mubai and Tang San, opting instead to cling to Yi Xiao's formidable support, which is why they were so eager to curry favor with him. Yi Xiao harbored no animosity towards the two, provided they did not act against him. Their compliance would undoubtedly yield benefits. Should they choose to oppose him, however, their fate would inevitably mirror that of Dai Mubai. He possessed no mercy for his adversaries. Soon, news of the skirmish between Dai Mubai and Yi Xiao reached the ears of Flander, Yu Xiaogang, and Zhao Wujing. The trio convened to deliberate, intending to confront Yi Xiao and hold him accountable. They also planned to bring Dai Mubai to the council chamber to confront Yi Xiao directly, summoning Tang San, Xiao Wu, and others to the assembly. After all, they had all been present at the time. Hearing alone was insufficient, as seeing was believing. Brother Xiao, trouble has arisen. Yi Xiao was enjoying a midday respite when, unexpectedly, the doors swung open with a raucous sound. She furrowed her brow but, upon recognizing it was Xiao Wu, her expression softened into a smile. Xiao Wu, what brings you here? She inquired. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xiao Wu explained, succinctly outlining the sequence of events that had transpired. Yi Xiao then realized that it was Dean Flander who intended to investigate this matter. A wicked smile crept across his face as he thought to himself, this works to my advantage. After all, I am in the right, and you, Dai Mubai, shall face the consequences. Yi Xiao rose from the bed and gently patted Xiao Wu's head, whispering in her ear, there's no need to rush. What? Xiao Wu's face flushed. It had been over a year since she and Yi Xiao had been together, and she suddenly felt a wave of shyness. Yi Xiao gestured towards the door, weaving a barrier, then leaned closer to Xiao Wu, whispering, Xiao Wu, it has been over a year since we last met. Have you missed me? Xiao Wu eagerly nodded, her cheeks flushing an even deeper shade of crimson. Xiao Gu, let us indulge in some affectionate moments before we proceed. However, although she intended to mention that Flandra and the others were waiting, the words caught in her throat. In truth, she yearned for this moment. After more than a year apart, thoughts of him had consumed her day and night. Now that a rare opportunity for solitude had arisen, how could she possibly let it slip away? Xiao Wu gradually lowered her eyelids, her rosy lips slightly parted. Yi Xiao slowly approached and pressed his lips against Xiao Wu's delicate ones, engaging in a passionate kiss. An hour later, in the conference hall, Flinder, Yu Xiaogang, and the others had grown increasingly impatient. Where is Yi Xiao? Why has he not yet arrived? Flinder finally exclaimed. And Xiao Wu? She has been gone for quite some time. Has she found him? We are left in the dark regarding her whereabouts. Tang San, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow in concern. He worried that Xiao Wu, having searched for Yi Xiao for so long, might have fallen into his trap. Stepping forward, he suggested, Dean, shall I go and check? Very well, Tang San. Ensure you bring Yi Xiao back, no matter what. We cannot let this matter be left unresolved today, Flinder responded. Understood. Dean, Tang San replied, swiftly turning to exit the room. Chapter 138, The Excalibur's Instantaneous Defeat of the Haotian Douluo. Bang, bang, bang. As Yu Xiao and Xiao Wu had just concluded their intimate encounter, a sudden rapping on the door echoed from outside. Who is it? Yu Xiao inquired, his expression darkening. A swift glance through the door revealed that the visitor was none other than Tang San. It seemed he had come with intent. Having just engaged in a playful exchange with Yu Xiao, Xiao Wu became even more flustered upon hearing the knock and hurried to don her garments. It's me. Tang San. Yu Xiao could discern the unmistakable hostility in the other party's tone. It appeared that he had come seeking Xiao Wu. Excellent. You did not wait for me to seek you out. Instead, you came knocking at my door. This is a predicament of your own making. Yu Xiao donned his attire and wrapped his arm around Xiao Wu's waist. Upon opening the door, he beheld Tang San standing outside. Noticing Yi Zhao's embrace and Xiao Wu's bashful countenance, her disheveled hair spoke volumes. Without needing further elaboration, it was evident what had transpired. Yi Xiao, what have you done to Xiao Wu? Tang San inquired. It's none of your business, replied Yu Xiao. Yi smiled with an enchanting charm. Xiao Wu is my girlfriend. Who are you? What I do with Xiao Wu is of no concern to you. Third wheel, Xiao Wu said. Xiao Gu is right. Our affairs do not involve you. So step aside, or else Xiao Wu will be the first to take issue with you. What did you say, Xiao Wu? Tang San questioned, incredulously. Xiao Wu furrowed her brows. I said that what happens between me and Xiao Gu is none of your business. Have you understood? Upon hearing her words, Tang San's complexion turned ashen. Xiao Wu, Do not fall for Yi Zhao's tricks. Do not let him deceive you. Ha! Third wheel. Refrain from speaking ill of Xiao Gu. I warn you, otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. Xiao Wu cautioned. Tang San trembled with rage, realizing he was powerless against Xiao Wu. He shifted his gaze to Yi Xiao and declared, Yi Xiao, if you have the courage, do not hide behind a woman. Come out and face me in a duel. If you dare. What are you doing? Xiao Wu, unable to tolerate Tang San's repeated provocations towards Yi Xiao, rolled up her sleeves. Her spirit power surging as she prepared to teach him a lesson. Why would this third wheel refuse to heed Xiao Wu's counsel? Insisting on confronting me? If that is the case, then do not blame me. He dares to threaten me. Yi smiled as he grasped Xiao Wu's delicate hand. Xiao Wu, this matter concerns only me and Tang San. You need not involve yourself. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, her expression earnest. Xiao Gu, he possesses hidden weapons. You must exercise caution. At her words, Tang San could no longer contain himself and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Yi gently patted Xiao Wu's head, reassuring her, do not worry, he is no match for me. Very well. Xiao Wu could only stand to the side, awaiting developments. As soon as Xiao Wu stepped back, a surge of spirit power erupted from Tang San, who began releasing his spirit rings, one after another. Whoosh! Suddenly, a beam of azure light pierced through Tang San's forehead, leaving a gory wound at his brow. He barely had time to let out a cry before collapsing to the ground. After a few convulsions, his life was extinguished. Behind him, a cerulean sword hovered ominously in the air. This sword was none other than Ye's strongest martial spirit, the Excalibur. With the Excalibur unleashed, who could rival its might? A single, fatal strike swiftly dispatched Tang San, a feat all too effortless. At that moment, Flinder, Yu Xiaogang, and others approached. Witnessing Tang San's demise at the hands of Ye's Excalibur, they rushed to confront him, demanding, Yi, why have you slain Tang San? With a devilishly charming smile, Yi Xiao gazed at him and said, Xiaogang, it is not I who sought his demise. Rather, he sought mine. I acted solely in self-defense. As for the weapons, they are simply a matter of misfortune. I cannot be held accountable. Teacher Xiaogang, I can indeed testify on behalf of Xiao Gu. It was undoubtedly the third who initiated the conflict, forcing Xiao Gu into a corner. Please refrain from making baseless accusations. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's testimony, Flinder initially intended to blame Yu Xiao, but quickly reconsidered. He turned to Yu Xiaogang and said, Xiaogang, cease your unreasonable antics. Xiao Wu has clarified the matter. It is not Yu Zhao's fault. The third instigated the trouble, and he cannot be blamed. Indeed, Teacher Xiaogang, the dean speaks truth. If blame must be assigned, let it fall upon the third, who, lacking the capability, still sought to provoke trouble and brought his own downfall. Ma Hongjun interjected in support. I too stand with Xiao Gu. His actions were merely for self-preservation. The fault lies not with him, but with the third, who, knowing that Xiao Wu harbored feelings for Xiao Gu, still chose to confront him and resorted to covert attacks. If Xiao Gu cannot tolerate such provocation, then neither can I. Oscar added his voice to the chorus of support for Yi Xiao. Ma Hongjun nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, I cannot endure it either. Zhao Wujie approached and patted Yu Xiaogang on the back, saying, those who recognize the times are the true wise. Xiaogang, do not remain obstinate. Otherwise, there shall be no place for you within Shrek Academy. Flinder also stepped forward, grasping Yu Xiaogang's hand. Xiaogang, please do not add to my troubles. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of recognition. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Xuching, Luo Xiaoli, and others nodded in agreement, clearly siding with Yi Xiao. You all support him. You are all murderers. Yu Xiaogang, exasperated, collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, another figure surged in from outside, appearing directly before Tang San. Yu Xiao cast a glance at the newcomer, who was none other than Tang Hao. Amusement filled his heart. The timing was impeccable for a collective reckoning. Tang Hao. Flinder also recognized him. Zhao Wujie surely did too, as the legendary deeds of the Haotian Douluo had once reverberated throughout the Douluo Continent. How could anyone fail to recognize him? Is he truly the Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao? Ning Rongrong inquired. For she had heard numerous tales from the Bone and Sword Douluo about Tang Hao's legendary confrontation with the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Xunji. Flinder's expression darkened instantly. Aware of Tang Hao's formidable prowess, but oblivious to his purpose for being there. After all, he remained unaware that Tang San was Tang Hao's son. Haotian Douluo, you have finally arrived. It is this man, Yi Xiao, who has slain your son. Upon seeing Tang Hao's appearance, Yu Xiaogang felt as though he had stumbled upon a lifeline and began to ingratiate himself. Son? Flender, Zhao Wujie, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun were taken aback, astonished to discover that Tang San was indeed the son of the Haotian Douluo. As for Xiao Wu and Luo Xiaoli, they had long been aware of this fact and felt no surprise. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Tang Hao's eyes turned crimson as he fixed his gaze on Yi Xiao. Barely restraining himself from unleashing his wrath, Yi Xiao, prepare to pay with your life. A surge of soul power emanated from him, causing 9 soul rings to illuminate around him. Yellow, purple, black, 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 and red, 9 rings in total, signifying a title Douluo. Just when Flender, Zhao Wujie, and the others believed Yi Xiao was doomed and would soon meet his end at the hands of the Haotian Douluo, a miracle occurred. A small azure sword pierced silently through the back of Tang Hao's head, emerging at his brow and leaving a gory hole. Tang Hao managed only a brief cry of agony before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The spectators, including Xiao Wu, were rendered speechless. They could hardly believe that the formidable Haotian Douluo, a powerhouse of over 90 levels, had been dispatched with a single strike from Yi Xiao. The appearance of the exquisite sword was enough to guarantee the demise of even such a formidable Douluo as Tang Hao. At that moment, a series of soul rings began to rise from beneath Yi Xiao. The onlookers were utterly astonished to see that he possessed a staggering 10 soul rings, white, black, red, golden, multicolored, and 9-colored. Your Excellency, the Douluo. Flender immediately knelt in reverence before Yi Xiao. We pay homage to you, Douluo. Zhao Wujie, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun followed suit. Kneeling in veneration, Yi smiled faintly as she gazed into the distance, where the sun rose. Chapter 139, Questioning Dai Mubai. Yu Xiaogang, witnessing that Tang Hao was no match for Yi, was utterly defeated, leaving his heart completely chilled. He sat on the ground, at a loss for words. As he looked at Ye's dazzling array of soul rings, white, black, red, golden, and a spectrum of colors, he realized that the Yi he once knew had ascended to divinity. Yu Xiaogang no longer dared to, nor wished to, criticize him. He lacked the capacity to provoke a god. At over 60 years of age, this was his first encounter with a deity. Xiao Wu, Xiaoli, Zhu Xuching, Rong, Dean, Teacher Zhao, please rise. Yi addressed them, not wanting to maintain any pretense in front of his beloved. Yes. Flender and the others rose one by one. Their gazes shifted, now imbued with a newfound reverence. Dean Flender, there is no need for formality. Regard me as an ordinary person, a student of the academy. What was, remains. Flender nodded, at a loss for further words. Zhao Wujie wore a forced smile. Even a title Douluo like him felt dwarfed in the presence of a god, leaving him with no option but to submit. Yu Xiao suddenly recalled what had transpired moments ago and immediately turned to Flender. Director Flender, earlier, Xiao Wu approached me and mentioned she had something to discuss. I wonder what it could be. Upon hearing this, Flander's expression turned pale as he thought to himself, had I known you had ascended to such heights, I would never have dared to let her approach you. He could only muster an awkward smile and replied, oh, it's nothing, merely a concern for your well-being, but it seems all is well now. After speaking, Flander nudged Zhao Wujie beside him. Zhao Wujie chuckled knowingly, indeed, Brother Xiao. The director and I were merely concerned for you. There is nothing else at hand. Just then, Ma Hongjun interjected with a revelation. Isn't it true that Dai Mubai reported to you, claiming Brother Xiao struck him and sought his fiancée, Xuching? Moreover, Dai Mubai is currently in the council chamber, awaiting your return to interrogate Brother Xiao. This insufferable glutton never seems to hold his tongue. Flander felt an urge to flay him for divulging the truth. Yu Xiao had long been aware of the matter at hand, merely feigning ignorance. Dean Fu, is this truly the case? Oh, indeed, yes. He, Mubai, claims that Xuching is his fiancée. As the dean, it is my duty to inquire. Given the circumstances, Flander had no choice but to speak the truth. I see. Thus, I shall not trouble the dean further, for I am indeed a part of the academy. Let us handle this matter with the professionalism it deserves. Yi Xiao was eager to see just how far Mubai could ascend. Flander nodded. The conversation had reached this point, and he had no alternative but to comply. Subsequently, the group made their way to the council hall. Zhao Wujie summoned a few villagers to retrieve and handle the remains of Tang Hao and his son. Soon after, the assembly returned to the council hall. At that moment, Dai Mubai lay upon the central platform of the hall, observing as everyone entered, including Yi Xiao, who bore a slight grin. However, he noted with mild surprise that Tang San had not yet arrived, though it did not concern him excessively. After all, the principal figures were Dean Flander, Yu Xiaogang, and Zhao Wuji. The presence of others was of little significance. Upon the entrance of Yu Xiao, Flander promptly invited him to take a seat at the head of the table, relegating himself, Zhao Wujia, and Yu Xiaogang to the side. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun settled comfortably on two other sofas. Observing this unusual arrangement, Dai Mubai sensed something was amiss. Yet he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort, as no one had divulged the events that had transpired outside. Xiaoge, now that everyone is present, shall we commence? Flander inquired, seeking Yu Xiao's approval. Indeed, Yu Xiao replied, then directed his gaze towards Dai Mubai. If you seek to bring this upon yourself, do not blame me. Flander swiftly shifted his attention to Dai Mubai. Earlier, you claimed that Xiao Gu has usurped your fiancée. Do you possess any evidence to substantiate this allegation? Dai Mubai glanced at Zhu Xuching, noting her indifferent demeanor, which only fueled his indignation. He then turned back to Yi Xiao, his eyes gleaming with hostility. Yes, Dean, Zhu Xuching is my fiancée. We have been betrothed since childhood. Flander nodded, uncertain, and then directed his gaze towards Zhu Xuching. Is what Dai Mubai claims true? Zhu Xuching refrained from responding, instead casting her gaze towards Yu Xiao, awaiting his reply. Yu Xiao remained silent, instead offering her a smile, encouraging her to share the truth with everyone. Zhu Xuching exchanged a knowing smile and then shifted her gaze towards Dai Mubai. Indeed, Dean, I have been betrothed to Dai Mubai since childhood. However, this was not my own desire, but rather a decision made by our families. The Zhu family and the royal Dai family have historically united in marriage due to the potential for spirit fusion. Thus, my engagement to Dai Mubai is not of my choosing, but a family arrangement. My elder sister and I are merely victims of this union. Dean, do you understand now? I see. Flandre nodded thoughtfully before turning his attention back to Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, is what Zhu Xuching said true? All eyes then converged upon Dai Mubai. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, Xuching speaks the truth. Our betrothal was indeed orchestrated by our two families. However, Dean, regardless of how our engagement came to be, the reality is that we are already betrothed. Since we are engaged, we must both adhere to the rules and cannot entertain feelings for others. Yet, given Zhu Xuching's ambiguous relationship with Yu Xiao, should there not be consequences for my fiancée? Dai Mubai, my love for Xiaogu is genuine. How can you claim it is ambiguous? You, who indulge in a life of revelry, have the audacity to criticize me here? Zhu Xuching retorted angrily. And let us not forget how, in the past, you abandoned me to escape the strife among brothers, leaving me to fend for myself. Neglecting me for years while you reveled in excess, indifferent to my well-being. Now you suddenly remember I am your fiancée? Where in the world does such behavior exist? Dai Mubai, I assure you, compared to Xiaogu, you are nothing but a mere shadow. From this moment onward, I sever all ties with you. Yu Xiao was quite pleased with Zhu Xuching's words. Xiao Wu, Luo Xiaoli, and Ning Rongrong also expressed deep sympathy for Zhu Xuching's plight. Although Flinder understood the circumstances, he was aware of Dai Mubai's behavior over the years at Shrek Academy, which had been characterized by indulgence in frivolities and romantic pursuits. Thus, he recognized that Zhu Xuching's remarks were not mere slander or unfounded accusations against Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, what else can you say? Dai Mubai found himself unable to refute Zhu Xuching's criticisms, for the faculty and students of Shrek Academy, including Flinder, as well as the villagers from the Academy's vicinity, were all too familiar with his actions over the years. Dean, what Zhu Xuching stated is indeed the truth. However, the fact that she is my fiancée is also irrefutable. Is it not, Dean? Chapter 140. The Grand Debut of the Goddesses, Final Chapter. Haha. Yi smiled and said, I believe there is something you fail to comprehend. Dai Mubai, what do you mean? Dai Mubai inquired, his gaze directed at Yi Xiao, filled with a fiery indignation. He seemed to think that with the support of Flinder, Yu Xiaogang, and Zhao Wujin, he could act with such arrogance. Yi Xiao still wore a smile. It is of no significance. I merely wish to inform you that what you mentioned pertains to the past. Indeed, you were once engaged to Zhu Xuching, but what you do not yet know, and what no one has informed you, is that your engagement has long been annulled. Are you aware of that? Annulled? Dai Mubai laughed, utterly disbelieving. Yi Xiao, you are truly despicable. Such fabrications may deceive a child, but not an adult. Do you comprehend? The union between Zhu Xuching and myself is a marriage alliance between the royal family and the Zhu clan. Even if one of us were to perish, the engagement could not be dissolved. Oh, how blissfully ignorant you are. Yu Xiao retorted, withdrawing a piece of paper and extending it towards Flander. Dean, take a look at this. Oh. Flander immediately took it, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. After perusing its contents, he nodded and passed it to Yu Xiaogang beside him. An engagement contract, Yu Xiaogang exclaimed, and after a moment's reflection, he handed it to Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia cast a glance at it, his expression one of incredulity. Before returning it to Flander, holding the engagement document, Flander finally turned his gaze towards Dai Mubai. Mubai, the situation is abundantly clear. Zhu Xuching is no longer your fiancée, she is now engaged to Xiaoge. Therefore, should you act recklessly, I, Flander, shall be the first to hold you accountable. Dai Mubai chuckled, still unconvinced. Dean Flander, I believe you must be mistaken. Furthermore, the document you hold is purportedly the engagement letter between Zhu Xuching and Yi Xiao. That is even more ludicrous. Even if the Zhu family were to consent to such a union, our Dai royal family would never acquiesce. Flander shook his head. Mubai? Please refrain from causing further disturbances. This document bears both the imperial seal of the Star Luo Empire and the family crest of the Zhu clan. How could it possibly be counterfeit? At this revelation, Dai Mubai's expression shifted dramatically, yet skepticism lingered. I am well aware of the imperial seal and the Zhu clan's crest. Let me see them. Otherwise, I shall not be swayed by your claims. Flander glanced uncertainly towards Yi Xiao. Xiaoge, what is your perspective on this matter? Yi smiled and nodded. If he wishes to see, then let him see, for it may extinguish his desires. Flander nodded and glanced towards Ma Hongjun. Fatty. Hand this to him. Certainly, Dean. Ma Hongjun rose and made his way towards Dai Mubai. Here. Dai Mubai extended his hand to receive it and took a glance. Feeling his heart sink. As the third prince of the Star Luo Empire, he was all too familiar with the imperial seal. The imperial seal on the engagement letter and the Zhu family seal were both genuine. No, it cannot be. How could this be? Dai Mubai, enraged, spat out a mouthful of blood and then fainted. Flander observed Dai Mubai collapse. It went without saying that the engagement letter in Ye's hand was indeed authentic. He then turned his attention to Oscar. Little Ao, you and Fatty carry him to the infirmary. Understood, Dean. Ma Hongjun and Oscar replied in unison. Promptly lifting Dai Mubai away, Flander rose and picked up the engagement letter from the ground, handing it to Yi. Laugh, brother. I apologize for the misunderstanding earlier. We were unjust in our accusations. No need for apologies. Yi replied graciously. 3 days later, Dai Mubai's injuries had healed. Yet he no longer dared to assert himself in front of Yi, for in these 3 days, he had learned from others that Yi had already acquired 10 soul rings and ascended to the divine. He was now a being he could not provoke, and indeed, he feared Yi. Thus, he contemplated fleeing to a place where you could never find him. A year later, Yi departed from Shrek Academy with Xiaowu, Zhu Xuching, Ning Rongrong, Luo Xiaoli, and others, heading towards the Lamba Academy in the city of Tiandou, within the Tiandou Empire. Naturally, Flander, along with the entire Shrek Academy, moved along as well. Lamba Academy, founded by Lu Erlong, had a special connection to Yi and would certainly welcome them. However, midway through their journey, Yu Xiaogang was assassinated. Losing his life, Flander, alongside Zhao Wujin and Ma Hongjun, dug a grave on the spot and buried Yu Xiaogang before continuing on their way. 3 days later, under Ye's leadership, the group finally arrived at Lamba Academy, where they were warmly received by Lu Erlong, marking their official induction into the academy. 3 years later, Yu Xiao returned to the Spirit Hall to reunite with Bibi Dong, aiding her in fulfilling her aspirations. Together, they vanquished the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, ultimately unifying the Douluo Continent. Subsequently, they established the Spirit Empire. Yu Xiao appointed Bibi Dong as the Empress of the Martial Soul Empire, having ascended to divinity himself. He wandered the Douluo Continent, occasionally taking Bibi Dong on excursions. At times, he would venture out with Xiaowu and Guyuna, as well as Zhu Xuching, Ning Rongrong, and Luo Xiaoli. He then sought out by Qinxiang, spending a year with her to solidify their romantic relationship. He also connected with Shui Yuer, Shui Binger, Zhu Zhuyuan, and many others, sharing countless days and nights together. Furthermore, he took Qian Rinxue, Shui Ku, and Tang Yuehua to enjoy the delights of Sea God Island. Yi Xiao lingered on Poseidon Island for a while longer before taking her leave. Accompanied by Bai Ji, Ziji, the Snow Empress, and the Ice Emperor, she ventured forth to indulge in some leisure. Eventually, she uncovered the hiding place of Dai Mubai and delivered a decisive blow with her exquisite sword soul. In the end, Yi Xiao ventured alone into the divine realm, vanquishing numerous male deities and claiming the favor of various goddesses, including the goddess of life and the goddess of kindness. She meticulously reorganized the divine realm and brought Qian Shui into the divine domain, entrusting her with its management. With Qian Shui's celestial prowess, she possessed the capability to adeptly govern the divine realm. Yi Xiao has further enhanced Qian Shui's strength, enabling her to directly break through to level 200, thus solidifying her position on the throne of the God King. After arranging matters for Qian Shui, Yi Xiao returned from the divine realm. Subsequently, a multitude of goddesses, Bibi Dong, Guyuna, Hulai Na, Ning Rong Rong, Ning Kai Kai, Luo Shaoli, Ro Yao, Huang and I, Dai Shi, Mei Chao Ping, Tang Hongning, Yang Mingxing, Dong Hui, Zhu Xuching, Zhu Yun, Human, Shui Yu Er, Shui Bing Er, Xiao Wu, Yi Ling, Shui Ke, Tang Yu Hua, Bai Ji, Zi Ji, Zhu Ru, Meng Yi Ran, Xiao Mao, Ning Rong Rong, Dong Hui, Li Lian Xiang, Shui Di, Bing Di, Xiao Yan, Mei Ji, Lu Erlong, Mu Ran, Shui Wu, Yi Ro Hai, Gu Qingbo, Shin Lu Yu, Qiu Rua Shui, Du Gu Yin, A Yin, Huo Wu, Huo Feng, Zi Zhu, Bo Sai Shi, Bai Chen Xiang, Mei Chao Ying, and others, assisted her in enhancing their powers, enabling each of them to ascend to divinity and attain eternal youth. The sole purpose behind Yi Xiao's actions was to ensure their eternal existence, thus allowing him to accompany them forever. This book concludes here. A heartfelt thank you to my readers for their unwavering support and to the editor for their guidance. Until next time, farewell. In the epilogue, let us delve into some characters, such as Bibi Dong, Qian Shui, Poseidon, and the Silver Dragon King Guyuna, among others. Epilogue Poseidon won on Sea God Island. The High Priestess Poseidon was the individual whom Yi Xiao had longed to meet. Firstly, Yi Xiao perceived that Poseidon's beauty was not of the ostentatious, heavily adorned, or youthful neighborhood girl variety. Rather, it was a beauty marked by profound experience, maturity, and an ethereal quality. Having surpassed the age of 120, she was a testament to the extraordinary. In the realm of humanity, the typical lifespan seldom exceeds 150 years. While some exceptional individuals may weave legends and surpass 120, reaching such an age undeniably signifies aging, and quite considerably so. Generally, by the age of 50, one can observe the emergence of time's passage upon the visage, with wrinkles and the loss of youthful vitality. As one approaches 60, the presence of wrinkles becomes increasingly pronounced. By 70 or 80, the face is often a canvas of deep creases, and at 90 or 100, one is likely to be crowned with silver hair, bearing the resemblance of a weathered cloth. At a century, mobility becomes a challenge, and beyond that age, vitality wanes, nearing its inevitable conclusion. This encapsulates the fate of an ordinary mortal, whose life does not typically extend beyond 200 years. Though becoming a soul master may slow the rate of aging, allowing for a slightly longer existence, it still does not surpass the 200-year mark. An exception exists for those who attain the rank of title Douluo, Super Douluo, or the pinnacle of 99 level limit Douluos, where lifespans can extend to a remarkable 1,000 years. For a human being, such longevity is indeed a source of immense satisfaction, as soul masters emerge from the ranks of ordinary mortals. Hence, it is understandable why Poseidon, at over 120 years of age, retains the appearance of someone in their 30s, devoid of any wrinkles and possessing an extraordinary beauty. Yi Xiao's visit to Poseidon Island was primarily to catch a glimpse of the enchanting Poseidon. After all, seeing is believing. Only through one's own eyes can the truth be disowned, while all else remains mere illusion. Additionally, Yi Xiao wished to explore this legendary island, curious about its mystical wonders. Furthermore, the challenges set forth by the sea deity, known as the 9 Trials of Poseidon, piqued her interest, and she sought to discover what remarkable aspects they might possess. Upon setting foot on this solitary isle, she found herself surrounded by an endless expanse of deep blue ocean. In front of her lay a picturesque beach adorned with swaying coconut palms, and further in the distance, the heart of Poseidon Island awaited her exploration. As Yi Xiao advanced further, he beheld a throng of individuals surging towards him. It was evident, from their attire and the weapons they wielded, that they were indeed the guardians of the island of Poseidon. "Who are you? From whence do you hail?" inquired one of the taller men. Yi smiled faintly and declared, "I am a land soul master." Upon hearing this, the tall sea soul master frowned and retorted, "What business does a land soul master have here on Sea God Island? Depart at once." Yi Xiao understood that outsiders arriving at Sea God Island could be categorized into 3 types: merchants, soul masters participating in the Sea God 9 trials, and invaders. He was neither a merchant nor an invader, Thus, his only plausible pretext was to partake in the Sea God 9 trials. I am here to participate in the Sea God 9 trials, he asserted. The Tall Sea Soul Master regarded him with skepticism. You may not be aware, but the Sea God 9 trials are fraught with peril, with a survival rate akin to 1 in 10. You must consider this carefully. Once you enter, there may be no return. I have already contemplated this, or else I would not have come, Yu Xiao replied with utmost seriousness, secretly thinking that with his current strength, he could easily crush the Sea God's head with a mere finger. The Sea God 9 trials were insignificant in comparison. After a moment of hesitation, the Tall Sea Soul Master turned and said, "Follow me." With a charming yet sinister smile, Yu Xiao followed them toward the island. In a side story, Bibi Dong 1. Within the halls of the Pope's palace in the spirit city of Douluo Continent, a stunningly beautiful, yet cold woman in her 30s occupied a grand chair on the staircase. Her name was Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the most powerful organization on the Douluo Continent, and a title Douluo of over 90 levels. Her current cultivation level was approximately 98, just shy of 99. At the foot of the staircase stood two middle-aged men. One was tall and imposing, exuding an aura of mystery, while the other was slender, clad in golden chrysanthemum armor, with a fair and handsome visage. However, his gestures and movements were somewhat flamboyant. Yueguan, have you found any trace of Tang Hao? Bibi Dong suddenly addressed the flamboyant man. Yueguan, also known as Chrysanthemum Douluo, a title Douluo at level 93, stood alongside the ghost Douluo, both serving as Bibi Dong's right and left arms. Unlike the elders of the Elder Hall, both Ghost and Chrysanthemum Douluo obeyed only the commands of the Pope. Your Holiness, I have been searching for some time and have informed the personnel of various Spirit Hall branches to seek him out in secrecy. But we have yet to uncover his whereabouts, Chrysanthemum Douluo replied, his gaze fixed on the Pope's expression. His trembling legs and sweating back revealed his profound fear of Bibi Dong. Ghost Douluo remained silent, wishing fervently that the wrath would not be directed at him. Upon hearing Ghost Douluo's response, Bibi Dong's expression grew even colder, her amber eyes fixated on Chrysanthemum Douluo's head, as if ready to unleash her fury and crush him at any moment. The atmosphere in the meeting hall became eerily still, a palpable silence enveloping the space. Ghost and Chrysanthemum Douluo trembled like frightened chickens. Alas, Bibi Dong was indeed a pitiable soul. Abandoned by her parents since childhood, she was fortunate to be adopted, only to fall for the scoundrel Yu Xiaogang. The outcome was tragic. Despite her countless efforts to aid him, he not only failed to cherish her, but also retaliated, ultimately leading to her downfall. In truth, no one in the Douluo Continent lived a more unjust life than Bibi Dong. However, it must be said, those who are pitiable often possess their own faults. Even after realizing Yu Xiaogang's true nature, she continued to love him. One cannot help but wonder if this woman is simply stubborn, as she allowed herself to be led to ruin while still pursuing him. The world is filled with countless flowers. Why fixate on Yu Xiaogang? I concede. However, as long as I am here, such incidents shall not occur again. Bibi Dong, from this moment onward, I shall protect you. I will never allow that pest, Yu Xiaogang, to harm you again. Sister Donger, I hold a fondness for you. Who dares to speak? Show yourself before this Pope. Bibi Dong was startled by a voice that echoed in her ear, uttering words she found intolerable. To make matters worse, it specifically named her and mentioned Yu Xiaogang, declaring him a scoundrel and her a fool for trusting him. The audacity! Should this Pope catch you? You shall meet your end. Upon witnessing Bibi Dong's reaction, Hohat and Yue Gao were momentarily taken aback, mistakenly believing her to be losing her sanity. Hearing her inquire about the speaker, they immediately scanned their surroundings, yet found no one else present in the council hall. Bibi Dong, too, surveyed the chamber and confirmed the absence of any other individuals. Nevertheless, the voice that had just resonated in her ears was undeniably real. What is happening? Bibi Dong glanced around the hall once more, noting the stillness, with the voice remaining silent. She then turned her attention to the two titled Douluos. Hohat, Yue Gao, did either of you hear someone speaking just now? No, I did not. Hohat quickly shook his head. I did not either, Yu Gao affirmed. Observing their sincerity, Bibi Dong chose not to pursue the matter further. You may leave now. Also, let us set aside Tang Hao's affairs for the time being. I have other plans. Yes, Your Holiness. The two responded in unison and promptly exited. Bibi Dong continued to scan her surroundings, attempting to locate the source of the voice. I have turned 6 this year, which means I can undergo my soul awakening. If I am fortunate enough to awaken a powerful soul, I shall smoothly enter the Soul Master Academy. Then I will be closer to Bibi Dong. Ha ha ha. How clever am I? All right. I must remain discreet, very discreet. Suddenly, the voice echoed in Bibi Dong's ear once more. Her expression shifted, regardless of who was speaking. She immediately scanned the entire Pope's hall with her mental prowess, finding no suspicious individuals. No, wait. This voice does not seem to be uttered aloud. It resembles the inner thoughts of someone. Could it be that I can hear someone else's thoughts? This could explain it. Otherwise, I would not have been able to detect him, and Hohot and Yuegao, as titled Douluos, would not have missed him either. A subtle smile flickered across Bibi Dong's lips. Yet her amber-hued eyes radiated a glimmer of lethal intent. Last night I hardly slept at all. I shall take a brief rest here before returning for a meal. Suddenly, the voice of that boy echoed in his ears once more. He has arrived. Bibi Dong swiftly pinpointed the location, ultimately determining it to be atop the rear mountain of the papal hall. At last, I have you locked in. A cunning smile spread across Bibi Dong's face as she dashed out of the papal hall, soaring towards the rear mountain. As a level 98 super Douluo, her speed was extraordinary. On the small hillside within the grove behind the papal hall lay a boy of about 6 years, with a sun-kissed complexion, adorable features, and an innate beauty, characterized by sharp brows and bright eyes. His name was Lung Fan, a young boy from a village called Nyoshi, situated several miles away across the hillside. Lung Fan was, in fact, a transmigrator who had found himself in the world of Douluo Continent, a realm he was well acquainted with. Thus, he recognized Bibi Dong as the Pope of the Papal Hall. Today, he had traversed several mountains, eager to glimpse the Papal Hall, and found himself perched on the hillside, affording him a view of its rooftops. This brought him a step closer to the Papal Hall. Ding! The system detected that the host had become invincible and was in the process of uninstalling. Ding! The system has been uninstalled from the host. Farewell. The sign-in system bid its final goodbye. Upon hearing this, Lung Fan's expression changed dramatically. No, system sister, don't leave. What shall I do without you? However, the system remained silent. Lung Fan felt a wave of despondency wash over him. It seemed that the system had indeed departed. Since his arrival in this world, he had awakened a sign-in system from the moment of his birth. Each day, without lifting a finger, he could sign in once, receiving rewards of various items, miraculous techniques, medicinal pills, and celestial herbs. There were even martial souls. Now, after 6 years of diligent sign-ins, he had accumulated a treasure trove of items, techniques, pills, and martial souls, all stored within the system's space. Yet, the system was gone. Having spent 6 years with the system's sister, he had developed feelings for it, and he never anticipated its sudden departure. Invincible? How was it that he had no knowledge of his own invincibility? Alas, ultimately it had left, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. For 6 years, Lung Fan had outwardly appeared to be an ordinary child from Yoshi village, while inwardly he awaited the moment he turned 6 to awaken his martial soul and soar to new heights. Most importantly, he yearned to stand before Bibi Dong, or even closer. Extra, Bibi Dong too just now, the voice I heard. Could it have belonged to this young boy before me? But how could he possibly know me? Yet, he is so young. How does he comprehend the connection I share with Yu Xiaogang? On the lofty branches of a tree, standing 10 zhang tall, Bibi Dong gazed intently at the rough-clad boy sprawled upon the stone, murmuring to herself. Lung Fan remained blissfully unaware that he was under scrutiny. Nor did he realize that someone could perceive his innermost thoughts at such a tender age. Possessing knowledge of secrets from decades past suggested that someone had divulged them to him. Thus, by following him, he might lead her to the one who knew his secrets, allowing her to discern the identity of this individual. Perhaps this person harbored ulterior motives, and for the sake of safety, silencing them could indeed become a necessity. Bibi Dong, fixated on him, had already formulated a plan. The incessant buzzing of mosquitoes disrupted his attempt at slumber, prompting Lung Fan to swat at the relentless insects that sought to feast upon his blood. Suddenly, a gentle breeze wafted past him, carrying the fragrance of flowers mingled with a subtle hint of a woman's scent, an aroma he recognized all too well. Such a fragrance could only emanate from a woman. Surely, no female would venture into such desolate mountains. Or perhaps it was a female spirit. No, he corrected himself, it must be a soul beast, one that could transform into human form after 100,000 years. Yet, it was improbable for such an ancient soul beast to inhabit this place. Only the Tiandou forest could be home to soul beasts of such age, like the formidable Tianqing Yomang and its companion, the Titan giant ape, both exceeding 100,000 years. Moreover, there was Xiao Wu, also a 100,000-year soul beast, who had likely already taken on human form. How could he be privy to such knowledge? Was he merely a child, familiar with the names of these emperor-level soul beasts? As Bibi Dong listened to the boy's thoughts, her expression grew increasingly perplexed. Who was the Xiao? 100,000-year soul beast that had transformed? How could she, the esteemed pope of the spirit hall, remain ignorant of such matters? Confronted with the boy's thoughts, Bibi Dong struggled to comprehend how he could possess such knowledge at such a young age. Little did she know, the child before her was far more than he appeared. He was well acquainted with the intricacies of Douluo Continent as past and present. With a stretch, Long Fan rose from the stone, grumbling, "Those pesky mosquitoes are preventing me from sleeping. I might as well return to tending the cattle." He scampered down the slope, his mind racing with thoughts of Bibi Dong. "Soon, we shall meet," he mused with a grin, "and then I shall behold your beauty." Even Bibi Dong, upon hearing the thoughts expressed behind him, furrowed her brow and her eyes blazed with fury, emanating an ominous chill. Had it not been for the fact that he was merely a child of a few years, she would have struck him down without hesitation. Having lived for so long and encountered countless individuals, today she was truly taken aback by a mere child harboring such audacious sentiments. From his inner musings, she discerned knowledge that seemed far beyond his tender age, leading her to believe that his family must possess considerable influence. A glint of murderous intent flickered in her eyes as she donned a purple mask and pursued the direction he had taken. All she wished to uncover were the secrets of this man. Cold Fan traversed one peak after another, finally catching sight of a quaint village nestled at the foot of the hills. This was Neosher village, his birthplace and the place he had called home for 6 years. The village was modest, consisting of only 2 households, indicative of its sparse population, surrounded by mountains. Reaching a market required navigating numerous hills, which contributed to its limited economic prosperity. The villagers lived off the land, leading a simple agrarian lifestyle characterized by hard work and industriousness. Though Neosher village was vast and sparsely populated, the villagers thrived on the lush greenery surrounding them, enjoying a life of modest comfort and contentment. Standing atop the slope, Cold Fan gazed at the village where he had spent his formative years, filled with deep reflections. Despite possessing a sign-in system that could whisk him away to a more prosperous life, he chose to remain. It wasn't that he lacked courage. Rather, he had yet to awaken his martial spirit. Venturing out prematurely could lead to unforeseen consequences, so he had bided his time. In a few days, when the spirit hall's attendant arrived, he would awaken a formidable martial spirit, and then he could venture forth with justification. Unbeknownst to him, a striking woman followed closely behind. Had he known her identity, he would have been perplexed as to why she had set her sights on him. Cold Fan pushed open the door of a small wooden cabin, stepping inside. This cabin was his home, surrounded by patches of radishes, cabbages, and fruit trees. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared, standing outside the fence gate. Neosher village. Was this truly his home? Bibi Dong regarded the humble farmhouse before her, with its 2 small, somewhat dilapidated wooden cabins, her disbelief evident. How could a child raised in such a remote and impoverished setting possess knowledge that even the high-ranking soul masters of the spirit hall were oblivious to? Did he know some of her secrets? Little gang, have you truly forgotten me? If not, why have you not returned to see me all these years? Not even a letter or a greeting. Could you be so heartless? Do you truly harbor such hatred for me? However, what you do not know about that year is that I acted out of a desire to save you, compelled by circumstances. Cousin, I have returned. Suddenly, a voice resonated behind her, as melodious as a celestial melody. Bibi Dong immediately recognized it as the voice of a young girl. She turned around and discovered a little girl, around 4 years old, resembling a small fabric doll. She mused that this must be the little boy's cousin. Just as Lang Fan entered the kitchen to fetch a spoonful of water, he heard a call from outside. Upon stepping out to take a look, he was surprised to see a woman of striking figure at the entrance. Her silhouette appeared somewhat familiar, yet obscured by a mask. Her true identity eluded him. Ordinarily, he could deduce from her attire that she was indeed Bibi Dong, but now, with the crown, scepter, and garments changed, he could not ascertain her identity directly. The only recognizable traits were her impressive physique, violet long hair, and the split long dress, which seemed vaguely familiar. Long Fan did not dwell on it further. Nor did he consider that Bibi Dong would come to such a remote village. "Cousin, who is this sister?" asked Shamai, approaching him. Her gaze fixed on the woman outside, tinged with trepidation. Long Fan gently patted his little cousin's head, reassuring her, "There is nothing to fear with your cousin here." Oh. Shamai bobbed her small head. "Cousin, I am hungry. When will we eat?" "All right, I shall prepare it now." Long Fan chose to ignore the masked woman. as her appearance suggested ill intentions, and he did not wish to provoke her. Taking his little cousin's hand, he headed towards the kitchen. Extra, Bibi Dong 3, humph. Little brat, since you choose to disregard me. Bibi Dong found this young boy to be quite different from her expectations. However, she had yet to see any adults from his family, likely occupied with work and yet to return, so she decided to wait and observe. Pushing open the courtyard door, she stepped inside. Suddenly, she noticed wisps of smoke curling up from the roof, indicating that they were preparing a meal. She found it peculiar that the household was not solely comprised of parents cooking. Why were the children involved in the cooking as well? The woman outside, with a physique and hairstyle resembling Bibi Dong's, appeared similar from behind. Yet, with her masked visage, it was impossible to discern fully. Furthermore, a figure as esteemed as Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, would not typically venture into a destitute village like Miosher unless there were significant gains to be had. What she coveted most were the 10,000-year spirit beasts. But having resided here for 6 years without even encountering a 1,000-year spirit beast, it could not possibly be her. If it were not her, who else could it be? Moreover, the woman exuded an aura of pressure. Could she be a villain, perhaps intending harm towards herself and her little cousin? Bibi Dong suddenly sensed thoughts discussing her, causing her brow to furrow. She pondered, he speaks of me consistently. Could he truly be so obsessed with matters concerning me? It seems that my reputation has indeed reached this small village, to the extent that even a mere child is aware of my name. Quite plausible, I must say. However, one thing perplexes me. Is the 10,000-year soul beast he mentioned, who has taken on human form as Xiao, a figment of truth or merely gossip? Clearly, it is the latter. This village scarcely sees a soul master. So how could he have encountered a soul beast of such ancient lineage? An hour passed, and Lung Fan prepared a modest meal of 3 dishes and a soup, setting it on the table. Xiaomai had already served the rice and climbed onto a stool. Settling in, as Lung Fan glanced towards the kitchen door, he noticed a woman had entered the courtyard, exhibiting a degree of wariness. Generally, in Nyosher village, visitors are a rarity, save for occasional family visits throughout the year. Being an orphan, he had no relatives or friends, and the uninvited presence of this woman exuded an air of danger. Notably, she wore a mask, clearly reluctant to reveal her true face. Oh, perhaps she is not a villain after all. Otherwise, I am not one to be trifled with. Bibi Dong, sensing his thoughts, furrowed her brow. Returning to the table, Lung Fan picked up his bowl and chopsticks, sharing the meal with his little cousin. The aroma wafting from the kitchen was delightful. Bibi Dong, catching the scent, realized her own hunger. Although she had no intention of staying for the meal, she was curious to see what dishes this young boy could create. Surely they would be unpalatable? Bibi Dong stepped further inside and beheld the siblings already dining at the table. While it was called a dining room, it was merely a stove inside with a table set outside for eating. Hearing the commotion, Lung Fan glanced towards the door, startled to find the woman had entered directly, her expression displeased. Instantly, his wariness was heightened. How could she be so brazen? Did she not know that one cannot simply intrude upon another's home? Is she truly devoid of such basic understanding? Humph! A mischievous imp, daring to insult me? This is insubordination. Bibi Dong was genuinely infuriated, feeling an urge to seize him and throw him out. However, not wishing to alarm the unsuspecting, she restrained herself. She strode directly to the dining area. Taking a seat across from him, her gaze fixated upon his face as if scrutinizing a peculiar specimen. Lung Fan found this odd and looked up at her. Their eyes met. He did not yield, maintaining the stare. Was she truly hungry, yearning for a meal? Perhaps she was indeed famished or simply lost. Otherwise, why would she venture into his kitchen to observe him dining? You are the one who is hungry. I have no desire to partake in the culinary endeavors of a mere child. Keep your thoughts to yourself. Bibi Dong, overhearing his thoughts, felt a surge of irritation. Despite hearing his musings about her, she refrained from confronting him. Cousin, please fetch a bowl of rice for this esteemed elder sister. Oh, cousin. Xiaomai quickly climbed down from the stool and went to serve the rice. This little rascal, when did he ever express a desire to eat the food he prepared? Bibi Dong observed his rather pompous command for his sister to serve him, and her irritation flared anew. If you wish to eat, just say so. It's not as if I would begrudge you a single morsel. Why be so shy? Hiding behind a mask, afraid to confront others. What a peculiar character. Thankfully, she is not Bibi Dong. Of course, a noble goddess like her would never descend to dine in my humble abode. In her mind, Lung Fan assessed the woman before him with a few critical remarks. Ignorant, petty, a child who would surely speak ill of me behind my back cannot be of any worth. Bibi Dong bit her lip, her eyes aflame with indignation directed at him. Meanwhile, Long Fan had lowered his head, engrossed in his bowl of rice, entirely indifferent to her scorn. Sister, this is for you. As Bibi Dong continued to glare at him, a gentle, melodic voice reached her ears. Glancing down, she saw Xiaobudian, cradling a large bowl of rice, her innocent, bright eyes gazing up at her. This little girl is utterly adorable. Bibi Dong, overwhelmed by a sudden surge of maternal instinct, hesitated but ultimately accepted the bowl from her hands. He, Xiaomai. Witnessing that Bibi Dong had accepted her offering, burst into delighted laughter. She returned to her seat and presented Bibi Dong with a pair of bamboo chopsticks, declaring, Big sister, my cousin S cooking is simply delicious. I can never get enough. I always love my cousin S dishes. You should try it too. Bibi Dong nodded, unable to harbor any resentment in the face of Xiaomai's naive charm. Casting a glance at Long Fan, who was preoccupied with his meal and ignoring her altogether, she felt a pang of frustration. He possesses no sense of hospitality. As she grasped the chopsticks, her eyes scanned the rice in her bowl, which appeared white, plump, and fragrant, and she realized her hunger had intensified. She then surveyed the 3 dishes and a soup on the table, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, spicy and sour cabbage, and sweet and sour carp. The soup seemed to be a rib and corn concoction. Even without tasting, the aroma wafting from the dishes was enticing, and their presentation was exceptional. Initially reluctant to eat, Bibi Dong reconsidered out of respect for Xiaomai's efforts in serving her and the warmth of the little girl's hospitality. Thus, she picked up her chopsticks and took a piece of tomato to sample the flavor. Primarily, she lacked confidence in the culinary skills of the young chef. How could this be? Bibi Dong was suddenly taken aback, astonished to discover that the culinary prowess of the little rascal was extraordinary. The seemingly simple scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a commonplace dish, had been elevated to an exquisite level under his deft hands. It appeared Xiaomai had spoken the truth, indeed. The dishes prepared by this young child were remarkably delectable. Bibi Dong mused that while the scrambled eggs with tomatoes were indeed delectable, the other 2 dishes might not be as commendable. She picked up her chopsticks and sampled the additional dishes, only to be pleasantly surprised. Each dish surpassed the last in flavor. In a delightful twist, she felt a surge of fortune with her meal. Before her stood a woman whose beauty was striking. With fair skin and an alluring figure, yet there lingered an absence of vitality, as if the sun's warmth had eluded her. In the parlance of that world, it could be described as an excess of yin overshadowing yang. She needed to restore her balance. The corn and rib soup that Cold Fan had prepared was crafted with ingredients he had nurtured himself, free from any pesticides or chemical fertilizers, wholly organic and harmless. And it was particularly nourishing for the kidneys, making it an ideal remedy for her. As Cold Fan contemplated this, he approached and filled a large bowl with soup. However, Bibi Dong suddenly became aware of his thoughts, which only fueled her irritation. Little brat, I have tolerated you for far too long. She seethed. Yet she refrained from confronting him, for she could have easily scolded him long ago. In a matter of moments, Cold Fan presented the bowl to her, saying, Annie, this soup is best enjoyed hot. It is a great tonic. After consuming it, you will surely radiate vitality and strength. While I cannot promise you will be able to walk 10 miles in one breath, covering 7 or 8 miles should be quite feasible. Auntie. Bibi Dong glared at him with a fierce expression, her fangs bared in indignation. What are you staring at? Have you never encountered someone as handsome as me? Am I a self-absorbed narcissist? She was at a loss for words upon hearing his thoughts, diverting her gaze to the bowl of corn soup before her, where she detected a hint of fortune. Though faint, this aura could accumulate over time, greatly benefiting her cultivation. To her astonishment, she realized that one could indeed cultivate fortune through a meal. A smile broke across Bibi Dong's face, though she reminded herself to remain composed, not revealing her discovery to him. Otherwise, it would be difficult to secure another invitation for a meal in the future. It seemed appropriate to rename this creation Fortune Corn Rib Soup. Without hesitation, she lifted the bowl and drank heartily, feeling the fortune infuse her being, her soul power surging as if she were on the brink of a breakthrough. She also noticed that the rice and vegetables he had prepared contained traces of this fortune. Each bite not only augmented her soul power, but also seemed to enhance her cultivation, as if she were on the verge of shattering her current limitations. Bibi Dong felt fortunate to hear his thoughts, for otherwise, she might have missed this extraordinary opportunity. She hastened her consumption, finishing one bowl and promptly refilling it. In no time, she had consumed more than half of the large bowl. Cold Fan gazed at her in bewilderment, unsure of how to respond. Was this woman perhaps the reincarnation of Zhu Beiji? She appeared refined, yet her voracious appetite was astonishing. If one were to describe her, devouring like a wolf would be an apt characterization. Ignorance. What does it mean to devour like a wolf? The essence consumed by Her Majesty is none other than fortune. Soul power, the very embodiment of cultivation, and a miraculous elixir for breaking through one's limitations. Who, like you little child, possesses such luck yet remains oblivious to it? While Bibi Dong mocked the silent musings of Long Fan, she simultaneously savored her soup, indulging in the meal before her. However, she quickly became aware of the woman's voracious appetite. Not only had she finished her soup, but she had also devoured all the remaining rice and dishes on the table. Oh dear! Xiaomai exclaimed upon noticing the empty table, her own bowl still half full. In a fit of distress, she burst into tears, lamenting, "Sister is a bad person. She has eaten all of Xiaomai's vegetables." Bibi Dong, patting her round belly, acknowledged the extent of her indulgence. She vowed that this was the most satisfying meal she had ever experienced. Yet, upon hearing the little girl's cries, she noticed the empty bowls and felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing she had been so engrossed in her meal that she had forgotten the feelings of others. After a moment of contemplation, she devised a plan. She casually produced a gold soul coin and placed it before Long Fan. "Handsome boy, take this and buy some sweets for your little cousin. It's the least I can do." Without hesitation, Long Fan accepted the coin and, rising, affectionately ruffled Xiaomai's hair. "Do not cry, dear cousin. This morning, I checked our melon patch and found that the watermelons are ripe. Let us go pick some." Upon hearing about the melons, Xiaomai's tears transformed into laughter, and she eagerly took his hand, leading the way outside. Left alone, Bibi Dong sat in contemplation. Did he imply that the melons he cultivated also contained fortune? If the vegetables and rice he grew embodied such luck, then surely the melons would as well. What a foolish girl this masked woman was, not understanding the nuances of decorum. If she were truly Bibi Dong, she would not have dined in such an uncouth manner. But it mattered little. She would soon depart, and this meal would not dent her finances. After all, she was a wealthy and beautiful woman, generously leaving a gold soul coin for a simple farmhouse meal, truly lacking in discernment. She mused, "I am Bibi Dong after all." Yet, she couldn't help but feel a sense of pride as the little child seemed to admire her. "Your flattery is noted. I shall overlook your earlier reference to me as aunt," she thought, finally feeling a semblance of goodwill towards him. Meanwhile, Long Fan and his little cousin were busy selecting melons in the patch when they heard the sound of footsteps approaching. Turning around, they were surprised to find the woman had entered their melon field, bending down to pick watermelons. "Ah, this woman truly lacks propriety." Bibi Dong chuckled to herself. "The melons I cultivated, she came in without a word, not even a greeting, and boldly plucked them. What distinguishes this from theft or robbery? This little brat is rather petty." The Pope indulged in his melons, which was a sign of respect towards him, yet he seemed displeased. Upon hearing her thoughts, Bibi Dong was filled with uncontainable frustration. Harvesting the melons truly incited her ire. Bibi Dong found a ripe melon, sliced it open with a swift motion, and indeed, within the crimson flesh lay the essence of fortune. Though it was but a mere thread, little by little, it amounted to great fortune. Thereafter, Bibi Dong voraciously consumed melons in the field, devouring one after another. Long Fan and Xiaomai sat upon the ridge, enjoying their slices of melon, while Bibi Dong continued to eat them whole. It was only when her belly swelled once more that she ceased her indulgence. Feeling somewhat bashful, she approached her cousins and sat beside them. She produced a gold soul coin and extended it to him, inquiring if it sufficed to cover the melons she had eaten. Bibi Dong had intended to offer him more, yet feared revealing her intentions or inflating his pride. Thus she presented only a single gold soul coin. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, she possessed her own schemes. "Certainly," Long Fan replied, accepting it. Originally, the melons from his 3 acres were for his own consumption, not for sale. However, with a woman unexpectedly arriving to pick and consume them, he could not afford to incur a loss. Long Fan felt that a single gold soul coin was more than sufficient for the melons she had eaten. "That little brat is calling me handsome," Long Fan corrected her. Bibi Dong then stood, clutching a large watermelon, and walked away. Watching her retreating figure, Long Fan's heart shattered, hoping she would not return the following day. Suddenly, Bibi Dong halted, saying, "I apologize. I shall return tomorrow, and I intend to bring Xiao Nano along." As she walked 5 miles, Bibi Dong contemplated. In 3 days, the day of spirit awakening for the entire continent would arrive, and she wished to witness what spirit he could awaken. If the little brat possessed exceptional talent, She might take him on as a disciple, especially since he could cultivate fruits and vegetables imbued with fortune. It would be a lucrative endeavor for her. Extra chapter, Bibi Dong 5, a breakthrough. She had finally achieved it. Sitting in her secluded chamber, Bibi Dong's face radiated excitement. After returning, she had trained for an entire day and night, unexpectedly breaking through from level 98 to 99. Lung Fan, that little brat, after partaking of her fruits and vegetables, had also achieved a breakthrough to level 99 that very night. The 99th level signifies the pinnacle of cultivation for soul masters in the Douluo Continent. Beyond this, one ascends to the 100th level, achieving divinity. As Bibi Dong emerged from the Pope's palace, she encountered a young girl, approximately 10 years of age, standing at the entrance. This girl was none other than Guyuna, the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall. "Master, were you looking for me?" Guyuna inquired, stepping forward to pay her respects upon seeing Bibi Dong. The latter appraised her cherished disciple with a discerning gaze. "Nana, allow me to take you to a most intriguing place." Guyuna responded affirmatively, refraining from further inquiry. Having become Bibi Dong's apprentice at the tender age of 6, she was well acquainted with her master's temperament. All that was required of her was to accept the command. Today, Lung Fan chose to remain indoors, for the weather was rather inclement, with ominous clouds gathering, suggesting that a torrential downpour was imminent. Seated on a chair beneath the eaves, he gazed vacantly at the distant mountain peaks. Splendid. That woman did not visit today, he mused. What a relief. Otherwise, the fruits and vegetables I cultivated would have been ravaged. He contemplated how delightful it would be if Bibi Dong could dine at his humble abode. Aha, I am already here. As Bibi Dong approached the entrance of Neosher village, she heard Lang Fan's thoughts. Master, are you speaking to me? Guyuna, upon hearing a voice, mistakenly thought it was directed at her and inquired. However, it was clear that the voice was not aimed at her. Bibi Dong shook her head, choosing not to respond directly to her question. The ability to hear his thoughts was a secret she intended to keep. If he were to discover this, it would no longer be possible to hear his thoughts in person. Nana, this is Neosher village, as I mentioned. The scenery is quite exquisite, is it not? Bibi Dong shifted the topic of conversation. Guyuna blinked her large eyes, surveying her surroundings. The place was indeed picturesque, with clear mountains and flowing waters, accompanied by the sweet melodies of birds and fragrant blossoms. However, she found it merely pleasant, unaware of her master's true purpose for visiting this locale. Previously, Bibi Dong had never brought her to such places. Master, how did you come to find this place? I discovered it yesterday, and I also found a rather intriguing individual. Bibi Dong replied. An intriguing individual? Guyuna was perplexed, thinking to herself, in this remote village, what could possibly be intriguing about anyone? As the esteemed Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong had encountered countless people. What could a mere villager hold that would pique her interest? Bibi Dong, naturally, chose not to disclose that after consuming the fruits and vegetables cultivated by the villager, her fortuitous luck had surged, allowing her to break through the 98th level barrier and directly attain the 99th level of Douluo cultivation in just one night of meditation. As footsteps approached from outside, Lung Fan realized he had miscalculated. Alas, the unexpected had occurred. Not only had that woman arrived, but she had also brought a young girl with her. It appears that the fruits and vegetables that I have cultivated will soon be devoured by these little gluttons. Little gluttons? Bibi Dong's lips twitched slightly as she thought to herself. How is it that the esteemed Pope of the Spirit Hall is being regarded as a mere foodie today? Nana, at least, is a saintess of the Spirit Hall. When did she become a little glutton? Under normal circumstances, she would have been dragged out and executed countless times for such insolence. However, as the benevolent Pope, I shall not stoop to the level of a mere child. Cold Fan, I have arrived once more. Bibi Dong called out to her seated companion under the eaves. Cold Fan cast a dismissive glance at the girl beside her, clearly unimpressed. So you've come, have you? Should I set off fireworks to welcome you? What irked him further was that the girl wore a mask, which made him quite uncomfortable. Bibi Dong's lips twitched again. Cold Fan feigned calmness, saying, On a rainy day like this, why are you not staying at home but have come to this remote place? To eat melons. Bibi Dong deliberately stated this to provoke him. Eat your sister. Huh. Bibi Dong's expression soured, yet she still pushed open the courtyard door and entered with Guyuna. Had it not been for his slight usefulness, he surely would not have survived to see the next hour. Guyuna approached Cold Fan, and upon seeing his adorable and handsome visage, she instantly developed an infatuation, her face blooming with admiration. Bibi Dong observed the pout on her face, both amused and exasperated. The sight was utterly endearing. Glancing at Hulaina, she said, "Cold Fan. Allow me to introduce my disciple, Nana." Nana? 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 Upon hearing the name, Cold Fan suddenly thought of someone. Why does he linger on the thought of Nana? Bibi Dong was unaware of the reason for his persistent reverie. Cold Fan fixated on the girl before him for a moment, then shifted his gaze to the woman. He then stood and approached the two from behind, scrutinizing them closely. Nana, teacher? She appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, with a captivating figure and long golden hair, resembling a fox spirit. Even though she wore a mask, she exuded an irresistible allure. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong radiated an air of nobility from every angle. Furthermore, her violet hair bore an uncanny resemblance to someone he knew. Could it be that she are Bibi Dong and Hulaina? How could he have discerned such a connection? Bibi Dong, perceiving his thoughts, was taken aback that he was already suspecting her and Hulaina's identities based on their appearances. Indeed, she is undoubtedly Bibi Dong, and that one is certainly Hulaina. Lung Fan could now ascertain that the two individuals before him were indeed the ones he suspected. However, one thing eluded his understanding. Why would Bibi Dong seek him out? The only plausible explanation he could conceive was that she merely wished to take a stroll to clear her mind, inadvertently arriving at his doorstep, which seemed logical enough. In Neosher village, there were only two households, his own and that of his cousin. With his cousin's parents absent, she resided with him, making it inevitable for her to dine at his home. As for her removing her makeup and donning a mask, that was easily comprehensible. She wished to conceal her identity as the esteemed Pope of the Spirit Hall from prying eyes. Indeed, his analysis was astute, yet, for one so young, his capacity for independent thought and the maturity of his reflections were truly remarkable. A slight smile graced Bibi Dong's lips. But there was one thing she knew he had misjudged. Her visit to Neosher village was not for leisure, but to eavesdrop on his innermost thoughts. Little did he know the extent of her prowess. In truth, she too was perplexed by this newfound ability to hear his heart's voice, and curiously, it was solely his voice she could perceive, while others remained silent, a most peculiar phenomenon. Did this imply a special bond between them? Bibi Dong shook her head, genuinely unable to grasp the concept. Best not to alert the unsuspecting. Moreover, she was not entirely certain that the two were indeed Bibi Dong and Hulaina. Subtle inquiries were in order. With a slight smirk, she mused that whether he knew her identity or not, she had no intention of concealing it from him. Suddenly, Long Fan turned to Bibi Dong and said, "Esteemed elder sister, I wish to speak privately with your disciple, Nana. Might I have a moment alone with her?" In a different scene, at the bustling market of Tiandou City, a small girl, her attire dark and soiled, was kneeling by the roadside with an empty bowl before her, begging for alms. As each passer-by, grandparents, uncles, aunts, young ladies, and gentlemen, walked by, she uttered her pleas. With every failed attempt, her desperation grew, and tears began to flow as she glanced at the small boy lying motionless beside her. Overcome with emotion, she wept profusely, rushing to his side. With her frail hands, she pushed against his waxen body, crying out, "Brother, brother, please wake up. Wake up, will you? It's Meow Meow's fault. I can't gather any money, and without it, I can't afford a doctor for you." She pleaded, "Brother, why won't you speak? Is it because I couldn't find the money that you no longer want me? Brother, brother, do you truly wish to abandon Meow Meow? Please, awaken." Yihan opened his eyes, a searing sensation enveloping his body, rendering him exceedingly uncomfortable. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a pair of small hands tugging at his clothing. The owner of these diminutive hands was a little girl, no more than 5 years of age. As she wept profusely, her tear-streaked face was accompanied by her incessant calls of "brother, brother." In Yihan's mind, a myriad of questions swirled relentlessly. He recalled that it was the weekend, a time when the company was closed, leaving him to linger at home. Recently, the anime Douluo had surged in popularity, and with ample leisure time, he decided to indulge in it via the Tencent app on his phone. It was a fortuitous weekend, as a new episode had just been released. Thus, he settled down with a can of cola in hand, engrossed in the show. However, midway through, a fleeting glimpse of Bibi Dong flashed across the screen, and then everything faded into oblivion. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself sprawled upon a bustling street, exposed to the scorching sun. Surrounding him were pedestrians sheltered under parasols, clad in peculiar attire. Horse-drawn carriages traversed the thoroughfare, though these were not BMWs or Mercedes, but rather wooden carts. Moments ago, an elderly man had passed by, pulling a wooden cart laden with cabbages and radishes. Something was amiss, profoundly amiss. Yihan gazed at the surreal scene before him, lost in contemplation. Yet, at that moment, another surge of memory flooded his mind, causing him to momentarily lose his focus. Yihan quickly accessed this memory and realized that he was no longer in his original world, but had instead arrived in another realm, a world known as Douluo Continent. In other words, he had traversed dimensions. The owner of this body was none other than the brother of the little girl before him. Yihan pondered, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. If he possessed a golden finger, it would indeed be a fortuitous blessing. In the absence of such a boon, he would have to rely solely on his innate talent. With exceptional aptitude, he could awaken an extraordinary martial spirit by the age of 6. Not to mention the legendary Tang San. At the very least, he aspired to surpass him by a fraction. In the recesses of his memory, he recalled that the original owner's parents had passed away early, leaving him to be raised by his grandfather, with whom he shared a profound bond, and their life, though challenging, was manageable. However, 6 months ago, a severe drought besieged their hometown, rendering the crops utterly barren, devoid of food and lacking any form of relief. His grandfather led the siblings on a path of begging. Along the way, his grandfather exhausted all his strength, succumbing to his fate. With no recourse, they buried their grandfather and continued to beg, undeterred by the wind, the rain, or the scorching sun, until they arrived at the grand city of Tiandou. A sudden downpour drenched the siblings completely. While the sister remained unscathed, the brother fell ill. And then Yihuan has arrived. In the world of Douluo Continent, there are numerous goddesses, including Bibi Dong, Xiao Wu, Guyuna, Qian Zhu Xuching, and Ning Rongrong, among many others. The little girl before me is named Yi Miao Miao. Brother, you are finally awake. Upon seeing her brother's eyes open, Yi Miao Miao instantly broke into a smile. Silly girl, your brother must earn money to provide you with food, drink, and clothing. How could I possibly afford to sleep all the time? Yet Yihan secretly thought, rest assured, my dear brother, I shall take good care of your sister. I will ensure she faces no further grievances. After all, she is my sister. He chuckled to himself, observing that this young lady was rather charming, albeit a bit slender. However, with the proper nourishment provided by her uncle, she would undoubtedly blossom into a beauty in the years to come. Indeed, a middle-aged woman nearby jiggled with every movement, casting a knowing glance at a tall man beside her. The man, understanding her intent, broke into a smile and reached out with his robust hand to grasp Yi Miao Miao's clothing, intending to lead her away. Humph, I refuse to go with you. Yi Miao Miao quickly nestled behind Yihan, saying, brother, Grandpa has always advised us not to easily trust strangers. Therefore, I shall not go anywhere and will stay by your side. This little girl, despite her tender age, displays a remarkable sense of understanding. Upon observing the couple before him, Yihan discerned that they were not of virtuous intent. He surmised they intended to abduct Miao Miao, perhaps to sell her into a nefarious existence. Resolute in his thoughts, he vowed not to allow them to take her away. Casting a glance behind, he noticed a brick and discreetly grasped it in his right hand, preparing to strike should they attempt to forcibly remove her. You shall not have your way. The burly man, undeterred, reached out again to seize Yi Miao Miao. She nimbly evaded his grasp, skillfully maneuvering behind Yihan. Suddenly, a deafening cry erupted from the man, causing all present to turn their attention. The brute was now clutching his nose, blood gushing forth like a fountain. With a spitting sound, he expelled a mouthful of blood, accompanied by the unmistakable thud of 2 fallen front teeth. The rotund woman was taken aback, astonished by his ruthless swiftness. You little brat, how dare you ambush me? I shall flay your skin and strip your tendons. The man, consumed by rage, raised his fist to retaliate, only to find that the two had already fled. Old Huang, you useless fool, pursue them now, the hefty woman urged. Without further ado, the man hastened after them, taking long strides to close the distance. Yihan glanced back and saw that he had already caught up, yet he was too exhausted to run any further. His stomach was empty, and his strength had been completely depleted. Running again was beyond his capability, so he had no choice but to fight. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. If he could subdue that burly man, the formidable woman would pose no further threat. Yihan promptly came to a halt, urging Yi Miao Miao to step back a little further. Director, these 2 little ones are quite pitiable. Should we lend them a hand? Inquired a girl clad in red, addressing a sultry woman in a green gown who was observing the scene. The woman in the green dress pondered for a moment before responding. Let us observe a while longer. The girl in red nodded in agreement and refrained from further comment. I will strike you down. bellowed a burly man as he caught up with Yihan, launching a powerful fist towards the top of his head. Yihan suddenly shifted to the side, effortlessly positioning himself behind Lao Wang. With a swift motion, he struck with a brick, landing a blow on a vital area. A sharp gasp escaped the burly man's lips as he tightened his pants, and after a piercing scream, he crumpled to the ground, wailing in agony, unable to rise. The crimson-clad woman, who had spoken moments before, gasped in astonishment at this scene. The expressionless face of the woman in the green dress finally revealed a hint of a smile. The girl in red, regaining her composure, remarked, "Director, this young boy is quite ruthless." The woman in green responded with a chuckle, "I find him rather endearing. At the very least, he shows the courage to confront those stronger than himself in defense of his sister." The girl in red nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in her words. Meanwhile, the crowd of onlookers continued to grow. "You, my boy, are quite impressive. However, today you have crossed me, and there will be consequences." Yihan's strength was waning. Although he had managed to bring the burly man to his knees, the hefty woman remained vibrant with energy. If he did not intimidate her into retreat, calamity was inevitable. Reluctantly, he lifted a brick and shouted at her, "Dare to lay a finger on my sister, and I shall fight you to the bitter end." He gestured towards the fallen man, stating, "He is the fate that awaits you." Unexpectedly, the hefty woman glanced at the prostrate figure without a trace of fear, instead chuckling. "Young man, do you presume I am as inept as he? That would be a grievous misjudgment." With that, she spread her arms wide, and an overwhelming aura of power enveloped her, causing the onlookers to recoil in trepidation. Suddenly, a luminous white ring ascended from beneath the woman, illuminating the entire scene. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd as they beheld the radiant ring around her. Yihan's expression faltered slightly as she recalled the narrative of Douluo Continent in her mind. It dawned on her that the white ring adorning her was the so-called soul ring. A soul ring can only be absorbed once one awakens their martial soul and reaches the 10th level of soul power. These rings are derived from the soul beast forest. Upon reaching the 10th level, a soul master must venture into the forest, either alone or accompanied by another soul master, to hunt soul beasts and acquire their soul rings. Soul masters are categorized into 9 ranks: Soul Scholar, Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Sovereign, Soul Sect, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Saint, Soul Douluo, and Title Douluo. Each rank is designated every 10 levels. Beyond these, there exists a classification for those above level 96, referred to as Super Douluo. At level 99, one is honored as Ultimate Douluo, the strongest existence among soul masters. Achieving level 100 or beyond elevates one to the status of a deity. No wonder this woman confronted her so brazenly. She too was a soul master. Yihan contemplated that with his current abilities, he was utterly incapable of competing with her. "Dean, it seems we have no choice but to take action," the girl in red said to the woman in the green dress beside her. The woman in green's gaze flickered, yet she remained silent. Observing that the plump woman was a soul master, the onlookers, fearing for their safety, retreated in haste. After a brief glance, Yihan noticed that the corpulent woman had only released a single white soul ring, with no further developments following. It appears she is merely a soul master of a little over a decade in level. Although not particularly formidable, Yihan himself is currently not even a soul master, and his stamina is waning. Relying solely on the brick in his hand, it seems the odds are not in his favor. Thus, he chuckled softly. Yihan suddenly plopped down onto the ground, throwing a tantrum. "Everyone, come and see. These 2 adults are bullying us, 2 poor little children. What kind of ability is that? Just because you were soul masters, does that give you the right to act lawlessly and torment us?" Whoa. Yi Miao Miao suddenly burst into tears, exclaiming, "Brother, it is all Miao Miao's fault. It is Miao Miao's inadequacy that caused you to be harmed." Yihan embraced her gently, caressing her head and said, "No, Miao Miao, it is only natural for an older brother to protect his younger sister. It is my honor. To be honest, I am also frightened at times. I will always treat you the best." Miao Miao was deeply touched, tears streaming down her face. "Miao Miao, you are my sister. If I do not treat you well, who will?" "Yi Miao Miao, brother Yihan, sister ah." Yihan suddenly pointed to the heavens and exclaimed, "Oh, celestial lord. Oh, earthly mother, have mercy upon us. Send down a bolt of lightning to strike these 2 individuals down together." He then turned to the gathered crowd, addressing the elderly and the young alike. "Did you all witness this? These 2 have bullied us, mere children. Is this their measure of strength? Do they not fear the wrath of the heavens?" A soft chuckle escaped the lips of the woman in the green dress. The girl in red, witnessing this, asked in confusion, "Director, why do you laugh?" She recalled that from the moment she began her studies by the teacher's side, she had never seen her smile. Yet today, in response to this child's pitiful display, her teacher had indeed laughed. The woman in green did not respond. Her smile faded, replaced by a cold indifference. This woman was utterly shameless. What kind of prowess is it to bully two defenseless children? And a soul master at that? Truly, how disgraceful. In light of Yihan's lament, the kind-hearted onlookers were finally stirred, directing their ire towards the portly woman, eager to take action. She had not anticipated the situation escalating to this extent, which only fueled her resentment. "I refuse to believe that I cannot deal with this little brat today." Unfortunately for her, she was gravely mistaken. Silence. The portly woman, confronted by the crowd's accusations, finally lost her temper. With her hands raised to the sky, she unleashed a more formidable pressure that spread outward. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, and silence fell upon the gathering, all eyes drawn to the figure behind the portly woman. There stood Yihan, wielding a brick stained with blood. In an instant, the sympathy that had briefly blossomed for him vanished. The portly woman's eyes widened in shock as she touched the back of her head, glancing down to find her hands smeared with blood. Slowly, she turned to face him. "You dare to ambush me?" Yuanqing remarked, "If I do not launch a surprise attack, I would find myself unable to contend with you, ultimately facing your wrath." He had initially believed that a single brick could render you unconscious. Little did he know. Bang! Yu swiftly struck again, a brick crashing against her face. The hefty woman, caught off guard, nearly toppled to the ground. Blood streamed from her nose. As a soul master, despite being only in her teens in terms of levels, she possessed the agility to evade. Yet, she had underestimated the situation, believing the young boy before her to be merely 6 years old, and thus dismissed him too lightly. "Little Miao Miao, flee." Yihuan turned around, grasping Yu Miao Miao's hand as they dashed towards the outskirts of the crowd. He thought to himself, if 2 bricks couldn't take her down, staying put would surely seal their fate. Alas, you are all doomed. The portly woman, enraged by the 2 bricks hurled by Yihuan, unleashed her formidable elephant martial spirit, which enveloped her, causing her physique to double in size. The onlookers, terrified, scattered in every direction. As her white soul ring illuminated, she charged after Yihuan. Yihan had scarcely run a few steps when he stumbled and fell to the ground, overcome by exhaustion. Yi Miao Miao had no choice but to turn back and assist him in standing up. At that moment, the stout woman had already rushed to confront him, taunting, "Running away? Why not continue your flight?" She then extended her massive hand, aiming to seize Yihan by the throat. Just as Yihan believed he was beyond salvation, the stout woman was suddenly sent sprawling, as if a kite severed from its string. It became abundantly clear that a foot clad in a pair of striking green high heels had delivered a fierce sweep, propelling the stout woman away. Subsequently, she crashed to the ground several paces away, rendered unconscious from the fall. As Yihan gazed upward, he beheld a pair of elongated feet, gracefully shaped and rounded, accompanied by proud curves and a visage that, though cold and indifferent, possessed an exquisite beauty. Upon gazing at that visage, Yihan was suddenly enveloped by a sense of familiarity. Ding! The goddess system has been activated. The primary mission of the system has commenced, to sign in with the goddess. Ding! Congratulations, you have signed in with the goddess, Lu Erlong. And you are awarded a chance for a random lottery draw. Goddess Affinity 1236. Ding! The level of goddess affinity determines the depth of her affection towards you. Suddenly, a lottery wheel materialized before him. Yi's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing the sweet, delicate voice reminiscent of a youthful maiden, coupled with the sight of the lottery wheel before him. It was evident to him what was unfolding. It seems that while the golden opportunity may arrive fashionably late, it is indeed never absent. In the realm of Yihan, having witnessed numerous protagonists traversing into alternate worlds, it is not uncommon for them to possess a unique advantage accompanying them. Little did he expect that he too would be endowed with such a boon. His current state of elation could be likened to winning a 5 million lottery. Indeed, this fortune is delightful. Yihan glanced once more at the prizes of the lottery, which included martial souls, elixirs, techniques, and various items. After reflecting for a moment, he concluded that what he currently needed most was a martial soul capable of enhancing his innate talent. Thus, his greatest hope was to draw a martial soul of a higher caliber, preferably one that surpassed Tang San's Haotian hammer, even if just by a slight margin. In this context, the notion of a random draw signifies the selection of prizes from highest to lowest, where one receives whatever is drawn. Although Yihan yearned to obtain a high-ranking martial soul, it remained merely a wish, with little hope of realization. After all, the lottery wheel boasted an array of prizes exceeding 100 varieties, and the pointer's fate was entirely uncertain, landing on whichever prize it chose without any predictability. Yihan no longer hesitated. There were still matters that required resolution, and he could not afford to delay any longer. He raised his hand and pressed the button for the lottery draw. The wheel of fortune began to spin, gradually accelerating before decelerating once more. With each rotation of the wheel, his heart raced in tandem. After all, this was a significant moment concerning the awakening of his martial soul, and he could not afford to be careless. Yihan gazed intently at the slowing roulette wheel, his eyes fixated upon the pointer as it turned ever more languidly. His heartbeat quickened in anticipation. With a final resonant click, the lottery wheel came to a standstill. As Yihan gazed intently, his eyes suddenly sparkled with a flicker of astonishment. The pointer of the lottery had come to a halt precisely within the confines of the soul of martial arts. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Martial Soul. Note, the prize will be credited shortly. Please remain attentive to your account. By the heavens, I have finally succeeded. Yi Huan was overjoyed, for the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger was indeed a supreme martial soul. One might even say a divine-level martial soul. In the original text, legends concerning it have been recounted. The evil god descended upon a white tiger, resulting in its mutation. Generally, among soul masters, there are none who possess such a martial soul. After all, it is acquired rather than innate, which elucidates why this martial soul has never appeared among the soul masters of Douluo Continent. The white tiger, originally a symbol of light, has transformed into a being of darkness due to the possession by the evil god. Its appearance is exceedingly peculiar, adorned with fallen black wings and a scorpion-tailed evil god's hook. It must be said, the existence of the dark demon evil god tiger in Douluo Continent is unparalleled. Yihan was aware that, at present, only the starry forest harbored a dark demon evil god tiger, a creature of an astonishing 60,000 years of age. This formidable being possessed attributes of malevolence, darkness, lightning, wind, time, and space, along with an extraordinary level of intelligence. However, it was ultimately vanquished by Tang San. The aforementioned data substantiates the assertion that the martial soul of the dark demon evil god tiger is not only unparalleled, but also immensely powerful. To draw such a potent martial soul from the lottery is indeed a cause for elation. Brother, what troubles you? Seeing Yihan lost in thought, alternating between laughter and astonishment, Yi Miao Miao could not help but shake his hand. Oh. Yihan finally regained his composure and turned to his sister, saying, Miao Miao. Brother is fine. Yi Miao Miao nodded, her eyes sparkling with joy as she gazed up at the lady in the green dress before her. Brother. It was this kind elder sister who saved us just now. He nodded and gently stroked Miao Miao's head before rising to gaze at the alluring woman before him. She was Lu Erlong, the cousin of Yu Xiaogan's second uncle. Little one, how are you faring? The girl in red was the first to inquire. He nodded in acknowledgement, casually surveying the girl in the red dress. She appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age, possessing a slender figure and striking beauty, though lacking the maturity and allure of Lu Erlong. At approximately 30 years of age, Lu Erlong exuded a captivating and sophisticated charm that was truly unparalleled among ordinary women. In truth, she was nearing her 40s, yet as a soul master, she aged at a much slower pace than an average person. Yihan contemplated that, based on the time he had traversed into this world, Lu Erlong's cultivation should reside at the 79th level of Soul Sage. With 7 soul rings, she could wield the true embodiment of her martial soul's soul abilities. Yihan pondered that Lu Erlong must have established her own Soul Master Academy in Heavendou City by now. Lu Ba Academy serves as Lu Erlong's foundation in Heavendou City, with the support of the second elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, Yu Luomian. The imperial family of the Heavendou Empire naturally grants her a measure of respect. Greetings. I am Yihan, and this is my sister, Yi Miao Miao. Thank you, elder sister, for coming to our rescue. Yihan introduced himself. This little fellow certainly possesses a sweet tongue. Lu Erlong felt an immense joy at being addressed as elder sister and found her affection for the siblings growing even stronger. Affection level increased by 2-5-10. Before Yihan, a multitude of data emerged. She pondered the value of her calling out sister. Gaining Lu Erlong's favor could help her navigate through her current predicament. Perhaps, if Lu Erlong were pleased, she might even invite her to reside in the prestigious Lanba Academy she had founded, which would be even more delightful. Yihuan analyzed Lu Erlong's temperament, noting her deep-seated animosity towards evil, her fiery disposition, and her intolerance for any form of injustice. It is precisely due to this character that she cannot bear to witness others being wronged, and thus extends her assistance to the Yihuan siblings. Much like her fiery dragon martial soul, her spirit is as fierce as flames. Lu Erlong is, in fact, a product of the mutated blue electric Tyrannosaurus, her mother being a mistress supported by Yu Luomian. Lu Erlong is, therefore, a legitimate daughter born out of wedlock. Decades ago, she had a tumultuous relationship with Yu Xiaogang, which ultimately led to her abandonment. This abandonment is the reason for Lu Erlong's current demeanor of cold indifference. Lu Erlong nodded slightly, her expression returning to its usual icy demeanor. I am Lu Erlong. She then turned to the girl in red beside her. She is my student, Lu Jiao. You nodded. Yu Miao nodded in agreement. Lu Erlong then inquired, Yihan, where are your parents? Why are you wandering outside at such a tender age? Finally, the conversation had reached its crux. Yihan, with a look of helplessness, said, it is as follows. He briefly recounted the experiences he and Yi Miao had endured from beginning to end. Naturally, an element of tragic storytelling was indispensable. In an effort to captivate the two individuals, Yihan embellished the original tale with extravagant flourishes, narrating a saga of profound misfortune that was as tragic as it was compelling. Not only were the two listeners taken aback, but even Yi Miao, upon hearing Yihan's account, was left momentarily speechless. She pondered when it was that her brother had honed such remarkable eloquence. His articulate expression and incisive delivery had surpassed all her previous perceptions of him. A peculiar thought suddenly flickered through Yi Miao's mind. She felt that her brother had become more intelligent after recovering from his illness. Sob. After hearing Yihan's account, Lu Jiao burst into tears, exclaiming, Teacher, they are truly pitiful. Would you not show them some compassion and allow them to study at the academy? In truth, Lu Erlong was also moved, harboring a sense of shared sympathy. After pondering for a moment, he nodded in agreement. Wonderful, Jiao exclaimed joyfully. Without a second thought for cleanliness, she scooped Yu Miao up from the ground. Miao, the teacher has already agreed to take you in to study at the academy. Are you happy? Yu Miao did not acquiesce. Instead, she turned her head to gaze towards Yihan, declaring, wherever brother goes, I shall follow. Yihan smiled gently, Miao. The elder sister is a wonderful person. We should trust her. Yu Miao nodded repeatedly, her face lighting up with joy. Well then, let us take you to the academy, Lu Erlong declared, taking the initiative to grasp Yihan's hand as they headed towards the wide road on the right. Yihan felt the gentle firmness of Lu Erlong's hand tightly clasping his, a sensation both tender and delightful. Sister Erlong, I am utterly enamored. Extra chapter, Lu Erlong 4. The Yi siblings, under the guidance of Lu Erlong and Lu Jiao, swiftly arrived before a magnificent academy. This institution, built against the mountains, boasted a towering entranceway 10 meters high, adorned with a plaque displaying 4 prominent characters. Yihan raised his head and beheld the words Blue Tyrant Academy. Lu Jiao abruptly halted her steps and turned to him, saying, Yihan, Miao, this is our Blue Tyrant Academy. My teacher is the founder of Blue Tyrant Academy and also its principal. Today, it is indeed a stroke of fortune from our past lives that you siblings have the opportunity to meet the teacher. After listening, Yi Miao gasped in amazement, exclaiming, Wow, big sister, you are truly remarkable. I possess more knowledge about this matter than you do. Yihan merely spoke in his heart, understanding that the matter of time travel was not to be uttered lightly. Miao, let us refer to the academy's principal as Sister Long. All right, brother, she replied. Lu Erlong nodded in approval, and under their guidance, they ventured into the academy together. Given that Blue Ba Academy is a prestigious institution for soul masters, students must be at least 15 years of age to attend. Thus, the ages of the siblings did not align with the requirements. Consequently, they could not be assigned to the student dormitories and would need alternative accommodations. As the principal of Blue Ba Academy, Lu Erlong possessed the authority to arrange a residence for the siblings with merely a word. Upon reaching the academy's playground, Lu Erlong instructed Jiao. They shall share a dormitory with you. Of course, teacher, Jiao replied without hesitation, although it might be inconvenient for a girl to share a dormitory with boys. Yihan was only 6 years old. He posed no concern. Lu Erlong said nothing further and proceeded towards the small grove behind the academy. Yihan was aware that she lived alone in a quaint little cabin nestled within the serene woods on the mountainside of the academy. In her leisure time, she would play the piano and tend to her flowers and plants. Generally, unless significant matters arose within the academy, she would not descend from the mountain to intervene. The affairs were primarily managed by the vice president. Lu Jiao swiftly led her siblings to a modest single-story dormitory, which comprised but a single room. She busily retrieved the key and pushed the door open, exclaiming, "Yihan, meow meow, from now on, you shall temporarily reside in this room with your sister." Sister? Yihan has not acknowledged the matter of calling her sister. Lu Jiao guided the two into the dormitory. Yihan glanced around. There were merely two beds, positioned side by side on the left. Opposite them stood a wardrobe, serving as a repository for garments. Behind was the bathroom. Lu Jiao gestured towards the vacant bed and said, "Yihan, you shall sleep in this empty bed. As for Meow Meow, she is still quite young and takes up little space. My bed is spacious enough, she can share it with me." Yihan had no objections and proceeded to tidy up his bed. On the mat lay a quilt, which Lu Jiao retrieved from her wardrobe and presented to him. Though Yihan did not express his gratitude, the matter remained etched in his heart. His principle was simple. Those who treated him kindly would receive his kindness in return. Lu Jiao, disregarding him, took Yu Meow Meow's hand and led her to the bathroom at the back to prepare for a bath. Ding! You have drawn the dark demon evil god tiger martial soul, which has been integrated into your body. When the time comes for you to awaken your martial soul, you will be able to do so directly, announced the goddess system. Excellent. Yihan was overjoyed. According to the original text, the strength of the dark demon evil god tiger martial soul was comparable to that of the six-winged angel martial soul. Thus, when he awakened the dark demon evil god tiger martial soul, he might potentially possess innate soul power of level 20. Qian, as the heir of the six-winged angel martial soul, had reached innate soul power of level 20 upon awakening her martial soul, making her the first among soul masters in the Douluo Continent to achieve such a feat if he could attain that level as well. It would undoubtedly cause a sensation throughout the entire martial soul realm. As Yihan contemplated this, an indescribable sense of superiority washed over him. At present, his martial spirit had yet to awaken, and he could not behold the true form of the dark demon evil god tiger martial spirit. The original text had indeed described its appearance. It was the 6,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger spirit beast that Tang San had slain in the Tiandou forest. Its entire body was pitch black, devoid of any other hue. With crimson eyes, it measured 8 meters in length, its musculature bulging, weighing over 3,000 pounds. The king symbol on its forehead was also black. It possessed a pair of enormous black wings, and its tail resembled that of a scorpion, composed of countless segments. At the very tip of its tail was a formidable backward hook. This was the tail of the dark demon evil god tiger, also known as the evil god hook. However, since the martial spirit is not a physical entity, there remains a distinction. As Yihan contemplated, Lu Jiao had already finished washing Yi Meow Meow and emerged. Yihan could not help but cast a glance at her, who was impeccably clean. Though merely 5 years old, she possessed an innate beauty. Undeniably a near-perfect beauty in the making. Surely, she would blossom into a goddess of the highest caliber as she grew. Lu Jiao urged her to get into bed, to tuck herself in, and to take a moment to rest and enjoy a good sleep. Only then did she approach Yihan, without uttering a word, and abruptly pulled him up, leading him directly towards the bathroom. This. Yihan was utterly bewildered, an awkward scene immediately materializing in his mind. Upon arriving at the bathroom, Lu Jiao instructed him to undress and enter the bathtub. She then proceeded to assist him in washing his hair and body. Although Yihan is merely 6 years old, the idea of a girl assisting her with bathing feels rather awkward. Yet she finds herself unable to resist and can only acquiesce. Furthermore, at the tender age of 6, what can one truly accomplish? It is evident that there is a lack of capability in that regard. Therefore, she concedes to the situation. After all, attending to her own back is beyond her abilities. And it is only fitting that Lu Jiao lends her assistance. Yihan had not bathed for quite some time, and it was high time for him to indulge in a thorough cleansing for his own comfort. Although Lu Jiao was merely 15 years old, she approached her tasks with utmost diligence. She began by washing his hair, cleansing his face, and scrubbing his back, and in no time at all, he was immaculately clean. Ding! Congratulations on signing in with the goddess Lu Jiao. You have received 1 random lottery reward, announced the goddess system. Instantly, a spinning prize will materialize before him. Yihan was filled with joy, unaware of what prize he might draw this time. At the very least, he had a promising start, having drawn a divine-level martial soul for his first. The second one, however, seemed rather casual in comparison, having gained experience from the first lottery. Yihan approached the second draw with a newfound ease. With a gentle press of his finger on the lottery button, the spinning wheel began to whirl. As the wheel eventually came to a halt, Yihan glanced at the indicator, which pointed once again to the realm of martial souls, confirming without a doubt that he had drawn yet another martial soul. This revelation signified that he would possess dual martial souls. In the world of Douluo Continent, every individual has the potential to awaken their martial soul. However, the distinction lies in the innate talent for martial souls and the subsequent acquisition of soul power upon awakening. Even if one possesses merely half a level of soul power after awakening their martial soul, they can strive to become a soul master. Conversely, those lacking any soul power at all are relegated to the status of an ordinary person. Within the Douluo Continent, it is the soul masters who stand as the preeminent beings, including the nefarious soul masters. Furthermore, soul beasts are also considered formidable entities, inherently blessed with an aura of strength. Yet, soul beasts are destined to be the prey of soul masters, thus occupying a tragic position within the food chain. In the supplementary note, Lu Erlong 5, a notification chimed. Congratulations. You have drawn the Dark Dragon God, Vine Martial Soul. Note, the prize will be credited immediately and can be fused with your existing martial soul. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? The divine system inquired. Yihan pondered. What was my original martial soul, that system sister? Ding. Your original martial soul is an agricultural sickle, which in itself holds no particular distinction. Yi nodded, acknowledging that the words regarding the agricultural sickle held little relevance for him, as he surmised he had awakened without any soul power. However, had it been the Grim Reaper's scythe, the outcome would have been entirely different. Very well, esteemed system sister, let us proceed with the fusion. Ding. Your Dark Dragon God Vine Martial Soul is merging with the agricultural sickle. Ding. Fusion successful. Note, due to the amalgamation of the two, the Dark Dragon God Vine Martial Soul has undergone a slight mutation, the implications of which will become clear once you absorb a soul ring. Mutations are indeed advantageous. The affluent rely on their lineage, while the impoverished depend on mutation. Those who understand, understand. Ha! Yihan smiled faintly. At present, he possessed 2 divine-level martial souls. After the awakening of his martial soul, his innate soul power would undoubtedly not be lower than level 10, and there was even a possibility of reaching level 20. Goddess Favorability 111. Yihan offered a bittersweet smile, realizing that the increase in affection was rather sluggish. After Yihan finished his bath, Lu Jiaojiao helped him dry off the droplets of water from his skin. Upon glancing at him post-bath, she was struck by his striking features and charming allure. In an instant, Lu Jiaojiao's eyes sparkled with admiration, and as she gazed at Yihan again, only an expression of infatuation remained. Goddess Favorability 10 20 30 60 meow. Yihan was overjoyed, surprised by how remarkable he appeared after his bath, instantly boosting Lu Jiaojiao's admiration for him to unprecedented heights. It seemed that his exterior possessed a unique allure. He was not merely handsome, but also irresistibly charming. His clothes were in a filthy state and utterly unwearable. Lu Jiaojiao tossed him a scarf for modesty, saying, Yihan, I shall go out and purchase some new outfits and trousers for you and your sister. After all, your previous garments are both soiled and tattered. They are unfit for wear. All right, Yihan replied expressionlessly, then climbed onto his bed and nestled under the covers. Glancing at the bed ahead, he noticed that Yu Miao Miao was soundly asleep, and he chose not to disturb her. Yihan contemplated that now he and Miao Miao had been taken in by Lu Erlong, and they no longer needed to worry about their basic necessities. The question that plagued him was what kind of life he wished to lead in the future. Firstly, becoming a soul master was indispensable. Additionally, it was essential to meet Bibi Dong and Xiao Wu for 2 reasons: to acknowledge the goddess of the signing and to establish connections with them. Yihan contemplated that it would be prudent to recuperate for a while at the Blue Tyrant Academy. It must be acknowledged that his current physical condition was exceedingly frail, necessitating a period of rest and recovery. Before he realized it, Yihan had succumbed to slumber, drifting into the realm of dreams. Brother, brother. Yihan awoke to a gentle call, his eyes fluttering open, illuminating with surprise. Before him stood a delicate little girl, adorned in a new outfit complete with trousers and small leather shoes, her gaze locking with his. He almost failed to recognize her. She was none other than Yi Miao Miao. Clad in her fresh attire, she appeared transformed, a testament to the adage that clothes make the man, or in this case, the child. It was evident that Lu Jiaojiao had procured the garments and assisted her in dressing. Brother, do you think my new clothes, new trousers, and new shoes are beautiful? Yu Miao Miao whirled joyfully before him, her exuberance reminiscent of a merry little bird. Yu nodded with a smile, saying, "You look lovely. Miao Miao looks good in anything." Glancing around the dormitory, he noticed the absence of Lu Jiao Jiao, presumably occupied with something. "Brother, this new outfit, trousers, and shoes are gifts from Jiao Jiao. You should try them on as well." Yi Miao Miao pointed towards the foot of the bed. As Yi Huan observed, there indeed lay 2 sets of clothing and 2 pairs of leather shoes. To be honest, Lu Jiao Jiao displayed a commendable sense of care and responsibility by purchasing 2 complete outfits for herself. She promptly rose to try them on, eager to showcase them to Yi Miao Miao and seek her opinion. Yi Han felt somewhat amusing, dressed in that white outfit. He approached the mirror and was taken aback by his own reflection. Indeed, it was quite remarkable. Even he was startled by his own appearance. And it was no wonder that Ru Jiao Jiao's admiration for him had surged. It turned out that his current youthful visage had reached an extreme level of adorability. He mused that such an endearing exterior was inherently a nemesis to women. Alas, his interest lay solely with his goddess, leaving him in a predicament. Oh, he was quite hungry. He needed to find something to eat. Yi Han gently patted his belly and, glancing at the swaying Yi Miao Miao, inquired, "Are you hungry? If so, dear sister, allow me to take you out for a meal." Upon hearing the mention of food, Yi Miao Miao's stomach began to rumble incessantly. She nodded enthusiastically, then shook her head in dismay, expressing, "I am hungry, but brother, how can we purchase food without any money? Indeed, this poses a dilemma. Moreover, having already passed mealtime, the college canteen is devoid of any available meals." Yi Han scratched his head, pondering for a moment, and then his eyes sparkled with realization. "I've got it. Brother. What's the matter?" "It's nothing, Miao Miao. Just follow me." Yi Han grasped her small hand and, with her short legs, made her way towards the back mountain of the academy, giggling merrily. Yu Miao Miao smiled joyfully, her little legs dancing with even greater exuberance. Once upon a time, Yi Han had longed for a playful and obedient little sister. To his delight, she has now graced his life. As Yi Han listened to Yi Miao Miao's innocent and melodious laughter, his expression brightened. The small grove behind the academy was expansive, with a narrow path leading directly into the heart of the woods. Yi Han pulled his sister along as they advanced, fully aware that they were entering the territory of Lu Erlong. Typically, ordinary individuals would not dare to approach this domain. However, he was no ordinary person. Moreover, with his and Miao Miao's endearing presence, Lu Erlong would surely not hold any grievances against them. After all, having spent decades in solitude, she must be feeling quite lonely. Yi Han ventured to the back mountains in search of some wild delicacies to satiate his hunger, with no intention of deliberately offending Lu Erlong. "Brother, why have you brought Miao Miao to the back mountains?" "You will find out shortly." Yi Han continued his journey and soon beheld a quaint wooden cottage nestled in the clearing of the forest. A charming garden flourished with an abundance of flowers, grasses, and trees, creating a picturesque scene. However, it offered no sustenance. Yi Han felt disinterested, casting a glance from outside the gate, only to find that Bibi Dong was absent. A surge of joy filled her heart as she surmised that the girl had ventured out. She then surveyed the small garden, which boasted a modest pond approximately 5 acres in size. Her happiness intensified, for it was evident that the pond harbored fish. "Miao Miao, you stay here while I go inside for a moment," she said before entering. Yi Miao Miao gently nodded her little head, all the while admiring the vibrant flowers and lush greenery in the courtyard. Yi Han stealthily climbed over the courtyard wall and cautiously approached the little wooden cabin, peering inside. Once assured that Lu Erlong was absent, he made his way towards the small lake. A glance at the water's surface revealed the occasional fish rising for air. The pressing concern now was how to catch one. At merely 6 years of age, the prospect of fishing directly was undoubtedly impractical. Even if he were familiar with the game, success in capturing a fish remained elusive. Yi Han smiled faintly. This posed no challenge for him. He glanced back at the small wooden cottage before stepping inside. Soon, Yi Han found a needle and thread within, preparing to fashion a fishing hook. In a related scene, Brother, what are you doing?" inquired Yi Miao Miao, peering curiously from outside the courtyard gate. As Yi Han approached her, he lifted her into his arms and made his way toward the small lake. "Fishing. Brother, Miao Miao wants to eat fish," Yi Miao Miao exclaimed joyfully, swallowing in anticipation. Yi Han smiled gently. Without hesitation, he found a secluded spot to sit down. He fashioned a fishing rod from a slender bamboo stalk, securing a hook to one end. After attaching the earthworm he had dug up to the hook, he cast his line into the water. Yu Miao Miao sat with wide eyes, her hands clasped together, eagerly gazing at the fishing line submerged in the water, hoping for a fish to take the bait. Yihan possesses unwavering confidence in his angling prowess. As long as there are fish in the tranquil lake, he can effortlessly catch a few to satiate both his and Miao Miao's appetites. Suddenly, with a splash, the fishing line plunges into the water, creating a resonant sound. Upon a sudden thought, Yihan realized that he had indeed caught a fish. Beside him, Yi Miao Miao gasped in amazement. Wow, brother, it seems like there's a fish on the line. Yihan replied affirmatively, responding to her excitement. Witnessing the sheer joy radiating from the little one filled him with happiness as well. Gripping the fishing rod tightly, he felt considerable tension on the line, indicating that a sizable fish was indeed caught. Yihan, cautious not to exert excessive force, gradually reeled in the fishing line. He endeavored to utilize the buoyancy of the water to draw the fish towards the shore. Only when the fish surfaced did he catch a glimpse of its back. The sound of splashing echoed. Upon encountering such a sizable fish, Yi Miao Miao could not help but clap her hands and exclaim, "Brother, it is a magnificent fish." "Indeed, Miao Miao. We have fish to eat." Yihan extended a hand and lifted it ashore. Weighing it in his grasp, he marveled at the hefty creature, which must have weighed no less than 20 pounds. Such a large blue-backed fish must have dwelled in this modest lake for at least a decade. It seems that Lu Erlong, residing in this area, would generally refrain from fishing here. After half an hour, Yihan had caught more than 10 additional blue-backed fish before finally calling it a day. For the two of them, this bounty was more than sufficient. Yihan, noticing that Lu Erlong had yet to return, led Yu Miao Miao out of the courtyard. They sought a secluded spot and erected a makeshift stand. After skillfully preparing a dozen fish, they expertly skewered them with bamboo sticks and ignited a fire to commence grilling. "Teacher, what do you think these two little rascals intend to do with so many fish?" Lu Jiao inquired, glancing at Lu Erlong beside her. Lu Erlong pondered for a moment before responding. "I believe they are simply hungry and plan to grill the fish for sustenance. But they are so young. Can they truly grill fish?" Lu Jiao questioned, her disbelief evident. "Humph," Lu Erlong retorted, a twitch of his lips betraying his amusement as he pointed ahead. "Look, smoke is rising. If they aren't grilling fish, then what are they doing?" Lu Jiao chuckled, amused by their antics. "Teacher, are you not upset that Yihan has caught fish from your little pond?" Lu Erlong sighed. "What does it matter? Am I, as an adult, truly to take action against two little ones?" He then added, Jiao, have you noticed how devoted Yihan is to his sister? Just earlier in the street, he risked himself to save her, bravely confronting two formidable foes. In the end, he even faced off against the Soul Master to rescue Miao Miao. I envy Miao Miao for having such a wonderful brother. Teacher, there was a time when I wished for a brother like Miao Miao's. Even if he were not as remarkable, I would be content with a gentle touch on my head, a word of comfort during my moments of sadness and tears. Yet, as Lu Erlong contemplated this, he was reminded of that man. Lu Jiao listened quietly, refraining from interrupting her teacher's thoughts. "Come, let us take a look." "Teacher, are you?" She responded. "He has caught so many fish. Surely, he ought to pay some rent." Lu Jiao smiled knowingly, understanding the implication. The teacher and student descended the house together, heading towards the source of the smoke. As Yihan prepared to grill the fish, he sought out several varieties of wild spices, skillfully crushing them with stones to extract their essence, which he then drizzled over the fish. This method of preparation rendered the fish not only more aromatic but also far more delectable. As a time traveler, he possessed considerable knowledge regarding spices. Before long, the tantalizing aroma of the grilled fish wafted through the air, while the flesh had attained a golden hue. Yi Miao Miao gazed at the golden grilled fish, inhaling its enchanting aroma, unable to suppress the saliva that trickled from the corner of her mouth. She repeatedly inquired, "Brother, is the grilled fish ready? Brother. It smells so delightful. Brother, when did you learn to make grilled fish?" In the little girl's recollection, there was no image of her brother ever preparing grilled fish, which prompted her curious questions. Upon hearing this, Yihan found himself lost in contemplation, sifting through his memories of this brother Yi, and indeed, he had never prepared grilled fish noodles. Though reluctant to deceive, he felt compelled to provide the young lady with a plausible explanation. "Well, my dear sister, I once observed others preparing it in this manner, so I simply followed suit." Yu Miao Miao clapped her hands, believing wholeheartedly, "My brother is truly clever." Just as the two were about to indulge in grilled fish, a sudden sound of footsteps behind them shattered the tranquility shared by the siblings. Yihan's expression changed dramatically. Could it be such a coincidence? Turning around, he confirmed his suspicions. Lu Erlong had indeed arrived, accompanied by Lu Jiao. It seemed he had underestimated Lu Erlong's perceptiveness. Yihan could even sense that just moments ago, in that state of exuberance, everything unfolded beneath their very gaze, sending a chill down his spine. He had thought himself the man as seizing the cicada, yet little did he know he could not escape the cunning of the yellow sparrow. Sister Long, Sister Jiao. My brother and I are currently grilling fish. Yi Miao beheld the two and joyfully exclaimed, All right, Miao. Lu Erlong swiftly embraced the approaching Yi Miao, all the while gazing intently into Yihan's eyes. Yihan felt a sudden shiver. The fiery dragon was not to be trifled with. He then picked up the largest grilled fish and offered it to Lu Erlong. Sister Dragon, please do try my grilled fish and tell me if it is delectable. Lu Erlong responded, her expression rather neutral, though a flicker of warmth glimmered in her eyes. She brought the fish closer to her delicate nose and inhaled deeply. A unique aroma wafted into her nostrils, flooding her mouth and coursing through her entire being, resonating within her vital organs and meridians. How delightful, Lu Erlong mused. She had savored many grilled fish before, yet this was her first encounter with one that exuded such an extraordinary fragrance. Merely inhaling the scent was a pleasure in itself, hinting at even greater taste. With anticipation, she took a bite, then another. Lu Erlong found herself unable to stop, eagerly setting Yi Miao aside as she devoured the fish with fervor. Seeing her teacher relish the meal so enthusiastically, Lu Jiao could hardly contain herself. Swallowing hard in anticipation, she eagerly grabbed the second largest fish, taking a bite for herself. Wow, this is exquisite. Lu Jiao joined in, indulging with equal fervor. Yihan was bewildered. How could Lu Jiao eat the fish he had grilled so nonchalantly? He hadn't even had a bite himself. Yi Miao gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, saying, Brother, Miao also wants to eat grilled fish. Yes, let us enjoy it together. Yihan picked up a fish, handed one to Yi Miao, and kept one for himself, savoring every bite with great delight. Yihan sampled the flavor, and to his surprise, the fish roasted with those wild spices was indeed delectable. In the side story, Lu Erlong 7, as a result, Lu Erlong and Lu Jiao devoured one fish after another, unable to stop themselves. Meanwhile, Yi Miao, though merely 5 years old, had already consumed her third fish. If you proceed with your welding skills at such a leisurely pace, you may find yourself unable to achieve even 3 pieces. Goddess affinity increases by 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, and 12. As Yihan beheld the incessantly emerging data before him, a smile graced his countenance. He had not anticipated that merely a few fish could yield him the favor of 2 goddesses and such an abundance of goodwill. Ding! Congratulations on signing in with Goddess Yi Miao. You have earned a chance for a random draw, announced the goddess system. With a resonant hum, the lottery wheel materialized before his eyes. Yihan did not expect that Yi Miao would also be among the goddesses. Although she is adopted, how could someone so young already be deemed a goddess? Well, since there's a prize, one might as well participate. Yihan smiled gently and pressed the lottery button with her hand. The wheel immediately began to spin with a rhythmic click. Yihan fixated on the spinning wheel, eager to discover what fortune awaited him this time. He hoped for something grand, which would indeed be remarkable. However, as for soul weapons, he dismissed the thought. He was already endowed with twin soul weapons, and 2 were sufficient. With a decisive click, as the lottery wheel came to a halt, Yihan beheld the pointer's indication resting upon the square designated for divine-grade items. In other words, had he truly drawn a divine-grade item? Without a doubt, yes. Yihan contemplated that the specifics would need to be addressed once the system was officially announced. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn Bloodline of the Ancestor Dragon. The item has been deposited into the system's space. Please proceed to collect it, announced the goddess system. What? Yihan thought he had misheard. Having drawn the fabled bloodline of the primordial dragon was no trivial matter. Just a single drop, and he estimated that he could successfully undergo mutation. The Ancestor Dragon, the progenitor of all dragons, possessed extraordinary abilities. As the origin of every dragon, it wielded mastery over various elemental forces. Its might was, without a doubt, beyond comprehension. After a moment of contemplation, Yihan realized that the ancestral dragon bloodline far surpassed those 2 divine-level martial souls by an immeasurable magnitude. If he could successfully absorb it and undergo a transformation, then entering the life lake within the Tiandou forest and signing in with the goddess Guyuna would no longer pose a challenge. Just as Yihan was lost in thought, 3 pairs of eyes fixated upon him. As Yihan gazed over, he recognized Lu Erlong, Yi Miao, and Lu Jiao. their intentions unclear. Upon lowering his head, he discovered that not a single fish remained on the grill. The three food enthusiasts had devoured all but two of the fish he had eaten, and now they were eyeing the solitary one he held in his hand. Yihan naturally could not allow the three to succeed, promptly retracting his hand. Suddenly, it slipped, and an entire fish vanished from his grasp in an instant. How infuriating! Yihan quickly glanced over and saw that the fish was already in Lu Jiao's hands, and she had taken a bite. There was no denying it. The speed of this little girl's hands far surpassed his own. "What are you staring at, you little brat? Have you never seen a beauty eat fish before?" Lu Jiao remarked in a somewhat irritated tone, though it was merely an act. He was rendered speechless, for one cannot bite the hand that feeds. What more could he say? The garments adorning both himself and Miao Miao were purchased with the funds of this young lady. Quite remarkable indeed. Yihuan sat silently, not uttering a word, as he watched him eat. Suddenly, Lu Jiao snapped her fingers, and a golden object flew out. Yihuan's quick reflexes allowed him to catch it effortlessly. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a gold soul coin, which filled him with immense joy. At that moment, he found himself utterly destitute, and while a gold soul coin held little value for Lu Jiao, it was of significant importance to him. In terms of currency conversion from his world, one gold soul coin in the Douluo Continent equated to 1,000 units of currency. A silver soul coin corresponded to 100, while a copper soul coin was valued at 1. Thus, a single gold soul coin represented the living expenses of an average family for 3 to 4 months in the Douluo Continent. "Little brat, consider this your deposit. If I ever desire roasted fish, you must be at my beck and call," Lu Jiao teased, playfully winking at him. This. Yihan was truly taken aback. No wonder this young lady was so generous in her actions. It turns out she had long been plotting. Just you wait. One day, you shall submit to me. Yihan, with his 2 extraordinary martial souls in the ancestral dragon bloodline, possesses an unparalleled strength that is not merely a matter of chance. When the time comes, amassing a fortune in gold soul coins will be an effortless endeavor. You are indeed formidable. Likewise, I must say, Lu Jiao smiled dreamily, saying. Yet you are no less impressive. With a single brick, you managed to fell a burly man and leave the soul master dazed and bewildered. With such tenacity and wit, I feel as though I have squandered many years of my life, unable to measure up to a mere child like you. Yihan listened, smiling in silence. Some secrets are meant to be concealed. After all, this remains an unspeakable secret. Yihan no longer paid attention to Lu Jiao, instead placing his hand on the head of Yi Miao and inquiring, Miao, have you had your fill? Brother, Miao is quite full, she replied, lifting her clothing to reveal her round, plump belly. Lu ere long observed the affectionate interaction between the siblings, feeling a mix of envy and jealousy. More than that, he harbored admiration and praise for Yihan. He then asked, Yihan, how old are you this year? It seemed she posed this question to herself, likely contemplating her own awakening of martial spirits. It was no wonder, as she was indeed a soul master, and one nearing the status of a soul Douluo. Yihan felt that this was quite agreeable. After awakening his martial soul, he would become a soul master. At the very least, possessing innate full soul power was not a concern. However, whether his innate soul power reached the level of 20 was uncertain. Sister Long, Miao is 5 years old, and my brother is 6. Before Yihan could voice his thoughts, Yi Miao spoke on his behalf. This little girl. Yihan was at a loss for words as he reached out to gently pat Yi Miao's head. He was naturally reluctant to scold her for having inadvertently revealed his own secrets. Lu Erlong nodded and continued, indeed, at the age of 6. One can awaken their martial soul. By the way, in a few days, our Blue Tyrant Academy will be facilitating the awakening of martial souls for some common children. Yihan, you may join us as well. Yihan, seeing his confusion, Lu Jiao interjected to elaborate on Lu Erlong's words. Indeed, this little rascal. Although our Blue Tyrant Academy is a prestigious institution for advanced soul masters, it is not exclusively so. Adjacent to us lies a supplementary teaching area dedicated to nurturing students from the beginner to intermediate levels. However, the number of students is limited, currently numbering fewer than 30. As it was established merely 3 years ago, thus qualifying as a special class. Yihuan nodded, reflecting for a moment. Indeed. He had just observed a grand entrance beside Lamba Academy, through which 6-year-old students were bustling in and out. Lu Erlong refrained from elaborating further and turned his attention to Lu Jiao. Shortly you shall escort Yihuan to meet Director Pang, so he may arrange accommodations for him in the dormitory over there. Lu Jiao, upon hearing this, eagerly nodded in agreement. Certainly, teacher. She then glanced at Yu Miao Miao. As for Miao Miao, being only 5 years old, she will need to wait another year. So it will be your responsibility to look after her. Understood, teacher. After Lu Erlong finished speaking, he rose to depart, but after taking a few steps, he turned back and tossed something. As Yihan caught the object thrown towards him, he realized, to his surprise, that it was a gold coin. Sister Long? He exclaimed. Indeed, replied Lu Erlong. Thank you for the grilled fish, Yihan. Consider this a token of my gratitude. I hope you awaken a remarkable martial soul. And when that time comes, I shall treat you to a delightful feast. Yihuan nodded, thinking to himself that awakening a formidable martial soul was surely a predetermined outcome. At that time, all of you from the Blue Bottle Academy would undoubtedly be celebrating my triumph. In a side note, Lu Erlong ate, Lu Jiao Jiao. Upon noticing Lu Erlong's departure, also stood up and took Yi Miao Miao's small hand, saying, Little rascal, I shall take you to the affiliated academy right away. Yihuan nodded, pondering what else could be said. Yet, her words, echoing those of a mere child, lacked the elegance one might hope for. Nevertheless, she found herself unable to refute the truth. She was indeed a mere 6-year-old. Even if she attempted to argue, no one would take her seriously. Thus, she chose to dismiss the matter and not indulge this young girl in a battle of wits. Lu Jiao Jiao led her 2 siblings towards the playground of Lanba Academy, directing them to the left, where a wall stood. Upon reaching the wall, Yihuan's gaze fell upon a large iron gate, 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. It seemed evident that this side door provided access to the back entrance of the affiliated academy across the way. Noticing Yihuan's curiosity, Lu Jiao Jiao explained, Little one. The affiliated academy is merely a wall away from Lanba Academy, only teachers, and I possess the authority to unlock this door. Other teachers and students must enter through the main entrance outside. He nodded, a look of understanding gracing his features. Lu Jiaoji's paid him no further heed. She extended her right hand, a surge of soul power emanating from it. As the energy coalesced within her palm, she pressed it against the door. A hum resonated through the air. Yihan observed the energy fluctuations emanating from the soul power in her hand, which was connected to the door, exerting considerable pressure. With a sharp crack, the door swung open in response. Lu Jiao Jiao pushed the door aside with one hand and, grasping Yi Miao Miao, stepped inside first. Yihan followed closely behind, and the door behind him shut with a resounding thud. Lifting his gaze, he beheld another campus, the modest in size, it boasted a playground, teaching buildings, and a well-maintained courtyard, all perfectly arranged. Truly, it echoed the saying that even a sparrow, though small, possesses all its vital organs. The playground was devoid of any student activity, as it was currently class time, and they were undoubtedly engaged in their lessons. Lu Jiao Jiao glanced back at Yihan, ensuring he had caught up, before stating, the students are in class at the moment. I will first take you to the administrative office to meet the director for registration, and then we shall assign you a dormitory. In a few days, you will be able to participate in the academy's awakening. He nodded. Yet a question lingered in his mind, prompting him to ask her, Sister Jiao Jiao, do you not think that this matter has been arranged rather prematurely? What do you mean? Lu Jiao Jiao inquired, puzzled. Yihan chuckled, saying, I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to express that I have yet to awaken. What if upon awakening, I possess a martial soul but lack the soul power? In that case, I would be unable to attend classes. Shouldn't we first consult the academic dean? Is it not premature? At the very least, I ought to awaken before we arrange any academic endeavors. Otherwise, if I find myself devoid of soul power, would that not be a slap in the face for both you and Sister Long? From the original text, it is evident that the number of soul masters in the Douluo Continent is rather limited. Although every child can awaken their martial soul at the age of 6 through the awakening of a master, this does not necessarily imply the presence of soul power. Particularly for those born into commoner families, without a formidable martial soul as a foundation, it is a miracle if, among 10 villages, even a single child awakens with soul power. Yihan still recalls a moment from the original text, where Su Yuntao, while awakening the martial souls of the children in Shahan village, lamented, I have awakened the martial souls of several villages, yet not a single child possesses soul power. Although he awakened Tang San, who boasted a natural full soul power of level 10, it was of the worthless blue-silver grass. In truth, Su Yuntao had misjudged the situation. Had he been a tad more observant, he would have noticed the inconsistency. If blue-silver grass is indeed a worthless martial soul, how could one possess innate, full soul power? However, Su Yuntao remained oblivious to such details. Otherwise, he would not still be a humble steward tirelessly traversing various villages for the Nodding City branch of the Spirit Hall. The title of the most blind Douluo on the Douluo continent was not bestowed lightly. Lu Jiaoju smiled slightly. You need not worry about that. Since the teacher has taken you in, regardless of whether you possess soul power or can become soul masters, he will nurture you until you can stand on your own. Yet, the child still exhibits a modicum of common sense. Yihan was rendered speechless. Lu Jiaojiao promptly led Yihan to a small building, guiding him through a corridor until they arrived at the first office. She raised her hand and knocked on the door. Please enter, came a man's voice from within. Lu Jiaojiao turned the handle and stepped inside, with Yihan following closely behind, and Yi Miao Miao trailing after him. The office was modest in size, occupied by a middle-aged man of ample stature, sporting a goatee. Upon noticing Lu Jiaojiao, his expression immediately transformed into a beaming smile. He hurriedly stood up and exclaimed, "Ah, Jiao has arrived. The director must have summoned you, right?" Lu Jiaojiao slightly furrowed her brow, seemingly displeased by his demeanor, and replied with a slight pout. "Yes, Director Hu. This is Yihan, the child taken in by the director. I brought him here for you to register and arrange accommodation." Director Hu, upon hearing this, finally turned his attention to Yihan, giving him a brief appraisal before nodding. "All right, I will register him right away." Lu Jiaojiao nodded in return and then looked at Yihan, saying, "We shall take our leave now. Take care of yourself." "All right," he replied. Yihan turned to Yi Miao Miao and said, "Miao Miao, you must heed your sister's words. Your brother will come to see you as soon as he has the time." Yu Miao Miao reluctantly nodded, extending her hand before him, her little pinky finger emerging. "Brother, it's a promise, right?" "Indeed, a promise." Yihan extended his own pinky finger, sealing their vow with a playful clasp. Only then did Lu Jiaojiao take Yu Miao Miao by the hand and lead her away. Director Hu inquired further about Yihan's name, birthday, and other details. Once the registration was complete, he escorted him to a dormitory located at the back of the academy, advising him to gather at the academy's playground at 8 in the morning 3 days hence to join the other children for their soul awakening ceremony. The dormitory where Yihan resides is a solitary one, featuring only a single bed within its confines. This may merely be a transient phase. After the awakening of his martial spirit, he will likely be assigned to a communal dormitory. After all, his martial spirit has yet to awaken, and it remains uncertain whether he possesses any soul power. The room, though modest in size, is bathed in sunlight that streams through the window, sufficiently illuminating the entire space. Yihan tidied up before finally lying down, having at last discovered a refuge. The formidable thigh of Lu Erlong was certainly embraced. However, this was not the primary concern. In the world of Douluo Continent, the law of the jungle prevails, lacking strength. Even clinging to the powerful thigh of Lu Erlong would yield little benefit. Yet, possessing a system changes everything. With the system in hand, one has access to all that one desires. Currently, with these two martial souls, once awakened, possessing innate full soul power will pose no challenge. At that point, I will inevitably find myself reliant on Lu Erlong for sustenance. However, this is not the crux of the matter. Lu Erlong is merely one of the significant supports. There are also formidable figures such as Bibi Dong, Qian Guyuna, and Poseidon, each a powerhouse in their own right. With the aid of a system and the backing of such influential allies, invincibility will be well within reach. Yihan smiled faintly, feeling utterly fatigued, and resolved to take a nap before addressing any further matters. In a side story, Mandala Snake 1, set in the Douluo Continent. In the province of Ficino, Lu Fei opened his eyes to find a panel before him displaying several lines of text. Name, Lu Fei location, Douluo Continent, Soul Hunting Forest. Semi-central region race, Mandala snake color, dark green length, meters 6 soul power, 600 years evolution points, 0, non-evolutionary, skills, 0 ultimate, evolution goal, mythical ancestor dragon. Upon perusing the panel, Lu Fei realized he had traversed into another realm, specifically that of the Douluo Continent. The thought of a golden finger, a system, immediately sprang to his mind. As a traveler, he had encountered numerous narratives regarding others like him. It seemed that one could hardly claim to be a transmigrator without possessing a golden finger. Suddenly, Lu Fei noticed a chubby boy sitting nearby. He also observed a yellow soul ring glowing around him. Glancing at his own form, he was struck with disbelief. Had he genuinely transformed into a mandala snake? How unfortunate. He appeared to have a gaping wound in his mouth. Well, let us be clear, it was unmistakably a blood hole. After some contemplation, Lu Fei arrived at a singular conclusion. He had crossed over and had inadvertently seized the body of this unfortunate mandala snake, which had been cultivated for 600 years. Originally, it had perished, only to be absorbed by the chubby boy in front of him. Then, through his takeover, the system had facilitated his resurrection, such was the circumstance. He discovered a human, race occupation, human soul master name, MO by martial soul, little white elephant soul power, 20 skills. 1 at level 20, he was not particularly formidable. Lu Fei's eyes gleamed with a fierce light. He could still contend with him. Lu Fei then caught sight of another figure, the imposing red-clad woman seated nearby. Her eyes closed in serene meditation, utterly still. If his assumptions were correct, this woman, likely in her 30s, was the one assisting the young lad in absorbing soul rings. Initially, with his 600 years of cultivation, he would have easily bested the chubby boy. However, with the presence of a teacher-like figure, the situation had become more precarious. Thus, employing the wisdom of the 36 stratagems, retreat would be the most prudent course. He discovered another human, name, Mo Hua race occupation, human soul master martial soul, little white elephant soul power, 43 skills. For Lu Fei gazed at the panel in bewilderment. With 4 skills, it was evident he would have no chance against them. As he assessed his own abilities, setting aside the matter of his injuries, he noted only a hint of venom, resilience, and entanglement. If he had 1,000 years of cultivation, he might stand a chance in battle. Yet, as it stood, he could only flee, for he would be utterly outmatched. Moreover, the adversaries are 2 in number. Given their ample soul power, defeat is inevitable for me. I must flee. But first, I need to summon my soul ring back. Lu Fei swiftly reached out to the soul ring above his head, successfully retracting it. With a swift whoosh, he made his escape. By the time the 2 of them realized what had transpired, Lu Fei had vanished without a trace. How perilous! Lu Fei felt a twinge of relief at having evaded them. After all, he had just traversed into this realm. Even if he were to become a manta ray snake, he needed more time to adapt. Otherwise, he would squander this precious opportunity, the breathtaking scenery, and so much more. Fortunately, the guardian of the soul sect was seated there, meditating, or else his escape would not have been so effortless. How outrageous! Those who traverse the Douluo Continent are either the Pope's son, his disciple, or hailed as a prodigy among the so-called waste materials of Holy Soul Village. And what about me? Here I am, a mere soul beast, not even a sky blue bull python. It feels excessively unfair. As Lu Fei sprinted, he vented his frustrations toward the heavens, the earth, and the very air. Very well, since I have no choice, I shall go with the flow. Even as a soul beast, I shall strive to become an unbeatable entity across all realms. Yes, indeed, the legendary ancestral dragon. The progenitor of dragons, from this moment forth, you shall be my aspiration. System, I adore you. Bestow upon me more evolution points, let me flaunt my prowess, and soar to great heights. Lu Fei continued to run and escape. For one who had experienced Douluo Continent through anime, comics, games, and dramas, the wisdom gleaned from such experiences told him a fundamental truth. If one can win, fight. If one cannot, then flee. To confront an opponent head-on could lead to one of 2 outcomes: mutual destruction, leaving both parties severely weakened, only to be preyed upon by other soul beasts and soul masters, or willingly offering oneself as prey, resulting in death at the hands of a soul master, leading to the absorption of the soul ring, and potentially the loss of soul bones as well, with the body discarded in the wilderness, a grave, even a shallow one, would be preferable. Xiao-san, are you well? Perhaps you should take a seat and rest for a while. Teacher, I do feel a bit fatigued. Then let us rest here for a moment, and perhaps have some food and drink to replenish our strength. All right, teacher. Suddenly, after running quite a distance, Lu Fei heard voices ahead and promptly halted. The presence of conversation indicated that other soul masters were nearby. Xiao-san, have a sausage, then some eggs, and a bottle of water to replenish your energy for when we encounter soul beasts. Okay, teacher. Just a dozen paces away, the voices sounded once more. Lu Fei could hear them clearly. They were not far and appeared to be enjoying a meal. The stationary nature of the sound suggested they had settled down for dinner. Wait a moment. Xiao-san. Teacher? Luffy found these 2 titles somewhat too familiar. The Hunter's Spirit Forest, Little 3, Teacher. Connecting these 3 points, Luffy could envision a vivid image in his mind. Little 3 refers to Tang San. Teacher refers to Yu Xiaogang. This. Lu Fei suddenly felt a surge of fervor. It seemed that the time, location, and characters were all aligning perfectly. The moment he had traversed into was precisely when Yu Xiaogang and Tang San ventured into the Soul Beast Forest for their inaugural Soul Ring hunt. Contemplating this, Lu Fei resolved to observe whether Yu Xiaogang and Tang San were indeed present. He discovered a soul beast, species, mandala snake, soul power, 400, skills, 2, consumption status, edible. A 400-year-old mandala snake, it was none other than the serpent that Tang San and Yu Xiaogang had jointly slain. However, in the original narrative, Yu Xiaogang had proven inept, failing to conquer the mandala snake and succumbing to its poison, nearly losing his life. Ultimately, it was Tang San's deft use of a hidden weapon and various techniques that led to its defeat. After pondering, Lu Fei reasoned that since the system panel indicated he could consume a mandala snake of 400 years of cultivation, he would not let Tang San have the advantage. Perhaps he could employ a strategy akin to the mantis stalking the cicada, with the yellow sparrow lurking in the background. Once Tang San incapacitated the mandala snake, he would swoop in to consume it. Although the mandala snake was currently akin to his kin, the laws of the soul beast world diverged from those of humans. There was no distinction of kinship, only the hierarchy of the food chain. The big fish devours the small fish consumes the shrimp, and the shrimp feast on algae. Only by devouring sufficient sustenance could one grow, evolve, and mutate more effectively. Of course, some soul beasts could also cultivate to increase their prowess. Yet, the quality of their bloodline also determined the heights of their cultivation. Lu Fei moved with utmost agility, twisting his slender form to minimize contact with the ground and avoid making any noise. He navigated deftly among the trees, drawing closer to the source of the sound. When he reached an adequate distance, Lu Fei coiled around a large tree and ascended to the treetop, peering downward. The mandala snake typically measured 1 meter for every 100 years of cultivation. Thus, a 200-year snake would be 2 meters long. With a current cultivation of 600 years, Lu Fei's length reached 6 meters. It was neither excessively long nor short. At the very least, he towered over humans in the realm of soul beasts. He was but a small fish among giants. From his perch 6 meters high, Lu Fei surveyed the scene below with clarity. In a side story, Mandala Snake 2. Two individuals, one elderly and one youthful, sat side by side on a withered log. The man, sporting a buzz cut, appeared to be around 50 years old, clad in black attire. The young child, approximately 6 years of age, bore an unremarkable appearance, dressed in blue garments adorned with a badge. Lu Fei immediately recognized them as Yu Xiaogang and the heir of the Douluo Continent, Tang San. The child's hairstyle and clothing indicated he was a student of the custom uniform at Notting Academy. This was also his first venture into the Soul Beast Forest to hunt for his initial soul ring, having attained a soul power level of 10. If all proceeded without incident, the 400-year-old mandala snake should soon make its appearance. As Lu Fei observed the two enjoying their meal, he suddenly realized his own stomach was growling with hunger. He mused that after consuming the mandala snake to restore his vitality, he would surely administer a thorough beating to them. Alas, Yu Xiaogang suddenly became vigilant. Tang San, puzzled, asked, "Teacher, what is it?" "Xiao San, look over there. A dark green mist is wafting towards us. This is not ordinary fog. It can only be produced by soul beasts, and it is undoubtedly toxic." Tang San nodded thoughtfully and activated his purple extreme magic eye. "So, teacher, what should we do now?" After pondering for a moment, Yu Xiaogang replied, "Xiao San, quickly put on your gas mask. Let's observe what it is before taking further action. Perhaps it is a soul beast you can absorb." Without hesitation, Tang San retrieved a gas mask from the 24-bridge moonlit night and handed one to Yu Xiaogang before donning his own. "It is finally about to appear." Lu Fei smiled faintly, already sensing the aura emanating from the mandala snake, along with the toxic mist it exhaled. After all, he and the mandala snake could be considered akin to one another. How could he not be sensitive to it? Lu Fei had no intention of striking immediately. Instead, he chose to wait for the opportune moment. Upon reflection, now is clearly not the best time to act. Take Tang San, for instance. Although he was only at the 10th level, the soul within him was quite complex. As an outer disciple of the Tang sect in that world, he had managed to infiltrate the heavily guarded cabinet of the Golden Pavilion to steal the Tang sect's ultimate art, the Xian treasure record, an extraordinary feat furthermore. His innate talents had led him to proficiency in several formidable skills, particularly the Xian Yu hand, crane-catching dragon, ghost shadow mysterious track, and purple extreme magic eye. Most impressive of all were his hidden weapons. In the original text, Tang San relied on his mastery of these arts and hidden weapons to slay the 400-year-old mandala snake. Although Lu Fei now possessed 600 years of cultivation, he did not wish to take unnecessary risks. It was wiser to allow the 400-year-old mandala snake to take the lead, after they inflicted mutual destruction upon each other. That would be the prime moment for him to strike. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed as a snake's head emerged from the nearby thicket. Yu Xiaogan's expression changed. The mandala snake. Tang San, unfamiliar with it, hesitated to voice his thoughts. Teacher, what type of soul beast is it? It is a highly formidable serpent soul beast. Firstly, it is extremely poisonous. Secondly, it is swift. And thirdly, its resilience is remarkable. Impervious to most blades except for its eyes and vital points in the mouth. Tang San nodded and, using his purple extreme magic eye, scanned the creature. Sensing its oppressive aura, Xiao San, I have observed. Its length is approximately 4 meters. The mandala snake grows 1 meter for every 100 years. At 200 years it is 2 meters, and at 1,000 years it reaches 10 meters. Thus, it possesses at least 400 years of cultivation. After 1,000 years, it sheds its skin, condensing to 1 meter, with a skin color that turns pink. After another 1,000 years, it sheds again, condensing to 1 meter, changing to a yellow hue. For 100 years of cultivation, Tang San felt a twinge of fear. Although he possessed a golden finger at merely 6 years of age, he was not particularly strong. His arsenal consisted of only a few hidden weapons, namely a sleeve arrow and a small knife. Furthermore, the mandala snake, with its tough exterior impervious to blades and firearms, posed a formidable challenge. Its venom and agility rendered any attempt at confrontation fraught with uncertainty. Little San, the mandala snake is quite suited to your blue-silver grass martial soul. However, with our combined strength, we would be unable to injure it, and the risk to our lives is substantial. It would be prudent to seek another spirit beast, his teacher advised. Yes, teacher, I will heed your counsel. Tang San was reluctant to take risks in this matter, which led him to agree. Moreover, he believed his blue-silver grass was a plant-type martial soul, and the Academy's instructors had indicated that it was unwise to absorb spirit rings from spirit beasts, necessitating a plant-type spirit ring instead. Thus, he did not take Yu Xiaogan's words too seriously. Teacher, are you incapable as well? He inquired out of curiosity. Yu Xiaogang sighed. A look of helplessness etched upon his face. Originally, I was at a level where I could still put up a fight, but alas, my martial soul. Never mind, you will understand in due time. Tang San felt a smile tugging at his lips but refrained from laughing. He had just witnessed the soul skill of Luo Sanpao, who had emitted a rather comical sound. The skill was nothing more than a farce. Earlier, when they had vanquished the ghost wolves, Yu Xiaogang had even insisted he wear a gas mask to avoid the stench, indicative of how little respect he commanded in the eyes of others. In truth, Yu Xiaogang was quite reluctant to employ his soul skills in front of others. Thus, he endured the bullying, choosing to refrain from using his skills unless absolutely necessary, and he dared not enter the grand soul arena, fearing humiliation. Little San, fetch me a radish, he requested. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Tang San went to retrieve the radish. Suddenly, the mandala snake burst forth from the thicket, charging toward them. Little San, run, Yu Xiaogang urged, and darted away. Tang San followed closely, aware that despite being merely 6 years old and having shorter legs than Yu Xiaogang, he was not one to be easily outpaced. While he may have appeared slower than Yu Xiaogang, in reality, he had the advantage in speed. Having traversed the small hillside of Holy Spirit Village daily, a feat beyond Yu Xiaogang's capabilities, the mandala snake was extraordinarily swift, quickly closing the distance between them, occasionally spewing venom in their direction. Yu Xiaogangs face turned pale, and Tang San did not fare much better. His first soul ring, a yellow one, illuminated. First soul skill, thunderous fart, earth-shattering Luo Sanpao. With that, Luo Sanpao's body expanded, releasing a resounding flatulence that sent debris flying. The mandala snake merely hesitated momentarily before resuming its pursuit. Seeing this, Yu Xiaogang tossed another white radish, activating his second yellow soul ring. Luo Sanpao eagerly consumed it, appearing quite pleased. Second soul skill, Misty Fart, Hypnotic Slumber Luo Sanpao. With a thunderous fart, Luo Sanpao struck the mandala serpent a direct blow. However, before Yu Xiaogang could catch his breath, the serpent advanced, prompting Luo Sanpao to take the hit, only to receive a bite on his rear. Poison coursed through Luo Sanpao's veins, and soon, Yu Xiaogang found himself afflicted as well, necessitating the retraction of his martial spirit as they continued their flight. Teacher, are you all right? I'm fine, Xiao San, hurry and run. I can no longer fend it off. Upon hearing this, Tang San was seized by panic. They were outmatched and salvation seemed distant. Ha ha ha, it appears that the moment for me to intervene has arrived. Lu Fei chuckled, swiftly descending from the tree to pursue them. Glancing back, he noted that the two soul masters had not followed, alleviating his concerns of an attack from behind. As he caught up with Tang San and his mentor, Lu Fei beheld the 400-year-old mandala serpent lying incapacitated on the ground. He soon noticed Tang San sprawled on the earth, gasping for air. A bit further ahead, Yu Xiaogang's complexion had darkened, revealing his ire. Tang San had disobeyed earlier and engaged in combat with the mandala serpent. Lu Fei understood that Yu Xiaogang had already been poisoned by the serpent, but the effects had yet to manifest. In the original text, had Tang San not known the method for detoxification and assisted him, Yu Xiaogang might have met his end. Xiao San, are you all right? Yu Xiaogang inquired with concern. I'm fine, Tang San replied. The mandala serpent had been severely injured, its mouth pierced by Tang San's dagger, rendering it incapable of further assault. Yu Xiaogang, still lucid, admonished. Xiao San, that was far too perilous. Tang San nodded cautiously, pondering whether his secret had been discerned. It was imperative that he keep it hidden. How did you manage that? Upon hearing that Yu Xiaogang was unaware of how he had vanquished the mandala serpent, Tang San immediately lowered his guard. Resolved to concoct a tale, teacher, it was like this. Goodness. Lu Fei, upon hearing Tang San's words, found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. He would deal with Tang San and Yu Xiaogang later. For now, he was intent on seizing the opportunity to consume the 400-year-old mandala serpent and complete his mission. In a sudden turn of events, Lu Fei approached Yu Xiaogang and Tang San, catching them off guard. A powerful tail struck Tang San squarely on his backside. Ah! He screamed as he was sent sprawling to the ground. Xiao San. Yu Xiaogang rushed to lift him, pulling him aside. Teacher, how is there another one? Tang San turned to see an even larger mandala serpent, which left him gasping in fear. I have no idea. Yu Xiaojiang's face turned ashen with terror. A quick glance revealed his dread. This new mandala serpent was larger, measuring around 6 meters in length, and boasted an impressive 600-year cultivation. 600 years. Tang San was also taken aback. Just moments ago, he was confident in his ability to slay the man-eating mandala serpent. But now, over 200 years had passed. He had lost his hidden arrows, and his stamina was significantly depleted. No matter how vital the soul ring was, it paled in comparison to his own life. Xiao San. Run quickly. Yu Xiaogang grasped Tang San's hand and they fled once more. In no time, the two had vanished from sight. A faint smile graced Lu Fei's lips. Though from the outside, his expression remained rather neutral. As a serpent, even smiling did not alter his cold-blooded demeanor. This was precisely the effect he desired. After all, the mandala serpent had 400 years of cultivation and measured over 4 meters in length. It was not something that could be devoured in an instant. Lu Fei flicked his tail and circled around the mandala serpent before positioning himself before it. Then, he opened his gaping maw and clamped down on its head. Yet, before he could begin his feast, he found himself retching. It wasn't that the taste was unpleasant. Rather, it was a matter of mental adjustment. The critical barrier within him had been breached. However, now that he was a mandala serpent, how could he evolve if he did not consume? How could he aspire to become a dragon? Indeed, if he did not manage to evolve, he might perish as a mere serpent, or worse, be eliminated by the system. Alas, my fate is indeed cruel. He lamented. Others transmigrated as paragons, while he had become a serpent, and a small venomous one at that. I shall eat. Lu Fei roared towards the heavens, aligning himself once more with the mandala serpent's form, and began to consume. To his surprise, the speed of consumption surpassed his expectations. In less than a minute, he had devoured the entirety of the mandala serpent's over 4-meter-long body. Furthermore, it was delicious and left a lingering taste that was far from the difficulty he had anticipated. Indeed, when Lu Fei finally began to feast, he still harbored some mental resistance. Yet, he was astonished to discover that it was rather palatable. Though not overwhelmingly fragrant, it was acceptable. Lu Fei mused that perhaps this was the fate of being a mandala serpent. In the realm of cuisine, he excelled at consuming raw delicacies. Tenacity 10, paralysis 4. Toxicity 4, speed 40, vitality 10. Lu Fei was overjoyed. He had not expected that consuming a mandala serpent would enhance his attributes so significantly. It seemed as though his body had also grown considerably. Upon inspecting his status panel, he noted, name, Lu Fei species, mandala serpent length, meters 10 soul power, 1,000 evolution points, for 001000 skill. Little Dragon Tail, it appeared he still required 600 evolution points to ascend to the next species. Teacher, it did not pursue us. After running for a while, Tang San turned back to glance and found no trace of the mandala snake. Yu Xiaogang finally halted, looked back, and indeed saw that it had not followed them. He took a few breaths to recover his strength. Xiao San, it seems that fortune is not on our side today. It would have been splendid to absorb the 400-year-old mandala snake as your first spirit ring, especially after you managed to injure it with such difficulty. If it weren't for that 600-year-old mandala snake disrupting us. Tang San felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. But then a thought struck him. But, Master, my martial spirit is of the plant type. Shouldn't I only absorb plant-type spirit beasts? Yu Xiaogang straightened his back and replied earnestly, Xiao San, your understanding is limited. According to the theory of the 10 core competencies in the spirit world, not every martial spirit corresponds to a specific attribute of spirit beasts. Rather, they can be matched based on potential. Take your blue-silver grass martial spirit, for instance. It is known for its resilience, and the mandala snake possesses even greater tenacity, making it a suitable fit for you. Of course, there is some risk involved. It depends on whether you dare to take the plunge. Listening to this, Tang San sat down to rest while slowly digesting the knowledge imparted by Yu Xiaogang. After pondering for a moment, he felt a degree of resolve. Master, I dare. Yu Xiaogang nodded with satisfaction. Then let's plan for next time. This time, let's aim for a plant spirit beast of at least 10 years to absorb and return immediately. It's too perilous here, with 600-year-old mandala snakes lurking around, which I had not anticipated. Just then, Lu Fei, after pursuing for a while, spotted the silhouettes of Yu Xiaogang and Tang San. He chuckled to himself, Xiaogang. Xiao San, I'm coming. Suddenly, Tang San, with his keen hearing, detected the subtle movements behind him and turned to examine with his purple extreme magic eye. Indeed, he saw a mandala snake, even larger than the previous one. Master, it has caught up again. What? Yu Xiaogang was startled and jumped up. He contemplated the day's events, realizing it was a fight to the death with the mandala snake. Moreover, Master, this one is even larger than the last. I estimate it's at least 10 meters long. 10 meters? Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. Xiao San, are you certain? Tang San remained silent, feeling the need to conceal the secret of his youthful purple extreme magic eye. Well, I've always had excellent eyesight since childhood, able to see distances others cannot. Yu Xiaogang, half convinced, scrutinized the direction Tang San was looking and indeed saw a dark green snake head slowly emerging from the thicket. It was only when the entire body of the mandala snake was fully revealed that he believed Tang San's words. It truly is 10 meters long, which indicates 1,000 years of cultivation. With its level of cultivation, its speed, toxicity, and resilience are all double that of the previous 600-year-old mandala snake. Xiao San, run. This time, Yu Xiaogang did not wait for the mandala serpent to approach. He had already seized Tang San and fled. Tang San, feeling a surge of urgency, quickened his pace, now pulling Yu Xiaogang along. Yu Xiaogang, I wonder how many more steps you can run. Lu Fei refrained from pursuing immediately, aware that Wang Xiaogang was deeply poisoned. The relentless exertion had accelerated his blood flow, and the venom would soon spread throughout his body, with an attack imminent. Suddenly, Yu Xiaogang let out a shriek and collapsed onto the ground. Teacher, what is happening? Tang San exclaimed, panic rising in his chest as he witnessed this critical moment unravel. I think I might have been poisoned. Yu Xiaogang replied weakly. Poisoned? Just a moment ago, I had Luo Sanpao block the mandala serpent, and he was bitten on the rear, which must have caused the poisoning. It's just now manifesting. Tang San recalled this and confirmed its accuracy. Yu Xiaogang's eyelids grew increasingly heavy, rendering him unable to lift them. Tang San glanced back, spotting the mandala serpent slowly drawing nearer to them. Synopsis. Yu Xiao traverses the Douluo Continent, beginning his journey at the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Sect with the rewards of the exquisite sword Martial Soul, the Fuxi Qin, and the Diamond Cutter Soul Ring, having signed in 50 years ahead of the plot, commencing a sweeping conquest of the Douluo Continent.